Chapter 1, Zenith Star Technology System. Congratulations, Brother Meng, on your promotion to supervisor. I toast to you, let's drink to that. Brother Meng is amazing. He's been with the company for less than 2 years and has already been promoted to supervisor. From now on, please cover me, I'm drinking, you're free to do as you wish. Brother Meng, I won't say much more, it's all in the drink. In Jiangnan, inside a VIP room of a restaurant. Looking at Wang Meng, surrounded by his colleagues like a star being worshipped, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He had crossed into this parallel world a week ago, and not only did he have no golden finger, but today, his rival from the past life had been promoted to supervisor. What kind of demonic start is this? Lin Feng, I'll be your direct superior from now on. Shouldn't you toast me a drink? Wang Meng suddenly said with a smiling tone. The other colleagues either looked at Lin Feng with pity or mockery. Recently, Lin Feng and Wang Meng had been fighting fiercely for the supervisor position. Originally, Lin Feng, a top student from Jiang University with better looks than the young idols, was more favored by the department manager. But who would have thought that Wang Meng's divorced cousin had hooked up with the company president? Using this relationship, Wang Meng had stepped on Lin Feng to take the position at the final moment. At this moment, Lin Feng must be feeling both jealous and angry, right? Sorry, I don't want to drink today. Lin Feng said indifferently. Wang Meng was first stunned, then slammed the table and sneered, the boss asks you to drink, do you dare not drink? Do you not want to stay in the company? Lin Feng's anger surged, his fists clenched tightly. Ding, detecting that the host's anger at fate has reached a critical point. Binding the Zenith Star Technology System. Ding, Zenith Star Technology System binding successful, initial task being issued. Task, go to hell, boss. Task objective, pour a glass of white liquor onto Wang Meng's face in public. Task reward, unlock X-alloy production line, production capacity 1 kg/24H, 3 kg X-alloy samples, automatic assistance to find buyers for the host. System? Lin Feng's face flushed red with excitement. As a veteran fan of online novels, Lin Feng knew all about systems. This was the rhythm of reaching the peak of life in no time. Wang Meng thought Lin Feng's face was red with shame and anger, so he smugly said, either you quit, or you obediently toast me. Don't play dumb. Lin Feng loosened his fists, silently filled a cup with white liquor, stood up, and walked to Wang Meng's side. Wang Meng curled the corner of his mouth and glanced at him. I thought you had some backbone, but this is all? A group of colleagues couldn't help but sneer and shake their heads. In this day and age, those with money and power are the real bosses. What's the price of backbone? Speaking of which, this cup of white liquor was about 3 taels. Lin Feng was really putting himself out there to ease things with Wang Meng. Lin Feng held the cup, silently calculating the angle for pouring the liquor. Stop holding it, hurry and toast, small people should have the humility of small people. Wang Meng hadn't finished his words, and Lin Feng raised his hand, pouring the full cup of white liquor right into his face. You think you're a leader? Go to hell. After cursing, Lin Feng smashed the cup down and immediately felt refreshed. Ding, congratulations to the host, initial task completed, task rewards being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host, X-alloy production line, production capacity 1 kg/24H, unlocked, X-alloys produced will be automatically stored in the system warehouse. Ding, congratulations to the host, 3 kg X-alloy samples obtained and stored in the system warehouse. Ding, congratulations to the host, a buyer has been found, please wait for them to contact you. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have a new mainline task. Task, X-alloy series task 2. Task objective, accumulate spending of 1 million Longhua coins. Task reward, full ownership of Jiangnan Special Materials Company, Limited, X-alloy production speed increased to 10 kg/24H, 1000 system points. What the hell? Lin Feng was stunned. He was working at Jiangnan Special Materials Company, Limited. As long as he completed the task, he could become the boss of the company? At that time, not even Wang Meng, a small supervisor, but even the general manager who had hooked up with Wang Meng's divorced cousin, would have to bow at his feet. Now, let's see how much money X-alloy can sell for. F***CK? Meng, are you okay? Lin Feng, are you F***King crazy? The other colleagues finally reacted, and the private room turned into chaos. *T, Lin Feng, you dared to pour wine on me? Hold him down, I'm going to kill him. Wang Meng wiped his face, looking like he had lost his mind and was about to fight back. Just then, a tall and beautiful woman pushed the door open and walked into the private room. She was wearing a white shirt and a black pencil skirt, looked like she was in her 20s, with a stunning face, flowing long hair, and a cold aura. She was 170 centimeters tall, her curves graceful, not too fat and not too thin. Her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were long and eye-catching, making it hard for anyone to look away. Behind her, 6 men dressed in black with sunglasses followed her in. The furious Wang Meng was stunned at first, then greedily asked, "Beauty, who are you looking for?" The other colleagues were also amazed, even their breathing became a bit heavy. The beauty in black stockings looked around the room, finally fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. "You are Lin Feng, right?" Shua! Wang Meng and the others looked at Lin Feng, completely confused. What the hell, this insanely beautiful woman was actually here for Lin Feng? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I am Lin Feng." "Who are you?" "Someone wants to see you." "Come with me." The beauty in black stockings said coldly. "Okay, I'll go with you." Lin Feng thought for a moment and then made his decision. Didn't the system just say the buyer had been found? This woman in black stockings was probably sent by the buyer. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. "Beauty, did Lin Feng do something wrong?" The other colleagues suddenly understood. These people looked powerful. They were either from some strong department or bodyguards of a big shot. Lin Feng must have either committed a crime or pissed someone off. Lin Feng twitched his mouth. "Hell no, I didn't commit a crime, I'm about to reach the top of my life." But he didn't bother to explain. When he finishes the task and returns to the company as the boss, wouldn't that be more convincing than empty words? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The beauty in black stockings glared at Wang Meng, then turned and left the private room with Lin Feng. Once outside the restaurant, Lin Feng was taken into an Audi A6, flanked by 2 Passats in front and back, driving straight to Jiangnan Airport. Half an hour later, the group boarded a Gulfstream G300 private jet. After more than 2 hours of flight, the private jet landed at the capital's airport. After getting off the plane, Lin Feng got into an Audi A8, escorted by 2 Audi Q7s, and drove into the gate of the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute. Could the mysterious buyer be a big shot from the Dragon Research Institute? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng suddenly felt excited. The Dragon Research Institute was the top research institute in the country, with hundreds of academicians. Working with such an institution, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about being scammed at all. The A8 drove straight into the staff residential area and stopped steadily in front of a 2-story building. "We're here. Get out of the car," the beauty in black stockings said. Lin Feng took a deep breath, opened the door and got out, following behind her into the 2-story building. "Director Chen, Lin Feng is here." After ringing the doorbell, the beauty in black stockings spoke into the intercom. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. "Director? Could it be the director of the Dragon Research Institute?" Chapter 002, Rich Overnight. "Really? Hurry and let him in." An excited voice came from the intercom, followed by a click as the door unlocked. The beauty in black stockings gave Lin Feng a strange look, opened the door, and let him inside. As soon as they entered, it was the living room, and before Lin Feng could look around, an elderly man rushed up excitedly. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Musho, director of the Dragon Research Institute. I've finally been waiting for you." Lin Feng instinctively shook hands with Chen Musho, his mind almost blank. Damn, this person really was the director of the Dragon Research Institute? Such a big shot fighting to shake hands with him, this was something Lin Feng wouldn't even dare to dream about. Cough. The beauty in black stockings kicked Lin Feng lightly with her foot. Only then did Lin Feng come back to his senses and probed, "Director Chen, hello. Did you ask me to come because of the X-alloy?" The beauty in black stockings had a slight change in expression. "What is this X-alloy?" "Xiao Zhao, you go out first." After Zhao Qingya left, Chen Musho finally said, "Mr. Lin, the mysterious metal you sent me is called X-alloy?" The Dragon Nation had launched the 6th-generation aero engine research project for many years, but always got stuck at the turbine blade material, unable to make any progress. This had troubled the academicians greatly. 3 days ago, Chen Musho received a package. Inside was a piece of metal the size of a baby's fist and a slip of paper. On the paper, it stated that this piece of metal had extraordinary performance and could be used to make blades for 6th-generation aero engines. After testing, it was found that this metal's performance was twice as good as the world's most advanced level, and it met the requirements for making 6th-generation engine blades. So Chen Musho had someone bring Lin Feng here. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, it's called X-metal. The system is really something. It actually sent the X-alloy directly to the hands of the director of the Dragon Science Institute. But when did the system send the package? The timeline doesn't match up." Chen Musho first invited Lin Feng to sit down, then personally made a cup of tea for him. Only then did he ask, "Mr. Lin, can you tell me how the X-alloy was discovered?" Lin Feng showed a troubled expression. "Director Chen, please don't misunderstand. The X-alloy is not a natural product. I synthesized it. As for how it was synthesized, it's inconvenient to say for now. When the Jiangnan Special Materials Company is acquired, the system should fix this logic hole, right?" "What? Chen Musho suddenly stood up. He thought X-alloy was something Lin Feng had accidentally discovered. He didn't expect it was artificially synthesized. After a while, Chen Musho looked at him with burning eyes and asked, "Mr. Lin, how much more X-alloy do you have? I want to buy some for experiments." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "I wonder what price Director Chen wants to offer." Chen Musho thought for a moment. "Since Mr. Lin knows the X-alloy can be used to make 6th-generation engine blades, I believe you also have some idea of its price." Lin Feng nodded instinctively, then froze. As a top student in materials science, he knew very well how valuable the material for engine blades was. Take the 5th-generation engines, for example. The cost of making just one eye-level blade is enough to buy a high-end car. Saying it's worth more than gold wouldn't be an exaggeration. But this includes design and manufacturing costs. The material itself is still not as valuable as gold. However, X-alloy can be used to make 6th-generation engine blades. Its value is at least equal to gold. This is gonna make me rich. Lin Feng's heart was burning with excitement. Then Chen Musho changed the topic. "But the Dragon Science Institute has limited funding." Lin Feng's heart turned cold. "Damn, is the Dragon Science Institute really that poor? How about we go by the price of gold?" Chen Musho said. "Lin Feng? No, can we not talk like this, pausing so much? I might pull a muscle. If Mr. Lin feels that price isn't suitable, we can still discuss it." Chen Musho thought he was unwilling, so he quickly added. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and said with displeasure, "Does Director Chen think I, Lin Feng, am the kind of petty man who only cares about profit? If others were present, they'd be shocked by his attitude." This was the great pillar of the Dragon Nation's scientific community, Chen Musho, with disciples all over the world. Even those famous big. "Even if it means losing money, we must supply to the Dragon Institute. But Director Chen thought I was dissatisfied with the price. Isn't that an insult to me?" For him, making X-alloy almost had no cost. With just a little concession, he could contribute to the country and leave a good impression on Chen Musho, achieving both goals. Chen Musho immediately became full of respect. Losing money to contribute to the country, Lin Feng's spirit of sacrificing for the greater good was worthy of everyone's admiration. Looking at him again, all he talked about was money, money, money. He was literally full of the stench of copper, unbearable to smell. Ashamed, deeply ashamed. After a while, Chen Musho said with guilt, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I said something wrong. I apologize. This is our first meeting, it's normal for Director Chen to misunderstand me." Lin Feng waved his hand and continued, "Let's calculate the price of X metal at 300 Dragon Nation coins per gram, and the lost money can be considered a contribution to the country. But I have one condition. When you purchase the X alloy, you need to pay a 30% deposit." Chen Musho's eyes flashed. "Paying a deposit is reasonable, but do you have any extra samples?" He couldn't believe Lin Feng based on just a small sample. Lin Feng knew this too. He immediately took out 3 pieces of silver metal from his bag, which were the 3 kilograms X-alloy samples awarded after completing the initial mission. Chen Musho's eyes brightened. This was obviously a finely processed item, not a natural product. Once his doubts were cleared, Chen Musho said, "I'll take these 3 pieces of X-alloy. Also, I'll order 100 kilograms of X-alloy. How soon can it be delivered?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "About half a month." After spending 1 million, the X-alloy production capacity could be increased to 10 kilograms per 24 hours. Once the deposit arrived, he could quickly complete the task. "Alright, then let's sign the contract." Chen Musho quickly drafted the contract. After both parties signed, 9.9 million Dragon Nation coins were quickly transferred to Lin Feng's account. He became rich overnight. The next moment, Chen Musho called in the beautiful black silk woman. "Mr. Lin, let me introduce her. Her name is Zhao Qingya. She was sent here to protect me. I'm usually very busy, so I let her go to Jiangnan to handle the follow-up transactions. If you need any security, you can also tell Qingya. She will protect you." Zhao Qingya looked at Chen Musho in surprise. Why would Lin Feng need her protection? Chen Musho understood her gaze. "Mr. Lin developed the X-alloy, which can be used to make the 6th-generation engine blades. He is the pillar of the nation." "What?" Zhao Qingya was so shocked her face turned pale. Chapter 3, Only One Room Left. Zhao Qingya had been following Chen Musho for nearly a year and had never heard him give such praise to any young man, calling them the pillar of the nation. But when she thought about what Lin Feng had done, she understood. He had solved the pressing problems of many academicians, greatly increasing the likelihood of successfully developing the 6th-generation engine. If someone like him wasn't considered the pillar of the nation, then not many could bear such an evaluation. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Zhao Qingya. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Qingya extended her hand first, her gaze toward Lin Feng filled with more goodwill and respect. Lin Feng shook her hand gently. It was soft and smooth, and he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Miss Zhao, hello. I'm also very happy to meet you. When Lin Feng arrived at the Dragon Institute guesthouse to rest, it was already 1 a.m. After collapsing on the sofa, Lin Feng had many thoughts. In just one night, he had gone from a frustrated office worker to a small winner with a system and a net worth nearing 10 million. He also gained a top-tier beautiful bodyguard. Things he had never dared to dream of. However, this was just the beginning. Tomorrow, after returning to Jiangnan, he would first spend 1 million to acquire the company. By then, Wang Ming's expression would definitely be priceless, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out his phone and opened the work group to take a look. Wang Meng at Lin Feng, what the hell did you do? You're not going to drag the company down with you, are you? Wang Meng at Lin Feng, your phone got confiscated? You can't contact the outside world? Wang Meng, damn, this idiot Lin Feng really got arrested. Heaven finally opened its eyes. Zhou Xiang, who told Lin Feng to always go against Supervisor Wang? This is his karma. Wang Meng, damn, at Zhou Xiang, if you know how to talk, then say more, ha. Seeing this chat record, Lin Feng laughed out of anger at Wang Meng at Zhou Xiang. Being co-workers with you two dumbasses is like bad luck from 8 lifetimes ago. Wang Meng? You got released? Lin Feng was stunned. It was already fucking 1 a.m. and Wang Meng still wasn't asleep? Wang Meng, then let me officially inform you, President Ma already knows you were taken away. You've been fired by the company, ha ha ha. Wang Meng, oh yeah, I'm the one who told President Ma. Just ask yourself, aren't you mad? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed coldly out of anger and was just about to type a reply when Wang Meng beat into it and kicked him out of the group chat. Wang Meng, Zhou Xiang, Ma Weigua, you three just wait for me. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he mentally added those three to his need-to-be-taught a lesson list. The next morning, after Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya flew back to Jiangnan, they took a taxi straight to the Four Seasons Hotel. Zhao Qingya didn't own any property in Jiangnan, so of course she had to stay at a hotel. Lin Feng had long been sick of the terrible rental environment. Now that he had money, he might as well stay at a hotel too. When they arrived at the front desk, just as Lin Feng was about to request 2 suites, the pretty receptionist apologized. Sorry sir, there's only 1 executive suite left. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't slip the receptionist any money, did he? How come she just helped him score like this? Too bad Zhao Qingya wasn't his girlfriend. Otherwise, he could have gone with the flow and just booked 1 room. Then just book 1 room, Zhao Qingya suddenly said. Lin Feng turned to look at her with a dumbfounded face. An ice-cold beauty took the initiative to suggest just 1 room? Could it be she was craving young master's body? Not impossible, after all, young master's nickname was Wu Yinzu of Jiangnan. Zhao Qingya gently tucked her hair and calmly explained, the executive suite has 2 bedrooms. Since Director Chen specifically told her to protect Lin Feng's safety, sharing 1 suite made the most sense. Alright, swipe the card then. Since such a gorgeous woman said that, how could Lin Feng refuse like he wasn't a man? Right then he swiped the card and checked in. After entering the suite, Lin Feng took a quick look around. 120 square meters, elegant and classy design, and besides 2 bedrooms each with private bathrooms, there was also a reception room. Definitely worth the 8888 Dragon Country dollars per night. His phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Feng took it out and saw many unread messages in the group chat of Jiangnan University Materials Science class of 2015, Group 04. Li Ming at everyone, tonight is the 2-year graduation reunion. Is everyone ready? Bring your family. Wei Chang, of course we're ready. Zhang Cohen, ready +1. Only now did Lin Feng remember that tonight was the class reunion. Out of 24 classmates, 15 gave a definite yes, while 7 said they were busy and couldn't make it. Li Ming at Lin Feng, you're in Jiangnan, right? You should be able to come? Wei Chang at Li Ming, class monitor, you're bringing the department beauty, so Lin Feng definitely won't show up. Zhang Cohen, I heard the class monitor is going to marry the department beauty. If I were Lin Feng, I wouldn't go either, it'd be too embarrassing. The department beauty Yang Shui used to be Lin Feng's girlfriend, but later Li Ming stole her, and things got really ugly between the 3 of them. Wei Chang and Zhang Cohen were always Li Ming's lackeys. Anyone with a brain could tell they were stepping on Lin Feng for Li Ming's sake. But since Li Ming was a rich second generation from Jiangnan, even if other classmates didn't like it, they couldn't speak up for Lin Feng. They could only stay silent. Trying to step on me using Yang Shui? Lin Feng felt a little stifled and turned to glance at Zhao Qingya. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. In terms of looks, figure, and aura, Zhao Qingya completely crushed Yang Shui. If he brought Zhao Qingya with him, wouldn't Li Ming die of jealousy? Right then, he gave a brief explanation of the situation, then nervously asked, Miss Xiao, Can you pretend to be my girlfriend? Sure. Zhao Qingya nodded.
Lin Feng didn't expect Zhao Qingya to agree so easily, and for a moment, he froze on the spot.
Director Chen told me to protect you. Since you're going to a class reunion, it's best if I go with you. Pretending to be your girlfriend solves my identity issue. Zhao Qingya explained.
Only then did Lin Feng suddenly understand. Right away, he told the group chat that he would attend the reunion on time, causing an uproar. After lunch, Lin Feng took Zhao Qingya straight to the BMW 4S store.
What could you buy with 1 million in Jiangnan? A big house was out of the question.
Lin Feng didn't need jewelry or antiques right now either.
So he thought it over again and again, and finally made a decision that went against his ancestors: buy a luxury car. Hello sir, welcome to Dottie BMW 4S store. Is there anything I can help you with?
A sweet-looking sales lady in a black professional outfit and black stockings came up to greet him. Lin Feng didn't waste time and directly stated his intention: show me the cars you have in stock over 1 million. The black stocking lady's eyes lit up. Sir, our current in-stock models over 1 million include black 750li X-Drive V8 Luxury Package, black X7 X-Drive Executive Luxury Package, and orange 840i 4-door Coupe M Sports Package.
Which one do you like?
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the 840i. Black cars do look classy, but he felt they didn't suit young people.
At just over 20 years old, if you have the money, you should drive a car that's flashy in color and style.
Orange was flashy enough, plus it was a 4-door coupe, and looked stunning. This one was it.
Okay, would you like to test drive it? The black stocking lady asked. No need, just swipe the card.
Lin Feng pulled out his bank card and said.
Black stocking lady? Zhao Qingya?
Chapter 004, Vibranium, T1100 grade carbon fiber.
Wait, you're buying $1 million luxury car like you're buying cabbage at a market? At least bargain a little.
Even though Lin Feng didn't bring up bargaining, the sales lady still gave the biggest discount. The final price was 1.05 million. She also helped him apply for freebies like a car cover, film, and floor mats.
The name Wu Yanzu of Jiangnan truly wasn't for nothing.
Once Lin Feng successfully swiped the card, the way the sales lady looked at him completely changed.
Young, handsome, and rich, a total top-tier man.
Ding, congratulations host, X-Alloy Series Mission 2 completed, reward distributing. Ding, congratulations host, obtained full ownership of Jiangnan Special Materials Company, X-Alloy production speed increased to 10 kg/24H, 1000 system points. Ding, congratulations host, gained one opportunity to rename the company.
Would you like to use it? You can rename it?
Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly decided on a name. Let's call it Zenith Star Special Materials Company. The ownership document for Zenith Star Special Materials Company is being prepared.
Someone will contact the host shortly.
Ding, host, you have a new mission.
Mission, X-Alloy Series Mission 3. Mission target, accumulate spending of 10 million Dragon Country coins.
Mission reward, X-Alloy production speed increased to 100 kg/24H, 10,000 system points, unlock Vibranium Series mission.
Mission, Carbon Fiber Series Mission 1. Mission target, accumulate spending of 5 million.
Mission reward, 1 Zenith Star Tech Laboratory, unlock T1100 grade carbon fiber production line, T1100 grade carbon fiber production speed 100 kg/24H, 5,000 system points.
Choose one of the two missions. The one not chosen will refresh later. Please decide within 10 seconds.
Lin Feng was shocked on the spot.
Damn, Vibranium? The same kind from Wakanda? If so, that would be too awesome.
Because of its unique and rare resource Vibranium, Wakanda became the most technologically advanced country on Earth.
This is the setting in the comic. If Vibranium were placed in the real world.
Imagine all the military equipment in Dragon Country made of Vibranium. What a beautiful scene. But it costs a total of 10 million, and he doesn't have that much money right now. Anyway, this task will refresh again in the future, so let's choose the Carbon Fiber Series task for now. At the beginning, take smaller steps to avoid hurting the balls. Besides, T110 grade carbon fiber is also very valuable, about 2,000 Dragon Country coins per kilogram, and after unlocking it, a daily income of 200,000? Because high-quality carbon fiber has great value in the military field, such as being widely used in intercontinental missiles and advanced fighter jets. It's also widely used in the business field, like supercars and bicycles with carbon fiber frames. According to the original host's memory, Dragon Country can now mass-produce carbon fiber below T800 grade. The technology for T1000 and T1100 grade carbon fiber has also been conquered, but mass production is still not possible.
After completing the task, he should be able to sign a big new contract with the Dragon Science Academy, right?
Ding, task selection complete, personal attribute interface opened.
Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X-Alloy, 10 kg/24H. System points, 1000. Current task, Carbon Fiber Series Task 1. Task progress, amount spent 0. Note, after completing 3 tasks in total, the system shop will be unlocked. System shop? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. So the system points rewarded by the system are used to buy items in the system shop? If that's the case, then what kind of things will be sold in the system shop? And there's even something that sounds insane, like the Zenith Star Technology Lab. Ahem, beauty, how about I buy a few more cars from you? Lin Feng said to the sales lady. The sales lady wanted to show off her split skill and add some authority to Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng held back the impulse to spend 5 million at the BMW 4S store. He had basically figured out the system's routine. A new task is released immediately after completing one. When money is tight, there's no need to rush to finish the task. Gotta earn money first. An hour later, Lin Feng drove the 840i and took Zhao Qingya to the Guojin Center. Ignoring her objections, he carefully picked out a full luxury outfit for her. If Zhao Qingya in a suit looked like a workplace elite, then Zhao Qingya in a Chanel dress was simply a real fairy. She lost some of her maturity and cold beauty, and gained more youth and sweetness. She's a girl who can be both salty and sweet. Definitely need to have deeper communication in the future. Lin Feng made up his mind in his heart and went to Armani to buy himself a white slim-fit suit. Clothes make the man, saddle makes the horse. Lin Feng in cheap clothes already looked like Wu Yanzu from Jiangnan. After changing into the Armani suit that showed off his figure and temperament, even Zhao Qingya's eyes lit up. Looks exploding with charm. Feels like something is still missing. After coming out of Armani, Lin Feng fell into thought. Zhao Qingya looked him up and down and said, "You're still missing a watch." "Yeah, exactly, a watch." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Can you recommend a brand?" Zhao Qingya thought for a moment and said, "Patek Philippe, a few of their models suit your vibe." Lin Feng got interested. "What vibe do I have?" Zhao Qingya paused for 2 seconds. "Upstart?" Lin Feng? The little boat of friendship flipped just like that. But come to think of it, although upstart sounds bad, how many people want to be upstarts but never get the chance? So be it, better be an upstart than a loser. While Lin Feng was comforting himself, Zhao Qingya smiled and said, "Alright, I was just joking with you. Actually, you have a kind of free and unruly vibe." She didn't say anything more, but Lin Feng already felt much better inside. After arriving at the Patek Philippe counter, Lin Feng picked a pair of entry-level couple watches, total cost 720,000. "Sir, do you have a membership card?" At checkout, the clerk asked. Lin Feng shook his head, "No." He is coming to Patek Philippe for the first time. Where would the membership card come from? Then let me help you apply for one, this way we can keep a record of your purchase. Once you spend a certain amount, you can upgrade to a Patek Philippe VIP, and then you will be able to purchase the popular models in our store. The cashier smiled as she introduced. Some of Patek Philippe's watches cannot be bought just with money, just like limited edition sports cars released by supercar brands. You must have purchased other models of the brand before, to be eligible to buy them. Lin Feng was about to nod, but Zhao Qingya suddenly said, "I have a VIP card, you can use it for a 5% discount, do you want it?" Lin Feng? Chapter 005, it's really quite smooth. Wait, if he remembered correctly, the cashier just said you had to spend a certain amount to upgrade to a VIP customer, right? So where did Zhao Qingya get this VIP card from? The cashier's expression changed slightly. "Ma'am, are you mistaken? Patek Philippe's VIP card does not offer discounts." "Oh, I misspoke, it's the Diamond VIP." Zhao Qingya said indifferently. The cashier's expression changed dramatically. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Is it hard to get Patek Philippe's Diamond VIP?" The cashier nodded, her face serious. "Yes, very hard. You need to spend 10 million a year to become a Patek Philippe VIP. To upgrade from VIP to Diamond VIP, you need to spend 20 million a year, continuously for 5 years, and also have a certain status." Hiss. Lin Feng gasped in surprise. Could it be that Zhao Qingya is a rich young lady, and her status is extraordinary? Then doesn't that mean his wish for Zhao Qingya to play the role of a secretary is going to fail? System, what should I do if I suddenly don't want to try hard? Zhao Qingya gently twirled a lock of hair, her expression calm as she said, "This card belongs to someone else." Lin Feng was still skeptical. He had known Zhao Qingya for a short time, and he would need to find a way to figure out her true background later. Forget it, I'll apply for a card myself. Was he really someone who cared about saving $2,000 or $3,000 from a discount? Moreover, with his own membership card, he could visit Patek Philippe more often in the future, right? After applying for the membership card and swiping it, Lin Feng immediately put on the watch. It must be said that after putting on the high-end watch, his aura did indeed improve a lot. Zhao Qingya didn't hold back either, putting on the watch as well. Standing together, they really looked a bit like a couple.
Next, Lin Feng went to the Huawei counter and bought a set of electronic devices, plus 13 top-end P40 Pro Plus phones.
It had been 2 years since he saw his classmates, bringing some gifts wasn't too much, right?
While supporting domestic products, it would also help lighten the financial burden on his classmates. At 6 p.m., the two left the IFC mall, and Lin Feng's current spending reached 1.2 million. Adding the 1.05 million for the car, Lin Feng had already spent 2.25 million in just one day. Spending money, it really becomes addictive.
Not bad, Li big class leader, driving a BMW X5 now. Wow, this must be the top configuration X5, didn't it cost nearly $1 million? Outside the Golden Jade Full Hotel, 5 young people were standing in front of a black BMW X5, chatting.
Among these people, the most eye-catching were a couple. The man wore a full set of trendy brand clothes, limited edition AJ1 sneakers, and a Rolex Submariner. However, his looks were somewhat lacking, with a height of 170 centimeters, and his features could only be considered decent. He was young but already combing his hair back, giving off the aura of someone in a higher position. The woman beside him was much more outstanding. She was 165 centimeters tall, with a sweet face and long flowing hair. She wore a white dress, with curves in all the right places, and her body was absolutely stunning.
It was Li Ming and Yang Shui.
Facing their compliments, Li Ming smiled proudly. It's the second highest configuration, cost about 800,000. Don't be jealous, if you work hard, you'll definitely be able to afford one too.
Wei Chang and Zhang Kuan offered superficial compliments.
In their hearts, they couldn't stop cursing. They had been beaten down by society for 2 years and had come to terms with reality.
Would working hard lead to owning a luxury car?
Ha, their efforts would only let their boss drive a luxury car and let their boss find more little wives. Wang Lily said enviously, Yang Shui, it was really wise of you to choose to be with our class leader.
Right? If you were still with Lin Feng, could you sit in a BMW X5?
Lin Feng did buy a car, but it's a Citroën C4, a broken second-hand car. Haha, he even flaunted this broken second-hand car in his moments, it's hilarious.
Wei Chang and Zhang Kuan echoed in agreement.
Yang Shui sneered disdainfully, I was blind back then, didn't realize how useless he was.
He couldn't even afford an Apple phone.
She had liked Lin Feng purely for his looks at first, but after being together, she found out he was just a poor guy. Other girls received expensive cosmetics or electronics for holidays and birthdays, while she only received gifts handmade by Lin Feng or cheap flowers and stuffed animals. Then, there was the love letter from Li Ming, my rich dad. After learning that his dad had tens of millions, she dumped Lin Feng. Now, her feelings could be summed up in 2 words, relieved. Just then, a BMW 840i drove from the distance.
Wow, what car is that? It's so flashy. Zhang Kuan exclaimed. This seems like a 4-door coupe version of the BMW 8 Series?
Wei Chang said, looking enviously.
Li Ming's eyes lit up, it's definitely a BMW 8 Series. Even the lowest model costs over 1 million. Not many men don't like cars, and seeing the flashy, cool luxury car, they instantly became energetic. What shocked them was that the BMW 840i was driving straight towards them and even turned on its high beams. The LED lights shined, and the 5 of them felt like they were seeing the sun. Damn, am I blind?
What kind of person drives with high beams in front of a hotel?
Where's the manners? Damn, just because you drive a luxury car, you think you're something.
Zhang Kuan and the others muttered in dissatisfaction. Soon, the 840i stopped in front of them, turned off the engine, and the lights went out. Li Ming and the others turned around and happened to see Lin Feng walking out of the driver's seat. At that moment, they looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their mouths wide open, completely stunned. After a while, Li Ming rubbed his eyes. The power of these LED lights is so strong that I'm seeing things.
Zhang Kuan exhaled a long breath and nodded. I also saw things. I actually thought the driver of the 840i was Lin Feng. They say Audi is the light factory, but I have to say, BMW's headlights are not bad. Wait, did you also see Lin Feng? Wei Chang looked at Zhang Kuan, completely confused.
Li Ming, who was rubbing his eyes, froze, his neck turning stiff, like rusted machinery, slowly turning toward Zhang Kuan. Yang Shui's face darkened so much that it seemed like water could drip from it. The scariest thing was the sudden silence, and the worst thing was hearing that your ex is doing better than you.
Lin Feng actually drove $1 million luxury car? How could this be possible? What's with your faces? Don't recognize me anymore?
Lin Feng walked in front of them, waved his hand, revealing a bright smile with white teeth. The expressions of Li Ming and the others were priceless.
This was exactly the kind of entrance he wanted. This is the ex-girlfriend of the original owner, Yang Shui? She's indeed quite attractive. Nice, Lin Feng, renting a car for a day must cost quite a bit, huh?
Li Ming exhaled a long breath and said sarcastically.
The others finally snapped out of it. That's right, just last week, Lin Feng was showing off a second-hand C4 in his moments, and now he's driving a BMW 840i? It must be rented. TSK, Lin Feng, are you serious? Just a class reunion, and you need to dress up like this? The Yin Yang master, Zhang Koan, was online. Alright, Zhang Koan, we need to understand Lin Feng's feelings.
After all, it's an old classmate meeting, a little vanity is normal. Wei Chang, with a higher level of skill, transformed into a Yin Yang master himself.
Yang Shui shook her head and sneered, Lin Feng, what are you trying to do, make me regret? Then you're overthinking.
What you're doing now will only make people laugh at you, it's useless.
Ah, what?
Lin Feng looked totally confused.
Good grief, these people have some imagination, huh? How did my car become a rental all of a sudden? Just then, Zhao Qingye stepped out from the front passenger seat. Hiss.
The moment they saw her, Li Ming and the others gasped hard, their eyes nearly popping out. In this internet age, they'd seen tons of edited beautiful women online.
But compared to Zhao Qingye, those edited women were just too tacky, unbearably tacky. Yang Shui's face turned gloomy again.
Since she was a child, she had always been the brightest girl in any crowd, and women around her were just her background. But in front of Zhao Qingye, she felt completely crushed.
Hi, you all are Lin Feng's classmates, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Feng's girlfriend, Zhao Qingye.
Zhao Qingye gracefully walked to Lin Feng's side, naturally linked arms with him, and greeted everyone with calm confidence.
What?
Li Ming and the others were instantly shocked.
Damn, this unbelievably pretty woman is Lin Feng's girlfriend? No way. Lin Feng, is this girlfriend you rented too?
Yang Shui let out a breath and laughed coldly. Hearing this, Li Ming and the others snapped back to their senses.
Yeah, if Lin Feng could rent a luxury car, then renting a girlfriend made sense too. TSK, Lin Feng, what should I say about you?
Class reunions are for reconnecting, but what you're doing just makes everyone uncomfortable. Li Ming and the others spoke with mocking tones.
Zhao Qingye looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Did he mess something up?
Lin Feng shrugged, they still think the car is rented.
Whatever, if I were them I wouldn't accept this reality either. Let's not explain.
Zhao Qingye was stunned at first, then laughed quietly.
Li Ming and the others couldn't help but sneer.
Clearly they hit the nail on the head, and he still wouldn't admit it.
What an act. The others haven't come yet?
Lin Feng looked around and asked.
Oh, they're already in the private room. You're the only one left. If you came any later, we wouldn't have waited.
As the host, Li Ming had been outside welcoming classmates who came from far away. Zhang Koan and Wei Chang, his two sidekicks, had stayed to accompany him. Lin Feng nodded, then what are we standing around for, let's go in.
You really want to take this beauty in with you?
Li Ming gave Zhao Qingye a greedy glance and asked.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, didn't you say bringing family was allowed?
Lin Feng, your mouth is still as tough as ever. Li Ming shook his head with a smile and led Yang Shui toward the hotel entrance.
Zhang Koan and Wei Chang snorted coldly and followed behind.
Lin Feng shrugged, opened the trunk of the 840i, and took out a black plastic bag.
Just then, his phone rang. He looked and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this?
A sweet voice came through the phone. Boss, I'm your secretary, Lu Cece. The property documents for Tiandingsing Special Materials Company are all ready.
I need your signature. Where should I bring them? Lin Feng? Good grief, I even have a secretary now? This system really has something.
And this secretary's voice sounds really exciting.
I wonder what she looks like.
Then bring it to the Jinyu Mantang Hotel, call me when you arrive. Lin Feng put away his thoughts and spoke in a calm voice.
After ending the call, Lin Feng said, shall we go in?
Zhao Qingye nodded, extended her slender hand, her expression carrying a bit of sadness. Even something like holding hands needed her to remind him.
No wonder people doubted him.
Only then did Lin Feng realize. He quickly grabbed her little hand. The two of them walked into the hotel, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and stepped out into a circular corridor covered with red carpets. On both sides of the corridor, there were more than a dozen VIP rooms.
403.
Lin Feng held Zhao Qingye's hand, walking down the corridor, searching for room 403. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the bathroom and approached them. This middle-aged man wore a perfectly tailored black suit, a gold tie, and exuded an air of authority, clearly a successful person. When he saw Zhao Qingye, he froze for a moment. When he saw that Zhao Qingye was holding Lin Feng's hand, his expression instantly changed, little.
Zhao Qingye's face darkened, and she gently shook her head.
The middle-aged man forcefully swallowed the rest of his words.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrow. Qingye, do you two know each other?
No, we don't. Zhao Qingye shook her head, looking at the middle-aged man and asking, Sir, do you know me?
The middle-aged man swallowed and shook his head, saying, No. No, I don't. See, we really don't know each other.
Zhao Qingya said without a blush, her heart calm.
Lin Feng. Wait. Acting like this, does he think I'm a fool?
If you two don't know each other, I'll change my last name.
No, I must figure out Zhao Qingya's background.
As the two of them passed by, the middle-aged man turned around and kept watching them until their figures disappeared around the corner. After a long pause, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss, I just saw the young lady.
Inside room 403. Everyone, big news. Lin Feng just drove a BMW 840i. And it's orange, really flashy. After returning to the room, Wei Chang and Zhang Kuan began to embellish the story about Lin Feng renting a luxury car and a girlfriend. While the other classmates were looking at each other in confusion, Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in holding Zhao Qingya's hand. Classmates, I missed you so much.
As soon as he entered, Lin Feng spread his arms wide, his expression exaggerated, like some actor on a stage. There was definitely some acting involved, but the original person had a good relationship with his classmates. Affected by the original's memories, Lin Feng was also eager to see his classmates after 2 years. What greeted him was a moment of awkward silence.
Did I get more handsome again, so you guys don't recognize me? Lin Feng jokingly asked.
Indeed, you're much more handsome than you were in college.
This outfit looks really high quality. What brand is it? Whoa, that watch you're wearing is interesting. It must be a luxury brand?
Gradually, the classmates snapped out of their surprise, greeting him while stealing a few glances at Zhao Qingya.
Not bad, the girlfriend Lin Feng rented is indeed beautiful.
It seems like I need to ask him where he rented her from.
If I pay more, will there be other services?
Just now, in the dim light outside, Li Ming hadn't noticed Lin Feng's attire.
Now, looking carefully, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Hey, I bought it randomly, nothing special.
Lin Feng waved his hand, holding Zhao Qingya's hand as they walked to the big round table and casually found a seat.
Li Ming exhaled, mocking, he didn't just buy it randomly. Armani suit, Patek Philippe watch, he came prepared. The other classmates were shocked. What? An Armani suit? Luxury brand. Wow, Patek Philippe? A top-tier watch. That must have cost a lot, right?
Li Ming nodded, his face showing a knowing smile. This watch is a 5146 G010 model, and it costs over 360,000 renminbi. As soon as they heard the price of 360,000 renminbi for the watch, the other classmates' faces all changed.
Lin Feng came from an ordinary family, had an ordinary job, and suddenly was wearing a watch worth 360,000 renminbi? It must be fake. Luxury items need people to match them.
In the awkward silence that followed, Lin Feng placed a black plastic bag on the big round table. I brought some gifts for everyone.
Everyone was intrigued by the bulging black plastic bag. Heh, it's not going to be a handmade greeting card, is it?
Yang Shui spoke with a face full of contempt.
I guess it's local specialties. Lin Feng's hometown grows green onions. Zhang Kuan said with undisguised sarcasm. Wei Chang's face dropped, and he said unhappily, what's wrong with local specialties? Even if it's not worth much, it's Lin Feng's goodwill. But I don't like eating green onions, so don't give any to me. Ha ha ha.
A burst of laughter. Lin Feng looked at him playfully. Don't worry, I didn't think about you at all when buying the gifts.
Wei Chang's face turned cold, and he sneered, isn't it just a few green onions, who's gonna care? What the F***ck, a Huawei P40 Pro Plus. When Lin Feng opened the black plastic bag, Wei Chang finally saw what was inside.
More than a dozen Huawei P40 Pro Plus boxes, all 512G versions.
Wei Chang was dumbfounded on the spot. The top version of Huawei P40 Pro Plus costs 8,888 yuan, no discount at all, so we just rejected something worth 8,888? Rounding up, that's F***king like a whole 100 million.
His guts were turning green with regret. The other classmates were also shocked. More than 10 Huawei P40 Pro Plus phones, that's over 100,000 yuan, right? We haven't seen each other in 2 years, and I didn't know what to bring, thought about it and felt phones would be best.
Everyone needs a phone.
Even if you don't plan to change yours, you can take it home for family or friends. While speaking, Lin Feng took out the phones one by one. Here, Phone Kai, this is yours. By long, yours. Hey, don't be polite with me, you helped me answer roll calls so many times when I skipped class. Zhang Bo, you got fatter again, even got a beer belly now. Li Ming's face was dark as he watched Lin Feng hand out phones one by one, veins bulging on his forehead. This gathering was organized by him, and he, the host, didn't even prepare gifts.
Wasn't Lin Feng slapping him in the face?
Zhang Kuan, after you get the phone, just give it to me, I've wanted a P40 Pro Plus for a long time. Wan Lily said with a face full of longing. Zhang Kuan stared at Lin Feng giving out the phones with eager eyes, while pretending to be indifferent. It's just a Huawei P40 Pro Plus, I was thinking of buying you an iPhone 12 Pro. Lin Feng gave him a mocking glance. Zhang Kuan, you'd better buy the iPhone 12 Pro for Wan Lily, I didn't think about you either when buying gifts. Zhang Kuan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. His monthly salary is less than 5,000, how the hell can he buy an iPhone 12 Pro? Wang Lily was stunned first, then stomped her foot and ran out of the private room. The other classmates almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Zhang Kuan, this idiot, tried to act cool but got struck by lightning instead. Soon, Lin Feng finished handing out the 13 phones. Except for Li Ming, Yang Shui, Wei Chang, Zhang Kuan, and Wang Lily, everyone else got one.
A naked act of targeting. Although Wang Lily was pulled back by Zhang Kuan, her face still looked terrible, and the way she looked at Zhang Kuan was full of resentment.
At this moment, Yang Shui spoke expressionlessly, I just did the math, 13 top version P40 Pro plus add up to 115,544. Add your rental car, rented girlfriend costs, today you've spent over 120,000, right? The room fell silent.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what do you want to say? Aren't you just trying to make me regret? Yang Shui sneered. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, this.
No need to deny it, everyone can see that. But have you thought about this? Your family background is average, your job is a so-so, whether you spend this money or not, it won't change the fact that you're a poor loser. Look at Li Ming, his family has assets of 50 to 60 million.
Even if he didn't bring gifts, everyone still knows he's rich.
As Yang Shui finished speaking, Wei Chang, Zhang Kuan and the others started nodding in agreement. Li Ming gave a modest smile, at just 50 or 60 million, compared to real rich people it's nothing. Take Lin Feng's new boss for example, he spent 800 million to buy this company and even renamed it to Zenith Star Special Materials Company, Limited.
Now that's a real big shot.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed, good lord, the system really went big, throwing out 800 million. Speaking of which, if Li Ming finds out the boss he brags about is actually me, he might go crazy, right? The other classmates gasped, oh my god.
800 million?
I heard that 1 million in brand new $100 bills weighs 25 kilograms, so 800 million would be 10,000 kilograms.
To spend 800 million buying a company, how much money must this boss have? Li Dabin, have you seen this boss? How old is he, and what does he look like?
Li Ming shook his head inside, this boss's wealth is probably over 10 billion.
He's too mysterious. I have only seen his secretary with my father. But our family has been supplying raw materials to this company.
With a more capable boss, our business will surely rise to the next level. At this point, Li Ming gave Lin Feng a proud look. The other classmates finally realized that Li Ming was boasting about the mysterious boss to show off for himself.
666.
Just then, the phone rang. Lin Feng picked it up and saw that it was a call from Lu Sisi.
He answered and said, are you here?
Come to room 403.
Li Ming frowned slightly, is someone else coming?
Lin Feng nodded, yeah, my secretary.
You might know her. Li Ming? Others? Chapter 8, I am the boss of Tian Dingxing. After being dumbfounded, Li Ming got angry, you even have a secretary?
Yang Shui also pulled a long face, coldly saying, Lin Feng, your behavior tonight is like a clown.
I really feel lucky that I broke up with you back then. Wow, now even material engineers have secretaries? Never heard of that. Do you still need one? I also want to find a secretary. Ha, I hate men who have no real ability but love to talk big.
Zhang Kuan, Wei Chang, and Wang Lily also started mocking him sarcastically.
Although the other classmates didn't speak, they also thought Lin Feng was boasting too much. We are all classmates, who doesn't know who, right?
Lin Feng shrugged, I'm just stating the facts.
Why are you all so excited? She will be here soon. You'll know if I'm lying when she gets here, just wait patiently.
Li Ming stared at him for a while, sneering, alright, I'll see how you keep up this show.
The room fell into silence again. 2 minutes later, a knock on the door sounded.
Li Ming thought it was the waiter and impatiently said, come in. Click, the door opened, and a young woman in a gray professional outfit, black stockings, black high heels, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a cold and glamorous aura, top-notch beauty, and a fiery figure walked in. According to Teacher Gua, if this beauty went for a run, she could get her face swollen. The key thing is, she's very tall.
In high heels, she must be at least 1.78 meters?
She has the body of a supermodel.
Hiss. All the male classmates immediately gasped.
At this moment, they seemed to see the teachers and secretaries in their treasured study materials.
This is so damn top tier. Secretary Lu, what brings you here?
Li Ming, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly stood up. However, Lu Sisi completely ignored him and quickly walked to Lin Feng's side, respectfully saying, sorry, boss, for making you wait. Here are the ownership documents for Tian Dingxing Special Materials Company, please have a look. Lu Sisi took out a craft paper envelope from her briefcase and secretly glanced at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She was a recent graduate from the School of Business Administration at Shuimu University. 10 days ago, she received an offer from Tianding Xing Technology. The position was company secretary with an annual salary of 1 million, and she could advance 50% of her salary upon joining. There would also be a 10% salary increase every year. After careful consideration, she accepted the offer and was brought to Jiangnan to fully take charge of the acquisition of Jiangnan Special Materials Company. It wasn't until the acquisition was completed that she received the boss's photo and phone number. Upon meeting him in person, she found the boss even more handsome than in the photo. Lu Cici's little heart was pounding. Hiss. The other classmates once again gasped. Damn, I can't believe it. So Lin Feng wasn't lying, he really has a secretary, and an absolutely stunning one at that? This is unbelievable. Wait, the Skytop star? What the? Lin Feng, you're that mysterious boss? Only then did the crowd realize the mysterious boss that Li Ming had been bragging about was actually Lin Feng? That's right, I'm the boss of Skytop Star. Lin Feng nodded, taking the brown paper bag. Boom. Yang Shue's phone dropped to the ground. Gulpo. Zhang Kuan and Wei Chang swallowed hard. Bang. Li Ming's legs gave way, and he barely supported himself with the armrest of his chair. These words were like a thunderclap, striking their heads directly. It hit them so hard that their heads buzzed, and their blood surged. A man they had treated as a loser had suddenly transformed into a super-rich tycoon who spent 800 million to buy a company? The key was, just a moment ago, they had mocked Lin Feng harshly, saying he was worthless. It was like a beggar on the street mocking a prince. Just thinking about it was downright embarrassing. The most devastating was Yang Shui. She had dumped Lin Feng because he was poor, and now Lin Feng was n times wealthier than Li Ming. The fool was actually her? Yang Shui, to me, you're just a passerby. Whether I drive a luxury car or find a girlfriend, it's just because I like it, it has nothing to do with you. From now on, stop making a fool of yourself trying to add drama. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang Shui's face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground. The other classmates secretly mocked her, but there was also a hint of sympathy. After missing out on a super-rich tycoon like Lin Feng, Yang Shui would probably live with regret for the rest of her life. And you, Li Ming, the cooperation between Skytop Star and your family ends here. If your family's business crashes, think hard about why you acted so arrogantly back then. Lin Feng glanced at Li Ming again, mocking him. No, Lin Feng, you can't do this. Li Ming crazily charged at Lin Feng. Slap. Without Lin Feng needing to do anything, Zhao Qingya stood up and executed a standard combat move, flipping Li Ming to the ground. Hiss. The other classmates gasped in shock. Damn, was Zhao Qingya this fierce? Lin Feng was also shocked in his heart. Wow, with combat skills like hers, it would be tough for Zhao Qingya to play the role of secretary, right? Or, maybe switch to the queen? This private room is a bit small, anyone who wants to move to a bigger room can come with me. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, he got up and walked out. Whoosh! The other classmates almost didn't hesitate and stood up. Even Wei Chang, Zhang Kuan, and Wang Lili were no exception. They, of course, knew this was about picking sides. Compared to Lin Feng, Li Ming wasn't even worth mentioning. Why would they need to think twice about who to follow? Li Ming and Yang Shui watched as everyone left the private room. None of them said goodbye before walking out. Betrayed by everyone. Heart-wrenching. Soon, they all arrived at the bigger private room. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, Zhao Qingya and Lu Cici sat on either side. Once everyone was seated, flattery started to pour in like a tide, overwhelming Lin Feng. Hey, I always said, Yang Shui, breaking up with you back then was the biggest mistake of her life. Look, I was right. Wang Lili demonstrated what it meant to switch sides with ease. Isn't it? If she had stayed with Lin Feng, she wouldn't be driving a BMW X5 now, she'd already have a Rolls-Royce. Li Ming's family does have money, but compared to Mr. Lin, it's nothing. Zhang Kuan and Wei Chang also demonstrated, with actions, what shamelessness looked like. Other classmates, though not as blatant as them, still couldn't resist throwing in a few compliments. Lin Feng felt 1,000 emotions. When he was poor and powerless, these people mocked him in every way. Now that he was a billionaire, those same people suddenly spoke sweet words. This is human nature. After a round of flattery, someone finally asked why Lin Feng had suddenly become so rich. Lin Feng had already prepared his answer. I have an uncle who is a billionaire. He has no heirs, so he left all his inheritance to me. The classmates were all envious. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lin Feng paid the bill, which was 19,888. After rounding off, he swiped his card for 20,000, treating the extra as a tip. After sending his classmates off in taxis, Lin Feng turned to Lu Cici and said, Cici, inform the supervisors and above that there will be a meeting in conference room 1 at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I have important announcements to make.
The company was already secured. Next, it was time to deal with Wang Meng, Zhou Xiang, and Ma Weigua. Chapter 009, National Goddess. After returning to the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Feng took a cold shower, dressed in a bathrobe, and walked out to the balcony of the master bedroom with a glass of red wine. Coincidentally, there was someone standing on the balcony of the adjacent suite, and it was a woman. She was wearing a white silk nightgown, holding a wine glass in her left hand and resting her right hand on the railing, lost in the view outside. Just a glimpse of her side profile left Lin Feng in awe. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition at play, as the woman in the white dress turned to glance at Lin Feng. After a brief moment of surprise, she turned back into her bedroom. That fleeting glance finally allowed Lin Feng to see her clearly. With delicate brows, stunning beauty, and unparalleled grace. She looks to be in her 30s. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Lin Feng frowned and pondered for a moment, but ultimately couldn't remember where he had seen her, so he decided not to dwell on it. On another note, ever since binding his system, his charm with women had skyrocketed. First, he got to know Zhao Qingya, who had a mix of sweetness and strength, and a versatile charm. Then there was Lu Cixi, exuding a cold elegance and a sweet voice. Even standing on the balcony, he managed to encounter yet another stunning woman with exceptional grace. In his past life, he came from an ordinary background, his few relationships ended without success, and his diligent efforts resulted in nothing. On his 30th birthday, he got drunk and woke up in a parallel world, binding to the Zenith technology system. Recalling this dreamlike experience, Lin Feng couldn't help but hum, "I am still that young boy, unchanged in any way. Time is just a test, the belief in my heart remains unshaken." Lin Feng wasn't much of a singer, but he was in tune and his voice was magnetic, making his singing quite pleasant to hear. Once he finished his song, the woman in the white dress surprisingly returned to the balcony. "Did you write this song?" Her voice held surprise and a hint of magnetic allure. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his ears were getting carried away. Yes, I wrote it." Lin Feng felt a bit guilty. This world didn't have the song Young, so wasn't it considered plagiarism? "Can I buy it from you?" the woman in the white dress asked expectantly. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Why would you want to buy it?" The woman was also surprised. You don't know who I am?" Lin Feng really wanted to say, "Are you crazy? Why should I know you?" Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck in his mind. "Su Man, is that you?" Su Man debuted as a singer 15 years ago, sweeping numerous music awards in the country, establishing her status as a top diva in just 3 years. With her singing skills, she ventured into acting, conquering countless viewers with her outstanding performances and stunning appearance, achieving incredible ratings. Later, she entered the big screen and won the Top Actress awards at the 3 major national film festivals consecutively. The three-dimensional goddess of films, television, and music in Dragon Country, with countless fans. Oh, and she also had an even more resounding title, the National Goddess. Coincidentally, the original Lin Feng was someone who grew up listening to Su Man songs and could be considered her loyal fan. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Ding, host, you have a new side mission. Mission, sell the song. Mission objective, sell the song Young to Su Man at a reasonable price. Mission reward, mastery of music theory, complete unlocking of Earth's song library. Note, if the system deems the price of the song unreasonable, the mission will fail, with no penalties." Lin Feng? System, I have a sentence of MMP that I'm not sure if I should say or not. How could a novice like him, who doesn't even understand basic music theory, sell a song? And, is the system really the one that judges if the price is fair? Doesn't that mean the final say on everything belongs to the system, making it a tyrannical rule? However, the task reward is indeed quite generous. Not to mention mastering music theory, unlocking the entire Earth's music library is simply incredible. With those golden songs from Earth, could he not become the most amazing music creator in this world? Well, it seems that I still have a bit of fame. Su Man said with a hint of self-mockery. She is already 35 years old, and in the past 2 years, she hasn't produced any notable work, leading to a significant drop in popularity. The song Youth sung by Lin Feng suddenly brightened her eyes, her intuition telling her that if she sang this song, it would definitely be a hit. What, are you dissatisfied with your current popularity? Lin Feng asked teasingly. Su Man was a bit surprised. Most men would be a little nervous and stiff when they first meet her. This handsome young man was not nervous and even dared to tease her? After a while, she shook her head with a smile. I just don't want to sink into obscurity like this. Lin Feng nodded, then gestured the distance between them. You wouldn't want to talk to me here, would you? Su Man pondered for a moment. If you're comfortable, you can come to my room, we can drink and talk? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. At this late hour, a woman, especially a diva, wanted him, a man, to go to her room to talk? Was she not afraid that he might be a bad person? If it weren't for the system giving him a task, he would have thought that this diva was fake. Su Man saw his doubt and smiled. Someone who stays in the executive suite of the Four Seasons Hotel should not be a bad person, and my manager is also here.
Lin Feng smiled wryly. Alright, I'll go change my clothes, please wait a moment.
5 minutes later, Lin Feng changed into a small Armani suit. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Qingya walked out from the guest room. Where are you going?
Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Good grief, this was the alertness that came with being a security personnel, right?
Is it inconvenient to say? Zhao Qingya's brows slightly furrowed. Did this guy want to go out to find a woman?
It was not her fault for thinking too much, she had heard too many dark tales about rich men.
Lin Feng smiled playfully. What if I said? Su Man lives next door, and she wants to talk to me? Zhao Qingya replied outwardly. Do you need me to follow you? Inside, Zhao Qingya thought, I believe you, my foot. What a joke, Su Man lives next door.
Even if Su Man really lived next door, she wouldn't go looking for him at this late hour.
You see, when I tell the truth, you don't believe me. Lin Feng spread his hands. So let me ask you, do you like Su Man?
Of course, I like her.
She is my idol. Zhao Qingya admitted generously.
A national goddess, after all, it's not embarrassing to idolize her. Alright, later I'll help you get her autograph, you've worked hard all day, so get some rest early.
Lin Feng waved his hand and pushed the door out. He talks like it's true. Zhao Qingya pouted, then muttered to herself, I want to see where you get Su Man's autograph from. Chapter 010, Diva? I don't care. Knock, knock.
Lin Feng knocked on the door of the next room. Soon, the door opened, and Su Man appeared in front of Lin Feng, wearing a white cheongsam. Getting closer, Lin Feng realized Su Man's face was actually very young, looking like a girl in her early 20s, her beauty even surpassing that of Zhao Qingya and Lu Sisi. However, the mature charm exuding from her made it clear that she was not a girl, which only increased her allure. Her skin was even more supple and fair than that of southern women, her long black hair styled elegantly, 3 parts innocent, 7 parts alluring. The white cheongsam clung to her curves, enchanting and mesmerizing, and beneath the hem was a pair of flawless beautiful legs, glowing with a captivating white light under the illumination. On her feet were a pair of white open-toed high heels.
The toenails were painted with pink polish, exquisite like a piece of art. No wonder she is called the national goddess. Su Man also took a moment to look at Lin Feng before asking, Hello, I am Su Man, what should I call you?
Lin Feng gathered his thoughts. My name is Lin Feng, with Lin meaning 2 trees, and Feng like the maple leaf.
Mr. Lin, nice to meet you, please come in. Su Man moved aside and invited Lin Feng into the room. This scene reminded Lin Feng of a low-budget movie he once saw, possibly called The Beautiful Woman Next Door? Or was it The Routine of a Plumber?
Once he entered the living room, Lin Feng saw Su Man's manager. She was a bold and graceful woman, looking to be in her 30s. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Sun Jieja, I am Sister Su's manager. After both parties introduced themselves, Lin Feng was invited to sit on the sofa in the living room.
After asking Lin Feng what he would like to drink, Sun Jieja handed him a can of soda. Mr. Lin, what is the name of the song you just sang?
Su Man sat elegantly on the opposite sofa, her legs crossed.
Teenager, what price does Ms. Su suggest?
Lin Feng did not hold back, after all, it was about making money.
Before discussing the price, can Mr. Lin show me the sheet music? Su Man asked.
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. I didn't bring the sheet music, it's also troublesome to write.
How about I sing it again, you record it, and later you can write the sheet music yourself? Su Man? Sun Jieja? Goodness, is selling songs this simple and crude now?
If that's not possible, then forget it, it's getting late, you should rest early. Lin Feng smiled lightly, pretending to stand up to leave.
Okay, of course. Su Man hurriedly stopped him, smiling. Mr. Lin's method is also acceptable, shall we start now?
She really wanted the song, otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a concession.
Lin Feng relaxed secretly. If Su Man insisted on him giving the sheet music, it would really be a disaster. During the next moments, Sun Jieja used professional recording equipment to record Lin Feng singing Teenager. Fortunately, Lin Feng had practiced the song specifically, he had a good grasp of the pitch and rhythm, and he remembered the lyrics clearly, otherwise, it would have been a huge embarrassment. I offer 1 million. After hearing the song a second time, Su Man's determination grew stronger.
This song might not be stunning, but it has a magic that makes people unable to resist singing along.
It will definitely be a hit. Sun Jieja exclaimed, Sister Su, 1 million is too much, right?
1 million is a price only top music talents get. Before this, she had never heard of Lin Feng's name, this song was only worth a few tens of thousands.
Ha! Lin Feng chuckled lightly and got up to leave. 1 million is considered high?
This song would have earned the original singer at least 100 times that on earth.
The song in the light earned over 100 million. Sun Jieja was stunned. What kind of person leaves when things do not go their way? Is this a vegetable market? Mr. Lin, please wait a moment.
In a hurry, Su Man stood up and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Jieja doesn't understand the value of this song, but she truly does not mean to underestimate Mr. Lin. Lin Feng felt a rush of fragrance and, caught off guard, looked at the stunning face close by, feeling a bit distracted.
But why do I feel you also don't understand the value of this song?
Lin Feng said with a hint of mockery.
Su Man was stunned. Did this young man just say that the music queen doesn't understand music? This little guy is too arrogant. Sun Jiejia's face turned pale with anger. When Su Man was ruling the music scene, Lin Feng was still hiding in some corner. If you sincerely want to buy this song, let's split the profits in half.
If you are unwilling, I will go back to sleep. Anyway, I am not relying on writing songs to make a living. Lin Feng shrugged, acting as if he didn't care whether he sold it or not.
Sun Jiejia could not hold back any longer. Split profits in half? Are you crazy?
Su Man had not released a new song for 2 years. With her influence, even an ordinary song can achieve sales of over 10 million. Her share with the music platform is 70-30, and after deducting costs and taxes, she could take home at least 4 to 5 million. If it were a 50-50 split, wouldn't this song need to sell over 2 million? Lin Feng was not pleased. Hey, I say, sister, can you not speak so harshly? If you keep talking like that, I might just not sell it. Sun Jiejia became anxious. This person. Alright, Jiejia, don't speak for now. Su Man gave her a look and then said, Mr. Lin, I've been in the entertainment circle for so many years, and I've never heard of anyone buying a song and splitting it 50-50.
Lin Feng shrugged. Well, haven't you just heard it now? Su Man.
Not this little guy really doesn't care at all about her being a triple threat superstar.
Actually, I'm quite willing to write songs for you.
If this song does well and you want to continue collaborating with me, I don't mind writing a few more songs for you. By then, you can use the songs I write to produce a few diamond albums. In his past life, Lin Feng had heard the boss make empty promises many times, and now it was time to put that learning to use.
Su Man? Sun Jiejia? Only albums that sell over 10 million copies are considered diamond albums. At 30 Longwa currency for one digital album, that's a sales figure of 300 million. Wow, so as long as he comes to write the songs, diamond albums would be within reach? This is outrageous.
After a long while, Su Man let out a sigh. Alright, I accept your terms.
Jiejia, go get the contract. Honestly, how much money she makes doesn't matter to her now. After so many years in the entertainment industry, she has earned at least 10 billion. She just wants to prove that she can still sing songs that are popular throughout the country. Sun Jiejia, though unhappy in her heart, obediently brought the contract template, made a few modifications, and they both signed it. Ding, congratulations to the host, side quest sell song completed, task rewards being distributed. Chapter 11, All Geniuses Are Narcissistic.
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained proficiency in music theory knowledge, automatically learning for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host, Earth's music library is fully unlocked, the host can enter the system interface to view. After the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a 50-50 split didn't meet the system's requirements, he would have to invite the great demon King Faker.
After mastering music theory, asking Lin Feng to write the score for youth wouldn't be an issue at all.
As for the Earth Music Library, Lin Feng entered the system to take a look. Wow, what an enormous resource. Fortunately, the music library has a search function, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find songs. He tried searching for youth, and it could directly be converted into a score, which was then directly placed into the system warehouse. So, Lin Feng nonchalantly took out the youth score. Previously, I was testing your sincerity, you passed.
Here's the score, please keep it safe. Su Man? Sun Jiejia? Testing sincerity? Is there such a way to test sincerity? By the way, do you know King Lu well? Lin Feng asked. Su Man nodded. We've collaborated a few times, what do you want?
Lin Feng wanted to cheekily say of course I want, but the words changed to, I have a song I want to give to King Lu, you listen to it. Oh my god, just this is in our village, I'm the one from this village who's a simple monk. Sister Su, this Lin Feng doesn't look very serious.
After seeing Lin Feng off, Sun Jiejia couldn't help but start to complain. Don't talk bad behind someone's back.
Su Man shot her a glance and then chuckled, I actually find him quite interesting. Lin Feng didn't stare at her with lust like other men.
He also didn't say any empty words to act gentlemanly.
Especially the last song he sang, The People in Our Village. Su Man could almost imagine what it would look like if King Lu sang it. She hadn't met such a man in a long time.
Interesting? Sun Jiejia's eyes widened. He doesn't respect you at all, right? Why should he respect me, just because I'm a superstar? Su Man retorted. Sun Jiejia nodded.
Su Man shook her head with a smile. Stars serve the public, the ones truly worthy of respect are those scientists, soldiers, teachers, and doctors who contribute to the country.
Besides, do you know who he is? Sun Jiejia shook her head. Who is he? I want to know who he is too.
Su Man said with a complicated expression.
It's not polite to ask like checking a household registration during the first meeting, right?
Anyway, we exchanged phone numbers, and we'll get to know Lin Feng's background later. Tomorrow we return to the capital. I can't wait to release youth.
Oh, you're still awake?
After returning to his room, Lin Feng saw Zhao Qingya curled up on the couch, playing on her phone. The beautiful bodyguard had changed into a black professional outfit, wearing black stockings as well, indicating she was ready to go out at any moment.
Zhao Qingya looked up at him. Where's Su Man's autograph? It's right here.
Lin Feng walked over and pulled a photo out of his jacket pocket.
Zhao Qingya took a look and exclaimed, "This is Su Man's signed photo?" As Su Man's loyal fan, she naturally knew what the national goddess's signature looked like.
Yes, be careful, she just signed it,
the ink isn't dry yet, don't smudge it.
Lin Feng reminded her.
Did you really talk to Su Man just now? Zhao Qingya asked, full of suspicion.
Lin Feng shrugged. She wants to buy a song from me, we discussed the price just now.
You can write songs?
Zhao Qingya was shocked.
A top materials major developing X-alloy was understandable, but writing songs too? That was unbelievable. Lin Feng's lips twitched. What kind of expression is that? You don't believe me, do you? Zhao Qingya honestly nodded.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Then let's make a bet. If Su Man releases a new single called Youth, with the lyrics and music both written by me, what will you do?
What do you want? Zhao Qingya shot back. I want what I want.
You wish.
Then what do you want? I want.
Zhao Qingya then realized she had been drawn into Lin Feng's game and coldly huffed. Why would I bet with you? Lin Feng snapped his fingers. See, this shows that subconsciously you believe in me. I really am a genius. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes. Whether you are a genius or not, you're definitely very narcissistic.
Lin Feng shrugged. Geniuses are all narcissistic. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you become a genius? Zhao Qingya? This statement made so much sense, she found herself speechless.
Don't stay up watching dramas, get some rest. I don't want to see you with panda eyes tomorrow morning. Lin Feng turned to walk toward the master bedroom, waving his hand behind him.
This guy. Watching Lin Feng return to the master bedroom, Zhao Qingya frowned and murmured, could it be that he really wrote a song for Su Man?
In that moment, she felt a great curiosity toward Lin Feng. The next morning, at the Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Ltd., in Conference Room 1. From supervisors to department managers to the general manager, 30 to 40 people surrounded the rectangular conference table in 3 circles. The first circle was naturally the company executives led by Ma Weigua, the second circle consisted of department managers, and the third circle was the junior supervisors like Wang Meng.
Mr. Ma, have you met the new boss yet? Mr. Ma, what's the new boss's temper like, is he easy to get along with?
As they waited for the new boss to arrive, everyone asked questions about him.
Ma Weigua shook his head, I've only met the new boss's secretary. At the back of the crowd, Wang Meng's eyes lit up, the new boss's secretary must be very beautiful, right? Everyone? In this kind of situation, worrying about the new boss's secretary's looks? Wang Meng's brain must be out of whack. Wang Meng, mind your words.
Ma Weigua slammed the table and shouted.
Wang Meng shrank his neck, I'm just curious. Curious doesn't cut it. Ma Weigua glared at him fiercely, Secretary Lu is the new boss's trusted aide.
The acquisition work is entirely under her responsibility. If you want to continue working here, you must have respect for Secretary Lu.
Wang Meng's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly lowered his head.
Everyone else is the same, the new boss has strong financial power and will surely lead the company to a higher level. If you want to make money with the new boss, then do not provoke the wrong people like Lin Feng.
Is that clear? Ma Weigua scanned the room, speaking with a warning tone.
The reason for Lin Feng's dismissal had long spread within the company, and everyone knew he had gotten into big trouble. Just at that moment, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Sisi, with her long legs, walked in.
Chapter 012, Letting Off Steam.
Wang Meng's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets.
Wow, where did this beauty come from? She's stunning.
The others were equally amazed, some who lacked self-control could not help but swallow hard.
Secretary Lu's looks and figure could rival even the top female stars. The new boss is quite lucky. What are you all staring at?
This is the boss's secretary, Miss Lu Sisi, let's give her a warm round of applause. Ma Weigua quickly stood up to lead the applause.
Lu Sisi nodded to everyone, and once the clapping stopped, she asked, Mr. Ma, is everyone here?
Everyone is here, we have 38 people expected and all 38 are present, we arrived by 8:30.
Ma Weigua nodded and smiled, looking very flattering.
The boss will arrive shortly, please prepare for his welcome. After speaking, Lu Sisi turned towards the door, waiting silently. Everyone was on high alert, adjusting their clothes and expressions, determined to present their best selves to the new boss.
Time passed second by second.
Just when everyone was at their most tense, a tall figure pushed the door open and walked in.
Crash.
Everyone stood up, clapping vigorously, the applause thunderous. But when the crowd realized who walked in, their expressions turned as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight.
Oh no, the person walking in isn't the boss, it's Lin Feng? Lin Feng, you dare to come to the company? Wang Meng jumped up first. Ma Weigua slammed the table, angrily questioning, Lin Feng, what are you doing here? This is not a place you can come to. Get out. Other leaders also looked somewhat angry. Their applause was meant for the new boss, and it ended up going to Lin Feng, who had been fired. It was ridiculous. Lu Sisi looked bewildered at Ma Weigua. Mr. Ma, how can you talk to the boss like that? Ma Weigua? Wang Meng? Others? Lu Sisi's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The shock left everyone buzzing, their minds drifting far away. After an unknown amount of time, Ma Weigua swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Lu. Secretary Lu, you must be joking, Lin Feng is a junior employee, how could he be the boss?
Yes, Secretary Lu, I know Lin Feng too well, he has worked in this company for 2 years and could never be the new boss.
Wang Meng asserted firmly.
Other leaders nodded in agreement. They didn't doubt Lu Sisi, they just found it too hard to believe. A regular person they had known for 2 years suddenly turned into a billionaire who spent 800 million to acquire the company? This could not even be scripted on a drama. Lin Feng had long anticipated their disbelief. He turned to Lu Sisi and said, Sisi, words are not enough, please show Mr. Ma the property documents.
Yes, boss.
Lu Sisi quickly took out the property documents and flipped to the signature page to show Ma Weigua. The others held their breath, watching as Ma Weigua's face suddenly turned pale, and he swayed, directly collapsing into his chair.
Everyone? Oh no, judging by Ma Weigua's reaction, Lin Feng really is the new boss.
Wang Meng felt darkness close in, his spirit flying far away.
Ma Weigua, do you now believe that I am the new boss of the company?
Lin Feng stood before the main seat and asked mockingly. Ma Weigua stood up abruptly. Boss, it was my blindness, I should not have said that to you.
Please forgive me this time, considering my many years of contribution to the company. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you think I will forgive you?
Cold sweat dripped down Ma Weigua's forehead. Boss, I was wrong, I should not have believed Wang Meng's slander and fired you.
Enough.
Lin Feng slapped the table and sneered. Ma Weigua, as a married man, you developed an improper relationship with Wang Meng's cousin, that's sin one. As the general manager of the company, you favored your relatives and promoted a fool like Wang Meng to supervisor, that's sin two. You fired me without investigating the matter, based only on Wang Meng's one-sided story, that's sin 3.
With 3 sins combined, I will fire you, you surely have no objections, right?
Lin Feng suddenly turned hostile, scaring everyone into silence.
In the crowd, Wang Meng was trembling like a leaf.
In the silence, Ma Weigua suddenly knelt down with a thud. Boss, please, for the sake of my contributions to the company, give me one more chance. At 45, he had already lost the drive to excel. Once fired, finding such a high-paying job again would be impossible.
Do you think I will give you a chance? Security, get him out of here.
With a cold laugh, Lin Feng turned his head, ignoring Ma Weigua's cries. Soon, the security, already having received orders, rushed in. Others didn't dare to breathe, watching helplessly as Ma Weigua was dragged out of the conference room. When the conference room door closed, Lin Feng turned to Wang Meng. Wang Meng, from now on I will be your boss, don't you think you should toast me? Wang Meng had prepared for being fired. Upon hearing this, he stood up excitedly. Lin.
Boss, you aren't firing me? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. You hope I will fire you? Wang Meng shook his head vigorously. Of course not, this job is easy, and the pay is pretty high. Boss, wait for me, I'll get some wine, I must toast you properly. Just as he reached the door of the conference room, a disdainful voice came from behind. I thought you had some backbone, is that all? Wang Meng froze, stiffly turning to Lin Feng. Boss, I don't quite understand your meaning. What I mean is.
Lin Feng elongated his tone, tapping the table as he spoke. You are fired, and your lackey Zhou Xiang is also fired. Wang Meng felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, feeling so frustrated he was about to explode. But he dared not resist, not even to say a harsh word. Lin Feng's rank was far beyond him, he could only look up at Lin Feng, not daring to feel even a hint of hatred. After Wang Meng left the conference room in despair, Lin Feng finally vented the anger in his heart, feeling refreshed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the company reorganization, check-in function activated.
Ding, detected that the host has arrived at Zenith Special Materials Company, Ltd., check-in immediately? Note, the host can only check in at their own enterprise, and each enterprise only has one check-in opportunity.
Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned.
Wow, the system even has a check-in feature? Surprises are everywhere. Chapter 013 Check-in Reward. Check-in. Check-in successful, rewarded 10 million Longwa coins. Check-in successful, obtained special effect for high-level executives of Zenith Special Materials Company, Ltd, will never betray. Check-in successful, the production and operation costs of Zenith Special Materials Company, Ltd will be borne by the parent company. Check-in successful, X-Alloy storage point transferred to the warehouse of Zenith Special Materials Company, Ltd. The funds from sales will be directly deposited into the host's personal account. After 4 consecutive system prompts, Lin Feng initially thought the system had crashed. After the confusion, a wave of wild joy surged over him. With the addition of a 10 million cash reward, the balance on his card exceeded 17 million. The high-level executives will never betray, and the production and operating costs will be borne by the parent company as a reward, allowing him to relax and be carefree. The final reward was also quite powerful. According to legal regulations, even the company owner cannot arbitrarily withdraw money from the company account. Directly depositing sales proceeds into his personal account perfectly resolved this problem. Producing 10 kilograms of alloy a day means an income of 3 million a day. He could earn big money just by lying down. Lin Feng sat upright in the main seat, digesting the surprises brought by the sign-in function, while the others were too scared to breathe. Just a moment ago, he had decisively fired Ma Weigua, Wang Meng, and Zhou Xiang, leaving everyone with an impression of ruthless determination. Now, he remained silent. Who knew who he would target next with his knife? After a long while, Lin Feng smiled playfully. Everyone, don't be nervous. I do hold grudges a little, but we have no previous enmity. As long as you all perform well in the future, the company will never treat you poorly. These words were like a calming pill, and everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly relaxed. Please don't worry, General Manager Lin. We will definitely work hard and will not let you down. With General Manager Lin, we are full of energy. It is our good fortune that the company was acquired by General Manager Lin. Flattery poured in like a tidal wave towards Lin Feng. In the following time, Lin Feng announced a personnel appointment promoting the manager of the R&D department, Gu Wenshan, to general manager. Gu Wenshan had good character and had valued Lin Feng in the past, so this was Lin Feng's way of returning the favor. The leaders were envious, and Gu Wenshan's face was flushed with excitement. Have you heard? Lin Feng from the R&D department is the new boss. No way, really? Didn't he just get fired by the company? How did he become the new boss? Need I say more? General Manager Lin is definitely a rich second generation here to experience life. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by Wang Meng and Ma Weigua, and out of anger, he just acquired the company and fired the 2 of them. The one who was the worst off is Zhou Xiang. In order to please Wang Meng, he mocked General Manager Lin in the workgroup and ended up getting fired too. I always thought General Manager Lin was not an ordinary person. Now it seems my intuition was right. A man as outstanding as General Manager Lin stands out like a firefly in the dark, so bright and exceptional. It seems General Manager Lin is still single. Do you think I have a chance? Come on, General Manager Lin's secretary is as beautiful as a fairy. You definitely have no chance. Oh no, that night we all toasted to Wang Meng. General Manager Lin won't fire us too, right? Not just toasting Wang Meng, we also mocked General Manager Lin for not being able to compete with Wang Meng. News of Lin Feng being the new boss quickly spread throughout the company, leaving the employees both amazed and envious. Especially the colleagues in the R&D department. After hearing this, they dropped their jaws in shock, all worried about being fired by Lin Feng. However, they were all small players, and Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to target them. In the chairman's office, Lin Feng sat in a spacious, luxurious boss's chair, watching Lu Sisi fill her water cup at the water dispenser. The beautiful secretary was also dressed in professional attire today, a black fitted skirt, black stockings, and black high heels. She exuded exceptional charm. When she bent down to grab the cup, the black fitted skirt was tightly stretched. Hiss! Lin Feng gasped, quickly shifting his gaze away. Lu Sisi's figure was too stunning, and he feared that if he looked any longer, he might entertain criminal thoughts. Boss, please enjoy the tea. Lu Sisi walked over and placed the teacup in front of Lin Feng, speaking respectfully. Lin Feng nodded. Lifting the teacup and blowing on it, he enjoyed the sweet fragrance of high-quality Longjing tea, comfortably closing his eyes. 2 days ago, he was still a failure in the workplace. Now he could sit in the boss's chair, enjoying the attentive service of a beautiful secretary. Isn't the rise and fall of life just like this? Lu Sisi secretly observed Lin Feng, her heart fluttering with unease. Just now in the meeting room, Lin Feng's decisive actions left a deep impression on her. Now, as they were alone together, Lu Sisi's heart raced at Lin Feng's handsome appearance and unruly charm. After a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a sip of tea. Sisi, tell me what you know about the company. Lu Sisi knew this was the boss testing her, so she organized her thoughts and slowly said, the company covers an area of 100 acres, with 1,000 employees of all levels. The X-Alloy production line purchased from Zenith Star Technology Laboratory was installed yesterday afternoon, and production is ongoing in an orderly manner. According to your wishes, other workshops have temporarily halted production, waiting for subsequent equipment installation. Lin Feng was shocked. Had the system installed the X-alloy production line the moment he completed the task? Just like before he completed the initial task, Chen Musho had already received the X-alloy delivery. The system has directly changed the timeline. Incredible, so incredible. This solves the logical flaw regarding the source of the X-alloy. As for the subsequent equipment, Lin Feng guessed it was T1100 grade carbon fiber production equipment. The system indeed leaves no trace. Next, Lin Feng asked Lu Sisi a few more questions, only to realize that the beautiful secretary had signed a contract with Zenith Star Technology Group. Then he searched online and found that Zenith Star Technology Group was registered on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Information on this company was minimal and rather mysterious in the domestic network. Zenith Star Technology Group and Zenith Star Technology Laboratory are probably things created by the system. As the tasks progress, I should be able to completely control them. Thinking about how his business empire would expand in the future, Lin Feng's heart burned with enthusiasm, eager to complete the current task immediately. But he was still short 3.8 million in spending. What should he buy? Got it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sisi, I plan to personally fund a critical illness insurance policy for all employees with a coverage of 500,000. The total cost should be kept between 3.8 million and 5 million. Reach out to several reputable insurance companies, hold a bidding, and get it done quickly. Lu Sisi? Chapter 14, X-ray vision, wall passing, invisibility. Boss, are you serious? Lu Sisi felt she must have misheard. Other bosses wish to reduce costs and increase profits, but Lin Feng wants to personally pay for employees' commercial insurance? I don't care what others think, my employees must enjoy the best benefits in the industry. A boss who can't provide benefits for employees is definitely not a good boss. Lin Feng's words were like Cupid's arrow, piercing Lu Sisi's heart. Handsome, wealthy, and with such strong morals. Oh my god, how could there be such a wonderful man in the world? It's a pity that Lin Feng already has a girlfriend, and even Lu Sisi admits that Zhao Qingya's beauty and grace are impressive. Suddenly feeling a bit heavy-hearted, how could this happen? Lu Sisi's competence was remarkable. She organized a bidding meeting in just 4 days, with 7 insurance companies participating. The day after the bids, Lin Feng brought Zhao Qingya to the company. The beautiful bodyguard had been holed up in the hotel for 4 days. If he didn't take her to the company for a visit, she might think he was planning to abscond with the funds. Lin Feng would never naively believe that Chen Musho sent Zhao Qingya here solely for the subsequent transactions and to protect him. Qingya, this is the X-alloy production workshop. The production capacity of X-alloy is currently 10 kg/24H. In a while, I can raise the production capacity of X-alloy to 100 kg/24H, which is enough to meet the research needs of Lunka Institute. Lin Feng introduced in front of the X-alloy production line. Dean Chen will surely be very happy to hear this news. After seeing the production process of X-alloy with her own eyes, Zhao Qingya visibly relaxed. Just as the two of them walked out of the workshop, Lu Sisi ran over. Boss, the general manager of the Jiangnan branch of Longgui Insurance, Wu Yong, has arrived. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng met Wu Yong in the office and swiped his card for 3.9 million yuan on the POS machine he brought. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Carbon Fiber Series Task 1 is completed, task rewards are being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Zenith Technology Laboratory *1, unlocked T1100 level carbon fiber production line, T1100 level carbon fiber production speed 100 kg/24H, 5000 system points. Note, the property documents of Zenith Technology Laboratory have been stored in the system warehouse. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have cumulatively completed 3 mainline tasks, the system mall unlocked successfully, please enter the system main interface to check. Lin Feng was delighted. After chatting with Wu Yong for a few words, he let Lu Sisi take him to deal with the insurance policy. As soon as the two left, Lin Feng hurriedly entered the system main interface and indeed saw the option for the system mall. The system mall has 2 major categories of items: elixirs and skills. In the elixir section, there are combat pills, detox pills, rejuvenation powder, life extension pills. These are all things that sound amazing just by their names. But can the system tell me what the hell Real Man Never 5 Seconds pill is? Does this young master need this? Skills include god-level driving skills, self-cultivation of the Sea King, all kinds of driving techniques, and how to push a car with the least effort. Damn it, what the hell are these? Lin Feng nearly laughed out of anger. Given his experience of living a second life, did he really need to look at these things? How much is all kinds of driving techniques priced? 50 system points, not expensive, why not buy one to see? In the end, Lin Feng still gave up on that idea. What use does a guy without a girlfriend have for this? He's not a Cadillac owner. After some research, Lin Feng discovered several incredible skills: X-ray vision, invisibility technique, wall passing technique.
Lin Feng was thrilled. These are good things. If he bought these 3 books, wouldn't he be able to see anything he wanted and go anywhere he wanted? Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned to look at Zhao Qingya, if he had X-ray vision.
Zhao Qingya? Wait, what kind of look is this from Lin Feng? Is he hiding some bad intentions?
Lin Feng smiled at her and then withdrew his gaze. The price of these 3 skill books is 10,000 system points each, and he currently only has 6,000 system points. If he wants to see through Zhao Qingya, he still needs to work harder to complete tasks. After weighing it, Lin Feng spent 1,000 system points to buy ultimate combat skills. According to the system introduction, this book integrates the essence of all combat techniques in the world, including martial arts, boxing, Muay Thai, Judo, Karate, Sanda, etc. After clicking to learn, a vast amount of information poured into Lin Feng's mind, while muscle memory automatically filled in, as if he had been through countless battles. Then he looked at the combat pills.
Combat power is an assessment made by combining a person's strength, agility, and physical stamina.
According to the system's introduction, the combat power of an ordinary adult male is 10, and 1 combat pill can increase combat power by 10 points, costing 1,000 system points each. Lin Feng directly bought 3 pills, and after clicking to use them all, strength surged throughout his body. With a clenched fist, a surge of "I can fight 10" pride arose in Lin Feng's heart. Then he turned to Zhao Qingya. Qingya, since we're both free, how about we spar?
Zhao Qingya? You just said you want to spar with me?
She thought she must have heard it wrong.
Lin Feng had seen her strike. Does he not fear humiliation? Or is it Lin Feng wants to spar with her in something else? Ding. Host, you have a new mission. Mission, X-Alloy Series Task 3.
Mission objective, accumulate a consumption of 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Mission reward, increase X-Alloy production speed to 100 kilograms per 24 hours, 10,000 system points, unlock Vibranium Series tasks.
Mission, Carbon Fiber Series Task 2.
Mission objective, accumulate a consumption of 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Mission reward, T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 1000 kg/24h, 10,000 system points. Choose one mission, the abandoned mission will refresh later.
Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Wait a moment. The system's prompt tone suddenly interrupted Lin Feng's thinking.
Zhao Qingya thought Lin Feng was scared, unable to help but chuckle.
The 6th generation aerospace engine is still in the research and development stage. The current production of X-Alloy is more than enough.
Lin Feng considered briefly and chose the Carbon Fiber Series Task 2.
Host, Lin Feng.
Technology Pool, X-Alloy, 10 kg/24h, T1100 level carbon fiber, 100 kg/24h.
System points, 2000. Combat power, 40. Current skills, mastery of music theory, ultimate fighting technique. Current task, Carbon Fiber Series Task 2. Task progress, consumption amount 0.
The personal attribute interface added combat power and current skills.
I am ready.
After exiting the system, Lin Feng stood up and began to stretch his limbs.
Zhao Qingya, are you really going to spar with me? What else?
Lin Feng smirked playfully. Actually, I have practiced fighting since a young age.
If you are scared, then forget it.
The average combat power of adult men is 10, and he was now 4 times the average.
Plus with the support of ultimate fighting technique, defeating Zhao Qingya shouldn't be difficult, right? Zhao Qingya laughed in anger. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you to death?
Lin Feng replied with a mix of coolness, mockery, and nonchalance. Woman,
you have successfully caught my attention. Chapter 15, Things are not as you imagine. Wow, being a domineering CEO in a female-targeted novel is not that easy.
Just with these complex expressions, Lin Feng was afraid he would get a stroke.
Man, you have successfully ignited my anger.
Zhao Qingya sneered and unbuttoned her suit jacket.
Lin Feng was stunned. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes while talking? Taking off my clothes means I'm getting serious.
After removing her jacket, Zhao Qingya threw it directly to the ground and posed in a ready stance.
Then I will also get serious.
Lin Feng exhaled a breath and suddenly stood at attention, slowly raising both hands. Zhao Qingya's expression turned slightly serious. It was the first time she had seen such a ready pose and needed to be cautious. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly lunged forward with his left hand, his right index finger pressing against his left elbow, and his left hand curled a few times. You, come here. The deputy leader of the Rolling Lotus Gate created an unparalleled martial art, one young finger lion's roar. Zhao Qingya realized she had overthought. In her embarrassment and anger, she dashed forward, throwing a punch that landed right in front of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's toes tapped the ground, stepping back while executing a small joint lock toward Zhao Qingya's wrist. Zhao Qingya was clearly taken aback, but her reaction was quick, immediately using a counter joint lock. In just 3 seconds, the two exchanged dozens of moves back and forth. Whoa, Zhao Qingya is so strong?
Lin Feng realized he had underestimated Zhao Qingya. Zhao Qingya did not expect Lin Feng could really fight. Fueled by her fighting spirit, her speed and strength doubled. Lin Feng felt pressure rising. In a moment of carelessness, he was knocked down to the ground by Zhao Qingya with a wrestling move. In the instant he fell, Lin Feng instinctively grabbed Zhao Qingya's wrist. If Lin Feng were a real enemy, Zhao Qingya had 100 ways to break free, but he was not. With a thud, Lin Feng fell flat on his back, and Zhao Qingya pounced onto him. Their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart, and in their gaze, the atmosphere slowly became a bit awkward. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Lu Cici's voice came from outside. "Boss, I have something to report to you." "Come in," Lin Feng said instinctively. Zhao Qingya suddenly stood up, as if shocked by electricity, her eyes looking at Lin Feng filled with deep resentment. Click, the door opened, and Lu Cici entered just in time to see Lin Feng lying on the floor, with Zhao Qingya standing beside him, her face flushed, adjusting her clothes. Lu Cici was completely stunned. "All right? Was the boss and Miss Zhao just... Oh my god, would she get fired for stumbling upon her boss's good fortune?" Lin Feng. Damn, he had messed up. How could he forget about this? No wonder Zhao Qingya's eyes were so resentful. What should he say now? That he was just exchanging skills with Zhao Qingya? Could Lu Cici believe that? "I'll come back later," Lu Cici said, dazed for a second or two, then turned to leave. "Wait a minute," Lin Feng quickly called her back, smiling wryly. "It's not what you think." Lu Cici's pretty face turned red. "Please rest assured, boss, I didn't see anything." Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes, thinking that it's easy to say she saw nothing, and one could imagine how she misunderstood. It's all Lin Feng's fault. Why didn't he let Lu Cici in later? Now look, he had caused a misunderstanding. "It's really not what you think, I was just exchanging skills with Miss Zhao." Lin Feng hurriedly explained what had happened and clarified Zhao Qingya's identity. He didn't care, but Zhao Qingya's reputation could not be ruined because of him. "Oh, Miss Zhao is not your girlfriend?" Lu Cici looked confused. Zhao Qingya glanced at Lin Feng with amusement. This guy is trying to clear up his relationship with her. Could it be that he wants to stretch his claws toward Lu Cici? "I would like to have such a girlfriend, but she really isn't. The last time she was just a guest role." Lin Feng's words immediately made Zhao Qingya feel better. This guy still had some insight. Lu Cici's eyes brightened. "Since Miss Zhao is not the boss's girlfriend, doesn't that mean she has a chance?" "Wait, Lu Cici, what on earth are you thinking? He is your boss." "I thought I was strong enough, but I didn't expect Qingya to be so fierce. She took me down in 3 moves. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. The strength-enhancing pills were fake, right? He had taken 3 and still wasn't Zhao Qingya's match. "System, give me back my 3,000 system points. You are indeed very strong. With your skills, even highly trained special forces would not be your opponent." Zhao Qingya gave a definite assessment. Lin Feng felt a bit better. "Then I really don't understand, if even trained special forces are not my match, how could you easily defeat me?" Zhao Qingya pondered for 2 seconds. "That's my secret." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. A seemingly rich young lady, with skills so strong. "Woman, you have truly piqued my interest this time. Cici, what do you want to report?" Lin Feng returned to his boss chair and asked. Lu Cici's expression became serious. The T1100 level carbon fiber production line developed by Tiandingxing Technology Laboratory has been installed, and the workers have begun production under the engineer's guidance. Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Qingya and found she showed no surprise, and then he was confused. He had seen no sign of the T1100 level carbon fiber production line when he came to the company, and it was only a short while before it had been installed and was already in production? The key is that it seemed everyone knew this except him. The system really changed the timeline directly. "System, can we discuss something? Next time you do this, can you let me know? It feels too bad to know nothing." What answered Lin Feng was a silence. "Alright, this system is too unintelligent, it doesn't even have customer service, so bad review. The actions of Tiandingxing Technology Laboratory are indeed swift." Lin Feng nodded calmly. Lu Cici nodded in agreement. "There's one more thing, Zhang Mingqiao has been released from prison and is trending on Weibo. I think this is a great opportunity to expand the company's influence." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Zhang Mingqiao? The name sounds a bit familiar." Chapter 016, Developed Countries Crusher. In confusion, he took out his phone and logged onto Weibo, quickly finding the related hashtag at the 12th position on the trending list. Hashtag Zhang Mingqiao, who was arrested due to carbon fiber sanctions, was released today. Hashtag. A flash of light suddenly crossed Lin Feng's mind. He remembered, Zhang Mingqiao was a businessman from Dragon Country. In 2013, he bought a batch of T800 carbon fiber in Eagle Country for $400 per kilogram, intending to bring it back to Dragon Country, but was caught by customs and charged with espionage. This incident caused a great stir in Dragon Country at the time, especially in the materials field. Because carbon fiber has high military value, the West has always enforced sanctions against Dragon Country.
Not even the low-level carbon fiber used for making fishing rods, bicycles, or badminton rackets was sold.
Fortunately, scientists from Dragon Country did a great job, and T300, T700, and T800 grade carbon fibers were successively mass-produced, driving prices down to rock bottom. For example, T800, which could sell for $400 per kilogram back in 2013, now can only sell for 400 Dragon coins per kilogram, dropping to a bargain price. T700 has even fallen to 200 Dragon coins per kilogram.
What do you mean by developed countries crusher? Tactical reclining.
However, the T1000 and T1100 grade carbon fibers, which Dragon Country still cannot mass-produce, remain priced above $1,000. Only 2 companies in the world can mass-produce this kind of carbon fiber, one in Eagle Country and one in East Japan. Mr. Zhang, Dragon Country can now mass-produce T800 grade carbon fiber, so you no longer have to risk your life to transport it back home. This comment received over 1,000 likes and was pinned to the top.
Hey, you might not know, but East Japan can already mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber, something your country still can't do.
Now, T800 grade carbon fiber is no longer a high-end technology, T1100 grade carbon fiber is. To be honest, Dragon Country's technological strength is still 20 years behind developed countries.
The Dragon critics were stirring up trouble under this comment.
Some Dragon critics with large followings jumped on the bandwagon, starting to post hashtag Dragon Country cannot mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber hashtag on Weibo. Accept the facts, Dragon Country's technological strength still has a huge gap compared to developed countries.
Little Pinks, take a look, this is the so-called technological strength of Dragon Country that you always brag about. Clearly, the hope for humanity to conquer the stars and the sea lies in the West.
Soon, this hashtag surged to the top of Weibo trending.
This is indeed a fact, but we must have confidence in Dragon Country and its scientists.
I believe that in the near future, Dragon Country will be able to mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber. Normal netizens were aware of this fact, they did not evade it nor were they discouraged.
Dragon Country has always made its way through while the world looked down on it, so why fear this difficulty? The Dragon critics were different, they mocked to the max. Do you know how hard it is to mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber? It's harder than making a nuclear bomb. Your country can't even make ballpoint pen balls, yet you want to make T1100 grade carbon fiber?
Your country has a large industry yet lacks strength, only able to take on mid to low-end manufacturing. High-tech still relies on the West. Seeing these comments, Lin Feng was so furious that he trembled all over, cold sweat dripping in the hot summer, with hands and feet feeling icy. CC, verify the company's official Weibo account as quickly as possible, tell me how much it costs, and I want to post on Weibo. Lin Feng put down his phone and said coldly.
Lu Cici's eyes lit up. Yes, boss. What do you plan to do? Zhao Qingya also saw these Weibo comments, equally furious. What else can we do but confront it head-on?
Lin Feng shrugged, pulled out his phone, and dialed Chen Mushi's number. Director Chen, I have good news to tell you. The ability to make money was extraordinary. Lu Cici secured the enterprise verification on Weibo in just 4 hours. Once upon a time, they thought we couldn't make nuclear bombs, and then we completed the test from nuclear bomb to hydrogen bomb in the shortest time in the world. Once upon a time, they thought we couldn't make aircraft carriers, and now 002 has been launched, with 003 on its way. Once upon a time, they thought we couldn't make 5th-generation fighter jets. The Bald Eagle dismantled its own 5th-generation fighter production line, and then they cried in the restroom. Once upon a time, they thought we couldn't make ballpoint pens, and after Tycoon produced one batch, 2 relevant Western companies went bankrupt directly.
Now they think we can't mass-produce T1100 level carbon fiber.
Below is a blurry photo of the T1100 level carbon fiber production line, with 4 big red characters. Please look forward to it. Lin Feng posted this tweet on the official microblog of Tianqing Special Materials Company, Limited, then spent money to push it to the top trending list.
Then this tweet went viral. Less than 10 comments on the trending topic? What the heck, what does this tweet mean? I have a bold guess.
Don't tell me this company has already mass-produced T1100 level carbon fiber.
Tianqing Special Materials Company, Limited? Never heard of this company, is it just trying to ride the wave?
I just checked, this company just changed its legal representative and has never produced carbon fiber before.
No way, anyone really thinks this company can mass-produce T1100 level carbon fiber? No way, no way, no way?
A company that has never produced carbon fiber hints that it can mass-produce T1100 level carbon fiber. Think about it, carefully think about it.
Is there even a need to think? It's just here to gain attention and conveniently rake in some money from the small fans. Skepticism swept over like a wave.
Lin Feng did not respond to these doubts, because countless arguments couldn't compare to a strong piece of evidence. Discussions about the matter on the internet grew more and more intense, eventually even reaching the top of the trending list.
What do you think about the tweet posted by Tianjin Special Materials Company, Limited on their official microblog? This question even climbed to the third trending list, with over 90% of the answers believing this company was just riding the wave. The remaining 10% merely held a wait-and-see attitude, with not a single person believing Tianjin could mass-produce T1100 level carbon fiber. By 10 p.m., Toyo Rito Company tweeted, "We have noticed the news about T1100 level carbon fiber about to be mass-produced on Longwa's microblog. Based on Longwa's reserves in carbon fiber technology, we judge this to be fake news. Shareholders do not need to worry. Toyo Rito Company is one of only 2 companies in the world capable of mass-producing high-grade carbon fiber, holding a monopoly in the carbon fiber industry. Once Longwa can mass-produce T1100 level carbon fiber, it will definitely impact its status, leading to falling stock prices." The main purpose of Rito's tweet was to reassure shareholders and conveniently kick Longwa while they were down. This tweet was translated and screenshots began to spread wildly across Longwa's internet. "See, even the leading company in the carbon fiber field says it's impossible. What do those little fans who hold hope have to say now? Your country is filled with such companies that just shoot off their mouths, making the whole world full of distrust towards products made in Longwa. I advise Tianjin Company to reflect well and not to be so clever, small cleverness, ah. As a citizen of Longwa, I feel ashamed for having such a company." The online criticism reached a fever pitch, putting Tianjin Special Materials Company, Limited in the spotlight. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly appeared online. Lonka Institute will send an expert team to Tianjin Special Materials Company, Limited tomorrow to assist in the acceptance of T1100 level carbon fiber production line. Chapter 017, Behind the Curtain of Control Everything. As the highest consulting institution for science and technology in Longwa, its significance cannot be underestimated. At this moment, the Long Institute suddenly sent an expert team to Tianjin Company, clearly stating that they would assist in the acceptance of the T1100 carbon fiber production line. The information was too significant. Key authoritative media outlets also forwarded this news, indirectly confirming its authenticity. The whole internet trembled. Normal netizens feared that their hopes would turn into a disappointment and tried hard to suppress their urge to comment. The dragon haters probably feared being slapped in the face, so they did not rush to mock under the relevant information. The internet strangely became somewhat quiet. But people knew that tomorrow's acceptance would become the focus of everyone's attention. Early the next morning, the expert team from the Long Institute, led by Dean Chen Musho, arrived at Tianjin Special Materials Company, Limited by special vehicle. A large group of media reporters had already been waiting at the company entrance. As Chen Musho and the academicians got off the car, the lights flashed like a sea of stars. Led by General Manager Go Shan, the senior executives of Tianjin Special Materials Company, Limited came forward to greet them. After some polite exchanges, both parties entered the company to begin the acceptance of the T1100 production line. Dragon Country TV journalists filmed the whole process. In the chairman's office on the top floor of the company building, Zhao Qingya stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching Chen Musho and others walk into the workshop, then turned to look at Lin Feng. She saw him sitting in the boss's chair, playing a mobile game, occasionally letting out a proud laugh. When Lin Feng finally put down his phone, Zhao Qingya couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you go for such a great opportunity to show off?" Lin Feng shrugged, "I don't want to be in the spotlight." "Why?" Zhao Qingya was confused. It was hard for people to resist the temptation of fame and fortune, especially at Lin Feng's young age. "How should I put it?" Lin Feng organized his words, "I don't want to go out and be surrounded by people. I prefer the feeling of controlling everything from behind the scenes. Imagine this, when we're on a date, suddenly someone rushes over asking for my autograph." "Wait a minute." Zhao Qingya interrupted directly, "Why would I be on a date with you?" Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "Don't mind the details, I'm just using it as an example." Zhao Qingya, hee. "Let me put it another way." Lin Feng said somewhat helplessly, "When we're having dinner together." Zhao Qingya nodded, thinking that this was more acceptable. "I give you a bouquet of roses, and just as you're surprised to receive them, a group of people rush in asking for my autograph." "Wait a minute." Zhao Qingya rubbed her forehead, her expression strange. "You must frame it as if it's a date with me, right?" She had already accepted the roses, wasn't that obvious enough? "Is that a problem?" Lin Feng looked directly into her eyes and asked back. A stunning beauty, should he not pursue her and wait for some other pig to take his place? But chasing after a beauty also required strategy. Using this half-joking manner meant that even if he was rejected, it wouldn't be too awkward, offering him attack and retreat options. "Brothers, have you learned anything yet?" Zhao Qingya's heart suddenly raced, and a flush crept onto her beautiful face. After these days of interaction, Lin Feng had developed an inexplicable attraction to her, though she wasn't sure if it was love. Lin Feng's semi-confession instantly gave her a feeling like a deer caught in headlights. "I?" Zhao Qingya slightly parted her red lips. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze becoming more aggressive. Zhao Qingye hurriedly avoided his gaze and said softly, I have a requirement for my partner, he must be able to defeat me in combat, so, you need to work hard. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, although Zhao Qingye hadn't agreed, it didn't sound like a rejection. There is hope, if it's just about defeating Zhao Qingye in combat, he could just take a few battle pills, right? Once he sets his sights on a woman, he must have her, it wouldn't matter if Jesus came, that's what he said. At 4 in the afternoon, the acceptance test concluded. After a brief discussion, Chen Musho decided to announce the results of this acceptance test through a live news conference. After an hour of warm-up, the expert team from Manga Academy arrived smiling at the meeting room number 1 of Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited. Chen Musho, Go Wenshan, and others took their seats on the podium, while the first row below was filled with other expert team members, and the second row with executives from Tycoon. The back rows were packed with media reporters, cameras set up and ready. The live broadcast entered the countdown phase. At the same time, countless netizens were glued to their computers and phones, waiting for the live stream of the press conference to start. After verification, the T1100 level carbon fiber produced by Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited has a tensile strength exceeding 7.2 GPa, a tensile modulus exceeding 330 GPa, an elongation rate of 2.3%, and a density of 1.78 G/cm superscript 3. The T1100 level carbon fiber produced by Lidong Company has a tensile strength of 7.0 GPa, a tensile modulus of 324 GPa, an elongation rate of 2%, and a density of 1.79 G/cm superscript 3. In other words, the T1100 level carbon fiber produced by Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited surpasses the same model from Lidong Company in all performance indicators. The meeting room first fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. When the applause subsided, Chen Musho said, according to General Manager Go Wenshan's estimate, with the production line fully installed, the annual output of T1100 level carbon fiber will increase to 360 tons, and will continue to multiply. Most importantly, Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited has priced the T1100 level carbon fiber at 1,500 Longwa coins/kg, which is 3/4 of Lidong Company's factory price. This price is only for domestic users. Longwa finally has its own T1100 level carbon fiber. The whole internet was in an uproar. With the endorsement of academicians like Chen Musho, no one would question the authenticity of this matter. So many academicians would not risk their reputations to help a private company commit fraud. The people were thrilled. Netizens, who had been oppressed for over a day, finally felt relieved. The quality is better than Lidong's, but the price is lower than Lidong's. What does that mean for a developed country? Hey, Westerners, take a look. This is the technological strength of Longwa that you've always underestimated. From this, we can see that the hope for humanity to conquer the stars and oceans lies in the East. After watching the press conference, I was moved to tears. Longwa is awesome. Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited is awesome. Many people started searching for information about Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited, but found very little data. The legal representative, Lin Feng, had no information online, which was quite mysterious. In the end, the search term #WhoIsLinFeng even rose to the 4th position on the trending topics list. This event caused an even bigger shock in the materials field, comparable to a magnitude 9 earthquake. With domestic T1000 level carbon fiber not even in mass production, Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited actually managed to achieve T1100 level mass production. If it weren't for the endorsement by the academicians of Manga Academy, they would have thought this was a scam company. Big shots in the materials field began inquiring about Tycoon's background, eventually discovering that the company's executives and employees were the same group from Jiangnan Special Materials Company, Limited, with the only change being the company's legal representative. Thus, they developed a great curiosity about Lin Feng. Lin Feng became popular. Chapter 18: The Birth of the Wildest Editor. Domestic companies related to carbon fiber rushed to Jiangnan as if they had gone mad, all hoping to sign orders with Tycoon before their competitors. Manufacturers producing badminton rackets, golf clubs, bicycles, and fishing rods were struggling to compete in the global market because they couldn't purchase high-grade carbon fiber. Now that Longwa had its own T1100 level carbon fiber, although 360 tons annual output was not small, it was truly not enough for these manufacturers to share. Were they not in a hurry to seize it? After securing orders, they could take advantage of the price advantage to strike hard against foreign competitors in the global market. The mass production of a new material would drive the development of a large number of enterprises. Previously arrogant and sarcastic Longwa critics were now silent. Everyone has been hit in the face by the flying dragon, isn't jumping out at this time just asking for trouble? However, a big influencer named Spicy Ball couldn't help but jump out. Actually, the T1100 level carbon fiber technology is nothing much. Lidong Company has already started research on T2000 level carbon fiber, and it's said to be close to the production stage. In the field of carbon fiber, we still have quite a gap with the East Japan.
The dragon haters seemed to find their backbone and started leaving comments under this tweet.
Oh my god, is it true?
The strength of T2000 level carbon fiber is said to be more than 10 times that of T1100 level.
Lidong Company is amazing. Spicy ball, this kind of talk cannot be absorbed by the little pinks, patriots. I just wonder, is it that hard to face the gap between Longwa, dragon country, and developed countries? It's just come up with a technology that developed countries mastered long ago. I really don't understand why those people are so happy. Not long after this tweet was published, Lidong Company also released a tweet. We have noticed the news about Longwa mass-producing T1100 level carbon fiber, and we need to clarify something. Currently, Lidong Company's annual production capacity for T1100 level carbon fiber is 3,000 tons, far exceeding Longwa's 360 tons. Thus, the threat from Longwa towards Lidong Company can be ignored. Additionally, as one netizen named Spicy Ball mentioned, we expect to put the T2000 level carbon fiber into production within 2 years. The emergence of this technology will reinforce Lidong Company's leading position in the carbon fiber field. As soon as this tweet was released, Lidong Company's stock price suddenly surged by 3%. Relevant screenshots quickly went viral on Weibo. Did you see that?
I told you, Lidong Company's T2000 level carbon fiber is really about to go into production.
This is the technological strength of East Japan, there's no denying it.
Big influencer Spicy Ball was ecstatic, as if he had received a reward from his master.
The dragon haters also fell into a frenzy. Wow! This is the best news I've heard this year. The fact proves that Lidong Company is the real high-tech enterprise. Huh, why are the little pinks silent? Is the gap too big that it makes you despair? Regular netizens were almost driven mad.
But everything these people said was a fact, so their momentum weakened a bit. In the debate, they retreated continuously, feeling frustrated. At this moment, Lin Feng used the official microblog to respond. As we all know, any technology that Longwa has mastered is outdated technology, such as nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, aircraft carriers, fifth-generation fighters.
I saw a netizen named at Spicy Ball saying Lidong Company's T2000 level carbon fiber will soon be in production? How do you know that this technology won't quickly become outdated? Here, I want to remind everyone, if anyone has purchased Lidong Company's stock, it's better to sell it quickly.
The official microblog of Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Limited already had over 1 million followers, and they were all active fans.
Once this tweet was published, it immediately caused a huge uproar online.
Don't tell me your company is about to mass-produce T2000 level carbon fiber. I'm afraid I might faint from excitement.
Wow, is this editor going head-to-head with Spicy Ball? I like it. Editor, are you this wild? Do your leaders know? Wow, you are advising people to sell Lidong Company's stock. Are you trying to bring down Lidong Company?
I like your tweet. Remember to keep your DMs closed.
Regular netizens seem to have found their organization and went crazy flooding the comments under this tweet.
The dragon haters also caught the wind and gathered under this tweet to spray wildly. What your Longwood company has that even Lidong Company hasn't put into production, I truly don't believe it.
TSK, is this another way to harvest the little pinks' wallets?
He's anxious, he must be stimulated by Spicy Ball.
In an instant, the internet was filled with gunpowder smoke.
Lin Feng glanced at the comments a few times and then exited the tweet, still saying the same thing. Countless excuses do not compare to a strong evidence. The more these black dragons howl now, the harder it will hit them later.
Boss, Director Chen has arrived.
At that moment, Lu Cici's voice came from outside. Lin Feng quickly got up and walked to the door, opening it to welcome Chen Musho in. Yesterday, on the phone, he told Chen Musho that the T1100 level carbon fiber production line had been installed and requested that the Lonka Institute send an expert group to assist with the acceptance check. Without a second thought, Chen Musho agreed and even came in person to lead the team. Lin Feng definitely had to keep this kind of kindness in mind.
Lin Feng, you have brought me another surprise.
As soon as he entered, Chen Musho grabbed Lin Feng's hands and shook them repeatedly. Lin Feng laughed and said, Director Chen, please don't say that.
If this is all a surprise, then what will you say when I come up with something new in the future? Xiao Qingya? What the? This is too pretentious. Chen Musho's eyes lit up. I saw the new post you put on your company's official Weibo. So, is there progress on the T2000 level carbon fiber now?
Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Well, that's a secret for now. According to the system's nature, tasks related to T2000 level carbon fiber would definitely appear later, but when they would show up is uncertain.
So it's better not to overpromise. A commercial secret? Fine, I won't ask.
Chen Musho understood the boundaries and quickly changed the topic. Lin Feng, I want to book 100 tons of T1100 level carbon fiber from you, and I can pay a 30% deposit up front. Lin Feng gasped in surprise. 100 tons of T1100 level carbon fiber costs 150 million, and a 30% deposit is 45 million.
No wonder it's the Lonka Institute, they really have grand moves. Okay, since Director Chen asked, I surely have to agree. When do you want to make the deposit?
Lin Feng asked with a big smile. Zhao Qingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. So many people want to become suppliers for the Lonka Institute but haven't had the chance, yet Lin Feng seems afraid they will default on payment. Chen Musho didn't think too much about it. Being straightforward in business is also good. Once the contract is signed, the deposit will be transferred immediately. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Alright, then let's sign the contract tomorrow.
Conveniently, the X-alloy will also be produced tomorrow, and you can pay the remaining balance then.
Cici, tell General Gu that if any other companies come to order carbon fiber, we must make it clear that we prioritize supplying the Lonka Institute.
Moreover, they also have to pay a 30% deposit for their orders.
Although he didn't ask, he could guess with his toes that the Lonka Institute's purchase of T1100 level carbon fiber was most likely for military aircraft or aerospace rockets. This is definitely a top priority.
Chapter 19, Zenith Star Technology Laboratory.
After hearing this, Chen Musho felt very pleased, and his perception of Lin Feng improved even more. In the evening, Lin Feng treated the academicians from the Lonka Institute to a meal, expressing his gratitude to them. The next morning, the remaining payment for the 100 kilograms of X-alloy and the deposit for the 100 tons of T1100 level carbon fiber arrived one after another, totaling 66 million. Lin Feng's account balance reached 79.7 million, quickly achieving a small goal. After seeing off Chen Musho and the others at the airport, Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya boarded a flight to Magic City. The Zenith Star Technology Laboratory is located in the western suburbs of Magic City. It had been 2 days since this boss received the property documents, and it was time to make an appearance. Moreover, there is a car exhibition in Magic City these days, and Lin Feng also wanted to go see the car models and enjoy the view, conveniently violating his ancestral teachings a bit. 3 hours later, Lin Feng arrived alone at the entrance of the Zenith Star Technology Laboratory. Though it's called a laboratory, its area is larger than Zenith Star Special Materials Company, Limited, showing 300 acres on the property document. The security personnel at the entrance exclaimed when they saw him, "Boss?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Even the security personnel knew he was the boss, proving the system runs things without a hitch. Nonetheless, the necessary checks still had to be done. The fingerprint and iris recognition passed, the door slowly opened, the strict security here was evident. Ding, detected that the host has arrived at the Zenith Star Technology Laboratory. Would you like to check in now? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Check in. Check-in successful, you have received a reward of 100 million Long Nation coins. Check-in successful, you have received a Never Betray special effect for Zenith Star Laboratory research personnel. Check-in successful, all costs of Zenith Star Laboratory will be covered by the head office. Check-in successful, you have gained expertise in natural sciences. A question arose, what's it like to suddenly have an extra 100 million in your bank account? A remedy appeared, the person was in Magic City, just got off the plane. The respondent had just encountered this rare event, and the current experience was a bit dizzy in the head. 100 million Long Nation coins, not 100 million Zimbabwean coins. If a trip to a club costs 10,000, he could go 1,000 times without stopping. That's almost 30 years gone by. By the time he spends all that money, he might not even be around anymore. By the way, what the heck is expertise in natural sciences? As Lin Feng thought this, an enormous stream of information surged into his mind. Natural sciences include astronomy, physics, chemistry, earth science, biology, and other basic sciences. It is one of the 3 major fields of science, along with social sciences and cognitive sciences. The history of human development is also the history of the development of natural sciences. Almost all technological achievements of humanity come from the development of natural sciences. This shows how massive this stream of information is. With this knowledge, even if a big shot in the natural field came to discuss professional issues with him, he wouldn't be afraid. In the next period, Lin Feng met the main responsible personnel of the laboratory and learned about the relevant situation. Currently, the laboratory has a total of 10,020 research personnel. Among them, there are 20 doctoral supervisors, 2,000 PhD students, and 8,000 graduate students. Most of them graduated from prestigious universities like Shuemu, Peking University, Fudan, Harvard, Stanford, MIT, and Cambridge. Talents are gathered. What's even more terrifying is that their average age is only 38.5 years. This is a creative young team. In addition, the laboratory also has 2,000 logistics and security personnel. The laboratory's research is very extensive, including the research and application of special materials, the development of computer and mobile phone operating systems, the manufacturing of 7nm EUV photolithography machines, and even the initial research of nuclear fusion reactors and quantum computers. However, aside from 2 achievements in the materials field, there hasn't been much progress in other areas. According to the project leaders, even the results achieved in X-alloys and T1100 level carbon fibers were resolved by Lin Feng. Thus, the laboratory's researchers all greatly admired Lin Feng. Lin Feng could guess with his toes that this was related to his speed in completing tasks. If he received the task for the photolithography machine, as long as the money is in place, the laboratory could produce the machine. In simple terms, the Zenith Star Technology Laboratory was merely created by the system to eliminate logical flaws.
The next day, Lin Feng took Zhao Qinya to the Magic City Auto Show. Wow, this car is really white. This car is nice too, the doors are so long. Look at these headlights, so high-tech. Every time Lin Feng reached a booth, he couldn't help but praise it. Zhao Qinya was confused. Was he praising the car or the car models next to it? When Lin Feng arrived at the Lamborghini booth, a surprised voice called out from a distance, "Hey, Shaolin, came to the auto show?" Lin Feng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man eagerly walking towards him. He paused for a moment, then remembered the man was Wei Jun, a businessman with assets over 100 million. Before Lin Feng graduated, he had worked part-time at a real estate agency and had served Wei Jun. "Yes, Mr. Wei, you're here for the auto show too?"
Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. "These past few days, business hasn't been too busy."
Taking the time to look at the car, "Who is this?"
Wei Jun looked at Zhao Qinya, his eyes filled with greed.
"Ah, she is."
Before Lin Feng could introduce her, Zhao Qinya took his arm and said, "Hello, Mr. Wei, I am Lin Feng's girlfriend Zhao Qinya, nice to meet you." She immediately saw that Wei Jun was here for her, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, she chose to use Lin Feng as a shield. Anyway, she had already played the role of Lin Feng's girlfriend once, so doing it again was nothing new to her.
Wei Jun was clearly taken aback. "You are Xiao Lin's girlfriend?" "No way."
He had seen clearly just now that there was a small distance between Lin Feng and Zhao Qinya. They hadn't linked arms or held hands. It was only after he arrived that Zhao Qinya had taken the initiative to link arms with Lin Feng.
Is this how couples are supposed to act? Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. "No. Mr. Wei, why can't Qinya be my girlfriend?"
Wei Jun smiled and said, "Xiao Lin, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to say anything bad about you."
Lin Feng thought to himself, "Well, that sounds somewhat reasonable.
I just think that with Miss Xiao's qualifications, she could easily choose a better boyfriend."
Wei Jun said with a deep meaning. "Lin Feng? Well, this is still saying he is not good enough." Also, in Wei Jun's view, he was just a real estate salesman.
Today he had taken his Armani suit to the cleaners and was only wearing a set of Li-Ning sportswear. Although he still wore a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, Wei Jun probably thought it was a fake. Zhao Qinya lightly twirled her hair and said softly, "In my opinion, Lin Feng is the best."
Lin Feng's anger instantly disappeared. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it sounded pleasing to hear.
Wei Jun's eyes flickered, a half-smile on his face as he said, "Whether a man is excellent or not depends not only on his appearance but also on his financial strength.
For example, if my girlfriend likes Lamborghinis, I can easily buy her a Gallardo."
While speaking, Wei Jun kept glancing at Zhao Qinya from the corner of his eye.
To his disappointment, Zhao Qinya showed no emotional reaction on her face. Could it be that this stunning beauty doesn't like supercars? Lin Feng was almost laughing out of anger. His son was about to go to college and he still wanted to find a girlfriend? Can't he have some shame? But he still suppressed his anger and asked, "Why doesn't Mr. Wei give her a big bull?"
Wei Jun was momentarily stunned, then mocked, "You young people are just dreaming too big. The base model of the Gallardo costs over 7 million, even I feel a pinch buying it."
"Oh, I see."
Lin Feng nodded and turned to the salesperson next to the showcase. "Hello, do you have a top-configured Gallardo in stock?"
"Bring me one." "Wei Jun?" Wei Jun was stunned at that moment.
This generation of Lamborghini Gallardo is the Aventador, and the top model is the SVJ63 Special Edition, equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine, 770 horsepower.
It costs nearly 11 million when you include taxes. Where does Lin Feng get the money to buy this?
The key point is that his tone sounded as if he was buying cabbage at a market. It was outrageous. The saleswoman immediately came over. "Hello, sir, we have the top-configured Gallardo in stock."
"Oh?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "What color is the in-stock model?" "Blue Land's color." The saleswoman said. "Wow, this color is nice. Okay, let's swipe the card."
Lin Feng had often checked Lamborghinis on car apps before, and he was impressed by the Blue Land's color. The transparent blue was his favorite color.
"Ah?" The saleswoman was momentarily bewildered.
She had served many wealthy clients, but had never encountered a customer as straightforward as Lin Feng.
Wei Jun was dumbfounded. He only asked about the color and then wanted to swipe the card? How rich do you have to be to play like this? But wait, isn't Lin Feng a real estate salesman? If he really had money, could he do this? Nearby car enthusiasts were also stunned by Lin Feng's bold move, and there was a brief silence in the venue.
Fortunately, the saleswoman quickly regained her composure and invited Lin Feng to the back office.
Wei Jun pondered for a moment and then followed suit.
wanting to see if Lin Feng could swipe his card to place an order. 5 minutes later, the POS machine slowly spat out a small receipt. "Sir, congratulations on becoming the owner of a Lamborghini, please keep your bank card safe." The salesgirl respectfully handed the bank card to Lin Feng.
Wei Jun's face turned green.
Lin Feng swiped a stunning 10.92 million right in front of him, he saw it clearly. The key was that Lin Feng pretended to carelessly let him see a bank text message saying the balance was 168,780,000. The balance on the card was even more than all of Wei Jun's wealth combined.
So Lin Feng was actually a rich second-generation kid experiencing life at a real estate agency. What right did he have to show off in front of Lin Feng? Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed.
Ding, congratulations to the host, Carbon Fiber Series Task 2, completed, rewards are being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 1000 kg/24H, and a reward of 10,000 system points.
Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, X Alloy Series Task 3. Task objective, accumulate a spending of 10 million Dragon Country coins.
Task reward, X Alloy production speed increased to 100 kilograms per 24 hours, 10,000 system points, unlock Vibration Gold Series Task.
Task, Carbon Fiber Series Task 3. Task objective, accumulate a spending of 100 million Dragon Country coins.
Task reward, T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 10T/24H, 100,000 system points, unlock T2000 level carbon fiber series tasks. Choose one of the tasks, the abandoned task will refresh later.
The host has 10 seconds to decide.
After seeing the task description, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is a T2000 level carbon fiber series task.
There is a saying that a bragged boast must be realized even with tears.
He had bragged a few days ago, and related tasks were appearing, with the funds already in place, just waiting for him to complete it.
Should I first enhance the production of X Alloy?
Lin Feng thought for a moment but chose Carbon Fiber Series Task 3.
A gentleman does not take revenge overnight. Recently, the Spicy Ball and a group of black dragons were jumping around on Weibo. If he didn't quickly present some solid evidence, wouldn't these trash people think of him as Hello Kitty?
Just accumulating a small spending target felt a bit stressful, he needed to buy something. Alright, I'll post a question on Weibo and see what those $1 million salary guys come up with.
As for the newly acquired 10,000 system points,
Lin Feng planned to complete the current spending task, then use the 100,000 system points to buy the skills of X-ray vision, invisibility, and wall passing. After all, he currently had too few points, and he wanted to save them for emergencies.
With his decision made, Lin Feng turned to Wei Jun. Hey, I made a fool of Wei boss.
Wei Jun awkwardly smiled. Lin boss, I don't quite understand what you mean.
I said, since I didn't listen to Wei boss and bought the big bull directly, and it's the top configuration, isn't that overreaching?
Lin Feng lamented sorrowfully.
Zhao Qingya's face instantly turned beet red. This guy was almost done taking all the bamboo shoots from the back mountain of the giant panda's hometown. Wei Jun also turned red. Lin boss is just joking. With your economic strength, buying a bull is too easy. I have something else to do, let's chat another time.
With that, he left the backstage in a hurry. In the following time, Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya went to the Lamborghini 4S store to complete the procedures. While waiting to pick up the car, Lin Feng swiped to a sensational Weibo post. Qingya, quick, get on Weibo.
Zhao Qingya raised an eyebrow. What's up? Did you create another big news?
Posting just 2 Weibo updates had sparked a heated online battle. Lin Feng truly had a knack for creating events. Now, a large number of netizens were discussing if Tianzixing Special Materials Company Limited could mass-produce T2000 level carbon fiber in a short time. Lin Feng chuckled. You're half right, indeed, a big news has come out, but it's not me causing the trouble, it's your idol.
My idol? Zhao Qingya was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, Suman?
Lin Feng shrugged. Exactly. Tonight at 8 p.m., she will release her new single. 10 minutes ago, she posted a warm-up tweet.
Speaking of which, Suman got the sheet music 9 days ago, right?
Now she's already recording the song, she's faster than lightning. Zhao Qingya quickly logged onto Weibo and found that the topic hashtag Suman new song hashtag had already topped the trending list. Suman suddenly releasing a new song after 2 years of silence is probably as influential as that famous tweet we unearth. Of course, compared to the tweet, hello everyone, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, it still falls a little short. To surpass that kind of heat, Suman would have to fall in love and announce her relationship. For the past 2 years, I have been searching for a song that could touch me, now I have found it. Tonight at 8 p.m., on Xiuqiu music platform, Returning Still as a Youth.
Chapter 21, Isn't this better than shaking it? Returning Still as a Youth? Zhao Qingya looked up at Lin Feng.
If she remembered correctly, Lin Feng said the song he wrote for Suman is called Youth.
Could it be that everything he said was true?
Lin Feng shrugged, acting quite smug. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes and continued scrolling through Weibo.
Oh my! The goddess is releasing a song? I'm ready for the nostalgia. Aha! I can't wait to hear the goddess's new song.
The goddess hasn't released a song in 2 years, her skill has surely declined. Everyone, don't go listen to the preview, then I can be the first to hear the goddess's new song/doge. My 40-meter long knife can't be taken back, let's dress this brother in friendly troops clothes for a nice burial. Suman's fans were filled with excitement, just like during the new year. At that moment, a third-tier actress named Shui Yuding also commented, "If I had known Sister Suman was releasing a song at 8 p.m. tonight, I would have picked another time, now I just hope I won't lose too badly." Don't be afraid, Yuding, you have us, you won't lose.
In my heart, Yuding is always the best.
No one's fan here, just saying, Shui Yuding's singing skills are stronger than Suman's. If I had to choose between their new songs, I'd go to listen to Shui Yuding's new song. I'm not a fan of either, but I personally feel that Shui Yuding's singing skills are indeed a bit better. Less than 5 minutes after Shui Yuding's comment, the replies under it exceeded 1,000, with likes breaking 10,000, quickly becoming the top comment. Soon, hashtag Shui Yuding new song hashtag surpassed hashtag Suman new song hashtag to claim the #1 spot on the trending list. In terms of both reading volume and discussion volume, hashtag Shui Yuding new song hashtag was over 10 times that of hashtag Suman new song hashtag. In the Magic City, inside a luxurious villa, the tall Shui Yuding was playfully clinging to a middle-aged man. "Honey, this time you must help me overshadow Suman."
The middle-aged man, named Lucihai, is a coal boss. Shui Yuding met Lucihai at a dinner party and quickly used her charms to cling to him. Lucihai specifically helped Shui Yuding set up a studio, got her several TV dramas, and released 2 singles, turning her from an unknown 18-tier actress into a somewhat famous 3rd-tier star. Originally, she planned to release this new single in a few days. After seeing Suman's hype for her new song, she got an audacious idea: ride on Suman's coattails to rise. Lucihai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've arranged for a team to help you build momentum. With your loyal fans, this time you will definitely become a big hit. Oh, it's not just about creating hype, I want to surpass Suman's sales within 24 hours after the song is released. By then, I will be the #1 female singer in Dragon Nation, and you will be the man behind the first female singer." Shui Yuding shook Lucihai's arm. When she said "man behind," she intentionally emphasized it, leaving much to the imagination. Lucihai laughed heartily. Surpassing Suman's sales is not hard, she has already fallen out of favor. In 24 hours, sales reached an astonishing 30 million, and I've earned back that money just by selling a few trucks of coal. He also wants to turn Shui Yuding into a money tree. After all, he is the behind-the-scenes boss of Shui Yuding's studio. Wow, who is Shui Yuding? Is her singing really that amazing?
Lin Feng also saw the comments below and instantly became interested. Just think, even passersby think Shui Yuding's singing is better than Suman's, so her singing skills must be sky-high. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes. "I've heard about her singing skills are all tuned by $1 million sound engineers."
Lin Feng? Wait, then why do others say her singing is better than Suman's?
Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes again. "Just brain-dead fans and paid posters."
Lin Feng? So, Shui Yuding hired a bunch of paid posters to praise herself?
That's a deep trick. It's not surprising that Lin Feng misunderstood. The original owner rarely cared about the entertainment circle, nor did he chase stars, the only idol being Suman. Ding, host, you have a new side quest. Quest, chart battle. Quest goal, help Suman win the Ball Music Platform's 24-hour sales chart championship.
Quest reward, 10 million Longwa currency, 10 times rebate on spending. Note, the champion's sales amount must exceed the second place by more than 10 million, exceeding this amount will be deemed an invalid task. Lin Feng immediately felt happy. This quest is great, it can help him share the financial pressure while earning a 10-fold rebate. However, the task's restrictions made him a bit unhappy. Otherwise, if he directly brushed 100 million, wouldn't he get 1 billion? It seems that he still needs to seek help from the strength of the experts. In Lin Feng's view, this task could probably clear 1 or 2 million in sales. After all, Suman's fan base was terrifying, he wouldn't have too much room to exert effort. Besides, Shui Yuding isn't that capable either. Soon, a user named Parking Lin Feng posted a question on Jihu. If you had to spend 1 billion in a week, what would you do? This question immediately piqued the interest of many savvy users who rushed to answer. At first, Lin Feng read with interest, but soon he couldn't bear it. Because the answers were all too ordinary, just buying cars, houses, and yachts.
So cliché, way too cliché. The more noble answers were about donating to build schools. Lin Feng indeed wanted to do charity, but unfortunately, donations don't count as spending. While Lin Feng was swimming in the internet sea, the staff came to the VIP lounge to tell him he could pick up his car. V-room, V-room, V-room. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Feng pressed the gas pedal a couple of times, and a wave of sound rolled in. With the help of the staff, Lin Feng quickly familiarized himself with the functions of the driver's controls and then drove out of the dealership.
Wow, it's a Lamborghini, how cool. Isn't this the Lamborghini Bull? The top configuration Bull, worth over 10 million when it hit the ground. As soon as he drove out, the Lamborghini attracted the attention of passers-by. A spirited young man even took out his phone to film. What's more, a young lady in a super short skirt, tall and graceful, with exquisite makeup and a score of over 8 in looks, walked up to the driver's side and knocked on the window. Lin Feng rolled down the window, puzzled. What's up, beautiful? Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? The beautiful girl asked with a sweet smile while bending over. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. No wonder rich second-generation kids love driving supercars. He did nothing and a beautiful girl came up to ask for his WeChat. Isn't this better than shaking it? Supercars, the best tool to attract bees and butterflies. I usually only add women who are prettier than my girlfriend. How do you think you compare to her? Lin Feng pointed at the co-pilot, Zhao Qingya, with a playful tone. Zhao Qingya very cooperatively showed her face to the short skirt girl. I'm sorry, I disturbed you. The short skirt girl blushed and ran away, hiding her face. Chapter 22, There's a story between the two beauties. Lin Feng smiled and stepped on the gas, merging into the main road. So, was that sister just now not to your taste? Zhao Qingya asked expressionlessly. Lin Feng shrugged. With such a beautiful woman like you by my side, it's hard for me to feel drawn to other women. Zhao Qingya felt very pleased in her heart, but said, that's only because you haven't won her over. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. You seem to understand men quite well? Zhao Qingya lightly twirled her hair. Not really, but I have a little nephew. Lin Feng? Zhao Qingya continued, I've bought him many expensive toys, yet he still prefers to snatch toys from other kids. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Did you ask him why? Zhao Qingya sighed. I did. He said those toys he hasn't played with, men. Lin Feng never expected that a little kid he had never met would become the biggest obstacle in his pursuit of Zhao Qingya. How could a little kid have such deep insights? After Zhao Qingya gave him a jab, Lin Feng maintained a silence that lasted over 10 minutes. Then he awkwardly said, I find the drivers in Magic City have very high quality. After driving for over 10 minutes, I haven't seen one cut in. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes. You could find the driver's quality in Jiangnan has improved too if you drove this car back. $1 million luxury car, if it bumps into something, a house is gone, how could the driver's quality not be high? True. Lin Feng nodded. Just like when he drives a Citroën C4, encountering a Rolls-Royce or Bentley, he wishes to stay at least 100 meters away. After a while, Lin Feng asked again, by the way, how familiar are you with Magic City? Zhao Qingya raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to do? No nodding allowed. Lin Feng laughed. The beautiful bodyguard was quick to respond. I just want to find a professional track to speed. A 770 horsepower supercar, is it reasonable to drive at just 40 or 50? At least he wanted to experience the thrill of speed. Zhao Qingya frowned and thought for a moment. There's the Magic City Automobile Park, but it's usually booked for events. You may not get on the track if you go now. Well, since I'm free anyway, let's go check it out. Lin Feng had Zhao Qingya set the navigation, and after half an hour they arrived at the Magic City Automobile Park. According to Zhao Qingya, this park was very famous in the racing circuit. Its track was built to F3 standards, allowing a maximum of 25 cars to start simultaneously. The total track length is 3.6 kilometers, with the widest point being 19 meters and the narrowest 11 meters. There are a total of 18 curves, including a threefold hairpin turn, making it suitable for professional events. To book the entire venue, it's 100,000 for an hour. If you want to play alone, it's 5,000 an hour. This is a playground for the rich. Zhao Qingya, knowing all this in detail, also indicated that she was not ordinary. I still have to find a way to communicate with her more deeply. With this thought, Lin Feng drove into the park and asked a staff member for directions. Fortunately, at this time there were no bookings, and after paying 10,000, Lin Feng took the Lamborghini onto the track to unleash it. Half an hour later. I say, is this what you call racing? Zhao Qingya could not bear to watch. It was a professional track, and Lin Feng's top speed was only 150. He was barely making it around turns at 40. The 770 horsepower Lamborghini was being driven at the level of a $10,000 family car. Is this it? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Isn't it good to stay alive? He was now a billionaire with a bright future. Why risk everything for a moment of excitement? There are countless roads, but safety comes first. Driving irresponsibly leads to tears from loved ones. Meanwhile, a group of fashionable men and women drove supercars into the Magic City Automobile Park. After playing around with some drifting next to the track, they got out and walked up to the stands. Hey, look at that Lamborghini. Damn, is that an old car? It's slower than a snail. Wow, that driver is so cowardly. How can he drive a Lamborghini like that? Look, that car has stopped. Wow, a beauty just got out of the passenger seat. No way, isn't that young lady Zhao? Because Zhao Qingya thought Lin Feng was driving too slowly, she wanted to show off her racing skills herself.
When they switched seats, Zhao Qingya was recognized by this group of fashionable men and women. It must be said, Zhao Qingya really drove fiercely, accelerating to 220 in a straight line, and could reach a speed of 80 while turning. Did you see that? This is called street racing. After the Lamborghini Huracan stopped with a beautiful drift, Zhao Qingya said. Lin Feng. This incident wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely humiliating. He felt that as a man, he had to regain his face. If he remembered correctly, there were driving skill books in the system shop, and he hadn't spent the 10,000 system points he just obtained yet. At that moment, a supercar team led by a Bugatti Veyron came driving over from a distance, quickly surrounding the Lamborghini Huracan in the middle. Then, 9 stylishly dressed handsome men and beautiful women got out of the supercars and gathered in front of the Huracan, led by a girl in denim shorts. Zhao Qingya's expression changed slightly, and she murmured to herself, "Oh no, how did I meet them here? Wow, those long legs." Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the girl in the leather shorts. This girl was 178 centimeters tall, wearing a black beret, and under it was a head of long, wavy brown hair. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll, and her beauty was on par with Zhao Qingya. She simply tied a knot in her white short-sleeved shirt, turning it into a crop top, and her denim shorts showcased legs that could be a model's, with stunning curves. On her feet were a pair of white dad sneakers from Balenciaga, pure and alluring. When this girl walked in front of the car, her eyes shot like arrows towards Zhao Qingya. The two women locked eyes, and invisible sparks flickered. Lin Feng sensed something was off. "What's wrong? Do you know them?" Zhao Qingya nodded. "They are all second-generation rich from Magic City. The one in charge is called Yu Shishir. Her family does real estate, with assets of 50 billion. The one beside her is called Feng Chao." After Zhao Qingya's introduction, Lin Feng realized that 5 out of these 9 people were second-generation rich, with family assets no less than 10 billion, and Yu Shishir's family was the most formidable. No wonder she could drive a Bugatti Veyron. Now the question is, since Zhao Qingya knows these super-rich kids, her family must not be too poor, right? "What's wrong? Young lady Zhao rarely returns to Magic City. Don't you want to get out and catch up with me?" Yu Shishir said coldly with a sneer. Zhao Qingya's eyes flickered, and after getting out of the car, she said with a complex expression, "Shishir, long time no see. TSK, I thought you didn't remember me." Yu Shishir's tone was mocking. This made Lin Feng, who had just gotten out of the Huracan, a bit confused. It seemed there was a story between these two beauties. Chapter 23, I am more suave than Zhao Qingya. "Wow, is this your new boyfriend? Quite handsome." Yu Shishir looked at Lin Feng with a playful expression. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he was being teased? "Hey, I want to ask you, how far have you and young lady Zhao gone?" Yu Shishir asked with great interest. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Such a personal question, I don't think I need to answer you." "Don't be shy, I'm a good friend of young lady Zhao. Even if you tell me, she won't be angry, just say it." Yu Shishir walked right beside Lin Feng, raised her hand, and linked arms with him while shaking it playfully. Lin Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. Yu Shishir was at least an exquisite beauty, yet she was being so playful with a man she just met. Is she this casual? Wait a minute, she's a good friend of Zhao Qingya? I'm not buying that. Sure. Zhao Qingya's face darkened, her tone was displeased. Stop it. Oh, you're angry? Seems like you really care about this handsome guy. If I steal him away from you, you must be in so much pain, right? Yu Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sentence made Lin Feng tremble with anger, cold sweat pouring from his body on this hot day, his hands and feet icy. Yu Shishir is objectifying men. Can this society be saved? When will we men be able to stand up? Zhao Qingya sighed. Shishir, what I told you back then was all true. Yu Shishir laughed in anger. Zhao Qingya, you are still so hypocritical. No, you all wait. Lin Feng rubbed his swollen head and smiled bitterly. What exactly is the conflict between you two? Can you let me know first? Oh, she didn't even tell you about this? Yu Shishir blinked her big eyes as if she had discovered something incredible. Should I know? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Qingya. Before Zhao Qingya could answer, Yu Shishir said, you should, definitely should. Let me tell you, Zhao Qingya is a scheming little person. Through Yu Shishir's narration, Lin Feng finally understood the grudges between the two women. Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya were high school classmates and close friends, later both got into the finance department of Weistan University and also met the campus heartthrob from the biology department, senior Li Muran. Yu Shishir was quickly attracted to Li Muran, feelings mutual, and just as they were about to be together, Zhao Qingya suddenly began to speak ill of Li Muran in front of her. In just a few days, Li Muran went to study for his master's degree in biology at Harvard, cutting off all contact with Yu Shishir. Yu Shishir later found out that the opportunity for Li Muran to study at Harvard was something Zhao Qingya helped secure. Do you understand now? Your girlfriend also likes Li Muran. She is jealous of me, and she doesn't want me to have what she can't get. Yu Shishir's face was filled with anger. Lin Feng was instantly shocked. Oh my god, is this a real-life version of palace intrigue? Is Zhao Qingya the scheming? No way, no way, no way. Zhao Qingya sighed, Shishir, I told you before that Li Muran is very deep-minded and has intentions towards me. I'm afraid he would hurt you, so I... Enough! Yu Shishir shouted loudly, sneering, do you have evidence? Zhao Qingya lightly parted her red lips, then finally let out a soft sigh. See, you have no evidence, so you are just jealous of me. You like Li Muran, and you want to break us apart. Now it's good, you have a boyfriend. I will make you feel the pain you brought me back then. Yu Shishir sneered and tightened her arm around Lin Feng, saying, Hey, big brother, I'm even better than Zhao Qingya. Do you want to be my boyfriend? Lin Feng? Better than Zhao Qingya, is there even such a description for oneself? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you thinking that Zhao Qingya's family is rich, so you don't want to leave her? Let me tell you the truth, even though my family is a bit worse than hers, my grandpa only has my dad as a son, and my parents only have me as a daughter. If you are with me, I guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Yu Shishir patted her chest in assurance. Lin Feng? Blind person, you discovered the flaw. Just now Zhao Qingya said Yu Shishir's family assets are 50 billion, and Yu Shishir just said her family is a bit worse than Zhao Qingya's. Doesn't this mean that Zhao Qingya's family assets are even more? No wonder Zhao Qingya has a Patek Philippe Diamond VIP. Calm Zhao Qingya turned to look at Lin Feng, while Yu Shishir stared at him without blinking. Others looked at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir are both stunning beauties from the Magic City. How many rich second generations are eyeing that big fat meat, but now they offer it to Lin Feng, how can they endure this? The gazes of these people made Lin Feng feel a bit of pressure. Cough, money is not the main thing, mainly, Qingya's driving skills are good, so I won't leave her. You might as well give up on that idea. When Lin Feng said this, his heart was bleeding. A top-notch beauty who could inherit hundreds of billions in fortune, and he was turned down just like that. If he didn't cry on the spot, it showed how strong Lin Feng's mental fortitude was. The others looked at Zhao Qingya with strange eyes. Goodness, the seemingly pure Zhao family young lady was actually praised for her driving skills. This truly shows that one shouldn't judge by appearances. Zhao Qingya blushed and retorted, what nonsense are you saying? Being evaluated like this as a young lady, how could she show her face to others in the future? Lin Feng was first taken aback, then smiled bitterly, I meant your driving skills are good. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly what they understood. No problem at all. Zhao Qingya nearly fainted. Yu Shishir took a deep breath, driving skills can be learned later. Whatever Zhao Qingya can do, Yu Shishir, can do too. At most, she could go home to study some materials. With her clever little brain, what was there to be afraid of not learning? I mean racing, you understand? High-speed drifting around the bend, whoosh, like this. Lin Feng gestured while speaking, and finally made it clear. Zhao Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, luckily Lin Feng explained it clearly. Otherwise, who knows what these people would have thought of her. Oh, you were talking about this. Yu Shishir chuckled awkwardly, then proudly declared, my racing skills are strong too. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, are they stronger than mine? Yu Shishir? Zhao Qingya? The others? Wait a minute, you, who drove the Lamborghini like it was a 100,000 family car, dare to compare driving skills with Miss Yu? Yu Shishir was also among the top in amateur racers. You think you're looking down on me? Fine, let's race. If you lose, you must leave Zhao Qingya, okay? Yu Shishir put her hands on her hips, her tone full of provocation. Chapter 24, Can I bet on your loss? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what if you lose? Yu Shishir rolled her eyes, I will never lose. Lin Feng twitched his lips, don't say it's impossible. What if you do lose? You should at least add some stakes. Stakes? Yu Shishir tilted her head and thought, then I'll lose 10 million Dragon Country coins to you. Gasp. Lin Feng immediately sucked in a breath. Goodness, as expected of the young lady from a 50 billion family, her opening bets are 10 million. Feng Chao and the others were also shocked by Yu Shishir. Shishir, isn't 10 million too much? Isn't 1 million enough? It's just an amateur race. Yu Shishir glared at them, do you think I will lose? Forget about 10 million, even if it were 100 million, she could pull it out. Besides, the race was practically a sure win for her. What was there to be afraid of? With her saying it like this, the others just kept quiet. Ding, host, you have a new side mission. Mission, Racing Frenzy. Mission objective, win the race against Yu Shishir and donate the winnings to poor children. Mission reward, 10 million Dragon Country coins, and 3 times the amount of the wager. This mission is nice.
It not only helps poor children but also makes money. Should I drag others into it too?
Lin Feng's eyes lit up, a plan forming in his mind. Since you're betting 10 million, I can't take advantage of you. I'll match it with 10 million, plus breaking up with Qingya.
Anyone else want to play? Whatever you bet, I'll match.
Lin Feng swept his gaze across the crowd, a playful smile on his face.
The crowd suddenly became uncertain. Goodness, so Lin Feng is also a wealthy person? They thought that Lamborghini was Zhao Qingya's. Then Feng Chao and the others got interested. Is this true? Really, more real than real. Lin Feng didn't waste words, directly pulling out his phone to show his bank balance. Yu Shishir looked him up and down. Seems I underestimated you a bit.
Lin Feng shrugged, saying nothing. Because he knew that more than 100 million in balance was nothing to a super-rich second generation like Yu Shishir.
I'll bet 2 million. I'll bet 1 million. I'll bet 3 million. I'll bet 2 million.
After pondering for a moment, Feng Chao and the others began to voice their bets. Only the four of them combined could bet 8 million, which was still less than what Yu Shishir could bet alone, which disappointed Lin Feng a bit. This isn't entirely the fault of Feng Chao and the others for being stingy. A spoiled rich girl like Yu Shishir could throw away $1 billion today, and her elders wouldn't even lift a finger against her when she returned.
Feng Chao and his friends were different.
They all had siblings, and if they really threw out tens of millions in cash here, they would return home to find their fathers ready to break their legs.
At that moment, Zhao Qingya said, "Can I bet you lose?" Lin Feng? The boat of friendship can capsize just like that. Is it not allowed? Zhao Qingya's lips curled into a playful smile.
This guy, with such terrible driving skills, still agreed to race against Yu Shishir.
Wasn't he just openly trying to get closer to Yu Shishir?
Although she wasn't Lin Feng's girlfriend, she still felt a bit displeased at the moment, so she wanted Lin Feng to pay a price.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Yes, it's fine, but...
Then I bet 12 million. After Zhao Qingya finished speaking, she turned her head away. Goodness, adding Zhao Qingya's 12 million, the total bet had reached 30 million.
3 times the amount means 90 million, plus a 10 million task reward. That's a small target. Let's do it.
Lin Feng entered the system store and found the skill book F1 Champion Driver Skills. He spent 1,000 system points to buy it and clicked to use it. A few seconds later, the related information was deeply engraved in his mind, and muscle memory was automatically filled. At this moment, he was a champion F1 driver who had fought through more than a dozen seasons. An hour later, he entered Yu Shishir's reserve time, and the racetrack was cleared. Lin Feng's Lamborghini and Yu Shishir's Bugatti Veyron parked side by side at the starting point. In the distance, Zhao Qingya looked at Lin Feng with a sympathetic gaze through the car window, shaking her head and sighing from time to time. Yu Shishir's Bugatti Veyron was a special edition from Hermes, costing over 50 million. It had an 8.0 TW16 engine, producing 1,001 horsepower, and a top speed of 407 km per hour. On the other hand, Lin Feng's Lamborghini had a 6.5 LV12 engine, 770 horsepower, and a top speed of only 350 km per hour. Whether in driving skills or vehicle performance, Lin Feng couldn't compare to Yu Shishir.
How could he win this race?
Feng Chao and the others were relaxed, chatting and laughing among themselves, as if the outcome of the race was already decided. The staff at the auto park were already in position, and the large screen next to the starting point displayed images of the two supercars. At that moment, Feng Chao's girlfriend came forward with 2 colored flags in hand.
V-Room. V-Room.
Both cars roared to life, their noses low to the ground. The tires spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of thick smoke. They looked like 2 wild beasts about to break free from their cages.
Launch start?
Zhao Qingya's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, Lin Feng was just an ordinary driver. She didn't expect him to pull off a launch start like that. At that moment, Feng Chao's girlfriend waved the colored flags and suddenly brought them down. Both cars shot forward at the same time, one blue and one red, like 2 streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cars had already dashed 100 meters away. Everyone turned their attention to the big screen, where Yu Shishir's Bugatti Veyron was in the lead. Just seconds after the start, it had already pulled ahead by 2 car lengths, showcasing the advantage of performance to the fullest. After a straight stretch of 200 meters, there was a high-speed curve. Zhao Qingya was driving the Lamborghini through the curve at a speed of 80. At this moment, Yu Shishir, who had already gained a 20-meter lead over Lin Feng, suddenly tapped the brakes a few times, dropping her speed to 90 before skillfully drifting through the curve.
Nice move. Wow, Shishir's driving skills are indeed amazing. Shishir is definitely going to win. Zhang Chao and others high-fived in celebration. Zhao Qingya's expression slightly tightened. After some time apart, Shishir's driving skills seemed to have improved even more. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Yu Shishir looked at the empty race track through the rearview mirror.
A hint of contempt curled at the corner of his mouth. Does the race have to end before it even starts?
How boring.
At the same time, the Lamborghini arrived at the bend.
He hasn't slowed down.
What the hell, is this guy crazy?
150 kilometers per hour through a turn? That's a recipe for disaster.
Zhang Chao and the others sensed something was wrong and held their breath. Zhao Qingya's face changed dramatically, her heart jumped into her throat. On the big screen, the real-time speed displayed next to the Lamborghini was exactly 150 kilometers per hour. Though this was a high-speed turn, amateur drivers can at most manage 100 kilometers per hour, only top professional racers can handle 150 kilometers per hour. Just as everyone was filled with trepidation, the Lamborghini charged into the high-speed bend, followed by an extreme drift. The rear of the car nearly scraped the edge of the track as it slid through the turn.
Fast as a lightning bolt. Chapter 25, Showtime. Holy shit, am I blind? What just happened? Did the speedometer malfunction? 150 kilometers per hour through a turn? This guy must be a professional racer.
Zhang Chao and others were stunned. Having hung around in the Magic City Park for years, they had never seen any amateur driver make it through the first high-speed turn at 150 kilometers per hour. Zhao Qingya was also shocked by Lin Feng's extreme cornering. It took her a while to regain her senses.
This guy, was he acting before?
While Zhao Qingya was angry, she also felt some joy. Earlier she thought Lin Feng agreed to race to purposely get close to Yu Shishir, but it seemed she had misunderstood. Lin Feng clearly knew he would win.
Wait, does that mean I'm going to lose 12 million to Lin Feng?
Zhao Qingya felt a darkness wash over her, all joy vanished. After making it through the bend, Lin Feng ramped up the speed, hitting 200 kilometers per hour. The Lamborghini shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, zipping past the Bugatti Veyron.
Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Yu Shishir's sneer froze in an instant. Huh? Did something just fly by?
When she realized Lin Feng had overtaken her, she was left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, she had been ahead of Lin Feng by dozens of meters. How could he overtake her after the first bend?
This is not scientific.
As Yu Shishir was bewildered, Lin Feng approached the second bend, 50 meters away. Then, under Yu Shishir's shocked gaze, Lin Feng lightly tapped the brakes, reducing his speed to 150.
The Lamborghini executed a beautiful extreme drift, quickly navigating the turn. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
Yu Shishir was completely dazed. The second bend was much harder than the first. With her skills, she could only manage 80 kilometers per hour through it. Yet Lin Feng sped through it like a lightning bolt. His driving skills put her to shame. In that moment, Yu Shishir's spirit was utterly crushed. Next was entirely Lin Feng's showtime, especially at the 3 consecutive tight corners. He executed 3 perfect drifts, drawing gasps from Zhang Chao and others.
The staff on site watched in wonder.
When Lin Feng returned to the starting point, he had already outpaced Yu Shishir by a kilometer.
The total length of the track was 3.6 kilometers, and Yu Shishir couldn't even see Lin Feng's taillights.
Once the Lamborghini came to a stop, Lin Feng opened the door and flashed a victory sign at Zhao Qingya. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes at him and then couldn't hold back a laugh.
This guy always brings surprises.
Zhang Chao and others were speechless, their faces dark as if they were about to burst with water. What they thought would be an easy victory turned out to be such a terrible loss. Who could accept that? Soon, the Bugatti Veyron returned to the starting point, and as it came to a stop, Yu Shishir stepped down with a somber expression.
Lin Feng, you tricked me.
Yu Shishir walked up to Lin Feng, her pout so pronounced it could hold a soy sauce bottle.
Lin Feng burst into laughter. Miss you, when did I ever trick you?
You clearly have such great driving skills, yet you drove so slowly before. What else could it be but a trick? Yu Shishir put her hands on her hips and said indignantly.
Lin Feng?
I was just getting familiar with the vehicle's performance. Besides, I had no idea you were watching from afar. Yu Shishir. Lin Feng's reasoning was so sound that she found herself unable to retort.
All right, the results of the race are pretty clear now. Are you going to hand over the money?
Lin Feng twirled his thumb and index finger, wearing a playful expression. Yu Shishir rolled her eyes. Just give me your bank account number, I'll transfer it to you. She wouldn't back out, even for 100 million, Miss Yu couldn't afford to lose face. Zhang Chao and the others were reluctant, but once words were out, they couldn't be taken back. They had some awareness of this. Soon, they transferred the money to Lin Feng's account. To Lin Feng's surprise, Zhao Qingya directly transferred him 12 million without saying a word.
Hey, big brother, you're impressive.
You earned 30 million in such a short time. Once she calmed down, Yu Shishir found Lin Feng more and more pleasing to the eye. He was handsome, skilled at driving, fairly well off, and more importantly, he was Zhao Qingya's boyfriend. This man was definitely hers.
Lin Feng chuckled. Miss you was joking.
Although this money was earned through my own ability, I don't plan to use it for myself.
Yu Shishir became interested. Are you planning to give this money to Zhao Qingya? You're way too submissive.
This statement made Zhang Chao and the others burst into laughter.
Zhao Qingya is indeed a fierce woman, so why don't you consider me? I promise I won't mind your spending.
Yu Shishir said with a playful wink. Zhao Qingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. She clearly looked like one of those dutiful wife types, so how could she be a fierce woman?
Miss Yu has misunderstood.
This money, I plan to donate to children in impoverished areas. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire room fell silent.
30 million Long Kingdom currency to be donated to children in need? What kind of vision was that? You can't be joking, right? Zhao Qingya asked with a complex expression. Of course not.
I never play around with charitable work. For his first charity, Lin Feng slightly pretended to be impressive and then asked, so, can anyone tell me which charity organization is reliable? I want to transfer the money directly. In the end, it was Zhao Qingya who helped Lin Feng solve this issue. She had a friend who founded a charitable fund, where every expenditure would be publicly displayed on the website, very transparent and trustworthy. Once Lin Feng transferred the money to the charity fund's account, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, side quest Racing Frenzy completed, task reward being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a fixed reward of 10 million Long Kingdom currency, with an additional reward of 90 million Long Kingdom currency. With a small target achieved, the account balance reached 260 million. Seeing Lin Feng donate the money, Feng Chao and the others were filled with respect for him. 30 million was not a small amount, even their elders had to let it be known first before inviting large media coverage to help make an impact in charitable work. But Lin Feng was different, he directly donated the money without any intention of seeking attention or fame.
Yu Shishir's eyes sparkled as she said, "You have great character, big brother. Let's add each other on WeChat." "Forget it, my girlfriend will get jealous." Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, then asked, "Qingya, shall we head back to the hotel?" He was Zhao Qingya's boyfriend after all, adding other women on WeChat in front of his girlfriend was not appropriate. Time to fish for bigger catches. Zhao Qingya felt sweet inside, linking her arm with his and said, "If you want to go back, then let's go. It's always you who decides at home." Chapter 26, Women Have the Right to be Willful. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Alright, this is clearly a counterattack against Yu Shishir's claim that she's a mother tiger. Women are indeed animals that hold grudges. This sudden wave of dog food almost killed Zhang Chao and the others. Yu Shishir's pretty face turned pale with anger. "Zhao Qingya, don't be so smug. The man I set my eyes on will definitely be mine. Let's wait and see." Lin Feng suddenly laughed. There's a saying that says it's not the thief you don't fear, but the thief who keeps an eye on you. Since Yu Shishir has made a tough call, it wouldn't make sense if the two of them didn't end up doing something, right? Zhao Qingya sighed inwardly. After waving at her, she pulled Lin Feng into the Lamborghini and they drove off. Once the two left, Yu Shishir took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Dad, can you help me look up someone? His name is Lin Feng." "Qingya, can I ask you a question?" Lin Feng asked on the way back. "Before you ask me, can I ask you a question first?" Zhao Qingya replied. Lin Feng shrugged, "Of course. Why is your driving skill so good?" Zhao Qingya was very curious now. Racing requires talent, but it also needs daily practice. Lin Feng is not a professional driver, even if he practiced in his spare time, he wouldn't have this level. Lin Feng had anticipated her question and asked in return, "Have you ever wondered why some people have photographic memories?" Zhao Qingya nodded, "I know, because these people have camera-like memories. The so-called photographic memory allows a person to take a mental snapshot of what they have seen and store it in their brain. Such people can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything." "Exactly, and my ability is..." Lin Feng intentionally elongated the last word. When Zhao Qingya's curiosity piqued, Lin Feng finally said, "Consciousness training method." "Consciousness training method?" Zhao Qingya was momentarily stunned. "What does that mean?" "It's simple. I can turn things I've seen into my own abilities through consciousness training. For example, when I watch racing videos, I first memorize every move of the driver, then remember under what conditions each move is performed. Like the driving speed, car posture, opponent's position, and the temperature and humidity on the track must all be recorded. In the end, I place myself in the driver's role, and after intense training through the consciousness training method, I become a professional racer." Lin Feng was completely talking nonsense, yet by the end, even he had begun to believe it. His self-created consciousness training method, let me ask you, how impressive is that? Zhao Qingya? Wait, why does she recognize every word but can't understand the combination of them? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, "I know it's hard for you to understand, you just need to remember one thing." Zhao Qingya raised an eyebrow, "What one thing?" Lin Feng rubbed his nose, smugly saying, "I am a genius, the genius of geniuses. Zhao Qingya nodded. If what Lin Feng said was true, then he truly was a genius among geniuses. Now it's my turn to ask you, can you tell me what family you come from?
Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. Zhao Qingya pondered for 2 seconds. My family is a major shareholder of the Changpai Group, and my mom is the CEO of Changpai Phones.
Hiss.
Lin Feng gasped. Changpai Group, a company worth 200 billion, primarily operates offline malls, e-commerce, and group buys. Changpai Phones is an entirely independent company. This year in the first half, its mobile phone shipments ranked 5th among domestic brands, valued at 50 billion.
Goodness, how is this family even in the same league as the Yu family with assets of 50 billion? It's simply on a different level. Now the question is, why would a young lady from a 100 billion family join the security department?
Lin Feng immediately voiced this doubt.
That's my secret. Zhao Qingya's response was very direct. Lin Feng? Wait. I answered your questions, so why is it a secret when it comes to you? Women have the right to be willful. Zhao Qingya lightly twirled her hair. But you can ask another question.
Lin Feng trembled with anger, cold sweat pouring down his body in the scorching heat, his hands and feet icy, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face.
Can this society ever be saved? When will we men be able to stand up? Alright then, how do you know Li Muran is so scheming? Lin Feng readily admitted defeat. Zhao Qingya looked at him in surprise. You believe what I said? Of course, why wouldn't I believe?
Lin Feng had spent more than 10 days with Zhao Qingya and understood her somewhat.
Zhao Qingya felt touched. It's simple.
There were a few times when the three of us went out to eat, and every time Shirshir went to the bathroom, Li Muran would show great interest in me. Especially the way he looked at me, it was obvious that he had some ulterior motives. But he's clever, never revealing anything in his words or deeds, and his gaze can't be used as evidence. Lin Feng immediately understood, this guy is a playboy, a very advanced playboy. I told Shirshir, but she thought I was intentionally speaking ill of Li Muran. So, I had no choice but to privately threaten Li Muran to leave Shirshir. In exchange, I helped him secure a spot to study for his master's at Harvard.
At this point, Zhao Qingya couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
She avoided her best friend getting hurt by a scumbag but was misunderstood by her best friend, and the bitterness was hard to express. Lin Feng said on the surface, don't be sad, one day you Shirshir will understand your kind intentions. Lin Feng thought to himself, a woman in love really has zero IQ. You could guess with your toes, Yu Shirshir was undoubtedly enchanted by Li Muran's sweet talk. At times like this, anyone saying Li Muran was bad would be useless, not even her parents would help. At 7:59 p.m., Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya sat face to face on the sofa, focused on their phones. As soon as it hit 8 o'clock, Zhao Qingya opened the Qiuqiu music platform, and then she discovered the Qiuqiu music platform actually crashed. Afterwards, after technicians tallied it up, 20 million people flooded into the Qiuqiu music platform that night at 8 p.m. Even though they had prepared in advance, they still crashed under such massive traffic. When the technicians restored the server, it was already 8:10 p.m., and Zhao Qingya happily saw Suman's new song.
The Young?
Seeing the song title, Suman's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged, very smug.
Zhao Qingya pouted, clicked in and checked the songwriter. Lin Feng, is it really you? The surprise on the beautiful bodyguard's face couldn't be concealed. Do you believe me now?
Lin Feng sighed, helplessly saying, in this world, no one believes when you tell the truth anymore. Zhao Qingya felt a bit embarrassed. She truly didn't believe Lin Feng back then. But she still stubbornly said, I hope the song you wrote can do justice to Suman's voice.
Chapter 27, after all, Suman sings pretty well.
Lin Feng shrugged, made a gesture of invitation, and then put on his headphones to listen to Suman's version of The Young.
Hoo-oo-oh-oh-woo-oh-oh. As Suman's ethereal voice resounded, Zhao Qingya felt a current surge up her spine, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Goosebumps arose. So beautiful. Even Lin Feng, who had listened to this song countless times, was taken aback. Suman's voice was more ethereal and magnetic than the original, hitting the soul directly. I am still the young man from before, not a single change, time is merely a test. The faith planted in the heart has not diminished at all, this young man before me, is still that same face. No matter how many dangers lie ahead, I won't retreat, say never, never give up. When it reached the chorus, Zhao Qingya couldn't help but sway her body to the rhythm. She was completely immersed in the enchanting melody. This is a sure thing. Having finished listening to the song, Lin Feng felt a sense of certainty in his heart. Suman's version of The Young had far more feeling than the original. This song that once exploded in popularity on Earth will surely also become a hit in Dragon Country. At the same time, millions of Suman's fans were listening, completely entranced, shouting with excitement. On Weibo, hashtag Suman new song is good hashtag and hashtag youth hashtag surged into the top 10 trending topics. After listening to Su Man's Youth, I feel like I've returned to my verdant years. Youth is truly a beautiful song, it lives up to the title of the goddess, Su Man. Actually, this song doesn't need too much vocal skill, but its melody and lyrics resonate deeply with people. After 3 to 5 years, shedding blood and sweat, I return as a youth. Youth has very straightforward lyrics, like a letter that gently advises future generations, telling the youth that the path is right beneath their feet, bravely moving forward, chasing the beliefs in their hearts. Exactly, the most outstanding part of this song is still the lyrics and melody. Su Man's singing is just the icing on the cake. I'm really curious about the person who can write such lyrics, Lin Feng. The lyricist and composer is Lin Feng, he's so talented. I'm in love. I found out that Lin Feng has the quality to trend. A few days ago, another Lin Feng also made the trends. Wow, now that you mention it, the boss of Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Limited is also named Lin Feng. Now there's a lyricist Lin Feng for youth. This name must be infectious. Do you think these two Lin Fengs might be the same person? Lin Feng has become famous in a suite at the Four Seasons Hotel in the Magic City. The lyricist and composer is Lin Feng, he's so talented. Oh, this netizen is too flattering. The most outstanding part of this song is the lyrics and melody. Cough cough, this netizen is being too polite. After all, Su Man's singing is just okay. Lin Feng held his phone, reading the compliments about him with a playful tone, then downplaying them, having a great time. On the opposite side, Zhao Qingya kept rolling her eyes. What do you mean Su Man's singing is just okay? She's a goddess of the music scene, her skills have been tested by countless ears. And, isn't this person being a bit too unmodest? Who reads praises about themselves aloud? But if you call Lin Feng narcissistic, he indeed created the song Youth. It's infuriating. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Feng waved at Zhao Qingya and said, Su Man is calling, do you want to listen? Zhao Qingya's eyes lit up, then she shook her head and said, forget it, I don't have the morbid curiosity to eavesdrop on others' conversations. It's me asking you to listen, how can that be called eavesdropping? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Zhao Qingya chuckled, but Su Man doesn't know that. Lin Feng? Wow, the words of the beautiful bodyguard sound so reasonable that he found himself speechless. Hello, Miss Su, why are you calling so late? Lin Feng answered the phone calmly. Zhao Qingya was dumbfounded. Isn't this the call from the national goddess? Why does Lin Feng look so disturbed? If it were another man, he would have gone crazy with joy. On the other end of the line, Su Man clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to have this attitude. After being stunned for a second or two, she said, sorry, Mr. Lin, for disturbing you so late. Lin Feng smiled lightly, it's not a disturbance. That's good. Su Man breathed a sigh of relief, the first hour data for youth has come out, it's excellent in all aspects, so I wanted to thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng smiled, Ms. Su, you're being polite, it was your sincerity that moved me. After some small talk, Su Man said, Mr. Lin, I would like to discuss the new album with you in person. When will you be free? A Song Youth has proven Lin Feng's strength, and Su Man also wanted to capitalize on this momentum to release her 12th personal album. I'm a bit busy these days. I will call you when I have time. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Zhao Qingya's mouth opened slightly, looking utterly confused. What are you looking at me like that for? Lin Feng set down his phone and asked. You just hung up on Su Man's call? Zhao Qingya exhaled a deep breath, her expression incredibly complex. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, are you done saying everything? Why not hang up the phone? In front of Su Man, his persona was that of a mysterious and excellent music creator, being a bit aloof suited this image, right? And human nature is humble, sometimes, if you are especially enthusiastic towards someone, they won't respect you as much. Instead, being a little cold and tough can earn unexpected respect. Zhao Qingya silently gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled and picked up his phone to check the 24-hour sales chart on the QQ music platform. An hour and a half had passed, and the sales of Youth had already surpassed 24 million, meaning nearly 8 million fans had purchased the electronic rights to this song. If he remembered correctly, the previous 24-hour sales record on QQ music platform was 35 million, right? As for the song Moon Shadow by Shui Yuding, it sold only 9 million, ranked second on the 24-hour sales chart. No way, the gap is so big? There's no place for me at all. Lin Feng was stunned, at this rate, he wouldn't even have to make a move for Su Man to take first place. But since the system had issued a task, it meant there was a twist in this matter. Puzzled, Lin Feng spent 3 yuan to buy Moon Shadow and listened to it once. Overall it's okay, but it lacks a power to move the audience, no wonder the sales are low. Then he looked at Weibo and found that the hashtags #Shui Yuding New Song hashtag and #Moonshadow hashtag had also climbed the trending list, but their ranking was not as high as Su Man's. Is the system playing games with me? With such thoughts, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep.
By noon the next day, things suddenly changed. The sales of Moon Shadow surged to 30 million, quickly overtaking Youth. On Weibo, the hashtags #ShuiYudingNewSong hashtag and #MoonShadow hashtag also rapidly rose to the top 2 on the trending list.
After a night of silence, Moon Shadow suddenly became a hit. Chapter 28, Sales Speak for Everything.
I just listened to Moon Shadow, and I was instantly captivated by ShuiYuding's voice. My god, how can there be such a beautiful song like Moon Shadow in the world? Love it. I was not a fan of ShuiYuding before, but because of Moon Shadow, I'm now her diehard fan. The comments under the relevant hashtags were all praises. By 7 p.m., the sales of Moon Shadow had reached a staggering 40 million. In contrast, Youth had a pitiful sales of only 30 million. At the same time, a professional music critic, Qin Shang, posted on Weibo, "From a professional perspective, the melody of Youth is too simple, and the lyrics are too common. The songwriter Lin Feng does not possess high professional quality. However, the melody and lyrics of Moon Shadow are superb and can be called stunning. If ShuiYuding develops well, she has the potential to become the first female singer in the Dragon Country music scene." As soon as Qin Shang's Weibo post was published, it immediately attracted a large number of ShuiYuding's fans to comment below. "Yuding, did you see? Even Mr. Qin Shang is praising you, so moving." Although Yuding's efforts deserve such praise, I still want to thank Mr. Qin Shang on Yuding's behalf. Immediately after, marketing accounts on Weibo began to create buzz. Have any buddies listened to both Moon Shadow and Youth? Which one is hashtag better to listen to hashtag? A silent war was thus unleashed. In a luxurious villa in Modu, Lucy Hai sat on an imported luxury sofa, holding a wineglass while talking on the phone. In front of him, ShuiYuding knelt halfway on the ground, acting like a maid, massaging his legs. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your encouragement to Yuding. I will transfer the 300,000 remaining payment to your account shortly." After finishing his call with Qin Shang, Lucy Hai called the ShuiYuding studio, prepare to celebrate Yuding becoming the first female singer in the Dragon Country's 24-hour sales, posted on Weibo at 8 p.m. As soon as he put his phone aside, ShuiYuding smoothly sat on his legs, wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Dear, you were so kind." Lucy Hai laughed heartily. "This is just the beginning. I want to lift you to Suman's position and make you the queen of film, television, and music in Longwa." Under the controversial post by a famous marketing account. To be honest, I really don't think Youth sounds good, but Moon Shadow gave me a refreshing feeling. P.S. I'm not a fan of anyone, just stating facts. Without any emotional bias, I personally feel that in terms of melody and lyrics, Moon Shadow surpasses Youth. No bias, no hate. I am a graduate student at the Music Academy in Magic City, and from a professional perspective, Moon Shadow is clearly better than Youth. Moon Shadow has received excellent reviews, okay? I only listened to it because I heard it was good, and after listening, I truly fell in love with ShuiYuding's voice. ShuiYuding's fans and fake accounts unanimously praised Moon Shadow under this post while also taking a jab at Suman's Youth. Suman's fans couldn't take it anymore. How is Moon Shadow better than Youth? I listened to Moon Shadow too, and it just can't compare to Youth. I can't take this. I understand you want to support ShuiYuding, but it's too much to step on Suman while doing that. Suman is at least ShuiYuding's senior. Is this how ShuiYuding guides her fans? As both sides argued, the topic hashtag which is better quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. We're not saying Suman is bad, just that the lyrics and music of Youth are indeed a bit subpar. I checked, Lin Feng is a new lyricist and composer, right? His level still needs improvement. I'm not a fan of ShuiYuding, just stating facts. If Youth is better than Moon Shadow, why is its sales so much lower? To be honest, sales say it all. The eyes of the public are bright. ShuiYuding's fans finally pulled out their trump card, directly using sales figures to back their claims. Suman's fans were not stupid either, quickly rebutting Moon Shadow's sales. You almost know how they came, right? The top 10 on the purchase list sold a total of 10 million, it's too obvious. Youth's top 10 purchase list also sold many copies, okay? This shows that Yuding's fan base is stronger. If you're not convinced, go buy more. ShuiYuding's fans shot back fiercely. Most fans of Suman were not young, they were either starting their families or working towards it. Buying one album for support is enough, who would buy hundreds or even thousands? They are not crazy. At 7:55, Moon Shadow sales had already surpassed 43 million, while Youth's sales barely reached 32 million. In everyone's opinion, the champion of the 24-hour sales on Shoujo music platform was already a definite conclusion. Finally, it's time for me to make my move. In front of his phone screen, Lin Feng was burning with anger. He could accept that ShuiYuding's fans stepped on Suman, but why bring him along? And that music critic Qin Shang, why did he lack professionalism? Sales say it all, huh? Fine, then let me show you guys a thing or two. Before 8 o'clock, Lin Feng directly splurged and bought 20 million digital albums of Youth. Youth sales instantly reached 52 million, surpassing Moon Shadow's 43 million sales. At exactly 8 o'clock, Shui Yuding's studio timely posted a celebration message. Congratulations to Shui Yuding for achieving 43 million Longwa coins, becoming the #1 singer in Longwa's 24-hour sales. P.S. Previously, the record for total album sales in Longwa was 42 million. Yuding's 24-hour sales have already surpassed this number, so Yuding is now Longwa's top-selling singer.
Thank you for all the fan support. In the days ahead, let's work hand in hand and create more glory.
At the same time, marketing accounts also began to release similar messages. Shui Yuding's new song 24-hour sales 43 million.
The sales of Queen Suman's new song are only 32 million, isn't that impressive?
Just now, my mom asked me why I was kneeling to scroll through Weibo. I said Shui Yuding broke the record. My mom said it's normal for Shui Yuding to break records.
This is the popularity of Shui Yuding.
Under the pressure of Queen Suman, Shui Yuding achieved unprecedented results. The old era has passed, and the era belonging to Shui Yuding has arrived. It's easy to imagine that no one will break the record set by Shui Yuding for a long time. In a sense, Shui Yuding is already the #1 in the music scene of the Dragon Nation. Music critic Qin Shang, 43 million in 24-hour sales. This is truly a shocking achievement, but I still have to say, the quality of Moon Shadow deserves this achievement.
Shui Yuding's fans are bouncing up and down like it's the new year, celebrating madly. The whole internet praises Shui Yuding. Chapter 029, Parking in Maple Forest Evening. In the capital, in a high-end apartment.
Sun Jejia, with a grim face, threw her phone onto the sofa, angrily saying, Sister Su, these marketing big V's have gone too far. It's one thing to praise Shui Yuding, but why drag you into it?
How can we show how amazing Shui Yuding is without saying it this way?
Su Man replied with a grim face. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of anger. Even though Su Man has long been accustomed to the deceit of the entertainment industry, she was still a bit angry at this situation. She doesn't care if others' sales surpass hers, but she absolutely feels uncomfortable when marketing big V's step on her while praising someone else. It's just that her new song sales really can't compare to Shui Yuding's, so no matter how unhappy she is, she can only hold it in.
Just then, the urgent ringtone of her phone rang.
Sun Jejia picked it up and glanced at it. Sister Su, it's your global fan club president calling.
Su Man nodded. You answer it.
Sun Jejia answered the call, pressed the speakerphone. Hello, Lin. Sister Jejia, have you seen the sales list? A hurried voice came from the phone. Sun Jejia looked at Su Man, then said, I saw. It doesn't matter if it's not first, just tell others not to take it to heart, as long as you all like Sister Su's new song.
Sister is first now. Someone with the ID parking in Maple Forest Evening just suddenly refreshed 20 million at 7:59, isn't that your doing? Lin asked with great confusion. Slap.
The phone slipped from Sun Jejia's hand and fell to the ground. Su Man's body shook, quickly took out her phone to check the latest 24-hour sales list on the Ball music platform, and indeed saw her song Youth ranking first.
52 million sales. Oh my god, really someone refreshed 20 million?
The national goddess was shocked. 20 million dragon coins, even for her, it's not a small amount. And looking at this user's ID, they are not from any fan club, meaning this is entirely their personal funds.
What kind of rich person would spend 20 million to help her reach the top? Speaking of which, isn't parking in Maple Forest Evening missing 2 words? Soon, the news that Youth surpassed Moon Shadow to top the 24-hour sales chart exploded online. The whole internet was shocked. Su Man's fans were overjoyed, rushing to Shui Yuding's studio, the rhythm-driving marketing big V's, and Qin Shang's Weibo to leave comments. Let me tell you a secret, at the last moment, Youth's 24-hour sales surpassed. Just now, my mom asked me why I was kneeling to scroll through Weibo. I said Su Man set a record. My mom said it's normal for Su Man to set records, just ask if you're angry. Congratulations to Su Man for achieving 52 million dragon coins, becoming the first singer in the Dragon Nation for 24-hour sales. Shui Yuding's studio? Marketing big V? Music critic Qin Shang? Wait, someone suddenly refreshed 20 million in the last minute to overtake? Who the hell is this? This is too outrageous. Now the question arises, Shui Yuding has already been praised to the heavens, how are they going to keep her going? They thought back and forth for a long time, and finally made a decision that went against their ancestors. Delete the Weibo. Shui Yuding's fans were not happy. What are you bragging about? Don't you know how many copies Youth sold?
It directly sold 20 million in the purchase rankings. Su Man's fans laughed. Moon Shadow also sold a lot in the purchase rankings.
This shows that Su Man's fan base is stronger. If you don't believe it, go and boost it yourself. Shui Yuding's fans? The situation turned around instantly.
At the same time, hashtag Parked Maple Forest Late hashtag forcefully entered the top 5 of Weibo's trending topics.
Wow, who is Parked Maple Forest Late? To brush 20 million is like playing? Parked Maple Forest Late boss, do you need any more accessories on your thigh?
Parked Maple Forest Late is such a poetic ID, he must be a handsome young man. By the way, this is originally from a poem, just missing 2 characters. Soon, hashtag missing two characters hashtag also made it to Weibo's trending topics. Some people who had slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education were still asking which two characters were missing, and the atmosphere was very joyous.
In a presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel in the Magic City.
Ding, congratulations, host, the side mission ranking battle has been completed, and the mission reward is being distributed. Ding, congratulations, host, you have earned a fixed reward of 10 million Longwa coins, plus an additional reward of 200 million Longwa coins. After the system notification sounded, Lin Feng took out his phone to check his bank card balance, 450 million, he was too lazy to look at the decimal. That means, counting the 20 million he spent, this mission netted him 180 million.
So satisfying. Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X alloy, 10 kg/24H. T1100 grade carbon fiber, 1000 kg/24H. System points, 13,000. Combat power, 40.
Current skills, Master of Music Theory, Ultimate Fighting Technique, F1 Champion Driver Skills.
Current task, Carbon Fiber Series Task, 3. Task progress, spending amount 20.2 million. Spending amount still needs 80 million, sometimes spending money is also a kind of pressure. After exiting the system interface, Lin Feng took out his phone and retweeted the marketing Big V's provoking Weibo on the official Weibo of Zenith Special Materials Company, Limited. As a pure passerby, I have to say youth is more to my taste. And that at Qin Shang, I just checked, it seems he doesn't have any decent music works to show off. Has the threshold for music critics become this low now? P.S. Sales speak for everything. What does it mean that a gentleman does not hold a grudge overnight? Tactical withdrawal.
Because of the recent surge in popularity, this official Weibo account's followers had exceeded 2 million. Once this Weibo post was released, it immediately attracted a large number of netizens to watch. I vomited, I thought T2000 level carbon fiber was in sight, but I ended up seeing this? I'm going, this editor is too wild. Using the company's official Weibo to chase stars and diss others, doesn't he fear being fired? I have a bad feeling, this Weibo post is going to be attacked by Shui Yuting's fans. Editor, better hurry and find another job. In a high-end villa in the Magic City. Honey, I can accept being surpassed by Su Man, but the official Weibo of Zenith Special Materials Company, Limited jumps out to mock her, that just drives her crazy. I don't care, I want that official Weibo editor to pay the price. Shui Yuting cried like a pear blossom in the rain, making one feel sorry for her. Being overtaken by Su Man at the last moment was already enough to infuriate her, and now a small fish jumps out to openly diss her. Does he really think anyone can step on Shui Yuting? Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I will make him pay the price. Lu Sihai's face was equally dark. He spent over 30 million to help Shui Yuting claim the sales ranking, and suddenly the done deal flew away? Although Shui Yuting also took the opportunity to gain some heat, who will remember second place? Lu Sihai, bursting with anger, didn't dare to directly challenge Su Man, but dealing with an editor from a private enterprise wasn't too difficult. Chapter 030, Reverse Ban. Soon, Shui Yuting's fans and water army began to gather under this Weibo post. Editor, what qualifications do you have to diss Yuting? Hurry up and apologize to Yuting. What kind of third-rate company is this? What are all these random people doing here? Hurry up and fire that editor. Boss of Tiandingxing Special Materials Company, Limited, I warn you, if you don't fire that editor, I will have someone shut down your company. Editor, can't you take a look in the mirror and see what you are? What right do you have to judge Yuting's music? Fire the editor. Fire the editor. Fire the editor. Lin Feng was so angry he almost laughed. He only said that youth suited his taste better and didn't even evaluate Moon Shadow, and these people want him to apologize? And they even wanted the company to fire the boss? That's just ridiculous. Before going to bed, the editor read a psychology book, thought it was great, and now shares it with everyone. Below is a cover photo of the crowd, a study of the popular mind that Lin Feng found online. The four big characters the crowd stood out prominently. Put. Is the editor implying that Shui Yuting's fans are a crowd? Even the bamboo shoots from the panda's hometown were all taken by the editor. Wow, this editor is going up against Shui Yuting's fans head-on, so wild. I like it. Soon, hashtag the wildest editor in history hashtag topped the trending list on Weibo, attracting many netizens to come and watch. The number of fans skyrocketed. Before long, Shui Yuting posted on Weibo, "Thank you to my fans for your constant support. Before, you protected me, and now it's my turn to protect you." Shui Yuting's studio, at Tiandingxing Special Materials Company, Limited official Weibo editor abused power for personal gain, posted defamatory comments about it. Shui Yuting and her fans, "We hope he realizes his mistake and apologizes voluntarily, or we will submit a letter of attorney to your company." Shui Yuting's statement hit her fans like a powerful dose of motivation, bursting with energy. Yuting is so gentle, we must protect the best Yuting. Even when Yuting is slandered, she still thinks of protecting us. For such a Yuting, I would die happily.
Don't be sad, Yuting, we will help you seek justice.
Under the leader of the fan heads, some fans continued to leave comments cursing under Tian Xing Special Materials Company, Limited's official Weibo. Some fans started trying to dig up the editor's real-life information.
Lastly, a group of fans frantically called Tian Xing Special Materials Company, Limited. A war without gunpowder had begun.
Lin Feng, who ignited this war, finished his last Weibo post and went to sleep. Just a group of random people, he didn't take it to heart at all. The next morning, Lin Feng received a call from Lu Cixi. Boss, the HR department's phone has blown up from Shui Yuting's fans. They are all shouting for the company to apologize and fire the official Weibo editor. There are always those people who get tangled up online, using their numbers to randomly attack and judge others. They insist on making others apologize, if not, they keep cursing and defaming. Sadly, most of the time these people succeed, and many innocent people are exposed online to depression, social death, or even suicide. But this time, Lin Feng was going to say no to this behavior. Cixi, have Guzong tell the companies coming to discuss cooperation that we must add a special clause in the contract. In future operations, never hire Shui Yuting as a spokesperson.
For contracts already signed, even if it's a breach, we have to add this clause.
Lin Feng's words were powerful. On the other end, Zhao Qingya had her mouth slightly open. It was the first time she had seen such a manly side of Lin Feng.
So handsome, isn't it?
After hanging up, Lin Feng posted on the official Weibo, at Shui Yuting's studio, I merely made an objective evaluation from a bystander's perspective. When has it become necessary to apologize for speaking the truth?
You even sent a lawyer's letter. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm afraid of you?
P.S. Our boss said that anyone who wants to cooperate with this company,
add a clause in the contract stating never hire at Shui Yuting as a spokesperson in future operations. You want me to apologize? I'll blacklist you in return. Even if I'm weak now and can't blacklist you, I will in the future. This is his attitude.
Once this Weibo post was published, it immediately caused a storm on the internet.
To protect our little editor, we choose to confront Shui Yuting head-on. Who wouldn't love a boss like this? Oh my, isn't the company boss named Lin Feng? Could he be the lyricist and composer of youth? Wow, the analysis above makes a lot of sense.
I was wondering why the editor was supporting youth. It would make sense if they were the same person. And that big shot who spent 20 million Huaxia coins, Park at Feng Linwen, also has Lin Feng in the name. Chilling when you think about it.
Some netizens began speculating about the relationship among the three. As a pure bystander, I have to say, given your company's ability, you can't blacklist Shui Yuting at all. A third-rate company we have never even heard of wants to blacklist our Yuting? Please, don't make us laugh.
I was still wondering when Yuting endorsed a carbon fiber company.
I checked online.
Well, their annual production capacity is only 360 tons, probably not enough to cover Yuting's endorsement fee.
That's hilarious. Shui Yuting's fans mocked fiercely under this Weibo post. In the magical city, inside that villa.
Honey, the boss of this company has stepped in.
Shouldn't we just let it go?
Shui Yuting spoke in a tone that seemed to fear Lu Cixi getting into trouble, looking pitiful. Damn, he's just the boss of a third-rate company. Watch how I bring him down. Lu Cixi had already checked the information about Tian Xing Specialty Materials Company. Based on the annual production capacity of 360 tons of T1100 grade carbon fiber, this company's annual revenue is only 540 million. And my Lu Cixi's net worth is over 10 billion, we are not even in the same league.
Jiangnan Airport. After posting that Weibo, Lin Feng drove a Lamborghini to take Zhao Qingya back to Jiangnan.
Life is more than just the hardships in front of you, there are also poetry in distant fields.
For Lin Feng, Shui Yuting was just an actress.
He didn't need to waste energy on someone like her.
Completing the mission and strengthening himself was the priority.
In less than 200 kilometers, with Lin Feng's skills, even at speed limits, they could get back in just 2.5 hours.
Except the seats of the Lamborghini are too hard, my back is having a bit of a hard time. After having lunch, the two went to the Silver Ruizi US sales office. Living in a hotel is not ideal. The consumption task is still 80 million short.
Lin Feng found that there was a standalone villa priced just over 80 million in Silver Ruizi UA online.
It's fully furnished and ready to move in, and the location is nice, so there's really no need to think it over.
Chapter 31:3 Divine Skills Obtained. After parking the car, the two walked into the sales office, where a young lady in a black professional outfit approached. Sir, madam, welcome to Silver Ruizi US sales office.
I'm your real estate advisor, Zhao Yueyuan. Lin Feng's eyes lit up.
This lady had a short haircut, a slightly baby-faced look, and was the cute type. Of course, she's not as beautiful as Zhao Qingya, but she's still quite striking among the salesgirls.
Take me to see the Type D villa in the villa area.
Lin Feng had already chosen his target and stated directly.
Zhao Yueyuan's eyes brightened.
Usually, when someone says this, they are a potential customer, and the chances of closing the deal are very high. Quickly, Zhao Yueyuan led the two to the D-type standalone villa area. This is a 3-story villa, 2 floors above ground, with 7 rooms, 3 halls, and 7 bathrooms. The basement can be turned into an entertainment room or wine cellar. There is a swimming pool in front for throwing parties with friends, and a small garden in the back for planting flowers and plants.
Just 2 words, leisurely. The property area is 1,212 square meters, total price 88 million. After asking Zhao Qingya's opinion,
Lin Feng directly swiped his card to buy it. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Carbon Fiber Series Task 3 is completed, rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 10T/24H and a reward of 100,000 system points. Ding, congratulations to the host, T2000 level carbon fiber series task has been unlocked.
Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, X Alloy Series Task 3. Task objective, accumulate spending of 10 million Longwei coins.
Task reward, X Alloy production speed increased to 100 kilograms per 24 hours, 10,000 system points, and unlocks the Vibranium Series task.
Task, Carbon Fiber Series Task 4. Task objective, accumulate spending of 1 billion Longwei coins.
Task reward, T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 100 T/24H and 1 million system points.
Task, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task 1. Task objective, accumulate spending of 10 million Longwo coins.
Task reward, rewards T2000 level carbon fiber production line, production speed of 100 kg/24H, and 10,000 system points. Choose one of 3 tasks, the abandoned tasks will refresh later, please make your choice within 10 seconds. Lin Feng chose the T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task 1 without hesitation. The strength of T2000 level carbon fiber is 10 times that of T1100 level, and no country in the world can mass produce it yet. If he can create the production line first, it will undoubtedly shake the carbon fiber industry. More importantly, if Longwei uses T2000 level carbon fiber in military aircraft and rockets, it will greatly enhance national defense strength. As a citizen of Longwei, contributing to the country in this way is his duty and honor. As for slapping the big V spicy ball and a bunch of dragons, that's rather secondary. 100,000 system points in hand, I can finally buy those 3 amazing skills. Lin Feng grinned and entered the system mall, spending 30,000 points to buy X-ray vision, invisibility, and wall passing, then clicked to learn. A massive stream of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind, and soon he mastered these 3 amazing skills. Invisibility, can enter an invisible state at any time, masking all sounds and breaths. Note, consumes 1 system point per second when used. X-ray vision, can have the ability to see through, ignoring any materials. Note, consumes 1 system point per second when used. Wall passing, can have the ability to pass through walls, ignoring any materials. Note, each use consumes 100 system points. What the heck, I actually have to consume system points when I use them. Lin Feng felt like thousands of wild horses were galloping through his mind at that moment. But when he thought about the power of these 3 skills, that bit of resentment vanished. With the ability to see through, pass through walls, and become invisible, who cares about those points? He just needs to use them sparingly. Lin Feng daydreamed for a moment, then turned to look at Zhao Qingya.
Zhao Qingya? Wait. What kind of look is this from Lin Feng? She felt completely seen through. Hey, Lin Feng, why are you bleeding from your nose? Zhao Qingya exclaimed. Lin Feng hurriedly wiped his nose. Oh, maybe I have been too fiery these days. Mr. Lin, I'll go get you a glass of cool tea. Zhao Yueyuan, who was helping Lin Feng with the home purchase procedures, quickly said. Lin Feng nodded at her, and his nosebleed became even worse. When Lin Feng stopped the nosebleed, he muttered, the side effects of these amazing skills are too great, I can't use them lightly in the future. In the following time, Lin Feng spent another 6,000 system points to buy 6 battle power pills, all clicked to use. With his fists clenched, he felt a strength far beyond before, almost shouting out the famous line, I want to fight 10. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding, the host's battle power has exceeded 100, would you like to spend 10,000 system points to learn internal power immediately? Lin Feng was first stunned, then hurriedly clicked into the system to check. Internal power, after learning this skill, you can gain a flexible power throughout your body, with the ability to concentrate all your strength into one point. Note, internal power costs 10,000 system points, and automatically increases battle power by 100 after learning. I see. Lin Feng guessed that modern combat should belong to external martial arts, only refining muscles and bones. Internal power is to generate a stronger force inside the body. Mobilizing this kind of power to throw a punch, its destructive force is undoubtedly unparalleled by modern combat.
Since I can strengthen myself, there is naturally no reason for Lin Feng not to learn. After spending 10,000 system points, Lin Feng felt a surge of heat flowing throughout his body, his fists clenched.
Crack, crack. The feeling of power was overwhelming. Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X alloy, 10 kg/24H.
T1100 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H.
System points, 67,000. Combat power, 200.
Current skills: proficient in music theory, ultimate combat technique, mastery of natural sciences, F1 champion driver skills, X-ray vision, invisibility technique, wall passing technique, inner strength.
Current task, T2000 carbon fiber series task, 1. Task progress, amount spent 0. Lin Feng exited the system and turned to Zhao Qingya. Qingya, when do you think we can spar again? Zhao Qingya was first taken aback, then her expression turned playful. The sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Do you think you're capable now? Lin Feng? Zhao Qingya's words were not too harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Lin Feng felt it was necessary to have an in-depth conversation with Zhao Qingya, so she would understand that a man should never be underestimated. Now I feel like I'm very capable, so do you dare to spar with me? Lin Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and sneered. Zhao Qingya shook her head. The time is too short, you definitely haven't made much progress. If you really want to defeat me, I can find a master to teach you. Lin Feng? Chapter 032, All the Dark Secrets Emerge, Outrage Across the Internet. Blind man, you have discovered the highlight. To lose to him, Zhao Qingya even wants to find him a master. How much does the beautiful bodyguard want to go on a date with him? After a while, Lin Feng smiled. There's no need for a master, I'm a genius, I can defeat you using consciousness training methods. Consciousness training methods cannot develop internal. Zhao Qingya hurriedly shut her mouth, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Yuan beside her. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Why? Zhao Qingya shook her head. It's nothing, I'll explain it to you in detail when I have time. Lin Feng's heart stirred. What the beautiful bodyguard was about to say couldn't be internal strength, could it? Could she also have cultivated internal strength? I still need to find a way to understand Zhao Qingya's depth. At the same time, a shocking revelation about Tianji Star Special Materials Company, Limited suddenly appeared online. Spicy ball, I just received an explosive message. This message is truly, truly explosive. Before announcing this message, let me give everyone a bit of background. Tianji Star Special Materials Company, Limited was originally Jiangnan Special Materials Company, Limited, mainly producing high-temperature resistant glass and alumina ceramic plates, which had nothing to do with carbon fiber. On the 7th day after Lin Feng acquired it, it announced that it could mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber, after which Dean Chen Musho led a group of experts from Lunka Institute to assist with the inspection. Under the background of Lunka Institute, domestic companies related to carbon fiber hurried to seek cooperation. Do you know what requirements Tianji Star put forward? If you want to place an order, you must pay a 30% deposit, and delivery time cannot be guaranteed. I just want to ask everyone, is this requirement ridiculous? But domestic companies could not buy T1100 grade carbon fiber elsewhere. To survive, they had no choice but to agree to such absurd demands. What shocked major enterprises even more was that Tianji Star Special Materials Company, Limited just announced that the annual production capacity of T1100 grade carbon fiber has increased to 3,600 tons. From 360 tons to 3,600 tons, isn't that explosive? Let me do the math for everyone. The price of T1100 grade carbon fiber is 1,500 Longwa coins/kg, based on a 30% deposit. The deposit for 3,600 tons is 1.62 billion Longwa coins. A company that had never produced carbon fiber, after changing owners, not only can produce T1100 grade carbon fiber but also increased annual production capacity to 3,600 tons, surpassing the leading enterprise in the carbon fiber field, Dongyin Leiden Company. More importantly, its selling price is a quarter lower than its peers. When this information is connected with ordering requires a 30% deposit, it's chillingly thought-provoking. Alright. My expose is finished, the rest is up to you to think. This matter is too deep, I dare not say more. I'm out. After this post, it immediately attracted many netizens to watch. Wow, I actually read this long post without missing a word, and after reading it, I'm truly fearful upon deeper thought. Tianjixing Special Materials Company cheated and made money, and Lunka Institute actually didn't find out? Wow, indeed it's too deep. Damn. It's already 12:02 and there's still such a thing? This guy named Lin Feng is too fierce. I thought it was strange, clearly Long Country couldn't even mass-produce T1000 grade carbon fiber. How did a company suddenly pop up that could mass-produce T1100 grade carbon fiber? Turns out it was a scam, but I didn't expect Lunka Institute to be deceived. Wow, if it's really cheating, then that's really a shame for our country. Little Pinks, come take a look, this is the company you've been bragging about. The black fans went crazy stirring the pot under this post.
Even more terrifying, fans of Shueyuding gathered like flies sensing blood, wildly commenting and forwarding. I knew long ago that Linfeng was not a good thing. Those who go against Yuding will definitely have a bad end. We must investigate this company that brings shame to Long Country. Soon, the hashtag Tianxing Special Materials Company cheating hashtag climbed to the hot search on Weibo. At the same time, another big V with millions of fans, what black material is there today, posted a Weibo, God, the top student from Shuemu actually. Below is a screenshot of a private message, Black Material King, I'm a student from the Corporate Management Department of the College of Economics and Management at Shuemu University, I have an exposé. My classmate graduated and entered Tianxing Special Materials Company as a secretary to the board, with an annual salary of 1 million, and received 50% of the salary in advance upon joining, with a 10% raise each year.
Some classmates said she was kept by the boss of Tianxing, please blur my name, I don't want to be recognized. Damn, Linfeng actually kept the beauty from Shuemu? The kind of old man who keeps college girls is what I hate the most. As the events unfolded, the hashtag Shuemu Beauty hashtag trended, and soon, some personal information about Lu Sisi was posted online. Just as these two exposés intensified, more unfavorable exposés about Linfeng appeared. Just received a fan submission, the boss of Tianxing Special Materials Company Linfeng once made discriminatory comments about women. Below is a screenshot from WeChat. Linfeng, beautiful girl, I was deeply charmed by you when we first met at the bar, tell me, how much for you to come out with me? Do you think money is everything, Winnie the Pooh? Linfeng, isn't it? My time is precious, I don't want to waste too much time talking, 100,000 Long Country coins, you come out and drink with me. Sorry, I'm not short of money, even if I were, I wouldn't accept your invitation, Winnie the Pooh. Linfeng, 200,000, no more, because you are only worth 200,000. Crazy, Winnie the Pooh. Similar exposés like this are numerous, all posted by marketing accounts. God, how can there be such disgusting men in the world? Such a disgusting man wants to blacklist Yuding? I'm sickened. Men who objectify women are trash. Stinky rotten man, if you're so rich, go find a horse, stinky. Men who objectify women should die a terrible death. Fans of Shueyuding and the fighters quickly reacted, and soon the hashtag Linfeng discriminates against women hashtag rose to the hot search on Weibo. In no time, Linfeng was being attacked by everyone online, and Tianxing Special Materials Company was deeply mired in a fraud crisis. Li Ning, quick, look at Weibo, Linfeng is being scolded by the whole internet. In Jiangnan, in a high-end community, Yang Shui, who was walking her dog downstairs, suddenly shouted excitedly. Is it for real? Li Ming exclaimed, because after that class reunion, they had a big fight when they returned, and he was cut off from his allowance by his dad, he hated Linfeng to the extreme. When he took out his phone and looked at the Weibo, he immediately burst into laughter. Linfeng, you finally have your day. Hey, wait, it seems like they don't know Linfeng's personal information? Yang Shui noticed something was off. Damn, right. Without his personal info, no matter how many people curse Linfeng, he won't care. Thinking of this, Li Ming registered a new Weibo account, published Linfeng's personal information, and it had several big accounts. But as soon as the Weibo was sent out, the system alerted that there was sensitive information and blocked it directly. Chapter 033, Cece, I want to pursue you. What the heck, what's going on? Li Ming was stunned at first, then he re-edited it, deleted a few words he thought were sensitive, but to his surprise, it still got blocked instantly. Is this new account cursed? Yang Shui sneered, then registered a new account herself, but still couldn't publish Linfeng's personal information. At that moment, both of them were confused, what was going on? How could Linfeng's personal information be considered sensitive? Not believing in evil, they fiddled around for another 10 minutes, but still kept failing. Just when Li Ming was so angry he wanted to smash his phone, several police officers marched straight toward them. You are suspected of leaking national secrets, come with us. Li Ming and Yang Shui felt darkness before their eyes and immediately collapsed to the ground in fear. At the Silver Rui Ziyu sales office, Linfeng also saw these scandals and almost laughed in anger at that moment. If he said this matter had nothing to do with Shueyuding, he wouldn't believe it at all. It was one thing to slander him, but that such a pure girl like Lu Sisi could also have mud thrown on her by her. One woman's reputation is far too important to speak of. Once others believed these rumors, wouldn't Lu Sisi's life be ruined? Unforgivable. Ding, host, you have a new side mission. Mission, reverse public opinion. Mission objective, reverse the current public opinion and change the attitude of netizens who misunderstand the host. Mission reward, 10 million dragon coins, number of netizens who change attitude x 10 dragon coins. Linfeng was shocked, damn, there's a mission that pays by the head? This system is something else. Then he calculated a sum, if 100 million netizens changed their attitude, wouldn't he get a reward of 1 billion dragon coins? That's the rhythm of escaping poverty and heading straight to prosperity.
In this case, he couldn't suppress the negative momentum online too quickly, this way he could attract more netizens' attention. These bastards are too despicable.
Do you need my help? Zhao Qianjia exhaled and said coldly. After these days of getting along, she had a clear understanding of Lin Feng's character. Whether it was the T1100 level carbon fiber forgery or Lu Cixi being supported by Lin Feng, both were baseless slanders. A person who willingly pays for commercial insurance for his employees and donates 30 million dragon coins without a second thought cannot be smeared by these lowly insults. Lin Feng was startled and quickly stopped her. No, let me handle this, they are just a bunch of insignificant people, no need for you to intervene. If a professional like Zhao Qianjia got involved, wouldn't she sweep away the lowly insults in a thunderous manner? Then he wouldn't be able to maximize his benefits. Zhao Qianjia frowned slightly. Are you sure? Sure, absolutely sure. Just let me handle the main task, you can assist on the side. Lin Feng already had a rough plan in mind. If implemented well, it would maximize his benefits. He whispered something to Zhao Qianjia, then left the sales office. Huh? Why did Mr. Lin leave? While Zhao Yueyuan was handling the paperwork, she asked in confusion. Zhao Qianjia smiled. He has something to do, just give it to me once you finish the paperwork. Zhao Yueyuan nodded and didn't ask any further. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng returned to the company and found the beautiful secretary. Cixi, I want to pursue you. Lu Cixi's mind went blank for a moment. My God, the boss suddenly found her and said he wanted to pursue her. She must be dreaming. No, you misunderstood. I mean, I want to pretend to pursue you, Lin Feng hurriedly said. Ah? Lu Cixi was dumbfounded. One moment saying pursue, the next moment saying pretend to pursue. Boss, this is really not a way to tease someone. Lu Cixi's mood was like a roller coaster, just shot up to the highest point and then whooshed down. Lin Feng knew that saying it this way was too suggestive, so he asked, did you see the gossip on Weibo? Lu Cixi shook her head in confusion. No, I don't look at Weibo while at work. Good employee, dedicated. Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. You should check Weibo first, then I'll explain it to you in detail. With a doubtful expression, Lu Cixi took out her phone and logged onto Weibo, and soon her face turned pale. Shuemu University flower Lu Cixi, 23 years old, 170 centimeters tall, supermodel figure, many boys pursued her in college, this is her life photo, everyone savor it. Wow, Lu Cixi is indeed a stunning beauty, no wonder that old man wanted to hire her as a secretary for $1 million a year. Clearly, she could rely on her talent but chose to rely on her looks. Women like her are truly disgusting, who knows which honest man will pick up the tab for her in the future. How can these people be like this? The vicious comments online were like sharp knives, stabbing Lu Cixi's heart again and again, making her elegant face turn ghostly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng patted her shoulder to comfort her. The truth will come to light one day. Now you just need to find out who is behind this and prove your innocence. Lu Cixi calmed down a little. Right, find the culprit. The only one who knows my $1 million salary is Chun Xian, but she is my close friend, she shouldn't slander me like this. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't it common for best friends to have hidden jealousies? Lu Cixi is still too innocent. But he didn't bring it up. Instead he asked, you could ask her if she told anyone else about this, but that's not the most urgent thing. Ah? Lu Cixi was a bit confused. Is there anything more urgent than finding the culprit? Lin Feng said, the immediate priority is to change your friends, classmates, family members, and colleagues' perception of you. The opinions of those online don't matter much. After the heat dies down, they will forget about you. But this kind of rumor is hard to clear, so it's better to change the nature of the situation. Even if the boss hires a pretty secretary, even if they are completely innocent, it's hard not to raise suspicions. With rumors spreading, no amount of talking would prove Lu Cixi's innocence. After all, between a man and a woman, proving they haven't done anything is much harder than proving they have done something. Unless Lu Cixi could provide 24-hour surveillance and show the netizens her life track during this time. This is obviously impossible. Lu Cixi understood this reasoning. Change the nature? How do I change it? Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Let them know that I, the boss, am just pursuing you. Once they know, the rumors will fall apart. Lu Cixi's eyes lit up immediately. Right. If they knew her boss isn't some old man, but a handsome and wealthy young guy who is also pursuing her, who would think she was being kept by Lin Feng? This is much simpler than proving her innocence. But will this affect you? Lu Cixi was very considerate. If others knew Lin Feng was pursuing her, what would happen if he met a girl he liked in the future? For example, Xiao Qingya? But he wouldn't lose out either. Lu Cixi nodded. But how should I let them know? Should I tell them directly? Wouldn't that be too deliberate? Lu Cixi frowned slightly. Lin Feng smiled gently. Aren't you taking a day off tomorrow to go back to the capital for a farewell dinner with your classmates? I'll prepare a surprise for you then. And you need to call your parents to explain. If necessary, I will go back home with you. As for the company colleagues, you don't need to worry. They all know I'm not an old man. Lu Cixi stared blankly at Lin Feng. Boss, you are amazing. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Wow, this could have some ambiguity. Why did this sound more thrilling than Boruto? But... Boss, what is your plan, and how should I cooperate with you? Lu Cixi asked.
Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you later, but first, I'll take you to buy something. Jiangnan, Guojin Center, Patek Philippe counter.
Mr. Lin and Ms., welcome to Patek Philippe.
The salesperson who attended Lin Feng last time came over and naturally smiled at Lu Cixi. Because last time Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya bought a pair of couple watches, Chen Ming initially assumed Zhao Qingya was Lin Feng's girlfriend. However, he had seen this kind of thing many times, so his reaction was quite natural. Lin Feng saw through his little thoughts and pointed out directly, Cixi, it was Xiao Chun who served me in Qingya last time.
The salesperson was shocked at that moment. Lin Feng actually revealed that he brought another woman to buy a watch? Who gave Lin Feng this confidence? Oh. Lu Cixi repeatedly nodded. Hello, my name is Lu Cixi, I am Mr. Lin's secretary. The salesperson paused for a moment. Hello, Miss Lu, my name is Chen Ming, you can call me Xiao Chun. So she is Mr. Lin's secretary, then Zhao Qingya must be Lin Feng's official girlfriend? Being rich is just so awesome. With my membership level, can I buy styles over $1 million?
Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. Chen Ming nodded. As long as it's not a very popular style, it can be done.
Do you have any preferred styles? Yes.
Lin Feng had already checked what he wanted to buy on the official website before coming, and then said in one breath, please help me get the 5 models 6102P001, 7042100R010, 7042100G010, 52041R001, 5062450R001.
Chan Ming? Mr. Lin, are you saying you want all 5 watches?
The prices of these 5 watches are 2.6 million, 1.67 million, 1.67 million, 2.66 million, and 1.62 million, adding up to over 10.22 million.
What level of wealthy person is Lin Feng, buying $1 million watches like they are cabbage at the market? Lu Cixi was unclear about the exact prices of these watches, but hadn't Lin Feng just said he wanted to buy items over $1 million?
Then these 5 watches together were definitely not a small amount.
The key is, can he even wear that many? Yes, I want them all.
1 for me, 1 for my parents, and 1 for Cixi and Qingya each. Lin Feng directly stated how he would distribute them. 7042-100R010 and 7042-100G010 are the same model. R represents rose gold, and G represents platinum. This watch is set with a total of 552 diamonds, weighing about 6.04 carats, on the dial, case, crown, and bracelet. In addition, it has 79 Akoya pearls, priced at 1.67 million, elegant and charming. Lu Cixi's temperament is more suited to the rose gold version, while Zhao Qingya is more suited to the platinum version. 1 watch for each girl, perfectly balanced.
Chan Ming. Wow, he openly told Lu Cixi that one of these watches is for Zhao Qingya, blatantly keeping 2 boats. Being rich and good-looking really allows one to do whatever they want. Boss, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Lu Cixi quickly declined. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. I am pursuing you, how can I not give some valuable gifts? Awesome. Awesome.
Chen Ming felt a continuous admiration for Lin Feng in his heart, like the endless flow of a river, impossible to contain. Even with Lu Cixi knowing he had a girlfriend, he was blatantly telling her he wanted to pursue her.
A man should be like this. But
Lu Cixi wanted to say something more, but Lin Feng directly rejected her. I'm not giving this to you now, but in front of your classmates.
I believe it will be more convincing this way. Chen Ming took a deep breath. Wow, shouldn't it be better the fewer people know about this kind of thing? Lin Feng looked as if he wanted to announce it to the world. Could this be the ultimate secret of playing both sides? Chen Ming's thoughts were slowly transforming. Lu Cixi then understood Lin Feng's intention and chose not to refuse anymore.
After swiping the card to pay, a system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, task 1 of T2000 level carbon fiber completed, rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received a T2000 level carbon fiber production line, with a production speed of 100 kg/24h, and a reward of 10,000 system points. Completing 2 main tasks in one day was still a first for Lin Feng. Ding, host, you have new tasks. Task, X Alloy Series Task 3. Task objective, accumulate spending of 10 million Longwei currency. Task reward, X Alloy production speed increased to 100 kg/24h, 10,000 system points, unlock Vibranium Series tasks.
Task, Carbon Fiber Series Task 4. Task objective, accumulate spending of 1 billion Longwei currency.
Task reward, T1100 level carbon fiber production speed of 100T/24H, 1 million system points.
Task, T2000 carbon fiber series task, 2. Task objective, accumulate spending of 100 million Longwei currency.
Task reward, reward T2000 level carbon fiber production speed increased to 1T/24H, 100,000 system points. 3 tasks to choose from, the abandoned task will refresh later, please make a choice within 10 seconds. Before swiping the card, Lin Feng had already decided which task to choose. T2000 level is a new type of carbon fiber, a unique item in the whole world. Quickly increasing its production capacity will also help the research and development of new equipment and products. Technology is about being one step ahead, leading to more advancements.
Host, Lin Feng.
Technology pool, X alloy, 10 kg/24H, T1100 level carbon fiber, 10 T/24H, T2000 level carbon fiber, 100 kg/24H.
System points, 77,000. Combat power, 200. Current skills, proficient in music theory, ultimate fighting skills. Current task, T2000 carbon fiber series task, 2, reverse public opinion.
Task reward, reward T2000 level carbon fiber production speed 1T/24H, 100,000 system points.
Task progress, spending amount 0.
Before leaving the Patek Philippe counter, Chen Ming helped Lin Feng apply for a VIP membership card, making it convenient for him to purchase popular wristwatches in the future. For example, the 63,000 G priced at 40 million, even if Lin Feng is a Patek Philippe VIP, he would still have to wait at least half a year to buy that watch. After coming out of Patek Philippe, Lin Feng took Lu Sisi to stroll around various luxury brand counters. He originally wanted to help Lu Sisi get some outfits, but she refused flatly, and instead, Lin Feng ended up buying a few sets of clothes for himself. After a flurry of preparations, the two boarded the flight to the imperial capital.
Chapter 035, The Goddess of the Poor. The next day at 6 in the afternoon, Lu Sisi arrived at the entrance of a restaurant next to Waterwood University by taxi. Look, it's the school beauty Lu Sisi. It's really her. Didn't she say she was being kept by an old man? Why is she back? She should be here for a farewell dinner, right? She has brought shame to our school, how can she dare to come back for a farewell meal? Exactly, if I were her, I would never show my face here again. Most of the diners at this restaurant were students from Waterwood, and Lu Sisi, being a famous figure, was recognized as soon as she entered.
In an instant, all kinds of sarcastic and harsh words came from all directions. These words were like sharp swords, piercing into Lu Sisi's heart, causing her face to grow paler by the moment. With great determination, Lu Sisi walked through the hall and climbed the stairs to the second floor, stopping at the door of box 201. Through the door, she could hear her classmates inside chatting and laughing, the atmosphere lively. Lu Sisi took several deep breaths to adjust her expression before pushing the door open and entering. Swish. Inside the box, 23 classmates from the 2021 Business Management Department Class 04 turned their heads in unison. When they recognized that it was Lu Sisi, everyone froze as if under a spell. The room suddenly fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Lu Sisi had already expected this, and smiled forcefully, saying, "You all came so early?" Everyone looked at her with complicated expressions, but no one responded. The atmosphere became very awkward. In the end, it was Qin Xian who broke the silence. "We all work in the capital, it's more convenient for us to return to school." This was like a spell that lifted the seal on the others. "We are all unfortunate people, after graduation, we can only find a barely surviving job in the capital." Yeah, unlike some people who got $1 million salary offer before graduating, how enviable. What good is envy? Do you have their beauty? Do you have their figure? Sigh, I definitely can't compare, but even if I had such looks and figure, I wouldn't support an old man, I still have my pride. Some girls in the class spoke with a sarcastic tone. If Lu Sisi was the red flower of Class 04, then the other girls were just the green leaves, and it's impossible not to have jealousy. Now that Lu Sisi's reputation was ruined, the other girls stood on the moral high ground. Although the boys didn't say a word, their eyes looking at Lu Sisi were filled with disdain. "The rumors on the internet are all lies, why are you slandering me?" The ridicule and humiliation she had faced along the way made Lu Sisi explode entirely. "Oh, Sisi, don't misunderstand, we're not talking about you." "Right, we're talking about a little nasty person, definitely not you." "Pfft, if you're being kept, then just admit it, why pretend? You were a slut but still want to be respected, I spit." Some explained sarcastically while others mocked softly. Lu Sisi was so angry that she trembled, her pretty face turning pale. Bang! The class monitor, Zhang Zhong, suddenly stood up, slamming the table. "You are all Sisi's classmates, why do you speak of her like this?" The other classmates were taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Everyone in the class knew Zhang Zhong liked Lu Sisi, but he spoke up for her even after she had fallen. This was surprising. Lu Cece's beautiful eyes flickered, feeling a bit moved. Cece has just gone astray. As her classmates, we should try our best to guide her back to the right path. Zheng Zhong scanned the room and said solemnly.
Lu Cece? Going astray? I've never strayed off the path, okay? So it turns out she was just moved for nothing? Cece, quit your job. I can accompany you to a place where no one knows you to start over. Zheng Zhong walked in front of Lu Cece, speaking passionately. Other classmates. Wow, even after this, Zheng Zhong still wanted to flatter her? Even if he succeeded in courting her, what he got would just be a woman tired of an old man. The goddess of the poor, the spirit of the rich. Lu Cece was so angry she almost laughed. Why should I quit my job? Zheng Zhong was momentarily stunned. Cece, I know you need money, but your situation has already been exposed. If you don't quit, you'll be drowned in spit. Lu Cece lightly tucked her hair, mocking herself. So, you believe I've been kept by an old man, right? Zheng Zhong sighed. Cece, I don't mean to look down on you. After all, everyone makes mistakes. I'm just... Enough.
Lu Cece directly interrupted him. Zheng Zhong, I've already said we're not suitable. Save your affection for someone else.
You refuse me?
Zheng Zhong could hardly believe his ears.
He thought accepting a woman with a bad reputation was already lowering his status, but Lu Cece not only didn't appreciate it but also dared to reject him? Did she think she was still that pure school flower? Why can't I refuse you? Lu Cece retorted. Lu Cece, you'd rather be kept by an old man than be with me, so you must be looking down on me for being poor, right? Zheng Zhong's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisting. Lu Cece felt Zheng Zhong had lost his mind. Continuing the conversation was pointless. He simply turned his head to the side. This made Zheng Zhong think it was acceptance. I really didn't expect you to be such a woman. Yes, I admit that old man is indeed very rich, but I am still young. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the poor youth. One day I will become a man more successful than him. And you will regret today's decision for a lifetime. The class monitor is right. Lu Cece will definitely regret missing out on you. That old man is just a fraud. How can he compare to the class monitor? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Class monitor, you deserve someone better. Other classmates cheered enthusiastically. The atmosphere in the private room reached a peak with Zheng Zhong's ringing words. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Feng walked in briskly in a fitted white Armani suit. Wow, such a handsome guy. Is he also a student of Shu Weimu? Why haven't we seen him before? He can't be a celebrity, right? In the private room, every girl who saw Lin Feng had love in their eyes and whispered among themselves. Zheng Zhong, feeling overshadowed, immediately said in annoyance, Hey man, you must be in the wrong room. Since Cece is here, it means I'm in the right place. Lin Feng looked at Lu Cece's back and said affectionately. Only then did Lu Cece turn around, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she exclaimed, Boss? Zheng Zhong? Others? Wait, what did Lu Cece just call Lin Feng? Boss? Isn't Lu Cece's boss an old man? How did he turn into a handsome guy who outshines the young lads? Chapter 036 Envious and Jealous Classmates. Cece, didn't expect me to find you here, surprised, unexpected, happy? Lin Feng waved at Lu Cece and smiled. I really didn't expect it. Lu Cece said somewhat shyly. This was something she had planned with Lin Feng. How could she not expect it? No, I don't believe it. Cece's boss must be an old man. How could someone as young as you be her boss? Zheng Zhong, who always looked down on others, suddenly broke down. In terms of looks, Lin Feng was even more handsome than him. In terms of temperament, Lin Feng surpassed him as well. In terms of wealth, Lin Feng was light years ahead of him. So what did he have to make Lu Cece regret? Did the bragging he just did get slapped in the face immediately? Your question is too childish. I originally didn't want to answer, but for Cece, I think it's better to prove who I am. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, took out his ID card and showed it to Zheng Zhong. See? I am really Lin Feng. What? WTF? No way. Other classmates couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Especially the girls, they had been standing on a moral high ground to criticize Lu Cece largely because of the rumors that the boss of the top star was a sleazy old man. But the person not only wasn't a sleazy old man, but was a handsome guy who looked better than young idols. Rich and good-looking, if they were kept by such a man, they would wake up smiling from their dreams. Zheng Zhong couldn't bear this blow and swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. Just as everyone was stunned, Lin Feng took out a beautifully packaged small gift box from his coat pocket. Cece, I fell for you the moment I saw you, so I hired you with $1 million annual salary. I intended to confess to you when the time was right, but unexpectedly, rumors about you appeared online. Other classmates? So Lin Feng wasn't keeping Lu Sisi, but was trying to pursue Lu Sisi? This difference is huge. So I quietly found the place to tell you in front of your classmates that I like you. At this point, Lin Feng opened the gift box, revealing a watch and a car key inside. Ah, isn't this the key to a Ferrari 488? Ferrari 488? It must cost over 5 million. That watch is not simple either. It looks like the Patek Philippe 7042/100 R010 model. Patek Philippe? Wow, a top luxury watch brand. Yes, and this watch isn't just an entry-level model worth hundreds of thousands, it's a popular model worth 1.67 million. Hiss, a watch worth 1.67 million. Poverty limits imagination. The two gifts that Lin Feng gave shocked a group of Shuimu students. Although Shuimu was one of the two top universities in Dragon Country, graduates are the elites, and earning over 6 million requires 10 years or even longer. Yet, Lin Feng casually gifted two items worth over 6 million. The gap is hopeless. Lu Sisi's pretty face turned red. Boss, you. Sisi, I know you aren't ready to accept me yet, that's okay, I can wait. After all, we are still young. But you must accept these two gifts, consider it a reward for your hard work during this time. After saying this, Lin Feng stuffed the gift box into Lu Sisi's hands. Zheng Zhong? Other classmates? Wow, you can accept a gift worth millions without accepting his confession? This is purely throwing money around. Lu Sisi was startled. No. Boss, this gift is too. Lin Feng held her small hand and smiled. I know you are not that kind of materialistic woman, which is why I chose two gifts that are not that expensive but match your temperament. By the way, the car is already parked at the restaurant entrance, it was just picked up today, and I've helped you complete the paperwork. I know you have a driver's license, so remember not to drink, just drive directly after the gathering. The girls present were so envious they were about to faint. The handsome guy thoughtfully presents a gift, actively gives the female lead an out, and gently reminds her not to drink. This is a scene only seen in idol dramas. The boys were also enviously eager, after all, not many guys dislike supercars. If someone gifted them a Ferrari 488, they might be swayed. But Lu Sisi wanted to say this was different from what was previously agreed, but she couldn't question it in front of her classmates, feeling very conflicted. Also, I prepared a small gift for your classmates. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and soon a man in black entered carrying a large box. What's inside this? It looks like an electronic product from the outer packaging? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and gestured for the man in black to open the box. When people saw what was inside, they immediately exclaimed, it's the newly released foldable screen phone from Orange. Ah, is it the Orange Mix X priced at 10,999? You can't buy it at original price, scalpers are selling it for 40,000. The new foldable screen phone Mix X from Orange caused a sensation in the mobile industry with its outstanding performance and stunning appearance, and it is still hard to find one today. Now, they saw someone bringing a large box of Mix X, it was like a dream. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, that's right, it's the Orange Mix X phone, and there are 24 of them in here. Others might have money but would still find it hard to buy a Mix X, for him, it was much easier. He just told Zhao Qingya his requirements, and soon someone helped him sort it out. Owning his own industry is just so extravagant. The crowd's eyes instantly became fiery. Wow, 24 Mix X phones, which would cost nearly 300,000 at original price, and wouldn't it be over $1 million in the scalper market? The key is that there are 24 students in their class, does that mean everyone can have one? Originally, I planned to give each of you one, but I heard some unpleasant words at the door just now. It seems you have a huge misunderstanding about me and Sisi? Lin Feng scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on Zheng Zhong's face. Zheng Zhong initially wanted to maintain eye contact with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's gaze was too powerful, so he quickly turned his head away. Of course, it's not your fault, who told someone to spread malicious rumors? While speaking, Lin Feng meaningfully glanced at Chen Qian. Chen Qian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly turned his head to the side. Gifts should still be given, I just hope that after receiving them, everyone can help CC explain. For example, post a clarification on the Waterwood confession wall, or directly send out a Weibo post to let the internet know the truth. Of course, this is not a demand, just a small request, whether you do it or not is up to you. Cece, the task of gifting is up to you, I will leave first. Lin Feng winked at Lu Cece and turned to leave the private room. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Lu Cece's beautiful eyes had already turned into spring water. Chapter 037 Boss, I can't drive a Ferrari. After Lin Feng left, the atmosphere in the private room became a bit awkward. The mocking words about Lu Cece still echoed in their ears, but the truth of the matter was completely different from the rumors online. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? After an unknown amount of time, a boy stood up. I think we all owe Cece an apology. He had not spoken ill of Lu Cece earlier, but he hadn't opposed anyone when they slandered her either. Silence sometimes is a kind of attitude.
Yes, CC is not wrong, we are. It's all the fault of the marketing accounts online, causing us to misunderstand CC.
CC, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you just now. I'm sorry, CC.
I was fooled and believed the rumors, go ahead and scold me.
More and more classmates stood up and sincerely apologized to Lu CC.
Of course, some wanted a piece of the orange pie mix X, but more of them were simply remorseful after seeing the truth. Lu CC's eyes turned red, and she suddenly started to sob softly. Heaven knows how long she had endured this day, until the truth was revealed and the misunderstanding was cleared. All her bottled-up grievances burst forth like a dam breaking. Other girls quickly stepped forward to comfort her, while loudly condemning the slanderer. Classmates, let's post together and help CC prove her innocence. We not only need to prove CC's innocence, but we must also make the slanderer pay the price.
Exactly.
A girl's innocence was almost ruined, we must make the slanderer face the consequences. What everyone didn't notice was that as the atmosphere grew more intense, Xinxian's face turned paler and paler. On the other side, the previously loud Zheng Zhong quietly made his way outside, murmuring about 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west.
After lighting a cigarette, he took a deep breath.
This time, the show-off got struck by lightning.
Zheng Zhong looked forlorn. 10 minutes later, the Waterwood University confession wall saw dozens of clarification posts appearing. What the hell? So the boss of Tian Dingxing is not an old man, but a big handsome guy? He fell in love with Lu CC at first sight, and thus hired her as his secretary with a high salary? He came in with a Ferrari 488 plus a Patek Philippe worth 1.67 million?
The students of Waterwood felt like they were watching a real-life idol drama. But soon after, they were filled with rage. The person who posted the rumors not only caused them to misunderstand Lu CC but also tarnished Waterwood's reputation. This was absolutely intolerable. For a moment, all students who knew about this rushed to post on Weibo, clarifying for Lu CC while denouncing the slanderous account.
They even got Lin Feng's age wrong, that slanderous account is so unqualified. I said, how could the campus beauty of Waterwood University possibly be kept by an old man? Let's be honest, if Lu CC were really a gold digger, given her circumstances, her likelihood of marrying a wealthy man in the capital city would be very high, so there's absolutely no need to be kept by an old man. These clarification posts made most netizens believe that Lu CC was innocent.
However, Lin Feng's reputation did not get restored because of this.
Until his accusations of fraud and objectifying women were cleared, internet users would not stop condemning him.
This was also in line with Lin Feng's intentions, if he could turn the tides because of this.
How else can he maximize his benefits?
At 10 p.m., Lu CC and her group walked out of the restaurant.
Wow, that red sports car must be the Ferrari that Boss Lin bought for you, right?
A classmate immediately spotted a red supercar parked in front of the restaurant, gasping in surprise. Other classmates also saw the Ferrari, their envy evident in their expressions.
I don't know if it's the one the boss bought. Lu CC felt a bit embarrassed. CC, don't you have the car key? Just press the unlock button to find out. A classmate reminded her.
Oh. Lu CC carefully took the car key out of her bag and pressed the button. Instantly, the Ferrari's lights flashed a few times.
It really is. CC, take us over to take a look. I've never even touched a Ferrari. Just touching it will satisfy you? Look at your low ambition. Right. If it were me, I'd have to sit in it to feel it.
As everyone joked, they surrounded Lu CC and stood by the Ferrari 488.
So beautiful. This must be the top model of the 488, right? It costs 5.4 million to buy. Wow. So expensive?
It's definitely very expensive for us, but for super rich people, it's not a big deal. After a group of people marveled for a while, they began to take pictures around the Ferrari 488. Some bold individuals even got Lu CC's permission to sit inside and take selfies holding the Ferrari steering wheel. Once everyone had their fill and left, Lu CC finally got into the car. Then she discovered a serious problem. As someone who had only touched driving school cars, she didn't even know how to start this Ferrari. Even if she managed to ignite it, she wouldn't dare drive it. What if she crashed it and ended up working for Linfoam for 5 years for free? In desperation, she called Linfoam, "Boss, I can't drive the Ferrari." Ha ha. Linfoam burst into laughter on the other end of the line. Hearing the tone of the beautiful secretary, he thought she was about to cry from anxiety. Lu CC's pretty face immediately turned bright red. I really can't drive. What should I do? It's simple, just close your eyes and count to 100. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Lu CC? Close my eyes and count to 100, then I can drive the Ferrari? Boss, are you joking with me? I'm serious, dear. Now close your eyes and start counting. Lin Feng's tone was so serious that Lu CC subconsciously closed her eyes and began to count.
Time passed, and before long, she reached 100. Boss, I've counted to 100, can I open my eyes now? Yes. Lu Cece's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. Why did the voice she heard come from the front? In confusion, she opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng standing in front of the car, smiling at her. In that instant, Lu Cece felt her heart was struck by Cupid's arrow, her heartbeat quickening. Actually, I've been waiting for you at the restaurant. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, smiling. Boss Lu Cece's eyes turned red, choking out, why are you so good to me? Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds, because you are beautiful? This was his sincere thought, if it were a woman who wasn't pretty, he certainly wouldn't go to this extent. Lu Cece's small mouth opened slightly, huh? Though she knew she looked okay, wasn't the boss a bit too direct? He was just short of saying he wanted to pursue her. Lin Feng shrugged, when it comes to being a person, sincerity is the most important. I don't want to say insincere things. Boss, has anyone ever told you that you're good at flirting? Lu Cece asked, her pretty face slightly red. Lin Feng smiled faintly, is that considered flirting? The more impressive stuff is still to come. Huh? Just as Lu Cece was curious about what was so impressive, Lin Feng suddenly leaned over toward her. Lu Cece's body instantly tensed up. Oh my god, the boss isn't going to kiss me, is he? What do I do? What do I do? I'm not ready to accept him yet. Should I push him away? No, that would hurt the boss's pride. In an instant, countless thoughts popped into Lu Cece's mind. Just after saying how impressive he was, Lin Feng made this move, making it hard for Lu Cece not to overthink. After a struggle, Lu Cece chose to close her eyes. Since she couldn't make a choice, she would let Lin Feng take the lead. Soon, Lin Feng adjusted the chair for Lu Cece. At that moment, the beautiful secretary realized she had misunderstood, and her face turned red as she said, "B-boss, why did you adjust the chair?" I drank, Lin Feng shrugged and said with a smile, don't you have a driver's license? I'll teach you from the side, it's really easy. Oh? Is that so? Lu Cece's little mouth opened in surprise, but I'm wearing high heels. Wearing high heels doesn't mean she can't drive, but it's too dangerous, especially for a rookie like Lu Cece. What was I thinking? Lin Feng slapped his forehead, got out of the car. In Lu Cece's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng walked to the front of the car, opened the trunk, and took out a pair of white sneakers. I thought of this long ago, so after I picked up the car, I went to the mall to buy you a pair of flat shoes. Lin Feng sat back in the car and handed the sneakers to Lu Cece. Lu Cece's heart skipped a beat once again. Oh my god, the boss is so gentle and caring, she felt like she was going to fall for him, what should she do? What are you daydreaming about? Lin Feng waved his hand in front of Lu Cece, teasing her. Oh. Lu Cece finally came to her senses and said shyly, thank you, boss, you are really nice to me. After saying that, she took the sneakers and bent down to change her shoes. However, the space in the car was too small, and after taking off her high heels, the beautiful secretary struggled for a long time to put on the white sneakers. I'll get out to switch. Lu Cece smiled awkwardly and was about to get out of the car. Lin Feng pulled her back and said, never mind, I'll help you put them on. Huh? Lu Cece was stunned. The boss is going to help her put on her shoes? Oh my god, she must not be hearing things. Lin Feng didn't think much and quickly helped her change her shoes. If only the boss were really my boyfriend. Watching Lin Feng carefully putting on her shoes, Lu Cece's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her heart trembled. Next, Lin Feng taught her how to start the car and shift gears with his hands-on approach, and the Ferrari 488 slowly merged onto the main road. There aren't many cars on the road now, so drive slowly, it'll be fine. With Lin Feng offering guidance and encouragement, Lu Cece drove better and better, gradually getting into the groove. As she relaxed, Lu Cece tentatively asked, boss, can I take you to a fun place? What fun place? Lin Feng was intrigued. After their previous interaction, he could clearly feel that the beautiful secretary's fondness for him had increased significantly. If he seized the opportunity, maybe he could spend the night with Lu Cece today? There's a night market nearby, it's very lively. I used to go there often when I was in school. Lu Cece also wanted to visit the night market one last time before leaving the capital. It would be a perfect way to wrap up her 4-year college life. Sure, I'm not tired anyway. The boost in strength brought an all-around improvement in physical fitness. Even if Lin Feng skipped a night's sleep occasionally, he could still maintain abundant energy. Moreover, with such a stunning beauty like Lu Cece by his side, Lin Feng felt full of vigor. After receiving Lin Feng's positive reply, Lu Cece was overjoyed. Familiar with the route, she drove to the night market area, parked the Ferrari 488 by the roadside, and changed into her high heels. While changing shoes, the beautiful secretary recalled the moment when Lin Feng helped her put on shoes, and for a moment, her legs felt a bit weak. When the two entered the night market, it was already 11:15 p.m., but the night market was still bustling with people. According to Lu Cici's introduction.
Even at 2 in the morning, there are still plenty of tourists in this night market, making it extraordinarily lively. The grilled cold noodles from this place are really tasty, too bad I've already had dinner. Lu Cici's words made Lin Feng unable to help but smile. The beautiful secretary already had a great figure, yet she still remembered to diet. How are other women supposed to live? But soon Lin Feng realized he was mistaken. This place's spicy tripe is especially fragrant. Boss, you should try a portion too. Boss, the grilled skewers here are a must-try. Are you sure you don't want to give them a taste? Octopus balls, they're so delicious. Do you want to try them, boss? Looking at Lu Cici holding so many snacks in her hands, Lin Feng fell into a serious self-doubt. These snacks combined probably have more calories than a portion of grilled cold noodles, so why didn't Lu Cici buy the grilled cold noodles earlier? Good thing I held back from buying grilled cold noodles just now, otherwise I wouldn't be able to eat any of this. Lu Cici put a piece of spicy tripe in her mouth, looking satisfied as she said. Lin Feng? So the beautiful secretary wanted to save her appetite for other delicacies, not to diet as he had imagined? Boss, let me treat you to bubble tea. What flavor do you want? When they reached a bubble tea stall, Lu Cici asked with gleaming eyes. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, how about matcha flavor? Wow, I also love matcha flavor. Boss, we have the same taste. Lu Cici jumped up happily, almost dropping the snacks in her hands. Lin Feng felt dizzy from the up and down movement. Cute girls are indeed hard to resist in the name of feeling. Before long, the beautiful secretary bought 2 cups of matcha bubble tea. Just as she was about to turn around to hand it to Lin Feng, a woman happened to pass by her side. Lu Cici's hand accidentally brushed against her, spilling the tea all over her. Ah! My Chanel dress. Are you blind? Do you know how expensive this dress is? This woman was wearing a full Chanel dress, carrying an Hermes bag, completely clad in luxury brands. With a stunning yet somewhat innocent appearance, her body was extremely attractive. Originally a beautiful woman with great looks and poise, her expression was now somewhat twisted as she pointed at Lu Cici, yelling like a shrew. Lu Cici immediately panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. A simple sorry is enough? You worthless thing, how did your mother educate you? As she spoke, the Chanel beauty raised her hand to slap Lu Cici. Slap. In a split second, Lin Feng quickly grabbed her wrist and coldly said, apologize. The Chanel beauty couldn't believe her ears. You want me to apologize to her? Lin Feng sneered, Cici just accidentally bumped into you, and she has already apologized. Even if we dirted your clothes, we can compensate you. Yet you insult Cici's character here. Shouldn't you apologize? Fine, you wait right here. The Chanel beauty suddenly yanked her arm free and ran away. Boss, she seems to be going to find help. Are we going to be in trouble? Lu Cici felt very anxious now. That woman was arrogant and dressed in all luxury brands, likely the daughter of a wealthy family. The capital city is full of hidden talents. What if they attract a significant presence due to this? Wouldn't she and Lin Feng be in trouble? Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. Truth prevails everywhere. We haven't done anything wrong. What could happen? Even in his past life as an ordinary person, he was never afraid of trouble. Soon, the Chanel beauty returned, linking arms with a young man. The young man had bleached blonde hair, dressed in luxurious brands, holding an LV handbag under one arm, wearing a pair of limited edition AJ1 sneakers. Behind them, there were also 6 or 7 rough-looking thugs following. Darling, it was them who bullied me. The Chanel beauty pointed at Lin Feng and said in a spoiled tone. Oh? The blonde man initially wore an angry expression, but the moment he saw Lu Cici, his eyes lit up with amazement. What a great beauty. She looks a bit familiar? When he stood in front of Lin Feng, he coldly said, Buddy, what are you planning to do about the fact that you bullied my girlfriend? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What are you planning to do about your girlfriend insulting my friend? The blonde man was instantly stunned. Knowing they had more people, how could Lin Feng be so arrogant? Could he be a young master from a big family? The waters in the capital are too deep, he had to be cautious. This situation attracted the attention of other tourists, and soon, a crowd gathered outside to watch the excitement. Ah, that girl looks so familiar. I think she looks familiar too. Wait, I remember. She is Lu Cici, the campus belle of Shuemu. So it's her. The handsome guy next to her must be Lin Feng? Wow, he is indeed as handsome as rumored online. Many in the crowd were students from various universities in the capital, and Lu Cici was gaining a lot of attention online, quickly being recognized. Along with that, Lin Feng's identity was also revealed. So you are the boss Lin Feng of Tian Dingxing? What do you think you can do in front of me? The blonde man suddenly laughed. He was worried that Lin Feng was a big shot, but it turned out to be a small character who was blacked out online with no power to fight back? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. You, with the surname Lin, this is Qian Xiao. What right do you have to act tough in front of Qian Xiao? If you are sensible, quickly apologize to Qian Xiao, otherwise, bear the consequences.
You, a country bumpkin from Jiangnan, dare to challenge Qian Xiao?
You must be tired of living. The little thugs behind Qian Hao all threatened him.
Chapter 40, A Group of Jumping Clowns.
Hiss. It's Qian Xiao, Lin Feng is in trouble.
Who is Qian Xiao? Is he very powerful? You don't know who Qian Xiao is?
He is the young master of the Qian family in the capital. His family has assets worth over 100 billion.
You know the Fuguwei Hotel, right? That's the property of Qian Xiao's family. Wow, a rich young man with over 100 billion in assets? That's indeed more impressive than Lin Feng. Hearing the continuous gasps from the crowd around, Lu Cici's heart sank.
Qian Hao had quite a reputation in the universities of the capital, as one of his hobbies was to find girlfriends in these schools. Many boys had been cornered by Qian Hao and even hurt by his subordinates. Relying on his family's power and influence, Qian Hao could always stay out of trouble, at most just paying for things.
Boss, let me apologize to them. Lu Cici mustered her courage to say.
This incident started because of her, so she had to take responsibility. More importantly, she didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. You didn't do anything wrong, why should you apologize to them? Ha! As Lu Cici was perplexed, Lin Feng looked at Qian Hao again. Hurry up and let your girlfriend apologize to Cici, I am in a hurry. Qian Hao? Lu Cici? Others?
Whoa, everyone knows who Qian Hao is, and Lin Feng still dares to be so arrogant?
Where did he get his confidence? Oh, pretty impressive? Qian Hao laughed angrily. Do you think that with so many people watching, I can't do anything to you? Lin Feng also laughed. What else do you want to do to me?
Qian Hao snapped his fingers and said playfully, it's very simple, you were rude to my girlfriend just now, and Huzi and the others saw it and helped out, giving you a good beating. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with me, after all, it was their spontaneous action. Yes, we just find Lin Feng unpleasant, it has nothing to do with Qian Xiao.
That's right, we are just acting on behalf of justice, not being instructed by anyone.
Haha, I know exactly where to hit you where it hurts, but won't cause serious injury. The thugs behind Qian Hao rubbed their fists and grinned.
The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Wow, Qian Hao's move is impressive, he took care of Lin Feng without dragging himself down, amazing.
You can't do this.
Lu Cici quickly stood in front of Lin Feng, arms wide open.
Lin Feng showed a surprised expression. The beautiful secretary could actually do this for him? He didn't help Lu Cici for nothing. You are quite loyal.
Qian Hao's eyes lit up, greedily said, come work as my secretary, I will give you a 2 million annual salary.
Oh my, 2 million a year? No wonder he is rich, talking about 2 million is like talking about 200 bucks. Rich guy, do you think I am capable? I only need $1 million a year.
The crowd around erupted in a gasp. 2 million is nothing for a rich man, but for an ordinary person, it's a huge amount. Qian Hao casually threw out a 2 million annual salary olive branch, which had immense appeal for most people present.
Of course, everyone knew that so-called annual salary is just another way of saying alimony. So some girls who thought they looked good even volunteered themselves. This made the beautiful Chanel girl anxious. Rich guy, she doesn't want to be your secretary. She was a sophomore at the Beijing Film Academy, named Fan Jingjing, and had been flirting with Qian Hao for less than a month. Her Chanel dress, Hermes bag, and high-end cosmetics all came from Qian Hao. Lu Cici was above her in looks, figure, and temperament. If she agreed to be Qian Hao's secretary, would she not lose this big financial backer? Qian Hao's expression darkened. Are you teaching me how to do things?
Fan Jingjing was startled. No, it's not, rich guy, I just...
Shut up.
Qian Hao sneered. You have no right to speak in my matters.
Oh. Fan Jingjing sulkily closed her mouth. Hiss. The onlookers gasped. Fan Jingjing could at least be considered a campus beauty in other universities.
If another man interacted with her, even if he wasn't a sycophant, he would still speak softly to her. But Qian Hao was different, he directly scolded her, and Fan Jingjing didn't dare to retort.
It's really good to be rich.
Lin Feng watched Lu Cici's back, a hint of amusement in his smile.
Facing the temptation of a high salary, what choice would the beautiful secretary make? I refuse. Lu Cici said firmly. Do you think the money is too little?
Qian Hao frowned. Well, I heard Lin Feng bought you a Ferrari and a Patek Philippe, 2 million annual salary really isn't enough. Then let me offer another price, 10 million a year, you stay with me for a year, how about it? The crowd erupted in gasps again. But before they could sigh, Lu Cici coldly said, even if you give me 100 million a year, it won't help, I will never be your secretary.
It's not about the money, it's about character. Moreover, Qian Hao looks simply annoying. Lu Cici doesn't want to have anything to do with someone like that. What the hell? Lu Cece, you are being shameless.
Qianhao was furious and turned to give a look to a few thugs. The thugs understood and cracked their knuckles, heading towards Lu Cece.
You, what are you going to do? Don't come any closer, otherwise I will report.
Lu Cece's words were interrupted as Lin Feng pulled her aside.
You did very well, leave the rest to me.
Lin Feng patted her shoulder and smiled. Lu Cece felt touched but also a bit worried. Boss, there are too many of them. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. No matter how many there are, they are just clowns. The onlookers looked at each other. These 7 thugs looked fierce. Lin Feng was just a pampered boss. Where did he get the courage to say they were clowns?
Damn, dare to underestimate us? Lin, are you trying to provoke us to hit you hard? Humph, we have been in the streets for years, we can easily see through your little tricks. Brothers, why waste time with him? Take your shot, aim carefully, don't let him get seriously hurt.
The 7 thugs sneered, encircling Lin Feng partially as they charged at him. In the next moment, the leading thug rushed in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch straight at his face. The other 6 also charged close by, fists and feet raining down on Lin Feng like a storm. Lu Cece was so scared that she shut her eyes tight, her heart racing up to her throat. Qianhao's eyes glinted crazily as he stared at Lin Feng, wanting to see him beaten to the ground with his own eyes.
The onlookers held their breaths, all of them sweating for Lin Feng in worry.
In contrast, Lin Feng stood still, showing no intention of dodging, as if he was stunned with fear.
A group of idiots.
In a split second, Lin Feng shook his head with a cold smile, then struck out like lightning.
Bang bang bang.
7 dull thuds echoed out, and the 7 thugs who rushed to Lin Feng's side all flew out.
Thud.
After hitting the ground, the 7 thugs rolled around in pain. The whole place fell silent.
Chapter 041, The Highest Secret.
Hiss. After an unknown period of time, a wave of gasps filled the air.
No one expected such an outcome. The 7 thugs, who looked very fierce, seemed like 7 babies before the well-off Lin Feng, easily defeated? No, even kicking away 7 babies shouldn't be this quick. So Lin Feng is a martial arts master? The protagonists in kung fu movies are like this, right? Wow, you mean those kung fu movies with Wong Fei-hung?
Even Wong Fei-hung in movies couldn't do this, it's too fast, I didn't even see how he attacked. Lin Feng feels a bit like a martial arts master from a wuxia novel. Yeah, this speed that is hard to catch with the eyes is truly impressive. The crowd around erupted in exclamations, some girls looking at Lin Feng with a hint of admiration.
Lu Cece, with her eyes closed? The gossiping crowd said the boss is a martial arts master? They must be mistaken.
Filled with doubt, the beautiful secretary opened her eyes. When she saw the scene, she was left dumbfounded.
My God. Boss, did you knock them all down? Lu Cece turned to Lin Feng, asking in shock.
Lin Feng shrugged his hands, I didn't expect them to be so easy to defeat. This was his first shot since gaining internal strength, and luckily he only used 1/10 of his power, otherwise these people wouldn't just be lying on the ground rolling in pain.
Wow, boss, you are so amazing. Lu Cece instantly fell into infatuation.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Wow, the beautiful secretary's praise really fired him up.
Damn it, how can you be so strong?
Qianhao finally came to his senses, screaming in terror. Fan Jingjing was so scared that she hid behind Qianhao, fearing Lin Feng would slap her. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and took a step toward Qianhao.
Qianhao's face twitched, instinctively taking a step back.
Then he realized this was too embarrassing, gathering his courage to stand his ground again. Lin Feng smirked and slowly stood in front of Qianhao, coldly locking eyes with him.
His gaze was like a sword. Qianhao's pupils contracted, instinctively wanting to look away.
Yet his inner pride made him glare fiercely at Lin Feng, sneering, What, do you dare hit me in front of so many people?
Slap.
Lin Feng raised his hand and directly slapped Qianhao across the face, knocking out the rest of his words.
Hiss. The onlookers gasped again. Wow, how daring. This is Qianhao, the son of the Qian family, how dare Lin Feng slap him? Lu Cece was so scared that she covered her mouth, almost exclaiming.
Qianhao, incredulous, said, You dare hit me.
Slap. Lin Feng slapped him again. Guess, do I dare hit you again?
Qianhao's expression changed several times, finally gritting his teeth saying, You. As soon as the word you came out, Lin Feng raised his right hand, preparing to strike.
Dare, you dare hit me? Qianhao quickly admitted defeat. Slap.
Lin Feng slapped him once more. Your tone is a bit arrogant.
I'm really upset. Qianhao. The onlookers? Just because he's so arrogant, you slap him? The top young master of the capital is only this bold.
Lin Feng, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you.
Qianhao took a deep breath, sincerely admitting his mistake.
He realized, Lin Feng is just a madman, if this continues, who knows what Lin Feng would do to him. Taking a step back leaves a wider sky. If he can just fool Lin Feng, he can call upon his family's power to take revenge later.
That's more like it.
Lin Feng shook his hand and then looked at Fan Jingjing. Hey, you haven't apologized to my friend yet.
Fan Jingjing was stunned for a moment. What? Hurry up and apologize to Miss Lu.
Qian Hao kicked her, looking displeased. It's all this stupid woman's fault, otherwise, how could he be humiliated by Lin Feng in public? I'm sorry, Miss Lu, it was my mistake, please forgive me. Fan Jingjing finally came to her senses and hurried to apologize to Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi felt no goodwill towards this woman and simply said, then asked, how much did your dress cost?
I'll pay you back.
Lin Feng silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. In this regard, the beautiful secretary's values are quite right.
This. Fan Jingjing felt a little moved and turned to glance at Qian Hao. Qian Hao's forehead twitched with anger. What? Miss Lu definitely doesn't need to pay. This stupid woman, I just got slapped in the face, and you still want someone to pay money? If it needs to be compensated, then it has to be compensated.
Lin Feng said with a hint of a smile. Qian Hao's expression changed slightly as he nodded at Fan Jingjing.
Fan Jingjing then said, I spent 30,000 on this dress. 30 what? What 30? It was clearly 300, this is a knockoff. Qian Hao was almost brought to tears by Fan Jingjing's stupidity. Do you dare to ask Miss Lu for 30,000? Don't you believe Lin Feng will slap me again? Lu Sisi looked confused. This dress looks very high quality, it's actually a knockoff? She wanted to ask Qian Hao where he bought it so she could go and buy a few for herself. Lin Feng glanced at Qian Hao, playfully saying, you actually have a little self-awareness. Because of Fan Jingjing's terrible attitude at first, he wouldn't compensate at full price. What Qian Hao said actually saved him some trouble. He took out 300 yuan bills from his wallet, stuffed them into Fan Jingjing's hand, and then pulled Lu Sisi away from the night market. After the two left amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Qian Hao squeezed through the throng. Once in a secluded area, he dialed home. Hey Dad, why did you urgently call me back? Back at the Ferrari 488, Lu Sisi anxiously asked, Boss, will you get into trouble for hitting Qian Hao? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, don't worry, I'm very precise. With the ultimate fighting skills, he could control his strength accurately. The slaps he gave Qian Hao were loud and painful, but wouldn't leave serious injuries. If Qian Hao really goes for a checkup, it would just be a minor injury, and some money would cover it. That's good. Lu Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. When they returned to the hotel, Lu Sisi wanted to return the car keys and watch to Lin Feng. Things given as gifts shouldn't be taken back. If you don't want them, just throw them away. Get to bed early, good night. After speaking, Lin Feng returned to his suite under Lu Sisi's surprised gaze. In the Qian family living room. Dad, why did you urgently call me back? I was in a hotel with a beautiful woman. After leaving the night market, Qian Hao pulled Fan Jingjing to the hotel, intending to vent his pent-up frustration. Who knew his dad, Chen Dongxue, suddenly called, sternly commanding him to return home. Chen Dongxue slammed the table, standing up to scold, Your Uncle Wang just called me, he said Lin Feng's personal information is highly confidential. Do you know what this means? Qian Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Chapter 42, Defeating You. Subdue you, and then. Dad, Uncle Wang must be mistaken. Lin Feng is just a small boss, a little character who can't fight back against being blacklisted online. How could his personal information be the highest secret? Qian Hao snapped back to reality and asked anxiously. It's absolutely impossible to be mistaken. Uncle Wang personally investigated this. Chen Dongxue said with a gloomy expression. After receiving Qian Hao's call, Chen Dongxue was ready to use his connections to first find out Lin Feng's whereabouts and then send someone to deal with him. He then found Wang Yi, a mid-level officer from the Beijing police, and asked him to help investigate. After investigating, Wang Yi informed him that Lin Feng's information had an SSS-level classification, making it one of the highest secrets in Longhua. This scared Qian Dongxue so much that he quickly called Qian Hao back. Hiss. Qian Hao gasped. He had once heard a top young master in Beijing say that anyone whose personal information is classified as SSS level is a key national protection object. Such people are the backbone of the country. Although the Qian family has assets of over 100 billion, they are not qualified to be enemies with such a person. Qian Dongxue let out a cold snort. Now do you know who you've offended? But this doesn't make sense. If he is really the kind of person Uncle Wang said, why is he still being blacklisted online? Qian Hao felt he had found a blind spot. Qian Dongxue glared at him, isn't this also a way to become famous? Just wait, in the end, he will definitely turn the tables, and by then, he will gain immense fame. Qian Hao suddenly understood and then said with some fear, thankfully, I didn't hurt him, otherwise. If he had hurt Lin Feng, the Qian family would probably be eliminated from Beijing.
If you had hurt him, I would have already broken your legs. Remember, in the future, you must keep a low profile outside. You never know when you might provoke a big shot like Lin Feng.
You won't even know how you died.
Chen Dongxue also knew that Lin Feng had taken advantage of the situation, which is why he wasn't overly worried. The next morning, Lin Feng found a car transport company to arrange transportation for his Ferrari 488.
Then he and Lu Sisi went to the Beijing airport and took a flight back to Jiangnan.
After returning the beautiful secretary to the company, Lin Feng drove his Lamborghini Huracan nonstop back to the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon entering the suite, Lin Feng saw Zhao Qingya sitting on the sofa reading a book. The beautiful bodyguard was still dressed in professional attire today, wearing a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, black stockings on her beautiful legs, and high heels. Zhao Qingya sat there with her legs crossed, her posture graceful, her curves stunning. Especially the arc of her high heels. Hiss. Seeing this made Lin Feng a bit dry-mouthed, feeling that he had seen this scene somewhere before. He recalled a Japanese film where a male subordinate shared a hotel with a female superior, which had a similar scene.
However, Zhao Qingya was far more beautiful than those female leads, be it Ms. Mitsushima or Ms. Asuka, they couldn't compare to the beautiful bodyguard. Cough. Lin Feng coughed heavily to get Zhao Qingya's attention.
Surprisingly, the beautiful bodyguard only glanced at him and then continued to read her book.
Lin Feng? Wait, they hadn't seen each other for 2 days, shouldn't Zhao Qingya be quite excited? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Oh right, he and Zhao Qingya were not dating yet. Are you reading?
Lin Feng took the initiative to walk over and greet her.
Zhao Qingya responded with a faint hum. Ha?
Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. The beautiful bodyguard seemed to have become quite distant from him. What was going on?
Could it be Zhao Qingya got jealous after seeing his news about chasing Lu Sisi? With this thought, Lin Feng took out the Patek Philippe watch he had prepared for her. Look at what gift I brought you.
Zhao Qingya initially wanted to continue pretending not to hear, but in the end, she couldn't help but glance up.
After discovering it was a Patek Philippe, the beautiful bodyguard's face showed a hint of joy. But she quickly put on a serious face and said, "So you bought 2 Patek Philippe's? They aren't the same as Miss Lu's, right?" Lin Feng? Wow, she even guessed this. What does it mean?
It shows that the beautiful bodyguard cares a lot. It's not exactly the same. Cece's is rose gold, and yours is platinum. You both have different temperaments. Lin Feng didn't deny it, knowing that denying wouldn't help. The two women have many chances to meet, and lying now would make it awkward if Zhao Qingya found out.
So you plan to fight on 2 fronts? Zhao Qingya asked sarcastically.
Lin Feng gave her a big thumbs up in his heart. Such sharp intuition, truly deserving of her job and security. Naturally, Lin Feng had his own thoughts about fighting on 2 fronts. He was not a child and wouldn't choose one over the other, he wanted both.
However, he certainly couldn't admit this in front of Zhao Qingya. Qingya, actually, I'm not really pursuing CC.
Lin Feng explained calmly without blushing or racing his heartbeat.
After Lin Feng finished explaining the situation, Zhao Qingya's jealousy completely faded.
But she still maintained a serious expression and said, "Who you pursue is your freedom, why tell me so much?"
Isn't it to prevent you from getting jealous?
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
Zhao Qingya's pretty face turned red, and she said lightly, "Bah, who's jealous? So narcissistic. If you're not jealous, then accept my gift."
Lin Feng pressed on. Zhao Qingya was just about to reach out to take the gift, when she suddenly realized that Lin Feng had led her into a trap.
Why should she accept your gift if she wasn't jealous? This watch costs nearly 2 million, if she accepted it, wouldn't it mean she accepted Lin Feng? Talk to me when you can defeat me.
Zhao Qingya pulled back her hand and said softly.
Is that so?
Lin Feng rubbed his chin, placed the box on the coffee table, and then took off his jacket.
Zhao Qingya's pretty face flushed. What are you going to do? To be fair, Lin Feng's figure was pretty good, especially in a shirt, so handsome, isn't he? Defeat you.
Lin Feng threw his jacket onto the sofa and beckoned the beautiful bodyguard with his finger.
Zhao Qingya raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Lin Feng curled his lips into a playful smile. Absolutely. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Looks like I didn't convince you last time.
Zhao Qingya sneered and kicked her high heels aside. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Woman, you have successfully provoked my anger. I will punish you.
Oh? Zhao Qingya's interest piqued. How do you want to punish me? Defeat you, subdue you, and then.
At this point, Lin Feng elongated his voice, finally smiling. Why?
You were too cold to me just now, so I want to see you do a split.
Lin Feng chuckled and then grabbed the beautiful bodyguard's ankle and stepped back.
Ah! Zhao Qingya gasped, passively performing a split. Right after that. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed.
Zhao Qingya looked down and, oh my, her black pencil skirt had actually torn a small hole.
Lin Feng, you bastard.
The beautiful bodyguard's pretty face turned bright red with embarrassment. At the same time, she was extremely curious. It had only been a few short days. How did Lin Feng's strength and speed improve so much? Lin Feng also didn't expect this to happen, quickly letting go and stepping back. After Zhao Qingya steadied herself, she kicked out again.
Wow, I just let you off the hook, and you come again?
Lin Feng exclaimed, striking like lightning and grabbing her ankle once more.
Zhao Qingya's expression changed drastically. What?
This kick used all her strength, and was more than twice as fast as the previous one.
Lin Feng actually stopped it?
No, it wasn't about speed, strength was what mattered. She had faintly touched the threshold of internal strength. With this kick, even a small tree would be broken in half.
Yet Lin Feng could grab her ankle at the critical moment without trembling at all.
This meant Lin Feng's strength far surpassed hers.
You have developed internal strength? Zhao Qingya blurted out. Ah, so the power I developed through mental training is called internal strength?
Lin Feng said, looking enlightened.
Zhao Qingya? Wait, from Lin Feng's words, did he really develop internal strength through mental training? This isn't scientific.
Forget it, who cares what kind of strength it is, as long as you can defeat me. Lin Feng seemed disinterested in thinking too much about it.
Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes in anger. Fine, you're strong, you let me go first.
Lin Feng shook his head. You have to admit you've been defeated by me first, then I can let you go.
Okay, I admit I've been defeated by you, you won, is that enough?
Zhao Qingya wasn't the kind of woman to quibble, so she quickly admitted defeat.
That's more like it.
Lin Feng smiled and let go of her ankle. Zhao Qingya first shot him a glare, then turned her head away in refusal. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he swiftly moved in front of her. Hey, don't you get it?
I did this to earn the right to pursue you. Oomph, who asked you to pursue me?
Zhao Qingya acted uninterested, yet inwardly she felt sweet as honey.
With Lin Feng's experience, how could he not see that she was just talking nonsense?
He chuckled, picked up the Patek Philippe box, and said boldly, Here, a gift for you, this time you can't refuse. Zhao Qingya's face turned red. She snorted lightly. Fine, I'll accept it, no need to be fierce. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that he was not far from winning over the beautiful bodyguard.
Chapter 44, Martial Arts Master. To tame a strong-willed woman, you need to be stronger than her. Zhao Qingya was the daughter of a trillion-dollar corporation, used to flattery and admiration.
But Lin Feng did not indulge her. He was fierce when he should be fierce, and he was strong when he should be strong. This gave Zhao Qingya a completely new experience. Moreover, Lin Feng was outstanding. He was handsome, skilled, a great driver, and a pillar of the nation. Among the boys she knew, Lin Feng was the one and only. With all these factors combined, it was only a matter of time before she was tamed by Lin Feng. Just as Zhao Qingya opened the box and took out the watch to try it on, Lin Feng bent down to pick up her high heels.
Ah, what are you doing? Put it down. Zhao Qingya exclaimed.
Lin Feng looked confused.
Wasn't he just helping her with her high heels? Why did the beautiful bodyguard react so strongly? I can do it myself.
Zhao Qingya's pretty face flushed as she reached to take the heels from Lin Feng's hands.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, putting the heels behind his back. There isn't anything in your high heels, is there?
Ah.
Zhao Qingya was stunned. It can't be that I guessed it right, can it?
Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he turned around to check the high heels. Zhao Qingya was a member of the security department, so she might have hidden something like a bug in her high heels. If that's the case, his friendship boat with Zhao Qingya would flip over.
What are you thinking? I'm just afraid you. Forget it, look into it. I'm curious what you can find.
Zhao Qingya said angrily. Lin Feng checked for a while but indeed found nothing hidden in the high heels, then turned to ask, so why were you so nervous just now?
What do you think?
Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes at him.
Oh. I understand now. Lin Feng suddenly realized, you aren't afraid that I think your feet stink, are you? When he helped Lu Sisi put on her shoes, she was like this too, so do beautiful women all worry about this?
Speaking of which, Zhao Qingya, like Lu Sisi, has fragrant and delicate feet.
Could it be that he is developing feelings for her? Or did his sense of smell have a problem? You know, yet you still said it.
Zhao Qingya stomped her foot and turned to sit on the sofa, sulking alone.
Okay, I misunderstood you. To show my apology, let me help you wear your shoes, alright?
Lin Feng walked up to Zhao Qingya and squatted down without waiting for her response, wanting to help her with the shoes.
As soon as he touched Zhao Qingya's small foot, the beautiful bodyguard pulled her foot back as if shocked. No. I can do it myself.
They weren't even dating, so how could she let him put her shoes on?
Lin Feng did not insist any further, as continuing would seem inappropriate. After Zhao Qingya put on her high heels, she asked, Lin Feng, did you really cultivate internal strength using the consciousness training method? Lin Feng shrugged, yeah, by the way, what is internal strength? Zhao Qingya twitched her mouth. After so many years of cultivation, she had only just touched the threshold of internal strength. But Lin Feng, in just a few days, not only cultivated internal strength but didn't even know what it was. She felt very angry. You can understand internal strength as the true energy in martial arts novels. Once you cultivate internal strength, your combat power will be greatly enhanced. A martial artist who cultivates internal strength can be called a master of martial arts, which is quite powerful. Despite her annoyance, Zhao Qingya patiently explained. So, have you cultivated internal strength? Lin Feng asked with interest. Zhao Qingya's expression darkened. I am just one step away. Oh, then what do we call your current state? Is there another level above master of martial arts? Lin Feng continued to ask. It seems you really don't understand the classification of martial artists. Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes and began to explain patiently. Martial artist, martial master, martial arts grandmaster, this is the classification of martial artists in Dragon Country. According to international standards, it corresponds to D level, C level, B level, A level. Martial artists train their bones and muscles. When fully mastered, they can compare with lightweight world fighting champions. Martial masters train their blood and flesh. When fully mastered, they can defeat heavyweight world fighting champions in 10 moves. Those who cultivate internal strength are called martial arts masters. Even in front of Tyson, they can kill with one punch. As for the martial arts grandmaster, they cannot be compared to world fighting champions because this level of expert can release true energy, kill from a distance, and walk on water. Ordinary bullets from a handgun cannot break through the martial arts grandmaster's true energy defense. Even a heavy sniper rifle, if this kind of expert is prepared, they have a good chance to dodge. You could say, every martial arts grandmaster is an imposing presence in their own right. Hiss, there really are martial arts grandmasters. I thought those were all fictional. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Releasing true energy, killing from a distance, walking on water, and not fearing ordinary handguns. This is already beyond human limits, simply outrageous in strength. Art comes from reality, but my martial arts talent is average, and I'm afraid I will never step into the grandmaster realm in this life. But you. So quickly, you've already developed internal strength. Becoming a master is promising. Zhao Qingya said with a hint of emotion. With Lin Feng's pace of improvement, he might become a martial arts master before the age of 40, right? If what she said comes true, then Lin Feng's talent in martial arts is simply terrifying. Lin Feng? What does it mean to have hopes of being a master? I'm 100% sure that I will become a master, okay? Who told him he's a loser? By the way, as the young lady of $1 billion group, what made you think of practicing martial arts? Don't tell me your family is a martial arts family. Lin Feng asked with suspicion. Zhao Qingya shook her head. No, I was weak and sickly since childhood, so my family found a master to teach me martial arts. Lin Feng suddenly understood, and through Zhao Qingya's introduction, he learned about the martial arts world of Long Country. Most martial artists in Long Country inherit through sects and families, and there are very few lone practitioners. And these sects and families are also under the control of Long Country, so there are rarely incidents of martial artists breaking the law. Thinking about it, even if a martial arts master can dodge a sniper rifle, they cannot withstand a cannon attack. In this age where firearms reign supreme, individual martial strength is hard to create big waves, unless someone can cultivate true energy. Of course, it's normal for martial artists to have private competitions as long as it doesn't involve ordinary people. The higher-ups often turn a blind eye. By the way, I've made some progress on the information you asked me to find. The person blackening you online is indeed Shui Yuding. To be precise, it's Shui Yuding's backer, Lu Sihai. Before leaving Jiangnan, Lin Feng had asked Zhao Qingya to help him investigate the mastermind behind the smear campaign against him. Zhao Qingya indeed lived up to her mission and found the results. Sure enough, it's related to Shui Yuding. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Do you know where they are now? What do you want to do? Zhao Qingya asked nervously. Lin Feng blinked. Of course, I'm going to find some dirt on them. They've blackened me for so long, they should pay some price. That's true, you're already a strong internal energy user, so it's easy to disguise and infiltrate their private residence. Zhao Qingya eased her doubts and revealed Shui Yuding's current address. Chapter 45, First Experience of Invisibility. At 10 p.m., in Magic City. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a luxurious villa by taxi. This must be the love nest of Lu Sihai and Shui Yuding? Lin Feng looked at the doorplate and murmured. Then he pretended to be out for a walk and approached a deserted corner. Confirming that there were no cameras around, he took out the hood he had prepared and put it on, then used the invisibility technique, making his figure suddenly disappear from the spot. If anyone were here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits by this scene.
In the state of invisibility, Lin Feng easily jumped over the 2-meter-high wall and entered the villa. Crossing the front yard, Lin Feng saw 2 bodyguards in black guarding the living room door, which was tightly shut. He first walked up to the 2 black-clad bodyguards and waved his hand at them, but they showed no reaction. Then, Lin Feng used his wall-passing technique, swaggering through the living room door and stepping inside.
The living room is empty. Could it be that Lu Xihai and Shui Yuding are in the bedroom?
Thinking of this, Lin Feng used his X-ray vision and began checking each room. Soon, he discovered something interesting.
A few minutes later, in a bedroom on the 2nd floor,
Lu Xihai, dressed, was about to get out of bed to pour a glass of water.
A wonderful performance. A cold laugh suddenly sounded not far away.
Lu Xihai's body shook, he turned his head and was instantly scared out of his wits.
What the heck, why is there a masked man in the room?
This masked man was Lin Feng, who had entered the bedroom using the wall-passing technique.
Ah!
A slow-reacting Shui Yuding screamed and quickly covered her face with her hands.
Lin Feng? Wait, in this situation, shouldn't you cover your body with something first? Covering your face means what? Oh right, covering your face means you won't be able to recognize who you are, right?
What the hell is this logic?
Speaking of which, Shui Yuding's nurse outfit is quite unique. Those 2 big holes on it must have been added later, right? Torn by hand? Lu Xihai has some skills. Who are you, and how did you get in?
Lu Xihai is a man who has seen many big scenes, yet his voice still trembles with fear. He remembers clearly, the bedroom door was locked, and the balcony window was closed.
More importantly, this villa has bodyguards patrolling 24 hours a day. So how did this masked man stealthily sneak in here?
It doesn't matter who I am, nor how I got in, what's important is... Lin Feng smiled slightly and tapped the phone screen.
Then, a mind-bending voice echoed from the phone. Oh right, you can't see the video, can you? Here, let me bring it closer for you to appreciate.
Lin Feng walked to the bedside and shoved the phone screen in front of Lu Xihai's eyes.
Lu Xihai was stunned at that moment. This is exactly the footage of his fight with Shui Yuding. In other words, this masked man had already entered and was watching him fight with Shui Yuding? Why didn't he feel a thing?
This masked man must be a ghost. Shui Yuding also caught a glimpse of the scene through her fingers, both shocked and shy.
If this video gets leaked, her career as an artist will be over.
Not to mention, Miss Shui's acting is even better than Teacher Mi's.
It's just that Mr. Lu's skills are quite average. Didn't you ask Mr. Kato for a few tips?
Lin Feng took back his phone and enjoyed the video with great interest.
Big boss, what do you want, as long as I can? I can. Lu Xihai was so scared that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Smack.
Lin Feng, feeling exhausted by his response, slapped Lu Xihai on the forehead. Speak well.
Yes, boss. Lu Xihai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, then said, as long as I can do it, I can give you whatever you want. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Shui Yuding. I want her, will you give her?
Lin Feng saw all of Shui Yuding's earlier performance.
Saying she acted better than Teacher Mi wasn't just flattery. With her enchanting face and alluring figure, she could quickly become a top actress in the East. Yes, of course. As long as the boss wants her, even if I have to do it right now, I have no objections. Lu Xihai decisively sold Shui Yuding out. She's just a woman, how could she be more important than his life? Lin Feng? And then you help me shout 666 on the side?
If the boss has that kind of hobby, I have no problem.
Lu Xihai didn't even think about it. Ah, don't say that, it will make her shy. Shui Yuding blushed and lowered her head. She was a woman willing to do anything to rise to power. If she could save her life and reputation, what would it matter to submit to someone?
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I give up on you 2 dog lovers.
Less nonsense, I'm here for one thing today. Lu Xihai perked up. Please, boss. It's you who hired water armies online to smear Lin Feng, right?
Lin Feng sneered.
Lu Xihai's expression changed slightly. Is the boss here for him? That's right, Mr. Lin is a man of honor, greatly admired by people like us. If you slander Mr. Lin, you are going against us.
Lin Feng wasn't afraid of being retaliated against after revealing his intent. On one hand, he had Zhao Qingya's close protection, on the other hand, he himself was a powerful fighter with a combat strength of 200.
Lu Xihai would need a firearm to take him down, otherwise, trying to assassinate him would be a fantasy. Using firearms to kill in Longhua? Lu Xihai, as long as he wasn't stupid, would never do such a thing. Big boss, actually at first I didn't plan on slandering Mr. Lin Feng. It was Mr. Lin who insisted on supporting the official WeChat editor, that's why I'm a bastard, I was wrong. I was foolish, I shouldn't have tarnished Mr. Lin's name. You say, what should I do? Lu Xihai directly knelt down in front of Lin Feng, begging for mercy.
Damn, had I known someone so capable was behind Lin Feng, I wouldn't have dared to trouble him even if it cost me my life. Now, all he hoped for was to mend his ways and avoid death.
Lin Feng sneered, how did you get involved with Lakio?
He had long-standing grievances with Lakio, but the timing of Lakio's post was too coincidental. Thus, Lin Feng suspected that Lakio had colluded with Lucy Hai. Big shot, I heard that Lakio has a feud with the official WeChat account of Tian Dingxing. So I took the initiative to contact him and asked him to blacken Tian Dingxing, and I even gave him 100,000 yuan.
Lucy Hai dared not hide anything and told every detail honestly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, do you still have the chat records with him?
Lucy Hai quickly nodded, yes, and I have the transfer records too.
The netizen who exposed Lu Cixi as being supported by Lin Feng, is he your person? Lin Feng asked again.
Lucy Hai thought for a moment and said, the exposer isn't, but the big V who published the exposure did take my money.
Lin Feng's gaze grew cold, can you find out the real identity of the exposer?
I can, but I need a bit of time.
Lucy Hai had done such offline finding work many times before.
To put it bluntly, modern people have no privacy online. As long as the money is right, names, home addresses, and even what you did before can be dug up.
Very good.
Lin Feng nodded, get out your chat records and transfer records, I want to shoot a video.
Yes, big shot, I'll get my phone now.
Lucy Hai hurriedly brought out his phone and then pulled up the chat records as Lin Feng requested. During this process, he was conflicted whether to take the opportunity to report to the police. In the end, he dismissed that thought. With the masked man's ghostly methods, he could be taken out the moment he called the police. For the sake of his life, it was indeed better to be cautious. After Lin Feng took all the evidence, he said, after I leave, take screenshots of these records and send the exposer's identity to the official WeChat of Tian Dingxing.
Okay, big shot, I'll send it right away.
I will also have the hired water army targeting Mr. Lin to stop at once.
Lucy Hai knew he had saved his life and was suddenly overjoyed. Lin Feng raised his hand and gave him a smack, who said to let you stop? Keep bringing the rhythm, bring it to the death. Lucy Hai? Shui Yuding? Wait. Why did you come here? Isn't it to stop us from blackening Lin Feng? Not only aren't we stopping, but you also want us to bring Lin Feng's rhythm to the death?
You must have a grudge against Lin Feng. Lin Feng shot a glare at the two, do as I say, don't ask what you shouldn't. He wanted to use this task to escape poverty and move directly to a better life, how could he stop now? Of course, the more people misunderstand him, the better.
Yes, if the big shot doesn't say, we won't ask. Lucy Hai quickly nodded in agreement. Also, Shui Yuding, don't work in the entertainment circle anymore.
Lin Feng sneered. Shui Yuding's color changed instantly, big shot, please don't,
Lin Feng coldly looked at her, or should I publish this video?
No, please don't, big shot, I'm very good at serving people.
How about you let me stay by your side to serve for a while, can you spare me a life? Shui Yuding pleaded with innocent eyes.
Lin Feng sneered, you're not worthy. If he had just arrived, he might have agreed. But now, with Zhao Qingya and Lu Cixi, two stunning beauties by his side, Shui Yuding truly had no appeal.
Big shot,
Shui Yuding wanted to say something more, but Lin Feng struck like lightning.
Slap. Lucy Hai covered his face, bewildered on the spot.
Lin Feng took a step back and stood firm, I don't like hitting women, if you keep talking, I'll slap him again.
Lucy Hai? I didn't make a mistake, why do you want to hit me?
Shui Yuding's expression changed slightly, big.
Slap. Are you wishing for my death? If you don't want to be an artist, then just don't. I can't even afford to support you. Lucy Hai turned around and slapped Shui Yuding, leaving her face red. Lin Feng didn't like hitting women, but Lucy Hai did. He not only liked hitting, but also enjoyed cracking the whip.
Oh. Shui Yuding lowered her head in grievance, feeling very desperate inside. Lucy Hai was willing to spend money on her now because she was young and had the aura of a star.
Once she grew old and lost her star aura, wouldn't Lucy Hai just abandon her like a rag? Slap.
Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lucy Hai.
Lucy Hai covered his cheek, looking completely bewildered. Big guy, why did you hit me again? Slap. Slap. Slap.
Lin Feng kept slapping him 10 times, turning Lucy Hai into a pig's head.
Lucy Hai received so much criticism from netizens, it would be a disgrace not to hit him. Lucy Hai was almost crying. A boss with 100 billion fortune turned into someone's grandson. The key point was, he didn't even know why he was being slapped. Frustrating. When the anger finally subsided, Lin Feng shook his hand, you seem quite unconvinced?
No, big guy hits well, I'm convinced.
Lucy Hai hurriedly denied it. It's okay, you don't have to do what I say. You can also try to retaliate. As for the consequences,
Lin Feng smiled slightly and used his invisibility skill in front of both of them.
Lu Sihai and Shui Yuding were so scared they sat down on the bed. A living person suddenly disappeared right before their eyes? That's a ghostly trick. A few minutes later, their expressions finally calmed down a bit. Shui Yuding hugged Lu Sihai's arm and said, "Honey, that person is so scary, let's hurry and call the police." Slap. Slap. Lu Sihai raised his hand and gave her 2 big slaps. "Honey, why did you hit me again?" Shui Yuding looked full of grievance. "I'd rather kill you. If you want to die, don't drag me into it." Lu Sihai had a look of fear.
Originally, he planned to call the police after the masked man left. At the very least, he wanted to find out the other party's identity and then retaliate. But the guy disappeared right before his eyes.
With tricks like the masked man's that come and go without a trace, would calling the police be useful? Would he dare to retaliate? Wouldn't he end up being quietly taken out by the masked man the next day after reporting it?
Not only did he not dare to retaliate, but he had to obediently follow the masked man's words.
You know how to be smart.
Not far away, Lin Feng, in invisibility mode, smiled playfully and used the wall-passing skill to leave the place.
Once he walked out of the villa, the excitement on his face couldn't be contained anymore.
Tonight was his first time using the wall-passing and invisibility skills, and the effects were indeed as powerful as the system described. Entering a villa with tight security felt like walking into a free zone. So close yet unnoticeable. Having the skill to go wherever he wanted without worrying about being discovered was truly a supernatural skill. Only with Lin Feng's strong moral compass, otherwise, he could use these 2 supernatural skills to do many illegal things. However, despite these powers being strong, they consumed system points at a terrifying rate.
4 wall passes consumed 400 system points. Invisibility plus X-ray vision for a total of 10 minutes consumed 600 system points.
He now had a total of 77,000 points, and just in this short time, it consumed 1/77th.
I still need to work hard to complete tasks.
Once the system points are sufficient, I can also indulge freely.
Speaking of indulging, why not go to the bar for a bit of fun?
Lin Feng had never been to a bar since he crossed into this world.
And after just witnessing the battle between Lu Sihai and Shui Yuding, it would be a lie to say he wasn't interested. He heard there were many beautiful women in the bars of Magic City, maybe he could have a romantic encounter tonight?
Thinking this, Lin Feng waved down a taxi by the roadside, heading straight to the bar street.
Half an hour later, at the Red Rose Bar.
Lin Feng sat down at the bar, casually ordered a cocktail, and sipped it slowly. Soon, a beautiful woman in a black spaghetti strap dress approached him to strike up a conversation.
"Hi handsome, are you alone?"
Lin Feng glanced at her. Under the thick makeup, her looks rated just over 80 points. Her body might score around 85 points, he just wasn't sure if it was genuine.
"Sorry, beautiful, I'm waiting for a friend."
Lin Feng smiled politely, rejecting her advance. After seeing Zhao Qingya, Lu Sisi, Su Man, and Yu Shishir, ordinary women no longer caught his eye. After the spaghetti strap beauty left, 3 more women came over to chat him up.
Who could blame them? Lin Feng was incredibly handsome, dressed in an Armani suit, and wore a Patek Philippe watch.
Being rich and good-looking, it was unusual not to be approached.
Unfortunately, these 3 beauties also failed to attract Lin Feng's attention. I'm done for.
My taste has been spoiled by Zhao Qingya and the others.
Looks like there won't be any encounters tonight.
Just as Lin Feng was about to finish his drink and head back to the hotel for a rest, a stylish woman looking around 30 suddenly sat down beside him.
Chapter 47, Meeting a Rich Woman at the Bar.
This woman wore a black evening gown with a V-neck and an open back, her body graceful and curvy.
Lin Feng estimated it to be about a D cup? Or maybe an E cup?
Beneath the evening gown, her slim waist and curvy hips, paired with long, fair legs, emanated a delightful fragrance.
The key was her face, stunningly beautiful, even surpassing Su Man. Absolutely breathtaking.
This woman wore a diamond-encrusted Vacheron Constantin watch. Lin Feng didn't know its specific model, but there was a crown on the side of the case. From what he knew about watches, this should be a minute repeater.
A minute repeater is a watch that can chime to indicate the time.
It has buttons or a crown on the case side, and when pressed, it emits sounds to announce the time.
Different tones indicate hours, quarters, and minutes.
For example, at 1:33, it would chime 1 solid sound, 2 chimes, and then 3 sounds.
The minute repeater is as challenging to make as the tourbillon and perpetual calendar.
Simply put, minute repeaters are very expensive. Especially for Vacheron Constantin's minute repeaters, each one costs over 10 million.
In addition, the jewelry this woman wore looked incredibly valuable.
With her great body, high beauty, and wealth, this woman was extraordinary. While Lin Feng was admiring this woman, a balding man carrying a briefcase under his arm approached.
Hi, beautiful, are you alone?
While greeting her, the middle-aged man flashed his Richard Mille watch. Richard Mille is a watch brand that has risen in recent years, with a much younger history than Vacheron Constantin. But this brand's watches are very expensive, most models priced over $1 million.
The one on the middle-aged man's wrist was even worth $10 million.
Behind him, 4 burly bodyguards in black suits followed.
I'm not alone, am I a ghost?
Song Xueqing was in a bad mood tonight, so her tone was somewhat cold.
Lin Feng couldn't help almost bursting into laughter. Alright, I misspoke. My name is Wang Dafa, and I'm in the coal business. The middle-aged man didn't feel awkward and introduced himself.
Then he casually sat down in the next seat, snapping his fingers at the bartender. 2 margaritas please, I'll treat this lady to one.
Okay, sir, just a moment.
The bartender smiled knowingly and started mixing drinks. Song Xueqing's expression changed slightly. Sorry, I'm not used to having strangers treat me.
Beautiful lady, we're destined to meet, please give me some face. Wang Dafa fully tapped into his shameless spirit. As long as he could win a woman's heart, face didn't matter. Song Xueqing sighed and stood up to leave. But just as she got up, Wang Dafa reached out and grabbed her wrist. Pretty lady. How can you be so rude? As soon as the words fell, the 4 bodyguards in black clothes blocked her way.
Song Xueqing was stunned for a moment, then picked up the glass of wine in front of Lin Feng and splashed it on Wang Dafa's face.
Lin Feng? No. I haven't even taken a few sips of this wine before you splashed it on me? Damn, you dare to splash me? Wang Dafa was taken aback, raising his hand to slap her. Song Xueqing, frightened, quickly turned her head away. Just when she thought she was about to suffer humiliation. Smack! A crisp sound. The expected pain did not come. Confused, Song Xueqing turned her head to see a hand tightly gripping Wang Dafa's wrist. I said, Uncle, the pretty lady doesn't want to drink with you, just let her go. Why make things difficult for her?
Lin Feng said with a mocking smile.
Chapter 48, Only Drunk Can End It. Damn, you dare to meddle in my business? Wang Dafa, furious, yanked his hand back. He didn't budge an inch.
While Wang Dafa was in a daze, Lin Feng formed his fingers like a knife and struck at Wang Dafa's other hand.
Ah!
Wang Dafa cried out in pain and reflexively pulled back the hand that held the lady's wrist.
Then he glared at the 4 bodyguards, roaring, What the hell are you idiots doing? Go beat him up, now!
The commotion had already drawn the attention of other customers in the bar. But these things were too common in a bar, so nobody stepped in to break it up. With Wang Dafa's command, his 4 bodyguards swung their fists and rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, released Wang Dafa, and kicked the nearest bodyguard away. Then, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he took down the other 3 bodyguards in just a few swift moves.
The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Wang Dafa was left dumbfounded.
These were bodyguards he had hired at a high price, the kind that usually kept 3 to 5 men at bay.
How come they looked like lambs being led to slaughter in front of Lin Feng? Hiss! A gasp echoed through the bar. Damn, this guy doesn't even seem as strong as those bodyguards, how is he so tough? A martial arts champion? A retired special forces soldier? Song Xueqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with an inexplicable excitement.
This young man is handsome, skilled, and for some reason, makes her heart flutter. While Wang Dafa was stunned, Lin Feng grabbed his collar and lifted him up with one hand. When chasing women, never be too forceful, that makes you look cheap.
Remember that, uncle? Wang Dafa, fearful of Lin Feng's strength, nodded pale-faced. I understand.
Lin Feng's expression darkened. If you understand, apologize to this lady right now.
I'm sorry for how I treated you just now. I apologize.
Wang Dafa forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, addressing Song Xueqing.
Song Xueqing snorted coldly and turned her head away. All right, you can go now.
Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and threw Wang Dafa away.
Thud. Wang Dafa fell flat on his face but didn't care about the pain, quickly getting up to leave.
Once his 4 bodyguards had left, Song Xueqing said, Thank you for saving me just now. Lin Feng shrugged, just a small effort.
Can I know your name? Song Xueqing asked with genuine interest. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lin Feng, what about you? Song Xueqing pondered for a long time. My name is Xueqing. Xueqing? Nice name, but does the Dragon Kingdom have a last name of Xue?
Lin Feng said with a teasing smile.
It was obvious she didn't want him to know her real name. Was this woman so guarded? Is that not allowed? Song Xueqing tilted her head and playfully retorted. Lin Feng's heart suddenly raced. Wow, when a glamorous lady suddenly gets playful, it really takes your breath away. If you say it's okay, then it must be okay.
Lin Feng exhaled a deep breath and smiled.
Sorry for spilling your drink earlier. How about I buy you a drink at a different bar? After saying this, Song Xueqing felt a bit regretful.
She had attended a banquet that evening, feeling a bit gloomy after dealing with a few unkind old men. By some twist of fate, she ended up in this bar. To her surprise, she actually met an interesting little man here. Even more unexpectedly, she had taken the initiative to invite him for a drink. She was never this forward with men.
Ding. Host, you have a new side quest. Quest, drink until you drop. Quest objective, get drunk with the stranger beauty Xueqing. Quest reward, rich descendants card. Lin Feng? Wait. Is this really worth a side quest from the system? What on earth is the rich descendants card? If I use it, my descendants will be wealthy for life? That's just ridiculous. After they left the bar, a Bentley parked nearby roared to life.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pointed at the Bentley, asking, "That's your car, right?"
Song Xueqing looked at him in surprise. "Yes, how did you know?"
"When you walked out of the bar, that car started up."
"That's one reason.
The second reason is, I suspected it before, but now I'm sure." Lin Feng shrugged and smiled playfully.
Chapter 49, Drink You Under the Table by Skill.
Song Xueqing paused for a second or two, then pouted, "Okay, you tricked me."
Lin Feng smiled. "Yes, I did trick you. Now I'm very curious about your identity. Do you think I would tell you?"
Song Xueqing lightly twirled a strand of hair, her smile playful. Lin Feng spread his hands. "Maybe it's better you don't tell me."
"What if I don't want to make an effort anymore?" "Ah."
Song Xueqing was taken aback, then her face flushed slightly as she lightly scolded, "You were so unserious."
"Ah. Have I exposed myself?" Lin Feng looked regretful. "So, do you still want me to drink with you? What do you think?"
Song Xueqing rolled her eyes at him, hands behind her back, bouncing away into the distance.
Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, quickly following her. "In the Bentley Mulsanne, the female driver? Wait. Is that bouncing woman the boss?
When did the boss show such a girlish demeanor, especially in front of a man? My worldview is shattered." 10 minutes later, Lin Feng followed Song Xueqing, entering a private room on the second floor of the Suwa bar. Lin Feng first looked around the private room, then turned to look at Song Xueqing.
However, he found she had already sat down on the opposite sofa.
Song Xueqing was wearing a low-cut evening gown, and from Lin Feng's perspective, it felt like looking into the Mariana Trench. Lin Feng quickly lowered his gaze, only to see Song Xueqing's two fair legs crossed elegantly. Her sitting posture was graceful, outlining the curve of her perky backside. Just one glance made Lin Feng feel thirsty. He hurriedly averted his eyes.
Song Xueqing was indeed a natural beauty, even just sitting there gracefully, the charm she exuded was something Lin Feng couldn't resist. "Miss Xue, this bar isn't your business, right?"
After sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng asked. At 11 o'clock at night, it was precisely the peak time for nightclubs. The bar was so packed that there seemed to be no place to stand, yet Song Xueqing could enjoy a private room on the second floor.
"Isn't that strange? This is my friend's business." Song Xueqing smiled. "What would you like to drink?"
Lin Feng realized, "You're the host, so you order. I'll pay at the end."
"I have some wine stored here."
Song Xueqing smiled, and soon a waiter rolled in with a small cart. When the waiter set all the bottles on the coffee table, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Limited to 2,333 bottles globally, the expensive Ace of Spades black gold version.
Cognac Louis XIII, worth 26,000 a bottle. And there was even a bottle of 1990 Romani Conti. Anyone who has seen Stephen Chow's movie Mermaid knows. The 1990 Romani Conti is incredibly valuable.
The film said that 3 bottles of wine are worth 1 million, but the actual auction price is over 100,000. No wonder she is the woman with the Patek Philippe Grand Complication watch, just the drinks in the bar are something an average person would work for many years to afford.
I haven't gotten drunk out in a long time. If Mr. Lin has the ability, why not try to get me drunk? Song Xueqing looked at Lin Feng with a playful smile and said.
Lin Feng's heart raced.
Try to get her drunk? This glamorous, elegant noblewoman couldn't possibly be flirting with him, could she? Thinking this, Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean by having the ability?"
"Of course." Song Xueqing stretched her tone, picked up the dice cup on the coffee table, "Shake the dice."
"Lin Feng?
I haven't played this in a long time, I want to play once."
If someone loses, they have to answer a question from the other. If you don't want to answer, just take a drink. How about that?
Song Xueqing gently shook the dice cup, her smile teasing. She had suppressed herself for too many years, there had always been a voice inside her urging her to let loose just once. But with her noble status, even if she wanted to indulge, she couldn't let go of her dignity. At this moment, she needed an excuse.
"All right, how do you want to play?"
Lin Feng became interested.
It's simple, guess the number. One die, I shake once, you guess once. If you guess right, you win. Song Shueching put one die into the cup and gently shook it.
If Lin Feng had good drinking skills and decent luck, he would have the chance to get her drunk. This could also be considered an excuse Song Shueching found for herself.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, then I shake once, you guess once? Song Shueching shook her head, I'm a woman, shouldn't I have privileges? The probability of guessing correctly is only 1 in 6. If each person shakes once, how is that a convincing excuse? Lin Feng? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be about gender equality? Can this world be any worse? When will us men ever stand up? Alright, it's a deal.
Lin Feng paused for a moment before agreeing.
Since the system issued a task, he definitely would use any means necessary to complete it. At most, he would use his X-ray vision to cheat.
He had the noble card locked down, it wouldn't matter if Jesus came, what I said goes.
Okay, let's start.
Song Shueching smiled slightly and began shaking the dice cup.
A few seconds later, she put the cup down, guess. Lin Feng decided to take a gamble, 3. It's 5. You guessed wrong.
Song Shueching lifted the cup to take a glance and laughed lightly. Even she didn't realize that when she found out Lin Feng guessed wrong, she actually felt a slight disappointment deep in her heart.
Lin Feng spread his hands, ready to admit defeat, so what do you want to ask? How many women have you had? Song Shueching asked directly. Lin Feng? Wow, talk about a bold question right off the bat. But he wasn't afraid. In this life, I've only had one woman, my first love, but we broke up many years ago. Lin Feng answered without a change in color or heartbeat. After all, he had traveled through time, the few relationships he had on Earth didn't count. Song Shueching raised her delicate eyebrows, really?
Lin Feng looked impressive, with extraordinary charm and seemed quite wealthy, he should be an experienced player in love.
Lin Feng shrugged, if you don't believe it, that's fine. Song Shueching fell silent for a moment, then smiled, then I won't ask you questions next. You guess wrong once and take a drink. If I guess right, can I ask you a question?
Lin Feng countered.
Sure. Song Shueching smiled and continued shaking the dice, guess.
This time, Lin Feng didn't gamble on luck, he directly used his X-ray vision.
Through the X-ray vision, the die inside the cup appeared clearly before his eyes.
Then he smiled slightly, looking at Song Shueching, 6. Only after he spoke did he remember the X-ray vision was still active, he took in all the details of the black lace Victoria's Secret outfit Song Shueching was wearing.
Wow, it even had cutouts.
At that moment, Lin Feng lowered his head and touched his nose.
Fortunately, there was no nosebleed. What's wrong with you? Song Shueching felt a bit strange.
Just now, Lin Feng's expression was like he had seen something incredible, and there was no one else here. Chapter 050, The Woman with Unspoken Words.
It's nothing, I was about to sneeze but I held it back.
Lin Feng took a deep breath and explained calmly.
Song Shueching nodded and lifted the dice cup. Then she looked up in surprise, it's really a 6, you guessed it. Looks like I'm lucky. Lin Feng smiled playfully and asked directly, how many boyfriends have you had? Song Shueching pondered for 2 seconds, not a single one. Lin Feng? A woman who looked to be in her 30s, still so beautiful and graceful, says she has never had a boyfriend?
This is more absurd than his earlier answer.
Believe it or not.
Song Shueching tossed him a charming glare, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched, I believe, let's continue. That's more like it. Song Shueching smiled and shook the dice cup. The moment she put down the dice cup, Lin Feng laughed, too. Song Shueching lifted the cup and exclaimed in surprise, you guessed it again? Maybe I'm just having good luck tonight? Lin Feng shrugged, holding up 2 fingers, second question, how old are you this year? This.
Song Shueching hesitated for a moment, picked up her glass, poured some Ace of Spades champagne, and downed it in one go. Although it was a small cup, she didn't fill it to the brim. But after one glass, her stunning face gained a bit more redness.
Continue.
Song Shueching shook the dice cup again.
4. How did you guess it again? Song Shueching drank another glass of Ace of Spades.
Next, Lin Feng intentionally guessed wrong a few times, easing Song Shueching's doubts. Then he guessed correctly 3 times in a row, and the questions were very tricky. Repeating this, by the end both of them were around 6 or 7 points drunk and started to call each other brother and sister. Ding, congratulations to the host, drunk to the limits, task completed, task reward is being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received a fortune card, which has been stored in the system warehouse.
Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly entered the system warehouse to check.
Then his expression became strange. The description of the fortune card was too explosive to display. All he could say was that the system had some tricks, even developing such items.
I can't drink anymore, let's go.
At this moment, Song Xueqing swayed to her feet, wanting to walk towards the door. But she was wearing 10 centimeters high heels, and as she stood up, the alcohol hit her, her head spun, and her legs softened, causing her to lean to one side. Lin Feng reacted quickly, darting over and reaching out to support her back.
Song Xueqing glared at him charmingly, her lips gently parting. Little brother, do you dare to take me to a hotel?
Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock.
With Song Xueqing saying that, if he refused, wouldn't that make him less than a beast? He immediately nodded, I dare.
Song Xueqing's charming face flushed slightly, and she reached out to poke Lin Feng's nose, bashfully saying, I'm just asking you to take your sister to the hotel, don't think too much.
Lin Feng on the surface, don't worry, sister, I didn't think too much. Lin Feng internally, women are always so insincere. Alright, let's go then, we'll use the back door. My driver is still waiting at the front door, I don't want her to see. Song Xueqing explained quietly. Got it.
Lin Feng nodded and, under Song Xueqing's guidance, helped her exit the bar through the back door.
There was a 5-star hotel 200 meters away. 10 minutes later, they walked into a luxurious suite. Phew, finally got my sister safely here. Lin Feng helped Song Xueqing sit by the bed and let out a breath. Song Xueqing himself but didn't know what to say. Rationality told her that it was time to let Lin Feng leave. But deep down, there was a voice suppressed for many years that told her to keep Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared calm on the surface but was panicking inside. Although he had plenty of romantic experience, this was the first time he brought a beautiful woman he met for the first time to a hotel. Should I post online and ask the experts what to do?
Lin Feng struggled for a moment and finally used a strategy of retreating to advance. Since the task is complete, I should leave now.
Sister, you should rest early.
After saying that, he waited for 2 seconds. When he saw Song Xueqing had no intention of keeping him, he had to turn around. At the moment Lin Feng took a step, Song Xueqing suddenly got up from behind and hugged him. Brother, don't go. The next morning, Lin Feng had not fully woken up when he subconsciously reached out to touch beside him.
Empty, nothing at all. Xueqing? Feeling the emptiness, Lin Feng instantly woke up.
After searching the suite, Lin Feng finally confirmed that Song Xueqing had left, feeling a rush of loss.
This is Xueqing's message?
Lin Feng saw a note on the bedside table and quickly picked it up to read. Brother, last night was the happiest moment for me in these years.
Thank you for giving me this beautiful memory.
There's a saying, I do not seek eternal love, just hope for the moments we had. After having, forget each other in the world.
Do not look for me.
Chapter 051, The Counterattack begins. Seeing the last 4 words on the note, Lin Feng suddenly felt a pain in his heart, the scenes from last night replaying in his mind endlessly.
From the bed to the bathroom, then to the bathtub, and finally to the balcony. The woman who went wild with him just left without a word, and she doesn't even want him to find her? And he didn't even know her real name. After a long while, Lin Feng looked at a splash of red in the middle of the sheets, with a complex expression and said, so she really hasn't had a man before. In fact, he discovered this splash of red last night and was shocked to the point of changing color. Of course, there's a possibility of surgical repair, but Lin Feng could tell that it wasn't the case because Song Xueqing had almost no experience. Only the passion coming from Song Xueqing's bones left Lin Feng in amazement. This also led Lin Feng to gain a total of 800 million after using the Sun in Wealth card. According to quantity, the first time was 400 million, the second was 200 million, the third was 100 million, the fourth was 80 million, and the fifth was only a pitiful 20 million. And his bank card balance had reached 1.17 billion. You don't want me to find you. Maybe you have your own reasons. But you've successfully caught my interest, one day I will find you.
Lin Feng secretly made up his mind, then folded the sheets and put them in the system warehouse. This was proof of his time with Song Xueqing, and it must be kept safe. Then Lin Feng took out his phone, checked the trending topics, and found the slander against him was still on the hot search list, with the reading count already over 200 million. I wonder how many netizens have been misled by this information.
I can't delay any longer, if I do, won't it make netizens think I'm really in the wrong?
Thinking this, Lin Feng called Chen Mushi's phone. Hello, Director Chen, I have good news for you, the T2000 level carbon fiber has begun mass production.
2 days later.
The online attacks against Lin Feng were still ongoing.
Spicy Ball, daily question at Zentop Special Materials Company, can your company mass produce T2000 level carbon fiber yet?
These past few days, Spicy Ball posted a similar tweet every day, provoking the Zentop official account. And the Zentop official account felt like it was dead, not daring to respond at all. This made Spicy Ball quite pleased.
Under this tweet, Dragon Black celebrated. Spicy Ball is too ruthless, knowing that Zentop dares not respond yet teasing them every day. Spicy ball, you should ask if any organization has started investigating Zentop's fraud. Of course not, after all, Zentop has the support of Long-Ku Institute. A company without technological content committing fraud to make money is a complete disgrace to Long Country. Previously, the big influencer who exposed Lin Feng's objectification and discrimination against women at Zentop Special Materials Company, it's been several days now, how come your boss is still pretending to be dead? Under the lead of this prominent influencer, many martial artists flocked to the Tianxing official Weibo to leave comments. Lin Feng, you stinky bug, I curse your whole family to have a bad death. Lin Feng, what sins did we women commit in our past lives to encounter such a stinky bug like you? What is wrong with this society? Why are there so many stinky bugs that discriminate against women? After seeing the experiences of these sisters, I am so angry that my whole body trembles, sweating cold in the heat, my hands and feet are icy. Besides the martial artists, Shui Yuting's die-hard fans also gathered in the comments, demanding that Lin Feng apologize to Shui Yuting. Posts related to Lin Feng have already reached a reading volume of 1 billion. And this is only on Weibo. Jihu, Douyin, Tushio, and other platforms also have skyrocketing heat. Countless netizens followed suit to denounce Lin Feng. Just as the public outrage intensified, Tianxing's official Weibo released a post. After several days of investigation, we have initially grasped evidence that our company has been maliciously slandered. For those who posted false information on Weibo, damaging the reputation of Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Lu Sisi, our company will file a lawsuit in accordance with the law. Below are screenshots of 9 chat records. Lin Feng's counterattack has officially begun. Damn, have these influential people received dirty money? Lasky received 100,000, the influencer who exposed Lu Sisi being supported by Lin Feng received 50,000, and those who exposed Lin Feng objectifying women received 20,000. And the leader of the Water Army received as high as 1 million? Damn, music critic Qin Sheng even received 500,000? No wonder Qin Sheng gave Moon Shadow such a high rating, turns out he took dirty money. Got it, all understood, these people smeared Tianxing and Lin Feng are completely being manipulated from behind the scenes. I said, how could the big shots of Lunka Academy be deceived by a private enterprise, let alone collude with Lin Feng? Now the question is, who is the mastermind behind? Isn't it obvious? It definitely has something to do with Shui Yuting. There's a rumor in the community that Shui Yuting has a backer. I want to hear the story of Shui Yuting's backer. Just as netizens realized they had been deceived, those influential figures who previously slandered Lin Feng suddenly posted apologies on Weibo. Statement: the Weibo posts I previously made regarding Mr. Lin Feng were all fabricated false information. I sincerely apologize to Mr. Lin Feng. I'm sorry. Statement: the chat record images I previously posted were all forged. I wish to apologize to Mr. Lin and am willing to bear all legal consequences. Countless netizens were left dumbfounded. Wait, just as Tianxing presented evidence, the influential figures collectively apologized? Isn't that too cowardly? At least try to argue back. Meanwhile, a video of someone quietly went viral. My name is Zhao Hai, I am an ordinary employee of Tianxing Special Materials Company, Limited. When our boss took over the company, he personally paid to buy all employees a commercial critical illness insurance policy with a coverage of 500,000. Take a look, this is my insurance policy. Our company has over 1,000 employees, the boss probably spent 3 to 4 million to buy us insurance. I won't say much, I just want to ask, does a boss willing to buy commercial insurance for employees count as a good person? The official Douyin account of Longboy Insurance actively retweeted, confirming the truth of this matter. In an instant, countless netizens were touched by Lin Feng's attitude towards employees. To be honest, bosses who buy commercial insurance for employees are really rare. I work for a Fortune 500 company, and the company didn't buy us critical illness insurance. I envy companies that buy critical illness insurance for employees. Brother Zhao, does your company still need people? I don't care about insurance or not, I just love the culture and atmosphere of your company. As the heat of this video peaked, LDN Public Welfare also posted a tweet related to Lin Feng. Recently, we received a transfer of 30 million Dragon Country coins from Mr. Lin Feng. According to Mr. Lin's request, this money will be used to build schools and improve nutrition for impoverished children in the mountainous areas. Here, we want to thank Mr. Lin for his kindness on behalf of the flowers of our motherland. Under this post is a screenshot of the transfer, where Lin Feng's name stands out prominently. The transfer date was 6 days ago, in other words, Lin Feng didn't donate to clean up his image. He silently donated 30 million? I don't care what others think, I admire this kind of person. A person who is willing to buy commercial insurance for employees, and one who donates 30 million for charity, isn't this person worthy of our respect? From Tianxing releasing evidence, to numerous influential accounts publicly apologizing. Then employees stood up to speak for Lin Feng, and finally, Green Shade Charity showcased Lin Feng's transfer records. The impact of Lin Feng on netizens was a wave after wave. In an instant, Lin Feng's image in the hearts of netizens underwent a 180 degrees turnaround. Chapter 052, Reputation Soars. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before, I apologize. Boss Lin, you are a fresh breath among entrepreneurs, I apologize for my previous rashness. I'm sorry, calling you an idiot before was my foolishness, I reflect. Boss Lin, you are a good person, I wronged you, I'm sorry. At the same time, countless netizens came to the official account of Tycoon to queue up to apologize to Lin Feng. The Dragon Country Daily released an explosive message. Breaking news, the expert group from Manga Institute arrived at Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited this morning and assisted in the acceptance of the world's first T2000 level carbon fiber production line. This T2000 level carbon fiber production line is expected to reach an annual output of 360 tons by the end of the month, which means our country has reached an international leading level in the field of carbon fiber. This afternoon, Tycoon will also hold a delivery ceremony for the first batch of T1100 level carbon fiber, with a delivery amount of 50 tons. On Weibo, Zhihu, and WeChat. The Dragon Country Daily published this information on various platforms simultaneously. The entire internet was shocked. Wow, did Tycoon really come up with the T2000 level carbon fiber production line? This is a technology that even the East Japan Lido company hasn't mastered. Tycoon is about to go against the odds. Slap in the face. The Spicy Balls and the Dragon detractors have once again been slapped in the face. Hey, Spicy Ball, Tycoon really produced the T2000 level carbon fiber production line, what do you think now? Hey, Spicy Ball, Tycoon has delivered 50 tons, it's not a fake. Hey, Spicy Ball, since Tycoon announced an annual output capacity of T1100 level carbon fiber reaching 3,600 tons, it's just 5 days since yesterday, do you want to calculate how much the annual output will be? As one of the most authoritative media in the Dragon Country, the weight of Dragon Country Daily cannot be underestimated. Since it reported this matter, it must be true. The analysis from Spicy Ball regarding Tycoon's fraudulent activities collapsed. Lin Feng and Tycoon's reputation soared instantly. Not long after Dragon Country Daily released this news, including Spicy Ball, those influential accounts that slandered and defamed Lin Feng were all officially deregistered from Weibo. Netizens cheered in unison, a great relief. Immediately after, Shui Yuding released a statement withdrawing from the entertainment industry, igniting the internet once again. Wow, Shui Yuding must have seen the situation deteriorating and ran for it, right? Even Dragon Country Daily is backing Lin Feng. If I were Shui Yuding, I would have to run too. She must have hired people to slander Lin Feng, she's scared now. A group of rhythm-writing influential accounts were banned, Shui Yuding was forced to retreat, Lin Feng's power is too terrifying. Is it true that no one has traced Lin Feng's personal information until now? I really want to know what he looks like. By the way, is this Lin Feng the same person who wrote Youth? I don't know if they are the same person, but I am sure that Parking Phone Lin Wan is the boss Lin Feng of Tycoon. As the internet seethed, at Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited. In the chairman's office. Lin Feng, did you make Shui Yuding retire from the entertainment industry? Zhao Qingya put down her phone, her expression strange as she asked. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. If you think that way, then fine, no explanations. Zhao Qingya. Well, looking at Lin Feng's reaction, that's basically confirmed. Returning to the main point. What dirt did you find on her that made her voluntarily leave the entertainment industry? After a thorough investigation, Zhao Qingya had a bit of understanding of Shui Yuding. She was a woman willing to cling to old men to climb up. She definitely wouldn't leave the entertainment industry unless absolutely necessary. This means Lin Feng surely found some deadly dirt on Shui Yuding. The gossip flames are burning fiercely, aren't they? Well, it's inconvenient to say. Lin Feng said with a strange expression. The more he acted this way, the stronger Zhao Qingya's curiosity became. I promise I won't tell anyone, just tell me. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Was this beautiful bodyguard acting cute with him? This was unprecedented behavior. Ahem, since you want to know so much, it seems a bit unfriendly not to tell. But? Lin Feng hesitated to continue. But what? Zhao Qingya asked urgently. Lin Feng sighed. You asked to see Shui Yuding's dirt, so any consequences that arise can't be blamed on me, deal? Of course, this is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. Zhao Qingya readily agreed. What could be the consequence of just looking at a little star's dirt? Okay, then I can relax. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, took out his phone, and found the video he had captured to hand it to Zhao Qingya. Zhao Qingya took the phone and suspiciously opened the video. With a dizzying sound ringing out, the video appeared on the screen. Zhao Qingya stood dazed for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then, as if electrocuted, screamed and threw the phone away. Luckily, Lin Feng was prepared and caught it before it hit the ground. You shameless.
Zhao Qingya's face turned bright red, and she stamped her feet in place.
Ah, this. Lin Feng looked innocent. This is Shui Yuding's dirt, you asked to see it. Ah. Zhao Qingya froze for a moment. You mean, the woman in the video is Shui Yuding? Just now, her mind was blank. How could she think to discern who that woman was? She thought she was some teacher from the East Sea. That's right, it's her. The man is Lu Sihai. This is evidence I collected by sneaking into Lu Sihai's home.
I didn't expect that teacher Lu also had a habit of taking selfies. Lin Feng definitely couldn't say he was the one filming it himself, there was no way to explain, so he had to put the blame on Lu Sihai.
Zhao Qingya's eyes brightened. So you sent the video to Shui Yuding and threatened her to quit the industry?
Lin Feng shrugged, neither admitting nor denying, allowing the beautiful bodyguard to fill in the blanks.
Let me take another look.
Zhao Qingya reached out and said. Lin Feng was stunned. She had just taken a glance and was already that embarrassed. How could she have the courage to continue watching? While he was in a daze, Zhao Qingya snatched the phone from his hand and tapped a few times. Then she returned the phone to Lin Feng and said meaningfully, don't always watch this kind of thing, it's not good for your health.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What did she mean by it's not good for health? Did the beautiful bodyguard have some knowledge about this? Then he glanced at the phone. Goodness, the video was already gone. So Zhao Qingya deleted the video?
Fortunately, he had made a backup in advance.
Truly clever.
Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zhao Qingya adjusted her expression and went to open the door.
Chen Musho walked in with Lu Sisi by his side. Lin Feng, you really surprised me this time.
Chen Musho warmly shook Lin Feng's hand, shaking it up and down as he said. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingya's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Feng with admiration. In just a few short days, Lin Feng created a T2000 grade carbon fiber production line, proving all the doubters wrong. This man always brings her surprises.
Well, except for showing her that kind of video.
This time, Lin Feng didn't show off, but humbly said a few words.
Lin Feng, the Dragon Institute wants to take all the T2000 grade carbon fiber production capacity, do you think that's okay?
Chen Musho rubbed his hands, feeling a bit anxious as he spoke.
Lin Feng? Chapter 053, Self-Inflicted Consequences.
Goodness, he just told Chen Musho that the selling price of T2000 grade carbon fiber was 15,000 dragon coins per kilogram, and that he could increase annual production capacity to 360 tons before the end of the month. If Chen Musho wants to take all 360 tons of T2000 grade carbon fiber, wouldn't that mean he needs 5.4 billion dragon coins?
Since Director Chen has spoken, I naturally agree.
Lin Feng let out a sigh, smiling. He could roughly guess why the Dragon Institute wanted to buy so much T2000 grade carbon fiber, 6th generation fighter jets. And they were mass-producing 6th generation fighter jets. Aside from that, he couldn't think of any other use that would consume so much carbon fiber.
Doesn't that mean the Dragon Nation is getting closer to having the world's first 6th generation fighter jet?
Thinking about it made him a little excited. Soon, the two sides signed the contract, with the Dragon Institute paying a deposit of 1.62 billion, along with a final payment of 52.5 million for 50 tons of carbon fiber. Afterward, the two sides exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Musho called Zhao Qingya aside, saying he had something to discuss with her. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, side quest reversing public opinion completed, rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a basic reward of 10 million dragon coins. Ding, after calculation, the number of people whose attitudes changed is 75.32 million, congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward of 753.2 million dragon coins. Hearing that only 75.32 million people changed their attitude, Lin Feng felt a little disappointed. After all, a single Weibo post had over 1 billion views. But then he thought, most of the data online is inflated, and 75.32 million is still a lot, equivalent to 1/20th of the total population of the Dragon Nation. That means 1 out of every 20 people is paying attention to him. That's almost like being a top star, right? Then Lin Feng glanced at his bank card balance, 3.59 billion. In just a few days, Lin Feng earned over 3 billion. The key is that it's all cash, even a billionaire would struggle to match his cash flow. After calming his emotions, Lin Feng turned to the side and looked at Lu Sisi. Sisi, I found out who has been leaking that I was supporting you.
Who is it?
Lu Sisi's breath suddenly quickened.
Although Lin Feng helped her clear the misunderstanding, the harm she suffered was not so easy to erase. So she desperately wanted to know who was slandering her behind her back.
Lin Feng slowly said, Chen Qian.
Chen Qian?
Lu Sisi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Impossible, she is my best friend from university, how could she do such a thing?
Just take a look.
Lin Feng sighed, opened his phone, pulled up the evidence that Lu Sihai found, and handed it to Lu Sisi. The beautiful secretary took the phone and carefully examined it. The more she looked, the paler her face became.
One screenshot of a Weibo private message clearly showed Chen Qian's Weibo avatar and nickname. Another screenshot displayed Chen Qian's real name authentication information.
Faced with this evidence, no matter how unwilling Lu Sisi was, she had to accept this harsh reality. She was betrayed by her own best friend. Why would she do such a thing? Lu Sisi's face was pale, tears welling in her eyes. Because of jealousy. Lin Feng sighed. Chen Qian likes Zhang Zhong likes you, and you are so wonderful. Moreover, she is also a fan of Shui Yuding. Seeing her idol being stepped on by me, she thought about helping her idol. Just as you told her about your offer, the three factors combined, and you were sold out by her. From this angle, Lu Sihai is indeed talented, able to uncover such things.
Lu Sisi's body swayed. Her complexion turned even paler. It turned out, her friendship with Chen Qian was nothing but a fleeting illusion?
Lin Feng stood up and walked in front of Lu Sisi, saying solemnly, even though you treated her as a good friend, it is a fact that she has harmed you. This matter cannot be let go just like that.
Ah.
Lu Sisi looked up in confusion, then dodged her gaze and said, forget it, she.
Sisi.
Lin Feng emphasized, pressing down on her shoulder and said, listen to me, tell the school about this and let them impose punishment on her.
If you don't do this, I will sue her, and then she will have to face imprisonment.
Those who do wrong must face punishment. If we don't give Chen Qian a heart-wrenching lesson this time, she might harm others in the future. Lu Sisi's expression changed several times, and she finally made up her mind, I know what to do now. Since Chen Qian had done such a thing, she was no longer a friend but an enemy. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. Right then, she uploaded the relevant evidence to the university's confession wall, tagging the relevant administrators.
Soon, this post attracted the attention of many students at Shuimu University. Oh my, it was actually Chen Qian who framed Lu Sisi?
I heard that Chen Qian was Lu Sisi's best friend. How could she do this? This is a real-life palace intrigue. Women can be truly terrifying with their schemes. Indeed, while others treat you as a friend, you frame them. Such a person is too shameful.
I suggest the school revoke Chen Qian's diploma. +1.
The students were enraged, and the school's management quickly took notice of the situation.
After an urgent meeting, a decision was made to revoke Chen Qian's diploma. Upon hearing this news, Chen Qian fainted on the spot. Coincidentally, her fainting scene was captured and posted online.
In no time, the incident of Chen Qian framing Lu Sisi and the school revoking her diploma became a hot topic all over the internet.
Oh my, this is Shuimu's diploma.
If I were Chen Qian, I would regret it to death. Years of hard study gone in an instant, that's truly tragic.
I don't think Chen Qian deserves sympathy. Just imagine, if Lu Sisi couldn't prove her innocence, wouldn't her life have been ruined forever? Exactly, this is what we call self-inflicted consequences.
Of course, this was only a matter for the future.
After Lu Sisi posted, Zhao Qingya returned to the office. Director Chen has left. Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds. Left peacefully? Zhao Qingya? Lu Sisi? Ahem, why didn't you let me see her off?
Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Director Chen knew you were busy with work, so she didn't want to trouble you. Zhao Qingya glanced at Lu Sisi and said with a half-smile. Lu Sisi's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head.
Lin Feng. Wow, the beautiful bodyguard must be feeling jealous seeing him alone with Lu Sisi?
The beautiful secretary isn't simple either, she won't admit it, but the shyness on her face is quite telling. What a tough character.
Is his chaotic life about to arrive so soon? Just then, his phone rang.
Lin Feng picked it up and saw it was his mother calling, quickly answering, hello, Mom.
What? A girl wants to meet me?
As soon as he said this, Zhao Qingya and Lu Sisi both tensed up.
Do I know this girl? Is she a childhood friend? As Lin Feng's words fell, Zhao Qingya's and Lu Sisi's expressions became even more unsightly. Chapter 54, Versailles Family. They had known each other since childhood, so they were childhood sweethearts, right? The fact that his mother made this call indicated that she was very satisfied with Lin Feng's childhood sweetheart. In an instant, Zhao Qingya and Lu Sisi's hearts were in a frenzy.
Oh, it's her, I remember, but... As he spoke, Lin Feng frantically signaled to the two women.
Zhao Qingya? Is he provoking me? Lu Sisi? The boss's facial expression is quite wonderful. What does it mean?
Seeing that the two girls didn't grasp his meaning, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mom, I don't want a date right now. Zhao Qingya and Lu Sisi both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. But immediately after, their expressions changed.
If Lin Feng didn't want a date, what would they do? I have to work overtime tomorrow. No way, Mom, are you going to cut off our mother-son relationship because of this? Alright, I'm scared of you, I'll take a day off and go back tomorrow.
Lin Feng hung up the phone helplessly and glanced at the two girls. You both heard that, right? The two girls nodded in unison, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Don't you both want to say something? Xiao Qingya? Lu Cixi? What identities do they have? What could they say? Don't go back, cut off the mother-son relationship? I thought you could save me from this fire.
Lin Feng looked disappointed.
The two girls said in unison, what do you mean?
Lin Feng spread his hands. For example, pretend to be my girlfriend and fool my mom.
Can it be like this? Lu Cixi looked confused. Zhao Qingya's expression changed slightly. But, you didn't tell Auntie on the phone, isn't it a bit late to say this now? Oh right. Lu Cixi nodded in agreement. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. So the eye signals I just gave you, you had no idea what that meant? Zhao Qingya. Lu Cixi. So he was making faces just for this?
They were too slow, actually not realizing Lin Feng's intention. Lin Feng looked at the two with sadness and said helplessly, forget it, it's too late to say anything now. I'll just go back by myself tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Feng boarded a flight to Baishui City. Baishui City is the capital of Dongshan Province, a second-tier city, which has developed relatively quickly in recent years. When Lin Feng got off the plane, it was already 10 in the morning. He took out his phone and called his mom, Li Euro. Hey mom, I just got off the plane. What?
You went to the car show.
Okay, then I'll just take a taxi there. At the International Convention and Exhibition Center, in front of the Audi booth at the Baishui car show. Old Lin, when do you think our son will be able to drive this car? Li Euro looked at the shiny Audi S6 on the stand, saying with envy all over her face. In her mind, those driving an Audi S6 were either big bosses or high-ranking leaders. In short, the Audi S6 was a symbol of status. If Lin Feng could drive an Audi S6 one day, she could wake up smiling from her dreams. Lin Jianya's eyes were equally bright, but soon his gaze dimmed. This is still too far for little Feng. The three of them were all salaried workers, and Lin Feng's new house was still not settled. How could he dare to dream of luxury cars? Next to them, a middle-aged man in a black suit and a golden tie, with an extraordinary demeanor, smiled and said, Old Lin, you are being modest. The base model of Audi A6 costs at least 400,000, as long as Lin Feng works hard, he can drive one within 3 to 5 years.
His name is Yang Jian, formerly Lin Jianya's neighbor and colleague, and they used to be very close.
In 2003, Yang Jian quit his state-owned enterprise job, went south to start a business, and became a small boss. A few days ago, he returned to his hometown and specifically visited Lin Jianya, agreeing to come to the car show together today.
Exactly, it's just an Audi A6. Even if I were given one, I wouldn't bother to drive it.
Ordinary people can still buy it if they work hard. But Bentley and Rolls-Royce, those top luxury cars, little Feng probably won't have hope of affording it in this lifetime. A middle-aged woman, adorned in jewelry, sarcastically interjected.
Her name is Wang Meili, Yang Jian's wife.
Lin Jianya and his wife looked a little awkward.
It doesn't matter if brother Lin Feng can't afford it. I can drive a Bentley and take him for a ride in the future.
Yang Chushue waved the key to her Bentley, saying proudly. This Bentley Continental was a gift from her parents for her 20th birthday, costing nearly 5 million back then. You little girl, Wang Meili affectionately poked her finger at Yang Chushue's nose.
Aunt Li, why hasn't brother Lin Feng arrived yet? Yang Chushue turned to look at Li Euro, eagerly asking.
Li Euro glanced at her phone. He landed half an hour ago, he should be here soon. Once brother Lin Feng arrives, I will take him for a ride in the Bentley. Brother Lin Feng will definitely enjoy it.
Yang Chushue smiled brightly, looking very happy.
Li Euro smiled with satisfaction. Yang Chushue was 1 year younger than Lin Feng, and when she was in kindergarten, she followed Lin Feng around, calling him brother.
After the two families met yesterday, Yang Chushue had been wanting to see brother Lin Feng.
Li Euro thought they grew up together. Yang Chushue was single and had blossomed into such a beautiful girl, always thinking of her brother Lin Feng. Maybe she could help bring them together? So, she called Lin Feng. Now it seemed her instinct was correct. It was just a matter of seeing how things would develop when Lin Feng arrived. Just then, Wang Meili reminded, it's fine to take him for a ride, but don't let him drive. He has never driven such a luxury car, and if he crashes it, he can't afford it. I know, I won't let brother Lin Feng drive.
Yang Chushue nodded obediently. Li Euro's smile instantly froze.
Lin Jianya's expression also changed. He pulled Li Euro aside and whispered, Euro, why don't we call Xiao Feng and ask him to go home? He felt a bit uncomfortable with Wang Meili's family acting a bit superior today, unlike yesterday's meeting when he felt nothing.
Li Euro rolled her eyes at him. What are you talking about? If we send Xiao Feng home now, what will the Yang family think?
Lin Jianya's face darkened. I don't care what they think. Their words are infuriating.
Li Euro sighed. I'm pretty upset too, but Xiao Shui is still nice. Let's wait and see.
Lin Jianyan nodded and stopped speaking. At this moment, Yang Jian said, "Old Lin, the highlight of today's car show is Rolls-Royce, let's go have a look." "I heard Rolls-Royce will launch a globally limited model of only 10 cars here."
Yang Chushue chimed in.
"It is said that this limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom has a price tag of over 100 million, many rich people in the country are interested." At this point, Wang Meili's face showed a longing expression. A luxury car worth over 100 million, even they could only enjoy a glimpse beside it, buying one would mean selling assets. Chapter 55, Yang Chushue, I have a close friend.
"Let's not go, you all go ahead."
Lin Jianye thought for a moment and said.
"What man doesn't like luxury cars?"
"But this limited edition Phantom is outrageously expensive, it's not for an ordinary person like him to just look at."
"Sometimes, not having money really makes you lack the confidence even to look at a product. Old Lin, you don't think it costs money just to take a look, do you?" Yang Jian laughed heartily, walking over to hook his arm with Lin Jianye's. "Let's go together, it'll broaden your horizons."
"Exactly, even if you can't afford it, seeing it gives you the bragging rights later." Wang Meili also encouraged. Lin Jianye felt a fire burning in his heart, he silently followed them to the Rolls-Royce booth. At this moment, it was already crowded with a lot of visitors.
Just then, Li Euro received a call from Lin Feng. "Hey, Xiao Feng, you've arrived?"
"We are at the Rolls-Royce booth, okay, hurry over."
"Brother Lin Feng is here?" Yang Chushue asked hopefully. "He's here, he'll be here soon." Li Euro hung up, smiling. "Wow, that's great. I can see Brother Lin Feng soon, so happy."
Yang Chushue excitedly clapped her hands. Li Euro smiled with relief, although the young couple had changed a lot, Yang Chushue was still pure and lovely.
Maybe she could really play matchmaker between Xiao Feng and Yang Chushue?
In a moment, Lin Feng found his way there.
But he hadn't figured out how to tell his parents about having money yet. So he didn't wear luxury clothes, nor did he wear an Armani watch.
He was dressed in Li Ning, looking just like a college student who hadn't stepped out of campus yet.
"Dad, Mom."
Lin Feng spotted Lin Jianye and his wife from afar, called out, and jogged over. Although he had crossed over, the original memories still remained, making him genuinely regard Lin Jianye and his wife as his own parents. This was also his first time meeting the two elders, so he felt a little excited.
After the three of them met, Li Yuaru introduced, "Xiao Feng, this is Uncle Yang Jian and Aunt Wang Meili, and this is your younger sister Yang Chushue. Uncle Yang, Aunt Wang, Xiaoxue, long time no see."
Lin Feng politely greeted them. Yang Jian and his wife looked Lin Feng up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. After all, he was a graduate from Jiang University, a talented student who had been working for 2 years, yet he was dressed so shabby. Though they felt a bit contemptuous, they still smiled and praised Lin Feng a few times. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Xiao Feng has grown into a fine young man, very handsome, very good.
"Wow, Brother Lin Feng, you are so handsome."
Yang Chushue jumped in front of Lin Feng, looking infatuated. Lin Feng smiled, younger sister Xiaoxue has turned into a great beauty too.
If full marks were 100, Yang Chushue could score 85 points.
Compared to Zhao Qingya and Lu Sisi, she was naturally not comparable, but she was still a standout beauty in the crowd.
"Brother Lin Feng, I heard from Auntie that you are still single?" Yang Chushue asked curiously.
Li Yuaru couldn't help but clench her fists, her heart filled with almost bursting expectation. She wasn't looking for Yang Chushue's family wealth, but just thought that Lin Feng was of an age to settle down, and Yang Chushue seemed quite nice. If the two could end up together, it would also solve her concern. Lin Feng nodded, "That's right, I'm still single." There was nothing to hide, and he always felt that Yang Chushue would not be so infatuated as to want to chase him the moment they met.
Especially since Yang Chushue did not know about his real background.
He was confident, but not narcissistic.
"That's great."
Yang Chushue clapped her hands excitedly, "I have a best friend, she's really nice, also very pretty, and her family is quite wealthy. It's just that she had run into a scumbag before, got pregnant, and was dumped. She wants to find a good man to marry and have children."
Li Yuaru? Lin Jianye? Lin Feng?
Wow, after all this, you're trying to find a backup for your best friend right here. And you're looking for a good man to marry and have children, you could have just said to find an honest person. Why say it so ambiguously?
For a moment, Li Yuaru was both angry and ashamed.
She was angry that Yang Chushue had the nerve to let Lin Feng be a backup for a pregnant woman. She was ashamed that she had naively thought Yang Chushue wanted to meet Lin Feng because she had feelings for him. Her requirements aren't high either, healthy, graduated from a top university, handsome, and over 180 centimeters tall.
"I think Brother Lin Feng fits quite well."
Yang Chushue continued.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Good lord, this is what you call not having high requirements? Boys who meet these conditions don't even make up 5% of all boys." Seeing him silent, Yang Chushue asked, "Brother Lin Feng, do you want me to introduce her to you?" Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Well,
I'm only 179.9 centimeters tall without shoes.
Yang Chushui? Yang Jian and his wife? Really now, 179.9 centimeters without shoes?
Why not say 179.999? Just say it clearly if you want to refuse.
Brother Lin Feng, you might not know, my best friend's family has assets over 100 million. Yang Chushui snapped back to reality and said. Lin Feng was completely stunned. How much? Over 100 million. Yang Chushui instantly became proud.
She thought Lin Feng was so proud, but as soon as he heard her family's assets were over 100 million, his expression changed. Ha, men.
Wang Meili revealed a mocking expression.
He smiled and said, Xiaofeng, it's not that Auntie is criticizing you, but considering your family's economic situation, if it weren't for Lin encountering this kind of thing, you really wouldn't have any chance of marrying her.
Yang Jian also nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Feng, marriage has always been about matching social status. For example, our little Shui will definitely find a rich second-generation heir with family assets exceeding 1 billion.
With Lin's family conditions, she should find a rich second-generation heir to marry as well, you. Lin Feng quickly interrupted his persuasion. Uncle Yang, she is too far from me, we really aren't suitable.
The Yang family exchanged glances. So Lin Feng is worried that he doesn't match up to Lin?
Indeed, Lin Feng's family is quite ordinary, and compared to Lin's wealthy family, there is a huge gap, so it's normal for him to have such thoughts.
However,
Lin Feng, you don't need to feel inferior.
Actually, Lin's family is quite kind. As long as you show your true feelings, there is still hope to move them.
Yang Jian said with a smile. Yang Chushui nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Feng, I'll give you Lin's WeChat now, you can chat with her first.
Lin Feng?
He had a lot of complaints that he didn't know where to start.
He simply changed the topic. Dad, Mom, do you want to see a Rolls Royce?
Lin Jianya had already had enough of Yang Jian's family chattering and quickly picked up the conversation. Yes, I've heard there is a globally limited Phantom here, and we haven't checked it out yet.
Then what are we waiting for? I'll take you to experience it.
Lin Feng smiled.
Yang Jian's expression changed slightly. Xiaofeng, you're not thinking of sitting inside to experience it, right?
Ah, this Lin Feng had a puzzled expression. Since it's an experience, of course, you have to sit inside.
Is there a way to experience it without sitting inside, Uncle Yang?
Yang Jian frowned and said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, this limited edition Phantom costs over 100 million.
Just looking from the outside is enough.
Yes, Lin Feng brother, if you sit inside and dirty the interior, it will be a problem.
Yan Chushui also advised from the side.
Just afraid that you two might accidentally scratch the paint, selling the house wouldn't cover it. Wang Meili said with a sarcastic tone.
Chapter 56, Buy It.
Forget it, Xiaofeng, let's just look from a distance.
Yeah, even if we experienced it, it wouldn't be meaningful, we can't afford such a luxury car. Hearing Yang Jian's family say this seriously, Lin Jianyi and his wife turned a bit pale.
Lin Feng brother, if you really want to experience a luxury car, you can sit in my Bentley Continental. But when you sit in it, be careful not to dirty it, my interior has just been cleaned. Yang Chushui raised the car keys in her hand, saying with a proud face. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, half smiling, I'm still more interested in this limited edition Phantom, Mom and Dad, I will take you up. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yang Jian and the others to respond, pulling Lin Jianyi and his wife up to the display platform.
This Lin Feng really doesn't know how high the sky is.
Wang Meili said coldly with a glint in her eyes. Yang Jian sneered, young people, being a bit arrogant is normal, I just worry he'll suffer later. How has Lin Feng brother become so arrogant, looking down on Lin and also my Bentley Continental, I really don't know where he gets his confidence.
Yang Chushui pouted, looking very dissatisfied.
Yang Jian shook his head and smiled, people are like this, they always think that being young gives them infinite possibilities, but unfortunately his family background has already determined the upper limit of his future development. Alright, let's just watch the excitement, in the future, let's interact less with this family to avoid losing face.
Wang Meili said disdainfully. Yang Chushui nodded, mentally drawing a line with Lin Feng. Dad, what do you think of this car?
Lin Feng asked as he pulled Lin Jianyi and his wife to the front of the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Luxurious, grand, just a glance makes one unable to look away. Lin Jianyi gazed intensely at this luxury car, his breathing a bit quickened. This was his first time admiring a Rolls-Royce Phantom up close, and it was a limited edition worth over 100 million. Naturally, he felt extremely excited.
Mom, what do you think?
Lin Feng looked at Li Yuru again. Although I don't understand cars, but just looking at it, I feel this car is extraordinary, it has presence.
Li Yuru was also unable to take her eyes off it.
Hearing this, Lin Feng made up his mind. Just at that moment, a customer who had been experiencing the car came out. Lin Feng quickly pulled the two of them to the front of the car, encouraging them to get in and try it out.
Originally, Lin Jianyi and his wife were a bit hesitant, but then they remembered what Yang Jian's family had said before. If we can't fight for food, we must at least fight for pride. So the two of them sat inside the car. Old Lin, this seat is so comfortable, much better than our sofa at home. As soon as Li Yuru sat in the car, she was shocked by the softness and comfort of the seat. Lin Jianyi laughed, how much did our sofa cost? These two seats could probably buy us a whole house. Ah, so expensive. Li Yuru was startled and almost didn't dare to continue sitting. And look at the roof of this car, doesn't it resemble the starry sky at night? Lin Jianyi pointed at the roof of the car and said. Wow, there really are stars, so beautiful. Li Yuru's eyes sparkled. This is called a starry sky roof. If you want to customize it, it costs 180,000 yuan. Ah, the pleasures of the rich are truly beyond our imagination. Lin Jianyi shook his head inside. When he was young, he had once fantasized about being able to ride in a Rolls-Royce Phantom someday. Now it seemed he had no hope left. While the two were experiencing the car, Lin Feng found the sales guy at the Rolls-Royce booth. Hello, how much is this Phantom? The sales guy was taken aback. What do you mean, how much is this Phantom? Asking this way sounds like you're at a market buying vegetables. Then he looked Lin Feng up and down and noticed his clothing was very simple. Fortunately, he had received professional training. He could still politely say, this is a limited edition Phantom, only 10 in the world, priced at 100 million yuan. Oh, let's use the card. Lin Feng took out his bank card and said. The sales guy was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? He just asked about the price, and now he wants to swipe his card? He couldn't be joking, could he? Or did this guy mishear the price? That shouldn't be possible, his Mandarin was very standard. Lin Feng frowned slightly, what's wrong? Is this car not for sale? Yes, yes. Please follow me to the back, I'll help you with the purchase paperwork. The sales guy snapped back to attention, now 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Not long after Lin Feng went to the back with the sales guy, Lin Jianyi and his wife noticed he was missing. The reason they could sit in the car was largely because Lin Feng had been cheering them on. Now that Lin Feng was gone, they felt a bit uneasy sitting there. Just as they hurried to get out of the car, Li Yuru accidentally knocked over her water cup. Coincidentally, the lid hadn't been screwed on tight, and the water spilled, soaking a large area of the back seat. At that moment, Li Yuru stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Lin Jianyi, who happened to see this, felt his heart drop and cursed internally, it's over. Hiss. Then came a series of exclamations, wow, she actually spilled tea on the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? No way, this is a car worth over 100 million, how much do you think it would cost to clean it? Looking at their clothes, they don't seem like rich people, these two are finished. You say they are broke, but are they looking at luxury cars? They just had to sit inside and try it out, now look what's happened. Yang Jian's family also saw this scene and quickly rushed to the booth. Old Lin, what's going on? Yurushi spilled tea on the back seat. Lin Jianyi turned around, his face pale, his voice trembling and on the verge of tears. Yang Jian slapped his thigh and complained, oh no. Old Lin, what can I say about you? I already told you not to sit in and experience it, didn't I? You all didn't listen, and now there's a problem, right? Wang Meili said with a hint of glee. Yang Shushua shook her head with a sigh, it's over, they say the back seats of the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom cost 1 million. Auntie must replace the whole seat after getting it dirty. What? Li Yuru felt darkness cloud her mind, nearly fainting from fright. 1 million, where are they going to get that much money? Lin Jianyi's face turned pale, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, inside the Rolls-Royce backstage, the salesman held a computer and said expectantly, Mr. Lin, the price for the car is 100 million, plus purchase tax and insurance. The total cost is 120 million. Would you like to swipe your card now? Beside him, the staff from Rolls-Royce looked at Lin Feng with strange looks. Can this young man dressed in Li Ning really afford a 100 million luxury car? Doesn't seem likely. I'll swipe the card. Lin Feng took out his bank card. Under the nervous gaze of all the staff, Lin Feng entered the password, and the POS machine slowly printed out a receipt. A staff member couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Oh my, a full 120 million? Lin Feng really swiped the card successfully? The key was that his expression was so calm, just like buying a 50-cent lollipop in a store. This is just outrageous. Other staff were equally amazed. Goodness, it turns out Lin Feng is a super rich second generation playing dumb. This isn't even in some southern city, and Lin Feng isn't wearing shorts and flip-flops. Ding, congratulations host, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task 2, completed, task rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations host, your T2000 Carbon Fiber production speed has been increased to 1T/24H, and you have received 100,000 system points. Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task, 3. Task objective, accumulate spending of 1 billion Dragon Country coins.
Task reward, T2000 carbon fiber production speed increased to 10T/24H, 1 million system points, unlock photolithography series tasks. Besides that, there are also X-Alloy series task, 3, and carbon fiber series task, 4. One of the 3 tasks must be chosen, the abandoned tasks will refresh later. Please make a choice within 10 seconds.
Photolithography series tasks? That's a good thing. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, feeling excited.
As everyone knows, currently, Dragon Country faces significant restrictions in the chip field from Western countries. The hardest hit is a certain mobile phone manufacturer, now almost out of chips.
If he could obtain a 7 nanometers photolithography machine by completing the task, these problems would be resolved.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng made his choice without hesitation.
Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X-Alloy, 10 kg/24H.
T1100 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H.
T2000 grade carbon fiber, 1T/24H. System points, 176,000. Combat power, 200. Current skills, Master of Music Theory, Ultimate Fighting Skills. Current task, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task, 3.
Task reward, T2000 carbon fiber production speed 10T/24H, 1 million system points, unlock photolithography series tasks.
Task progress, spending amount 0.
Mr. Lin, please take good care of your bank card. The salesman respectfully handed the card to Lin Feng with both hands.
Lin Feng casually took the card and smiled. That car outside is mine now, right?
Yes, absolutely yours. The salesman quickly found the car key and respectfully handed it to Lin Feng.
Alright, let someone help me handle the other paperwork, I'm going to drive.
Lin Feng took the car key and walked towards the exit.
The salesman exchanged glances with other staff and quickly followed him.
At the exhibition stand, Lin Jianya and his wife stood helplessly next to the limited edition Phantom, surrounded by a crowd watching the excitement.
Did you advise them earlier? After hearing Yang Jian and his wife's words, the onlookers showed interest.
Yes, I advised him not to sit and experience it.
You see, now there's a problem, right?
Yang Jian shook his head vigorously, looking heartbroken. Sai, I predicted this would happen a long time ago, but they wouldn't listen. Wang Meili shook her head and sighed, the glee on her face was impossible to hide. Sai, you don't listen to the words of the old, and now you're suffering the consequences. This is called good advice is hard to give to a dying ghost. If you listen to advice, you'll have a full stomach, when you're out, you must listen more. The onlookers chimed in, each word like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Jianye and his wife's hearts, making their already pale faces turn even more ghostly white. Seeing their expressions, Wang Meili felt a rush of satisfaction, as her earlier displeasure at Lin Feng's refusal dissipated. Then she turned her head and scanned the crowd. Hey, where is Xiao Feng?
He wouldn't be running away to avoid responsibility, would he?
Yang Jian smirked mockingly. If that's the case, then Lin Feng would be outrageous. After all, Lao Lin and Yuru are his real parents, how could he just leave them behind?
By the way, where did the staff here go? I remember they were standing right here just now?
Wang Meili asked with a puzzled look.
They probably went out for something, Yang Jian chuckled, then said to Lin Jianye, old Lin, even though the staff isn't here, don't even think about running away. We have surveillance here. Who wants to run away?
We'll pay however much we owe, even if I have to sell my pots and pans, I will pay.
I, Lin Jianye, dare to own up to my actions. Lin Jianye roared like an angry lion. He had just been scared. When did he say he wanted to run away?
Lin Jianye had never done such a cowardly thing.
Yang Jian and his wife were just jabbering away.
The crowd was taken aback, and the scene suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Lin Feng walked nearby. Hearing his dad shout, his face changed slightly, and he quickly squeezed through the crowd to stand in front of Lin Jianye, asking with concern, Dad, what happened?
Seeing Lin Feng return, Lin Jianye and his wife immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two elders didn't believe their son would abandon them and run away, Yang Jian's words had still affected them a bit.
Now, seeing their son back, their worries vanished instantly. Before Lin Jianye could speak, Wang Meili maliciously chimed in, Xiao Feng, your mom spilled tea in the back seat of the Phantom.
Lin Feng was stunned, is that it? Lin Jianye and his wife? Yang Jian's family of 3? Others? What do you mean by is that it? This situation is serious. Brother Lin Feng, you don't think just cleaning it would be enough, right? Yang Chuxue asked with an odd expression. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, what else is there? Put. Wang Meili burst out laughing, this is a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, it hasn't even been sold yet. The back seat is dirty, it definitely has to be completely replaced.
If I were the buyer, I wouldn't be happy to buy a car with a dirty back seat, Yang Shushui affirmed.
Yang Jian nodded. According to Rolls-Royce's usual practice, this car will definitely need to be sent back for a new one.
The freight, loss of work, all sorts of things can add up. I'm afraid it won't be less than $1 million. You three are all working class. If you were to compensate, the only way would be to sell the house.
Wang Meili mocked with a smile. Xiaofeng, if you had listened to our advice back then, wouldn't this have never happened? Don't you regret it now? Come on, working class people wanting to experience a limited edition Phantom? Where do they get the confidence? No money and still wanting to experience luxury cars?
Hurting others while hurting themselves. I haven't even had the chance to experience it yet. Now, it's too late.
The crowd couldn't help but mock and ridicule.
Lin Jianyi and his wife's already pale faces turned even whiter, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This scene made Lin Feng feel greatly pained and extremely angry. Enough! With the support of inner strength, his shout was like thunder.
A deafening sound exploded in the ears of the crowd. In an instant, the noisy scene returned to silence.
Then, Lin Feng scanned the crowd. Finally his gaze landed on Yang Jian's family of 3.
I say, aren't you all just idle, chatting nonsense here? This is our family's car, we can sit if we want, dirty it if we want, and it has nothing to do with you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out the car key and sat in the driver's seat to start the engine. With the roar of the engine, the entire crowd was shocked.
Chapter 58, The Versailles Prince.
At that moment of silence, the salesman squeezed through the crowd and said to everyone, "Sorry everyone, this car has been purchased by Mr. Lin, and today's exhibition ends here." Lin Jianye and his wife were stunned. The onlookers around were dumbfounded.
Yang Jian's family of 3 were so stunned they couldn't believe it. Lin Feng actually bought this car? How is that possible?
No wonder they dared to let their parents sit in the car for an experience, turns out they bought it. What a slap in the face, I just criticized them for not having money to experience luxury cars, and I turned out to be the fool. A luxury car worth 100 million, plus luxury car taxes and insurance, it should be 120 million, right?
Hiss. Spending 120 million on a car, poverty limits my imagination.
The people who had mocked Lin Jianyi and his wife just now suddenly realized they were the ones being slapped in the face. Shock, envy, confusion, all kinds of emotions overwhelmed and struck them. Some parents who came to the car show with their daughters even set their sights on Lin Feng. "Daughter, look at this young man, he's handsome, super wealthy, and filial to his parents.
You must go ask for his WeChat later."
"Daughter, whether our family can rise in class depends on you now." As for the single girls who came here or those with their girlfriends, their eyes shined brightly, all determined to get to know Lin Feng.
"Young man, the Mr. Lin you mentioned, it can't be him, right?"
Yang Jian came back to his senses, walked up to the salesman, and pointed at Lin Feng in the car, asking. He thought the salesman must have made a mistake. Lin Jianya's son, Lin Feng, was just an ordinary person. How could he afford a luxury car worth over 100 million?
The salesman nodded. "It's Mr. Lin Feng, what's the problem?"
Yang Jian's face turned red with anxiety as he almost shouted, "Impossible, how could he afford this car?"
"Yeah, Lin Feng is just an ordinary worker, buying a luxury car worth over 100 million? How is that possible?" Wang Meili also panicked. Yang Shushua couldn't hold back anymore. "Young man, are you joking with us?"
They had just flaunted their superiority in front of the Lin family. If Lin Feng really bought this limited edition Phantom, where would they put their faces?
The salesman couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of people are these, can't stand seeing others wealthy?
Lin Jianyi also walked over, looking anxious as he asked, "Sir, you must be mistaken, how could my son have the money to buy this car?"
The salesman? If Yang Jian's family of 3 didn't know Lin Feng was rich, that could be excused, but how could Lin Jianyi not know? This was unbelievable. He had just heard Lin Feng call Lin Jianyi dad. At that moment, Lin Feng walked over. "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you, I made a bit of money in Jiangnan, and this car is a gift from your son." While speaking, he handed the car key to Lin Jianyi. The salesman? Yang Jian's family of 3? No, you're willing to buy a luxury car worth over 100 million and still say you only made a little money? You are the legendary Versailles Prince, aren't you? Lin Feng, tell me first, what did you do in Jiangnan? Lin Jianyi pressed Lin Feng's shoulder, asking urgently.
Li Yutru could no longer stay calm. "Lin Feng, please don't do anything illegal."
Isn't there a saying online, every way to make quick money is written into criminal law?
A few weeks ago, when I called Lin Feng, he said he was still working at the company. Suddenly, he became rich, which made Lin Jianyi and his wife think a lot.
Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? I definitely didn't do anything bad.
Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and then glanced around at the onlookers, quietly saying, "Let's go to a place where there aren't too many people, and I'll tell you slowly. Mr. Lin, there's a VIP room at the back, you can take Uncle and Aunt there." The sales guy said enthusiastically. "All right, please take us there."
Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he noticed that Yang Jian and his family were also following, so he stopped and said with a playful tone, "Uncle Yang, we're just talking as a family, it's not good for you to follow us, is it?" Yang Jian's face flushed, and he awkwardly laughed. "Xiaofeng, given the relationship between our two families, don't be so distant, okay?" "Exactly, we've been friends with your parents for many years," Wang Meili added with a smile from the side. "Brother Lin Feng, Xiao Shui also wants to know what big thing you did in Jiangnan." Yang Chushua rested her chin on her hands, making a lovesick expression. In Lin Feng's eyes, it was just two words: green tea. "Alright, since you all want to know, come along." Lin Feng smiled playfully and followed the sales guy into the VIP room. After everyone took their seats, Lin Feng said, "Mom and Dad, I actually developed a few valuable materials, sold them for some money, and acquired a company." Lin Jianya's eyes lit up. "What materials? What company?" Yang Jian was more interested in the company. "A new type of alloy and high-grade carbon fiber. As for the company, it's the Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Limited, which has been making a lot of noise online recently." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang Jian suddenly stood up. Wang Meili and her daughter also changed their expressions drastically. "Old Zhang, what kind of company is Tianding Xing? Is it famous?" Lin Jianyi and his wife looked confused. They don't often go online, so they didn't know about this. "It's not about whether it's famous or not, it's genuinely a very rare, valuable, and profitable company. A friend of mine works in materials. He said this company is a leading enterprise in carbon fiber, with an annual output value exceeding 10 billion. Yang Jian exhaled deeply, and his gaze towards Lin Feng completely changed. His own company had an annual output value of only 50 million, after deducting various costs, the yearly profit was just around 10 million. And Tianding Xing had an annual output value exceeding 10 billion, even if only 10% were profit, that would still be over 1 billion in income. If Tianding Xing was an elephant, then his company was an ant. Compared to Lin Feng, their family was like beggars. And when he thought about the cold words they said before, those all became slaps, fiercely hitting their faces. It was like they were slapped so hard their faces were swollen. How much?" Lin Jianya fiercely pinched his thigh, confirming he wasn't dreaming, then asked in a trembling voice. "Over 10 billion. Yang Jian's voice also shook. "Hiss." Lin Jianye and his wife gasped. "What does 10 billion mean?" They saved every penny each year, and could only save 50,000. At this saving rate, to save 10 billion, they would need 160,000 years. Such unimaginable wealth. "So Mom and Dad, we're rich now. From now on, if anyone says anything cold nearby, you just slap them back. I will bear any issues." As he spoke, Lin Feng's eyes shone like lightning, looking at Yang Jian and his family. Chapter 59, The Drama King Takes Over. Lin Jianye and his wife's expressions changed slightly. Although they were also unhappy with the cold words from Yang Jian's family, Lin Feng saying it like that was equivalent to scolding them directly, right? This was going to break the peace. Yang Jian's family didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly turn the tables. For a moment, their expressions became awkward. But soon, Yang Jian clapped his hands and said, "Xiaofeng is right. Now that we have money, we should be a bit tougher. If anyone dares to talk to you like that in the future, there's no need for Xiaofeng to take action. I'll take care of it for you. Yeah, you Ru, now that Xiaofeng is so rich, you must show the presence of a wealthy person when going out with Lao Lin. If anyone bullies you and Xiaofeng isn't around, just find us, and we'll help you." Wang Meili chimed in as well. "Lin Feng is now a thick pillar, we must hold on tightly. Getting yelled at, what's the big deal? We can fight back with saliva. This matter of face, when it's time to throw it away, just throw it away." "Lin Feng? No. I'm talking about you guys. Are you pretending to be ignorant for fun? Isn't your face too thick?" Lin Jianye and his wife also didn't expect their faces to be this thick, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Xiaoxue, weren't you always shouting, 'I miss brother Lin Feng'?" Wang Meili suddenly changed the topic. Yang Chushue was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Silly girl, your brother Lin Feng is right in front of you, why don't you hurry up and whisper to him?" Wang Meili frantically signaled Yang Chushue. "Ah. Mom, what are you talking about?" Yang Chushua shyly lowered her head and secretly glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had no reaction, Yang Chushua stepped forward and said with a blush, "Brother Lin Feng, can you accompany me to the car show?" "Lin Feng? What do you think? Goodness, did this mother and daughter, after knowing that I am rich, stop promoting their friend and start promoting themselves? I have a phrase I want to say but don't know if I should say it." "Ah." Yang Chushua was stunned for a moment. Is brother Lin Feng upset with Xiaoxue? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, hee. Yang Chushua's expression dimmed, and she said sadly, "Actually, Xiaoxue was just testing you before, I didn't mean to bring up Lin Lin's friend." Yang Jian and his wife were first stunned, then they echoed in unison, "Right, exactly, how could Yang Chushua have such a careless friend?" She was just testing you. Lin Jianye and his wife looked confused. Testing what?
Oh, Lao Lin, you don't know, after Xiaoxue went with us to the south, she has been thinking about Xiaofeng and often cried at midnight, calling to find brother Lin Feng.
At this point, Yang Jian's eyes turned red, seeming to feel heartbroken for his daughter's past.
What moved us even more is that over time, Xiaoxue's feelings for Xiaofeng haven't faded, in fact, they have deepened. While she was in school, many boys pursued her, but she rejected them all, saying she would only marry brother Lin Feng in this life. Wang Meili started to shed tears as she spoke. Yang Chuxue lowered her head with a blush, looking like a girl caught in her secret feelings.
Lin Feng? Goodness, this family is really good at acting, aren't they? Since Yang Chuxue is determined to find Xiaofeng, we as parents naturally cannot stop her.
As she said this, Wang Meili glanced at Yang Jian. Yang Jian sighed and smiled bitterly, but since we haven't seen Xiaofeng for so many years, we don't know his character, so we wanted to test him a bit.
Lin is a character we fabricated to test Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng's performance has made us very satisfied.
Wang Meili nodded and said confidently, yes, now we can finally feel at ease and boldly hand Xiaoxue over to Xiaofeng. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. This family is really amazing, they've made up such a convincing reason in such a short time.
Impressive. Although Lin Jianye and his wife are a bit simple-minded, they also felt that Yang Jian and his wife sounded a bit fake.
But they had no evidence.
Brother Lin Feng, are you still angry with me now?
Yang Chuxue pouted, looking extremely aggrieved.
Lin Feng coldly laughed. What do you think? Playing the green tea role in front of him? He spit. Yang Chuxue's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down. Woo-woo.
Forget it, Xiaofeng, I see that Yang Chuxue has no ill intentions.
Li Yuru pulled Lin Feng gently and advised in a low voice. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. The Yang family has already spoken this far, and if we push harder, won't it tear our faces apart? The older generation always finds it hard to save face.
Lin Feng knew his mom had a soft heart and didn't want to make her uncomfortable, so he nodded and said, alright, let's treat the past as a misunderstanding.
However, I already have someone I like, and there's no possibility between me and Xiaoxue.
It's fine not to tear faces apart, but he would never give the Yang family any chance to harbor illusions.
Sure enough, the expressions of the Yang family turned a bit ugly. On the other hand, Lin Jianye and his wife looked pleased, and Li Yuru eagerly asked, Xiaofeng, which girl do you like? Do you have a photo?
Lin Feng smiled helplessly, I haven't started anything yet, I'll tell you when there's progress.
The Yang family immediately let out a sigh of relief.
If it hasn't even started, then it means there's still a chance for Xiaoxue.
Yuru, didn't you say this morning that you were going to look at houses with old Lin?
It's perfect that Xiaofeng is back, let's go take a look together.
Wang Meili walked up to Li Yuru enthusiastically, holding her hand.
Coincidentally, Lin Feng also had thoughts of changing houses for his parents. After some discussion, everyone left the International Convention Center. Half an hour later, a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Continental, and Bentley Mulsanne drove into the Lakeside Purple Mansion sales office one after another. This is a high-end residential project developed by Yuji Real Estate, with the southern area consisting of small and medium-sized buildings and the northern area composed of duplex villas, with an average price above 40,000. Originally, Lin Jianye and his wife wanted to see another property with an average price below 15,000, but Lin Feng would never agree. After searching online, he set his sights on the Lakeside Purple Mansion.
Speaking of which, Yuji Real Estate, isn't that the company of Yu Shishir's family? Just as Lin Feng walked into the sales office, a Bugatti Veyron Special Edition by Hermes arrived at the sales office parking lot.
After the vehicle stopped, a long-legged beauty wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts got out of the luxury car. It was Yu Shishir, who had lost to Lin Feng in the racing competition earlier.
Oh? Isn't that Rolls-Royce Phantom one of the 10 limited editions in the world?
Yu Shishir glanced at the Phantom parked across from her, murmuring softly, then turned and walked into the sales office.
Chapter 60, The Mosaw Financial Group. Mr. Lin, this is our main recommendation for the duplex villa type, with a built area of 260 square meters, fully customized furniture, and luxurious decoration.
If you buy both villas, we can knock down the wall to make it a single villa. Currently, there are only these two duplex villas left, one is 12 million, and if you buy both together, you get a 2% discount.
In a duplex villa of Lakeside Purple Mansion, a professional-looking lady in black stockings patiently explained to Lin Feng. Dad, Mom, what do you think of this villa?
Lin Feng was quite satisfied, but since he was buying a house for his parents, he needed to hear their opinions.
Isn't it too expensive? Li Yuru hesitated. It is quite expensive, Lin Jianye nodded in agreement.
As soon as they entered the villa's front door, they were amazed by the luxurious decoration and spacious layout.
If they could live here, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams.
But the price was way too high, it was 12 million, how many years would they have to work to save that much money? Yang Jian laughed. Old Lin, Yuru, it's clear you haven't adjusted your mindset. Xiaofeng is now a big boss who can afford a car worth 100 million. What's a house for over 10,000?
The black stockings lady?
She guessed that Lin Feng should be quite wealthy. After all, he dared to look at the duplex villas in Lakeside Purple Mansion. But to buy a car worth over 100 million, that seemed exaggerated.
That's right, you should just enjoy yourselves in the future.
Wang Meili said enviously. Auntie, I can tell you really enjoy being here. Yang Chushue made a cute smiling face and said.
Li Yueyu nodded. I do like it. How about you, old Lin? Lin Jianya couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course I like it, it's just the price.
Mom and Dad, as long as you like it, the price is not a problem. Swipe the card, I'll buy 2 sets. Lin Feng directly took out his bank card.
The young family of 3? Lin Jianya and his wife? The black stockings lady?
They were still arguing over whether 1 set was expensive, and Lin Feng immediately said he would buy 2 sets. They were on the 2nd floor, while Lin Feng was in the stratosphere. After a brief moment of confusion, the black stockings lady excitedly said, Okay, sir, please come with me to the finance office. Lin Feng and the others followed her, and just as they exited the villa, they saw a middle-aged man respectfully accompanying 2 young men over. The young man on the left wore a full Supreme outfit, sported a pair of co-branded AJ4S, had a head of eye-catching silver hair, and wore an earring, a definite trendy guy. The young man on the right dressed more conservatively, in a blue fitted suit with white casual shoes. He looked quite handsome, but his eyes were somewhat narrow, giving a cold impression. Behind them were several bodyguards in black and an old man dressed in black samurai attire.
Japanese?
Seeing the old man's outfit, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Aside from not wearing a samurai sword at his waist, this old man looked just like the Japanese samurai from Wing Chun. It was very displeasing.
Xiao Xiao, where are you going?
The middle-aged man was taken aback when he saw Lin Feng and the others coming out of the villa, and quickly called out to the black stockings lady. Manager Du, this gentleman wants to buy these 2 villas. I'm taking him to the finance office to swipe the card. Zhao Runan said with a smile, her expression hinting at a desire for praise. She had been in the sales department for half a year, with no significant achievements, and today selling 2 villas at once should earn her some compliments from Manager Du, right? But unexpectedly, Du Meng frowned and said displeased, Wait a moment, Mr. Aseo is also interested in these 2 villas.
Ha! Zhao Runan was stunned.
The commission for these 2 villas was not a small amount. Was Manager Du really going to let the duck she had captured fly away? At this moment, Lin Feng asked in a deep voice, Manager Du, do you mean that?
I can only buy after others finish looking at the house and decide not to buy?
Du Meng's expression changed several times, and finally he smiled bitterly, Sir, you are not aware, but Mr. Aseo actually scheduled to view the house earlier, only he was delayed by other matters. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted in a playful smile, so I get to view the house and confirm first, right?
Du Meng was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the silver-haired young man sneered, Buddy, you're not a local of Baishui, are you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, How do you know I'm not a local of Baishui?
The silver-haired young man smiled coldly, I basically know all the rich second generation of Baishui City, and you?
I don't know.
Lin Feng shrugged, but I am a local of Baishui. The silver-haired young man frowned tightly, seemingly trying to remember which wealthy family Lin Feng belonged to.
At that moment, Yang Jian stepped forward, proudly stating, Young man, you may not know this, but this gentleman is Mr. Lin Feng, the owner of Tian Ding Xing, who has recently become very famous online.
Lin Feng? No, why does it matter who I am to you? What do you mean by being so proud? The silver-haired young man was first taken aback, then let out a laugh. Oh, so you're Lin Feng.
Feng Jun, is Lin Feng really famous?
Line Aseo Kenji showed interest.
Yeah, he's quite popular online lately.
Immediately, Feng Tai recounted Lin Feng's glorious deeds.
Good to meet you. Aseo Kenji nodded, speaking in not-so-fluent long Mandarin. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Aseo Kenji, nice to meet you.
Lin Feng smiled, hello, Mr. Aseo.
My parents really like these 2 villas, so I plan to buy them. You should go look somewhere else.
Behind the crowd, an old man in black warrior clothing narrowed his eyes, and an invisible killing intent surged around him.
Aseo Kenji's pupils constricted, and he turned to glance at Feng Tai. Feng Tai understood and sneered, Manager Du, tell Lin Feng what my and Asu's identities are.
Du Meng nodded and said proudly, Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. Mr. Feng Tai is the only son of the chairman of the Baishui Kangjian Pharmaceutical Group, and Mr. Asu is the second son of the Asu Consortium from Japan.
Hiss.
Yang Jian couldn't help but take a sharp breath, then looked grimly at Lin Feng and said, Xiao Feng, since Mr. Asu is also interested in these 2 villas, why don't you wait before making payment? While speaking, Yang Jian frantically signaled Lin Feng with his eyes.
Lin Feng raised his brow, why?
Kangjian Group, a huge enterprise valued at 50 billion. The Asu Consortium is even more impressive, with assets of $100 billion.
It's one of Japan's top 10 consortia. We can't afford to offend them.
Yang Jian said, his face full of fear.
Feng Tai mocked with a smile, now you know who you've provoked, right?
Asu Kenji smiled arrogantly, looking at Lin Feng with some disdain.
Even Du Meng couldn't help but show a hint of mockery on his face.
Lin Feng was indeed quite impressive, stirring up trouble online, but compared to Feng Tai, especially Asu Kenji, he was just a small character.
Chapter 61, Never Yield. Just at that moment, a pleasant voice came from afar. Oh. Lin Feng? What are you doing here?
Everyone turned to look, and saw a long-legged beauty gazing at Lin Feng in surprise.
Lin Feng? What?
Why is Yu Shishir here?
Is she?
Asu Kenji's eyes lit up, a flash of greed passing through them.
Feng Tai grew interested. Mr. Asu, do you know that beauty? Asu Kenji nodded. I interacted with her while racing at Wuming Mountain last night. Oh? Feng Tai's interest deepened. This beauty likes racing too?
Asu Kenji smiled meaningfully. Yes, she drives a Bugatti Veyron Hermes Special Edition. Her skills are quite okay, but unfortunately, she wouldn't tell me her name. Saying this, he raised his hand to greet Yu Shishir.
However, Yu Shishir didn't even glance at him as she ran up to Lin Feng. Didn't expect to see you here, surprising, right?
Asu Kenji felt utterly disheveled in the wind.
To be honest, I'm kind of confused right now, Lin Feng said, filled with question marks. Could it be that Yu Shishir followed him here on purpose?
No way, she is a beauty on par with Zhao Qingya, such behavior is too embarrassing. Lin Jianye and his wife curiously examined Yu Shishir, growing more pleased with each glance. This girl looks beautiful, has a good temperament, and importantly it's obvious she has the potential to bear children.
And it seemed like she was also interested in Xiao Feng. Didn't she look excited when she saw him? Lin Feng Gage, who is she?
Yang Chushua sensed immense pressure from Yu Shishir and quickly moved to Lin Feng's side, pretending to wrap her arm around his. Lin Feng frowned slightly, avoiding her subtly. She is.
Why do you care who I am? Who are you?
Yu Shishir raised her brows, looking displeased.
This woman looks like a schemer, definitely not a good person. Though Yang Chushua couldn't wrap her arm around Lin Feng, she didn't feel discouraged. I'm Yang Chushua, and I used to be Lin Feng Gage's neighbor.
We attended kindergarten together.
Yu Shishir's expression changed slightly. Oh? Childhood sweethearts?
Yang Chushua's face turned slightly red as she looked down, softly saying, It's not really, just that I always followed behind Lin Feng Gage when we were kids.
Okay, Lin Feng, you have childhood sweetheart stuff. Does Zhao Qingya know?
Yu Shishir asked sarcastically.
Others? Who is Zhao Qingya? Could she be the one Lin Feng likes? No, isn't it rumored online that Lin Feng is pursuing his secretary Lu Sisi? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I have things to handle. If you have nothing to do, just wander around nearby. Feng Tai couldn't help but gasp. A top beauty took the initiative to greet him, yet Lin Feng told someone to go play elsewhere? Is he that arrogant? Yu Shishir laughed angrily. Besides chasing women, what serious business do you have? Hey, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk nonsense. I can sue you for defamation. After that, Lin Feng looked at Feng Tai. What were you saying just now? Oh, I remember. What does it have to do with you who I sell my house to? Li Yuru quickly pulled him. Little Feng, forget it, let's go look at other places. Yeah, Little Feng, it's just a house, no need to insist on buying it here. Lin Jianye was also worried Lin Feng would get into trouble and advised him quickly. Yu Shishir looked confused. From Lin Feng's tone, it sounded like he was in conflict with someone. Mom and Dad, you taught me since I was young that having reason allows you to walk the world. Today we are justified in this matter, right? And this is Long Country, our country. Why should I back down in front of a person from the East Japan? Lin Feng's words were powerful, striking, and resonant. Lin Jianye and his wife exchanged glances, pondering. Wow, Mr. Lin is so handsome.
The girl in black stockings cupped her chin, starstruck.
The young family of three secretly mocked in their hearts. How can there be reason to walk the world? This is a world where the strong are respected. If you have power and money, even if you are unreasonable, you can walk everywhere. On the contrary, a powerless and penniless small person, even with reason, cannot move an inch.
Although Lin Feng is the boss of Tianding Star, shining brightly, in front of a giant like the Aseo Group, Tianding Star is truly nothing.
Moreover, there is also the local giant, Kangjian Group.
Lin Feng is indeed promising at a young age, but he is also a bit too naive.
Aseo Kenji's lips curled into a mocking smile. Feng Kuan, it seems we have encountered an interesting opponent. Interesting? Feng Tai also had a mocking expression. I see he's just unaware of his own limits. Yu Shishir turned to look at Aseo Taro. Hey, the East Japanese person Lin Feng mentioned is you? Using koan to address others must be an East Japanese person, right? Aseo Kenji smiled slightly. That would be me. Why do I feel you look a bit familiar? Have we met somewhere? Yu Shishir frowned and asked. Aseo Kenji? Wait. Alright, you don't need to say anymore, I don't want to know you.
Yu Shishir waved her hand, looking impatient.
Aseo Kenji? What did you do to provoke Lin Feng?
Yu Shishir asked. Aseo Kenji felt a pang in his chest and turned to look at Feng Tai.
Feng Tai, understanding, said to Du Meng, Manager Du, it's up to you now. Yes.
Du Meng nodded, walked to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, I completely understand your feelings, but Mr. Aseo and Mr. Feng are esteemed customers of our company, we must prioritize their requests.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what if I don't agree?
Du Meng didn't expect that even after making it so clear, Lin Feng would remain so strong-headed.
But soon he sneered, I am the sales manager, I have the right to decide to whom the house is sold. You are not welcome here, please leave. Even if Lin Feng is a newly emerging wealthy man, so what? This is his territory, he calls the shots. Besides, he has Feng Tai and Aseo Taro backing him, even if Lin Feng feels uncomfortable, he can only hold it in. Lin Jianyi and his wife felt a surge of anger stuck in their throats. Yang Jian and the others had long anticipated this outcome, and they secretly laughed. Ha, did you hear that, Lin Feng? Manager Du is kicking you out, do you still want to stay here? Feng Tai said mockingly.
Aseo Kenji sneered, Mr. Lin, if you still can't face reality, Manager Du might have to ask security to escort you out.
That's right. Du Meng pulled out his walkie-talkie, tauntingly, I'll count to 10.
If you don't leave now, I'll call security to clear the place immediately, 10, 9. Just as Masao Kenji and others mocked, Yu Shishir suddenly walked up to Du Meng and slapped him.
Smack. A crisp sound. The whole place fell silent. Chapter 62, Yu Shishir takes the initiative. Imagine a sweet and lovely girl suddenly hitting someone. What kind of scene would that be? Everyone was scared, okay? After a brief silence, Du Meng covered his cheek and asked in disbelief, You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? I also want to fire you. You are an employee of UG Real Estate, representing its face. But what have you done?
Helping the Japanese bully your own kind, treating clients who come to see the house roughly, if it were in the past, you would be a big brute. Yu Shishir pointed at Du Meng's nose, scolding him for his failure.
Du Meng's face turned red immediately, Mr. Masao is also my client. Besides, I'm an employee of UG Real Estate, but what does that have to do with you? Yeah, beautiful, what does that have to do with you? You are meddling too much, right? Feng Tai also sneered. Yu Shishir looked at the two with a foolish gaze and said, I am Yu Shishir, my grandpa is Yu Zhengrong, what do you say that has to do with me? Hiss. Feng Tai sucked in a breath.
Masao Kenji's eyes flickered, his expression somewhat playful.
You Zhengrong? Du Meng was taken aback first, then his expression changed drastically, Miss, I didn't know you were here, I'm a jerk, I deserve to die. As he finished speaking, Du Meng began to slap his own face wildly. Oh my! Yang Jian exclaimed, his pupils dilating, she is actually the granddaughter of Yu Zhengrong? Yang Chuxue turned pale, suffering a critical strike of 100,000 points. Old Yang, who is Yu Zhengrong? Is he very powerful? Lin Jianyi asked, looking confused.
Yang Jian's mouth twitched, his expression strange. Yu Zhengrong is the chairman of UG Real Estate, a super rich man worth over 50 billion.
What? Lin Jianyi and his wife were shocked on the spot. Now you know you've done wrong? Yu Shishir sneered, too late, you're fired, go settle your salary with finance, then pack your things and leave. No, miss, I can't lose this job. Du Meng's face turned white, and he was about to kneel to Yu Shishir. Yu Shishir dodged to the side and gave Lin Feng a look, help get him out. Lin Feng twitched his mouth, I'm not your employee. That said, he still stopped Du Meng from kneeling. Not for any other reason, he just couldn't stand a big man kneeling to others. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I apologize to you, please help me. Du Meng looked at Lin Feng, pleading. Manager Du, we are all adults, if you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Lin Feng mocked with a smile and turned to Zhao Runan, Miss Zhao, please call security over. Zhao Runan hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and called the reception. Seeing that Lin Feng wouldn't help, Du Meng turned to Feng Tai and Masao Kenji for help. But to his surprise, the two acted as if they didn't hear him, not even glancing in his direction. Du Meng's body suddenly shook, his face turned ghostly white, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. At this moment, he realized he was just a dog for Feng Tai and Masao Kenji, and a dog that could be discarded at any time. Helplessness, regret, hatred, all kinds of emotions drowned him, engulfing him. Miss you, I really didn't expect to know your name this way. Masao Kenji walked in front of Yu Shishir and extended his right hand. I am Masao Kenji, my father is Masao Ichiro, nice to meet you. Yu Shishir rolled her eyes, who you are has nothing to do with me. Masao Kenji was not angry, it really has nothing to do with you, but... But did Miss You forget that I won against you last night? Eh? Yu Shishir was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Ah, you were the one driving the GTR last night? No wonder you looked familiar. Lin Feng? Wait. Did Yu Shishir race against someone again last night? This girl is quite the racing maniac." Masao Kenji smiled slightly. "It seems Miss You still remembers me. I am honored." "TCH, don't get too full of yourself, I just hate losing to you." Yu Shishir rolled her eyes, then looked at Lin Feng. "Are you interested in this house?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. Yu Shishir's eyes brightened. "Then can you help me out? I'll give you a discount." Lin Feng could guess what she was about to say with just his toes and was about to refuse. But just then, a system notification sounded in his ear. "Ding, host, you have a new mission. Mission, Racing Mania, 2. Mission objective, win the race against Masao Kenji and donate the winnings to poor children. Mission reward, 10 million long country coins base reward, 10 times the winnings." What? Lin Feng didn't expect the system would issue related tasks, and for a moment he was a bit confused. "Please help me out." Yu Shishir wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's and shook it playfully. "Others? Wow. What's with the closeness between Yu Shishir and Lin Feng?" Lin Feng twitched his mouth and quickly pulled back his arm, saying, "My parents are right here." "So what? I want to chase you," Yu Shishir said confidently. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Wow, the rich young lady of UG Real Estate is declaring she wants to pursue Lin Feng in front of so many people? Is she serious? Uncle and Auntie, I'm Yu Shishir. Since this is our first meeting, I didn't bring you any gifts. How about you pick a house, and I'll gift you one? Just to clarify, I can only give a total price below 10 million. It's not that I'm stingy, but my grandpa only gave me this much authority. However, if you two like a more expensive house, I can cover the extra part. Yu Shishir walked in front of Lin Jianye and his wife, speaking sweetly. This time, the others were truly stunned. Publicly declaring a pursuit of Lin Feng isn't enough, she's even promising a house? Where's the reserved demeanor of a stunning beauty? Also, I am actually quite gentle and virtuous normally, so please don't be scared by how I acted just now. If I marry Lin Feng in the future, I will definitely be a good daughter-in-law who cares for the family, I can assure you both. Yu Shishir patted her chest, speaking earnestly. What a lovely girl. Li Yuru held Yu Shishir's hand, looking more and more pleased. Lin Jianye laughed happily. At that moment, Yang Chushua walked to Li Yuru's side and implied, "Auntie, I have a female classmate whose private life is chaotic, and after she got tired of it, she chose to marry an honest man." Li Yuru's smile instantly froze. Chapter 63, The Ultimate Jerk Girl. The expressions of the others also became strange. While Yang Chushua was talking about her friend, everyone could tell she was hinting at Yu Shishir. Just look at Yu Shishir's behavior, offering Lin Feng discounts and saying she would gift Lin Jianye and his wife a house. What kind of behavior is this? A love-struck fool. But Yu Shishir is the daughter of UG Real Estate and a stunning beauty, she must have plenty of excellent suitors around, so she doesn't have to chase Lin Feng like this. So, the question arises, why is she so eager for Lin Feng? Could it be she has some illness and is desperate to get married? People fear overthinking the most. Once it starts, all sorts of wild imaginations follow. Only Lin Feng knew that Yu Shishir wasn't a love-struck fool, she just wanted to dig a hole for Zhao Qingya. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Yu Shishir looked at Yang Chushue and playfully said, "I forgot to ask you. What does Yang Chushue's family do?" Ah, this Yang Chushue turned her head to look at Yang Jian. Yang Jian hurried over with a smile, handing over his business card and saying, "Miss Yu, I am Yang Jian, the father of Yang Chushue. Here is my business card." Yu Shishir nodded, picked up the business card and took a glance. Woyan Schwer Apparel Trading Company? I haven't heard of it. It's a small business, it's normal for Miss Yu not to have heard of it, Yang Jian said with a bow and a smile. His total assets were only around 200 million, most of which were fixed assets, far from comparing to the Yu family's massive wealth. Got it. Yu Shishir nodded and took out her phone to send a voice message, "Help me check for any dirt on Yang Chushue, daughter of the owner of Woyan Schwer Apparel Trading Company. It's best if it's about her personal life. Hurry up." Everyone's expressions changed. Yang Chushue exclaimed in shock, "What are you going to do?" As she spoke, she rushed to snatch Yu Shishir's phone away. Yu Shishir directly hid her phone behind her back, mockingly saying, "I can do whatever I want, and it's none of your business." Yang Chushue knew she was not to be trifled with and immediately turned to Lin Feng, pleading with a wronged expression, "Lin Feng brother, look at her." Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, "Miss Yu, it's wrong to pry into others' privacy." Yang Chushue immediately raised her eyebrows at Yu Shishir, full of provocation. Yu Shishir puffed up her cheeks, her chest rapidly rising and falling, looking ready to explode. Hiss.
On the opposite side, Feng Tai took a sharp breath and whispered, I feel like I'm surfing.
Masaaki Kenji nodded, lamenting, it's a tremendous wave.
But Lin Feng looked at young Chushue again, Xiaoxue, you should have confidence in yourself.
As long as you haven't done anything bad, why worry about her investigating?
Besides, she's just a rich girl, not from a powerful department.
She won't find anything, so you really don't need to worry. Yang Chushue? Why did she feel like Lin Feng had led her into a trap?
Put. Yu Shishir laughed out loud, no wonder you can handle Zhao Qinya, your tongue is really too nimble.
This?
Lin Feng felt that Yu Shishir was driving, but she had no evidence. However, my friends are spread across the country, so it's pretty simple to check someone's dirt. As she said this, Yu Shishir raised her eyebrows at young Chushue, full of provocation.
The situation immediately reversed. Masaaki Kenji's eyes flashed, playfully saying, this woman is indeed interesting. Mr. Masaaki is interested in her? Feng Tai asked. Are you not interested in her? Masaaki Kenji countered. Of course I am, but if Mr. Masaaki likes her, I definitely won't compete with you.
Feng Tai said with a smile.
Masaaki Kenji smiled slightly, you have a saying in your dragon country, women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs, clothes can be lent to brothers. Feng Tai was first taken aback, then laughed, good, then I'll wait for the day Mr. Masaaki gets tired of wearing her. Although the two deliberately lowered their voices, hiding it from everyone present, Lin Feng's hearing was extraordinary. Immediately, Lin Feng shot an electric gaze towards Masaaki Kenji. Masaaki Kenji noticed and immediately met his gaze.
The intersection of their eyes seemed to spark invisible lightning. Behind him, an old man dressed in black samurai attire stepped forward, his killing intent gathering around him.
Just then, Yu Shishir said, wow, has the result been found so quickly? As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of the others. Boss, young Chushue is quite the celebrity in Wuyang.
During university, she was notorious for being a heartbreaker, her boyfriends counted on both hands. She has a best friend named Shi Linlin who was also quite a character, she was a mistress to a billionaire, and later got pregnant, wanting to use that to rise. Who would have thought the billionaire's original wife found out and beat her up on the street with her people? She even took off her clothes. It is said that this was orchestrated by Yang Chushue, and the wealthy man's original wife is looking for trouble with Yang Chushue's family.
I heard that Yang Chushue's family was so scared they left Wuyang City.
A voice message rang out from Yu Shishir's phone.
Everyone listened in shock. Oh my gosh, the seemingly innocent Yang Chushue turned out to be a bus? And she even urged her best friend to interfere in someone else's marriage? What a terrible girl. Xiaoxue, didn't you say Lin Lin was a character you made up to test Lin Peng? Li Yeru, realizing she was deceived, asked with a pale face.
Yang Chushue hurriedly defended herself, Auntie, this must be Yu Shishir trying to frame me, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Peng sneered from the side, what a coincidence, you created a friend named Lin Lin, and Miss you also found someone to create a friend named Shi Lin Lin.
Are you two in cahoots? Yang Chushue was instantly left speechless. Li Yeru snorted coldly, disappointedly turning her head away.
Seeing Yang Chushue made her feel nauseous.
Lin Jianya looked at Yang Jian and sneered, old Yang, you raised a good daughter. Yang Jian stamped his foot, Xiaoxue, Lily, let's go. Even if he was thick-skinned, he had no face to stay here after being exposed. The three of them hurriedly fled the scene. Pfft, you are too young to compete with me.
Yu Shishir waved her fist at young Chushue's back.
Then she walked up to Lin Peng, bumped his arm, and said with a triumphant tone, you kinda dislike young Chushue too, right? I helped you get rid of her, shouldn't you thank me?
Lin Peng nodded, indeed, young Chushue was skilled in tea art.
If she kept hanging around him, he really wouldn't know what to do. At least you have a conscience.
Yu Shishir smiled proudly, and then hooked her arm through Lin Peng's, acting coy, this person from the east won $1 million from me last night.
Can you help me win it back? Chapter 64 New Task, Intercepting. Ha? Lost $1 million in one night? Gambling? Li Yeru asked nervously.
If Yu Shishir was a gambling girl, then she was not suitable to be Lin Peng's girlfriend.
No, it's just, that.
Yu Shishir blinked her big sparkling eyes, struggling for a good reason for a long time.
She could only ask Lin Peng for help, hey, can you explain to Auntie that I'm not a gambling girl? Lin Peng opened his mouth slightly and with his eyes said, aren't you just that kind of woman?
Yu Shishir pouted, responding with her eyes, I am not.
Alright, I give in to you.
Lin Peng smiled and shook his head, turning to Li Yeru to say, Mom, this is just a game friends play. Losing $1 million is like donating $1 million to poor children. I also played this kind of game with some friends last time, won $30 million, and donated it all.
This became a hot topic online. If it's not for profit, can it still be called gambling? It's clearly charity.
Yes, Mrs. Lee, Mr. Lin's donation of 30 million has gained a lot of attention online.
My colleagues and I know about it. Zhao Qingya echoed from the side. Oh, I see. Li Yeru sighed in relief, approvingly telling Yu Shishir, you are a kind-hearted good girl. Thank you, Auntie, for the compliment. I will keep working hard.
Yu Shishir felt very pleased.
Lin Peng couldn't help but smile.
Yu Shishir was sometimes a bit stubborn, but she could be quite adorable too.
A bit foolishly cute. Mom and Dad, I have something to talk about. Why don't you go rest in the lounge first?
The things he needed to discuss couldn't let his parents know, so he had to send them away first. Lin Jianye and his wife weren't foolish, but Lin Peng had grown up and achieved a fair amount of success. It was time for them to let go. After Zhao Runin took the two of them away, Lin Peng said, since you helped me, I'll reluctantly agree to your request.
Yu Shishir was first taken aback, then pouted and said, other men would be eager to help me, yet you, on the other hand, act all high and mighty. What kind of person are you? Lin Feng smiled slightly, then I won't help? No.
Yu Shishir quickly grabbed his arm, given your driving skills and the fact that you're Zhao Qingya's boyfriend, I'll forgive your arrogance.
Across from them, Masao Kenji's expression was playful. Miss Yu seems to have a lot of confidence in Mr. Lin.
Not just confidence, it's super confidence. Yu Shishir snorted, so, are you daring enough to have a racing competition with Lin Feng? Masao Kenji glanced at Lin Feng, I have no objections, but this time the stakes need to be higher, otherwise I'm not interested.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what do you want to bet?
This villa, Masao Kenji pointed at the semi-detached villa, since you have Yu Shishir as a support, I can't compete with you.
But if you lose, you must give it to me. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and if I win?
Masao Kenji spread his hands, equal exchange, whatever you paid for it, I will give you that much in return.
Fair and reasonable.
Lin Feng nodded, time and place. Masao Kenji frowned and thought for a moment, tonight I have to attend an auction, so it might be a bit late.
Let's tentatively set it for 10 p.m. tonight on Wuming Mountain, how about that?
Just as Lin Feng was about to agree, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear.
Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, steal the auction. Task target, steal the items Masao Kenji bids on at the auction. Task reward, full refund of auction expenses. Note, each bid cannot exceed the current auction price by 10 million, otherwise it will be considered an invalid auction, and the auction expenses will not be refunded. Lin Feng? Is the system really going against Masao Kenji today?
He needs to win over Masao Kenji in the race, and also steal from him at the auction. But this should be a good opportunity for him to complete the consumption task.
Lin Feng exhaled deeply, exited the system, and said, okay, we'll see each other tonight.
Honestly, I truly admire your courage.
It's just a shame.
You have no idea what kind of opponent you're facing.
Get ready to feel despair.
Masao Kenji sneered coldly, turned, and walked away.
Tsk tisk.
Yu Shishir nudged Lin Feng's shoulder, saying with interest, Lin Feng, I think you've been arrogant enough, but this Japanese guy is even more arrogant than you.
Lin Feng didn't respond. Miss Yu, do you know which auction Masao Kenji is attending?
It's probably the small auction held at the Longteng Grand Hotel. Yu Shishir stroked her chin and thought for a moment, then said.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed, do you need an invitation to get in?
You do.
I received one, Yu Shishir said with interest, what's up, do you want to go? Call me wife and I'll take you there. Lin Feng?
I'll take a picture and send it to Zhao Qingya, just to annoy her, humph. As she spoke, Yu Shishir pulled out her phone, preparing to take a picture.
Stop. Lin Feng said, a bit annoyed, Miss Yu, can you be a bit serious?
Ha? Yu Shishir was stunned, come on, getting you to call me wife is taking advantage of you.
So many people want to call me wife but haven't had the chance.
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, but after calling you wife, I won't be clean anymore.
Not clean anymore, clean again, pure.
These words kept echoing in Yu Shishir's little head.
After a while, fierce flames ignited in Yu Shishir's eyes. Man, you really have caught my interest this time.
As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly hugged Lin Feng's shoulder and snapped a selfie with a click.
Lin Feng's surprise-turned head was forever frozen in the photo. Look, I have you in my grasp. If you annoy me again, I'll send this picture to Zhao Qingya.
Yu Shishir shook her phone, speaking with great pride.
Lin Feng.
He felt Yu Shishir was driving, but he had no evidence. Half an hour later, Lin Feng swiped his card for 23.52 million and bought these 2 semi-detached villas. Yu Shishir originally wanted to help him get a 30% discount, but Lin Feng firmly refused.
Just kidding, how much pressure does he feel when spending money? Yu Shishir wanted to create difficulties for him? Absolutely not allowed.
At night, Yu Shishir followed Lin Feng's family to enjoy a meal, and then Lin Feng gave the car keys to Lin Jianye, allowing the elders to drive home. He then got into Yushur's Bugatti Veyron and arrived at the Longteng Grand Hotel. At this moment, a red carpet had already been laid out at the hotel entrance. Luxury cars kept arriving from afar as the famous figures of Baishui City stepped out of their vehicles and walked towards the entrance. Just then, a Bugatti Veyron Hermes Special Edition came driving from the distance, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 65, The Decay Pill. On the bustling street, a GTR roared down the road. Inside the car, Mako Kenji rested his chin on his left hand while gripping the steering wheel with his right, looking suave and handsome. In the passenger seat, an elder in a black warrior robe held a tablet and said in a low voice, "Young master, we have completed the investigation on everyone attending tonight's auction."
Oh? Mako Kenji raised the corner of his mouth. Is there anyone who can threaten us?
No, not a single one, the elder in black replied solemnly. Mako Kenji nodded. Good, Kato, once we get the decay pill, we can proceed with the next phase of our plan. That fool Feng Tai still thinks we are collaborating with his family and truly admired the research capabilities of Kangjian Pharmaceutical Group. Kato K sighed. I really didn't expect the decay pill mentioned in ancient texts to actually exist.
The wisdom of ancient people in the Dragon Country is truly admirable.
Mako Kenji smiled. Luckily, only we know about this.
If the people of the Dragon Country find out, it will be hard for us to acquire it.
As he spoke, both of them let out a cold laugh that sent chills down one's spine. At the hotel entrance.
Hiss, is that the Bugatti Veyron Hermes Special Edition?
Yes, it's the Hermes Special Edition. This car costs over 50 million. Price is secondary, the key point is that without a certain status, you can't even buy it.
Does Baishui City have this car? Ah, it's from the Magic City.
I wonder which big figure from the Magic City owns it. At the hotel entrance, several famous figures, just about to walk in, all stopped and began to whisper. At that moment, the Bugatti Veyron came to a stop, and Lin Feng got out of the driver's seat. Seeing his outfit, the expressions of the famous figures became strange.
Wearing Li Ning from head to toe, driving a Bugatti Veyron Hermes Special Edition?
That's just ridiculous.
When Yushur got out of the car, the eyes of the famous figures all lit up. What a beautiful woman. Did you see that?
Yushur said proudly.
Lin Feng? What?
Yushur pointed at those famous figures, those men's gazes towards me.
Lin Feng glanced and replied, and then?
Yushur spread her hands in exasperation. This shows that I am the center of attention wherever I go.
So burdensome, so much pressure, what should I do?
Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Has anyone ever told you that you're very Versailles? This is called natural beauty that cannot be hidden. Yushur said with a proud smile, strutting towards the entrance like a proud peacock. Lin Feng handed the car keys to the waiter and quickly followed behind.
The distant famous figures exchanged glances and hurriedly approached. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your invitations.
As they took the elevator to the entrance of the fourth-floor banquet hall, the security personnel stopped them, saying. Lin Feng turned to look at Yushur. Yushur pondered for 2 seconds. I don't have an invitation.
Security? Famous figures? Lin Feng? Wait, didn't you say you had one? If I didn't say that, would you call me your wife?
Yushur retorted.
Security, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The famous figures were dumbfounded. Just to get Lin Feng to call her wife, she pretended to have an invitation? This beauty looks quite pretty, but why is her thought process so unusual? Lin Feng had 3 black lines appear on his forehead. You lied to me for this? The key point is you didn't even succeed. It's not that I underestimated your character.
Yushur said, feeling a bit guilty.
Lin Feng laughed in anger. So what do we do now? Do we turn back? Don't rush, wait for me to make a phone call.
Yushur grinned mischievously, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Chen, it's Shurshur. I'm in front of the Baishui Longteng Hotel. I want to attend the auction held by your auction house, but I don't have an invitation.
Thank you, Uncle Chen, you're the best.
All set. Yushur hung up the phone and gave Lin Feng a victory sign.
Lin Feng looked confused. Who is Uncle Chen? He's the boss of Dijia Auction House.
Yushur blinked her innocent big eyes.
Hiss.
A few socialites gasped in shock. As one of the top 4 auction houses in the country, Dijia's boss Chen Kai is worth over 50 billion, he is definitely a big shot. Anyone who can call Chen Kai directly must have an extraordinary identity. Soon, a middle-aged man claiming to be the manager of Dijia Auction House in Baishui City walked out from the venue, respectfully inviting Yushur and Lin Feng into the auction hall.
Manager Wei, who is that beautiful lady? A socialite asked curiously.
Wei Guang exhaled a puff of stale air, the only granddaughter of the chairman of Yujik Real Estate from the Magic City, Yushur.
The expressions of several socialites changed drastically. 10 minutes later, Matsuoka Kenji arrived at the hall.
Young master, Yu Shishir and Lin Feng are here too, sitting right next to your seat. When finding a seat, Katatera pointed at the two sitting in the front row, reminding.
Matsuoka Kenji was taken aback at first, then suspiciously asked, aren't they not on the list? Indeed, they're not. I guess they decided to come at the last minute. Katatero pondered. No matter, they shouldn't know about that item. Matsuoka Kenji smiled, then quickly walked over. Mr. Lin, miss you, what a coincidence to see you here.
Yu Shishir rolled her eyes. This isn't your home, what's wrong with us being here?
Miss you was right, it was my rudeness. Matsuoka Kenji smiled, sitting down and asking, have you two set your sights on any auction items?
Yu Shishir rolled her eyes again. Why should I tell you?
Are we that close?
Lin Feng silently gave her a big thumbs up. Perhaps due to Matsuoka Kenji's Japanese identity, Lin Feng felt disgusted with him deep down the first time he saw him. Yu Shishir's multiple retorts made Lin Feng feel extremely refreshed.
Since Miss Yu doesn't want to say, then I won't ask. Matsuoka Kenji smiled and indeed closed his mouth.
A few minutes later, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed significantly, and the auctioneer walked onto the stage amidst stirring music. The first three auction items were just to warm up, with not many participants, all sold at low prices.
Next, let us present the fourth auction item. As the auctioneer's voice fell, a hostess walked out from backstage carrying a tray. The big screen displayed a close-up of this auction item. This is a small porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period, exquisitely shaped. You may notice that the mouth of this vase is sealed. Why don't you guess what's inside? As the auctioneer finished speaking, the venue became noisy. Could it be some ancient snacks?
This is a porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period. If there were snacks inside, it would have gone bad long ago. If it were gold or silver, it wouldn't go bad. Just as everyone was guessing, the auctioneer said, now let me reveal the answer. What's inside is elixirs.
The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Chapter 066, I have pressure in spending money. Oh my, they actually put elixirs inside?
What kind of elixir?
A celestial elixir? I've attended so many auction houses, it's the first time I've encountered such an interesting auction item. Elixirs from the Three Kingdoms period, by now they must be a pile of powder, right?
That's right, this is just the auction house's gimmick, it doesn't hold much real value.
The auctioneer's words sparked the interest of all the guests. The venue suddenly erupted into noise. Lin Feng, what kind of elixir do you think is inside?
Yu Shishir was also intrigued.
Lin Feng smiled playfully, I don't have X-ray vision. Yu Shishir rolled her eyes, if you had X-ray vision, wouldn't I have no privacy in front of you? Lin Feng's exterior, I just smile and remain silent.
Lin Feng's inner thoughts, I have already seen through you, girl wearing Pikachu-patterned underwear. The beautiful secretary likes Hello Kitty patterns, while Yu Shishir is no less, liking Pikachu patterns.
Indeed, there is a connection between beauties.
No matter what elixir is inside, its effectiveness must have long faded after this long, said Masao Kenji beside them.
Although Lin Feng didn't like this East Islander, he fully agreed with his statement.
The Three Kingdoms era is over 1,700 years ago, even modern technology cannot preserve a pill for that long without affecting its efficacy. Masao Kenji continued, but this little porcelain bottle looks nice, it could be bought for collection.
Kato Hikaru nodded secretly beside him. The young master will surely want to bid for it later, saying this won't arouse Lin Feng's suspicion.
Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly turning strange. Masao Kenji indeed had high speaking skills, but Lin Feng had learned the idiom buying the case and losing the pearl when he was a child.
Perhaps Masao Kenji's real target is the elixir inside?
On second thought, no matter what Masao Kenji's target is, as long as he takes action, Lin Feng must intercept him to complete his mission. At that moment, the auctioneer pressed down with his hand, and after the hall quieted, he said, more importantly, we used professional instruments to check and found that this elixir is relatively well preserved. As for what effects this elixir has and whether its effectiveness has diminished, we haven't tested it, so there's no conclusion.
You don't even know what the effects are and you're putting it up for auction? I can't believe this is just an ancient version of a blind box. It really is just a gimmick, it's boring.
In an instant, the guests in the hall had their interest in this porcelain bottle greatly diminished. Although porcelain from the Three Kingdoms period is relatively rare, this porcelain bottle looks just average, probably a tool from an ordinary family in ancient times, with little collection value.
Alright, I've introduced the basic situation of this porcelain bottle, now I will announce its starting auction price. Starting at 1 million yuan, with a minimum increment of 100,000 yuan, the bidding begins. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the guests maintained calm expressions, without any waves. 1 million to buy a small porcelain bottle from the Three Kingdoms period?
It's not that it's worthless, it just lacks great appeal. Even if someone was interested in this porcelain bottle, they wouldn't rush to make a bid.
Bidding also requires skill.
After a cold silence of more than 10 seconds, finally, a guest couldn't hold back and raised their bidding paddle.
Guest number 98 bids 1 million.
The auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief. During those 10 seconds, he really feared the bottle would go unsold. Soon, another guest raised their paddle, 1.1 million.
1.1 million. Guest number 76 bids 1.1 million. Is there a higher price?
The auctioneer waved his hammer and shouted loudly. Seconds later, guest number 98 bid again, and when the price reached 1.5 million, guest number 76 withdrew from the bidding. The auctioneer raised his hammer, 1.5 million for the first time, 1.5 million for the second time, 1.5 million for the third. As soon as he said third, Masao Kenji raised his paddle, 2 million.
Wow! A wave of gasps filled the room.
50 million is small change for everyone present, but raising the bid by 50 million left everyone puzzled. After all, the value of this porcelain bottle shouldn't be worth 2 million. Guest number 98 frowned slightly and, after a moment, smiled and gave up on continuing to bid.
Guest number 5 bids 2 million. Is there a higher price? This price has already exceeded the auctioneer's psychological expectations, but a qualified auctioneer. The price of the auction item should be pushed to the highest, that's how it should be. The room fell into silence. After waiting a few more seconds, the auctioneer finally shouted, 2 million for the first time, 2 million for the second time, 2 million for the third. On the surface, Asao Kenji appeared calm, but inside, he was already overjoyed. With 2 million, he could buy the declining body pill, which made him feel a sense of pride in manipulating the people of the Dragon Nation. Kato Tera's face was also calm as a deep well, but his hands hidden in his sleeves had already tightened into fists.
Yu Shirshir yawned boredly, then took out a row of AD calcium and started drinking through a straw. But just then, Lin Feng raised his paddle, 12 million.
PFF.
Yu Shirshir sprayed all the AD calcium she had just taken into her mouth.
Asao Kenji was shaken and turned to look at Lin Feng with a dazed expression. Kato Tera was so shocked he almost stood up.
On stage, the auctioneer's hand shook, nearly dropping the hammer.
An exclamation erupted simultaneously in the room.
What the hell, I must have heard wrong, 12 million?
An increase of 10 million at once, is this person crazy? Could there be something special about the pill in that porcelain vase?
A pill with a history of over 1,700 years, even if it was refined with great care, would have faded with time.
Could this person be a plant sent by the auction house?
The guests present were all celebrities from Baisu City, most of whom could easily come up with 10 million. But the point was they had just bid 2 million.
No matter how wealthy, this bidding method was absurd. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this?
Asao Kenji's face turned very ugly. Just when he thought he had secured the declining body pill for 2 million, Lin Feng suddenly appeared and raised the price to 12 million.
Did Lin Feng know that he had to have the declining body pill? Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Money is just a number to me?
This statement did sound a bit pretentious, but it was better than saying I have so much money I don't know where to spend it.
Asao Kenji? Kato Teru? You have no concept of numbers, do you?
Yu Shirshir wiped her mouth and said.
She thought she was quite wealthy too, but she had never spent money so recklessly like Lin Feng.
Well, the last time she lost $1 million to Lin Feng didn't count. Lin Feng spread his hands. Actually, I have pressure regarding spending money. Yu Shirshir rolled her eyes. I don't believe your nonsense.
At this moment, the auctioneer came back to his senses, excitedly saying, guest number 6 bids 12 million, is there any higher?
After waiting less than 3 seconds, he couldn't wait to raise the hammer, 12 million for the first time, 12 million for the second time, 12 million.
Coincidentally, money is just a number to me too. When it comes to spending, you really are not my match.
Asao Kenji's words dropped, and he raised his card shouting, 20 million.
The audience erupted in uproar again. What the hell, I must be hearing wrong, 20 million? 20 million for a porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period? I just can't believe it. These two must know what the pill in the vase is capable of.
Anyone attending this auction wasn't a fool. If only Lin Feng offered a high price, people might think he was just burning money. But Asao Kenji also offered a high price, which really raised questions.
In an instant, the guests stirred, all wanting to join in. Hiss. Even the auctioneer couldn't help but gasp.
In his prediction, this porcelain vase would only auction for about 1.5 million, who would have thought it had already reached 20 million?
I have already bid 20 million, Mr. Lin, will you continue? Asao Kenji looked at Lin Feng, amused. Lin Feng raised his brow, you are after that pill, right? Asao Kenji laughed, shaking his head, I don't even know what effect that pill has, how could I be after it? But Mr. Lin, you raising the price suddenly seems to imply you know the effect of that pill? Yu Shirshir nodded, I think so too. Hey, tell me honestly, is the pill inside very powerful?
Lin Feng twitched his mouth, looking at her resentfully, which side are you on, exactly? I'm on your side, Yu Sure said with an innocent expression, but I just think you're suspicious.
Lin Feng spread his hands. I really don't know, I just want to spend money. As long as he successfully intercepts from a Sokenji, the money spent will be fully refunded by the system.
Such a great spending opportunity, he certainly can't let it slip away. After all, the task of accumulating 1 billion in spending put a lot of pressure on him.
What a coincidence, I also want to spend money. Aso Kenji sneered. Yu Sure glanced at the two, men. Lin Feng? Wait. I'm just speaking the truth, why doesn't she believe me?
But this little money is just a drop in the bucket for me, not enough to be enjoyable.
I hope Mr. Lin won't let me down.
Asu Kenji exhaled a breath of foul air, speaking in a sinister tone.
Meanwhile, Kato Taro silently nodded. On the surface, the young master seemed to be provoking Lin Feng, but isn't he also showcasing his confidence? Sometimes, acting tough can actually intimidate your opponent. Just then, the auctioneer shouted, 20 million. Guest number 5 bids 20 million, is there a higher bid? 30 million.
Lin Feng raised his paddle, his tone calm as if he were a student with $100 going to a convenience store to buy lollipops.
30 million. Guest number 6 bids 30 million. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer looked specifically at Asu Kenji. Other guests became somewhat numb. After all, the jump from 20 million to 30 million was far less shocking than going from 200,000 to 1.2 million. Mr. Asu, I placed my bid, will you still follow?
Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile, asking.
Asu Kenji's pupils constricted, then he extended a finger. Yu Sure covered her mouth, exclaiming, you're not going to bid 1 billion, are you? Asu Kenji shook his head, grinning wickedly, no, I will just follow along. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his paddle and shouted, 50 million. The auctioneer felt his heart skip a beat. Then he flushed and shouted, 50 million. Guest number 5 bids 50 million. Is there a higher bid? In the background, several leaders from the Baishui de Jia auction house were stirred, crowded around to watch this auction. Inside, some guests couldn't help but hold their heads and exclaim, so crazy, I must be dreaming. 50 million for a porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period? I don't believe it. That pill must be extraordinary. No way, I want a bid too. Just as some guests were ready to join in, someone started pouring cold water on the situation. What if those two are just competing out of spite? Guest number 5 is Asu Group's second son, Asu Kenji. The family has assets worth hundreds of billions. Guest number 6 came with UG Real Estate's rich girl. Their family background is definitely not ordinary. For them, 50 million is just a drop in the ocean, but for us, it's not a small amount. Looking at how fierce they are, they're probably going to push the price over billions. What if we bid and find out the pill is useless? Once these words were spoken, those wanting to take part were deterred. 50 million is a small amount for me, but I wonder if this price touches Mr. Lin's bottom line? Asu Kenji put down his paddle, speaking sarcastically. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, opening his 5 fingers to wave in front of him. Asu Kenji frowned slightly. What does that mean? My bottom line has no limit. Lin Feng smiled slightly, raising the paddle, 60 million. Asu Kenji's expression darkened, raising his paddle and shouting, 1 billion. Wow, it broke a billion. Oh my god, are they talking about Zimbabwean dollars? The guests present were all wealthy, but very few could come up with a billion in cash. Like Lin Feng and Asu Kenji, who would use 1 billion to auction an antique was even rarer, you could count them on one hand. It all depends on how they perform. For them, 1 billion is just pocket money. Are you going to bid again? Asu Kenji sneered, full of pride. Lin Feng once again opened his 5 fingers, shaking them. 110 million. If it weren't for the system's task limit, he really wanted to raise it to 100 million. Not because he wanted to spend more money, but because he found it too troublesome. Asao Kenji's pupils shrank, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he sneered and raised his paddles, 150 million. Next, as the two continued to raise their paddles, the auction price climbed to 500 million. Then 600 million, 700 million, 800 million. At first, everyone was shocked, and even more shocked. Later, they were utterly stunned. 980 million. Guest number 5 bids 980 million. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer was already in a state of frenzy, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. All the guests held their breath, nervously watching Lin Feng sitting in the front row. It was about to break 1 billion, did he still have the strength to continue? Yu Sure also clenched her fists, feeling extremely anxious. Mr. Lin, it's 980 million now. Can you still continue? Asao Kenji put down the paddle, his expression twisted as he spoke. His father only gave him permission for 900 million Dragon Kingdom currency, and the extra 80 million had to come from his small treasury.
And there was only more than 80 million in cash in his small treasury.
In other words, this price was already his limit.
Lin Feng opened his 5 fingers and shook them. He raised the paddle and shouted, 990 million.
Asao Kenji's face stiffened, and then killing intent erupted like a volcano. But soon he laughed coldly and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, you win.
I'll be waiting for you on the top of Wuming Mountain." As his words fell, he winked at Kato Hikari and got up to leave the venue.
Chapter 68, Lithography Machine Task Unlocked Successfully.
The guests waiting for Asao Kenji to continue bidding were stunned for a moment.
Then everyone watched as he walked out with Kato Hikari. The entire venue was in an uproar. What the heck, why did Asao Kenji leave? He conceded. Asao Kenji conceded. 990 million transaction. My god, I can't believe my ears. I don't just not believe my ears, I also don't believe my eyes. I feel like this is a dream. Sky-high price, this really is a sky-high price. Just as the guests were exclaiming, the auctioneer excitedly shouted, 990 million. Guest number 6 bids 990 million. Is there a higher price? Damn, this auctioneer is so greedy. Asao Kenji has left, who else can compete? We've already reached a sky-high price of 990 million, is that not enough? A group of guests couldn't help but curse. In fact, the auctioneer also knew that this price was the final one, but the necessary process still had to be followed. After waiting a few seconds, the auctioneer shouted, 990 million, first time. 990 million, second time. 990 million, third time. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 6 for purchasing this porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period for 990 million. Let's give a round of applause. Wow. A thunderous applause erupted in the venue. This was not because the guests were really happy for Lin Feng, but they were actually shocked by his extravagant spending. At this time, they must give Lin Feng face. After the auction, they would mingle with him and establish powerful connections. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Yu Sure came back to her senses and exclaimed repeatedly. Her family could be considered wealthy, but taking out 1 billion in cash wasn't something that could be easily done. Lin Feng, on the other hand, spent nearly 1 billion to buy an antique, truly a rich man. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. This is what they call hiding one's true wealth. Yu Sure? Hiding one's true wealth? Are you this narcissistic? Do your parents know? Just then, Wei Guang walked out from backstage, respectfully saying to Lin Feng, "Sir, the porcelain vase has been taken to the backstage. Would you like to take it now or wait until the auction ends?" Lin Feng smiled playfully and replied, "Manager Wei, are you worried I might change my mind?" Yu Sure nodded, agreeing, "I think so too." Under normal circumstances, after winning an auction item, one usually waits until the auction ends to pay and collect the goods. Wei Guang couldn't wait any longer and rushed over, surely worried that Lin Feng might suddenly change his mind. After all, the transaction amount was 990 million, and this deal would probably be enough for the Dijia auction house in Baishui City to last a quarter. No, absolutely not. Wei Guang hurriedly denied, "I just thought that since you spent a fortune to win it, you must be eager to get your hands on it and admire it. If you're not in a hurry, then waiting until the auction ends to pick it up is also fine." Lin Feng nodded, "You make a good point, then fine, I'll go pay and collect the goods." "I'll go too." Yu Sure suddenly stood up, already unable to wait to see what the elixir in that porcelain vase looked like. Outside the hotel, inside the GTR car. "Young master, do you plan to just let this go?" Kato Hikari's face looked a little grim. Asao Kenji glared at him, coldly saying, "Are you blaming me for not doing my job well?" Kato Hikari quickly lowered his head, "This subordinate does not dare. It's just that the weak body pill hasn't been obtained, and the president will definitely be very angry when he finds out." "I certainly know that." Asao Kenji shouted, sneering, "I just let Lin Feng temporarily keep it." Kato Hikari's eyes lit up, "You mean? Kato, you are the most loyal soldier of the Aso consortium, right?" Asao Kenji asked, pressing down on Kato Hikari's shoulder. Kato Hikari placed his hands on his knees, straightening his back, saying, "Of course, I, Kato Hikari, am forever loyal to the Aso consortium." "Very good." Asao Kenji nodded, his gaze turning cold. "Tonight, I have an appointment to race with Lin Feng at Wuming Mountain, and he will definitely show up. And I need you to intercept him on his way, retrieve the weak body pill, whatever it takes." "Understood." Kato Hikari's eyes brightened, filled with fighting spirit. Backstage of the banquet hall, after Lin Feng successfully transferred 990 million, Wei Guang respectfully handed the porcelain vase to Lin Feng. "Ding, congratulations, host, side mission intercept completed, mission rewards being distributed." "Ding, congratulations, host, earn 990 million Long Kingdom coins in cash rewards."
Ding, congratulations, host, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Mission 3, completed, mission rewards being distributed. Ding, congratulations, host, obtain T2000 level carbon fiber production speed of 10T/24H, 1 million system points reward, lithography machine series mission unlocked successfully. Ding, host, you have a new mission.
Mission, T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Mission 4. Mission objective, accumulate spending of 10 billion Long Kingdom coins.
Mission reward, T2000 level carbon fiber production speed increased to 100T/24H, 10 million system points.
Mission, Lithography Machine Series Mission 1. Mission objective, accumulate spending of 1 billion Long Kingdom coins.
Mission reward, 17nm EUV lithography machine, 17nm EUV lithography production line, 2 machines/year.
Besides these two missions, there are also X-Alloy Series Mission 3 and Carbon Fiber Series Mission 4.
Choose one from the 4 missions, the abandoned mission will refresh later. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. A series of system prompt sounds rang out. Lin Feng, almost without thinking, chose the lithography machine series mission.
The 7nm EUV lithography machine is something that only one company in the world can produce.
As long as he completes the mission, he could break the monopoly and uplift the morale of the entire nation.
This kind of achievement was something he couldn't wait to accomplish. Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X-Alloy, 10 kg/24H.
T1100 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H. T2000 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H. System points, 117,6000.
Combat power, 200. Current skills, mastery of music theory, ultimate fighting skill. Current mission, Lithography Machine Series Mission 1, Racing Mad Dash 2.
Spent not a penny, not only completed the mission, but also won a porcelain vase from the Three Kingdoms period.
The Heavenly Apex technology system is indeed powerful. After expressing his admiration, Lin Feng exited the system.
At this moment, Yu Shishir beside him impatiently said, "Hurry and open it to see what the elixir looks like inside." Including Wei Guang, the staff of Dijia Auction House all showed eager eyes. They also wanted to see what the nearly 1 billion price tag item was so special about.
Chapter 69, Robbery or What?
In fact, Lin Feng also wanted to open it and take a look right now. After all, it was bought for a hefty price. It felt like receiving a package after online shopping. Most people want to tear it open quickly.
However, this thing had been preserved for over 1,700 years. Would it turn to dust the moment it was unsealed? Let me ask an expert when I get back, whether it needs to be opened in a special environment.
Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle into his jacket pocket and said. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed around. Oh, right, Yu Shishir suddenly realized, then complimented, I didn't expect you to be quite cautious.
The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Do you think everyone is as careless as you? Yu Shishir's eyes widened. What I am is called straightforward.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Right, you're the most troublesome one. Yu Shishir felt that Lin Feng was cursing at her, but she had no evidence. Seeing these two bickering, the staff at Dijia Auction House felt like they were fed a mouthful of dog food.
Alright, I'm not interested in the following auction items. How about we go to Wuming Mountain now?
Lin Feng stood up and said.
Yu Shishir's eyes sparkled. Great. I can't wait to see you defeat that Japanese guy.
Although Wei Guang was reluctant to let this fortune god leave, he could only send them off through the back door.
Half an hour later, the Bugatti Veyron came off the elevated road and drove onto a small path.
This small path was the only way to Wuming Mountain. There weren't many vehicles on a regular day, and now it was already past 9 p.m., with not a single car in sight. After driving on the small path for a few minutes, Lin Feng suddenly saw a large tree lying across the road a few dozen meters ahead, blocking their way. The sides of the road were filled with woods, and Lin Feng couldn't avoid it at all. Screech! The ear-piercing sound of brakes echoed. The Bugatti Veyron barely stopped 5 meters in front of the big tree.
Damn, who has such little public spirit to leave a tree here?
Yu Shishir exclaimed in fear. There were no streetlights on this small path. Fortunately, Lin Feng noticed it early enough, and the Bugatti Veyron could stop in time, otherwise, the consequences would be dire.
Boom!
At that moment, a muffled sound came from behind. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Oh no, we're blocked from behind too. Yu Shishir was startled at first, then looked back. In the glow of the taillights, she vaguely saw a large tree lying horizontally about 10 meters behind them.
Her heart sank. It's over, we've encountered robbers.
Lin Feng nodded. Just don't know if this person is here to rob money or to rob. As he said this, he glanced at Yu Shishir. Yu Shishir, frightened, immediately protected herself with her hands. Pooh, children's words are innocent. This person must not be here to rob any nasty stuff, definitely not.
Lin Feng smiled. Okay, no matter what this person is after, I'm here. What are you afraid of? You? Yu Shishir was momentarily taken aback, then asked doubtfully, are you capable? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If I'm not capable, should I rob you first, so that others don't get the chance? Yu Shishir pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. That's not impossible. Lin Feng? Boom. Another muffled sound came from the car roof, scaring Yu Shishir to instantly hug Lin Feng and scream, "Ah!" That person climbed onto the car roof. The pressure from the front made Lin Feng's heart race, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at her with playful eyes. No, he's standing in front of the car. Ah! Yu Shishir turned her head in confusion, then saw a black-clothed masked person standing at the front of the car. The black-clothed masked person looked like a Japanese ninja, completely covered in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed. What was even scarier was that he had a samurai sword hanging from his waist. A few seconds later. Ah! A piercing scream broke the air, and Yu Shishir, like an ostrich, burrowed into Lin Feng's arms, trembling all over. Lin Feng found it amusing. It turned out that the once spoiled and willful young lady of the Yu family could also be scared. Should I record this scene? Get out of the car. The masked person shouted loudly. Lin Feng gently patted Yu Shishir's back and softly said, "Later, after I get out of the car, you lock the door, and don't come out without my permission." "No, don't get out." Yu Shishir lifted her head, anxiously saying, "You, try to rush out, or call the police." The man robbing them looked like a professional, and he was carrying a long knife. Lin Feng's small frame was definitely no match for him. Just the thought of Lin Feng lying in a pool of blood sent chills down her spine. The tree is too thick, the Bugatti Veyron can't get through. As for calling the police, Lin Feng took out his phone to show Yu Shishir. No signal? Yu Shishir was stunned. Lin Feng pointed to the roof of the car. Remember the noise just now? It's probably a signal jammer. They clearly came prepared. Yu Shishir's heart sank to the bottom. With no way forward, the retreat blocked, even the road to call for help was cut off. It was a dead end. Aren't you getting out? The man in black shouted again, then suddenly drew out his sword with a clang. The sword, over a meter long, glimmered with a chilling light under the headlights. Don't worry, I've practiced martial arts. I'll be fine. Lin Feng pinched Yu Shishir's little face and stepped out of the car. Did he just pinch my face? Yu Shishir touched her cheek, her pretty face turning crimson. Once out of the car, Lin Feng glanced at the roof and indeed saw a small black box on it, with a red light blinking. Then he looked at the man in black and playfully said, "Dude, I can tell from your accent that you're from the Eastern country, right?" The man in black sneered, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want to keep your life?" Lin Feng shrugged, "I'm so wealthy and so young, of course, I don't want to die." "If you don't want to die, hand over everything you have." And the girl in the car, let her hand over everything too. "I only seek wealth, not lives. But if you don't know your place, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, the man in black slashed downwards with the sword. Slash! A sound that made teeth ache echoed, leaving a straight, clear scratch on the hard cement road. Looking at the blade, there was not a single mark of damage. A divine weapon. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. What a good sword! What excellent swordplay! He hadn't learned swordplay and didn't understand it, but the man in black held the sword steadily. Even when the tip touched the ground, it didn't tremble. A single stroke capable of cutting the ground indicates the power behind it, clearly showing the strength of the man in black. Moreover, this strike had a unique beauty that made Lin Feng feel threatened. "You have a bit of insight." The man in black smiled smugly and pointed the sword at Lin Feng, saying, "My swordplay is meant for killing. If I want, I can chop you into 8 pieces in a second." Chapter 070, The Terrifying Master-Level Expert. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he rushed to the passenger side of the Bugatti Veyron. Then, he swung his fist and violently smashed against the car window. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Crash! The car window shattered. Then his hand reached out and grabbed Yu Shishir's neck. The entire process was fluid like flowing water, as swift as lightning. Lin Feng didn't even have time to react. Ah! Yu Shishir screamed in fright, her face turning pale in an instant. Damn it, how is he so fast? Only then did Lin Feng come to his senses and quickly turned around. When he saw Yu Shishir, the masked man smiled proudly and said playfully, "You really like this woman, don't you?" Even in dire straits, Yu Shishir still perked up her ears, wanting to hear what Lin Feng would say in response. Lin Feng laughed, "Come on, she's just a spoiled rich girl with a terrible temper. I'd rather avoid her." "Yu Shishir? This jerk dares to look down on me? Since that's the case, you won't be sad if I kill her, right?" The masked man sneered, tightening his left hand. Immediately, Yu Shishir had difficulty breathing, her face turning bright red. "Wait!" Lin Feng hurriedly called out. "I knew you were lying,
the masked man loosened his left hand and shouted, "Hand over everything you have, and I can let you off easy. Otherwise, I will crush her neck." Just as Yushurshur felt a sigh of relief, her heart raced up to her throat again. "Hey, big jerk, even if you don't like me, you can't just watch me get killed, right? Money is just an external object. Whatever you lose, I can compensate you later. I've never been in love before. I don't want to die yet." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. If it gets tough, I'll just close my eyes." By the way, Yushurshur has never been in love, which means she is still a virgin. Yushurshur slightly parted her lips. "Lin Feng, if I die, I will haunt you forever." "Hmm." The masked man's voice turned cold as he began to tighten his left hand. "Stop. I'll give you everything, just don't hurt her." While speaking, Lin Feng reached into his coat pocket and slowly took out his wallet. At the same time, he entered the system mall and bought 100 battle power pills in one go. He now had over 1,000,000 system points, and 100 battle power pills were only 100,000 points, just a drop in the bucket. After using all 100 battle power pills, Lin Feng's battle power rose from 200 to 1200, and a powerful sensation surged through his body, far beyond before. No system prompt? Is 1,200 battle power not enough to reach the master level? Lin Feng murmured to himself. Last time when he increased his battle power to 100, the system prompted him to learn internal energy. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and throw it over. Yushurshur was almost in tears from anxiety. Left with no choice, Lin Feng could only toss the wallet toward the masked man. The masked man sheathed his sword, caught the wallet, tossed it into his pocket, and said coldly, "What else?" "Let's do it one by one," Lin Feng sighed and took out his phone. At the same time, he bought 900 more battle power pills and clicked use all at once. Finally, the familiar system prompt sounded, ding. Detected that the host's battle power has exceeded 10,000. Do you want to spend 100,000 system points to learn true chi skill immediately? Lin Feng's face brightened, and without hesitation, he chose yes. In the next moment, a stream of information flooded into his mind. True chi skill. After learning this skill, you can convert internal energy into true energy. Note, internal energy costs 100,000 system points, and automatically increases battle power by 1,000 after learning. Immediately, true energy began to manifest within Lin Feng's body, flowing through his limbs, quickly filling the meridians. Not only that, with a thought, Lin Feng projected a layer of true energy outward, forming a protective shield around his body. According to Zhao Qingya's introduction, this layer of true energy protection can withstand bullets fired from normal firearms. Even more exciting for him was that he could control the true energy effortlessly, releasing it from a distance to kill. Just like the 6 Meridians divine sword. In an instant, Lin Feng felt at peace. What are you waiting for? Hurry and throw over the items. The masked man urged impatiently. I'm throwing it now, Lin Feng toyed with his phone, saying playfully, but before I throw my phone, can you answer one question? The masked man frowned. You have no right to ask me. Throw it. While speaking, he tightened his left hand around Yushurshur's neck. Yushurshur, struggling to breathe, desperately started hitting the seat with her hands. Stop, I'm throwing it now, catch it well. Lin Feng sighed, raising his hand and throwing the phone towards the masked man. As the masked man reached out to catch the phone, Lin Feng's right hand pointed forward like a blade. Whoosh! A beam of white true energy shot out, instantly piercing through the masked man's left shoulder. Ah! The masked man screamed in agony and was blasted back 5 or 6 meters. It wasn't until then that a spray of fresh blood erupted from his left shoulder, and his left arm fell limply downward. In the car, Yushurshur was completely stunned. What was that white light just now, and how could Lin Feng unleash such a thing? Lin Feng didn't expect that his strike would have such power. From a few meters away, raising his hand had completely crippled the masked man's arm. How terrifying a martial arts master could be. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze. Damn it, how can you be a martial arts master? The masked man clutched his left shoulder, his voice trembling. Lin Feng smirked mockingly and, with a quick step, charged toward the masked man. The masked man's body shook and immediately tried to retreat. His reaction was fast, but Lin Feng's movements were faster. Almost as soon as he began retreating, Lin Feng's right hand grabbed his neck. Chapter 071, The World's Strongest A-Class. Clang. At the moment Lin Feng grabbed the masked man's neck, the katana was unsheathed. Whoosh! The cold light flashed. The long blade swung toward Lin Feng's abdomen. From drawing the sword to the strike, the entire process took less than 0.1 seconds, fast to the extreme. This was the masked man's desperate final strike in his dire situation. This strike contained his unwillingness, fear, anger, and all the strength in his body. This strike embodied the powerful belief of even if you're a martial arts master, I will still cut a piece of meat from you. Unexpected timing, perfect angle, lightning fast action.
Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Ding! A crisp sound.
The masked man only felt a tremendous force coming from the sword's blade, making his hands go numb. And the hand that swung the sword couldn't move forward by even a single millimeter. In confusion, the masked man looked down and saw that the katana was being held between 2 fingers. He blocked his deadly strike with just 2 fingers? Is this it? Not enough to impress me. Lin Feng smirked, twisting his 2 fingers forcefully. Crack! The katana, made of fine steel, snapped in 2 with a crisp sound, and the front half of the blade fell to the ground with a clink. Then, Lin Feng lifted the masked man into the air, as if holding a little chick. The masked man's body shook, and despair overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. In the car, Yu Shishir's mouth dropped open, so amazing. Just now, she had only seen a flash before Lin Feng disappeared from his position. When she turned her head, she saw that Lin Feng had lifted the masked man into the air. Extreme speed, extreme power, extreme visual impact. Wait, if we remove visual, it seems like something strange has occurred? Oh no, you're still a virgin, how could you think like that? Speaking of which, what happened to the broken half of the blade? Didn't you say you would cut me into 8 pieces in 1 second? How about I give you another chance to strike again? Lin Feng said mockingly. The masked man's body shook, and he gripped the sword's hilt tightly. But soon he let out a bitter smile and said, "Martial arts masters from Dragon Country, truly worthy of being rated the world's strongest A-class. Defeated by you, I am convinced." As his voice fell, he let go of the sword's hilt, and the back half of the katana fell to the ground. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, according to you, there are other types of strong people in the world? Don't you know? The masked man found it hard to believe. How could a martial arts master not know that other types of strong people existed in the world? Lin Feng shrugged, "I'm self-taught." A lot of knowledge is never taught. The masked man? I learned it all myself. You are a martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom, not some awakened superhuman from the Western countries. And looking at Lin Feng, he's barely in his 20s. Even with a famous teacher, such talent in martial arts is frightening. But it doesn't matter, if you won't say it, someone else will tell me. Now let's talk about business. Are you here for the pill in this porcelain bottle? Lin Feng took out the porcelain bottle from his pocket and asked. The masked man sneered but remained silent. Playing tough, huh? Lin Feng sneered back, ready to escalate things. But to his surprise, a drop of blood flowed from the masked man's mouth and seeped through the mask. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily pulled off the mask, revealing the old face of Kato Akira. It's really him. Lin Feng had suspected this all along, so he wasn't too shocked. Then he checked Kato Akira's breathing and his face slightly changed. At that moment, Yu Shishir got out of the car and rushed over. Seeing Kato Akira, she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, it's you? Tell me, did Aso Kenji send you?" Kato Akira's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Oh, not talking, huh? Being tough, are we? Well, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, Yu Shishir reached down to pick up the broken knife on the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng sighed, he's already dead. Huh? Yu Shishir jumped in surprise and hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng, peeking out to ask, dead? Dead? Did you kill him? Lin Feng shook his head, no, he must have poisoned himself. Poisoned himself? Yu Shishir raised her voice, why didn't you stop him? Lin Feng twitched at the corner of his mouth, I have no experience. Kato Akira probably had a poisoned tooth, this method of self-poisoning was too hidden and hard to predict. If a professional like Zhao Qingyao were there, she might have immediately blocked Kato Akira's mouth. But Lin Feng was not a professional, even though he had seen similar scenes in movies, he wasn't on high alert. However, Lin Feng had a good habit of learning from his lessons and making changes. Just like how he underestimated Kato Akira's strength at first, he immediately took a combat pill to raise his level to that of a master. Having experienced Kato Akira's suicide, he would know how to react next time he encountered a similar situation. You're right. Yu Shishir nodded and then excitedly asked, Lin Feng, how are you so amazing? Are you a martial arts expert? Lin Feng glanced at her, before I answer your question, why don't you tell me, why did you get out of the car? Did you forget what I told you earlier? Huh? Yu Shishir blinked her innocent big eyes and said, isn't it safe now? Lin Feng frowned, what if he had accomplices? What if I couldn't subdue him? I really want to hit you. Alright, I know I was wrong. If you really want to hit me, then go ahead and hit my butt. As she spoke, Yu Shishir turned around, sticking out her buttocks. Lin Feng? Yu Shishir was wearing tight denim shorts, the curves breathtaking. What's more, it seemed she worked out regularly, her body was managed very well. Looking at the peach in front of him, Lin Feng's heart raced. I knew you wouldn't really hit me, hee hee.
Just as Lin Feng was in a daze, Yu Shishir suddenly turned around and made a funny face.
Lin Feng felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. He was careless. Yu Shishir didn't follow the martial arts code.
Hey, shouldn't we call the police now?
Yu Shishir nudged Lin Feng's arm. Remy. 15 minutes passed, and from the distant sky came a rumbling sound. A helicopter flew over. Lin Feng signaled with the flashlight on his phone, sending 3 long and 2 short flashes, and then the helicopter landed.
Chapter 72, Codename, Rose. After the helicopter landed, 2 men in black came out. They first looked Lin Feng up and down for a moment, and then one of them made a phone call. Rose, we have arrived at the destination. Okay. Mr. Lin, please take the phone.
The man in black handed the phone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, took the phone, and put it to his ear. Hello.
Lin Feng, let them handle the rest, you can leave now.
On the phone, Zhao Qingya's voice came through.
Lin Feng was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, your codename is Rose? Truly a name that matches the person.
On the other end, the expression of the man in black changed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Tisk, even now you don't forget to tease me.
Zhao Qingya said playfully. Lin Feng smiled slightly. I was speaking the truth. How is that teasing?
Alright, they are very busy, so don't waste their time. Let's leave it like this for now. Zhao Qingya's tone was somewhat shy. Okay.
Lin Feng nodded and handed the phone back to the man. Then I will trouble you next.
The man in black took the phone and coldly asked, what is your relationship with Rose? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Does this relate to your work? He always felt that the man's gaze towards him was unfriendly. Could it be that he was Zhao Qingya's pursuer?
The man in black remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, I just want to remind you, you are not worthy of Rose.
Oh? Lin Feng chuckled, then who do you think is worthy of her, you?
The man in black fell silent, but the pride on his face already said it all. I had already guessed that many men would like Qingya. After all, she is a very charming woman.
However, whether one is worthy of Qingya is not for you to decide, it is up to her.
Lin Feng smiled playfully, turning around to stand in front of a large tree blocking the road.
The man in black who liked Zhao Qingya raised an eyebrow. Blade, what do you think he wants to do? The silent man in black who had just stepped off the helicopter pondered for a moment. He's probably trying to move that big tree. Why? Flame laughed. If he asks you for help later, what will you do? The big tree looked to weigh 4 or 5 tons. Even if they wanted to move it, it would take some effort.
As for Lin Feng, from what Qingya said, it seemed he had just stepped into the threshold of martial arts. With his ability, he probably could not move this tree.
Blade shrugged. The task I was given does not include clearing roadblocks.
The two exchanged a smile, mockery spreading across their faces. At this moment, Lin Feng hooked the top of the big tree with his toe and then forcefully lifted.
Whoosh! The tree, nearly half a meter wide and over 10 meters tall, stood upright. Then Lin Feng kicked the trunk, and the tree flew violently into the woods. Blade? Flame? The two were instantly dumbfounded. It seemed like a 4 or 5 ton tree had been kicked away by Lin Feng. Is this the strength of someone who has just entered the threshold of martial arts? Wow! Lin Feng, you are so amazing.
Yushir, sitting in the car, couldn't sit still, her face flushed with excitement.
Immediately afterward, Lin Feng went to the other big tree in the back and kicked it into the woods in the same way. Then he clapped his hands, waved at Flame and Blade, and got into the Bugatti Veyron. Vroom vroom. With the roar of the engine, the Bugatti Veyron sped away. Until the dazzling taillights disappeared into the night, Flame and Blade finally came back to their senses. Blade, do you think those 2 big trees could be hollow? Flame asked, his expression strange. Blade nodded, it's possible. As soon as the words fell, the two rushed into the woods and found the 2 trees that Lin Feng had kicked away. After checking, the faces of the 2 people turned gloomy. The big tree was solid, weighing over 4 tons. After a while, Lai Yan exhaled a breath of murky air and said, I underestimated him.
Dao Feng nodded, his realm is probably at the late stage of a martial arts master. Such a person deserves to be my opponent. Lai Yan sneered, and fierce battle fire ignited in his eyes. Soon after, the two arrived in front of Kato Hiroshi's corpse, preparing to clean the scene. But just then, Dao Feng noticed the wound on Kato Hiroshi's left shoulder. Lai Yan, look here quickly. He's already a dead man, is there really a need to be so shocked? Lai Yan shook his head and smiled, looking in the direction Dao Feng pointed. Just one glance, and Lai Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, This is a wound caused by true energy being released? Wounds caused by true energy release are quite easy to distinguish, and there is only one type of person who can cause such wounds, which is a master-level strongman. Realizing this, Lai Yan's face turned pale. Beside him, Dao Feng looked at Lai Yan with a hint of pity in his eyes. If Lin Feng was only a late-stage master in martial arts, then Lai Yan still had a chance to compete for Zhao Qingya. But if Lin Feng was a master-level strongman, then Lai Yan probably had no chance at all. Lin Feng, the way you kicked that big tree just now was amazing.
Tell me, are you Superman? And also, what was going on with that helicopter? Who were those two men in black?
By the way, Kato Hiroshi committed suicide with poison.
Don't you need to give a statement? Will this cause you any trouble?
I know you were acting in self-defense, I can testify for you, but after all, there is a dead person. In the car, Yu Shishir chattered away like a machine gun.
Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Which of your many questions should I answer first? Anything is fine, it's up to you.
Yu Shishir rested her chin on her hands, looking starry-eyed.
Oh, I see.
Lin Feng stretched out his tone, hanging Yu Shishir's curiosity in the air before smiling. This is my secret, I can't tell you.
Yu Shishir was taken aback for a moment, then pouted. Don't. I really want to know, just tell me, okay? If Lin Feng wasn't driving, she would definitely be hugging his arm right now.
Lin Feng smiled gently. You just need to know that I'm very strong, the rest I really can't tell you. After getting to know her during this time, he found that Yu Shishir was actually quite a simple and cute girl. There's a saying that the more you know, the quicker you die. He hoped Yu Shishir could remain this innocent and lovely. On the top of the nameless mountain, the light shone bright, and many handsome men and beautiful women gathered here. Next to the GTR, Asu Kenji was leaning against the car door, smoking. Across from him, Feng Tai leaned on a Porsche 918, blowing out a ring of smoke. Mr. Asu, there are 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock.
Lin Feng isn't too scared to come, is he? Maybe he was delayed by something, who knows?
Asu Kenji shrugged, continuously sneering inside. Since Kato Hiroshi has already taken action, Lin Feng is probably already going to meet the King of Hell. At that moment, the roar of supercars came from below.
Then someone exclaimed, it's that Bugatti Veyron Hermes special edition from last night. Once this was said, Asu Kenji's face changed drastically. Chapter 73, Confrontation.
This place is built quite well. At the halfway up the mountain, Lin Feng drove the Bugatti Veyron, admiring the scenery along the way.
This was a winding mountain road paved with asphalt, very smooth.
On one side of the cliff were simple guardrails, and there was a streetlight every 20 meters.
Yu Shishir rolled her eyes. What's this? The top of the mountain is really impressive.
It was obvious she was still upset about Lin Feng's previous secrecy.
Oh?
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pressed down hard on the gas pedal.
The Bugatti Veyron immediately accelerated, racing up the mountain like lightning. What came into Lin Feng's sight was a well-built square.
It was as if someone had sharpened the mountain top with a sword.
The area is probably as large as a football field.
2 floodlights used for night soccer games stand tall at the mountaintop, shining like it's daytime. Many stylish young men and women gather here, and all you can see are supercars. On the north side of the square, there is a large screen that is divided into dozens of smaller screens, showing images from various sections of the mountain road.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he sighed, quite professional. The person who set up this mountaintop must have quite the background, right?
Yu Shishir nodded. Yes, I heard this person is called Brother Shi, and he has great connections in Baishui City. There are almost nightly street racing competitions here with betting amounts starting from $1 million to tens of millions. He must make quite a profit just from the cut. Developing a racing track like this requires not only a lot of money but also massive connections. Moreover, holding illegal underground races every night is not something an ordinary person can get involved in.
Lin Feng nodded and parked the Bugatti Veyron steadily.
At this moment, a group of people led by Asao Kenji walked over. As expected of Miss Yu, arriving right on time.
I thought you wouldn't dare to come.
Feng Tai stood in front of the car and said with mockery.
Oomph, do you think I wanted to arrive on time? I ran into some robbers on the way, which delayed me.
Yu Shishir got out of the car, sneering.
Asao Kenji's eyes flashed, and his expression became somewhat unpleasant. Feng Tai and the others? Robbers? In 2022, really?
At this moment, Lin Feng walked beside Yu Shishir and pointed to the passenger window, saying, if you don't believe it, just take a look here.
Oh my, the window is shattered? Could it be that you really ran into robbers?
Feng Tai and the others noticed something was off, and their expressions immediately became strange.
Even though the unnamed mountain is on the outskirts of Baishui City, the security has always been good. This area is Brother Shi's territory, who would dare to rob around here? Since you encountered robbers, why weren't you hurt?
Asao Kenji asked, his eyes filled with anticipation.
Perhaps after Kato Taro got the porcelain bottle, he let Lin Feng and Yu Shishir go?
Right, the window was shattered, and the fight looks very intense.
Did you lose money to avoid a disaster?
Feng Tai and the others also regained their senses and asked loudly.
Lin Feng shrugged. Oh, the robber was too weak. I subdued him. Impossible. Asao Kenji exclaimed.
Feng Tai and the others looked at him immediately, only to find him tight-lipped with a slight look of regret on his face. For a moment, the expressions of Feng Tai and the others became strange.
Lin Feng's lips curled up in a playful smile. Mr. Aseo seems quite confident in the robber's skills?
Yu Shishir silently mocked Aseo Kenji with a very sarcastic expression.
Of course not.
I don't know who the robber is, I just think anyone who dares to do this line of work must have some skills, don't you think?
Aseo Kenji turned and glanced at Feng Tai and the others.
Feng Tai and the others quickly agreed, yes, it's a deadly trade, who would dare do this without skills? Those who do this kind of work put their lives on the line, they are very fierce. There's no way they could easily be subdued by you.
Aseo Kenji smiled with satisfaction. Did you hear that? This is the common sense of humanity.
That person was indeed pretty fierce, but I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, so subduing him was quite simple. Saying this, Lin Feng took out the porcelain bottle and casually toyed with it.
Aseo Kenji's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face turned pale for a moment. Then he suppressed all emotion and asked expressionlessly, "Where did the robber go after you subdued him?" Lin Feng shrugged. "Of course he was taken away by the police."
Aseo Kenji smiled. "Why do I feel like you're lying?"
Lin Feng grinned. "Oh, you want to know if he's dead or not, right?" Aseo Kenji snorted coldly and fell silent. Feng Tai and the others' expressions became even stranger. Damn, these two's conversation is chilling to think about. That bandit couldn't possibly be arranged by Masao Kenji, right?
The moment I subdued him, I stuffed his mouth. I was also afraid he'd have poison fangs like in the movies.
Am I right to do that?
Lin Feng asked with great significance. Beside him, Yu Shishir slightly pouted her lips. This guy Lin Feng lies without even drafting a script, a man's words really can't be trusted.
Masao Kenji's body shook, forced a smile and said, "It seems Mr. Lin has undergone professional training." Professional training is an overstatement, just taking precautions. Lin Feng shrugged, then changed the subject. "By the way, where's that old man of yours? Why isn't he here?"
Masao Kenji's gaze flashed. "Oh, he said he felt unwell and separated from me after leaving the Longteng Hotel." Lin Feng smirked and said pointedly, "I'm just afraid your separation this time is a final farewell."
Feng Tai and the others exchanged glances. Could the bandit be Kato Teru? Masao Kenji let out a breath of foul air. That's something Mr. Lin needn't worry about.
You're not worried at all about that old man's safety. Lin Feng laughed, putting away the porcelain bottle.
Do you want to race me or not? Masao Kenji suddenly got a little agitated.
Lin Feng grinned. Yes, of course I want to race. I just lost a big lump of money, I still want to win some blood back from you.
Arrogant. Brazen. Do you know how high Masao's racing skills are?
Humph,
Masao is a professional racer, undefeated on the Wuming Mountain track. How do you think you can beat him? In your dreams.
Feng Tai and the others immediately rebutted. They gathered around Masao Kenji, both because the Masao Consortium's aura was too dazzling, and they were impressed by Masao Kenji's racing skills. It's not an exaggeration to say that with Masao Kenji's racing level, he could compete in F1 races.
What does Lin Feng, with no reputation in racing, have to compete against Mr. Masao? Chapter 74, Don't be too greedy. Since you all have so much confidence in Masao Kenji, shouldn't you place larger bets later? Don't worry, whatever you bet, I'll match it, no limit.
At the end, Lin Feng stretched out 5 fingers and waved them vigorously at Masao Kenji. Masao Kenji's mouth twitched, recalling the fear he felt when Lin Feng dominated the auction. Feng Tai and the others exchanged glances.
From Lin Feng's tone, he seemed quite confident in his driving skills. Hey, don't be too greedy. You should leave me a little margin, right?
Beside him, Yu Shishir said dissatisfiedly.
Lin Feng blinked. How much do you want to bet?
Last time I lost 10 million to you, and last night I lost 1 million to this Japanese guy.
I should at least win back my principal, right? How about I bet 20 million?
Yu Shishir calculated on her fingers. Betting 20 million is fine, just afraid these guys might not perform well. Lin Feng scanned Feng Tai and the others with a playful expression. Feng Tai and the others looked at each other.
Damn, it sounds like these two are completely confident they will win this match, isn't that too arrogant? Damn, at worst, I'll eat dirt for half a year. I bet 5 million.
I just saw a third-tier actress I like, but never mind, actresses aren't worth much.
I can't let these two look down on me, I bet 5 million too.
Damn, at worst, I won't go to the bar for half a year.
I bet 6 million. I bet 8 million.
Feng Tai's friends chimed in, and the total betting amount quickly reached 30 million. As a half-host, Feng Tai naturally couldn't lose face and waved his hand, saying, I bet 20 million. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The reward for the Racing Frenzy mission was actually 10 times the total betting amount. Adding Masao Kenji's previously agreed 24 million, he could earn 740 million from this wave.
Sure, why don't you bet I can lose?
Lin Feng looked at Yu Shirshir. If he could trick her to the other side, he would win nearly $1 billion. At worst, he could compensate Yu Shirshir later, giving her 2 or 3 times the loss.
You Shirshir? You think I am that foolish woman Zhao Qingya? Lin Feng? Although this comment was not friendly to Zhao Qingya, why did he feel that what Yu Shirshir said made a lot of sense?
At this moment, a middle-aged man with a golden chain and big floral tattoos walked over, surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Oh, young Master Maze, young Master Feng, all the young masters are here. Hiss, this must be Lin Feng, the opponent of young Master Maze tonight. Truly a fine gentleman. Ah, this is Miss Yu Shirshir, isn't it? I've heard so much about you. After the middle-aged man approached, he immediately greeted everyone warmly. Lin Feng found it amusing. This middle-aged man looked burly, yet his mind was sharp. Since his entrance, he engaged in small talk without leaving anyone out, and didn't offend anyone, extremely smooth in his manners. What was even more commendable was that he could recognize his and Yu Shirshir's identities at a glance. Such skills were rare.
You are the boss here, Brother Snake? Lin Feng asked.
Brother Snake dare not claim that title, it's just friends joking around. You can just call me Little Snake, Lin Xiao. Brother Snake humbly said.
Lin Feng nodded, alright, Little Snake. Brother Snake felt a lump in his throat. Damn, I was just being modest, and this guy really took it seriously?
His younger brothers were also dumbfounded. Brother Snake had ruled the mountaintop for many years. It was the first time he met someone who dared to call him Little Snake so casually. Feng Tai and the others were sneering. Brother Snake was known to be a smiling tiger. Lin Feng didn't give Brother Snake face, he would likely face trouble later on.
Chapter 75, Winning Like Crazy. I'll be competing soon, want to play around too? Lin Feng spoke cheerfully as if he didn't notice everyone's reaction. Brother Snake's eyes flashed, half smiling, half asking, I am the banker, how can I participate in a match?
But if Lin Xiao needs money, you can tell me, I can provide loan services. Sometimes rich kids, when caught up in the excitement, find themselves short on cash and borrow from him.
The interest rate?
It's a bit lower than loan sharks, as he wants to maintain friendship with these rich second-generation folks, but it's still only a bit lower. Lin Feng smiled slightly, no need for a loan, I'm not short on cash.
Brother Snake raised an eyebrow, in that case, shall we start now?
In the following time, everyone transferred their betting money into his account. Once the match results were out, he would take a 5% cut and transfer the money to those who bet on the winners. The total amount bet on Maze Kenji's side was 74 million, Yu Shirshir 20 million, and Lin Feng 54 million alone. No matter who loses or wins, Brother Snake would net 7.4 million.
Then, after obtaining Maze Kenji's consent, Lin Feng drove to familiarize himself with the track.
In the evening, visibility was poor, and it was mountain roads. Even if he had the skill of an F1 champion, he had to prepare thoroughly. To be safe, Maze Kenji also switched to Feng Tai's Porsche 918.
The performance of the Bugatti Veyron was too terrifying.
If it was a novice like Yu Shirshir, he could still drive the GTR against her.
To deal with Lin Feng, to be cautious, he had to switch to the higher performance Porsche 918.
Fortunately, he had driven this car a few times and was already familiar with its performance. Soon, Lin Feng finished familiarizing himself with the track and returned to the mountaintop.
The red Bugatti Veyron and the blue Porsche 918 parked side by side. A beautiful woman walked to the middle of the two cars, raising the colored flag. Vroom vroom. The Bugatti Veyron and the Porsche 918 roared simultaneously, smoke rising. The moment the beautiful woman waved the colorful flag, both supercars launched at the same time. The race started on a straight track, where the powerful performance of the Bugatti Veyron was revealed. Quickly took the lead. Also Kenji was not flustered, this was mountaintop racing, not a straight-line acceleration competition. 50 meters to the first hairpin turn, Lin Feng will definitely slow down. What? Also Kenji's eyes suddenly widened. In his sight, the Bugatti Veyron not only did not slow down but actually increased its speed. Then it dove straight into the hairpin turn ahead. Next, it made a beautiful drifting move. The Bugatti Veyron transformed into a red lightning and swiftly passed through the first hairpin turn. Holy sh*t. Going through the turn at 150 km per hour?
In front of the big screen, Feng Tai and others stared at the speed display, dumbfounded. They had only seen such speed in F1 drivers. Yu Shirshir's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, this guy is even better than I thought. Not long after Lin Feng passed, the Porsche 918 also made it through the hairpin turn with a drifting move. However, its speed was only 120, far below Lin Feng's 150. In the following time, Lin Feng continued to speed ahead.
The gap between the Porsche 918 and the Bugatti Veyron kept widening. The big screen repeatedly echoed with holy sh*t sounds. When the Bugatti Veyron crossed the finish line, the Porsche 918 was already nearly 1 kilometer behind. Victory was achieved. Feng Tai, is this the contestant you all had high hopes for?
It's just not that impressive. If I had known Asokenji was this useless, I should have bet more earlier.
Alright, it's not that I didn't want to bet more, it's that your financial situation is limited. I apologize.
Yu Shishir launched a full-scale mockery.
It felt amazing.
Feng Tai and the others were about to explode with anger but couldn't find a reason to refute, their faces turning red.
Chapter 76, Competing for Attention. Soon, Lin Feng drove the Bugatti Veyron back to the mountaintop.
A group of handsome men and beautiful women rushed over. Lin Xiao, your performance just now was so cool, can I add you on WeChat?
Wow, Lin Xiao, you are the god of cars, please take me as your disciple.
Lin Xiao, my home has a racing game machine, do you want to come play games with me tonight?
Car god, please accept my knee.
Also, take me as your disciple.
Dressed in stylish clothes, the beautiful women gave wild suggestions.
The handsome men all asked Lin Feng to take them as disciples, making Feng Tai and the others envious.
Which of these beautiful women wasn't stunning?
A few were even the top young ladies of Baishui City. As for the handsome men, they were all the second generation, some of whom had fathers who were top figures in Baishui City.
Being pursued by these people, even Asokenji didn't have such treatment.
But Lin Feng achieved this in just one night. Lin Feng didn't expect these young masters and ladies to be so enthusiastic, he was momentarily stunned in the car.
At this moment, Yu Shishir couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, what's going on?
Lin Feng is mine, you all get lost.
Why is he yours? Have you two registered your marriage?
So what if we have registered?
Can't we still get divorced?
Anyway, I have my eyes on Lin Xiao.
Miss you, this is Baishui, not Magic City. Are you sure you're in the right place to act tough? Isn't sharing in vogue now?
One Lin Xiao is really not enough, why don't we follow the trend and share a bit? A few local young ladies of Baishui City were also displeased, directly confronting Yu Shishir.
Lin Feng? What the hell, sharing? You're objectifying men. This place is filled with oppression against men, when will we men really stand up? Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's not impossible.
I don't care whose man Lin Xiao is, I've decided on this master.
Xin Xiao, from now on, we are brothers.
Lu Xiao, Xin Xiao, Wei Bin has seen both of you brothers. Alright, from now on, we are fellow disciples, sharing fortune and hardships together.
Good to say. Lin Feng? Wait, when did I agree to take you all as my disciples? Do you have to be so familiar?
At the moment when everyone was arguing incessantly, Lin Feng pushed the door open and got out of the car, raising his hand to press down. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent.
Thank you all for your kindness, but there are too many people, and I can't respond to everyone individually.
How about this, I'll create a WeChat group, and those who want to be friends with me can join.
We can chat slowly when we have time, what do you think?
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately received enthusiastic responses from everyone. Yu Shishir curled her lips but didn't stop him any further. Soon, Lin Feng successfully created the group, and everyone rushed to scan the code to join. Watching this lively scene, Feng Tai and others felt a little envious and jealous. Among these people were many top second-generation elites from Shui City. Lin Feng gathering these people together meant huge networking potential. Just as everyone was joining the group, Asuka Kenji returned to the mountaintop in his Porsche 918. After parking the car, Asuka Kenji quickly got into the GTR and was about to drive away.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he walked over to the GTR.
As he moved, the crowd in front automatically parted to create a path. Once he stepped out of the crowd, everyone followed behind him, giving a feeling as if Brother Hao was out on the street. Lin Feng reached the GTR and knocked on the window.
Asuka Kenji lowered the window and coldly asked, "What's the matter?"
Lin Feng leaned in, playfully saying, "Nothing, just wanted to praise Mr. Asuka's driving skills, you came back so quickly." As he spoke, he discreetly stuck a black circular object inside the passenger door handle. Asuka Kenji's face turned red, snorting coldly, "Lin Feng, don't be too arrogant."
This. Lin Feng looked up and scanned the crowd with an innocent face, saying, "Am I not just stating the facts?"
Everyone burst into laughter. "Ha, the Japanese guy has a glass heart.
He's anxious.
Just saying a truth and being seen as arrogant, young Master Lin has it tough." Asuka Kenji clenched his fists, his murderous intent boiling inside.
Alright, Mr. Asuka must be feeling bad after losing the match, let's not provoke him anymore. What if he gets triggered and has a heart attack, and ends up dead here? Wouldn't we become murderers?
Lin Feng's words sparked another round of loud laughter. Asuka Kenji suddenly laughed, "Lin Feng, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant, but you can't be proud for too long." After these words, he drove the GTR away with a flourish. Watching the GTR disappear into the night, a cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Chapter 77, Tracking, Infiltration.
At the foot of the unnamed mountain, the GTR was parked on the side of the road with its hazard lights flashing. Asuka Kenji leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette. After blowing out a ring of smoke, he clenched his teeth and made a call.
Father, the operation to bid for the dying body pill failed.
It was Lin Feng, the owner of Heavenly Star, who bid 990 million Dragon Kingdom coins and snatched it away. I sent Kato to ambush him on the way, but failed. Kato was even captured alive.
Hi. I know what to do now.
Once the call ended, Asuka Kenji threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, glancing at the brightly lit mountaintop before turning and driving away in the GTR.
Lin Feng, do you know how hilarious it was when Feng Tai and those people realized that Asuka Kenji was no match for you? By the way, you made me earn 18 million in one night. How should I thank you? How about, we go book a room?
It's so late anyway, going back home would be quite troublesome.
Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Lin Feng was originally enjoying Yu Shirshir chattering beside him.
But upon hearing the last sentence, he almost swerved the car into a ditch.
Wait, why did it turn to booking a room?
Saying it like this makes you sound really casual.
Hey, I'm very serious.
Yu Shirshir pouted her lips, looking aggrieved as she said. Though it was only for one night, the shock Lin Feng brought her was like waves crashing, one after another. Whether it was casually spending nearly $1 billion, or quickly taking care of Kato.
Whether it was kicking a big tree away, or winning the match against Asuka Kenji with unstoppable force. These events completely refreshed Yu Shirshir's worldview, making her feel that all the boys she knew before were garbage. Adding to her obsession to dig a hole under Zhao Qingya's wall, saying such words was really not a moment of impulse. Ahem, well, the moon is really round tonight.
Lin Feng, feeling guilty, changed the subject. A top beauty like Yu Shirshir taking the initiative to suggest getting a room would make any man's heart race. But he had something more important to do tonight. He could not fall into Yu Shirshir's gentle trap.
Yu Shirshir glanced at the sky, then rolled her eyes and said, "It's all blocked by clouds, where's the moon?"
Oh, I must have seen wrong. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and continued to change the subject. How does it feel to have made 18 million in one night? After Masao Kenji left, Brother Snake announced his victory in the competition and transferred the funds to his and Yu Shirshir's accounts. Because Brother Snake took a 5% cut, Lin Feng ended up with 102.6 million, after deducting his 54 million stake, netting 48.6 million. After receiving the funds, Lin Feng transferred all 48.6 million to the Green Shade charity account, then greeted Wei Bin and others, taking Yu Shirshir down from the nameless mountain. Strangely, until now, the system had not issued a task completion prompt. Just as he thought of this, a system prompt sound followed. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Racing Frenzy, 2, task is completed, task rewards are being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received a 10 million basic reward, and an additional 486 million Longwa currency reward.
Lin Feng. What the heck, does that mean Yu Shirshir's winnings don't count? Also, the system actually removed the stakes cut? Doesn't that mean Brother Snake caused him a loss of 56 million?
At this moment, Yu Shirshir shook her head and smiled. Money is just a number to me. Lin Feng looked at her with a hint of resentment.
Yu Shirshir felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. What are you looking at me for?
Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds. I look at you like you're worth 2 billion.
Yu Shirshir? You mean tonight you're going to spend 2 billion on me? You're so bad, I like it so much. Lin Feng?
I suspect she is being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Although Yu Shirshir cost him 2 billion, hey, don't think wrongly, it's just the literal meaning. But his total assets still reached a whopping 4.03 billion, breaking 100 billion was just around the corner. After a back and forth, Lin Feng still held on to his true intentions. After dropping Yu Shirshir back at the hotel, he took a taxi home, and by the time he returned home, it was already midnight. The scene of his parents staying up late waiting for him did not appear, and Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After washing up, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, locked the door, and pulled down the curtains. Then he took out a black tracksuit, sneakers, a baseball cap, a mask, and white gloves from his system backpack, which he had never worn since purchasing it. After changing into this outfit, Lin Feng used his invisibility skill and walked through the wall to go out. 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, about 1 kilometer from Lin Feng's home. It was Lin Feng, fully disguised. He took out his phone, tapped into an app, and a map of Baishui City appeared on the screen. On the map, a red dot was constantly flashing.
Is the car parked at the Sheraton Hotel? It's 10 kilometers away from here.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he began to run under the night sky. The black circular item he placed on the inside handle of the GTR was actually a tracker.
This tracker was something he found interesting at the Tian's Hangsing Technology Laboratory, so he took it.
It had never been used and had been gathering dust in the system storage. He never thought it would come in handy tonight. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng finished running the 10 kilometers and arrived near the Sheraton Hotel. This was still under his deliberate avoidance of cameras. If he ran recklessly, he could shorten this time to under 2 minutes. A master-level expert, his physical fitness had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Lin Feng first found a corner without cameras, used his invisibility skill, and boldly walked through the hotel entrance. Then he entered the underground parking lot, found Asao Kenji's silver GTR, retrieved the tracker, and headed straight up to the 21st floor via the stairs. The executive suites of the Sheraton Hotel are located on the 21st to 23rd floors, and as Asao Kenji, staying in the best suite is only natural.
Upon reaching the 21st floor, Lin Feng used his X-ray vision and began searching for Asao Kenji's figure. Hey, isn't this the rich second generation from tonight's Nameless Mountain? And this woman, looks like a young star? Wow, isn't this a well-known entrepreneur from Baishui? Living it up, TSK, the rich really know how to have fun. After a round of searching, Lin Feng saw many people's dirty secrets, satisfying his curiosity while also indulging in the sights. Finally, at the door of room 2388 on the 23rd floor, Lin Feng used his X-ray vision to spot Asao Kenji's figure. After a cold sneer, Lin Feng used his wall-passing skill to walk inside. In the dimly lit room, Asao Kenji was sound asleep on the bed. Lin Feng deactivated his invisibility and walked over to the bedside, patted Asao Kenji's face, and in a high-pitched voice said, "It's dawn, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt." Asao Kenji jolted up awake. Seeing Lin Feng standing by the bed, Asao Kenji froze for a second or two, then screamed, "Ah! Baka! At Yuan hashtag and asterisk? Smack!" Lin Feng raised his hand and gave him a sharp smack, saying in a high-pitched voice, "Speak human language." Asao Kenji? Aren't I speaking human language? Aren't the Japanese people human? Oh right, in the eyes of some Dragon Country people, Japanese are indeed not considered human. Then he was about to jump off the bed and escape this place. But as soon as he made a move, Lin Feng's hand gripped his neck, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. Asao Kenji was nearly terrified to wet his pants. He was a C+ rank powerhouse, but in front of this mysterious man, he felt as helpless as a baby before an adult. "Why, who are you? How did you get in?" Asao Kenji forced himself to calm down and asked in a trembling voice. He clearly remembered that the door was locked. As for the balcony window, he hadn't closed it, but this was the 23rd floor. Surely, the other person couldn't have climbed in through the balcony window, right? Right, the adjacent balcony was 6 meters away from his. If the other person was a martial arts expert, they could have jumped over. A martial arts expert capable of that must be at least B-level. "You don't have the right to ask me questions." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Next, I will ask you a few questions. Your answers will determine your life or death, understand?" After saying this, he placed Asao Kenji back on the bed. Asao Kenji had lost the thought of escaping. "I am Asao Kenji of the Asao Group, I am a foreign guest. If anything happens to me here, the consequences will be very serious. You seem to still not understand the situation." Lin Feng's expression turned cold as he pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his jacket pocket. Inside is a pill called the Deathly Pill. Asao Kenji's face went pale. Deathly Pill? Doesn't just hearing the name sound powerful? Lin Feng said with a playful smile, introducing it. "This pill melts in your mouth and will cause a heart attack within 5 seconds. Pay attention, it's a heart attack. Even if you do an autopsy, the conclusion will only be a heart attack, not poisoning." Asao Kenji's expression changed drastically. No way. How can there be such a poison in the world? You must be lying to me. If what the other person said was true, then using this pill to kill him would completely clear any suspicion from the killer. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Feng shrugged, putting the porcelain bottle back in his jacket pocket, then asked, "Can we start now?" "Start what?" Asao Kenji was now panicked, unable to react for a moment. Smack. Lin Feng gave him another sharp smack and coldly said, "I ask, you answer, got it? Got it, you ask. I promise to speak without holding back." The psychological defense of Asaka Kenji was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, how could he dare to say no? "Very good." Lin Feng nodded, entered the system mall, and found a skill book called Mind Reading. This book was something he stumbled upon a few days ago while browsing the mall. Because there were simply too many items in the mall, although there was a search function, the prerequisite was that he had to know the product name. The skill book was priced at 10,000 system points. At the time, Lin Feng thought he wouldn't need it for now, so he didn't buy it. Now was the perfect time to use it and show off his skills. Ding, would you like to purchase Mind Reading immediately? Ding, purchase successful. The item has been placed into the system warehouse for the host. Mind Reading, after acquiring this skill, you can have the ability to read minds. After selecting a target and using it, you can know the target's current thoughts, with no usage limit. Note, each use of this skill consumes 1 system point per second. After glancing at the skill description, Lin Feng's face brightened, and he clicked to use it. Swish. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a surge of information flow into his mind, fully mastering the mind-reading skill. He then steadied himself and asked, first question, what exactly is the use of the elixir you bid on against Lin Feng? Mind reading was not like the soul-searching in cultivation novels. To know the answer, he had to ask guiding questions. Asaka Kenji's expression changed slightly, I don't know. However, as he answered, the effects of the ruining elixir automatically surfaced in his mind. It was like someone asking you what an apple tastes like. Even if you didn't want to answer, your mind would still automatically recall the flavor of an apple. Unless professionally trained. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he mocked, so it's called the ruining elixir. How do you know? Asaka Kenji quickly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. He clearly hadn't said anything. Why would the other party know the name of that elixir? Could it be that the other party already knew and was just asking for confirmation? Lin Feng smiled coldly. The ruining elixir is somewhat similar to the deadly elixir. After consuming it, it cannot be detected for toxicity but can slowly make a person's body decline. So, what were you really planning to do with it? You wouldn't be planning to take it yourself, would you? Be careful, you've already lied once. I am willing to give you another chance. Just as he was about to answer I don't know, Asaka Kenji's body shook, falling into extreme entanglement. At the same time, details of the plan naturally emerged in his mind. To replicate the ruining elixir through technological means, and then cooperate with the Feng family to open a health products factory, massively producing health products that contain the ruining elixir for sale in Longwa, causing the people of Longwei to decline? Asaka Kenji, your plan is truly malicious. After reading the Asaka Consortium's plan, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. If he hadn't suddenly returned to Bai Shuwei and received a system task, Asaka Kenji would have already gotten his hands on the ruining elixir. If what Asaka Kenji said was true, that the ruining elixir couldn't be detected for toxins and could be replicated with technology, then their plan would likely succeed. By then, health products containing the ruining elixir would flood the market in Longwa, and the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. Damn it, are you human or a ghost? How do you know about this? Lin Feng's words hit Asaka Kenji's heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to tremble. This plan was only known to a few core members of the Asaka Consortium. Even Kato Taro only knew a rough outline. Where did this mysterious masked man get his information? Is there a mole in the Asaka Consortium? At that moment, Lin Feng asked, third question, does the Feng family know about your plan? If the Feng family also knew about this plan, then they were certainly traitors and must be severely punished. They know. The Feng family knows. Aseo Kenji said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng laughed in anger, no, they don't know. You just want to drag them down with you. Aseo Kenji shouted in despair, if you know everything, why are you still asking me? I said, you have no right to ask me questions. Lin Feng smiled coldly, then asked, fourth question, how did you know that the porcelain bottle contained the withering pill? Chapter 079, The Origin of the Withering Pill. This question was actually what Lin Feng found most puzzling. An antique from the Three Kingdoms period, even experts could not determine the function of that pill, yet the Aseo family knew it all too well and even devised a wicked plan for it. They had started scheming before they even got their hands on the withering pill. Thinking about it was just unscientific. Aseo Kenji was now panicking to the point where his mind was a complete mess. Lin Feng frowned slightly, this question is crucial. If your answer is bad, I will make you take the deadly pill. Under the heavy pressure of death, Aseo Kenji forced himself to calm down, and then he involuntarily started to think about the question. Are you saying you learned this information from an ancient text in the East? Lin Feng's expression changed weirdly as he caught Aseo Kenji's thoughts. During the Three Kingdoms period, a strategist from Chao Wei produced the withering pill and presented it to Chao Pai, along with a deadly plan. According to this strategist's plan, Chao Pai only needed to let people throw the withering pill into rivers and lakes in Shu and Wu, and in less than 100 years, most people in these two countries would lose their combat abilities. However, Chao Pai ordered all of it to be destroyed, considering the endless disaster this pill would bring, and he had everyone who knew about it killed to silence them, destroying the formula as well. The disciple of this strategist got wind of the news and fled in the night, escaping to the east, where he recorded the effects of the withering pill and created a painting of the porcelain bottle that contained it. This record spread for over 1,000 years before it fell into the hands of the Aseo family. Recently, Digia posted photos of items for an auction on their official website to generate interest, which caught the attention of the Aseo family. Thus, the Aseo family devised this deadly plan and started scheming in advance. However, what the Aseo family did not expect was that Lin Feng suddenly returned to Baishuei, and he was an enormous threat. Of course, this is a history from a parallel universe. There was no such history on the Earth before Lin Feng's crossing. Damn it, how do you know all this? Can you read my thoughts? Aseo Kenji finally realized something was wrong.
If the other party already knew all this, then asking him was merely to confirm whether the information was accurate, and they should have let him finish speaking. But the other party gave him no chance to speak, presenting the information themselves instead.
And all this information was what he had just thought of. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Fifth question, do you have other plans against the Dragon Kingdom?
Asao Kenji clenched his teeth, controlling himself not to overthink. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This is your last chance.
If your answer is bad.
As he said this, he opened the porcelain bottle and took out the deadly pill.
No, I don't know. I really don't know if there are any other plans. I only know this one. Please, let me go.
As long as you let me go, I will return to the east tomorrow and never set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again.
Asao Kenji pleaded in despair. It seems you really don't know.
Lin Feng sneered, and with lightning speed, he pried open Asao Kenji's mouth and stuffed the deadly pill.
Lin Feng scoffed. You said that as long as I answer well, you would let me go. Ma Shang Jianzi's expression twisted, screaming desperately. Lin Feng smiled playfully. Did you misunderstand? I only said that if you don't answer well, I would give you the deadly pill, but I never said that if you answer well, I wouldn't give it to you. You are shameless. Just wait, my father will surely avenge me. He will make you suffer 1,000 cuts, 1,000 pieces. At this moment, Ma Shang Jianzi's pupils suddenly widened, then his head tilted and fell onto the bed. His breath was gone. He died with his eyes open. As expected, he breathed his last within 5 seconds. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. After using the invisibility technique, he wiped away the footprints on the ground and then left the place. When Lin Feng returned home, it was already 1 a.m. Host, Lin Feng. Tech Pool, 1 VIX Alloy, 10 kg/24H. 2, T1100 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H. 3, T2000 grade carbon fiber, 10T/24H. System points, 62,000. Combat power, 11200. Current skills, Master of Music Theory, Ultimate Fighting Technique. Current task, Lithography Series Task, 1. Buying combat power pills costs 1 million system points, the True Essence skill costs 100,000, mind reading costs 10,000, and the deadly pill costs 1,000. Using invisibility, wall passing, X-ray vision, and mind reading together costs 3,000 system points. Spending points is like flowing water. Lin Feng glanced at his personal attributes, unable to help but sigh. He earned 1 million points for completing the main quest yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, it was all spent, and he even overspent. However, his gains were significant. He upgraded from a martial arts expert to a martial arts master and uncovered the conspiracy of the Ma Shang Consortium, learning the truth. I still have to seize the time to complete tasks and improve myself. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng turned over and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Feng was woken up by his mother. During breakfast, he habitually took out his phone to log on to Weibo, then noticed someone at him, and when he clicked in, Lin Feng smiled. Qin Shang, I have been busy with work recently and have not paid attention to the turmoil online. Today, when I logged in, I found someone dissing me. At Tian Dingsheng Special Materials Company, as a small editor of a private enterprise, what qualifications do you have to question my professional level? Whether I have notable music works is not up to you to decide, it is up to the audience. I still maintain my previous evaluation. The melody of youth is too simple, and the lyrics are too common. The songwriter Lin Feng does not possess high professional qualities. If you're unconvinced, let Lin Feng write a few crowd-pleasing works. If the song written is not good, can't anyone criticize it? Support Teacher Qin Shang. Teacher Qin Shang is just expressing a rational point of view. Does the small editor of Tian Dingsheng Weibo need to blow it out of proportion? Lin Feng can't really be your boss, right? The small editor from Tian Dingsheng is just overprotective. Assessment complete. Besides Qin Shang, 2 other music critics spoke up at the same time. Shensi, I supported Teacher Qin Shang's viewpoint. Youth indeed has an average standard. If it weren't for the halo of Diva Su Man, it would just be a mediocre song. Jiahe, I share the same opinion as teachers Qin Shang and Shensi. The songwriter Lin Feng indeed lacks professional qualities. I hope he can settle down and study for a while, so he can produce better works. Amidst this uproar, hashtag Lin Feng lacks professional qualities hashtag surged to the 4th spot on the trending list. Could it be that someone is going to target Su Man? Lin Feng felt a little suspicious. He didn't see any benefit for these 3 musicians to diss him online, rather, it might attract more attention to Su Man. Then Lin Feng looked again at the trending list. The 3rd was a Weibo advertisement spot, nothing of significance. However, the 1st and 2nd entries made Lin Feng's expression change slightly. Hashtag Magic Core Technologies 7nm EUV lithography machine order cancelled by Myers Company hashtag. Hashtag Changpai Mobile faces sanctions from the White Eagle and may soon be left without chips hashtag. Chapter 080, the whole network is in an uproar. Changpai Mobile has actually been sanctioned by the White Eagle? No way.
Lin Feng felt something was off.
Changpai Mobile wasn't like Huawei, they didn't have self-developed chips, nor did they engage in 5G technology, and their influence internationally was far less than Huawei.
In the domestic market, mobile phone sales rank only 4th, so it should be said that the white-headed eagle poses no real threat. The cancellation of the 7nm EUV lithography machine order by Miles for Magic Core technology was indeed expected by Lin Feng. In another parallel world, a chip manufacturing company in Dragon Country also wanted to purchase the 7nm EUV lithography machine from Miles, but the deal was unilaterally cancelled just before completion. After all, some countries do not want Dragon Country to have the ability to independently produce 7nm chips.
But this presents an opportunity for Lin Feng.
Thinking of this, he clicked on the entry to look at the related introduction. According to reports from the White Union News, due to Orange Pi Mobile's business activities violating the laws and regulations of the white-headed eagle, starting today, Orange Pi Mobile is banned from using chips containing white-headed eagle technology. By the time this report was published, the stock price of Orange Pi Mobile had already fallen by 8%. According to Reuters, considering information security factors, Miles decided to cancel Magic Core Technologies' order for the 7nm EUV lithography machine. By the time this report was published, Magic Core Technologies' stock price had already fallen by 5%.
What the hell, did I read this wrong? The white-headed eagle sanctioned Orange Pi Mobile? Is the white-headed eagle sick? Always sanctioning this and that. Speaking of which, didn't Magic Core Technology just announce that they had secured the order for the 7nm EUV lithography machine? No need to ask, Miles must have gone back on their word. The Western spirit of contracts is just a joke. It feels too uncomfortable to be choked by others. These two events tell us that we must keep key technologies in our own hands. Don't these Western countries understand yet? The more they block us, the stronger we become. Yes, we've developed nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs, and we can definitely develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine. I believe in the scientists of Dragon Country. Normal netizens were speaking up for Orange Pi Mobile and Magic Core Technology, cheering for the researchers of Dragon Country. But there were also some who got their fill of dog food or were spirit Westerners mocking them in the comments. It must be that Orange Pi Mobile did something wrong, otherwise the white-headed eagle wouldn't sanction it for no reason. To say that Westerners have no spirit of contract is simply laughable. Westerners value contracts the most. Spirit of contract is a term that originated from the West, they are the teachers. Wow, a bunch of brainless little pinks, in their opinion, developing a 7nm EUV lithography machine is just like planting a cabbage. Let's put it this way, the difficulty of developing the 7nm EUV lithography machine is far greater than developing nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. That's right, only Miles can produce the 7nm EUV lithography machine, while there are many countries capable of making nuclear bombs, it's completely not on the same level. Even give your country 100 years, your country still won't be able to develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine. These comments made Lin Feng both angry and amused. Did those Westerners really think they had the most spirit of contract? To Westerners, contracts are meant to be torn up. And as for mocking Dragon Country for not being able to develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine in 100 years, if they were right, what good would it do them? To quote a famous saying, these people are like they are dead, not patriotic at all. Thinking of this, Lin Feng retweeted the post on the Tycoon official WeChat that said, once they thought we couldn't make nuclear bombs, and commented, now they think we can't develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine. Due to the explosive popularity from a few days ago, the Tycoon official WeChat account had already reached 20 million followers. Once this post was published, it immediately caused a huge stir. What the hell, what am I seeing? Don't tell me Tycoon is about to develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine. According to Tycoon's previous performances, posting such a Weibo means there's progress on the 7nm EUV lithography machine. I have a weak heart, please don't scare me. Admin, please give us a straight answer, is it possible to develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine within a year? Block owner, be bold, let's set a date of 7 days. Originally, this was just a joke, but who knew that this comment was liked by the Tycoon official WeChat? Wow, the editor gave me a like. Wow, I have a bold idea. Please, don't say anymore, my heart is about to explode. Soon, the topic #Xinqing is expected to develop a 7nm EUV lithography machine in 7 days. Climbed the trending list on Weibo, soaring at rocket speed. If I remember correctly, Xinqing produces special materials, right? Making a photoresist is possible, but a lithography machine? Dream on. This editor of Xinqing's official Weibo just loves to ride the hot topics and do marketing, trash. If Xinqing really can create a 7nm EUV lithography machine in 7 days, I will do a live broadcast eating shit while standing on my head. Voices of doubt and criticism flooded in.
Even a big influencer with 5 million followers, Yuan Josie, jumped in. I just checked Xinjiang Special Materials Company, Limited S business scope, and it doesn't include lithography machine research and development at all. To put it another way, even if Xinjiang has relevant qualifications, they lack the corresponding research and development ability.
Don't believe it?
Go ask the Dragon Academy whether they can develop a 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine in 7 days for $100 billion. If even the Dragon Academy can't do it, Xinjiang has no chance. All in all, this is Xinjiang's patriotic marketing strategy, a way to squeeze the little pinks.
Under this Weibo post, many critics gathered, ridiculing fiercely. No wonder it's Yuan Josie, the analysis is spot on. Yuan Josie still speaks so bluntly, I like it. Yuan Josie revealed the truth, how can the little pinks who believe in Xinjiang cope? Just when Lin Feng was enjoying it, Li Yuru unhappily said, "You boy, we're eating, don't keep looking at your phone." Lin Feng chuckled, quickly putting his phone aside. By the way, Dad, why didn't I see our car when I came back last night? Where did you park it? Your dad thinks driving this car home is too flashy, and if the neighbors see it, they will gossip, so he parked it in the underground parking lot of the Golden Square Mall nearby. Li Yuru said. Lin Feng? Goodness, people say that rich nobles don't return home like a knight walking in golden robes, but Dad is different, he's worried that neighbors will see. Lin Jianye warned, this is called keeping wealth low-key, you should also try to be more discreet when you go out. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, alright, then I'll buy you a Volkswagen Phaeton, just scrape off the letters on the back, 99% of people will think it's a Passat, absolutely discreet. Lin Jianye? No, that's not what I meant. To be honest, my son's suggestion is pretty good. Li Yuru rolled her eyes at the father and son, laughing, by the way, your second aunt and her family are coming over, get ready. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, what are they coming here for? Every time they come, they act like lords, arrogant. Chapter 081, The Good Water Wouldn't Flow Outside? Lin Feng's second aunt, Li Yueqin's husband, is a private business owner with nearly 100 million in assets. Because of this, she acts high and mighty all day long, even in front of her sister, Li Yuru, she maintains a superior attitude and often bosses her around. Even her son, Han Shan, and her husband, Han Guangxing, have the same attitude. The Lin Jianye family has suffered from this family a lot. I remember when the original owner was in college, one time during summer vacation, he went home and helped Han Guangxing pick up Han Shan and move things. Lin Feng worked a lot and was drenched in sweat. Han Shan bought 2 bottles of Coke and a bottle of mineral water. He gave Lin Feng the mineral water while he and his dad drank Coke. Can you believe that? So, when Lin Feng heard that his second aunt's family was coming, he felt a bit unhappy. I don't want to see them either. Lin Jianye put down his chopsticks, snorted coldly. Li Yuru sighed, after all, she is my sister, it wouldn't be good not to let them come, right? Lin Jianye snorted but didn't say anything. Lin Feng nodded, Mom, they can come, but if they dare to treat you like they did before, don't blame me for being rude. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Lin Feng picked up and saw it was a call from Chen Musho, quickly answering, hello, Dean Chen. Lin Feng, I saw your company's official Weibo post, can you really create a 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine in 7 days? Chen Musho's voice was a bit excited. Lin Feng had already guessed he was calling about this, and smiled, pretty much. On the other end, there was the sound of someone slamming a table. Then Chen Musho excitedly said, great, wonderful. Lin Feng, you've given me a big surprise. Are you facing any difficulties right now? Do you need our help? Not really. Lin Feng certainly couldn't say he needed Chen Musho to help him find a project that costs 1 billion for a one-time use, could he? Don't feel shy. What you're doing is a great thing for the nation and the people. No matter what difficulties you face, just bring them up and we will certainly help. Chen Musho's tone was firm. If what Lin Feng said was true, it could solve Long country's chip crisis influenced by the West all at once. Its importance might not be comparable to developing nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs, but on some level, it had similar characteristics. Lin Feng smiled gratefully, don't worry, Dean Chen, I'm not someone who makes a fuss. If I need help, I will definitely say so. After the call ended, Li Yueru curiously asked, who is Dean Chen? Lin Jianye perked up his ears, extremely curious. Oh, he is Dean Chen Musho from the Dragon Science Institute, Lin Feng replied casually. Clatter. Li Yueru dropped her chopsticks on the table. Gulp. Lin Jianye swallowed hard. Dean of the Dragon Science Institute? He was a big figure on par with a governor, and he actually called Lin Feng first? After a moment, Lin Jianye curiously asked, what did he call you for? Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided not to stimulate the elders, so he said, it's nothing, just that there's some progress in the company's research. He called to confirm. Hearing it was about the company, the two didn't ask more. At 10:30 a.m., Han Guangxing and his family of 3 arrived.
As soon as they entered, Li Yuqin said sarcastically, "Sister, your community's parking spaces are too small.
Our BMW 760 almost couldn't fit." "Hey, you can't blame Yuru, you know the situation in this community."
"If you want to blame our newly changed 760 for being too big," Han Guangxing said with a smile.
"Exactly, come next time, let's take my AMG GT instead," Han Shen said proudly. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Wow, they just entered his home and started boasting already? What a truly Versailles family. "Little Feng, quickly greet them," Li Yueru whispered.
Though Lin Feng was unwilling, he still stood up to say hello. But Han Shen didn't even greet him as cousin, sitting boldly on the sofa and saying, "Aunt, I've told you long ago, hurry up and sell this broken house, add some money to buy a bigger one."
"Look, with so many people it's almost too tight." "Right, this house is indeed too small." "In the future, when little Feng gets married and has kids, how will you live?" Li Yuqin also said sarcastically.
Lin Feng's house was a small two-bedroom with a living room, with a construction area of 80, and only 65 after deducting public area, which was indeed small. Lin Feng was almost laughing in anger. "Second aunt, we also want to change houses, but financially it's a bit, why don't you lend me some?" Han Guangxing's expression changed slightly, quickly diverting the topic. "Yuqin, you know the big sister situation, why say these things?" Li Yuqin immediately understood. Right, actually a smaller house can feel more lively. Unlike our home, with several empty rooms upstairs and downstairs, being too empty isn't good either.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Second aunt, what are you all really doing here? It's not just to show off, is it?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Han Guangxing's family of three changed their expressions.
"Child, how can you speak like that?" Li Yueru quickly pulled him. "Yuqin." Guangxing said, "Xiaofeng is just joking with you, don't take it to heart."
Han Guangxing snorted coldly. This kid Xiaofeng has been working outside for 2 years, and while he hasn't improved in anything else, his temper has certainly grown.
"Xiaofeng, you wouldn't talk to your boss like that at work, right?"
Li Yuqin said, her face full of displeasure.
"Lin Feng, we are the only two families related, right?
If you speak like this in society, you will pay for it," Han Shen said ominously.
Lin Feng was about to retort, but Li Yueyu yelled first, "All of you, say less."
Perhaps it was the first time Han Guangxing's family saw Li Yueyu lose her temper, and they were somewhat startled. Lin Feng silently gave his mom a thumbs up in his heart. After a while, Li Yuqin forced a laugh and said, "Sister, we came this time to ask you to be a matchmaker for Xiao Chen."
"Xiao Chen is in a free love, right?" Li Yueyu looked bewildered. "It is free love, but don't we need a matchmaker to visit and propose according to our customs? You also know that hiring a matchmaker costs quite a bit. If you could be the matchmaker, wouldn't we save this money?"
Li Yuqin said with a smile. "This is called not letting fair water flow to outsiders," Han Guangxing chuckled in agreement.
"Lin Feng? What the hell, not letting fair water flow to outsiders? Do you have a misunderstanding about this idiom?" Chapter 82, Yu Shishir arrives.
Lin Feng was really about to get angry and laugh at the same time. They were close to having $1 billion in assets, and they still wanted to save such a small amount of money.
This family is truly something. Lin Jianyi and his wife looked sick as if they had swallowed a fly.
"Next Thursday is a lucky day, take a day off and go with us to propose to the girl's family. You can also enjoy a big meal," Li Yuqin said to herself.
Lin Feng twitched his mouth. "What if my mom's salary is deducted for taking a day off?"
Li Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. "You child, I am your mom's sister, discussing this hurts feelings. Besides, the girl's family will host a banquet in a 5-star hotel, and your mom can't usually eat this kind of big meal."
"Oh right, you haven't seen what Xiao Chen's girlfriend looks like, right?"
"Xiao Chen, hurry up and show Lin Feng a photo of Xian Xian."
Han Chen reluctantly took out his phone, pulled up a photo, and showed Lin Feng.
In the photo was a girl wearing a white dress. Under 10 levels of beauty enhancement, Lin Feng could only give her an 85 out of 100. "I'm telling you, Xian Xian is not only beautiful, but she is also virtuous, and she matches well with Xiao Chen. Sigh, I've never seen another girl who can match Xuan Xuan's greatness."
Li Yuqin's expression was extremely proud.
"Xiaofeng, although you are Xiao Chen's cousin, in terms of dating, you really can't compare to Xiao Chen." Han Guangxing looked at Lin Feng and mocked.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "How am I less than Han Chen?"
Oh, he's still not convinced. Han Guangxing scanned the crowd, proud to say, "Xiao Chen is 2 years younger than you, right?"
Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, so what?"
Han Guangxing sneered. "He's younger than you, yet he got engaged earlier than you.
In this aspect, haven't you lost?" Lin Feng, this.
You are younger and engaged earlier, so you lost." This unique perspective was something he never expected.
"Also, don't you find it hard to meet girls as outstanding as Xian Xian in terms of looks and family background?" Han Guangxing continued to ask. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. "Not necessarily, right?" TSK. Han Chen let out a sneer.
Li Yuqin also laughed and shook her head. Having confidence is good, but you also have to be realistic. At this point, Han Guangxing glanced at Lin Jianye and his wife, and everything was unsaid. Xiaofeng, my second aunt advises you not to aim too high. Marrying these days is really hard for men, you should lower your standards appropriately. Don't think just because you saw Xiao Chun find such an excellent girl like Xianxian, you should also look for someone like her.
This makes it easy to remain single.
Li Yuqin spoke with deep concern. Lin Jianye and his wife were filled with anger.
Is it because they thought their family had no money, so Lin Feng couldn't find a good girl? Who are they looking down on?
Lin Feng was also laughing in anger, whether it was Zhao Qingya, Yu Shishir, or Lu Sisi, which one is not better than Xianxian?
Want him to find someone based on Xuanxuan's standards? He wouldn't even want that.
At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang out.
Sis, is there someone coming to visit? Li Yuqin asked with confusion.
I don't know, Li Yueru replied, puzzled, and then made her way to the door.
Mom, I'll go, Lin Feng said quickly, afraid that if he sat down again, he might lose his temper.
He soon reached the door, looked through the peephole, and froze on the spot.
Holy cow, why is Yu Shishir here? Seeing he didn't open the door, Li Yueru asked, confused, who is it outside? Why aren't you opening the door?
Lin Feng turned around, his mouth slightly open, and for a long time couldn't say a word.
Could it be that Lin Feng owes money outside and someone is here to collect?
Li Yuqin asked, puzzled.
Han Guangxing gasped, you might not be wrong, it really could be that. Lin Feng? He was always worried about having no place to spend money, so why would he owe money? This family sure has a wild imagination.
Seeing that Lin Jianye and his wife were also becoming tense, Lin Feng hurriedly opened the door. Ding 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 ding, surprised or not, unexpected or not, happy or not, Yu Shishir stood at the door, making a peace sign, smiling exaggeratedly. Behind her were two young men dressed in black suits.
The Han family instantly widened their eyes. Holy cow, are loan sharks now sending gorgeous beauties to collect debts?
Especially Han Shan, whose eyes were almost popping out, staring at Yu Shishir.
This look, this figure, this demeanor, completely crushes Xianxian. Should he ask Lin Feng which loan company he borrowed from later? He could also borrow some.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes, not surprised, but there is a bit of a scare.
Eh?
Yu Shishir's smile froze, then she said, feeling wronged, who told me you didn't answer when I called you in the morning?
So I had to come here myself.
The three members of the Han family exchanged glances and nodded in unison.
Confirmed, Yu Shishir is indeed here to collect debts.
I thought it was a spam call, so I didn't answer, Lin Feng said somewhat guilty.
Yu Shishir?
She is Yu Shishir, how many men want her number but don't get a chance, and here Lin Feng, after exchanging numbers with her, didn't even save it?
So infuriating. By the way, how did you know my home address?
Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Of course, I found it on the contract, Yu Shishir said proudly. After this was said, the Han family became even more convinced that Yu Shishir was here to collect debts. But Lin Feng must be too foolish, he actually put his real address on the loan contract.
Couldn't he just make something up? Lin Feng then remembered, he did fill in this address when buying the house yesterday, and as the daughter of Yuji Real Estate, didn't she have it easy to look at the contract? What, you don't welcome me?
Yu Shishir pouted, asking pitifully.
Before Lin Feng could respond, Li Yueru and Lin Jianye approached. Ms. Yu, what brings you here? Please, come in. Hello, Auntie Li, Uncle Lin.
Yu Shishir greeted them sweetly, then told the two men in black behind her, carry the things inside.
Yes, miss.
When the two men in black walked into the house, everyone noticed they were each carrying a large cardboard box.
Uncle and Auntie, this is my first visit, and I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a few random things.
I hope you'll like them, Yu Shishir smiled.
At this moment, the Han family realized something was off. Aren't you here to collect debts from Lin Feng?
Yu Shishir paused, what debts?
I am here to pursue Lin Feng. Han Guangxing's family of 3?
They had just said that Lin Feng was not as good in romance as Han Shen, and then a girl who was 10 times more beautiful than Xian Xian came to their door.
Is there even such a thing as slapping someone in the face this way? It's utterly ridiculous. Chapter 083, Zhao Qingya has come too. After a moment, Han Guangxing exhaled a breath of foul air, his face dark as he asked, Miss, you must be joking with us, right?
Li Yuqin and her son nodded in agreement. Yu Shishir was more beautiful than the top star on TV, how could such an extraordinary beauty actively pursue a poor boy like Lin Feng?
I don't know you, is there a need to joke with you?
Yu Shishir's spoiled temper flared up at the question, rolling her eyes.
Then she looked at Lin Feng, who are they? The questions they're asking are so strange.
Lin Feng smiled playfully, they are my second aunt's family.
Oh, hello, second aunt, hello, second uncle, hello, this handsome young man, I am Yu Shishir, nice to meet you.
Upon hearing they were Lin Feng's relatives, Yu Shishir immediately put on a smile.
The contrast was so dramatic that Han Guangxing's family almost thought they were hallucinating. Hello, miss Yu, I am Lin Feng's cousin Han Chen, nice to meet you.
Han Chen enthusiastically walked in front of Yu Shishir, extending his hand. If it were any other strange man, Yu Shishir would have definitely ignored the handshake. But this person was Lin Feng's cousin, so Yu Shishir decided to give him some face. But just as she was about to shake hands with Han Chen, Lin Feng pulled her back. If you're coming, just come, but don't bring gifts. Han Chen shot Lin Feng an upset glance but was ignored by Lin Feng. At that moment, Li Yueru also snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing Yu Shishir's hand and saying, "Yes, miss Yu, we are already very happy you could come, but please don't bring anything, just leave it."
Auntie, it's my first time visiting, I definitely can't come empty-handed. Besides, these things aren't valuable, it's just my heartfelt gesture, please don't be polite.
After speaking, Yu Shishir signaled the two men in black. The two quickly understood and placed the items in the corner, then left the scene at Yu Shishir's signal. Hearing that the items weren't valuable, Han Guangxing and his wife showed a look of disdain. Then Li Yuqin said sarcastically, "Yueru, Xian brought quite a lot when she first came to our house, it's normal, so don't refuse." Han Guangxing nodded, "Yes, back then Xian brought me a case of Fei Tianmutai, 2 bottles of 95 Supreme, and gave Yuqin an LV clutch, it was all very polite. Though what Miss Yu brought isn't valuable, it's her kind intention, so please accept it."
You sure? Wait, this miss just tried to be modest, how did this person take it seriously?
Lin Jianyi and his wife's faces immediately turned a bit ugly. They didn't care whether the gifts Yu Shishir brought were valuable, they just didn't want her to spend money unnecessarily.
But with Han Guangxing and his wife saying that, if they didn't accept, wouldn't it imply they looked down on the gift being too light? Let me see what Miss Yu brought for you.
As she spoke, Li Yuqin walked over, pretending to open the box. Her actions were so natural, as if this item belonged to her, that Lin Feng's family didn't react in time.
Oh, is this the wine you brought? Let me see what brand it is.
By the time they came back to reality, Li Yuqin had already opened the box and pulled out a gift box from inside.
Shangshur Daidu? What brand is this? I've never heard of it, old Han, have you heard of it?
Li Yuqin took out a box of wine and walked in front of Han Guangxing, asking. Han Guangxing's face suddenly changed wildly as he snatched the gift box and began inspecting it.
Li Yuqin was startled. What are you doing? Isn't it just a bottle of cheap liquor? Why are you so shocked?
Han Guangxing shot her a fierce glare, staring her into immediate silence. After a while, Han Guangxing finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face serious as he said, "Really, this is truly the Shangshur imperial capital." He was a liquor enthusiast, and had spent a period of time studying the authentication of Shangshur imperial capital. He could be 100% sure that this was real.
Li Yuqin sensed something was off. Is this liquor very expensive?
Han Guangxing glared at her. This is the Shangshur imperial capital produced by Mutai in 2011, with a global limit of 2,500 sets. This box of 4 bottles has already been sold for 50,000 long country dollars.
Do you think it's expensive?
Lin Jianyi and his wife's expressions changed slightly. Even though they had guessed that Yu Shishir was extraordinary, they were still shocked by the high value of this gift. Li Yuqin was first taken aback, then shook her head. "No way, there are 3 boxes in that carton."
What?
Han Guangxing jumped up, quickly walking to the cardboard box. When he saw 3 sets of Shangshur imperial capital neatly arranged inside, his expression changed dramatically once more.
4 sets of Shangshur imperial capital, that's 200,000 long country dollars. Is this really the worthless gift that Yu Shishir was talking about?
Then he moved to the second cardboard box, opened it, and found another 4 gift boxes inside.
Upon taking one out, he noticed the English letters written on it that he didn't recognize.
At that moment, Li Yuqin rushed over, grabbed it in her hand, and exclaimed as if holding a rare treasure, "My God, this is the Leboni Platinum set?"
What is the Leboni Platinum set? Han Guangxing asked, looking bewildered. Everyone else, including Lin Feng, also looked confused. It's a top skincare product. A set costs 41,200. I can't even bear to use it. After saying this, Li Yuqin's face turned ugly. Even she couldn't bear to use it, yet Yu Shishir gifted 4 sets at once? The contrast was overwhelming. Hiss. Han Guangxing sucked in a cold breath, questioning in disbelief, "Miss Yu, what do you do for work? The total value of these gifts is nearly 400,000. How high could Yu Shishir's income be?" Thinking back to the gifts that Xian brought last time, he felt a bit embarrassed. The gifts Xian brought only cost a few thousand, they weren't even in the same league. I'm not working yet, but I should be interning at the family business soon, UG Real Estate. I wonder if you've heard of it. Yu Shishir said somewhat shyly. She genuinely felt embarrassed because, compared to self-made Lin Feng, she felt like a rich second-generation kid living off her family's wealth, without any status. UG Real Estate? The Han Guangxing family felt their heads buzz, they almost went crazy. Holy cow, the UG real estate valued at 100 billion? Yu Shishir's surname is Yu, the Yu family occupies over 50% of the shares in UG real estate. Goodness, so Yu Shishir is a young lady from a 50 billion family? And she has taken the initiative to pursue Lin Feng? How foolish they were to look down on Lin Feng before, telling him not to find a girlfriend by Xuanxuan standards. This was like a heavy slap to their faces burned with embarrassment. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Lin Feng walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Upon seeing who was outside, he suddenly felt dumbfounded. Holy cow, how did Zhao Qingya come too? Chapter 84, Orange Party Group Supreme Black Card. Seeing that Lin Feng still wouldn't open the door, everyone's expressions grew strange. Could it be that another beautiful woman was arriving? Just as that thought crossed everyone's minds, Lin Feng opened the door, revealing Zhao Qingya's beautiful figure. Today, the beautiful bodyguard was wearing a white dress, with long, beautiful legs clad in flesh-colored stockings and strutting a pair of white high heels, carrying a bag of fruit in her hand. Elegant yet dignified, with an extraordinary charm, like a fairy descended from heaven. Han Guangxing's family of 3 was stunned at that moment. Wow, I'm just blown away, another stunning beauty shows up. Lin Jianyi and his wife were also taken aback. They thought Yu Shishir was the most beautiful woman Lin Feng knew, but they didn't expect another beauty who was just as stunning to appear. But they couldn't tell what this beauty's relationship with Lin Feng was. Surprised, unexpected, happy? Zhao Qingya asked with a gentle smile. Lin Feng? No, Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir couldn't have planned this together. She came in and said that line. The others were also confused, saying that right away made it seem like this beauty's relationship with Lin Feng was quite complicated. At this moment, Yu Shishir jumped out. Zhao Qingya, how dare you steal my line? Ha? What are you doing here? Zhao Qingya was somewhat taken aback. Why can't I be here? What about you, suddenly coming to find Lin Feng? Yu Shishir retorted defiantly. Zhao Qingya's expression turned cold. This is my business with Lin Feng, it has nothing to do with you. Hey! My fiery temper. Yu Shishir rolled up her sleeves, pretending to start a fight with Zhao Qingya. But halfway through, she remembered Zhao Qingya was a fighting expert, even 10 of her wouldn't hold a candle to her. She could only hide behind Lin Feng and say, Lin Feng's parents like me a lot, I'll make you mad, make you mad, make you mad. Zhao Qingya frowned slightly, seemingly worried that Yu Shishir had taken the lead. But soon, she smiled confidently and said, I believe uncle and aunt will like me too. The two women locked eyes, sparks seemed to fly in the air. Han Guangxing's family was already dumbfounded. Were Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya having a battle for Lin Feng? They wondered, Lin Feng was just a poor boy, why would he be worth fighting over? Han Chen's eyes turned red with jealousy, he was going almost mad. One Yu Shishir was worth countless Xian, and now there was another Zhao Qingya, he couldn't accept it. Cough, Qingya, how did you know my home address? Lin Feng timely intervened, afraid these two women would tear his house apart otherwise. You think, how could I know? Zhao Qingya asked with a half-smile. Lin Feng twitched his mouth, how could he forget Zhao Qingya was from the security department? Before Chen Musho came to find him, Zhao Qingya had probably thoroughly investigated his background, knowing his home address was a piece of cake. Just then, Zhao Qingya whispered, Lin Feng, shouldn't you introduce me to uncle and aunt? Oh. Lin Feng finally came to his senses and said to Lin Jianyi and his wife, Mom, Dad, this is Zhao Qingya, she is my. Just as he was about to say Zhao Qingya was his bodyguard, he suddenly remembered Yu Shishir was still there. Miss Yu always thought they were a couple. However, would Mom believe it if he said Zhao Qingya was his girlfriend? Helpless, he could only lean closer to Zhao Qingya and whisper, what are we? Zhao Qingya's pretty face turned slightly red, and she whispered back, you decide. Lin Feng? Was the beautiful bodyguard implying something? Aren't you just dating? No need to show off here. Yu Shishir couldn't bear to watch any longer, saying with an unhappy face. No wonder Yu Shishir misunderstood, the way these two were whispering looked too intimate. Lin Jianyi and his wife were bewildered. Xiao Feng, didn't you say you weren't in a relationship? Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya's faces turned awkward all of a sudden. Ha? Yu Shishir glared at Lin Feng and Zhao Qingya, what? You two are fooling me? Zhao Qingya knew she couldn't hide it anymore and could only explain, it was you who assumed that Lin Feng was my boyfriend from the start. Oh, right. Yu Shishir nodded, then became excited, then Lin Feng is like a treasure in my pocket? Lin Feng's mouth twitched, what treasure in your pocket? Are you treating me like an object? Zhao Qingya frowned slightly, no, Shishir, you're pursuing Lin Feng because he is my boyfriend, right? Now that you know he isn't, why are you still chasing him? Yu Shishir rolled her eyes, mind your own business, hum. Zhao Qingya looked at Lin Feng with suspicion, which earned her an innocent expression from him. Oh, you're coming to Lin Feng's house for the first time, and you brought a bag of fruit?
At this moment, Yu Shishir looked at the bag of fruit in Zhao Qingya's hand and teased her. Zhao Qingya thoughtfully glanced at the big cardboard box on the ground, falling into silence.
The Han family glanced at each other and couldn't help but sigh in relief.
Yu Shishir's family background was too terrifying, crushing all their pride.
If Zhao Qingya also had an extraordinary background, they would really break down.
Fortunately, Zhao Qingya seemed to come from an ordinary family.
Otherwise, she would only bring a bag of fruit?
Even Han Shen's thoughts became active. He didn't dare covet Yu Shishir, but Zhao Qingya, as long as he showed a bit of wealth, he should have a chance, right?
Miss Yu is too modest. We're very happy that Miss Zhao can come. Li Yu hurriedly tried to smooth things over.
Yes, Miss Xiao, Miss Yu just likes to joke, so don't take it to heart.
Lin Jianyi also spoke hurriedly. Uncle, Auntie, actually I brought other gifts too. Zhao Qingya smiled, pulling out a black card from her pocket. Lin Jianyi and his wife were completely confused, while the Han family's 3 members looked baffled.
Even Lin Feng frowned slightly, unsure what this card was.
The beautiful secretary couldn't be giving his parents a bank card directly, right? That would be too excessive. At this moment, Yu Shishir exclaimed, Zhao Qingya, no way, are you seriously giving the top black card of the orange group? What is the top black card of the orange group? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Jianye and the others looked equally puzzled. It's a shopping card. With it, you can shop at any mall under the orange group. There's a monthly limit of 1 million, and it's valid for life.
Which means, with this card, you can buy 1 million worth of products every month for free until you die.
Zhao Qingya, this is cheating. I'm not satisfied.
Yu Shishir was furious. The others were stunned by what she had said.
Chapter 085, he is just.
A shopping card with a limit of 1 million every month, valid for life, that's just too outrageous. To put it in an inappropriate way, if Lin Jianyi and his wife could live for another 50 years and spent the whole 1 million every month, then the total shopping amount for this card would be 600 million Dongguo dollars.
600 million Dongguo dollars.
99.99% of people in the world wouldn't earn that much money in their entire lives. Zhao Qingya, just for her first visit, gave such a valuable shopping card. What does she want?
Want Lin Feng?
Wait, that doesn't seem to be the key issue. The real question is, why does Zhao Qingya have this card?
Who is she? Thinking of this, Han Guangxing trembled as he asked, Miss Yu, who is Miss Zhao? How could she have such a card? Oh, her.
Yu Shishir glanced at Zhao Qingya with some annoyance and said, she's the granddaughter of the founder of the Orange Group, her mother is the CEO of Orange Mobile. This kind of card is given to every third-generation member of the Zhao family, it's just pocket money from old man Zhao.
Though annoyed, she had to admit that Zhao Qingya was a bit stronger than her in terms of family background.
However, Zhao Qingya had other cousins and siblings, unlike her, who was the sole heir of Yuji Real Estate.
From this perspective, she is stronger than Zhao Qingya.
Hiss.
Han Guangxing gasped in shock.
Lin Yuqin and her son were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out.
Zhao Qingya turned out to be the granddaughter of Zhao Tianhai, the founder of the Orange Group, and the daughter of Yang Lizhen, the CEO of Orange Mobile?
The Orange Group is a giant with a market value of over 200 billion, and the Zhao family in Magic City owns 51%, which means over 100 billion in assets. Yang Lizhen, the CEO of Orange Mobile, is also a well-known strong woman in business, personally investing 1 billion Dragon Country currency to establish Orange Mobile when no one believed in her, and is now valued at 50 billion, owning 70% of the shares. They thought Zhao Qingya came from an ordinary family, but it turns out she has a more remarkable background than Yu Shishir.
No, this is too precious, we can't accept it.
Li Yuru came back to her senses and hurriedly waved her hand to refuse.
Aunt, this is my heartfelt intention, please make sure to accept it.
As she spoke, Zhao Qingya stuffed the card into Li Yuru's hand. For a moment, the two were pushing and shoving, creating quite a lively scene. Lin Jianye hurriedly gave Lin Feng a look, signaling him to help refuse. Lin Feng felt helpless and could only say, Qingya, this is your grandfather's pocket money. It's not appropriate to give it to my parents, you should take it back. Zhao Qingya shot him a glance, her pretty face slightly flushed as she said, my grandfather said that as long as I think it's worth it, I can give this card to others.
Lin Feng? Does this sentence mean something special?
Otherwise, why would the beautiful bodyguard blush? Just then, Han Shen suddenly shouted with a red face, why are you all rushing to give gifts to Lin Feng?
He's just a poor kid, you must have been fooled by him. The room instantly fell silent.
Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya turned their sharp gazes toward him, their eyes flashing with cold light. Lin Jianyi and his wife frowned deeply, anger swelling in their hearts. Lin Feng's smile became playful, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes.
Han Guangxing was startled and kicked Han Shen in the butt, scolding, you brat, what nonsense are you talking?
Lin Feng didn't care much, but who were Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya?
How could Han Shen yell at them?
If he really angered these two young ladies, their family would face disaster.
Am I wrong?
Han Shen glared. Lin Feng's family can't even buy a big house, he's just a worker, unworthy of Miss Yu and Miss Xiao's affection. So Miss Yu and Miss Xiao must have been deceived by him. I am helping them seek justice. He had always looked down on his aunt's family, and he had never treated Lin Feng as a cousin. But such a person he despised now had two women 100 times better than his girlfriend, Shen Shen, trying to please him, which shattered his long-held pride in front of Lin Feng. No, it should be said that his pride was thrown to the ground and trampled on. Han Guangxing and his wife remained silent because they also felt there might be some misunderstanding.
Lin Feng, who is he? Zhao Qingya asked coldly.
Lin Feng shrugged. Oh, my little cousin, Han Chen.
Cousin?
Zhao Qingya frowned slightly. Plastic cousin, perhaps.
Yu Shishir suddenly laughed, asking, this little cousin, you say Lin Feng is just a worker, a poor kid? Isn't he? Han Chen said defiantly. Have you heard that a mysterious rich man bought a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom for 100 million at yesterday's Bai Shui Auto Show?
Yu Shishir asked.
Han Chen furrowed his brows slightly. I heard. What does that have to do with Lin Feng?
This news had spread all over Bai Shui. His family was still guessing the identity of the mysterious rich man this morning. Yu Shishir smiled playfully. That mysterious rich man is Lin Feng. What do you think it has to do with him?
What? Han Chen's face changed dramatically.
Han Guangxing and his wife also shouted in shock. This is impossible.
A regular worker buys a luxury car worth 100 million? Is that hard to believe? What if I tell you that Lin Feng bought an antique for 990 million at last night's auction? Would you find that even more unbelievable?
Yu Shishir said with a mocking tone. Even Lin Jianyi and his wife were stunned this time.
Spending 990 million just to buy an antique? That's not how rich people waste their money.
As for him spending 24 million to buy 2 sets of townhouses, that's really nothing to mention, Yu Shishir continued. Han Chan finally came to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. No, this can't be true, he just... Zhao Qingya forcefully interjected, coldly laughing. He's just the boss of Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited, who developed T1100 and T2000 level carbon fiber production lines, breaking the monopoly of Western countries in high-grade carbon fiber. He's just the one who wrote a song called Youth, which made Suman explode on the music scene after 2 years of silence. The sales have already surpassed 100 million. He's just the one who gave me 2 Patek Philippe watches and a few clothes and bags. Although he only spent a little over 3 million, I really like them. At first, Yu Shishir kept nodding, but when she heard that Youth was written by Lin Feng, she stopped nodding and looked at him in surprise. When Zhao Qingya mentioned that Lin Feng gifted her presents, Yu Shishir completely lost her composure. Why did Lin Feng give gifts to Zhao Qingya but not her? This lady is not pleased. If someone like him is just a poor kid or a laborer, then what are you? Zhao Qingya's words hit Han Chan's heart like a heavy hammer, making him tremble and sit down on the ground after staggering a few steps.
Chapter 086, Isn't borrowing 10 billion from him not too much?
Han Guangxing and his wife turned pale, looking at Lin Feng in shock. Recently, Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited has been blowing up online, and even if they rarely go online, they've heard the rumors about this company. The boss of Tycoon and the lyricist of Youth are indeed both named Lin Feng. It is said that Tycoon's annual output value exceeds 100 billion. As the boss of this company, how wealthy must Lin Feng be? Adding to what Yu Shishir said, Lin Feng spent 990 million at the auction and 100 million buying a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Their entire family's total assets don't even amount to 100 million, not enough for Lin Feng to buy a car. If Lin Feng is a poor kid, then what are they? The poorest of the poor? They had mocked Lin Feng for living in a small house, but he just splurged 24 million on 2 townhouses. What a slap in the face. And they had borrowed Han Chan's girlfriend Shen Shen to ridicule Lin Feng, only to have the glamorous and stunning Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya show up one after the other. They were the real clowns. No wonder you all rushed to give gifts to Lin Feng. Now it makes sense, now it makes sense. After a moment, Han Guangxing let out a deep breath. Thinking about it, if he were a girl and knew Lin Feng was rich, handsome, and talented, he would also make the same choice as Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya. Lin Feng, my second aunt has said before that you are not an ordinary person, and I was right. Li Yuqin seemed like a different person, enthusiastically grabbing Lin Feng's hand and said. Lin Feng? Wait, when did you say that? I didn't know? Xiaochan, why are you still sitting on the ground? Hurry up and get your brother Feng some water. Li Yuqin kicked Han Chan and gave him a wild look. Han Chan's expression changed several times before he finally squeezed out a smile. Yes, I'm the youngest, I'll get the water. After saying this, he got up and busied himself with tea leaves and pouring water. Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw contempt. They had previously looked down on Lin Feng, but now that they knew his true wealth, they suddenly started treating him as a brother.
Han Chan is Lin Feng's cousin, right?
If it were someone else, they would stomp on them to death. Immediately, Zhao Qingya took back her hand while Li Yuru was lost in thought. When Li Yuru came back to her senses, she stared at the supreme black card of the orange pie group in her hand, lost in contemplation.
Her son gave Zhao Qingya a small gift worth 3 million, so receiving this card doesn't seem too excessive, right?
The main point is, she can feel Zhao Qingya's affection for Lin Feng.
If she doesn't accept it, wouldn't that make Zhao Qingya overthink?
But she also quite likes Yu Shishir.
If she accepts Zhao Qingya's gesture, what about Yu Shishir? For a moment, Li Yuru was caught in a happy dilemma.
At that moment, Li Yuqin walked over and grabbed her hand, saying, "Sister, old Han's company has recently encountered some financial issues.
If we go to the bank for a loan, the interest is too high. Why not let Xiao Feng lend me a bit?" Huh? Li Yuru was momentarily bewildered by Li Yuqin's sudden twist, then asked, "How much do you want to borrow?"
Li Yuqin paused for a moment, then raised one finger, saying, "Look, Lin Feng can splurge 990 million on antiques, so borrowing 1 billion from him as an aunt doesn't seem unreasonable, right?"
Li Yuru?
Just now, Lin Feng cautiously asked them to lend money for buying a house. What did they say then?
Now that they know Xiao Feng has money, they want to borrow from him, and 1 billion doesn't seem unreasonable? How could she say that out loud? Lin Jianya's face also darkened, unable to suppress his anger. "Old Han, why are you just standing there in a daze?
Hurry and talk to Xiao Feng." Li Yuqin signaled frantically to Han Guangxing. Only then did Han Guangxing come back to his senses, rubbing his hands as he said, "Xiao Feng, our families are so close.
Your second uncle is in trouble, shouldn't you show some support?" Actually, his company didn't encounter any financial issues at all. Even if it did, it wouldn't be possible to borrow such a large amount, especially since the total assets of his company are only a few million. But after so many years of marriage with Li Yuqin, he understood what she meant. If he could borrow 1 billion from Lin Feng, even just keeping it in the bank would yield quite a bit of interest. And Lin Feng surely wouldn't dare to ask him for interest, right?
Just think about how much he could earn over 20 or 30 years by simply returning the principal. Just the thought of it excited him. Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir were almost laughing at this shameless couple. Then the two girls looked at Lin Feng, expecting his next reaction. Lin Feng merely curled his lips into a playful smile. "Ahem, second uncle, actually having a smaller company isn't so bad, it appears more popular. Unlike my company, with employees packed upstairs and downstairs, and the benefits are good.
This all costs money. Han Guangxing? Wait, why does this sound a bit familiar?" Li Yuqin's expression darkened. "Xiao Feng, you are already a boss, you should know that bigger companies make more money. Our two families are so close, now that you have become successful, shouldn't you help us out a bit? And, if you say that, I'm not going to be happy."
Lin Feng sneered, mocking, "Let me ask you, when our family was poor, did you ever help us out?
Earlier, I even asked if you could lend us some money to buy a house. What did you say then?" Li Yuru's face turned red, momentarily speechless. There's a saying, how to repay favor with resentment.
By returning directly for resentment and kindness with kindness. How you treated us before is how I will treat you now, this is fair. To put it simply, dining together is fine, but borrowing money, no way." With those words, Han Guangxing's family of three turned red-faced and speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Li Yuru wanted to speak to ease the tension, but was held back by Lin Jianya. Actually, he wanted to say these things too, but he found it hard to say them out loud. Now that Lin Feng has said it all, he unleashed the accumulated resentment over the years.
Refreshing. By the way, later I need to invite Xingya to have dinner with Miss Yu. How about you come to our house another day?
Lin Feng had said all this, and Han Guangxing's family of three truly felt embarrassed to stay any longer. After saying goodbye, they hurriedly left.
Xiao Feng, no matter what, they are your elders. Li Yuru sighed.
But they have never acted like elders. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and then comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom, we haven't torn our faces with them, we just put a stop to their thoughts of trying to take advantage of our family. In the future, if you want to find them, go ahead without worry, they will definitely treat you like a sister."
Li Yuru nodded, feeling a bit better in her heart.
At this moment, Zhao Qingya walked up to Lin Feng and whispered, "Lin Feng, take me to your bedroom, I have something to discuss with you."
Lin Feng? Wait, what is so important that it must be discussed in the bedroom? This easily leads others to misunderstand. Chapter 087, The Big Shot is Furious. What could be so important that it can't be said here?
Before Lin Feng could respond, Yu Shishir said with an unhappy face. Zhao Qingya smiled slightly. "Naturally, it's something that only Lin Feng and I should know." Yu Shishir clenched her pink fist, clearly ready to blow up. Lin Feng quickly intervened. "Ahem, Miss Yu, please sit in the living room for now." Yu Shishir pouted, looking aggrieved. "You call her Qingya, but me Miss Yu, you're biased." I don't care, you must call me Shirshir. Li Yuru's face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away, covering her mouth with her hand. Lin Jianyi almost burst out laughing but ended up coughing to ease the awkwardness. Ah, how proud it is to have two beautiful women vying for his son's attention. Lin Feng twitched his lips. Fine, Shirshir, you can chat with my parents for a bit. After saying that, he glanced at Zhao Qingya, and the two walked into the bedroom together. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Yu Shirshir quietly tiptoed over. Who knew that as soon as she pressed her ear against the door, Lin Feng opened it. Yu Shirshir's body stiffened, then she mechanically turned her head and chuckled awkwardly. Cough, I saw some dust on the bedroom door, so I wanted to help you wipe it. Lin Feng remained silent, just looking at her with a "I don't believe you" gaze. In the end, Yu Shirshir couldn't take it anymore and huffed lightly before turning around and walking back to the living room. Lin Jianyi and his wife could no longer hold back and burst into laughter.
How did you know she would eavesdrop?
After closing the bedroom door again, Lin Feng asked curiously. It was Zhao Qingya who had reminded him that Yu Shirshir might be listening at the door, prompting him to open it for verification. Zhao Qingya shrugged. I've been best friends with her for many years, I know her temperament very well. True, Lin Feng nodded, feeling a bit emotional. What a good pair of best friends, yet because of a scumbag, they ended up like this. At this moment, Zhao Qingya took out a small black square box the size of a fist from her bag, then walked to the door and stuck it on the bedroom door. Then she switched on the top, and the small box started to flash red light.
What is this thing?
Lin Feng asked in confusion. Sound wave absorber, this will help prevent others from eavesdropping to a certain extent, Zhao Qingya explained.
Hiss, this is possible?
Lin Feng gasped, thinking, no wonder she works in the security department, her methods are diverse.
Lin Feng, are you now a master-level expert? Zhao Qingya suddenly asked. Lin Feng instinctively nodded and then exclaimed, how did you know? Who knew Zhao Qingya's reaction was even more astonished than his. No way, are you really a master-level expert? Last night, when Lian discovered Lin Feng might be a master-level expert, he called Zhao Qingya for inquiries. At that time, Zhao Qingya had said, impossible, Lin Feng is just a martial arts expert. Little did she know, she was just casually probing. Lin Feng just admitted it. Lin Feng? Are you trying to trick me?
Yes, I just wanted to fool you a bit. Zhao Qingya exhaled a breath, her expression strange as she said, tell me the truth, are you already a master-level strong person, pretending to lose to me before?
Ah. Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to explain to Zhao Qingya, and didn't expect her to come up with this on her own? Looks like I guessed right.
Zhao Qingya exhaled, her face somewhat complicated. A 24-year-old martial arts master, such talent is astonishing, at least no one among the people she knows is better than Lin Feng.
Did you come just to tell me this?
Lin Feng skillfully changed the subject. Zhao Qingya shook her head. Last night, the attack on you made several big shots furious.
They are worried someone might target your family, so they arranged some security personnel for your parents. I'm here to hand over this matter to you. Big shots? Is it the kind I'm thinking of?
Lin Feng pointed upwards, his face serious as he asked.
Zhao Qingya nodded. Yes, that kind.
Hiss. Lin Feng gasped in shock.
So he had attracted the attention of those big shots? Suddenly feeling a bit anxious, what was going on?
Don't worry, they are all security experts and won't be noticed by your parents, nor will it affect their lives.
Zhao Qingya explained, concerned Lin Feng might overthink.
Lin Feng nodded, I understand, even if there's a slight impact, it's fine, safety comes first.
That's good.
Zhao Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the topic. Now that the main matter is done, let's talk about you and Yu Shirshir.
Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What's there to talk about between me and Yu Shirshir? What do you think?
Zhao Qingya rolled her eyes at him, with a hint of grievance. You know she has feelings for you, and you're still involved with her.
So, do you have feelings for her too?
Lin Feng suddenly felt guilty.
To be honest, with Yu Shirshir's looks and figure, it would be impossible to say he had no thoughts about her, but he couldn't admit it in front of Zhao Qingya. If he admitted it, how could he have everything? So he said, you're jealous. Zhao Qingya was taken aback, then her pretty face flushed. Bah, who's jealous? So full of yourself. No, you are jealous.
Lin Feng stepped forward and stood in front of Zhao Qingya. Zhao Qingya instinctively wanted to retreat, but Lin Feng suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist.
In that moment, her body trembled as if shocked, then she pressed her hand against Lin Feng's chest, nervously saying, what are you doing? You are not allowed to nod. Lin Feng instantly chuckled, thinking the beautiful bodyguard believed learning to answer quickly meant she could no longer be at a verbal disadvantage? Childish. He pondered for 2 seconds and then uttered a word, you. Zhao Qingya? Chapter 088, is Lin Feng only 8 minutes? What do you want to do? You. Connecting them just means.
Wolfish words.
Oh my, how could Lin Feng say that?
It made her mind fill with images. So shy. At that moment, Lin Feng said, so beautiful.
Ha? Zhao Qingya couldn't react for a moment.
I said, you are truly beautiful. Lin Feng gently said, holding her waist. Zhao Qingya's stunning face immediately turned rosy, but she quickly composed herself and said, no, that's not what you meant earlier. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled as he said, did I say something else?
Yes, I asked what you want to do, you said you are taking advantage of me.
Zhao Qingya raised her hand to punch Lin Feng's chest. However, she only touched the threshold of inner strength, even a full-powered punch wouldn't hurt Lin Feng. Moreover, she didn't dare to use full strength, her punch was soft and gentle, hitting Lin Feng's chest like a tickle. This made Lin Feng laugh, continuously chuckling wildly.
You still laugh. Zhao Qingya suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was a master-level strong person.
She then raised her hand and tried her best to throw a punch. Lin Feng, quick-witted, grabbed her wrist with one hand while his other hand moved down. Slid down from the slender waist to the perky hips. The beautiful bodyguard trembled and exclaimed, where is your hand?
I'm holding your wrist, what's wrong?
Lin Feng said with an innocent face.
Not that one, it's the right hand.
Zhao Qingya gritted her teeth and said.
Oh, it's right here.
Lin Feng waved his right hand in front of Zhao Qingya. Just as Zhao Qingya let out a sigh of relief, Lin Feng put his hand back in place and gently squeezed.
It was bouncy.
At that moment, the beautiful bodyguard felt like she was electrocuted, her delicate body trembling.
Then she forcefully pushed Lin Feng away and took a step back.
But behind her was the bed. As she stepped back, she stumbled over the edge and began to fall backward. Fortunately, her right hand was still pulled by Lin Feng, and she immediately tried to pull him up. But just as she exerted herself, Lin Feng let out an ah and lunged toward her. Their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart. In their locked eyes, the ambiguous atmosphere began to rise. Zhao Qingya felt as if she could hear her own heart racing. After a while, Lin Feng lowered his head. Zhao Qingya closed her eyes in resignation, her eyelashes trembling rapidly. Just as their lips were about to touch.
Bang bang bang. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. Hey, are you two done chatting? It's been a long time. Yusher's dissatisfied voice came through. Zhao Qingya quickly pushed Lin Feng away and stood up to tidy her clothes.
Lin Feng felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat.
Come on. I was about to succeed, and then Yusher storms in? No, I can't let it end like this. Cough, Qingya, didn't you say the sound wave collector can prevent eavesdropping? So I was thinking.
Lin Feng said seriously.
No, you don't.
Zhao Qingya shot him a charming glance, swaying her hips to the door, put away the sound wave collector, and opened the bedroom door.
Watching Zhao Qingya's swaying figure, Lin Feng felt a surge of heat in his heart again.
No, I must have a deeper conversation with the beautiful bodyguard.
At the door, Yusher scrutinized Zhao Qingya for a moment, suspiciously saying, why is your face so red?
Zhao Qingya panicked but pretended to be calm, saying, the air conditioner isn't on, it's too hot in the room.
Really?
Yusher raised her brows slightly and then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged, walking out of the bedroom with a calm expression.
As he closed the door, Yusher seemed to notice something messy on the bed. Hey, tell me the truth. Were you and Zhao Qingya in the bedroom just now? Yusher asked in a low voice. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he quickly denied, I wasn't, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Yusher, what are you talking about? Zhao Qingya also denied with a flushed face. Really? Yusher suspiciously glanced at the two, then touched her chin and said, from the time you entered the room until now, 8 minutes and 37 seconds have passed. In other words, if you really did that, and taking off and putting on clothes into account, Lin Feng would be just 8 minutes? Lin Feng? Holy shit, just 8 minutes? Does Yusher look down on me that much? Though a bit awkward, Zhao Qingya surprisingly felt like laughing. Maybe it's rare to see Lin Feng in a predicament? But the time he spends with me is pretty long, could it be that I'm more charming? Yusher muttered thoughtfully.
Zhao Qingya shot a glaring look at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Feng shivered and repeatedly waved his hands, no, don't listen to her nonsense, I absolutely.
Yusher quickly covered Lin Feng's mouth, smiling threateningly, no, you do. Zhao Qingya suddenly laughed, Yusher, did you misunderstand something?
Yusher raised an eyebrow, looking suspicious. The greater a woman's charm, the shorter a man's time, so in Lin Feng's eyes, I am more charming than you. After Zhao Qingya finished speaking, Yusher felt like a sharp knife had stabbed into her heart.
A KO.
In the living room, the three people's conversation couldn't be heard, only the couple Lin Jianye and his wife could be seen laughing together. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Look, how harmonious the three of them are together, playfully teasing and laughing. Lin Feng had originally suggested going out to eat, but Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir both thought cooking and eating at home was more interesting. Following the principle of the majority rules, Lin Feng agreed with the two women's opinions. Then he chatted over tea with Lin Jianya in the living room, while Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir helped Li Yuetang in the kitchen. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Feng picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Man. Instantly his expression changed, and he hurried back to the bedroom. After closing the door, he answered, "Hello, Miss Su, what's the matter with your call?" There was a brief silence on the other end, then Su Man chuckled bitterly, "Mr. Lin, do you not want to receive my call? She is a national goddess, how many men wish to get her call but have no chance?" And Lin Feng actually asked her what was the matter directly. "Isn't it okay to call him if there's nothing going on?" "Not at all, I just think you are a big star." "If there's nothing important, you shouldn't call me," Lin Feng laughed and replied. Su Man felt a little better. "Actually, I am going to Jiangnan for a fan meeting tomorrow, so I was wondering if you are free to meet up." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Sorry, I will be in Baishui for the next couple of days, can we change to another day?" What a coincidence. I'll be in Baishui too. Do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a meal. Su Man said with excitement. Lin Feng? Chapter 089, Goodbye, National Goddess. Lin Feng was a bit stunned at that moment. Zhao Qingya is a fan of Su Man, and if she knew Su Man was treating, she would definitely want to join. Wouldn't Yu Shishir want to go too? If Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir met, it would be a clash like Mars hitting Earth, plus with Su Man. Is my personal battle zone about to arrive? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. What personal battle zone? He and Su Man were just working together. Thinking of this, he said, "Sure, it's just right to talk about your new album, but I might bring someone else along, okay?" "Of course. I'll book a place and text you." Su Man said, pleasantly surprised. After ending the call, Lin Feng returned to the living room. Lin Jianya suddenly asked, "Lin Feng, what are your thoughts?" "Lin Feng? What am I supposed to think?" Lin Jianya gestured toward the kitchen. "Miss Zhao and Miss Yu, which one do you prefer?" "Well, I haven't considered it yet," Lin Feng said ambiguously. "What does he think?" "Of course, he wants them both." But he didn't dare to say this to Lin Jianya, or Lin Jianya might just kill him. "Lin Feng, neither your mom nor I will interfere in your relationship issues, but I want to remind you, this kind of thing should be decided early. The longer you drag it out, the harder it becomes to choose. Besides, those girls can't wait around," Lin Jianya said earnestly. "Yes, I understand," Lin Feng smiled and changed the subject. Soon, lunch was ready. The two women helped bring the dishes to the table. To Lin Feng's surprise, both women had made a signature dish, and during the meal, they subtly asked him which one tasted better. Fortunately, Lin Feng was clever and made a "they are both good" comment, offending neither. Although the two women were displeased, they didn't dare to express it in front of Lin Jianye and his wife. So, the two women started praising Li Yuetang's cooking, showering her with compliments, making her smile throughout the meal. When they were about to finish eating, Lin Feng mentioned that Su Man wanted to treat him to dinner. "I also wanted you to accompany me to a dinner party tonight," Yu Shishir said, a bit disappointed. Zhao Qingya felt secretly delighted. Without Yu Shishir as the light bulb, she could monopolize Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, Yu Shishir suddenly looked at her and said, "Since you are not free, let Qingya accompany me." Zhao Qingya? She hadn't heard Yu Shishir call her Qingya for many years. Why is her nose suddenly a bit sour? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Yu Shishir snorted, speaking in frustration. Unhappy? Of course not. Zhao Qingya nodded with slightly red eyes. Lin Feng was instantly confused. In his imagination, the two women should be fighting to go with him to meet Su Man, so why was he suddenly abandoned by both? No humanity when they're same sex. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Feng sent the two women away and then received a call from Su Man. The national goddess said apologetically, "Mr. Lin, my boss wants to meet you too. I don't know if it's convenient for you." Lin Feng furrowed his brows. What does he want to see me for? He greatly admires Mr. Lin's talent and wants to be friends with you, Su Man laughed. Lin Feng pondered briefly and then nodded in agreement. He had nothing to hide, and besides, since she had said it this way, wouldn't refusing be acting too high and mighty? After hanging up the phone, Su Man sent him an address. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Feng took a boat to Lakeside New Home. This was a high-end restaurant in a club model, an ancient-style building with blue bricks and green tiles, located on the island in Yuhu Lake, beautiful and far from the bustling city. Arriving at the entrance of Lakeside New Home, Lin Feng saw Sun Jeju waiting for a long time. Under her guidance, Lin Feng walked through several gates, arriving in front of a courtyard house. A red plaque hung above the door, with the words "Purple Bamboo Courtyard" written in golden letters. Mr. Lin, Boss Zheng and Sister Su are inside, please go in. Sun Jieja stood at the door and gestured to invite him in.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going in?
Sun Jieja shook her head with a smile. I have other work to do.
Lin Feng didn't ask further, stepped inside the courtyard. In the small yard, the ground was paved with blue bricks, surrounded by purple bamboo.
When the wind blew, it made a rustling sound, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. As he walked into the main hall, he saw an 8 immortals table in the center, with 2 men and 1 woman sitting beside it. The woman was naturally the national goddess Su Man, whom he hadn't seen for days. She was wearing a white cheongsam, sitting there with elegant posture.
The well-tailored cheongsam perfectly outlined Su Man's voluptuous figure, the curves astonishing.
Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, radiating a dazzling light that made hearts race under the lamp's glow. On her beautiful feet were a pair of sparkling silver high heels that made hearts race just at a glance. The 2 men appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, currently looking at Lin Feng with scrutinizing expressions and a somewhat playful smile. At that moment, Su Man also saw Lin Feng, and she stood up in surprise, saying, Mr. Lin, you're here.
Ms. Su, long time no see. Lin Feng nodded at her, then looked at the 2 men. Who are these 2?
The 2 then stood up, clasped their hands, and smiled. Hello Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Xianqiu, the boss of Shang Tang Entertainment, very pleased to meet you.
I am Han Jin, the boss of Ming Men Entertainment. I have long heard Mr. Lin's name, and today I finally meet the real person.
Su Man's Shang Tang Entertainment is one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the Dragon Kingdom, with many first-tier stars among its artists, and every year, the films and television dramas they produce create a trend in the Dragon Kingdom.
As for Ming Men Entertainment, it is rather lesser known, at least, Lin Feng had never heard of this company.
After some small talk, Lin Feng took a seat.
Zhang Xianqiu got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I heard from Su Man that you will personally help her produce a new album?
Lin Feng nodded. I have this idea.
Great. With Mr. Lin's talent and Su Man's strength, that's a perfect match. The new album is sure to be a huge success.
Zhang Xianqiu's face was full of excitement. Lin Feng smiled. Even if Miss Su had no strength, singing the songs I wrote would still make a big success.
Zhang Xianqiu? Han Jin?
Even Su Man, who had seen Lin Feng's arrogant side, was choked by this sentence at this moment, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, Zhang Xianqiu exhaled deeply. Since Mr. Lin is so confident, I can rest assured. However, before you cooperate, I have something I want to discuss with Mr. Lin.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What problem? Zhang Xianqiu picked up his teacup and took a small sip, then smiled. It's like this, I think the contract you signed with Su Man is somewhat inappropriate. Mr. Han should know that there has never been a precedent in the entertainment industry for splitting profits equally between songwriters and performers. Han Jin nodded. Yes, unheard of, too exaggerated. Su Man's expression changed slightly. Zheng Zong. Su Man, please let me finish.
Zhang Xianqiu glanced at her, then looked at Lin Feng. Since Mr. Lin wants to continue cooperating with Su Man, I think we need to revise the previous contract.
How does Mr. Zhang want to modify it?
Lin Feng asked with a half smile. Zhang Xianqiu hesitated for 2 seconds, then extended 2 fingers. I will give you 2 million, the previous contract is void, how about that?
Chapter 090, you threaten me, so I'll dig your corner?
As soon as Zhang Xianqiu's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat frozen. Su Man's heart was raised to her throat, her breathing almost stagnant.
Oh my god, why did Mr. Zhang suddenly say this without discussing it with her beforehand?
This is a breach of contract, and it is shameful.
Mr. Zhang isn't joking with me, right?
Lin Feng exhaled a breath, his expression somewhat cold.
The sales of Youth seem to have broken 100 million, right? Even deducting channel fees and taxes, Su Man could still take home 30 to 40 million, right? According to the previous contract, he could take 15 to 20 million?
Moreover, as time goes by, the revenue from Youth will only increase.
Now Zhang Xianqiu wants to settle him for 2 million? That's simply ridiculous. Zhang Xianqiu smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, where do you get that idea? I never joke when doing business. Ms. Su, is this your intention as well?
Lin Feng looked at Su Man, his expression somewhat gloomy. Although the original owner was once a fan of Su Man, if Su Man played such shameless tricks, he would blacklist her and even try to force her out of the entertainment circle. Su Man quickly shook her head. No, really not.
Mr. Zhang never mentioned this to me. I guess I didn't misjudge you.
Lin Feng's expression brightened a little, then he looked at Zhang Xianqiu. Mr. Zhang, your request is too outrageous.
I cannot agree, excuse me. With that, he stood up and walked towards the door.
Mr. Lin, you may not know, but there is also a profit-sharing agreement between Shang Tang Entertainment and Su Man.
You can guess how much Shang Tang Entertainment can take. Zhang Xianqiu put down his teacup and said calmly. Lin Feng's body halted, and he turned to Su Man. How much?
While speaking, he used his mind-reading technique on Su Man.
Just as Su Man was about to speak, Zheng Xianqiu interrupted. The company takes 90%, Suman takes 10%.
In other words, even according to the previous contract, the money you get wouldn't be much more than 2 million. According to the previous contract, Lin Fang's share would be 50% of Suman's net income. If Shengtang Entertainment takes 90% from the net income, then the money Lin Feng gets would be pitifully small. Suman's expression changed slightly. Mr. Zhang. Suman, I know you have always been dissatisfied with this profit share, however, this is an internal company matter that we can discuss later.
Zheng Xianqiu blinked, a playful smile on his face. No, that's not.
Suman was going to say something else but was interrupted by Lin Feng. So Mr. Zhang means, as long as I disagree, you can collude with Suman and change the profit-sharing agreement with her? Suman was clearly thinking about a 70-30 split in her favor where she would take 80% and the company would take 20%. After all, as a triad queen of the entertainment industry in Longwa, having such treatment was normal. But Zheng Xianqiu insisted on a 90-10 split. His intentions were very clear. Zheng Xianqiu did not answer the question but changed the subject, saying, as long as Mr. Lin agrees to my proposal, I will have my artists invite you for songs more often.
As long as the results are good, the price is negotiable.
For example, if Mr. Lin writes another hit like Youth, I can still offer you a high price of 2 million.
Lin Feng was enraged. After writing a song that sold 100 million online, he only got 2 million?
Zhang Xianqiu must have some misunderstanding of the term high price. What if I still refuse?
Lin Feng asked. It's simple.
I will use my connections to blacklist you, and no one in the entertainment industry of Longwa will invite you to write songs in the future. Your talent will be buried, and you will lose a significant income.
With your background, you surely can't afford such a loss, can you?
As he spoke, Zheng Xianqiu looked Lin Feng up and down, his disdain utterly unconcealed in his eyes. Today, Lin Feng was still dressed in Li Ning attire, without a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. It was not that he was trying to appear low-key, he simply didn't bring those luxury items home this time.
In Zheng Xianqiu's eyes, such attire made Lin Feng seem like a poor boy.
Lin Feng felt a surge of murderous intent in his heart. He hated being threatened more than anything in his life, both this life and the last. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Ding, host, you have a new side quest. Quest, dig at Shengtang Entertainment. Quest objective, persuade and help Suman terminate the contract with Shengtang Entertainment.
Quest reward, basic reward of 10 million, termination fee times 10 extra reward.
Lin Feng twitched his lips. You threaten me, and I'll dig away your company's star? The system is something else.
Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Zheng Xianqiu spoke again. Mr. Lin, you know well that the success of Youth is largely due to Suman's influence. If someone else were to sing this song, they would never achieve the success it has now. 2 million is really a lot.
As long as you write songs well, you can earn more than 2 million in the future.
How many people wish they could make money like this yet don't have the chance? Of course, you can also choose to refuse, that is your right.
The consequences, hey. Well, my time is precious, so I'll give you 1 minute to decide. With that, he contentedly picked up his teacup and savored the fragrant tea.
Hanjin sighed, a flash of sympathy appearing in his eyes. Lin Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, about to start his counterattack when Suman suddenly said, Zhang, what you are doing is too much.
Chapter 91, I want to make you a world-class superstar.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, smiling more. At this moment, Suman standing up to speak for him made the system's mission related to her worthwhile. Hanjin was even more shocked, his mouth wide open.
Zheng Xianqiu is a godfather figure in the entertainment industry, and Suman actually dared to speak to him like that? Zheng Xianqiu's brows furrowed in displeasure. Suman, are you blaming me?
Though Suman is a triple-threat diva and the star of Shengtang Entertainment, at the end of the day, she is just an artist. Zheng Xianqiu is the boss, holding immense capital, and he would never allow her to speak to him like this.
Zhang, the contract was signed between Mr. Lin and me. What you are doing puts me in a morally questionable position.
I hope you can reconsider this decision for my sake. Suman's words, although gentle, were filled with firmness. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, and his appreciation for the national goddess grew a bit more.
Zhang Xianqiu's expression immediately darkened. Suman, don't you understand the situation? I am doing this for your own good.
You are a diva, and over 90% of youth's success is due to you. You deserve to earn more. Suman smiled lightly, firmly stating, thank you for your good intentions, Zhang, but I still think we should fulfill the contract.
Don't tear it apart.
Zhang Xianqiu only felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. Suman, you are just an artist under Shengtang Entertainment, you have no right to set conditions with me.
Or do you think you're a queen, wishing to leave Shengtang Entertainment? Being rejected by Lin Feng was already embarrassing enough, now Suman was jumping out to speak for him? Does he really think Zheng Xianqiu wouldn't dare to lose his temper at the company's top star? Suman's face changed slightly. President Zhang, that's not what I mean, I just... Enough.
Zhang Xianqiu slammed the table and sneered, "It's true you are a queen, but the reason you became a queen is entirely because of the company's packaging and operation. If it wasn't for Shangtang Entertainment providing you resources, what are you?" Su Man's body shook, and her face instantly turned ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief. In their previous interactions, Zhang Xianqiu had always treated her with courtesy. But today, Zhang Xianqiu openly insulted her in front of others? Lin Feng's expression also turned cold, anger surging in his heart. Is being a boss really that amazing? Can a boss just scold their subordinates like this? What are you even mean? This was an insult to Su Man's dignity. Do you think I'm wrong? Zhang Xianqiu sneered, pointing at Han Jin and said, "Do you know why President Han came to me?" Su Man didn't say a word, her face icy. "Mingmen Entertainment has been losing continuously, it can't go on like this, he wants me to acquire Mingmen Entertainment. Do you know why Mingmen Entertainment can't operate? President Han has no connections. And I, Zhang Xianqiu, have been dominating the entertainment circle in Longwei for many years, accumulating a huge network. Whoever I want to make popular, I can make popular, whoever I want to cool down, I can cool down." Zhang Xianqiu slapped the table, his face red and his neck thick as he spoke. Han Jin's expression darkened, he lifted the teacup and gulped it down. Although Lin Feng felt that Zhang Xianqiu was a bit boastful, some of what he said was still quite true. The entertainment circle is a place where connections compete. Without connections, you can't get good scripts, roles, or invitations for songs. Without these resources, there's no popularity. Without popularity, you'll be even further from good resources. It's a vicious cycle. If you leave Shangtang Entertainment, I guarantee you won't receive offers for big productions or popular variety shows. Within a year, your popularity will drop sharply, falling to the first tier. Within 3 years, you will drop to the second tier. Moreover, your breach of contract penalty is as high as 200 million Dragon Country coins. Can you bear to pay such a large sum to terminate the contract with the company? At this point, Zhang Xianqiu smiled proudly, feeling as if everything was under his control. So what if she is a multi-talented superstar? Isn't she still at his mercy? Su Man felt a surge of anger rushing to her head, her chest heaving rapidly. Zhang Xianqiu's words were full of threats and contempt. She had never been treated like this in her years of debut. But reason told her that what Zhang Xianqiu said was true. Once she left Shangtang Entertainment in anger, what awaited her would be quick silence. A battle between heaven and man. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Ms. Su, do you believe in me?" What? Su Man, caught in a battle between heaven and man, was suddenly confused by the question. Zhang Xianqiu was also taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. "Do you believe I can make you an international superstar?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Ha?" Su Man was even more confused by the question. Zhang Xianqiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Who do you think you are? What do you have to make Su Man an international superstar?" Han Jin also couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. International superstar? If we only count the entertainment circles, there haven't been many international superstars in Dragon Country in nearly a century. Lin Feng had only written a song called Young and dared to say he could make Su Man an international superstar? Arrogant, childish. I will add a few English songs to the new album I am preparing for you. With your singing skills, you can definitely enter the Western market. Additionally, I have a few ideas for film and TV dramas, and if made, they will definitely create a sensation worldwide. So, do you believe I can make you a world-class superstar? After Lin Feng finished sharing his plans, he asked again. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhang Xianqiu laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. He had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had seen many boastful people, but he had never met someone as good at bragging as Lin Feng. Han Jin also chuckled, shaking his head and sighing. If he had half of Lin Feng's bragging skills, Mingmen Entertainment wouldn't be struggling like this. At that moment, Su Man took a deep breath and said, "I believe." Zhang Xianqiu? Han Jin? No. What did Su Man just say? She believes Lin Feng? Unbelievable. Alright, then leave Shangtang Entertainment, and I will help you create miracles. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, happy like a child. Being trusted, especially by the national goddess, feels really amazing. Su Man nodded heavily, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Perhaps it seemed unbelievable to others, but Su Man felt that Lin Feng was trustworthy. Because that night, Lin Feng was also so confident, and the facts proved that his confidence was justified. Moreover, Zhang Xianqiu's words had seriously hurt her pride, so even if it was just to prove a point, she had to leave Shangtang Entertainment. Zhang Xianqiu's expression changed drastically. Su Man, are you crazy? He doesn't even have an entertainment company, how will he promote you? Han Jin quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, Su Man, to promote you, he needs a company to operate, right? Suman smiled, it's alright, anyway, I've made a lot of money over the years, I can start my own company and be the boss.
Stop, the tough task of being the boss should be left to me. Mr. Han, aren't you planning to sell Mingmen Entertainment? Why not sell it to me?
Once Lin Feng's words fell, the atmosphere in the room became strange.
Chapter 092, Having Money Is This Reckless?
No one expected Lin Feng to suddenly say such a thing, especially with the expression and tone he had, like buying cabbage at a market.
Does he have a few minds at home to be this crazy? After a long pause, Zhang Xianqiu scoffed, do you know how much Mr. Han is asking for? I offered 880 million, and he thinks it's too low. What will you use to buy it?
Although Mingmen Entertainment was having operational difficulties, it had several second-tier stars, a dozen film and TV copyrights, and several hundred music copyrights. Zhang Xianqiu had asked professionals to estimate, and Mingmen Entertainment's assets were valued at around 1 billion to 1.1 billion. But Hanjin urgently needed cash, and ordinary people lacked the connections and resources to take over Mingmen Entertainment, so Zhang Xianqiu dared to push the price down to 880 million. If he bought Mingmen Entertainment at this price, and leveraged his connections well, he could at least make another 200 million.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, I wonder how much Mr. Han wants.
While speaking, he used mind reading on Hanjin. Hanjin's expression changed several times before he gritted his teeth and said, 10 billion, at least 10 billion. Zhang Xianqiu scoffed again, Mr. Han, don't be too greedy, your Mingmen Entertainment is no longer what it used to be.
No one will agree to this price.
Before he could say take over, Lin Feng said, give me the account number, I'll buy it.
Zhang Xianqiu? Hanjin? Suman? No, even when buying vegetables at the market, one would at least bargain a bit, right? Hanjin just said it's at least 10 billion, and Lin Feng is ready to send the money? Mr. Lin, are you serious?
Hanjin had some vague expectations in his heart but was also afraid of disappointment, feeling very uneasy.
Put. Zhang Xianqiu burst out laughing, Mr. Han, you can't be serious, right? Look at the way he's dressed, does he look like a rich person?
Besides, he won't even take a penny less from the sales of youth, how would he possibly buy your company without bargaining? Hanjin's expression darkened, indeed, Lin Feng really didn't look like a wealthy person.
And not haggling is indeed unacceptable.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes, Mr. Han, don't listen to this idiot babbling beside us. If I'm serious, just give me your card number and you'll know. He had just used mind reading to confirm that 1 billion was truly Hanjin's bottom line, so there was no need to haggle with him anymore. Besides, he was in a hurry to complete the lithography machine task.
Buying a company should also be considered a form of consumption, right? Zhang Xianqiu? Are you daring to insult me?
Lin Feng smirked, if you think the idiot I mentioned is you, then I have no objections. Suman, who was professionally trained, almost burst out laughing, her face turning red from holding it in. Mr. Lin sure has a sharp tongue.
She really likes it. What a sharp-tongued kid. I want to see how you end this farce.
Zhang Xianqiu snorted coldly, contemplating how to deal with Lin Feng later. Hanjin's face changed multiple times before he finally gritted his teeth and reported his card number. Lin Feng smiled slightly and took out his phone to operate on it. Seeing this, Zhang Xianqiu sneered, Mr. Han, he's just playing you.
Did you really believe him?
Just wait, he will definitely find an excuse to say the payment failed and ask you to extend the deadline.
If you don't want to waste time on him, sell to me quickly. 880 million is really not.
While he was chattering away, Hanjin suddenly exclaimed with joy, 100,000, million, billion.
1 billion, it's really 1 billion, 1 billion has arrived. What? Zhang Xianqiu jumped up in shock, utterly horrified.
Suman also covered her mouth and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with intense shock.
1 billion Dragon Country coins, not 1 billion Zimbabwean coins. Lin Feng actually transferred it to Hanjin? How could he be so wealthy?
Since Mr. Han has received the payment, let's quickly sign the contract. Lin Feng put down his phone and smiled.
Okay, I'll get the contract right now,
Hanjin's face was flushed with excitement, and his hands trembled while taking the contract from his briefcase.
No. Mingmen Entertainment is mine, you can't sell it to him.
At this moment, Zhang Xianqiu regained his senses and urgently tried to stop him.
Hanjin looked at Zhang Xianqiu with a foolish expression, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lin offered a higher price than you and paid first. Why can't I sell it to him?
Zhang Xianqiu's face flushed red, then he turned to Lin Feng, damn it.
How do you have so much money? Who the hell are you?
Mingmen Entertainment was originally in his pocket, and this bastard Lin Feng suddenly snatched it away, making him lose at least 200 million. He now wished he could kill Lin Feng. Who I am has nothing to do with you, Lin Feng mocked, coldly saying, prepare the termination contract for Shangtang Entertainment with Ms. Suman.
I'll pay the 200 million breach of contract fee.
If it weren't for the system task, Lin Feng wouldn't have given Zhang Xianqiu 200 million but would have used other means to force Zhang Xianqiu to terminate the contract. Now, however, he hoped the breach fee could be a little higher, preferably 2 billion, so he could earn 18 billion. Of course, after giving this money to Zhang Xianqiu, he would find a way to make Zhang Xianqiu pay it back double. Who asked Zhang Xianqiu's character to be so terrible?
Su Man was stunned. He was willing to pay her 200 million for the breach fee? Is he so reckless?
Zhang Xianqiu was taken aback, then shouted angrily, "You think so?
Su Man is the top star of Shangtang Entertainment. I absolutely won't allow her to terminate the contract with the company." Lin Feng? Su Man? Chapter 093, 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine in hand. Lin Feng laughed. Wait a minute. Weren't you quite awesome just now? Why aren't you letting Su Man go? Zhang Xianqiu's face turned red. I was just saying that out of anger. Su Man's value to Shangtang Entertainment is far more than 200 million Dragon Country coins. She is like a money tree. Before completely draining her value, how could Zhang Xianqiu let her go? What he said was merely based on the belief that Su Man wouldn't dare to leave Shangtang Entertainment. Mr. Zhang, I don't think you were just speaking out of anger. Su Man had an unusual expression and said. Zhang Xianqiu immediately put on a smiling face. Su Man, don't you know me? Those words were just for Lin Feng. Not only are you the star of Shangtang Entertainment, but you are also my longtime friend. That's enough, President Zhang. I don't want to hear more from you. Get ready for the termination contract. I want to terminate the contract with Shangtang Entertainment. Su Man exhaled a breath of turbid air, her tone cold and firm. Su Man. Zhang Xianqiu slammed the table, his voice furious. Do you know what you are saying? Su Man frowned slightly. Terminating the contract. President Zhang can't even understand our language, right? I mean, do you know what terminating the contract really means, Zhang Xianqiu asked with a fierce but cowardly look. I know, it just means you will use your connections to blacklist me. Su Man smiled slightly, seeming not to care much. A Buddha receives a stick of incense, a person lives on a breath. Because of the demeaning words Zhang Xianqiu said, she had to terminate the contract. You still want to terminate the contract after knowing all this? Zhang Xianqiu raised his voice in anger. You are a diva, could you really bear to fall silent like this? Su Man showed a struggling look but finally nodded firmly. Good, then I will blacklist you, and you will regret it. Zhang Xianqiu screamed with a distorted expression. I say, you're overthinking. Lin Feng smirked. As long as I'm here, you can forget about blacklisting Su Man. If you don't believe it, you can try. Su Man's eyes lit up, her beautiful eyes sparkling. When Lin Feng said the young man became a hit, it indeed became a hit. When Lin Feng said he would buy Ningmen Entertainment, he immediately transferred 1 billion Dragon Country currency to Hanjin without hesitation. Now Lin Feng said Zhang Xianqiu couldn't blacklist her, and she almost instinctively believed him. Zhang Xianqiu's pupils shrank. You want to compete with me in connections? Lin Feng shrugged. Why not? Thinking carefully, he realized he also had huge connections now. Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir were both daughters of powerful families, each with vast networks. Chen Mushou, the president of Lonka Institute, had immense influence and power, no need to elaborate. Moreover, he had caught the attention of several big shots. As long as he continued to complete tasks and present new materials and technologies, his importance to those big shots would keep increasing. What could Zhang Xianqiu use to compete with him? All right. You are indeed arrogant. Zhang Xianqiu snorted coldly, then turned to Su Man and threatened, I'll ask you one last time, are you really going to terminate the contract with the company? Su Man nodded firmly. Yes, I want to terminate the contract with the company. Please prepare the contract, President Zhang. If it's not convenient for President Zhang, I can ask Jia to make a copy. Zhang Xianqiu's body shook, his anger growing more intense. He couldn't understand, he just wanted Lin Feng to modify the contract, but why did it end up with Lin Feng seizing Mingmen Entertainment and his own star being poached? If he had treated Lin Feng with respect and honored the contract from the beginning, would things have developed to this point? The feeling of regret only appeared in Zhang Xianqiu's mind for a second before he forcibly wiped it away. He was a businessman, the pursuit of maximizing profits was not wrong, he just underestimated Lin Feng. After going back, he must thoroughly investigate Lin Feng and find a way to reclaim his position. After a while, Zhang Xianqiu exhaled a breath of turbid air. All right, transfer the money. Once the money arrives, I will terminate the contract immediately. Having said that, he reported the company's account number. Without saying a word, Lin Feng pulled out his phone, ready to transfer the money. Mr. Lin, terminating the contract is my business. You cannot pay this money. Su Man hurried to Lin Feng's side, holding his hand and saying. Lin Feng felt a fragrant breeze rush toward him, the touch smooth and gentle like nothing. At a glance, he saw two long beautiful legs close up and, glancing down,
the beautiful feet in silver high heels were partially hidden. Looking up again, he saw the stunningly beautiful face of the national goddess. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Then he composed himself and smiled, saying, "Miss Su, I am going to be your boss, so I must pay this money." "Even if you don't pay this money, I still want to join your company," Su Man said urgently. Lin Feng shook his head. "One thing is one thing. It's like a player transfer. How can a player pay their own breach of contract fee? So let me handle it." "Zhang Xianqiu? Hanjin? What, is with this strong feeling of fighting to pay the bill after dinner? This is 200 million long country dollars, not 200. But..." Su Man wanted to say something more, but Lin Feng had already withdrawn his hand and quickly completed the transfer. "The money has arrived, prepare the contract." Lin Feng put down his phone and sneered. "Humph." Zhang Xianqiu snorted coldly, bringing over paper and pen to write a termination contract by hand. On this side, Su Man and Zhang Xianqiu signed the termination contract, while Lin Feng and Han Jin signed the company property transfer agreement on the other side. "Ding, congratulations to the host, poaching of the Shangtang Entertainment Corner task completed, task rewards are being issued." "Ding, congratulations to the host, received a 10 million base reward, additional reward of 2 billion. "Ding, congratulations to the host, EUV photolithography machine series task 1, completed, task rewards are being issued." "Ding, congratulations to the host, received 17nm EUV photolithography machine, 1 million system points, and 17nm EUV photolithography machine production line, 2 machines/year, already stored in the Zenith Star Technology Laboratory." "Ding, host, you have a new task. Task EUV photolithography machine series task 2. Task goal, accumulate a spending of 10 billion long country dollars. Task reward, increase the output of 7nm EUV photolithography machines to 20 machines/year, 10 million system points. Besides this new task, there is also the X-Alloy Series Task 3, Carbon Fiber Series Task 4, and T2000 Carbon Fiber Series Task 4. It seems buying a company indeed counts as spending, so I can rest easy." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then fell into deep thought. Producing 2 units of the 7nm EUV photolithography machine a year is indeed a bit slow, but the requirement to spend 10 billion just to increase it to 20 machines per year is too outrageous, right? The key is that he doesn't have that much money right now. Chapter 094, The Shock of the National Goddess. It's time to increase the production capacity of the X-Alloy. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng chose the X-Alloy Series Task 3. This task only requires a spending of 10 million long country dollars to increase the production capacity of the X-Alloy to 100 kg/24H. In his guess, the 6th generation fighter should be close to mass production now, and the current capacity definitely cannot meet the needs of the Dragon Academy. More importantly, completing this task will unlock the Vibranium Series task. Lin Feng is indeed very much looking forward to the super metal that makes Wakanda the world's #1 technological power according to Marvel's setting. Host, Lin Feng. Technology pool, X-Alloy, 10 kg/24H. T1100 carbon fiber, 10T/24H. T2000 carbon fiber, 10T/24H. 7nm EUV photolithography machine, 2 machines/year. System points, 1,061,000. Combat power, 11,200. Current skills, mastery of music theory, ultimate combat skills. Current task, X-Alloy Series Task 3. System points have returned to the high point of 1 million, and his bank account has also reached a massive 4.84 billion. A great harvest. Just as Lin Feng was checking his personal attributes, Zhang Xianqiu and Su Man finished signing the termination contract. 2 copies, each took care of their own after receiving them. Zhang Xianqiu stood up and said, "Su Man, you will definitely regret this, I guarantee it." With that, he glared at Lin Feng fiercely and turned to leave the room. Even though Su Man was mentally prepared, being threatened like this by Zhang Xianqiu still made her face pale. Lin Feng smiled slightly and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, he is just a blundering fool." Han Jin's mouth twitched. Wow, Zhang Xianqiu is at least the CEO of Shangtang Entertainment, a godfather-level figure in the entertainment industry. Isn't Lin Feng underestimating him too much? By the way, what is Lin Feng's real identity? How can he play around with 1.2 billion so easily? Could it be he is some second-generation rich? But Zhang Xianqiu has a few major clan disciples backing him too, otherwise, could he be this arrogant? After leaving Zizhu Courtyard, Zhang Xianqiu took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoluo, haven't you always wanted to have dinner with Su Man? She is at the lakeside new residence, Zizhu Courtyard, you can come over." "Ah, Luo Xiao, you are too kind. Su Man has already terminated her contract with Shangtang Entertainment. From now on, her matters have nothing to do with me." "Alright, then I wish Luo Xiao a good time." After ending the call, Zhang Xianqiu glanced back at Zizhu courtyard, his eyes shimmering coldly. That cheap woman Su Man actually dared to betray me.
I want to see if Lin Feng can protect you like I did.
Luo Kuan is the playboy of the top family in Baishui City, the Luo family, who has coveted Su Man for many years. If it weren't for Zhang Xianqiu's mediation, Su Man would have been forcibly taken out to dinner by Luo Kuan during her previous trips to Baishui City. This time, Su Man came to Baishui City for a fan meeting, and Luo Kuan also sent her an invitation, but Su Man politely declined. With Zhang Xianqiu's warning in advance, Luo Kuan did not dare to act forcefully towards Su Man. Now that Su Man has left Shangtang Entertainment, Zhang Xianqiu is sure to seek revenge, and he can seize this opportunity to test Lin Feng's strength.
Killing two birds with one stone. Inside Zizhu courtyard. President Lin, this is my business card. If you encounter any problems while taking over Mingmen Entertainment, you can contact me.
Hanjin took out a gilded business card and respectfully handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the card and smiled. Okay, but I didn't bring my business cards.
Could you please leave me your phone number, General Han?
After both sides exchanged contact information, Hanjin politely suggested to leave. President Lin, you and Miss Su surely have some things to discuss.
I won't disturb you any longer. He could guess with his toes that Lin Feng had feelings for Su Man, otherwise, how could Lin Feng help Su Man pay 200 million in breach of contract? Staying here any longer would just show a lack of insight.
Lin Feng felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, he feigned disappointment and said, I still wanted to ask General Han to stay for a meal.
Hanjin rolled his eyes internally. If you really wanted me to stay, you wouldn't say it that way. But on the surface, he still smiled and said, President Lin is too polite. Next time, I will treat you to a meal. After saying this, he nodded to Su Man, then got up and left the room. After seeing Hanjin off, Lin Feng returned to his seat and smiled. That General Han is quite a nice person. He has a good reputation in the industry.
Su Man nodded, then apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Miss Su doesn't need to blame herself. This matter is entirely due to that real fool, and it has nothing to do with you.
Real fool? Su Man looked confused.
Lin Feng chuckled playfully. I meant Zhang the fool.
Just a slip of the tongue. Put.
Lin Feng's pun immediately made Su Man laugh, leaving all other beauties in the palace pale in comparison. After a while, Su Man stopped laughing. Mr. Lin, you said there are a few English songs in the new album.
Is that true?
Many singers from the Long Kingdom have tried singing English songs to open up the Western market, but they all failed miserably, not even making a splash, and couldn't become popular domestically either. Although Lin Feng's songwriting ability is strong, Su Man is worried she might follow in their footsteps.
Lin Feng nodded. Of course it's true.
I have already written 2 English songs, one is My Heart Will Go On, and the other is Love Story. With the quality of these 2 songs, plus your singing skills, you will definitely achieve great success in the Western music market. In a parallel world on Earth, these 2 English songs achieved great success.
One, My Heart Will Go On, made the whole world know Celine Dion.
The other, Love Story, made Taylor Swift famous worldwide, pushing her to the throne in North America.
If Su Man were to sing these 2 songs, what kind of impact would it create in this world? Just thinking about it is exciting. Ah, you've already written them? Su Man asked in surprise and anticipation. Can you show me the sheet music for these 2 songs, or can you sing one for me?
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. I didn't bring the sheet music, but I can sing it for you.
Su Man nodded and entered listening mode in a second. She saw Lin Feng clear his throat and lowered his voice by 4 keys before he began to sing My Heart Will Go On.
When he reached the chorus, Su Man's skin prickled all over. After Lin Feng finished his song, Su Man was still immersed in the shock the song brought her. Lin Feng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, wearing a teasing smile. Of course, he brought the sheet music, it was right in the system, but looking at the sheet music was no match for the impact of singing it directly. Seeing the national goddess stunned by his performance, that feeling of psychological satisfaction was exhilarating. While Lin Feng silently admired Su Man's stunning beauty lost in shock, a startled voice came from outside. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? Chapter 095, no, I mean that. Hearing Sun Jiejia's exclamation, Su Man's expression changed drastically. Oh no, why is Luo Kuan here? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who is Luo Kuan? You seem very scared of him? Su Man exhaled a breath of anxiety and said with some fear, Luo Kuan is the playboy of the Baishui Luo family, What about him? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He has been trying to ask me out to dinner alone, and I've refused every time. Su Man said, her expression unnatural. Lin Feng instantly understood, putting it nicely as asking her out alone, but crudely, he just wanted to take advantage of Su Man. Then he asked in confusion, then just refuse him again. It's not that simple. Su Man sighed and bitterly smiled. Before, Zhang Xianqiu helped me refuse. I see. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The entertainment industry is chaotic, it's difficult for a female star to remain untainted. Unless she is devoid of desires, or has a great deal of power. For a beauty of Su Man's level, if she has no protection, those rich playboys and big bosses will not let her go. In fact, male stars face similar fates. In a parallel world on Earth, a male star from Longwa was slapped by a local big boss for singing a few less songs at a commercial performance and was forcibly detained. Later, if another local big shot hadn't interceded, the consequences would have been dire. As Zheng Xianqiu said, without connections in the entertainment circle, one would find it hard to move an inch.
But don't worry, with me here, Luo Koan can't force you to do anything,
Lin Feng said confidently. With Lin Feng's assurance, Su Man's panicky heart instantly calmed down. I heard Su Man was inside, so I came to take a look. In the courtyard, Luo Koan, dressed in a light blue fitted suit, smiled at Sun Jejia and said. Behind him stood an old man wearing a grey robe and traditional shoes from the old capital. With his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes half closed, he looked as if he was dozing off. In addition to the old man in grey robe, two burly bodyguards in black stood behind Luo Koan. Their fierce appearance instilled fear in those who looked at them. Sun Jejia forced out a smile and said in a negotiating tone, Mr. Luo, Sister Su is inside discussing something.
Why don't you go back first and contact her when she's done? Luo Koan's smile instantly vanished. You're just trying to brush me off with some excuse? Then look at my lips.
Sun Jejia's brows furrowed slightly. After realizing Luo Koan's lip movements, her face changed dramatically. Mr. Luo, please be respectful.
Oh? You can see that I am telling you to get lost?
Luo Koan scoffed, domineeringly stating, Today, I will definitely see Su Man.
Even Jesus can't stop me, I said.
As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and walked inside.
Sun Jejia quickly stepped aside, trying to block his way.
But at that moment, the old man who looked like he was napping took a step forward and pressed down on her shoulder.
Sun Jejia trembled as if jolted by electricity and instantly lost the strength to stop Luo Koan. You are overestimating yourself.
Luo Koan chuckled coldly and strode past her.
Walked into the room with two bodyguards in black.
It was only at this moment that the old man in grey released Sun Jejia.
You are a martial arts master? Sun Jejia's face looked very bad.
She was at the late stage of a martial artist, and ordinary strong men were not her opponents. But the old man in grey had made her unable to move with just one move. Such strength was at least that of a martial arts master. The young girl has some insight, the old man in grey said with a proud smile, then returned to a dozing state and slowly followed. Sun Jejia's expression changed several times, and she hurriedly rushed in. As she entered the door, she happened to see Su Man get up to greet her. Mr. Luo, why are you here? Of course, I came to see you, Luo Koan smirked, then noticed Lin Feng's presence, and his expression immediately turned cold. Who is this man? At that moment, he looked like a husband who had caught his wife on a date with another man, furious.
Su Man's expression changed slightly, and she quickly introduced, This is Mr. Lin Feng, my new boss. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Luo Koan. Sun Jejia? No. What just happened here? Why did Sister Su say Lin Feng is her new boss?
Sun Jejia, who had been on guard outside, was completely confused.
Lin Feng?
Luo Koan frowned slightly, feeling that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Mr. Luo, I still need to discuss matters with Su Man, so I won't keep you. Lin Feng sat calmly in the chair and smiled.
Luo Koan was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, Are you trying to chase me away?
The two bodyguards in black behind him immediately turned their fierce gazes towards Lin Feng, their eyes flickering with the intent to kill. Su Man was startled and quickly said to mediate for Lin Feng, Mr. Lin didn't mean that, he meant. No, I mean exactly that, Lin Feng directly interrupted her.
Su Man? Sun Jejia? Chapter 096, in Baishui, no one is allowed to be so awesome. Su Man and Sun Jejia were startled by Lin Feng's domineering attitude. This was the top young master Luo Koan of Baishui, even Zheng Xianqiu would not dare to speak to him like this. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Luo Koan's mouth slightly opened, wearing a dazed expression as if he couldn't believe his ears. The old man in grey, who had been keeping his eyes down since entering, suddenly widened his eyes and emitted a fierce killing intent. Lin Feng looked at the old man in grey with some surprise, his expression somewhat playful. Killing intent is invisible, and ordinary people find it difficult to sense, but for masters, it can be perceived very easily. Although the two black-clad bodyguards looked fierce and had killing intent in their eyes, that was just to scare others. The killing intent from the old man in grey was formed after killing someone, the difference between them is like clouds and mud. This old man in grey is not simple. After a long while, Luo Koan exhaled a breath of foul air and sneered, Do you know who you are talking to? Lin Feng blinked and said with a confused expression, What does it matter who you are for me to chase you away? This is my dining place with Su Man, you barged in here without permission, so I naturally do not welcome you. Of course, if you want to give me money, I might consider it. The top family in Baishui City should be super rich, right? Should I find a way to squeeze some money out of Luo Koen? WTF? Luo Koen turned to glance at the two bodyguards, angrily laughing. When did Baishui City have such an awesome person?
Young Master Luo is joking, in front of you, he is nobody. Yeah, young Master Luo, as long as you don't speak, Baishui City won't allow such an awesome person to exist. The words from the two bodyguards lightened Luo Koen's mood a bit.
He then turned back and said darkly, Buddy, you are so arrogant, your background must not be ordinary, right? Do you dare to reveal it so I can be scared? Although he was a dandy, he also knew that some people couldn't be provoked.
Lin Feng was so arrogant.
Maybe he has an extraordinary background?
If Lin Feng really has a powerful background, then he can just admit defeat and leave. This is also why he has always coveted Su Man but has not acted due to Zhang Xianqiu's warning. After all, the young masters behind Zhang Xianqiu are ruthless people. Lin Feng shrugged, I am just an ordinary person.
Luo Koen's expression darkened. Do you despise me? He is already Su Man's new boss, yet he still dares to say he is an ordinary person? Just then, a loud laughter came from outside. Is Luo Xiao inside? Luo Koen's face suddenly turned strange. What the hell? Why is Feng Tai here? Feng Tai? Lin Feng's expression shifted as well. You know Feng Tai? Luo Koen was first taken aback, then overjoyed, saying, Gang Z, go call Feng Tai in, I have something to ask him. Yes, Luo Xiao.
A bodyguard in black went to carry out the order, and soon brought Feng Tai in.
Feng Tai entered with a glass in hand, smiling. Luo Xiao, Manager Cheng told me you were here for dinner, so I rushed over to toast. What the hell, Lin Feng? Why are you also here? Su Man? Damn, why didn't Manager Cheng tell me Su Man was here?
Feng Tai was so excited that his hands were shaking, spilling wine all over. Calm down, quickly tell me who this Lin Feng is. Luo Koen patted Feng Tai on the shoulder and urged.
Feng Tai was stunned for a moment. Luo Xiao doesn't know him? He thought Luo Koen and Lin Feng were friends. Luo Koen rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if I knew him, would I ask you? Hurry up and tell me everything you know. Oh.
Feng Tai organized his thoughts and said solemnly, Lin Feng is the boss of Tian Dingxing, who has been trending online recently.
Su Man? Sun Jiajia?
No wonder the Tian Dingxing official account helped Su Man. It turns out he was praising his own boss.
Now the question is, could the car park Feng Lin also be Lin Feng? It's very possible. The boss of Tian Dingxing? Luo Koen was also taken aback, then his expression became strange. Is he not some second-generation heir from a big family?
No, I've met his parents, they are very ordinary people.
Feng Tai's tone was somewhat dismissive. Luo Koen's mouth twitched. Is that all?
He knows a bit about Tian Dingxing. Indeed, they are impressive in the carbon fiber field, but even so, their annual output value is only around 10 billion. If it were in Jiangnan, he would still give Lin Feng some face, but here in Baishui, it is his territory. Where does the boss of a small, broken company get the confidence to challenge him?
Luo Xiao, do you have a conflict with Lin Feng? Feng Tai noticed something was off and asked awkwardly.
Luo Koen glared at him, sneering, I came here to have dinner with Su Man, but Lin Feng wants to kick me out.
Do you think I have a conflict with him?
Hiss.
Feng Tai took a sharp breath, looking at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng, you know how incredible that is, right? This is Luo Xiao, what do you have to make Luo Xiao leave? Lin Feng frowned slightly. I don't care if he is Luo Xiao or Luo De, if he affects my conversation with Su Man, he has to go.
Feng Tai was stunned for 2 seconds, then exhaled a breath of stale air. It seems you still don't know who Luo Xiao is. Let's put it this way, the Luo family is the biggest family in Baishui, and Elder Luo used to be the chief instructor of the Dongshan Battle Department.
The current Dongshan Battle Department has several big shots who have been taught by Elder Luo. Even the government of Baishui must give Luo Xiao some respect. What do you think you are to dare to let Luo Xiao leave? With every word Feng Tai said, Su Man's face became paler. Before, she only heard that the Luo family was the top family in Baishui and powerful, not knowing they had such a big background. In contrast, Luo Koen had an arrogant and condescending expression. Just when the atmosphere in the room was nearing a freeze, Lin Feng slowly stood up, walked to Feng Tai, and expressionlessly asked, What did you just say? Feng Tai felt a tremor in his heart for no reason, but soon he sneered, I said even the government of Baishui. Lin Feng shook his head and interrupted, Not that sentence, it's the next one. Feng Tai was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Who do you think you are? Slap. Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped Feng Tai's face. Hiss. Sun Jiajia gasped in shock. Ah. Su Man covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. What the hell? Even Luo Koen widened his eyes in shock. You dare to hit me? Feng Tai was stunned at first, then his expression twisted in rage. You dare to hit me? You're dead. I will. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng slapped him again. It directly left Feng Tai dazed. Lin Feng shook his hand, mockingly saying, "Your mouth stinks too much, let me clean it up for you, no need to thank me." Chapter 097, I'll give you two choices. As Lin Feng's words fell, the room was filled with a silence so tense that you could hear a pin drop. No one expected him to suddenly hit Feng Tai, and even fewer expected him to say no need to thank me after hitting him. This is Feng Tai, the son of the chairman of the Baishui Kongjian Pharmaceuticals Group. Although not the top young master of Baishui, he is definitely not someone that ordinary people can easily humiliate. Moreover, Lin Feng's last words, "no need to thank me," were downright heart-piercing. After a long time, Luo Kuan exhaled a breath of foul air and said, "You're really not afraid of death." Feng Tai was his friend, and just now he stood up for him. Hitting Feng Tai was like hitting him. For someone as face-conscious as Luo Kuan, this was a deadly feud that could only be resolved with blood. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, "Mr. Luo, don't get me wrong, I'm scared of dying more than anyone else, who doesn't want to live, right?" "Ha?" Luo Kuan was stunned at first, then why do you dare to hit Feng Tai in public? "Ah, does hitting Feng Tai mean I have to die?" Lin Feng blinked and turned to Su Man, "Is there any law in the dragon country that says slapping someone in the face is punishable by death?" Su Man shook her head with a strange expression. If she wasn't mistaken, Lin Feng seemed to be completely unbothered and even in the mood to joke. Should she say Lin Feng was carefree, or did he have everything under control? "You scared me, I thought there was such a regulation in the criminal law." Lin Feng patted his chest, looking a bit frightened as he said, "Good. You truly are arrogant." Luo Kuan sneered and was about to let his bodyguards deal with Lin Feng. At this moment, Feng Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Luo, this is my business, I will handle it personally." He was also a well-known young master of Baishui. If he got hit by Lin Feng and then asked Luo Kuan for help, how would he face others in Baishui in the future? "Okay, it's up to you." Luo Kuan nodded, immediately entering spectator mode. Feng Tai took out his phone and dialed a number, "Everyone come to Zizhu Garden, bring your weapons, hurry." He came to the lakeside new home for a meal, also bringing bodyguards, but he didn't let them follow when he went to toast Luo Kuan. Hearing this, Su Man's face changed slightly, and she walked to Lin Feng's side and whispered, "Mr. Lin, we should call the police." Lin Feng struck first. Calling the police would definitely be unfavorable for him, but Feng Tai was clearly furious now. Didn't he just say to bring people with weapons? Going to jail for a few days is much better than being beaten or even crippled. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, "No need, just a group of clowns." "Su Man? What?" Lin Feng didn't even know who Feng Tai was calling over, yet he dared to say they were clowns? Even the national goddess, who had already begun to trust Lin Feng, felt he was a bit overconfident at this moment. It seemed it was time to ask Sun Jiejia to intervene. Thinking of this, Su Man glanced at Sun Jiejia. Sun Jiejia nodded with a serious expression. At that moment, several angry shouts came from outside. "Damn it, is there anyone in Baishui who dares to challenge young Master Feng? Truly tired of living. Where are you? Come out and see if I won't beat you to death." As the words fell, four bodyguards in black holding iron rods rushed in, their momentum fierce as a tiger. But when they saw Luo Kuan, their momentum suddenly faltered. Then the leading bodyguard nervously asked, "Young Master Feng, did you have a conflict with young Master Luo?" Everyone is mingling in the water, who doesn't know the name of Luo Kuan? If Feng Tai really wanted to clash with Luo Kuan, they might just turn against him. This scene even made Lin Feng laugh. Luo Kuan also had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of arrogance. Slap. Feng Tai raised his hand and slapped that bodyguard's face. "Are you out of your mind? I'm friends with young Master Luo, what kind of conflict are you causing?" "It's Lin Feng, damn it." Oh. Although the bodyguard just got slapped, his mood suddenly relaxed. As long as he wasn't directly opposing young Master Luo, he wasn't afraid of anything. Thinking of this, he picked up the iron rod and pointed it at Lin Feng, shouting, "Damn you, you're really asking for it." As he lifted the iron rod, Sun Jiejia rushed to stand in front of Lin Feng. But as she just started to tiptoe, she saw Lin Feng charge forward in a flash, then he swiftly grabbed the iron rod and kicked it towards the black-clothed bodyguard's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black-clothed bodyguard knelt down on the ground, covering his abdomen. As everyone was shocked, Lin Feng swung the iron rod at the other three bodyguards. In an instant, the shadows of the rod flew, bang, bang, bang. The three bodyguards didn't even manage to put up any decent defense before being knocked down by Lin Feng. Su Man was dumbfounded. Oh my god, no wonder Lin Feng was so arrogant, it turns out he was this strong. Rich, good-looking, talented, and so powerful, she was now very curious about what Lin Feng couldn't do. Sun Jiejia also had her mouth slightly open, utterly amazed. From Lin Feng's earlier actions, his strength was at the level of a martial artist, comparable to hers.
Even the old man in gray couldn't help but change his expression slightly but quickly shook his head with a smile, his disdain evident. A mere martial artist easily dealing with a few ordinary bodyguards, but in front of him, it was not enough to see. Feng Tai's face immediately darkened like water. He called 4 bodyguards to regain his face, but instead of that, he got beaten by Lin Feng, which was like stepping on his own face. At this moment, Luo Kuan suddenly shook his head and smiled. Feng Tai, it seems your bodyguards are not strong enough. Feng Tai's face turned red, clenching his fists without saying a word.
Alright, don't be gloomy, just watch me now.
Luo Kuan smiled proudly and looked at Lin Feng saying, no wonder you're so arrogant, it's because you're strong, but...
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what?
But your skills are a bit lacking. Luo Kuan sneered and said to the old man in gray, Uncle Lu, waste him.
Yes, young master.
The old man in gray nodded, stepping forward to stand in front of Lin Feng, saying arrogantly, young man, I now give you 2 choices. 1, you break your own tendons. 2, I will personally break your hand and leg tendons. Choose.
What?
Su Man couldn't believe her ears.
In broad daylight, this old man in gray dared to say such ruthless words about breaking someone's tendons? Lin Feng was also amused by the anger. What if I choose neither?
Before the old man in gray could speak, Sun Jejia hurriedly said, Lin Feng, he's a master of martial arts, you're no match for him, run.
Su Man's expression changed again, a master of martial arts?
Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had heard Sun Jejia describe the rankings of martial artists and understood the horror of a martial arts master.
In an instant, the feeling of despair engulfed her like a tide. Haha, run?
The old man in gray glanced at Sun Jejia. Do you think he has a chance to escape in front of me?
Sun Jejia's face darkened.
Yes, Lin Feng was just a martial artist, in front of a martial arts master who was 1 level above him. He didn't even have a chance to escape.
Lin Feng was in big trouble this time. Chapter 098, A Master Cannot Be Humiliated. Alright, my patience is limited, you have 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9.
The old man in gray didn't give Lin Feng any time to react and began counting down.
Feng Tai clenched his fists, a hint of bloodthirst appearing on his face.
He seemed to already see the brutal scene of Lin Feng having his tendons broken by the old man in gray. Luo Kuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, looking at Lin Feng like he was a dead man. Those bodyguards who had been knocked down by Lin Feng also had vicious looks in their eyes, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Feng would have his tendons cut.
Just when the atmosphere was thick enough to cut, Lin Feng laughed. In your eyes, a martial arts master can do whatever he wants, right? The old man in the gray robe, counting down, was first taken aback, then proudly said, at least enough to deal with you. You have 5 seconds to think. 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Looks like you don't have the courage to strike yourself. The gray-robed old man coldly smiled, then with a flick of his right hand, a glinting dagger slid out from his wide sleeve and fell perfectly into his grip. The moment Su Man saw the dagger, she painfully closed her eyes. She simply couldn't bear to see the cruel scene of Lin Feng having his tendons severed. Sun Jejia clenched her fists, her body trembling, unable to muster the courage to fight the gray-robed old man. Luo Kuan, Feng Tai, and all the bodyguards widened their eyes, holding their breath, waiting for the moment Lin Feng would be crippled. The atmosphere in the room was even more suffocating than just a few seconds ago. Then, the gray-robed old man twirled the dagger in a flourish, his toes lightly touching the ground as he charged toward Lin Feng.
At that moment, Lin Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he casually pointed 2 fingers. Whoosh whoosh. 2 white blasts of energy shot out, piercing through the gray-robed old man's 2 ankles, spraying blood everywhere. Thud. The gray-robed old man, just about to charge, immediately knelt down on the ground. He then let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig.
What? Luo Kuan's pupils widened in shock, utterly horrified.
Feng Tai's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment.
The bodyguards were all dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell did they just see? Lin Feng casually pointed 2 fingers, and then 2 beams of white light appeared, injuring the gray-robed old man?
For those who had never heard of a master-level expert, this scene utterly shattered their worldview.
Master-level expert? Lin Feng is actually a master-level expert?
Sun Jejia was shocked to the point of losing her color.
Master. You are a master. The expression of the gray-robed old man was filled with ultimate terror.
In the martial arts world of Dragon Country, there is a saying, a master cannot be insulted, those who insult him can be killed. This saying obviously has its exaggerations, but to some extent reflects the immense power and exceptional status of a master-level expert. If he had known Lin Feng was a master-level expert, he wouldn't have dared to utter the wild claim of severing Lin Feng's tendons, and would have immediately dragged Luo Kuan away.
At that moment, the gray-robed old man regretted it more than ever. At this time, Su Man also opened her eyes. Seeing the gray-robed old man kneeling on the ground, she was momentarily stunned. Then she glanced at Lin Feng, proudly standing not far away, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration.
She had heard Jejia say that a master is many times more powerful than a martial arts grandmaster, and that there are very few such experts in the entire dragon country.
No wonder Lin Feng had remained calm all along.
At that moment, the national goddess had developed a measure of admiration for Lin Feng.
I'll ask you one more time, do you think just because you are a martial arts grandmaster, you can do whatever you want,
Lin Feng looked down at the grey-robed old man, coldly asking. The grey-robed old man trembled, his voice quivering as he said, "I'm sorry, Master Lin, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you.
Please forgive my small offense this once." "Lu uncle?" Luo Kuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he incredulously said, "You actually begged him for mercy?"
Lu Bao is the housekeeper of the Luo family, representing the face of the Luo family. His capitulation to Lin Feng was tantamount to the Luo family admitting defeat to Lin Feng. This was something he could never accept.
Lu Bao turned his head to look at him and sighed, "Young master, have you forgotten the head of the family's instructions?" Luo Kuan frowned slightly, "What? A master cannot be insulted," Lu Bao said, enunciating each word. Luo Kuan's pupils constricted, and after a long pause, he nodded, "You're right, a master cannot be insulted. This matter was indeed my fault."
Feng Tai's mouth dropped open, his stunned eyes nearly popping out.
What the hell, how long has he known Luo Kuan, and he had never heard Luo Kuan say, "I was wrong."
Lu Bao nodded, "Since the young master has recognized his mistake, I believe Master Lin, with his broad heart, will definitely forgive your rudeness."
"Lin Feng? No, you guys don't think that admitting fault will just make this go away, right?"
Luo Kuan had burst in yelling at him, threatening to kill him and cripple him.
Now that he realized he couldn't win, he thought a simple apology could end the matter? Although Luo Kuan wasn't handsome, his thoughts were quite unrealistic. Luo Kuan instantly became furious, "Do you still want to? Young master, calm down."
Lu Bao quickly interrupted him and then cupped his hands toward Lin Feng. "Master Lin, my young master is youthful and impulsive, please bear with us."
Lin Feng curled his lip, "What if I don't bear with it? What will you do?"
Lu Bao forced a smile, "Master Lin is joking. You are a master, I certainly wouldn't dare to do anything, but since the matter has happened, saying more would be of no use, we can only try our best to make up for the offense to you."
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, "It's simple. Let Luo Kuan cripple his own tendons, and give me 1 billion or 800 million as mental compensation, and I'll let you go." Although it was Lu Bao who acted earlier, it was Luo Kuan who gave the orders. Since Luo Kuan wanted Lu Bao to cripple him, then he must cripple Luo Kuan in return. This is called repaying resentment with justice. As for the mental compensation he said he was scared just now, should everyone believe it? Su Man was stunned again. No matter what, Luo Kuan was still a young master from the Luo family, a strong figure that even the Bai Shui mansion had to give face. How could Lin Feng dare to make such an arrogant demand? Luo Kuan felt a mouthful of old blood clogging his throat. "I am a top young master from Bai Shui, and you not only want to cripple my tendons but also dare to ask for 1 billion or 800 million in mental compensation? Do you really think a master-level strong person can do whatever they want?" Lu Bao also didn't expect Lin Feng to make such an unreasonable demand. For a moment, rage boiled in his heart. But soon he suppressed his anger and said with a bitter smile, "Master Lin, I cannot agree to your demand. Of course, if you insist on doing this, I certainly cannot stop you, but I want to remind you that our family head is also a master-level strong person, and he has great connections in Bai Shui." As soon as Lu Bao's words landed, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed out with 2 fingers. Whoosh whoosh, 2 streams of white vital energy shot out, piercing through Lu Bao's wrists. Chapter 099, Let him come, I am waiting.
No one expected Lin Feng to suddenly attack. Lu Bao's posture had already been very low, although there was a hint of threat in his words, it was more of a submission. But Lin Feng still ruthlessly struck, crippling Lu Bao's hands.
Such unmatched dominance and decisive will shock Luo Kuan and the others into silence. Lu Bao was in so much pain that he didn't even dare to scream, only gritting his teeth and letting out a muffled groan. "I hate being threatened the most, destroying your hands is a punishment."
Lin Feng snorted coldly, his expression indifferent as if he had simply done something trivial. Su Man's beautiful eyes sparkled, her admiration evident. Although this scene was somewhat bloody, Lu Bao truly deserved it. Instead, Lin Feng's fearless demeanor made her heart flutter.
"Master Lin's punishment is justified, I was indeed presumptuous.
If you are angry because of this, then it was worth it for me to have my hands crippled," Lu Bao said with a bitter smile. If someone didn't know the situation, they would surely cry upon seeing this. Having his hands and feet crippled by Lin Feng and still looking like "I was wrong, you were right," one could hardly imagine how humiliating it was.
Luo Kuan watched with red-rimmed eyes. Bloodshot eyes, boundless hatred.
Even Feng Tai felt a sense of sorrow for the dying rabbit and the grieving fox. But Lin Feng simply didn't buy into his tricks. "Alright, I know you are not convinced, I'll give you a chance." Lu Bao's face changed slightly. "I don't quite understand what you mean.
Didn't you say the head of the Luo family is also a master-level powerhouse, and has strong connections?"
Call him, tell him everything that happened here, and I'll wait for him to come.
After saying this, Lin Feng returned to his seat and said to Su Man, I'm hungry, let's order some food.
Ha! The sudden turn left Su Man a bit dazed.
Lin Feng took out his phone to check the time. It's already 9 p.m., we haven't had dinner yet, aren't you hungry? Su Man, hungry, but. Then let's order, Ms. Sun, you can join us too, order whatever you want, don't hold back, it's my treat.
Lin Feng looked at Sun Jiejia and smiled.
Yes, Master Lin.
Sun Jiejia nodded passionately. People always admire the strong, especially martial artists. It's easier to feel this emotion when facing someone several times stronger than themselves.
Just call me boss, it sounds friendly.
Lin Feng chuckled.
Sun Jiejia's excited face turned red. Yes, boss.
Luo Kuan and Lu Bao were somewhat dumbfounded.
Lin Feng knew that old man Luo was a master-level powerhouse, yet he still dared to ask him to come over? He still had the mood to order food?
This completely disregarded old man Luo, so arrogant, so damn arrogant. Stop standing there foolishly, hurry and call him. After the call, go outside and wait. Watching you guys kills my appetite. Lin Feng glanced at them and mocked.
Okay, I'll call the family head right now.
Lu Bao was about to reply but suddenly remembered his hands were injured. Turning pale, he said, Young master, you make the call. Luo Kuan nodded, took out his phone, and dialed his grandfather Luo Jinbei to explain the situation here.
Master Lin, my grandfather said he will come over soon. After hanging up the phone, Luo Kuan said solemnly.
Lin Feng nodded, alright, you guys wait at the door, don't try to escape.
Yes, Master Lin. Lu Bao nodded in agreement, first giving Luo Kuan a look, then was carried out of the room by 2 bodyguards. Once they left, Su Man excitedly said, Master Lin, you are amazing.
Lin Feng's corner of the mouth twitched. Good heavens, why do all the beautiful women he knows say things that make men's blood boil? Especially when the national goddess says this, it's more thrilling than Boruto, okay. After a while, Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, they are just too weak.
Su Man was stunned for a moment, then turned to Sun Jiejia, are they really that weak?
Sun Jiejia's mouth twitched. Anyone who can knock down a heavyweight boxing champion with one punch must be quite strong. But compared to the boss, they are indeed too weak, so Master Lin is really, really amazing. Su Man's beautiful eyes sparkled with little stars.
Alright, stop gushing over it, let's order food first.
Lin Feng worried that if he didn't stop them, the 2 women might praise him to death.
Wait, that statement seems a bit off?
During the ordering process, Su Man transformed into a fangirl, asking Lin Feng several questions about martial arts masters.
After Lin Feng answered one by one, Su Man asked, Master Lin, is the nickname Parking Feng Lin Wan yours?
Lin Feng's mouth twitched, how did you guess?
It really is you.
Su Man's mouth opened slightly, then her expression became strange. I thought this nickname has the name Lin Feng in it, and saw how generous you were, so you deliberately chose this name, right? Actually, she suspected from the beginning that Parking Feng Lin Wan and the owner of Tian Ding Xing were the same person, but she didn't think Lin Feng was the owner of Tian Ding Xing. Now she had a feeling of connecting all the dots at once.
What? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, you mean this nickname is missing 2 words, right?
Su Man's stunning face suddenly flushed with 2 pink clouds. If someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder saw this nickname,
it would be very uncomfortable. Lin Feng was taken aback and turned to Sun Jiejia, does Su Man have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Sun Jiejia held back her laughter and said, a little bit, it's not very serious.
As soon as she said this, Su Man's stunning face turned a few shades redder.
Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Does this mean that the national goddess thinks of those 2 words every time she sees this nickname? Then he must give this nickname more chances to appear.
Just think about it, every time this nickname appears, it teases the national goddess, making it quite thrilling.
Ahem, I just thought it was fun and picked it randomly, don't think too much about it.
Lin Feng lifted his teacup to hide his embarrassment. Su Man couldn't help but roll her eyes. Every time she sees this nickname, those 2 words automatically float in her mind. How can she not think too much about it? When the food and drinks arrived, the 3 of them chatted and ate, creating a lively atmosphere. Just when they were about to finish their meal, a long, deep shout came from outside. I am Luo Jianbei from the Luo family, please let Master Lin come out to meet me. The voice came from dozens of meters away but rang in Lin Feng's ears like thunder.
Su Man's pretty face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. Sun Jiejia's expression also changed drastically, this person has a deep breath.
Lin Feng sneered and replied loudly, why shout so loudly at night?
Do you have no manners?
I'm not even full yet, if you have patience, wait outside, if not, come in yourself, and stop making noise.
Got it? Su Man? Sun Jiejia?
Using such frivolous words to respond to the intimidating head of the Luo family, Lin Feng truly did not take him seriously.
Chapter 100, Killing Trap. Between a rock and a hard place? A dignified master-level expert speaks so frivolously,
With a cold snort, an old man dressed in a brown tang suit stepped through the door of the purple bamboo courtyard and entered the yard.
It was indeed Luo Jianbei, the head of the Luo family. Grandpa. Head of the family. Old Master Luo. The people standing in the yard, Luo Koan, Lu Bao, and Feng Tai, were like drowning men who had grabbed a life-saving straw, rejoicing and calling out. Luo Jianbei first glanced at Lu Bao, and his pupils instantly contracted. Then he glared fiercely at Luo Koan. The good things you've done. Lu Bao was the second powerhouse of the Luo family, but he became useless because of Luo Koan. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Koan was his own grandson, he would have the heart to kill him. Luo Koan turned pale and said pitifully, Grandpa, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be a master-level expert. Luo Jianbei sneered, I already told you before, a knife hovers over the word for love. You refused to listen, now you regret it? Luo Koan's mouth felt bitter, and he quickly lowered his head. Regret? That doesn't exist, he only hated that Lin Feng was too strong and ruined his good thing. Luo Jianbei snorted coldly and then turned to Lu Bao, sighing, Lu Bao, it's Luo Koan who harmed you, and you have suffered. Please don't say that, head of the family, it's my duty to protect the young master, I am not suffering. Lu Bao said, showing a touched expression. Good, this is the attitude a member of the Luo family should have. Luo Jianbei happily patted Lu Bao's shoulder, then comforted him, after this matter is over, I will definitely invite the best doctor to treat your injuries, no matter the cost. Thank you, head of the family. Lu Bao's eyes turned slightly red with emotion. Although he also knew the chances of recovering were low, Luo Jianbei's intentions were enough. A soldier would die for a friend. Lin Feng was utterly stunned. Wow, this Luo Jianbei really knows how to win people's hearts, no wonder Lu Bao is so loyal to Luo Koan. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man in a police uniform walked in. The moment Feng Tai saw him, his expression changed. Captain He? The newcomer was indeed Captain He Xian from Baishui City. Mr. Feng. Captain He Xian nodded to Feng Tai, then walked to Luo Jianbei's side and said, Mr. Luo, my men have surrounded the area and can capture at any time. Su Man and Sun Jiajia's expressions changed dramatically. They thought Luo Jianbei came here for a one-on-one showdown with Lin Feng, but he actually called in the police? Isn't this cheating? Luo Koan was stunned, looking confusedly at Luo Jianbei. What he wanted wasn't for Lin Feng to be arrested, he wanted Lin Feng to be killed. If the police are here, how can Luo Jianbei kill Lin Feng? Lu Bao was also taken aback, then he started to ponder. Thank you for your hard work, Captain He. Luo Jianbei smiled, then turned to look at Lin Feng in the room. Lin Feng, you injured 4 of Feng Tai's bodyguards and severely wounded Lu Bao, you have violated the criminal law. Captain He's men have surrounded the lakeside new residence, you should just surrender obediently. President Lin, what should we do now? Su Man's face was flustered, her worry evident. Lin Feng is a master-level powerhouse, but if he dares to act against the police, what awaits him will be a nationwide manhunt by Long Country. No matter how powerful a master is, they cannot oppose the state machinery. But if he surrenders, what awaits him will be a life sentence. For a young person in their prime, this is worse than death. What else can we do? Just take it easy, Lin Feng smiled slightly, you and Jejia eat slowly, I'll step out for a moment. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the door of the room. Su Man looked at Sun Jejia with a confused expression, her eyes showing helplessness. Maybe we will never see President Lin again, Sun Jejia said sadly. Su Man's pupils constricted, are you saying? Sun Jejia silently nodded. If she were Lin Feng, she definitely wouldn't surrender, that only leaves one possibility, fight her way out. It's too difficult to control a master in a bustling city, even if snipers were positioned nearby, it wouldn't work. Master-level powerhouses' speed has long surpassed that of ordinary people, and their reaction speeds are far beyond the norm. If prepared, dodging a sniper attack is relatively easy. To kill a master-level powerhouse, you need to send 2 or more equally powerful people or bombard them with saturated fire. So Sun Jejia figured that Lin Feng had a good chance of escaping. If that happens, Lin Feng would definitely leave Long Country and hide in another country. It's my fault that he ended up like this. Su Man's eyes reddened, her voice choked. It looks like Master Lin has decided to surrender? Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the room, Luo Jianbei sneered. Beside him, He Shuren felt a nervous sweat in his palms. This is a master-level powerhouse, for a normal person to kill him would be too easy, even with a gun. Surrender? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, that shouldn't be your goal, right? Luo Jianbei was first stunned, then chuckled, looks like Master Lin is also a clever person. Others? Wait, why does it feel like Lin Feng and Luo Jianbei are playing a riddle? Lin Feng shrugged, cleverness is not the point, I just like to think from another perspective. Oh? Luo Jianbei raised an eyebrow, could Master Lin explain how you think from another perspective? Lin Feng smiled slightly, it's simple. If I were you and saw my men being crippled, I would definitely find a way to deal with him. Yet you called the police, that's a bit unreasonable. Luo Jinbei's gaze flickered, then what do you think I called the police for? To force me to refuse to escape, allowing you to kill me without any responsibility. Once Lin Feng's words fell, Luo Kuan suddenly understood. No wonder Grandpa called the police, it turns out he had this purpose. As expected, experience is key. Suman and Sun Jiejia's hearts shook, their faces losing color. I underestimated you. Luo Jinbei exhaled a breath of frustration, sneering, since you know my purpose, you must have already made a choice? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Surrender, and you will rot in prison. Resist, and you will be killed by Luo Jinbei. What choice will Lin Feng make? Under the tense gaze of everyone, Lin Feng suddenly smiled, why should I choose according to the circle you've drawn? Luo Jinbei frowned, what do you mean? Lin Feng smirked with amusement, the premise of your trap is, your strength is above mine, and I'll bear criminal responsibility for injuring Lu Bao and the others. But what if these two premises do not exist? At these words, Luo Jinbei's expression changed slightly. What if these two premises do not exist? This sentence hit like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Luo Jinbei's scheme seemed to be a conspiracy, in reality, it was a clear plan. Even if Lin Feng saw through it, he couldn't break it. But just as Lin Feng said, everything was based on two premises. If Lin Feng's strength is above Luo Jinbei, then he can fight his way out. If Lin Feng does not bear legal responsibility, then he can remain unchanged amidst the changes. The first situation makes sense, everyone can understand Lin Feng's confidence, but the second possibility doesn't exist, right? Everyone saw Lin Feng injuring people. After a while, Luo Jinbei let out a breath of foul air and said, I haven't met a young person as interesting as you in many years. Lin Feng shrugged, isn't it boring to rely on age? Sharp-tongued. Luo Jinbei's eyes grew cold, and he said coldly, even if you see through my plan, so what? This situation is still a dead end for you. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, you are being too harsh, Master Luo. There is actually a way to resolve this peacefully. Reconciliation? Luo Jinbei was taken aback at first, then mocked, are you asking me to bow my head and admit fault? Luo Kuan also laughed wildly, ha ha, Lin Feng, weren't you very arrogant? Go ahead and keep being arrogant. Lu Bao said with hatred, Master, Lin Feng has disabled my hands and feet, and he has insulted the young master. He must not be easily forgiven. Now you know you're not capable? Too late. Master Luo, disable him, let him know who has the final say in Bai Shui. Feng Tai clenched his fists and shouted with a twisted expression. Did you misunderstand something? Lin Feng smiled mockingly, I mean for you to apologize to me and then disable Luo Kuan's hands and feet. That's called reconciliation. What? Luo Kuan and the others could hardly believe their ears. Luo Jinbei's face darkened even more as he angrily said, little brat. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Lin Feng spread his hands, look, I've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't regret it later. A good young man with arrogance. The killing intent in Luo Jinbei's heart had already reached its peak, he sure Lin Feng is a very dangerous person. As a concerned citizen, I have the obligation to help you subdue him. He sure nodded, understood, thank you, Mr. Luo. As his voice fell, Luo Jinbei's body disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Feng, punching towards Lin Feng's chest. So fast. He Shuren's pupils shrank, filled with astonishment. He had heard about the power of a master before, but seeing it with his own eyes was still very shocking. What kind of speed is this? The world 100-meter champion is trash before Luo Jinbei. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to react at all in front of such speed. Inside the room, Suman and Sun Jiejia's hearts were in their throats. Luo Kuan and the others clenched their fists, eyes wide open, eagerly wanting to see Lin Feng being knocked down. At the critical moment, Lin Feng shot out like lightning to meet Luo Jinbei's fist. Bang! The fists of the two collided, producing a dull roar. It shook everyone's ears, making a buzzing sound. Crack, crack. The blue stone bricks beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. Like a spider web, it spread outwards. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into powder. In the blink of an eye, the ground where the two stood caved in a large area. This was just the effect caused by the two's true energy dissipating. After the green bricks exploded, Luo Jinbei staggered but quickly regained his balance. In contrast, Lin Feng took a step back and barely managed to stand firm. The difference was stark. As expected of the family head. Lu Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. We won. Luo Kuan let out a loud roar, and the gloom in his heart vanished in an instant. Feng Tai vigorously swung his fist, shouting excitedly, head of the Luo family is awesome. Although Luo Jinbei didn't knock Lin Feng down with one punch, it was clear from their confrontation that his strength was greater than Lin Feng's.
If they continued to fight, Lin Feng would surely lose. Suman and Sun Jiejia's eyes filled with fear, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests.
The first condition doesn't exist? Ha, don't you know there are differences in strength among masters?
Luo Jinbei smiled proudly and said contemptuously.
Lin Feng shook his arm, playfully saying, so you think you are stronger than me? Before Luo Jinbei could respond, Luo Kuan sneered, Lin Feng, the facts are right here, are you still stubborn?
If I were you, I'd self-destruct my own hands and feet, then kneel and beg for mercy. Give up, Lin Feng, you are not a match for Luo Jinbei.
Feng Tai mocked. Lin Feng, you are too arrogant.
The family head has already touched the threshold of mid-level master, while you have just entered the master realm.
You are not on the same level.
Lu Bao said hatefully.
When Lin Feng was injured, he determined that Lin Feng's strength was not as good as Luo Jinbei's.
After coming to the courtyard, Lu Bao quietly told Luo Kuan about this, who then notified Luo Jinbei via text. It was based on this crucial information that Luo Jinbei made such a plan. Lin Feng, your martial arts talent is indeed remarkable. If I gave you a few more years to grow, I would surely be no match for you. But you have no more chances to grow, so blame your arrogance for provoking someone you shouldn't have.
As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jinbei launched a punch.
With this punch, he used all his strength, containing a killing intent. As the fist was thrown, a fierce wind surged. In the room, Su Man closed her eyes in despair. In the courtyard, Luo Kuan and the others widened their eyes, holding their breath, eager for the next moment when Lin Feng's body would be pierced by a fist. Just as everyone thought Lin Feng was sentenced to death, his aura suddenly surged, and he threw a punch.
Boom!
The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. At that moment, everyone felt the ground beneath them shake violently. Then, crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. At the same time, Luo Jinbei flew backward like a cannonball, instantly crashing into the courtyard wall. With a dull thud, his body slumped to the ground. Only then did people notice that Luo Jinbei's sleeves were torn, and his entire right arm was covered in blood. Looking at the courtyard wall, a human-shaped pit appeared. No one expected that Luo Jinbei, who had the upper hand moments ago, would be knocked back by Lin Feng's punch.
Even more unexpected was that Luo Jinbei would be so badly beaten by Lin Feng. The atmosphere turned so silent that even Luo Kuan and others could hear their own racing heartbeats. Touched the threshold of mid-level master? Not much, really.
Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and said disdainfully.
Chapter 102, Dean Chen, I've been bullied.
My god, Lin, so powerful. In the room, Sun Jiejia's heart trembled violently, her face filled with a wild excitement, as if she saw her idol.
Lin Feng.
Su Man opened her eyes, and seeing the proud figure still standing at the door, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Just a moment ago, she truly thought Lin Feng was going to die. Yet when she opened her eyes, she found that Lin Feng was still alive, while the seemingly invincible Luo Jinbei had been knocked against the courtyard wall. The shocking contrast almost made the national goddess cry out in excitement. Looking at Luo Kuan, Lu Bao, Feng Tai, and others, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, full of horror. He Shuren's face was covered in cold sweat, his right hand resting on his waist, gripping the gun handle. This was a movement to draw the gun and shoot at any moment, but he didn't dare to pull it out. He could only maintain the pose as if he could draw the gun at any time, to encourage himself.
Cough cough.
Luo Jinbei suddenly coughed, then spat out a mouthful of blood. After a while, his face pale, he asked, why did you suddenly become so strong? At first, Lin Feng's aura clearly showed he was at the early stage of a master, but that punch just now felt like he was at the mid-stage.
Could it be that Lin Feng had been holding back his strength from the start? Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Would you believe me if I said I'm cheating? Luo Jinbei? Others? What the hell, you're cheating. Do you think this is a game? See, I knew you wouldn't believe me.
Lin Feng shrugged, half smiling, half serious. Just now in the room, he wasn't just chatting with Su Man and Sun Jieja, he had also made some preparations to face Luo Jinbei. He spent 500,000 points to buy 500 combat pills, and 300,000 points to buy 3 martial arts manuals, Falling Dragon Subduing Tiger, Rampage, and Shadowless Steps. Falling Dragon Subduing Tiger, this martial art contains 36 forms, including finger techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and sword techniques, with extraordinary power.
Note, this martial art is priced at 100,000 system points.
Rampage, this martial art references a super skill from the next generation online game, Disconnected City and Weak Warrior. After use, you enter a rampage state, increasing total combat power by 50%, lasting for 30 seconds. Note 1, purchasing this martial art requires 100,000 system points. Shadowless Steps, this martial art is a high-level step technique, making you untraceable and unpredictable, causing the enemy to be defenseless.
Note, this martial art is priced at 100,000 system points.
Not to mention Falling Dragon, Subduing Tiger, and Shadowless Steps, just talking about Rampage, which can increase total combat power by 50%, is that not cheating? Before Luo Jinbei arrived, Lin Feng had used all 500 combat pills, raising his combat power to 16,200. When he took Luo Jinbei's first punch, Lin Feng wanted to test the quality of 16,200 combat power, not using any martial arts. Thus, he was knocked back a step by Luo Jinbei's punch. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that Luo Jinbei was indeed stronger than him, but not by much, only about 10% to 20% stronger. This was still without him using any martial arts.
Then he was underestimated by Luo Jinbei.
As a result, when Rampage was activated, combined with a punch from Falling Dragon, Subduing Tiger, Luo Jinbei was sent flying.
Living a life of cheating is so plain and boring.
I didn't expect you to have such profound schemes at such a young age. I underestimated you.
Luo Jinbei exhaled a breath, then bitterly smiled and said, "But have you thought about it? Even if you defeat me, what will that matter? You can only escape from Long Country and end up wandering. Why don't we do this? Let's end this matter here. We leave, and you continue to be a famous online boss, how about that?"
Luo Kuan's face immediately turned red, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger.
Being humiliated like this by Lin Feng, yet he wanted to end it here?
He couldn't swallow this anger.
Lu Bao noticed his dissatisfaction and sighed, "Young master, this is the best outcome." Luo Kuan's body trembled, his face showing despair. Yes, even Grandpa was injured.
If they pushed Lin Feng too hard, they would die here. Su Man and Sun Jejia both breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, they didn't lose anything. It's fine if it ended like this. Even He Shuren relaxed. He was genuinely afraid Luo Jinbei would make him capture Lin Feng. Just when everyone thought this matter was over, Lin Feng suddenly mocked, "It seems you still haven't realized the reality."
Luo Jinbei frowned slightly. "What do you mean?"
"I have said before, the two premises you think exist do not." Lin Feng shrugged, then, in the puzzled looks of everyone, took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Dean Chen, someone is bullying me."
"Luo Jinbei? Lu Bao? Feng Tai? What the hell, you are being bullied, but it's us who got beaten, not you. By the way, who is Dean Chen? What is Lin Feng's purpose in making this call?"
"So, I was having dinner with friends when I ran into two young bullies from Baishui. One of them, named Feng Tai, pointed his finger at me and scolded me, saying I was nothing. In a fit of rage, I slapped him twice. Don't worry, Dean Chen, I controlled my strength, he wasn't injured. Then he called his bodyguards, swinging iron rods at me. I had no choice but to take them down."
Yes, it was self-defense, you are very reasonable, Dean Chen.
But they were relentless, and one called Lu Bao wanted to break my hands and feet.
Isn't that excessive? It's outrageous. Fortunately, I can fight and disabled him.
Yes, that was also self-defense. In the end, they still refused to give up and called another, a Luo Jinbei.
Yes, the former general instructor of the Dongshan military department.
Don't worry, Dean Chen, he wasn't my match either.
Now comes the problem, the head of Baishui's capture, He Shan, is here, he wants to take me back.
Dean Chen, all I want to say is, I'm going to jail, the 7nm EUV lithography machine won't be developed anymore, and I feel guilty for betraying the trust of the country.
Oh, you want to make a call?
Then you better hurry, I see he is about to draw his gun. Hearing Lin Feng say this, He Shan's face turned green.
Damn it, brother, you can't pin this on me. If my reason makes it so you can't develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine, wouldn't those big shots drag him out and execute him? Luo Jinbei and the others were also dumbfounded. How does this have anything to do with developing the 7nm EUV lithography machine? Using such a technology that the whole country is determined to conquer to threaten people is way too shameless, right? Chapter 103, in the end, one person shouldered it all. Luo Kuan, tell me what's going on with the 7nm EUV lithography machine. Luo Jinbei's face looked very bad.
He knew how important the 7nm EUV lithography machine was for Long Nation, but he truly didn't know how this related to Lin Feng.
Luo Kuan opened his mouth, with a confused face, I don't know. Lu Bao shook his head, I don't know either.
At this time, Feng Tai raised his hand and said, Lord Luo, I know about this.
Quickly say it. Luo Jinbei almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. It's like this.
Lin Feng is the boss of Tianding Xing, and today Tianding Xing's official Weibo posted a tweet. Feng Tai then explained that Tianding Xing might develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine within 7 days.
After hearing this, Luo Jinbei's vision went black, and he angrily scolded, damn, why didn't you say it earlier?
Feng Tai's mouth twitched, Lord Luo, it said online that Tianding Xing is just hyping it up, they are a materials company, how could they have the ability to develop a 7nm EUV lithography machine?
Yeah, Grandpa, only Marcy can do this, Tianding Xing Special Materials Limited? Impossible. Luo Kuan also chimed in. Luo Zhenbei couldn't help but angrily scold, "You guys don't know a thing, shut up."
If he weren't injured, he would have rushed over to kick them a few times. No matter whether Tian Dingxing is hyping it up or not, the big shots who are worried about the chip being stuck will pay attention to it. As long as those big shots are paying attention, at least before exposing this lie, no one can touch Lin Feng.
Moreover, they are already in the wrong. In the room, Su Man looked confused and said, "Judge, what's going on with the 7nm EUV lithography machine that Lin Zone was talking about?" She had been busy all day and hadn't had time to go online. Not knowing about this was quite normal. After Sun Jia introduced the situation, Su Man's beautiful eyes sparkled. If this is true, then Lin Zong is amazing. Because the chip industry of the Dragon Country is not strong, how much humiliation did we suffer from the white-headed eagle? If the Zenith Star can produce the 7nm EUV lithography machine, Lin Feng will be the national hero. On the other side, Hishan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Lin, I truly did not mean to draw my gun just now." I understand, you are acting responsibly." Lin Feng smiled warmly, showing no intention of becoming hostile towards him. Didn't an old man once say? To make friends more and enemies less. He and Hishan had no direct conflict, so there was no need to treat each other as enemies. Mr. Lin understands, that's good. Hishan had just relaxed when his phone rang. He hurriedly picked it up, and after seeing the caller ID, his expression changed drastically as he quickly answered, "Wei Jifu, what instructions do you have?" "Yes. You said. I will definitely reflect on it." "Alright, I will disband the team immediately." "Understood, I will definitely convey your respect to Mr. Lin." Luo Zhenbei and the others were taken aback. This incident actually alarmed Wei Jifu? Wei Jifu wants to express respect to Lin Feng? What the heck? In the room, Su Man and Sun Jia were also stunned. Baishui is the capital of Dongshan, and the rank of Wei Jifu is even higher than the average city's governor by half a level or even one level. Such a big shot actually called personally to inquire and even wants to express respect to Lin Feng? Zhang Xianqiu doesn't even have such power. "Mr. Lin, Wei Jifu has already learned about this matter, and he asked me to disband the team immediately. At the same time, Wei Jifu regrets what happened here tonight and emphasizes that we must enhance security measures to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future." Additionally, Wei Jifu admires Mr. Lin's contributions to the technological development of the Dragon Country and is delighted that Baishui can produce high-end talent like Mr. Lin. After Yishan hung up the phone, he immediately conveyed this to Lin Feng, with an even more respectful tone and expression than before. For Wei Jifu to take the initiative to inquire, it at least means a governor-level official has reached out to him. Lin Feng's connections are simply immense. Alright, thank you, Captain Yi, for enforcing the law fairly, and also thank Wei Jifu for his concern on my behalf. Lin Feng said without being humble or arrogant. Hishan breathed a sigh of relief, saluted, and turned to leave Zizhu Garden, never once glancing at Luo Zhenbei. He knew that after today, the Luo family would quickly fade away from Baishui's top circles. The once top family of Baishui would be gone forever. Master Luo, I think you should understand the reality now. Lin Feng looked at Luo Zhenbei, with an enigmatic smile. Luo Zhenbei nodded sadly. Even with Wei Jifu involved, would he dare not understand reality? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Okay, now I will give you two choices. First, I will directly eliminate you, and our grievances will be wiped away. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Luo Zhenbei and the others turned extremely pale. Luo Koan was so scared that he directly said, "I choose the second option." Lin Feng looked at him with amusement, laughing. The second option is to disable Luo Koan's hands and feet, and then the Luo family donates 1 billion to support the development of the 7nm EUV lithography machine. Luo Koan's face turned green. So, in the end, it all falls on him alone? Luo Zhenbei's face also turned pale. Although the second choice was slightly better than the first, it was still too extreme. Not only to disable Luo Koan's hands and feet but also to donate 1 billion? Just say you want to rob money. I will count to 10. If you do not make a decision, I will assume you choose the first option. Saying this, Lin Feng began the countdown, 1, 2, 3. I choose the second. Before Lin Feng even counted to 5, Luo Zhenbei had made a decision. In terms of force and connections, they were not a match for Lin Feng, and they were essentially fish on the chopping block, with no bargaining power at all. Given this, he could only choose the relatively favorable solution. Even though he had long guessed that his grandfather would choose this way. Luo Koan felt a darkness before his eyes, nearly fainting from fear. Very good, Lin Feng smiled slightly and revealed his card number. Soon, Luo Zhenbei transferred 1 billion Dragon Country currency to this card. Lin Feng glanced at the bank transaction message, satisfied, and said, I will announce your donation, and people will remember your contribution to the Dragon Country's lithography project.
Though this would give the Luo family a false reputation, it would effectively launder this 1 billion dragon currency, a very good deal.
Master Lin is indeed magnanimous,
Luo Jinbei said, feeling blood flow in his heart.
Who the hell cares about being remembered? I just want my 1 billion back.
Lin Feng sneered mockingly and turned to Luo Koan. Luo Koan, frightened, quickly lowered his head, his body trembling like a sieve. However, this display did not evoke Lin Feng's sympathy. He raised his hand and tapped 4 fingers, unleashing 4 streams of true energy that pierced through Luo Koan's wrists and ankles, splattering 4 sprays of blood. Luo Koan let out a miserable cry, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the pain. When he wakes up, remember to tell him not to be so arrogant when going out, he might get struck by lightning.
Alright, you can leave now.
After saying this, Lin Feng waved his hand, like swatting away a few flies.
Chapter 104, A Twisted Mind, A Bloodshed Disaster.
Lin Feng's words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Yet Luo Jinbei and the others did not dare to release even a single fart, fleeing like lost dogs in a panic.
After exiting the lakeside new home, Luo Koan couldn't help but hiss, Lin Feng, I damn. Slap.
Luo Jinbei directly slapped Luo Koan, cutting off his words.
Shut up. If it weren't for you, how could the Luo family suffer such humiliation?
You should be grateful you are my grandson, otherwise, I would definitely twist your head off.
Luo Jinbei roared with vengeance.
Luo Koan's face turned pale as he said aggrieved, I didn't mean it, it was Zheng Xianqiu who told me Su Man was here, so I came.
Zheng Xianqiu? Luo Jinbei's expression changed slightly, repeat exactly what he said.
Luo Koan obediently repeated Zheng Xianqiu's words.
After hearing this, Luo Jinbei slapped him again, causing Luo Koan to be stunned. Grandpa, why did you hit me again?
Why did I hit you? You fool, you were tricked by Zheng Xianqiu. He must have a conflict with Lin Feng and used you to kill.
Luo Jinbei scolded angrily.
Only then did Luo Koan realize, his face twisted. Good for you, Zheng Xianqiu, daring to trick me, I'll just call him to yell at him.
Useless. Fool. Idiot. If you call him now, won't that let him know Lin Feng is not easy to mess with? Do not proactively contact him. If he asks about tonight's events in the future, you just say you had a great time, understood? As Luo Jinbei's words fell, Luo Koan's eyes lit up.
Also, today's events must not be spoken outside, whoever speaks will be against the Luo family. Luo Jinbei looked at Feng Tai, with a warning tone.
Feng Tai's face turned pale, hurriedly agreeing. Inside the purple bamboo garden, upon receiving the news, the owner of the lakeside new home hurried over.
Lin Feng offered to compensate for the damages to the floor and walls, but the lakeside new home owner dared not accept. This was someone even old Luo would face defeat against. Not only did he dare not accept Lin Feng's compensation, but he also gave Lin Feng a supreme membership card and waived that evening's meal.
After sending Lin Feng away, the lakeside new home owner received a gag order phone call from Luo Jinbei. President Lin, it's still early, why don't we go to the hotel and continue discussing the new album? After leaving the lakeside new home, Su Man actively invited Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Wait, it's already over 10 o'clock, and you call this early? And what's the deal with going to a hotel? You're a triple threat superstar, national goddess, aren't you afraid I'd suddenly go wild?
Sun Jiajia was also a bit stunned.
Late at night.
A lone man with 2 women, if Lin Feng were to do something, this little martial artist wouldn't have any way to stop it.
If Director Lin is not convenient, then forget it. Su Man thought Lin Feng was unwilling and quickly sought an escape for herself.
Lin Feng quickly denied it. No, as long as you feel comfortable, then I am comfortable. Su Man covered her mouth and smiled, I believe in Director Lin's character. Sometimes, character can't withstand the test. Lin Feng looked her up and down, speaking meaningfully. Not to mention Su Man's stunning face, just her plump figure under the white cheongsam would make any man's blood boil. If his thoughts were to drift even a little, Su Man would surely face a bloody disaster tonight.
Su Man had never been linked with any rumors, so a bloody disaster should not be wrong, right? Su Man's pretty face flushed. Director Lin, please don't say that, Jiajia is still here. Lin Feng? Sun Jiajia? Wow, so he can say that only when Sun Jiajia is not here? After arriving at the hotel where Su Man was staying, Lin Feng sang all the songs from his new album. Except for the 2 English songs My Heart Will Go On and Love Story, Lin Feng prepared 3 Cantonese songs for Su Man I Like You, Next Stop, Diva, and Magic City Beach. There's no need to say much about the old song Magic City Beach, as in the parallel world of the Dragon Kingdom, almost no one is unaware of it. As soon as the prelude began, the feeling gave one goosebumps. Next Stop, Diva is the song that made Twins famous, winning countless awards after its release. Deng Ziqi's version of I Like You is another hit song, which achieved 300 million views on a certain site back then. In addition, there are 5 Mandarin songs Bubble, Human World, Years, Encounter, Your Smile.
Bubble launched Deng Ziki to fame in the mainland, as that song could be heard on every street and alley.
Human World and Years are the representative works of the diva Wang Fei and are incredibly popular.
Encounter is the representative work of underrated singer Sun Yanzi, endlessly enjoyable to listen to. Your Smile comes from the first album of the Fei Air Band, which is called a divine album. Almost every song is a classic, making this band peak at their debut. In this world, in this era, gathering these 10 songs into an album, plus Suman's singing skill and influence. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see this album released. Meanwhile, Suman and Sun Jiajiao were stunned.
Oh my god, is Lin Feng a god? Why is every song he creates so amazing?
Please forgive the two ladies for using the word amazing, but when emotions run high, they really couldn't find other suitable adjectives. Just like how an average person instinctively exclaims wow when faced with sudden events.
It's human nature.
While the two women were shocked and lost in thought, Lin Feng checked the time and stood up. It's 12 o'clock, I should head back. Tomorrow I'll send the sheet music to your email.
Are you leaving already?
Suman felt somewhat reluctant. Sun Jiajia covered her mouth and snickered. It was her first time seeing Su Jia express such feelings towards a man.
Is the iron tree about to blossom? If you want me to stay overnight, that's also fine. Lin Feng joked.
Sun Jiajia's mouth slightly opened. Oh my god, Director Lin is really good at flirting.
Suman's pretty face flushed. No. I just want to discuss some musical issues with you.
The songs Lin Feng sang made her soul tremble, giving her the urge to stay with Lin Feng all night. But she was afraid that continuing to talk would make Lin Feng misunderstand, so she reluctantly said, "It is indeed getting late, let me see you off."
After she saw Lin Feng out of the room, Sun Jiajia teased, "Su Jia, are you falling for Director Lin?"
"Pfft, what are you talking about?" Suman charmingly rolled her eyes at her, but her heart couldn't help but tremble. It seems she really has a bit of a crush on Lin Feng. The next morning, as soon as Lin Feng got up, he received a call from Lu Sisi.
"Boss, it's bad, our company is surrounded by reporters." Chapter 105, Ma Weigua's Betrayal. The company is surrounded by what?
Lin Feng looked confused.
Reporters. Lu Sisi shouted over the phone.
Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. How many reporters are there to use the word surrounded?
A lot. I estimate there are hundreds of reporters, domestic and foreign. Oh my god, it's a large crowd. Lu Sisi's tone was a bit panicked, yet also somewhat amusing. Alright, I can picture it now.
Based on Lu Sisi's description, Lin Feng had already imagined the scene in his mind.
Hundreds of reporters, plus camera crews, that should be over 200 people, right? So many people blocking the entrance of the company, it really could be called surrounded. Boss, they all want to interview you, what should I say? Lu Sisi asked.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, just tell them I'm not in Jiangnan. Even a guess with his toes would tell him why these reporters wanted to interview him. It was definitely related to the 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine. But he really didn't want to deal with reporters. Nowadays, they always wanted to create big news. Who knows how his words would be twisted? Besides, he didn't want to become famous, otherwise, he'd have to disguise himself to go out in the future. How troublesome.
Okay, boss. Lu Sisi hesitated to say more. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Do you have something else to say? Lu Sisi, Then go ahead, I'm listening.
Lin Feng chuckled. It was rare to see the beautiful secretary looking hesitant.
I just wanted to ask, how did your blind date go? Lu Sisi's voice dropped to almost a whisper at the end. Wow, no wonder Lu Sisi hesitated. She wanted to ask about his blind date results. Lin Feng could even imagine the beautiful secretary's face turning as red as a big apple. Sisi, I need to remind you. Before Lin Feng could finish, Lu Sisi hurriedly said, I'm sorry, boss, I shouldn't pry into your personal matters. No, wait a minute, I didn't mean to blame you, I just wanted to say that wasn't a blind date. Lin Feng chuckled. Huh? Lu Sisi was stunned. Then what do you call it? It's just meeting an old friend, and I'm not interested in her either.
Lin Feng smiled. On the other end of the phone, Lu Sisi let out a long breath. Lin Feng smirked playfully, I'm more interested in you.
Ah, what are you saying, boss? Lu Sisi's voice was quite shy. You wouldn't misunderstand it as something else, would you?
Lin Feng blinked and teased.
Lu Sisi? I won't talk to you anymore. Humph. Before the beautiful secretary hung up, Lin Feng laughed and said, next time I'll get you some high heels. Bad guy. Lu Sisi's voice faded, and the busy tone rang.
Lin Feng didn't believe that the beautiful secretary would really ignore him. On the contrary, he knew his playful move had yielded some results. Next time they met, he should be able to help Lu Sisi put on high heels again, right? At lunch, Lin Feng saw photos on Weibo of the entrance of Tianzhu Star Special Materials Company, Limited being crowded with reporters.
Wow, what happened? Why are there so many reporters at Tianzhu Star? Goodness, these must be here to interview Lin Feng.
After all, this is the first company in the country that dares to say it can develop a 7nm EUV lithography machine in 7 days. Such a stir is normal.
Just as netizens were discussing passionately, an interview video caused a huge uproar. Good morning everyone, I'm Huang Yan, a reporter from the New Financial Daily.
Standing next to me is Mr. Ma Weiguo, the former general manager of Tianzhu Star Special Materials Company, Limited.
Hello, Mr. Ma, could you briefly introduce Tianzhu Star to us? In the footage, a heavily made-up female reporter held a microphone interviewing a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire. It was Ma Weiguo, who had been dismissed by Lin Feng. The scope of its business is... Well, then I want to ask Mr. Ma, has this company ever been involved in the research of lithography machine manufacturing? Huang Yan asked. No, absolutely not. Ma Weiguo shook his head in denial. Then how much do you know about General Manager Lin Feng? Huang Yan continued to ask.
A flash of hatred passed through Ma Weiguo's eyes as he said solemnly, perhaps everyone doesn't know that Lin Feng was once a grassroots employee of this company. He worked here for 2 years.
What? Are you mistaken? Huang Yan said with disbelief on her face. Ma Weiguo shook his head and smiled, definitely not.
You can ask other employees, this is something everyone knows.
Do you think Tianxing has the ability to develop a 7nm EUV lithography machine? Huang Yan asked next. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Ma Weiguo let out a cold laugh. It's like a cement company suddenly claiming it has developed an aircraft carrier. It's simply ridiculous.
Alright, thank you for the interview, Mr. Ma.
The scene changed, and Huang Yan stood in the center of the frame, facing the camera, saying, I believe that after hearing Mr. Ma's analysis, all of you viewers can make some judgment on whether Tianxing can develop a lithography machine.
Next, let's interview some other employees of Tianxing to see what they have to say. Next, Huang Yan caught a few Tianxing employees coming to work and asked, does your company have a laboratory for lithography machine development?
She asked 10 employees, and each one replied that they did not know.
Okay, we can almost confirm that Tianxing has not yet started developing lithography machines. Then why did Tianxing's official Weibo post such a tweet? Please stay tuned for further reports. Once this video was released, it quickly surged to the trending topics on Weibo. Wow, Lin Feng was once a grassroots employee of Tianxing? And he worked here for 2 years?
I'm now very curious about how a grassroots employee became the owner of this company.
I blindly guess that General Manager Lin is a wealthy second generation experiencing life. No, shouldn't the focus be that Tianxing has never been involved in the research of lithography machines?
Even the employees of Tianxing don't know whether the company has a laboratory for lithography machine development. This is obviously a problem. At this moment, the Weibo influencer Yuan Josie, who previously criticized Tianxing's official Weibo, also jumped in. What did I say before? Now you should believe that Tianxing has no capability to develop a lithography machine, right?
Yuan Josie is awesome.
As expected of Yuan Josie, he saw through the truth of Tianxing at a glance. At the same time, 2 other explosive news pieces appeared online.
Chapter 106, Song Xueqing's Dilemma.
Latest news, the second son of the Japanese Masao Group president, Aso Kenji, was found dead this morning in the executive suite of the Sheraton Hotel in Baishui City. Preliminary investigations found that Aso Kenji died of a heart attack, and the final result will be subject to the police announcement.
Wow, the second son of the Masao Group president died in Baishui?
I just checked, Aso Kenji was 26 years old. The probability of having a heart attack at this age is not high, right?
The one above is conspiracy theorizing. Aren't more young people having heart attacks now?
It's probably due to overindulgence. You know how it is with rich people. Parking Feng Lin Wan, the most tragic thing in the world is that a person dies, and they didn't spend their money.
Wow, there's a big shot above.
Phew, this statement is too harsh. No wonder he's a big shot, his words have weight.
Big shot, are you the one from the QQ music platform? Big shot, do you still need a pendant for your leg?
Lin Feng posted a comment with his personal account, which immediately attracted many netizens' attention. In response to these netizens' inquiries, Lin Feng did not reply. He had long since distanced himself from the low-level interest of showing off online.
Conserving energy for Su Man, Zhao Qingya, and in front of beautiful women like Yu Shishir and Lu Sisi, isn't it nice to show off?
Shortly after, another explosive piece of news emerged, capturing most netizens' attention.
Shangtang Entertainment, Ms. Su Man has officially terminated her contract with our company.
The fan meeting for Ms. Su Man, scheduled today in Jiangnan, has been cancelled.
The relevant refund process will be announced in 2 hours. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to all fans. Su Man Studio, Ms. Su Man terminated her contract with Shangtang Entertainment last night. We thank Shangtang Entertainment for their support and care over the years. The road ahead is long, and we wish each other well. Wow, Su Man terminated her contract with Shangtang Entertainment? What happened? Why did Suman terminate her contract with Shangtang Entertainment? Could it be that another two entertainment companies poached her? Stop the car, it's late. Because Zheng Xianqiu is not a good boss. Isn't this the big shot who just spent 20 million Dragon Country coins on the JoJo music platform? Wow, big shot, do you have some insider news? Is the big shot saying that Suman wasn't happy at Shangtang Entertainment? As everyone's curiosity piqued, Suman's studio liked this comment. Many netizens? This really confirmed it. You kid, eating and still looking at your phone?
Li Yuetong tapped Lin Feng's hand with her chopsticks, complaining. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly put his phone aside. Mom, Dad, I want to discuss something with you.
What is it? Li Yuetong showed interest. It wouldn't be about Qingya or Shishir, would it? Did you forget about Xiao Feng's secretary, Lu Sisi? Lin Jianye suddenly said. Oh right, the internet says you're pursuing Lu Sisi. Is that true? Li Yuetong's curiosity was ignited.
After hearing that Tiandingxing was trending online, the older couple specifically checked online and learned about Lin Feng's pursuit of Lu Sisi.
Today, seizing the opportunity, they finally asked the question.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Well, it's complicated, I can't explain clearly in a short time.
Lin Jianye and his wife exchanged glances, revealing an I understand expression.
Then Li Yuetong said, no matter what you think, you and your dad have one requirement.
You can't let down the girl, you can't hurt her. Remember that? If we find out you did something wrong to her, just wait and see how we deal with you.
Even though Lin Feng is now a big boss and a rich man, in Lin Jianye and his wife's eyes, he is still a child.
Got it, don't you know what kind of person I am?
Lin Feng smiled, then changed the subject. I have some urgent work, I need to go to Magic City. The atmosphere online doubting Tiandingxing had already heated up, and it was time for him to reveal the 7nm EUV lithography machine to everyone. Moreover, he was afraid that Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir would come knocking again. Having already experienced a hellish scene, Lin Feng did not want to go through it a second time. As soon as they heard it was about work, Lin Jianye and his wife agreed. Just after they finished breakfast, Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir came to the door one after another.
Lin Feng? This really is what they say about not being able to predict fate. Since the two women came knocking, Lin Feng certainly couldn't leave immediately, so he could only continue to experience what it felt like to be trapped in a hellish scene. Magic City, MoXIN Technology, President's Office.
Song Xueqing sat in the boss chair, her expression cold as she looked at the two men and one woman standing at the desk.
Xueqing, tomorrow young Master Li from TSMC is coming to Magic City. We all hope you can go to the airport to meet him and invite him to dinner. TSMC is one of the shareholders of Meyer C Company.
As long as you build a good relationship with young Master Li, Meyer C will definitely sell us the 7nm EUV lithography machine.
Sister, you are the CEO of MoXIN Technology, you have to be responsible for the company's stock price. Listening to the words of these three people, Song Xueqing's expression grew colder and colder. Don't you know what Li Changming's intentions towards me are?
The three exchanged glances and then laughed. Xueqing, although young Master Li has been divorced once, he has just turned 40 this year, right in his prime. Young Master Li is only 5 years older than you two are quite compatible.
Sister, how many people want to be young Master Li's wife but haven't had a chance?
If he has feelings for you, you should feel proud.
Enough. Song Xueqing slammed the table, stood up, and said, Li Changming is infamous as a playboy on Seaway Island. How many female stars from Seaway have had rumors with him? Don't you know? Second uncle, second aunt, Xie Feng, you are my family, how can you say such things?
The two men and one woman were Song Xueqing's second uncle Song Jian, second aunt Dai Shuhui, and cousin Song Xie Feng.
Song Jian's expression darkened. Xueqing, you saw how the stock prices of MoXIN Technology plummeted after Miles cancelled the order. As CEO, shouldn't you make sacrifices for it?
Sister, to be honest, this is also Grandpa's intention.
If you want to stay in the Song family, you must make sacrifices.
Song Xiefeng said coldly.
Xueqing, you are already 35, it's time to settle down. Young Master Li is really quite suitable for you. Dai Shuhui chimed in softly.
Song Xueqing scanned the faces of the three, and finally smiled bitterly. She picked up her handbag and staggered out of the office. As she slammed the door, Song Jian shouted, if you don't go to the airport tomorrow to welcome young Master Li, don't come back to the Song family.
Song Xueqing trembled, a wave of grievances surged in her heart. Chapter 107, Encountering Song Xueqing Again. By Shui, Hongqi 4S Shop. Congratulations Mr. Lin on becoming the owner of a Hongqi H9. Please keep your car keys safe.
In front of a silver and black Hongqi H9, a beautiful salesperson handed a set of car keys to Lin Feng. After returning home with Zhao Qingya and Yu Shishir, Lin Feng feared the two ladies might cause some trouble, so he suggested going out for a stroll. As they roamed, they entered the Hongqi 4S shop.
Domestic cars are developing rapidly now, and over the past 2 years, Hongqi sales have increased dramatically.
Especially with the release of the Hongqi H9 2 years ago, with its grand appearance and luxurious configuration, it has maintained high popularity online. Before this, Lin Feng's dream car was the Hongqi H9. Coincidentally, Lin Jianya found the Rolls-Royce Phantom too ostentatious, so Lin Feng proposed the top configuration H9 to his father. After receiving the car, Lin Feng took the two ladies to the supermarket for a round and bought a few sets of anti-clothing and shoes. For some well-known reasons, Lin Feng no longer wanted to buy foreign brand clothes, just supporting domestic products was enough. When it came time for lunch, Lin Feng mentioned that he was going to Modu.
You're going to Modu for what? To meet a little lover? Aren't you supposed to go back to Jiangnan?
Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya spoke in unison. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Good heavens, they hadn't even entered the door yet, and they were interfering with his plans.
What if they were inside? No, he must show them who was in charge. Thinking this, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Ladies, are you teaching me how to do things?" Zhao Qingya.
Yu Shishir.
Wait, why did my fist suddenly feel like stone?
Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. I'm going to Modu for work, don't think too much.
The two ladies finally relaxed their fists and said in unison, I want to go too. Ha! I have an even more important task for you.
Lin Feng said somewhat awkwardly.
The two ladies immediately became interested. What task? I bought 2 villas in Hupanzi. I want to break down the middle partition, renovate it, and then buy some furniture and appliances so when I return to Baishui, I can stay there. But I'm too busy with work, and my parents don't know much about renovations, so I want to find someone to help out. Look carefully. At this moment, Lin Feng glanced at the two girls. I can handle this.
Yu Shishir raised her hand. I know many people in renovation design, I will help uncle and aunt. This was a great opportunity to make Lin Feng's parents proud, and she could decorate the love nest with her and Lin Feng's preferences.
Just thinking about it made her so excited.
Lin Feng then looked at Zhao Qingya. The beautiful bodyguard hesitated for a moment. Then let me accompany you to Magic City.
Before Lin Feng could speak, Yu Shishir stopped her. No. You must stay and accompany me.
Shishir, you can manage by yourself, Zhao Qingya frowned and said. Yu Shishir rolled her eyes. Of course, I can manage by myself, but I don't trust you.
If Zhao Qingya went to Magic City with Lin Feng and took advantage of the situation, then wouldn't Yu Shishir's efforts in Baishui be in vain?
Lin Feng silently laughed. This was called having beauties fight against beauties, and he, the instigator, was sitting high and fishing.
Clever.
In the end, Zhao Qingya could not persuade Yu Shishir and could only agree to stay in Baishui. The next morning, while Yu Shishir and Zhao Qingya had not yet come to find him, Lin Feng slipped out the door like a thief. At 9 a.m., the plane landed smoothly at Magic City International Airport.
I wonder if I can meet Xueqing this time.
As soon as his feet touched the ground of Magic City, Lin Feng recalled the craziness of that night, when Zhao Xueqing was sometimes gentle like water, and sometimes fiery like fire. Just as Lin Feng's thoughts drifted away, a hand suddenly pushed him from behind, accompanied by a shout, "Move aside, don't block the way." The sharp instinct of a master-level expert made him quickly turn around. Lightning fast, he grabbed the pushing hand and twisted it fiercely upward.
Ah! It hurts.
A burly man dressed in black sunglasses immediately screamed in pain. Only then did Lin Feng notice that there were 7 similar-looking burly men, and they were surrounding a middle-aged man in a black suit with a golden tie, whose demeanor was imposing. Next to the middle-aged man, there was also an elderly man dressed in a white practice outfit.
What are you doing? Let him go.
The companions of the burly man were taken aback at first, then shouted angrily. Lin Feng curled his lips into a cold smile. Let him go, but he has to apologize to me first. This scene attracted the attention of other passengers, and soon a crowd gathered around.
Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened as he unhappily said, "Resolve this quickly." His identity was too noble to let others watch him like a monkey. Yes, young master. Those black-clothed men became serious and surrounded Lin Feng. Kid, do you know what you're doing? I warn you to let him go quickly, otherwise, you will regret it.
Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to show them who was boss, the onlookers started to voice their anger. Clearly you are in the wrong, why are you threatening him?
Exactly.
I saw with my own eyes that you guys pushed this handsome guy first.
The road belongs to everyone, why do you get to push others away? If you have the guts, call the cops and let them decide. Many passengers had been brutally pushed aside in the path these people took. Just by looking at their intimidating numbers and aggressive demeanor, everyone felt angry but dared not speak out. Now with Lin Feng speaking out, others found the courage to say no to such behavior. The black-clothed men found themselves in a dilemma.
Young master, this person seems to be a martial artist. It may be difficult to deal with him quickly, the elderly man in white said with a glint in his eyes.
The middle-aged man's eyebrows raised. So what if he's a martial artist? In front of you, he's still nothing.
The elderly man in white sneered proudly and then reminded, "Young master, after all, this is the mainland, not Four-Way Island, we should stay low-key."
Then what do you suggest we do?
The middle-aged man seemed somewhat displeased.
Aren't the Song family outside?
They are locals, it's better to let them handle this. The old man in white said playfully. The first time traveling without a private jet, and I run into this kind of trouble, what bad luck. The middle-aged man looked displeased. If he had taken a private jet, he would have had a dedicated business channel and wouldn't have to squeeze through the same passage as these lower-class people. Displeased as he was, the old man in white's suggestion was very practical. So he said, "Gangzi, apologize to this gentleman."
The burly man called Gangzi reluctantly said he was sorry.
Lin Feng glanced at the middle-aged man, released Gangzi, and turned to walk out. "Follow closely, do not let him escape."
The middle-aged man snorted coldly and walked out under the protection of the crowd.
Still in the airport corridor, Lin Feng spotted a graceful beauty in a white shirt and black skirt through the crowd.
At that moment, his mind buzzed, and he mumbled, "Xueqing?"
The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, not far behind him.
Chapter 108, You're in Big Trouble.
At the pickup gate, Song Xueqing also saw Lin Feng in the crowd, and her beautiful eyes widened. Since that night, Lin Feng's figure had often appeared in her mind. The feeling of being with Lin Feng lingered in her heart, making her feel hot all over and restless at night. Sometimes she thought about finding Lin Feng for another indulgence. But reason told her that there was no chance for her and Lin Feng to be together. Continuing down this path would only be like drinking poison to quench thirst, so she dismissed those wild thoughts. Unexpectedly, this time she came to pick up Li Changming and ran into Lin Feng, and Li Changming was not far behind him.
Oh my, would her identity be exposed immediately? In an instant, surprise, joy, panic, all kinds of emotions rushed at her. What Song Xueqing didn't know was that all the changes on her face were captured by Li Changming's eyes. Plus Lin Feng's heartfelt Xueqing, which left Li Changming suspecting their relationship. This made Li Changming's jealousy flare up. Young Master Li is out. Young Master Li, over here. Besides Song Xueqing, Song Jian and his family saw Li Changming in the crowd and raised their right hands to greet him. Immediately, Dai Shui pulled Song Xueqing's arm and said, "Xueqing, what are you dazed about? Young Master Li is out, hurry up and welcome him." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering as he glanced at Li Changming. So Xueqing came to pick up this middle-aged man? And he is still young Master Li? No wonder the trip had such a big fanfare. Now the question was, what was the relationship between Xueqing and Li Changming? Should he go over and greet Song Xueqing now? For a moment, various thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Just then, Li Changming asked coldly, "Young man, do you know Xueqing?" Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, hee. "Li Changming? Wait, I asked you a question, and you're just laughing like that." If this were on Seaway Island, just based on Lin Feng's arrogant attitude, Li Changming would have had the old man in white beat him up long ago. They know each other? In the distance, Song Xueqing's heart trembled, becoming even more flustered. "Xueqing, you are already here, don't give up your hard work." Song Jian thought Song Xueqing didn't want to go forward to welcome Li Changming, and immediately urged her anxiously. Song Xueqing's expression changed several times, gritting her teeth as she approached. Seeing this, Li Changming sneered, "You think I can't find out just because you don't say it? Naive." When his words fell, he stepped past Lin Feng and walked in front of Song Xueqing, smiling, "Ms. Song, we meet again." Lin Feng did not go directly over, instead, he used mind reading on Song Xueqing. He wasn't sure about the relationship between Li Changming and Song Xueqing, recklessly approaching might not be appropriate. More importantly, he wanted to know what Song Xueqing's attitude towards him was. "Welcome, Mr. Li, to the magic capital." Song Xueqing forced a smile, trying her best to avoid glancing at Lin Feng. "You should know, I came to the magic city just for you." Li Changming's eyes burned fiercely, revealing his possessiveness towards Song Xueqing. At this moment, Song Jian and his family of 3 walked over. Dai Shui covered her mouth and smiled, "Listen, young Master Li knows how to charm women. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely fall for him." Song Jian nodded in agreement, "Yes, young Master Li's family background, knowledge, appearance, and temperament are all top-notch among men. If young Master Li had pursued you back then, I wouldn't have dared to entertain any thoughts about you, I would have stepped aside without hesitation." Lin Feng? What the hell? To please Li Changming, Song Jian would even consider giving up his own wife? Impressive, I admire that. What's Song Xueqing's response going to be? "Uncle, Aunt, Mr. Li is just joking. Let's talk about work issues." Song Xueqing replied with a blank expression. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of annoyance towards Li Changming and suddenly feeling elated. "What's going on?" Li Changming's eyes flashed with anger, then he smirked and said, "All right, but before we discuss work, I have a favor to ask Ms. Song." "What is it?" Song Jian and his wife perked up.
A young man was rude to me earlier. The Magic City is your Song family's territory, so I hope you can help me teach him a lesson.
Li Changming said with a half smile. What? Such a thing happened? Song Jian and his wife immediately became furious. Song Xiafeng rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Damn, who is so blind as to provoke young Master Li? Young Master Li, tell me who that person is, and I'll take care of him."
Meanwhile, Song Xueqing's heart trembled as she glanced at Lin Feng in the distance. Her intuition told her that the young man Li Changming mentioned was Lin Feng.
Are you worried about me?
Lin Feng felt warm inside, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Seeing this, Song Xueqing was infuriated. This fool, he offended Li Changming and is still laughing. Who would have thought that just as she thought this, Lin Feng's smile grew even wider, almost bursting into laughter, making Song Xueqing want to drag him over and beat him up. At that moment, Li Changming turned and pointed at Lin Feng. "It's him."
Just as I thought.
Song Xueqing's heart sank, her face turning pale for a moment.
I thought it was someone else, it's just him. Song Xiafeng looked Lin Feng up and down, sneering, "Hey, you there, come here." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pointing at himself. "Yes, you. Come here." Song Xiafeng shouted commanding-like.
Lin Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, walking over with his hands in his pockets. "Do your parents know you talk so big?"
Song Xiafeng? Song Jian and his wife? Even Song Xueqing was taken aback. Wait.
Song Xiafeng does talk arrogantly, but your words are hardly any better. The events happening here attracted the attention of other travelers, while Li Changming snorted coldly and signaled his 8 bodyguards to form a circle, blocking everyone's view.
Just as I thought, a cocky kid, Song Xiafeng spat out a breath and said in resentment, "Do you know who you provoked just now?"
Lin Feng nodded. "Yeah, a sleazy old man." While speaking, he cast a mocking glance at Li Changming. Li Changming's brows twitched, nearly exploding with rage.
Song Xueqing almost burst out laughing.
Although Lin Feng was indeed being a bit arrogant, his assessment was quite accurate.
What the hell?
Song Xiafeng inhaled sharply. "Kid, let me tell you, this is Li Changming, young master of Baojidian."
"You know Baojidian?
A company worth over $600 billion. You're in big trouble, I tell you."
Chapter 109, Song Xueqing's identity revealed.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. No wonder the sleazy old man was so arrogant. After all, he was the son of the chairman of Baojidian.
As the world's largest chip foundry, Baojidian.
More than 50,000 employees worldwide, with a market share of over 50%, it is a colossal company valued at over $600 billion. As the son of the chairman of such a giant enterprise, Li Changming indeed has the capital to be arrogant.
If Lin Feng remembered correctly, the CEO of Moxing Technology was named Song Xueqing.
He discovered this after he heard that Miles Corporation had cancelled the order for Moxing Technology's 7nm EUV lithography machine and actively searched online. At that time, he suspected that Xueqing was Song Xueqing, but unfortunately, there was very little news about Song Xueqing online, and the information was pitifully scarce, not even a single photo. Now that he saw Xueqing come to pick up Li Changming, he was already 90% sure.
"Now do you know what kind of person you have offended?" Song Xiafeng's lips curled into a mocking smile.
Li Changming smiled proudly, his gaze full of contempt. Song Xueqing wanted to speak up for Lin Feng but was worried about causing unnecessary trouble, torn between her thoughts.
"You are people from Moxing Technology, right?"
Lin Feng swept his gaze over Song Xueqing, intrigued. Song Xueqing's expression changed slightly, silently cursing. "Oh no, he's going to find out my true identity."
"Oh, look at you, quite observant, aren't you?" Song Xiafeng smugly laughed. "That's right, my name is Song Xiafeng, this is my cousin Song Xueqing, she is the CEO of Moxing Technology."
Song Xueqing felt darkness clouding her vision, and she even had the impulse to strangle Song Xiafeng.
She had worked hard to keep her identity hidden, only for Song Xiafeng to expose it just like that?
She was not afraid of Lin Feng pestering her, she was just afraid that if Lin Feng developed such thoughts, the beautiful memories of that night would be ruined.
Lin Feng nodded. "So you are getting involved with Li Changming because of the 7nm EUV lithography machine?" The expressions of Song Xiafeng and the others changed immediately. The matter of the Song family seeking help from the Li family was not a secret in the circle, but how did Lin Feng know?
It was no wonder they underestimated Lin Feng. He supported domestic products and wore nothing but anta, which did not seem like the appearance of someone with a status.
"Looks like I guessed right."
Lin Feng sighed, looking at Song Xueqing and asking, "Miss Song, you seem rather unwilling to pick up this sleazy uncle, don't you?" Song Xueqing's face turned red, biting her lip without responding.
So you were forced by them?"
Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, glancing at Song Xiafeng's family of 3 with a hint of murderous intent.
Song Xueqing's pupils dilated. Why did Lin Feng know about such things? This was illogical.
However, Li Changming believed that Song Xueqing had told Lin Feng this, and the anger mixed with jealousy surged intensely, nearly bursting from his chest.
Song Xiafeng was furious. Who the hell are you? What does our family's matter have to do with you? Shut up.
Song Jian directly pulled him behind him, shouting angrily, who said Xueqing was forced by us?
She clearly came here voluntarily.
Song Xiafeng finally reacted, right. When my sister heard that young Master Li was coming to Moda today, she was so excited she couldn't even sleep last night. Look at her dark circles under her eyes. Song Xueqing anxiously glanced at Lin Feng, fearing he would misunderstand. Yes, she indeed hadn't slept well last night, but that was because she was worried, not excited. Lin Feng certainly did not believe his nonsense. The reason you were so concerned about Li Changming is that you want TSMC to help plead with Miles Corporation to sell the 7nm EUV lithography machine to Moxing Technology?
This was not Song Xueqing's current thought but Lin Feng's speculation. TSMC is Miles' largest customer, holding 5% of Miles' shares. If TSMC were willing to help, Miles might indeed sell the 7nm EUV lithography machine to Moxing Technology. But the problem is, even if Moxing Technology buys Miles' 7nm EUV lithography machine, what then?
According to the scope of sanctions by the Bald Eagle, Moxing Technology cannot use this lithography machine to process chips for companies like Huawei and Shanghai.
Because this lithography machine uses technology from the Bald Eagle. Just like TSMC, what does it matter to be the best in the industry? When the Bald Eagle speaks, don't they immediately stop working for Huawei?
I damn, this has nothing to do with you.
What I'm talking about is the trouble you brought to young Master Li.
Song Xiafeng was confused. Clearly, he was questioning Lin Feng, so why did Lin Feng turn the tables on him?
It's just that Song Xueqing's thoughts had already told Lin Feng the answer. Lin Feng's face turned cold. So your way of pleasing Li Changming is to sacrifice Xueqing? This is simply the height of shame. Miss Song, is this what you told Lin Feng?
Li Changming's face turned extremely ugly. He could tolerate Song Xueqing not being into him, but he could not stand her mentally leaning towards another man.
Song Jian also sensed something wrong and looked ugly. Xueqing, do you know this person?
Song Xueqing opened her mouth and finally gritted her teeth to admit, that's right, I know him, but I have never talked to him about these things.
Then how does he know? Song Jian pressed, his emotions quite agitated. Song Xueqing's mouth twitched as she looked at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng shrugged, of course, it's a guess.
By the way, Xueqing, are you willing to make such a sacrifice? Song Xueqing shot him a charming glare. Did it even need saying? She definitely didn't want to make such a sacrifice.
She came here to meet Li Changming at the airport just to avoid tearing her face with him. If she really had to marry Li Changming, she would rather leave the Song family.
Looks like you need a savior who walks on colorful clouds.
After Lin Feng learned her thoughts, he smiled.
Song Xueqing? Others?
Having never seen Journey to the West, they didn't know the joke about walking on colorful clouds.
However, they did understand the term savior. From your tone, you seem to have a way to help Ms. Song through this tough time?
Li Changming sneered, then coldly said, save it, only I can help her, and you will only drag her down.
Some people are not small characters like you can covet. Stay away from her, young man.
Lin Feng suddenly laughed, I'm determined to have Song Xueqing, not even Jesus can change that.
I'm serious.
As soon as he said that, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed Song Xueqing's arm and pulled her out.
Chapter 110, It's fine if Miles doesn't sell, I will. Lin Feng's sudden action left Li Changming and the others in a state of shock. Wait, it's one thing to talk, but suddenly pulling someone away, what does that mean? Is this broad daylight robbery? How ridiculous. Even Song Xueqing was startled, exclaiming, what are you doing? I'm taking you to see something.
Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, pushing past the two black-clad bodyguards and running wildly.
You two useless fools, why didn't you stop him? Only then did Li Changming come to his senses and angrily berate. No boss, he is too strong. Yes, boss, I can't stop him at all.
The two bodyguards were on the verge of tears. They had prepared to stop Lin Feng, but his strength was too overwhelming. Just one push felt like being charged by a wild bull.
Useless. Li Changming cursed loudly and turned to the old man in white, Uncle Li, go and stop him. Yes, young master.
Li He nodded, his foot pushing off the ground, his body shooting like a bolt toward Lin Feng. Within a few breaths, he rushed behind Lin Feng, his right hand clawing towards Lin Feng's right shoulder. Lin Feng, as if having eyes on the back of his head, suddenly turned around and caught Li He's wrist with a small lock.
What?
Li He's face changed slightly as he raised his foot to kick at Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng's expression turned cold as he also kicked out, striking Li He's abdomen first.
Bang! A muffled sound.
Li He staggered back 3 steps.
Do not follow me, otherwise, you'll face the consequences.
Lin Feng snorted coldly, turning to pull Song Xueqing and continue running outside. Li He's pupils contracted as he watched Lin Feng run out of the. The two fought as fast as lightning, and the crowd watching was so stunned that they didn't even have time to take pictures with their phones.
After Lin Feng left, the crowd finally came to their senses. Wow, is this a martial arts movie? That old man in white just now sprinted so fast, was he a professional 100-meter runner? If this were captured on video and posted online, it would definitely go viral, but they finished too quickly. At this moment, Li Changming ran after them, angrily questioning, "Uncle Li, why did you let him go?" "Ahem, that young man's strength is above mine." Li he coughed a few times, a trace of blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. "What?" Li Changming's face changed dramatically. Li He was a mid-stage martial arts master, specially invited by the Li family at a high price, yet he was not Lin Feng's opponent? Then what level is he? Li Changming asked nervously. "He is very likely a late-stage martial arts master," Li He pondered for a moment and said. Just now, Lin Feng's kick had force belonging to the late stage of a martial arts master. Of course, Lin Feng might have hidden his strength, but he didn't think someone so young could be a grandmaster. That would be too shocking. Even a late-stage martial arts master at such a young age surprised Li He a bit. Late-stage martial arts master? Then there's nothing to worry about. Li Changming breathed a sigh of relief. A grandmaster is the dividing line of martial arts strongmen. Below a grandmaster, one still belongs to the category of ordinary people. Since he belongs to the category of ordinary people, dealing with it will be much easier. At this time, Song Jian and his family of 3 also caught up. "Young Master Li, you saw it, Shuqing was taken away by that man, not voluntarily." "Yes, young Master Li, please don't blame Shuqing for this." Li Changming frowned slightly and coldly snorted, "I certainly saw it, that was kidnapping. So what are you waiting for to report it to the police?" Right, report it to the police." Song Jian quickly pulled out his phone to call the police. Listening to Song Jian's accusations of Lin Feng's crimes on the phone, Li Changming's lips curled into a cold smile. The charge of kidnapping is serious, plus Song Shuqing's noble background, the police in Magic City would definitely take it very seriously. Then he would fan the flames with Song Jian, and the police would surely deploy snipers. Can a martial arts master dodge a sniper shot? You want to steal a woman from me? Then be ready to lose your life. Li Changming smiled coldly, already sentenced Lin Feng to death in his heart. After exiting the airport hall, Song Shuqing gasped and said, No way, you're too fast, I can't keep up." She was wearing a body-hugging skirt and high heels, how could she keep running at high speed? "Oh, I didn't consider that." Lin Feng slapped his forehead, stopped, and without saying a word, picked up Song Shuqing in a bridal carry. "Ah! You put me down quickly," Song Shuqing said urgently, her heart racing. Even though they had exited the airport hall, there were still many pedestrians on the road. How could she let Lin Feng carry her? "Why put you down? It's not like I haven't carried you before." Lin Feng laughed. "Song Shuqing? When did you carry me?" "That night, in the hotel suite's bathroom, even though it wasn't a bridal carry, I did carry you for over 10 minutes, don't you remember?" Lin Feng joked. Upon hearing this, a scene instantly appeared in Song Shuqing's mind, and her beautiful face flushed bright red. "Hey, don't say that." "Was that a carry?" "That was." This guy, I thought he was quite serious when we first met, how come he speaks so freely now?" Lin Feng smiled gently, "Don't worry, even if others see me carrying you like this, they would just think you were sick or twisted your ankle, they won't think too much about it. By the way, you drove here, right? Where did you park?" Song Shuqing shook her head and sighed, "Forget it, you go on your own, after leaving, don't let Li Changming find you." She followed Lin Feng out hoping to help him get out of trouble. Now that they have gotten rid of Li Changming, she should go back. Lin Feng curved his lips into a playful smile. "Shuqing, I said I would make you mine, how could I let you go back to find Li Changming?" Song Shuqing sighed, "Lin Feng, stop being childish, you can't beat Li Changming, besides, I never thought of marrying him." Lin Feng mocked with a smile, "Then are you going to watch the stock price of Moxian technology drop to the bottom, and suffer at home?" Song Shuqing's face darkened, silently agreeing with Lin Feng's words. "You are my woman, and I will never let you suffer like that," Lin Feng said with dominance. "Who is your woman?" How narcissistic, Song Shuqing playfully rolled her eyes at him, then sighed, "I know you mean well, but you really have no power to change anything, this is my fate." "Who says I can't change it?" Lin Feng smirked, "As long as Moxian technology buys a 7nm EUV lithography machine, won't this be solved?" Song Shuqing rolled her eyes, "But the problem is that Meyer does not sell." Lin Feng blinked, "It doesn't matter if Meyer doesn't sell, I will sell." Song Shuqing? Chapter 111, Guess the Color. What did you just say?" Song Shuqing felt she must have misheard. "I have a 7nm EUV lithography machine, I will sell it to you, now can you tell me where the car is parked?" While holding Song Shuqing and running to the parking lot, Lin Feng said. "You must be joking." Song Shuqing thought Lin Feng must be teasing her. Everyone knows that only Meyer Company can manufacture the 7nm EUV lithography machine, a unique item in the world, how could Lin Feng have it? What do you think?
Lin Feng rolled his eyes, then seriously said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Feng, the owner of Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited."
Tycoon? Song Xueqing was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Oh my god, you are Lin Feng, the boss of Tycoon?"
Recently, Tycoon has been very popular online. Even though Song Xueqing rarely goes online, she has heard about it.
So the rumors online are true. Tycoon has really developed a 7nm EUV lithography machine? But didn't those media investigate on-site yesterday, saying your company doesn't have the capability to develop lithography machines? Song Xueqing was confused.
Lin Feng smiled playfully. Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited indeed has no capability to develop lithography machines, but I have another company. To be precise, it is a laboratory, specifically for developing advanced technologies. The carbon fiber production line was developed by this laboratory.
Song Xueqing's eyes brightened, her breathing somewhat hurried. This laboratory is in Modu? Are you taking me there?
Lin Feng nodded, smart. Minutes later, with Song Xueqing's guidance, Lin Feng found her Bentley Mulsanne. At this moment, beside the Bentley Mulsanne stood a young woman in a professional outfit. Seeing Lin Feng holding Song Xueqing, she was frozen in place. After a while, she said with an odd expression, "Boss, what is this?" If she didn't recognize wrongly, this man was the one who left the bar with the boss that night, right? Song Xueqing quickly punched Lin Feng's chest, signaling him to put her down. Then she shyly said, "This is Mr. Lin, I just twisted my ankle, so..." "Lin Feng, this is my driver Wang Yuan." Lin Feng greeted her and smiled, "Miss Wang, I want to take Xueqing to a place. Could you please hand me the car keys?" Wang Yuan glanced at Song Xueqing and after getting a nod in response, handed the car keys to Lin Feng. "Wang Yuan, if anyone asks where I went later, just say you don't know." After instructing Wang Yuan, Song Xueqing sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Feng, driving, quickly left. "Oh my god, the boss is actually dating." Wang Yuan was stunned. Just now, Song Xueqing said she twisted her ankle, so she asked Lin Feng to carry her, but when she got into the car, she showed no signs of having twisted her ankle at all. "Lin Feng, I still feel like I'm dreaming." Inside the car, Song Xueqing looked at Lin Feng's profile, speaking with a complicated tone. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Song Xueqing lightly tucked her hair. "I thought our last parting was forever. I didn't expect to see you so soon, and the timing is so coincidental. I suddenly believe a bit in fate." Last time, she was feeling down and made an exception to go to a bar for a drink, and Lin Feng ended up heroically saving her. This time, she came to pick up Li Changming, feeling just as unhappy, and Lin Feng appeared again, bringing her hope to break the deadlock. If 500 glance backs in a past life led to a brush by in this life, then how many countless times did she and Lin Feng glance back in their past life? "So I am your true destined one," Lin Feng joked. "Pfft, narcissistic." Song Xueqing playfully rolled her eyes at him and then asked, "By the way, how did you know my second uncle forced me to come pick up Li Changming? This was their family matter, outsiders shouldn't know about it." Lin Feng, well, didn't I just say? I guessed. Pfft, who can guess something like this? Song Xueqing twisted Lin Feng's waist slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. "Don't speak so definitely, my luck has always been good." Lin Feng shrugged and said with a playful tone, "If you don't believe, you can try." "How to try?" Song Xueqing became interested. "For example, let me guess what color clothes you're wearing today." Lin Feng scanned her with a smile. Song Xueqing was dumbfounded. Is this something to guess? Clothes are worn for others to see, unless Lin Feng was colorblind. How could he not see what color her clothes were? "You thought I was talking about your outerwear?" Lin Feng teased. Song Xueqing's pretty face turned as red as an apple, and she lightly scolded, "Pfft, wolf. Hey, we are familiar with each other. If you keep saying that, next time I might just carry you for more than half an hour," Lin Feng said meaningfully. Song Xueqing was stunned, her stunningly beautiful face reddening even more. "No way, that would make my legs sore." "Guess it." "I don't believe your luck is always that good." "What reward do I get if I guess right?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Song Xueqing blinked her sparkling big eyes and asked, "What reward do you want?" Lin Feng glanced outside and said seriously, "Look at this clear sky, no one should be carrying an umbrella, right?" Just as Song Xueqing was about to nod, she suddenly realized what he meant, and she raised her small fist and punched him. "Pfft, no way." Actually, carrying an umbrella on a sunny day is also okay, just in case," Lin Feng coughed dryly and said with a smile. "That's still not allowed." Song Xueqing hit him lightly again, playfully saying, "Sister is not that kind of casual woman." "Alright, I misspoke. I apologize, and, it's red." Lin Feng looked down at her and smiled. Song Xueqing covered her mouth in shock. "God, how did you guess?" Because her top was a white shirt, she intentionally wore white underwear, so there wouldn't be a color contrast to avoid embarrassment. But her underwear was indeed red. Yet a normal person would think underwear sets are paired, so Lin Feng should have guessed white. How could he immediately guess she was wearing red?
Could it be that she had a wardrobe malfunction just now?
Thinking of this, Song Shueching looked down to check. Her long, beautiful legs were crossed in black stockings, and there was no chance of a wardrobe malfunction.
I said, my luck has always been good.
Lin Feng touched his nose.
He must have X-ray vision, how could he be wrong? Fortunately, no nosebleed.
Just when Song Shueching was confused, a sharp siren suddenly rang out from behind.
Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression changed slightly. Oh no. So many police cars, could they be coming after us? It should, probably not.
Song Shueching turned back to glance at the 3 police cars chasing from behind, her face uncertain as she said this.
Why are they following us? We haven't done anything.
What if your uncle told the police that I kidnapped you? Lin Feng said with a strange expression.
No way.
Song Shueching first doubted it, then her expression turned strange as she continued, but it's not impossible. After all, her uncle's family had done things like forcing her to marry Li Changming. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Alright, then we only have 2 paths in front of us.
What 2 paths? Song Shueching asked with curiosity on her face.
Lin Feng smirked playfully and said, the first path, I use my F1 champion driver skills to shake them off.
The second. Song Shueching quickly interrupted, wait, you? F1 champion driver skills? Just then, the Bentley Mulsanne approached a bend.
Lin Feng suddenly accelerated, and the nearly 6-meter-long vehicle entered the bend with a beautiful drift.
The seatbelt on Song Shueching tightened suddenly.
The splashes of water swayed back and forth a few times.
Through the rearview mirror, Lin Feng couldn't help but his eyes lit up upon seeing this scene. Then he asked, by the way, what were you just saying? Nothing at all.
Go on with the second option, Song Shueching said somewhat awkwardly. Driving a nearly 6-meter-long Bentley Mulsanne like a supercar, even if Lin Feng wasn't an F1 champion driver, he must be a racing expert. Lin Feng smiled proudly and then said, the second path is simple, you just need to call the police and ask why there are police vehicles following us.
That's a good idea. Song Shueching's eyes brightened, and she quickly took out her phone to dial Yao Yao Ling. Hello, I'm the CEO of Magic Core Technology.
I would like to ask why there are police cars behind my vehicle.
What? Someone said I was kidnapped?
Song Shueching cast an admiring glance at Lin Feng, who responded with a smug shrug. You misunderstood, the person taking me is my friend, I am not kidnapped. I hope you immediately withdraw the police cars following us to avoid wasting resources. Lin Feng nodded slightly, listening, to avoid wasting resources, and not demanding they withdraw. As expected of the CEO of Magic Core Technology, her speech was of high caliber. Not long after Song Shueching hung up the phone, the 3 police cars following them stopped their pursuit.
A few minutes later, in a long Rolls-Royce Phantom heading to the police station in the Magic City, Song Jian received a call from the police inquiring, what friend? Just look at that man driving, he looks so sleazy. Just look at what he's wearing, he's just a lowlife. How could he possibly be Shueching's friend? Shueching must be threatened by that person. The Tycoon Technology Laboratory is located in the western suburbs of the magical city. It takes an hour to get there from the airport on the elevated road. Fortunately, the morning rush hour has already passed. There is no traffic jam on the way, but after half an hour, Lin Feng noticed that the vehicles before and behind were getting fewer and fewer. Something doesn't feel right. Lin Feng frowned. What's wrong? Song Shueching asked, puzzled. Lin Feng said, isn't this elevated road one of the main arteries of the magical city? Song Shueching nodded, so what? Lin Feng pointed to the rearview mirror, even though the morning rush hour has passed, the vehicles on the road shouldn't be this sparse. The vehicles on the road do seem a bit fewer. Song Shueching nodded. When they first got on the elevated road, there were quite a few cars, and the navigation also showed several slow-moving sections. Now when she looked at the navigation, she found the entire way was smooth and green. And in the 200 meters in front and behind, there wasn't a single car. This kind of situation would only happen during the Spring Festival. The first possibility is that we are just lucky and happen to encounter this situation. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Song Shueching shook her head, that possibility is too small. The magical city is one of the 4 super cities of the Dragon Country, notorious for its severe traffic jams. Lin Feng curled his lips into a playful smile, then there's only the second possibility left, the road behind us has been closed, and the drivers who are already on the elevated road received notification and exited early. Song Shueching? No, isn't this even more outrageous than the first possibility? Besides, who has the power to close off the main road of the magical city, except for the police? Wait a minute, the police? Could it be that the police don't believe what she said? With today's technology, it's not hard for the police to do this. They can see every vehicle's license plate through road monitoring, know the plate number, and then find the driver's contact information.
Then the police could directly contact the car owners by phone, asking them to exit the elevated road early.
So, the police have closed off the road in front too.
Both said in unison.
Lin Feng smiled in approval. This is what we call a tacit understanding, isn't it?
Song Xueqing gave him a charming glare. Since it's the police who closed the road, then we have nothing to worry about. I'll just explain the situation to them.
If things were really that simple, it would be easy, Lin Feng said, with a deep meaning.
Song Xueqing frowned slightly. Don't tell me they would still dare to take me back by force?
Lin Feng smiled. Why is that impossible?
As long as they prejudge that you are being threatened by me, they won't believe what you say.
Song Xueqing's expression changed slightly as she sank into thought.
Just then, a system prompt sounded. Ding, host, you have a new mission.
Mission, Master of the Magic Core.
Mission objective, before 2400 hours tonight, take Song Xueqing to a hotel and help her acquire over 51% of the shares of Magic Core technology. Mission reward, base reward of 100 million Dragon Country coins, additional reward of 10% of the newly acquired share value of Song Xueqing.
Note, the additional reward share value is based on the highest stock price within 3 days after the mission is completed. Chapter 113, An Astonishing Identity. System, I suspect you have your own motives.
Lin Feng was puzzled.
Was the system particularly fond of Song Xueqing?
Last time it gave him a card for wealth and now it clearly states to take Song Xueqing to the hotel. However, the rewards of this mission are still quite generous. Magic Core Technology is the second largest chip processing factory in the Dragon Country, with the highest market value reaching 200 billion Dragon Country coins.
This surge happened when Magic Core Technology announced a procurement order for 7nm EUV lithography machines from Meyer.
Yet, once the order cancellation news was revealed, Magic Core Technology's stock price plummeted, losing a quarter by today. Based on a market value of 150 billion, then the value of 51% of the shares would be 76.5 billion. If Song Xueqing's shares are no more than 10%, and then after completing the mission the stock price rises, the mission rewards are very likely to exceed 10 billion.
It needs to fall a bit more to be right.
Lin Feng whispered softly.
Song Xueqing, what did you say? Cough, it's nothing. How many shares of Magic Core Technology do you have?
Lin Feng asked.
Song Xueqing? Why are you suddenly asking this?
They were just discussing the roadblock issue, and suddenly switched to Magic Core Technology's shares. This topic change is too abrupt.
Lin Feng shrugged, just curious.
I have 3% of the shares. Song Xueqing did not hide it, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't, since this was all public information.
Lin Feng could easily find out if he wanted. Only 3%?
Lin Feng was first stunned, then filled with wild joy. The less Song Xueqing held, the bigger the reward after completing this task would be.
Song Xueqing rolled her eyes. 3% is already a lot, okay?
At the peak of the stock price, her 3% was worth 6 billion Long Kingdom coins.
How many assets in the entire Long Kingdom are above 6 billion? Yes, that's indeed quite a bit. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then asked, so, how many major shareholders does Magic Core Technology have?
My grandfather has 20%, my second uncle has 5%, Magic City Bank has 15%, and Baosheng Electronics has 10%.
After listening to Song Xueqing's explanation, Lin Feng noticed a blind spot. What about your dad? Does he have any shares in Magic Core Technology?
It wasn't surprising that Baosheng Electronics owned 10% of Magic Core Technology. As a giant in the industry, they invested in many chip processing companies.
But it was odd that Song Jian had 5%, yet Song Xueqing's dad had none, right? Song Xueqing's face darkened. They passed away in a car accident 10 years ago.
Lin Feng's brain buzzed, and he froze on the spot. He was previously puzzled about why Song Xueqing's parents had let the Song family force Xueqing to marry Li Changming, thinking they were cold-blooded people focused only on interests. It turned out, they had already passed away 10 years ago. She must have been deeply hurt when she heard the news of her parents' death 10 years ago, heartbroken, right? Over these past 10 years, without her parents' protection, she must have suffered a lot in front of the Song family.
I'm sorry, it's my fault for not meeting you sooner.
Lin Feng took Song Xueqing's small hand and spoke softly. This sentence broke through Song Xueqing's psychological defenses, and her eyes turned red as tears flowed freely. Lin Feng simply pulled over and helped wipe her tears, saying, the past struggles are over. From now on, I won't let you suffer even a little bit.
I swear.
Song Xueqing nodded vigorously and kissed Lin Feng actively.
After a long time, the two reluctantly parted.
Lin Feng exhaled a deep breath, suppressing the heat in his heart, and said solemnly, Xueqing, I have a plan, listen to it.
Minutes later, the Bentley Mulsanne restarted and drove forward.
Soon, Lin Feng saw a row of patrol cars parked with flashing sirens about 200 meters ahead, with a line of roadblocks in front. Beside the vehicles, a group of fully armed officers were either crouching or standing, all aiming their dark gun barrels at Lin Feng.
They really blocked the road.
Even though he had anticipated it, Lin Feng's heart still surged with endless killing intent at this moment. Song Jian and the others knew he was acquainted with Song Xueqing and still did this to force Xueqing back to Li Changming's side. These relatives without any kinship, only profit, deserve death. So I'm really curious, how is your head so shaped, that you can even predict something like this? Song Xueqing tilted her head, looking at Lin Feng with a mix of curiosity and admiration.
I just have a knack for seeing through people's hearts. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said after stabilizing the vehicle, shall we proceed as planned? Song Xueqing's cheeks flushed, softly saying, whatever you decide. At that moment, a leading officer shouted through a megaphone, listen, people in the car, you have been surrounded. Get out of the car for inspection now. At the same time, the situation inside the Bentley Mulsanne was clearly visible on the big screen at the command center of the Magic City police station. Led by Captain Wu Xing, a group of officers stood in front of the big screen, their expressions serious. Beside them stood Song Jian's family of 3, as well as Li Changming and Li He. Captain Wu, what's the use of just standing there shouting? Hurry up and go catch the criminal.
Seeing the Bentley Mulsanne come to a stop, Song Jian said urgently.
Mr. Song, according to your description, this criminal is extremely violent.
Acting rashly could cause unpredictable harm to Ms. Song, Wu Xing said with concern.
Then just use a sniper and take out the criminal with one shot. Song Jian said fiercely. Li Changming nodded in approval. Just an inferior person, dead or alive, what did it matter?
Even if Song Xueqing sought accountability afterward, he had ways to bury the matter. Moreover, it was Song Jian who reported to the police, and it was also Song Jian who suggested the use of a sniper.
What did that have to do with him, Li Changming? Mr. Song, please don't be anxious.
The sniper will act when the timing is right, Wu Xing chuckled, trying to ease the tension.
What kind of person could sit in his position but wasn't a cunning old fox?
He had already sensed something suspicious in this matter. Perhaps for Song Jian and Li Changming, a life might not mean much, but for Wu Xing, it was different. At the very least, he wanted to wait until the criminal showed an intent to harm Song Xueqing before letting the sniper act. Just then, Song Xueqing opened the door and got out of the car, quickly positioning herself in front of Lin Feng. Crash! The officers at the scene quickly lowered their guns, fearing they would accidentally shoot Song Xueqing.
Li Changming's pupils instantly contracted as jealousy flared within him.
Song Xueqing raised her hand to signify that she wasn't armed and then said, let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng, my boyfriend. The expressions of the officers changed slightly.
What happened to the criminal taking hostages? How did it turn into a boyfriend and girlfriend situation?
In the command hall, upon hearing this, Li Changming's eyes burned with jealousy.
The faces of Song Jian's family also darkened immediately.
I know you suspect that I'm being coerced by Lin Feng. Here's his ID card, you can check who he is. As she spoke, Song Xueqing walked up to the leading officer and handed the ID card to him. The officer raised an eyebrow. After taking the ID card, he quickly had someone scan it with the police equipment.
Beep. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rang out. The leading officer froze for a moment. When he saw the warning information displayed on the device, his face changed dramatically, and he blurted out, SSS-level confidentiality? Chapter 114, The King of Soldiers returns to the city? At the same time, in the Magic City Police Command Hall, Wu Xing's face also changed drastically. What? SSS-level confidentiality?
Old Zhou, quickly hurry to apologize to Mr. Lin, and bring him back to me as fast as possible, go. The other officers in the hall were also taken aback, some even turning pale from fear.
Captain Wu, what does SSS-level confidentiality mean? Song Jian sensed something was wrong and quickly asked.
Li Changming, Song Xiafeng, and others perked up their ears, looking at Wu Xing with bewilderment. Wu Xing's mouth twitched, his expression grim as he said, I can't explain the specific meaning of SSS-level confidentiality to you. I can only say this: if we harm even a hair on him today, then we can all wait to share a cell in prison, everyone here, one by one, no one can escape. He had heard from seniors upon graduating from the police academy that if an identity information showed SSS-level confidentiality, never, ever provoke them. These people either held high office or had made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Country. Even if such a person committed a crime, other departments would intervene, and the police had no right to interfere.
Once they did, the consequences. The consequences are severe. In just so many years of being a detective, he has never encountered a person with an SSS-level confidentiality rating. He has only met those at the SS level twice. In those 2 instances, they had just begun their investigation when mysterious department personnel appeared to warn them. It is clear how terrifying individuals with SSS-level confidentiality ratings are. The Song family of 3. Li Changming, the surname Wei has been changed to Li? Wow. Just injuring a single hair on Lin Feng's body, and they have to go to prison? Is it really that exaggerated? After a while, Song Xiefeng asked with a strange expression, could he be that kind of urban warrior who returns from the army, like in the internet novels? Li Changming looked completely bewildered. What is this urban warrior returning from the army?
It's that kind where a single command brings 10,000 soldiers rushing in, really impressive. Song Xiefeng said excitedly. Li Changming gave Song Jian a strange look, as if his eyes were saying, your son is a bit delusional.
You child, what nonsense are you saying?
Those are just plot points from novels. Where can you find such characters in the real world?
Song Jian's face turned red as he scolded. At that moment, Wu Xing suddenly said, how do you know there aren't such characters in the world? Song Jian and the others were completely dumbfounded. Oh no, could it be that Song Xiefeng was actually right? Is Lin Feng that kind of urban warrior returning from the army? If Lin Feng commands, and 100,000 soldiers gather in the magic capital, wouldn't they turn into minced meat?
A command bringing 10,000 soldiers is impossible. Dragon Kingdom's soldiers value discipline the most. But he very likely is a warrior who has fought for the country and has achieved great merit. It's better not to offend such a person. Wu Xing coldly glanced at them, full of warning meaning. At his level, he knows a few secrets, to some extent. The peaceful life of ordinary people is bought with the blood and even lives of countless secret warriors. Such people deserve the respect and admiration of every citizen of Dragon Kingdom.
Oh?
Li Changming's eyes flickered. So, he doesn't have the ability to command 100,000 soldiers, only some achievements for Dragon Kingdom?
Wu Xing raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to say? Li Changming shrugged, nothing, just wanted to say admiration.
No ability to command 100,000 soldiers, no enormous wealth or power, just a hero's reputation and later martial arts strength?
Isn't that just it?
Beside them, the old man in white, Li He, flashed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Quick, put down the guns, put down the guns. On the elevated road, the leading detective, Zhou Xiang, shouted sharply, and the group of detectives immediately pointed their guns down. Seeing this, Song Xueqing breathed a sigh of relief, while looking back at Lin Feng in surprise. While in the car, Lin Feng said that as long as they handed over their ID cards for the detectives to check, everything would be easily resolved. She had previously wondered where Lin Feng's confidence came from, but never imagined that Lin Feng was actually a person with SSS-level confidentiality.
Speaking of which, what does SSS-level confidentiality mean?
At that moment, Zhou Xiang respectfully returned the ID card to Song Xueqing and then gave Lin Feng a salute. Lin Feng smiled slightly, opened the car door, and walked to Song Xueqing's side to return the salute. Seeing this, Wu Xing in the command hall breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhou sir, can Li Changming and Song Jian see what's happening at the scene?
After introducing each other, Lin Feng asked.
Zhou Xiang quickly asked Wu Xing and then said, yes, they are in the command hall. Can they hear our conversation? Lin Feng asked.
Zhou Xiang nodded, pointing at a police car. There is a camera and audio recorder on the roof. The sound is quite clear.
That's great. Lin Feng nodded, waved at the camera, and grinned. Didn't let your scheme succeed. Are you all very disappointed and angry?
In the command hall, seeing Lin Feng's mocking expression, Li Changming gritted his teeth in hatred.
Don't worry, there's even more to disappoint and anger you later.
When he said this, Lin Feng suddenly embraced Song Xueqing's waist and leaned down to kiss her red lips. Song Xueqing's beautiful eyes instantly widened in shock, her body stiffening for a moment.
This is live broadcasting, in front of so many police officers. This twist was not part of the plan. But, why did she feel a bit thrilled? Thinking of this, Song Xueqing tightly hugged Lin Feng, actively responding to him. On the elevated road, a group of police officers were completely stunned. This was actually the first beauty of Magic City, Song Xueqing, kissing a man? My youth has been ruined. Damn. Damn, 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 damn.
Seeing this scene, Li Changming was filled with rage and immediately wanted to smash everything he saw. Fortunately, Li He quickly stopped him. Otherwise, if he really smashed the command hall of Magic City Police, just thinking about it is terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng released Song Xueqing and said to the camera, Li Changming, I told you before, I'm going to claim Song Xueqing.
Even Jesus can't change that. If you think you're more powerful than Jesus, come and try to take her.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng gave the camera the middle finger and then pulled Suman back into the Bentley Mulsanne. The moment the car started, the police quickly moved the roadblocks aside, and police vehicles lined up along the sides of the road. The engine of the Bentley Mulsanne roared like a beast breaking free from its cage, speeding away under the watch of the police officers.
You little rascal, why didn't you let me know before you kissed me?
In the passenger seat, Song Xueqing asked playfully, a beautiful blush still lingering on her face after the excitement. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. You didn't give me a heads up before you kissed me either.
Song Xueqing?
Wow, Lin Feng makes a good point. She has no rebuttal. And, your body tells me you're not rejecting my kiss. In fact, it's a bit.
Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Song Xueqing quickly covered his mouth, feeling a little shy as she said, you, why don't you just tell me about the SSS level secret? Chapter 115, Role Play. This. Lin Feng opened his mouth, pretending to be surprised as he asked, "You're not mad at me for suddenly kissing you? You little rascal, do you enjoy making your sister shy?"
Song Shueqing lightly bit her red lips, raised her hand, and pinched the soft meat at Lin Feng's waist, twisting it gently.
To be honest, even if Lin Feng is a master-level expert, for an ordinary person, this would be like a tickle.
But he exaggeratedly made a pained expression, causing Song Shueqing to laugh sweetly.
Okay, actually about the SSS level confidentiality. I just found out not long ago. Last time Lin Feng called Chen Musho saying he was bullied, Chen Musho later told H.
Lin Feng teased and asked.
Song Shueqing nodded vigorously, yes, very impressive. Lin Feng smirked, what about in the hotel suite? Song Shueqing was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face flushed as she said, "Pooh, you wolf sister, this is my first time, how would I know how capable you are?" I see. Lin Feng blinked and asked tentatively, how about I gather some study materials for you as a reference? Song Shueqing? Half an hour later, the Bentley Mulsan arrived at the entrance of the Tycoon Technology Laboratory. Looking at the huge white building in front of her, Song Shueqing was stunned again, is all this your business? Lin Feng nodded, yes, Tycoon Technology Laboratory, I own 100% of it. Then how many acres does it cover? Song Shueqing asked. 300. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. Song Shueqing's mouth twitched, 300 acres?
This is Magic City, where every inch is gold. Though it is in the western suburbs and is industrial land, the land price is relatively cheaper, but it should still be about 2 million per acre, right?
300 acres would be 600 million, plus the cost of building the laboratory, purchasing instruments, and labor costs.
Even though she is a rich woman with tens of billions in assets, she was a bit speechless at this moment. Once they entered the laboratory, a group of executives in white coats welcomed them. This is Ms. Song Shueqing.
Shueqing, these are the heads of various research projects in the laboratory.
After introducing both sides, Lin Feng said, Dr. Su, take us to see the 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine.
Su Donghai, the head of the lithography machine project, has a PhD in optics from MIT.
Under his guidance, the two arrived at the lithography machine laboratory, seeing a massive piece of equipment that almost filled the entire room.
Mr. Lin, thanks to the email you sent, otherwise we would not know when we could develop this EUV lithography machine.
Su Donghai said excitedly while standing in front of the machine.
Song Shueqing's mouth opened slightly, wait. Dr. Su, did you just say it was thanks to Lin Feng's email? What does that mean?
Su Donghai looked at Lin Feng with an inquiring gaze, and after receiving a nod of affirmation, he exclaimed, it's like this, Ms. Song, we encountered many technical bottlenecks while developing this lithography machine. It was Mr. Lin who sent us an email that detailed the solutions to these bottlenecks, allowing us to develop this EUV lithography machine. For instance, in areas like the optical system, autofocus system, and lens system, all the core component bottlenecks of the lithography machine were solved by Mr. Lin. If developing this lithography machine were like a math test, we handled the simple parts, while all the difficult parts were done by Mr. Lin.
My goodness.
Song Shueqing covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes looking at Lin Feng in pure astonishment.
Only Miles Corporation can manufacture the EUV lithography machine, which has stumped countless academicians from the Dragon Nation, and yet Lin Feng solved it with just one email? Isn't he a materials expert? How come he has such deep knowledge of lithography machines too?
Having looks, money, and the ability is one thing, but being so talented as well. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life to meet such an outstanding man.
Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh, ahem, Dr. Su, why are you saying all this? Keep it low-key, low-key. The straightforward Su Donghai replied, Mr. Lin, didn't you agree for me to say this? Lin Feng. Song Shueqing burst into laughter.
To ease the awkwardness, Lin Feng quickly called staff for a demonstration. When Song Shueqing witnessed the 7 nanometers chip being created with her own eyes, her excitement reached its peak.
Now you believe I didn't deceive you, right?
Lin Feng smiled.
Song Shueqing shook her head, I've always believed you.
Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, thank you for trusting me so much. A few minutes later, Lin Feng brought Song Shueqing to the president's office. Although Lin Feng rarely comes to the laboratory, this office is exceptionally luxurious, just like a 5-star hotel's executive suite.
Every day, there are employees coming in to open windows and clean. Do you see that door? There is a lounge behind it. After entering the office, Lin Feng pointed at a door. Song Shueqing raised an eyebrow, what do you want to say? Lin Feng chuckled, if you are tired, you can go in and lie down, and I'll give you a massage too. Pa, you wish. Song Shueqing playfully rolled her eyes at him, then walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing her legs, the tips of her high heels pointed at Lin Feng.
A stunning beauty with the aura of a rich woman, wearing a white shirt, a black bodycon skirt, black stockings, complemented by those sharp black high heels, created an atmosphere that made Lin Feng's blood boil. Lin Feng took a deep breath, raised his hand to lock the office door, and then pulled all the curtains in the room shut. With a gasp from Song Xueqing, Lin Feng lifted her up and marched to the wide office desk.
What are you going to do?
After Lin Feng placed her on the office desk, Song Xueqing asked, breathing heavily. Role play. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaned down and kissed Song Xueqing's red lips.
Chapter 116, Discussion at the Hotel? Not sure how long it had been.
Song Xueqing pointed to the stockings on the floor. Help me pick them up.
Sure thing.
Lin Feng quickly picked up the stockings and walked over. Song Xueqing reached out to take them, but Lin Feng said, You're tired, let me help you put them on.
Song Xueqing glared at him playfully. Are you really this kind-hearted? You just want to take advantage of me. Lin Feng's face darkened, scolding, Secretary Song, is this how you usually talk to your boss? Song Xueqing shrank her neck and said softly, Okay, I know I was wrong, boss.
As she spoke, she lifted her fair right leg. The way she called him boss almost melted Lin Feng. A few minutes later, Lin Feng carefully helped Song Xueqing put on her stockings, and after a bit of adjustment, he finally opened the curtains.
Xueqing, do you want to gain absolute control over magic core technology?
Lin Feng asked, sitting next to Song Xueqing.
Song Xueqing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? It means absolute holding.
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Song Xueqing laughed and said, This is impossible. I only have 3% of Magic Core Technology shares, I would need to buy 48% more for absolute control. Let's not discuss whether anyone would sell it to me, even if they do, I don't have enough money for the acquisition. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, Xueqing, the word impossible does not exist in my dictionary, many things seem impossible, but they are achievable.
Alright, sister knows you are the best.
Song Xueqing poked Lin Feng's forehead and then laughed, but our Song family is the largest shareholder of Magic Core Technology, and the company's decisions are based mainly on Grandpa's wishes. Lin Feng raised his hand to cover her red lips, saying coldly, but they will force you to do things you don't want to do. I have said, I will not let you suffer even a little bit anymore. Helping you get more than 51% of Magic Core Technology shares will be the first step to achieving that goal. Song Xueqing's body trembled, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. But the difficulties you mentioned do exist, so we will need to use some strategies. Lin Feng said playfully.
Song Xueqing became interested. What strategies?
First, find a way to make the stock price of Magic Core Technology drop significantly, at least by another 50%, which will make our acquisition much easier. Second, find a way to make your grandpa, second uncle, and Bayo Gideon lose confidence in Magic Core Technology, preferably get all their shares.
Third, look for bank loans.
On the way to the Tianding Xing Technology Laboratory, Lin Feng roughly planned in his mind. The more Song Xueqing listened, the brighter her eyes became, and in the end, she said with admiration, Lin Feng, you are really amazing.
More impressive than just now?
Lin Feng grinned mischievously, his hands starting to wander.
Song Xueqing playfully pushed him away. She spat, Pa, you're starting to be inappropriate again. What's inappropriate?
This is called combining work with rest. Lin Feng seriously placed his hand on Song Xueqing's beautiful leg and said, Actually, I have many ideas.
Why don't we go to a hotel to continue our discussion? Are you really taking me to a hotel just to discuss problems?
Song Xueqing lightly bit her red lip and asked with a flushed face.
Lin Feng nodded. Yes, for example, what's the difference between using an umbrella on a sunny day and not using one? Also, is there still room for improvement in our acting skills? Pa, I knew you had bad intentions.
Song Xueqing's face turned completely red as she raised her delicate fist and began to punch Lin Feng's chest.
I'm seriously discussing issues with you, just like when you said earlier, boss, what are you going to do? You could have shown more fear. How about we buy a book called The Actor's Self-Cultivation and study it together? With Lin Feng's wicked laughter, Song Xueqing's body became softer and softer. In the end, she could no longer hold herself up and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, Take me to the hotel. On the way to the hotel, Song Xueqing received a call from her grandfather, Song Zhengyuan, who demanded that she return home, but she refused. After a quarrel, Song Xueqing hung up the phone and turned it off. She had really had enough of her family's interference in her private life. The next morning, after waking up on the big bed in the hotel, Song Xueqing habitually turned her phone back on, and unread messages flooded in. After reading a few, Song Xueqing's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, my grandfather fainted last night. Lin Feng's expression also changed slightly, quickly comforting her, Don't panic, just call him and ask about the situation. Song Xueqing nodded, her fingers trembling as she dialed Song Zhengyuan's number. Soon, the call connected, and Song Jian's voice came from the phone, You still know how to call? Second uncle, is my grandfather okay? Song Xueqing asked anxiously. Humph, your grandfather got a stroke because of you. Do you think he's okay? Song Jian said angrily.
Song Shuiqing felt a buzzing in her head, nearly dropping her phone to the ground.
After a long silence, she tremblingly asked, then, what about grandfather?
She was afraid to hear the news that her grandfather was gone. Even if her grandfather favored her cousin Song Xiafeng, even if he urged her to please Li Changming, he was still her grandfather. She did not want to be the reason for his death. Song Jian snorted coldly. Fortunately, Dr. Qian discovered it in time and saved him. Just as Song Shuiqing felt a brief sense of relief, Song Jian added, but your grandfather can't move half of his body. Hurry back to see him. At that moment, a system notification sounded by Lin Feng's ear. Ding, host, you have a new side quest. Quest, heal the sick and save the people.
Quest objective, cure Song Jingyuan's paralysis and help Song Shuiqing resolve her emotional issues. Quest reward, fortune card for descendants *1. Chapter 117, the Tai Yi Divine Needle. Lin Feng? Wait. Song Jingyuan has paralysis. Even famous doctors can't treat this illness, and the system expects him, a person who hasn't even studied medicine, to heal it? Wait. It seems there are medical skills in the system shop. Thinking of this, he entered the system shop to search, and soon he found the skill he wanted, Tai Yi Divine Needle. Tai Yi Divine Needle, the ultimate acupuncture technique formed by integrating all exceptional needle techniques in Dragon Country's history.
It can cure numerous diseases, including strokes, paralysis, tinnitus, infertility, and impotence with amazing effectiveness.
Needle to the illness, cure it. Note 1, this skill costs 50,000 system points. Note 2, this skill works better when paired with God-level observation and inquiry.
God-level observation and inquiry, it summarizes and integrates the experience of all famous doctors' observation, inquiry, touch, and listening, allowing one to determine a patient's illness in the shortest time possible.
Note, this skill costs 50,000 system points.
Acupuncture is the act of using silver needles to stimulate acupuncture points, generating energy and blood, unblocking the obstructed meridians, to achieve the purpose of healing diseases. The principles of Chinese medicine's observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking need no introduction. Anyone who has studied the text Avoiding Disease and consulting doctors should know something about it. Many people consider acupuncture and even Chinese medicine to be a scam, but in the parallel world of Earth, scientists from the Dragon Nation have confirmed the existence of meridians in the human body.
Moreover, throughout the history of the Dragon Nation, multiple plagues have erupted, and Chinese medicine played a significant role in their eradication. This is an indisputable fact.
Lin Feng had a friend who suffered from tinnitus, a puzzling ailment that Western medicine could not solve, but it was cured by Chinese medicine's acupuncture. So when Lin Feng saw the introduction of these two skills, he immediately spent 100,000 system points to buy them. Upon clicking to learn, two large streams of complex information flooded into Lin Feng's mind, instantly transforming him from a layperson in medicine into a skilled practitioner in gynecology. Just at that moment, Song Shuiqing hung up the phone and quickly stood up to get dressed. Lin Feng, something happened to my grandfather, I need to go back immediately. Lin Feng, seeing her holding back tears, felt a pang of heartache. Okay, I heard everything, I'll accompany you back.
No.
After saying this, Song Shuiqing realized her tone was a bit harsh, so she quickly softened her explanation. Lin Feng, my grandfather had a stroke because he was angry about me running away with you. If I take you back now, I understand, it would only add fuel to the fire, Lin Feng said, placing a finger over her red lips, smiling, but I'm not going back to make him mad, I'm going back to save him.
Ah? Song Shuiqing was taken aback. You? Saved my grandfather? He's paralyzed from a stroke. Exactly, we have an ancient family method.
No, I mean acupuncture, specifically for treating paralysis after a stroke, Lin Feng said earnestly.
Song Shuiqing? Are you sure? Absolutely for certain.
Lin Feng got up, picked up the scattered clothes from the floor, and smiled. Time is tight, and the task is heavy, let me help you get dressed.
Song Shuiqing.
In the Magic City, in a standalone villa.
Song Jian's family of 3, along with Li Changming and Li He, stood at the entrance of a bedroom on the second floor. Young Master Li, can Dr. Wen really cure old Master Son's paralysis? Song Jian asked with an expression full of expectation.
Li Changming smiled slightly, proudly saying, Dr. Wen Zhiliang is the most famous divine doctor on Seaway Island, master of the 3 Clears divine needle, who has cured many difficult ailments.
That's good, that's good. Thank you, young Master Li, for your help.
Song Jian sighed in relief, feeling very grateful. Dai Shuhui and her son also expressed their thanks repeatedly.
Li Changming snorted, his expression showing displeasure. Song Jian's family was a bit confused. Did they say something wrong just now? At that moment, Li He reminded them, Mr. Song, to invite Dr. Wen to the Magic City for old Master Song's treatment. Young Master Li arranged everything overnight, even using a private jet to bring Dr. Wen here. Young Master Li didn't do all this just to receive a thank you from you, he did it for Ms. Song Shuiqing. Song Jian finally understood. Ah,
I get it, I get it. When Xueqing arrives, I'll tell her about this, and she'll definitely thank young Master Li properly. Yes, young Master Li has worked hard for old master, our Song family has nothing to repay you with, so we'll have Xueqing serve you like a horse.
Dai Shu we added to flatter. Li Changming then smiled in satisfaction, then I'll watch your performance. Just then, Song Xueqing entered the living room. Ha, speak of the devil, here comes Xueqing, young Moss what the hell? Song Jian only got halfway through his sentence when he saw Lin Feng walking in behind Song Xueqing, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Song Xiafang also widened his eyes, looking confused.
Li Changming's expression darkened, and his fists clenched with cracking sounds. Yesterday, Lin Feng took Song Xueqing away, and today they appeared together again.
Didn't that mean they spent the entire night together? Thinking of this possibility, the jealousy in Li Changming's heart erupted like a volcano, exploding loudly.
However, his possessiveness towards Song Xueqing not only did not decrease, but instead increased many times.
Even, deep inside, he felt a little excitement.
If Lin Feng knew his thoughts, he would definitely curse, pervert.
Xueqing, why did you bring him home? Are you not tired of making the old man even more miserable? After waking up, Song Jian started to scold loudly.
Song Xueqing frowned slightly. Second uncle, Lin Feng said he can cure grandpa's hemiplegia.
What? Song Jian was stunned, Li Changming and the others were also taken aback. After a while, they all let out a neat sneer. He? Cure grandpa's hemiplegia? What a joke! Xueqing, have you been bewitched by him? Hemiplegia is a serious illness, even Dr. Qian can't do anything about it. Can this young brat really cure it?
Humph, Xueqing, I think you are really possessed to believe such nonsense.
Song Jian's family of three started to mock. Li Changming shook his head and smiled, with a teasing tone, Xueqing, I know you mean well, but curing diseases and saving lives is not a joke. But don't worry, I have already invited the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he is currently in the bedroom giving grandpa acupuncture. I believe he will be able to cure grandpa's hemiplegia soon. Song Xueqing raised her eyebrows, looking at him in surprise. Last night, after young Master Li received the news, he immediately sent someone to visit Dr. Wen, and then sent a special car to take Dr. Wen to the airport, flying directly to Moto on young Master Li's private plane. Think about how much young Master Li has done for grandpa. Now compare that to what Lin Feng has done. Song Jian shook his head, feeling emotional. Xueqing, young Master Li is the one who truly cares about you. This Lin guy is just infatuated with your beauty. Dai Shu Wei also chimed in. Song Xiafang also stepped forward, sister, as long as Dr. Wen can cure grandpa's hemiplegia, that would be a great favor. Don't you think you should marry young Master Li to show your gratitude? Song Xueqing? Lin Feng? Chapter 118, Save a Person or Kill a Person. Not only was Song Xueqing unable to believe her ears, even Lin Feng felt like his worldview had been shattered. What the heck? Marry Li Changming as a thank you? Are they treating Song Xueqing like a commodity? Objectifying women, this is seriously objectifying women. Just as the two were in shock, the bedroom door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and slicked-back hair walked out. Dr. Wen, how is the situation? Dr. Wen, my grandpa can move now, right? Song Jian and others immediately gathered around, asking questions. Even Song Xueqing held her breath in anxiety, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wen Zhiliang. Wow, for this hemiplegia, at least 11 more acupuncture sessions are needed to make a total of 12, then there might be a chance of recovery. Wen Zhiliang took out a white handkerchief and wiped the fine sweat off his forehead as he spoke. Song Jian's family of three looked at Li Changming with puzzled faces. Weren't they saying that the 3-clear divine needle works wonders? It's okay if it doesn't work the first time, but 12 times for a chance of recovery, that sounds a bit outrageous, right? Li Changming understood their doubts and said unhappily, humph, this is not a common difficult disease. For Dr. Wen to say there is a chance of recovery after 12 sessions is already an extraordinary medical skill. When Zhiliang put down the handkerchief and nodded, if someone claims they can cure hemiplegia in one session, that person must be a fraud. Ah, wait. Lin Feng opened his mouth slightly, looking dumbfounded and said, how did you know I was going to say that? When Zhiliang? Others? Goodness, it turns out Lin Feng wanted to say he could cure old Mr. Song's hemiplegia in one go? What a ridiculous claim. This person is strange, does young Master Li know him? When Zhiliang looked to Li Changming with a curious expression. Li Changming scoffed, his name is Lin Feng. He claims he can cure Mr. Song's hemiplegia. When Zhiliang was first stunned, then mocked, that's impossible. Hemiplegia, I don't have 100% confidence even with the 3 pure divine needle. This person must be a scammer, totally ridiculous. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said, you're such a stubborn person, can't you just let me try to see if I can cure hemiplegia? Song Xueqing? Why did she feel like she was watching a soap opera? What? You dare to call me stubborn?
When Shiliang widened his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and looked ready to fight Lin Feng, saying, "You believe it or not, I can punch you right out." Lin Feng shook his head and imitated a serious tone, saying, "I don't believe you." "Oh, this person is really cocky," when Shiliang sneered, preparing to teach Lin Feng a lesson. At that moment, Li He whispered, "Dr. Wen, Lin Feng's strength is above mine." When Shiliang's expression froze, and he stood rigid in place. After a moment, he awkwardly laughed, "Well, I ate something bad last night and am feeling weak, so I'll let you go this time." He did practice martial arts, but he was just a beginner, far from Li He, let alone Lin Feng.
It's not embarrassing to admit defeat in order to save his life.
Lin Feng smirked and mocked, "Then I'll wait for Dr. Wen to recover and have a word or two."
When Shiliang's face twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, Li Changming said coldly, "Lin Feng, are you just trying to show off in front of Xueqing?
Fine, you go treat old Master Song, I want to see what tricks you can pull."
"Young Master Li, that won't do." Song Jian was startled and quickly intervened, "This is for treating illness, not something else, you can't just try anything." Li Changming glared, showcasing the full force of his authority. Song Jian turned pale and quickly lowered his head.
"Humph."
Li Changming snorted coldly and looked at Lin Feng, "What are you still standing there for? Go ahead."
He knew very well that such things shouldn't be tried lightly, that's why he let Lin Feng treat old Master Song. If Lin Feng lacked medical skills and caused an accident, the possibility of punishment could be set aside, but Song Xueqing would definitely harbor resentment because of it.
As for whether Song Zhengyuan would have an accident, what did that have to do with Li Changming?
Lin Feng looked deeply at Li Changming and then pushed the door into the bedroom.
"Who are you, and who let you in?"
Song Zhengyuan lay weakly on the bed and gasped when he saw Lin Feng enter.
"Old Master Song, my name is Lin Feng, I am here to treat you."
As Lin Feng finished speaking, Song Xueqing and the others also entered.
"You are Lin Feng?" Song Zhenyuan was first taken aback and then turned to Song Xueqing, angrily saying, "Xueqing, did you bring him here? Do you want to make me die from anger?"
Song Xueqing bitterly said, "Grandpa, Lin Feng really came to treat you."
"He treats me? He is the cause of my illness. Get out, all of you."
Song Zhenyuan angrily pounded the bed with his movable left hand.
"Alright, you're already hemiplegic, why are you so angry? Don't you fear having another stroke and becoming completely paralyzed?"
As Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly approached the bedside and pressed down on Song Zhenyuan's left hand. In that instant, Song Zhenyuan felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, causing a tingling sensation in the left half. Then, to his horror, he discovered that he had even lost the ability to speak. Others were also startled by Lin Feng's actions, but no one approached to stop him under Li Changming's warning gaze. A few seconds later, Lin Feng suddenly pulled out a bag of silver needles from his pocket and swiftly inserted them into Song Zhenyuan's major acupuncture points with lightning speed. Hiss. At that moment, when Julian gasped,
Song Jian and the others gasped in shock.
Even Song Xueqing felt her vision blur, almost fainting from fright.
In traditional Chinese medicine, shouldn't you at least check the pulse first?
Lin Feng only held Song Zhenyuan's left hand for a few seconds.
"So, you started acupuncture? But this acupuncture isn't even the right method, which doctor needles this fast? Is he saving lives or taking lives?"
"Oh my gosh, you can't do it like this, it will cause a death, quickly pull out the silver needles."
After awakening, when Zhiliang rushed to stop Lin Feng from performing acupuncture. "Dr. Wen. We need to trust Mr. Lin."
Li Changming pulled him back, with a half-smile. When Shiliang blinked, after understanding Li Changming's meaning, he awkwardly laughed. "I suddenly remembered, Mr. Lin's method should be a long-lost miraculous acupuncture technique, very wondrous." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng quickly pulled out the silver needles and said to Song Zhenyuan, "Alright, your hemiplegia is healed, try moving your hands and feet." Li Changming was stunned for a moment, then mocked, You just randomly stuck a few silver needles and dare to say you cured old Master Song's hemiplegia, do you think we are all fools?" Before he could finish the word fool, Song Zhenyuan tried to lift his right hand, then moved his right leg, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's moving.
My right side can really move." Li Changming and the others' faces changed dramatically. Chapter 119, The Tripartite Betting Agreement. "Oh my god."
Song Xueqing covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open, her joy was bursting out. She always believed in Lin Feng, and this time too, but Lin Feng's performance still exceeded her expectations.
Song Jian and others looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their mouths agape as if their jaws would drop.
What the heck, he just casually stuck 9 silver needles, then pulled them out, and old Master Song's hemiplegia was cured?
This is absurd, absolutely absurd.
Li Changming was so furious he nearly crushed his silver teeth.
Damn it. Damn.
Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to kill Song Zhenyuan, then Song Xueqing would hate him and abandon him, and he would take the beautiful girl instead? Why did things develop in completely the opposite direction? Lin Feng was playing him, right? At this moment, Song Zhenyuan excitedly sat up and walked down the bed, pacing back and forth in the bedroom, getting more and more thrilled. I'm well. I'm really well. Oh my goodness. A miracle, this is truly a miracle, I can hardly believe my eyes. When Zhiliang was looking up and down at Song Zhenyuan as if examining a rare treasure. Eh? Lin Feng raised his eyebrow. Why did your speech suddenly lack the four-way accent? When Zhiliang opened his mouth, that. Did you come to Seaway from the mainland? Lin Feng used mind reading on him, looking at him oddly. How did you know? When Zhiliang was startled, even Li Changming didn't know about this. Your accent betrayed you. Lin Feng smiled, then looked at Song Xueqing. Xueqing, I cured your grandfather's hemiplegia. This is a huge favor. Shouldn't you marry me to show your gratitude? Song Xueqing nodded with a slight blush on her face. No way. Song Jian jumped out immediately. Lin Feng was amused. Why is it that when Li Changming finds someone to cure Song Zhenyuan, you want Xueqing to marry him as gratitude, but I'm not allowed? Song Jian's face turned red, defending. My dad was upset because of you. You curing him is just making up for your sins. Why should Xueqing marry you? Exactly, don't think that just because you cured old master's hemiplegia, you have done us a favor. This is what you should do. Dai Shu Wei sneered. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Song Jian with a half-smile. Both of you are sick. Song Jian? Dai Shu Wei? What the heck, speaking is okay, but why are you insulting people too? Don't get me wrong, I'm saying it literally. Lin Feng smiled with a hint of amusement, pointing at Song Jian. You are impotent, you need to take blue pills to maintain your manly dignity. Song Jian's face changed instantly. You what nonsense are you talking? Who is impotent? You're the one who is impotent. Others. Goodness, you're so nervous you're stuttering while speaking. This place has no silver worth 300 taels, okay? Song Xueqing felt her face turn red and hurriedly lowered her head. Lin Feng, this guy, has he forgotten she was here too? What nonsense about impotence, so annoying. Lin Feng sneered and pointed at Dai Shu Wei. You, gynecological disease, cervical erosion, your messy private life caused it. You're talking nonsense, I don't have it. Dai Shu Wei's expression also changed dramatically, then she firmly denied it. Others' expressions became strange. As long as you're not blind, you can see how panic-stricken Dai Shu Wei is. Is denying it useful? Well, the couple Song Jian and his wife are a perfect match, one impotent, the other with a messy private life and gynecological disease. Song Jian's face immediately turned green. Damn. So when I was out there enjoying myself, my house got robbed? If it weren't for others being present, he would have definitely asked that shameless woman just how many green hats she had put on him. At this point, Lin Feng said again, originally, I thought, since you were Xueqing's uncle, I could help you regain your vigor with acupuncture. Song Jian was instantly overjoyed, that. Mr. Lin, But, your attitude toward me is too terrible, so you can just continue being impotent. As Lin Feng's words fell, Song Jian's face turned green again. Alright, I have some matters to discuss with old Master Song, you all go out for a bit. Lin Feng said, taking the lead. Damn, Lin Feng, this is my house, don't be too arrogant. Lin Feng, don't think that just because you have SSS-level confidentiality, you can give orders to us. Father and son Song Jian were both furious and laughed. Li Changming's expression turned cold, and he said in a low voice, Old Master Song, do you want to negotiate with him? Song Jingyuan's expression changed several times, finally smiling. Changming, after all, my partial paralysis was treated by Lin Feng. If I refuse him, it would be embarrassing. Alright, then I'll wait outside and see what results you can negotiate. Li Changming warned Song Zhenyuan with a glance, then turned and left the bedroom. Once all the meddling people left, Lin Feng locked the bedroom door and then took out a small black box from his bag, sticking it on the back of the door. Song Xueqing showed a curious expression. What is this thing? Lin Feng shrugged, a sound wave collector, for preventing eavesdropping. This was something he had thought was fun last time, and asked Zhao Qingya for it, unexpectedly proving useful here. Song Jingyuan's pupils constricted, his expression serious. I wonder what Mr. Lin wants to discuss with me? Discuss cooperation. Lin Feng walked in front of Song Zhenyuan, speaking in a deep voice. May I ask what old Master Song envisions for the future of magic core technology? While speaking, he used mind reading on Song Zhenyuan. Song Zhenyuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lin Feng extended two fingers. Two paths. One is to depend on the international chip supply chain system, restricted by the White Eagle, always suppressed by TSMC. The second path is to break free from the White Eagle's constraints, establish our own chip supply system, surpass TSMC, and become a chip enterprise that makes our country proud. Song Zhenyuan immediately became uncertain. Mr. Lin, what exactly are you trying to say? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Cooperating with Li Changming is the first path, cooperating with me is the second path. Which one do you want to choose?
Song Jingyuan's expression slightly changed. He scrutinized Lin Feng.
Of course, he leaned towards the second path.
Who wants to be at the mercy of others? But where does Lin Feng get the confidence to say such things?
It seems that deep down, you still lean towards the second path, that is the bloodiness a man from the dragon country should have.
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Song Jingyuan's heart trembled. You know what I'm thinking?
Lin Feng smiled non-committally. Since you want to choose the second path, I can have a 3-party bet agreement with you and Xueqing.
Song Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. What betting agreement?
Even Song Xueqing was confused. Before this, Lin Feng had never mentioned a 3-party betting agreement to her.
Using the 20% stake you hold in Magic Core Technology as a bet.
If within a month, the market value of Magic Core Technology exceeds 300 billion, you must transfer these shares to Xueqing for free. If within a month, the market value of Magic Core Technology does not reach 300 billion, I will buy all the shares in your hand at a valuation of 300 billion. As Lin Feng's words fell, the expressions of Song Zhengyuan and Song Xueqing changed completely.
Chapter 120, Assault on the Heart, Choice. Are you serious? Song Zhengyuan frowned, looking doubtful.
To buy his 20% shares at a market value of 300 billion means 60 billion Longhua currency.
Where did Lin Feng get the confidence to make such a bet? Or is it that he is 100% confident in raising the market value of Magic Core Technology to over 300 billion within a month? Since I said it, I must be serious.
Lin Feng shrugged and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Feng, the owner of Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Limited.
I wonder if old Master Song has heard of me. You are Lin Feng?
Song Jingyuan's face changed again. Lin Feng has been very popular online during this time.
Lin Feng smiled. Since old master has heard of me, I trust you understand Tianding Xing Company? Song Zhengyuan nodded. Tianding Xing's current annual output value is over 10 billion, with limitless prospects. I will add the ownership of Tianding Xing to the betting agreement. If I cannot come up with 60 billion, old master Song becomes the new owner of Tianding Xing, which is worth much more than 60 billion cash. As Lin Feng's words fell, Song Xueqing said nervously beside him, Lin Feng, this is a bit too big, isn't it? Tianding Xing has a technological laboratory as its backing, and it is likely to exceed Magic Core Technology in the future. To help her acquire 51% of Magic Core Technology, putting Tianding Xing on the line is too risky. Xueqing, do you think Grandpa is old and can't think straight? Song Zhengyuan said unhappily. Song Xueqing? No. Grandpa, I didn't mean that.
Since he dared to use Tianding Xing Company as a bet, it shows he has 100% confidence in this bet. The only way to increase the market value of Magic Core Technology to 300 billion within a month is to buy the 7nm EUV lithography machine. If I remember correctly, Tianding Xing's official Weibo hinted that they would develop it within 7 days. At this point, Song Zhengyuan exhaled and sneered, so that means Tianding Xing has already developed the 7nm EUV lithography machine. As long as I sign a tripartite betting agreement with you, Lin Feng will sell the lithography machine to Magic Core Technology. By then, the shares of Magic Core Technology will soar, I will lose the bet, and you easily obtain 20% of the shares. Xueqing, I never expected that one day you would team up with an outsider to trick me. A person who could start Magic Core Technology from scratch would definitely not fail to see such a simple trap. Song Xueqing trembled and hurriedly denied, Grandpa, I didn't, Lin Feng patted her shoulder and smiled, Old Master Song, this matter Xueqing really knows nothing about.
Humph, do you think I would believe what you said? Song Zhengyuan snorted coldly, turned away, and no longer looked at the two. I will not bet with you, you can leave. He could see that Lin Feng really wanted to marry Xueqing. If so, Lin Feng must bring something that would satisfy the Song family as a betrothal gift?
If Lin Feng is unwilling to offer the lithography machine as a betrothal gift, such a man is not worth Xueqing's affection. He would find a way to match Xueqing with Li Changming, and still get help from Beigongdian to buy the 7nm EUV lithography machine. He would be in an unbeatable position. Old Master Song is indeed not so easy to fool. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and sighed, well, since the old man is unwilling, I won't force it. But Xueqing will definitely not marry Li Changming. You want Beigongdian to help buy the 7nm EUV lithography machine, that is impossible. Alright, after returning, Xueqing will withdraw from Magic Core Technology and join me in starting a chip foundry company. In less than 3 years, the market share of Magic Core Technology will be replaced by our company. By then, the stocks of Magic Core Technology will probably be cheaper than toilet paper. As his words fell, Lin Feng laughed 3 times, pulling Song Xueqing out the door. Just as the two were about to reach the door, Song Zhengyuan let out a loud shout, wait a moment. Old man, do you have something else? Lin Feng turned around, a playful smile curling his lips, and asked.
Shueching, you are a descendant of the Song family, do you really want to team up with an outsider to suppress magic core technology? Song Zhengyuan asked, his face dark with anger. Song Shueching opened her mouth,
Old man, Shueching is a person, not a commodity.
When you are forcing her to marry Li Changming, did you ever consider that she is a descendant of the Song family?
Lin Feng coldly questioned. Song Zhengyuan was momentarily taken aback, speechless for a moment. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and continued, also, you are already 83 years old this year, right? To be disrespectful, you are already half buried in the ground, how many more years can you watch over magic core technology? You must want to pass it on to your descendants. Song Zhengyuan's face turned pale, I'm right, aren't I? Lin Feng sneered, I know you want Song Jian and his son to take over, but do they have the ability? Do you believe that after they take over magic core technology, they'll quickly ruin everything? Song Zhengyuan's expression changed, If they were capable, would you let Shueching be the CEO? Don't deceive yourself. Lin Feng snorted coldly, causing Song Zhengyuan to tremble and close his mouth.
Yes, if Song Jian and his son had the ability, why would he let Shueching step into the spotlight? He would have already found her a good match to marry off. It was precisely because the Song family father and son lacked capability that Song Zhengyuan had never allowed Shueching to date or marry. If it weren't for this incident, he would have wanted Song Shueching to remain single her whole life and be the CEO of magic core technology. The old generation's preference for sons over daughters was too severe. So now you have only two paths before you, one is to agree to the tripartite bet, and the worst outcome is just letting Shueching take over. The other is to watch magic core technology's stock plummet until the company goes bankrupt. I will give you 10 seconds to choose.
As he said this, Lin Feng began to count down.
Song Zhengyuan instantly fell into a state of inner conflict. Just as Lin Feng was about to count to 10, Song Zhengyuan gritted his teeth and said, I will bet with you. It's been half an hour, why are they still not out?
In the living room, Song Jian sat on the sofa, looking at the impatient Li Changming across from him, feeling frustrated. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, the door to the second-floor bedroom opened, and Song Zhengyuan came out accompanied by Lin Feng and Song Shueching.
Clang!
Li Changming and the others all stood up, looking at the three of them with confusion and tension. When Song Zhengyuan reached the downstairs, he walked up to Li Changming, smiling as he said, Changming, Lin Feng is a good guy, I agree to him being with Shueching.
What? Li Changming was first taken aback, then shouted angrily, Song Zhengyuan, do you know what you are saying? Song Jian and the others' faces changed instantly.
According to their seniority, Song Zhengyuan and Li Changming's father were of the same generation, and for Li Changming to call Song Zhengyuan by his full name in front of so many people was an extremely disrespectful act. But the Song family needed Li Changming now, and even though they felt aggrieved, they didn't dare to say anything at this moment.
Changming, I don't quite understand what you mean.
Song Zhengyuan said expressionlessly.
You know very well that I'm sincere towards Shueching, yet you want to marry her off to another man, that's opposing me. Song Zhengyuan, have you considered the consequences of being our enemy? Li Changming glared at Song Zhengyuan, coldly questioning him. Song Zhengyuan sighed, Changming, feelings cannot be forced. So that means you've decided to let Shueching marry Lin Feng? Li Changming asked desperately.
Song Zhengyuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded.
All right. You are forcing my hand. With that, Li Changming took out his phone and dialed, Hello, Dad, the Song family doesn't know what's good for them. I'm going to make magic core technology go bankrupt. At these words, the faces of Song Jian's family changed drastically, Young Master Li, this is unacceptable. Old man, how can you be so confused? The best person for Shueching is young Master Li. Grandpa, quickly apologize to young Master Li and take back what you just said. After the three pleaded, Li Changming looked mockingly at Song Zhengyuan. Song Zhengyuan scanned Song Jian and the others with disappointment. Do you really think that magic core technology is more important than Shueching's happiness and marriage? Song Jian's family? No. The old man never cared about Song Shueching's happiness in marriage before, how come he has changed so much after a stroke? Could it be that the old man also has cerebral palsy? It seems you are determined to be my enemy. Li Changming's pupils narrowed, and he said coldly, Dad, call Myers right now, cancel all orders with magic core technology, and issue a permanent termination of cooperation announcement. Myers had only cancelled the order for 7 nanometers EUV lithography machines from magic core technology, while the 8 DUV orders were still proceeding normally. If all these orders were cancelled, along with the announcement of terminating future cooperation with magic core technology, their stock price would surely collapse. No, young Master Li, don't act impulsively, Song Jian wanted to persuade him further, but Li Changming interrupted him rudely, you have no say in this matter. If you don't want magic core technology to go bankrupt, have Song Shueching come to the Peninsula Hotel to find me before midnight. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changming gave Song Shueching a deep glance and turned to leave. Once Li Changming was gone, Song Jin's family surrounded Song Zhenyuan and began to persuade him.
Lin Feng quickly signaled Song Xueqing, and the two quietly left the place.
At midnight, inside the Peninsula Hotel,
Li Changming glanced at his phone, confirming that Song Xueqing had neither called nor messaged him, and said with hate, "Song Xueqing, since you don't appreciate my kindness, I will personally destroy the Song family."
At 1 a.m., Myers posted an announcement on Twitter.
For safety reasons, our company's shareholders meeting has decided to cancel the order for 8 DUV lithography machines from Magic Core Technology, and permanently terminate our cooperation with Magic Core Technology.
Soon, this announcement was screenshot and spread across Weibo and Jihu, causing a sensation online. Wow, has Myers gone crazy? They even decided not to sell DUV lithography machines to Magic Core Technology? With these orders cancelled, Magic Core Technology's expansion plan becomes a mirage. Even worse, without Myers' technical support, if their existing lithography machines encounter issues, they will be unable to repair or maintain them. Damn, I just fully invested in Magic Core Technology stocks last month, I'm going to lose big. What are you hesitating for? As soon as the stock market opens tomorrow, hurry and sell. Two brothers upstairs, did you forget that Tycoon is also developing 7nm EUV lithography machines? If Tycoon succeeds, they will definitely sell to Magic Core Technology, and then Magic Core Technology's stock price will surely soar. What? You make a good point, maybe we should wait and see?
At 2 a.m., Tycoon's official microblog suddenly posted a Weibo. Tycoon Special Materials Company, Limited indeed lacks the capability to develop 7nm EUV lithography machines. We sincerely apologize for the confusion caused to all netizens by the false information released by our microblog editor.
What the hell? Tycoon has admitted to lacking the capability to develop 7nm EUV lithography machines? If you can't develop it, why post on Weibo? Is it fun to play with people's emotions?
Report Tycoon for spreading rumors.
Tycoon, you have truly hurt the feelings of many netizens. From now on, you are forever blacklisted.
Those who were hoping for Tycoon to develop the 7nm EUV lithography machine and break the Western monopoly were enraged. The fans of Longwa were even more excited, joyfully leaving comments under this Weibo. This is what you get for trying to steal the spotlight. Now you're embarrassed, right? Now the whole world knows there is a company in Longwa that loves to boast.
You really embarrassed Dragon Country. What happened? Why are you backing down? Keep pushing, keep cutting the little pink wine snacks. Big influencer Yuan Josie, what did I say before? Tian Dingxing is a joke.
Those who had hoped Tian Dingxing could save the shareholders of Moxan Technology felt a blackness before their eyes. It's over, Moxan Technology is doomed. The next morning, as soon as the stock market opened, Baya Jijian sold all of the 10% shares of Moxan Technology they held.
Added to the panic selling by numerous retail investors, Moxan Technology's stock price dropped directly to the limit.
The next day, Song Jian realized the situation was bad and quickly sold his 5% stake, causing another price drop to the limit.
On the third day, Modu Bank, the second largest shareholder of Moxan Technology, couldn't sit still anymore and sold all of its 15% stake.
3 consecutive drops to the limit, and Moxan Technology's market value dropped directly to 100 billion, half of its highest point. During these 3 days, Lin Feng and Song Xueqing found the president of Dragon Country Bank's Modu branch, using Tiandingxing Special Materials Company, Limited as collateral to borrow 50 billion. After 2 more limit downs, the two of them entered the market with huge funds and crazily bought the dip.
Because of their massive buying, Moxan Technology's stock price had a brief rebound, but they were very rational.
Once the price rose too quickly, they paused their purchases. It was a long-lasting tug-of-war. A week later, the 50 billion loan turned into a 50% stake in Moxan Technology, and Lin Feng also personally invested 5 billion to buy 5% of the shares.
If you count Song Jingyuan's 20% and Song Xueqing's original 3%, the two of them now held a terrifying 78% of Moxan Technology.
The bottoming out is complete. It's time to announce the success of the 7nm EUV lithography machine development. At a high-end restaurant in Modu, Lin Feng swirled his wine glass and said to Song Xueqing across the table. At that moment, Li Changming, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, walked into the restaurant. Li Changming immediately spotted Lin Feng and Song Xueqing sitting by the window, and was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a smile, walked confidently up to Song Xueqing, and stood in front of her. Xueqing, what a coincidence, you're here too. Song Xueqing glanced at him and said expressionlessly, Mr. Li, I still have to eat with my boyfriend, I don't want to be disturbed.
Li Changming laughed dryly, you still have the mood to eat?
Lin Feng rolled his eyes, Mr. Li, your words are so strange.
Food is the most important thing to people. What else is more important than eating? Xueqing, your little boyfriend doesn't know how expensive the cost of living is, does he? Li Changming mocked with a smile, then looked at Lin Feng and said, do you know how badly Moxan Technology's stock price has fallen recently?
Lin Feng shrugged, I heard a bit.
Ha, Then do you know how much Xueqing has lost? Li Changming sneered. Lin Feng curled the corner of his mouth and looked at Song Xueqing. Did you lose anything?
Before Song Xueqing could speak, Li Changming coldly sneered. Moxian Technology's market value fell from 200 billion to 100 billion, and Xueqing has 3% of the shares.
Do you think she has lost anything? Song Jingyuan's loss is even worse.
He's stubbornly holding onto his 20% stake, and his loss has already exceeded 20 billion Dragon Country coins.
Song Jian is quite smart.
As soon as he saw the situation was bad, he sold all his shares. If it weren't for a financial company suddenly entering to buy the dip, he'd still be stuck. Big moves in the stock market can't escape people like Li Changming. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Song Xueqing used a financial company shell as a cover to enter the market and buy the dip, so Li Changming didn't see anything suspicious.
If I remember correctly, doesn't Bai Ajijian also hold shares in Moxian Technology?
Lin Feng said with a playful tone.
You're trying to say we also have losses, right?
Li Changming snorted coldly and mocked. Bai Ajijian's market value is over $600 billion, and a mere 10 billion Dragon Country coins loss is nothing to us.
Lin Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Just a 10 billion Dragon Country coin loss? This is called cutting losses in time. Li Changming smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, that financial company suddenly stepped in, otherwise our losses would have been even greater. But the owner of that company must be out of his mind. Everyone can see that Magic Core Technology has become a junk stock, yet he still dares to step in and take over. Or, could it be that he can predict the future and knows that Xueqing will definitely marry me? Put. Lin Feng laughed out loud. Li Changming frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you being an idiot.
Lin Feng teased with a smirk, tapping the table as he said, let me tell you the truth, the owner of that financial company is Xueqing. Li Changming was initially shocked, then shook his head. Impossible, the stock price of Magic Core Technology has fallen like this, how could she still go on a buying spree? Lin Feng shrugged. Of course it's because Xueqing believes that the stock price of Magic Core Technology will skyrocket in the future.
Li Changming laughed as if he heard the funniest joke in the world, tears almost flowing from his laughter. Are you an idiot? No one is optimistic about the stock price of Magic Core Technology now. Retail investors can't even sell their shares, and you're saying it will skyrocket?
Behind him, Li He and a group of bodyguards also burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the surrounding customers. Lin Feng smiled playfully. Looks like you have some free time, why not stay and watch my show?
What show? Li Changming paused his laughter, confused. You'll find out soon.
Lin Feng gave a mysterious smile and took out his phone to make a call. Cici, you can start the action. Li Changming suddenly had a bad feeling, but he couldn't think of anything that Lin Feng could do in this situation to boost the stock price of Magic Core Technology.
At this moment, Lin Feng hung up the phone and smiled. Do you have Weibo on your phone? Li Changming frowned slightly. What do you mean?
Lin Feng shrugged. If not, we move on to the next one, soon there will be a good show on Weibo.
Playing tricks. Li Changming was curious but still took out his phone and opened Weibo. Jiangnan, Tianxing Special Materials Company, Limited. After ending the call with Lin Feng, Lu Cici logged into Tianxing's official Weibo and posted a pre-edited tweet. Let me introduce a new partner at Tianxing Technology Laboratory, there will be surprises for those who follow.
After sending out this tweet, she switched accounts and logged into the Tianxing Technology Laboratory account.
Due to confidentiality reasons, this account was not yet verified. Hello everyone, I am from Tianxing Technology Laboratory. A few days ago, our laboratory successfully developed a 7nm EUV lithography machine. This EUV lithography machine is made up of 100,000 components, with a total weight of 175 tons, and its performance is at a world-leading level, which means it's even more advanced than Meyer's 7nm EUV lithography machine. Yesterday, our laboratory signed a comprehensive strategic cooperation agreement with Magic Core Technology, and the first lithography machine has been delivered. Once installation and debugging are complete, Magic Core Technology will be able to manufacture 7nm chips. In the future, our laboratory will also provide Magic Core Technology with 5 to 10 sets of 7nm EUV lithography machines, and if Magic Core Technology needs low-end DUV lithography machines, we can reluctantly produce a batch. P.S. Our laboratory is a brother unit of Tianxing Special Materials Company, Limited, and the boss is also Lin Feng. Further P.S. The T1100 and T2000 grade carbon fiber production lines were developed by our laboratory. Surprised? Unexpected? Exciting? Again P.S. Tianxing Special Materials Company, Limited really does not have the capability to develop lithography machines, and its official Weibo editor is not lying. Under this Weibo post is a video showing the operation of the lithography machine. Through this video, it clearly shows how 7nm chips are manufactured. In recent days, countless netizens have gathered under Tianxing's official Weibo, cursing angrily after realizing they were deceived. After Lu Cici posted that lead-generating Weibo, it was met with a wave of curses. Damn, What time is it and you're still advertising? Skystar, you really have no heart.
I misjudged you. Skystar is a garbage company, and the official Weibo editor is a garbage editor.
Some rational netizens went through the links to Skystar Technology Laboratories homepage. After they read that Weibo post, they exploded with excitement. Wow! Wow wow! Skystar really made a 7nm EUV lithography machine? I can't believe my eyes. The Dragon Kingdom finally has its own 7nm EUV lithography machine. As these netizens spread the word, the post went viral across the internet. Chapter 123, The Nation is Thrilled. Hashtag domestic 7nm EUV lithography machine is released. Hashtag a domestic lithography machine more advanced than the Miles EUV lithography machine. Hashtag Skystar Technology Laboratory. Hashtag Linfeng. Hashtag Skystar's official Weibo editor didn't lie. Hashtag. On the Weibo trending list, these 5 tags occupy the top 6 positions, each followed by a burst character. If you don't count the Weibo advertising slots, these 5 tags are the top 5. 5 different tags emerging from the same event occupy the top 5 of the Weibo trending list, marking a first in Weibo history. Clicking into these 5 tags reveals many familiar big accounts reposting and commenting. Even major official accounts like Longxin News, Dragon Kingdom Daily, and Mingguang Daily have reposted and commented. Their comments are all the same. Our reporter confirmed that Skystar Technology Laboratory has indeed developed a 7nm EUV lithography machine with world-leading performance. Let's congratulate Skystar Technology Laboratory. Official confirmation. It's solid proof. Wow, is this true? Dragon Kingdom really has its own EUV lithography machine now? The EUV lithography machine, which was said to be impossible to produce, has just been created by a private laboratory? I feel like I'm dreaming. Until my colleague next to me pinched me, I shouted out loud. I had an argument with my wife last night, and we were in a cold war. But after I forwarded this news to her, she said she would reward me well tonight. Brothers, does anyone know what food is best for kidney nourishment? Waiting online. Goodness, I can't believe it. So the Skystar's official Weibo editor said they would develop a 7nm EUV lithography machine in 7 days? They're all the same boss, why divide responsibilities so clearly? Today, we all owe Skystar an apology. Last night I was still scolding Linfeng and Skystar, but today I received a solid lesson. I deeply regret it. From now on, I'm a lifelong fan of Skystar. Anyone who insults Skystar is going against me. Because of Huawei being unfairly sanctioned by the white-headed eagle, any Dragon Kingdom citizen with a bit of backbone is filled with resentment. Since then, the entire Dragon Kingdom has realized the importance of EUV lithography machines, and discussions on how difficult it is to produce EUV lithography machines have spread across the internet. Some say that EUV lithography machines are the crown jewel of modern industry, 10 or 100 times harder to make than hydrogen bombs. Others say that even if Miles gave the designs to the Dragon Kingdom, they couldn't produce an EUV lithography machine. And some say that with the current technology level of the Dragon Kingdom, there's no hope to produce an EUV lithography machine in the next 50 years. Some believed, some feared, but more people in the Dragon Kingdom did not believe, were not afraid, and were not intimidated. What challenges haven't the people of the Dragon Kingdom faced? What difficulties haven't they seen? 70 years ago, they blockaded us. Our forefathers, starting from nothing, united and, with wisdom, sweat, and blood, achieved industrialization and made the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. 70 years later, we have conditions thousands of times better than our ancestors. Would a mere EUV lithography machine stump us? Dream on. Now, Skystar has proven with actions that what the West can do, we in the Dragon Kingdom can do as well, and do it faster and better. At this moment, in the open space of an internet company, hundreds of employees dropped their work, jumping and cheering. In this moment, in a university dormitory building, boys gathered in the hallway, chanting in unison just like when IG won the championship, shouting, "Tianjistar is amazing," and "Linfeng is amazing." In this moment, similar scenes happened in countless corners of Long Country, where people shouted, jumped, and cheered, feeling excited and proud that Long Country now had its own EUV lithography machine. In this moment, Long Country was in an uproar. Those who previously insulted Tianjistar Online flocked to the official Weibo to apologize. Led by Yuan Zhouzi, the Dragon skeptics seem to have lost their voices collectively, like mutes. Countless netizens apologized to Tianjistar, then rushed to the Weibo of Yuan Zhouzi and other Dragon skeptics to mock them hilariously, unleashing their full sarcasm. When this news reached foreign websites, it also caused a huge stir. Reuters, Rashoman, Long Country unexpectedly developed a 7nm EUV lithography machine alone? The White Union News, latest news, a private lab in Long Country announced the successful development of a 7nm EUV lithography machine. The real situation needs further investigation. By Bixby, once again, a nationwide effort to create a fake? 12 questions about Long Country developing a 7nm EUV lithography machine.
Although these media questioned the authenticity of this matter throughout, they could not fool some rational Western netizens. Hey, I've said it before, Long Country is a civilization with a history of 5,000 years, they are not so easily defeated. Oh, congratulations to the people of Long Country, they have once again achieved a great technological accomplishment. Hey guys, Miles Corporation is a technological collective from multiple countries. The components of Miles lithography machines come from all over the world, but Long Country's lab has developed an EUV lithography machine by itself. This is truly shocking. Wow, it's no wonder it's Long Country. I'm getting more and more interested in this mysterious ancient Eastern country. I am studying in Long Country. It's really different from what's said online. You are welcome to come and see Long Country. Even more convincing is that Miles Corporation's stock price plummeted. In stark contrast, the stock price of Machip Technology directly hit the limit up. According to relevant individuals, this round of increase for Machip Technology will continue for a long time, and the stock price may even exceed its previous highest point. Even Orange Pi Phone was boosted by this good news and saw its stock price rebound. At this moment, in a restaurant in Magic City, seeing these messages on Weibo, Li Changming's face was as dark as water. After a long while, he exhaled a breath, trying to calm himself down, but his anger surged, shooting straight to the top of his head. Bang! Li Changming smashed his phone hard on the ground, then raised his foot to kick it until he smashed it into pieces. Then he glared at Lin Feng with fiery eyes. You are the boss of Tianji Star, right? Lin Feng shrugged, isn't it obvious? So from the very beginning, you were setting a trap? Li Changming clenched his fists, his expression twisted. Lin Feng shrugged, that's right. Once I knew you wanted to use the lithography machine to threaten Xu etching, I made a plan. Li Changming stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He had gone to great lengths to use the lithography machine as a threat, even selling 10% of Machip Technology's shares, causing the company's market value to plummet, forcing Song Xu etching to marry him. His plan was perfect, but all of it was under Lin Feng's control. Once the 7nm EUV lithography machine developed by Tianji Star came out, it completely offset all negative impacts, and Machip Technology had a promising future. With pressure off, Song Xu etching would no longer marry him. TSMC sold 10% of its shares. What was lost was more than just 10 billion Long Country coins. Having lost both the lady and his soldiers, the fool was indeed himself. The hatred was overwhelming. Chapter 124, Complete Closed Industrial Chain. Xu etching, you said Machip Technology has support from Tianji Star Technology Lab in the background. How much will the future stock price rise? Without waiting for Song Xu etching to speak, Lin Feng asked and answered himself, I think it has to rise to 30 trillion Dragon Kingdom coins, right? Let me calculate for you, 90% of the world's smartphones are produced in the Dragon Kingdom, and Magic Core Technology has a geographical advantage. Under the same conditions, these smartphone manufacturers should prefer to place orders with Magic Core Technology, right? As long as Magic Core Technology increases the production capacity of the 7nm chip, it can soon become the world's #1 chip foundry, right? Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company has a market share of over 50%, and its market value has reached a staggering $600 billion. If Magic Core Technology replaces TSMC, achieving a market value of 30 trillion Dragon Kingdom coins is not unreasonable, right? Based on a market value of 30 trillion, 10% of the shares would be 3 trillion. If someone sells for 100 billion, then he would have lost 2.9 trillion, right? If the market value of Magic Core Technology rises even higher. Hiss, Xu etching, I suddenly feel like laughing, what's going on? Song Xu etching covered her mouth and giggled. Li Changming's face turned green with anger. Because he knew, based on Lin Feng's analysis, that Magic Core Technology really might rise to a market value of 30 trillion Dragon Kingdom coins. In other words, his one decision had caused TSMC a huge loss. Even if he was the CEO of TSMC, even if his father was the founder of TSMC, such a mistake was enough to make other shareholders hate him. And TSMC's major shareholders were ruthless financial sharks from the American Eagle, those people were cutthroat. Just then, Li He jumped out to refute, Humph, Lin Feng, are you mistaken? The ones placing orders with TSMC are chip manufacturers like Aipu, Gaolon, and Huawei, not smartphone manufacturers like Orange. Moreover, the reason TSMC's market share exceeds 50% is because it is supported by financial sharks from the American Eagle. Without their support, how can Magic Core Technology dream of replacing TSMC to become #1 in the world? Exactly, why didn't I think of that? Li Changming chuckled and shook his head. Actually, with his capability, he should have thought of it earlier, but he had just gone through a huge setback, and his mind was a bit hazy, so he was led by Lin Feng's words. He. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, we people from the Dragon Kingdom never rely on outsiders' support. Li Changming's lips curved into a mocking smile, never rely on outsiders' support?
I just want to ask you one thing. What if the American Eagle issues a ban that does not allow Ipu and Gaolong to place orders from Magic Core technology? What will you do? Can Huawei alone support Magic Core technology to become number one in the world?
And photoresist, this is a necessary material for chip packaging testing, and only companies from Japan and the American Eagle can produce high-end photoresist.
As long as the American Eagle gives the order, chips produced by Magic Core technology cannot use photoresist from the American Eagle or Japan. No chip manufacturers would dare to place orders with Magic Core technology. If it gets worse, all chips processed by Magic Core technology are forbidden from using Google's dark burning operating system. Who do you think would still place orders with Magic Core technology then? With each example Li Changming provided, Song Xueqing's face grew paler. In the end, she even felt a sense of despair. From chip design to packaging materials, to operating systems, all three key technologies of the chip industry chain were controlled by the American Eagle. Is it really possible to break the blockade and become the world's number one chip foundry?
Just when Song Xueqing felt somewhat desperate, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled and shook his head. I say.
Aren't you curious why I said smartphone manufacturers directly place orders with Magic Core technology? Li Changming frowned slightly. What do you mean? What I mean is, I want to build a closed-loop system that encompasses chip design, chip processing, photoresist, and operating systems. By that time, the Dragon Kingdom will become the strongest nation in the field of chips. And Bao Shidian will disappear from this field. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. Lin Feng's tone was firm, shaking the roof. Song Xueqing's beautiful eyes regained their sparkle.
Yes, when no one else had hope, Lin Feng and the Tian Apex Star Technology Lab developed the 7nm EUV lithography machine, breaking the Western monopoly in this industry.
So why can't he break the monopoly of the other three key technologies? Arrogant. Overbearing. Presumptuous.
Li Changming laughed in anger, pointing at Lin Feng and shouting, I want to see how you create this so-called closed-loop industrial chain. As his words fell, Li Changming turned and strode away. After leaving the restaurant, Li Changming's expression suddenly darkened, worriedly saying, Uncle Li, how much do you think Lin Feng has a chance of succeeding? Li He frowned slightly, I don't know. If it were anyone else saying such bold words, Li He would surely scoff, but Lin Feng. This person cannot be kept. Li Changming said coldly. Li He was taken aback for a moment and then exclaimed, Young master, you can't be thinking of. Li Changming's eyes flashed with a cold light, is that not allowed? But he is an SSS-level confidential figure. Li He said in a low voice. Li Changming sneered coldly, humph, so what if he is SSS level? Doesn't he encounter accidents? Besides, who knows who he has offended outside, isn't it normal to be chased by enemies? Li He pondered for a moment and nodded, keeping Lin Feng is indeed a disaster, but we need to think this through.
I understand, so let's first return to Seaway. Li Changming said.
As his words fell, he got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom on the roadside under the protection of Li He and others. Just as the Phantom was about to start, Lin Feng suddenly ran out of the restaurant and tapped on the car window beside the rear door.
Li Changming frowned slightly, lowered the window and asked, Do you have something to say?
Nothing, just reminding you that in the Magic City, there are many cars and people, so be careful on the road. As he spoke, Lin Feng placed the tracker inside the door handle.
Crazy.
Li Changming snorted coldly, raised the window, and drove off in the Phantom.
He has killing intent towards me? Humph, he doesn't know his limits.
When the two of them were talking in the restaurant earlier, Lin Feng had used mind reading on Li Changming and knew he was harboring ill intent.
Since that's the case, he would strike first. When he returned to the restaurant, Song Xueqing asked, What did you just say to Li Changming?
Oh, I wished him a smooth journey, Lin Feng replied with a smile.
I believe you, not at all.
Song Xueqing rolled her eyes and then changed the subject. By the way, the CC you called just now is the beautiful secretary that everyone says you are crazily pursuing, right?
Lin Feng? Chapter 125, Hellish Shura Field.
At that moment, cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead. Why did Song Xueqing suddenly ask this?
Is she jealous?
No, Song Xueqing should have remembered about him pursuing Lu Sisi when she found out he was the boss of Tian Apex Star. After all, this matter caused quite a stir online.
So why did Song Xueqing only ask now? Song Xueqing smiled playfully, Don't be so nervous, I'm just asking casually. You don't seem to be just asking casually, you seem prepared.
Lin Feng exhaled a breath and forced a smile.
Song Xueqing rolled her eyes at him, So what if I'm prepared? You can't deny what you've done. That's what you said, when did I ever deny it?
Lin Feng rolled his eyes, It's true, she is the beautiful secretary that people online say I am crazily pursuing, but it's not as simple as it seems.
Alright, I don't mean to blame you, you can pursue whoever you like, I won't interfere.
Song Xueqing said seriously.
What does that mean?
Lin Feng suddenly felt a bit flustered.
Could it be that Song Xueqing wants to break up with him?
At that moment, Song Shueqing got up and sat down beside him, leaning against him. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Look how scared you are.
I won't break up with you. You treat me so well and you are so excellent." Lin Feng? No. What game is Song Shueqing playing? I'm so panicked right now. Song Shueqing sighed and said softly, "I'm 11 years older than you. If you marry me, it would be too unfair."
Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly denied, "Who said I would be at a disadvantage marrying you?
I'm getting a huge advantage, okay?
I heard people say you are the most beautiful woman in Modu, and the line of people who like you could stretch from Modu Airport to the Pearl Tower. If I marry you, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. I would be able to wake up smiling even in dreams." Song Shueqing playfully smiled, poked Lin Feng's forehead, and said, "Your sweet talk, who knows how many girls you will harm in the future." Lin Feng was about to defend himself when Song Shueqing covered his mouth with her finger. "Zhao Qingya is your girlfriend, right?" This time, Lin Feng was so scared that he started sweating coldly on his back. "No."
Who told you this?
"A younger generation, her name is Yu Shishir. At the last gathering, she said Zhao Qingya's boyfriend is the boss of Tian Dingxing."
This Yu Shishir shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right?
Song Shueqing said teasingly.
Lin Feng? Good heavens, I can't believe this.
He could accept that she knew he was pursuing Lu Sisi, and that Zhao Qingya was his girlfriend, but from Song Shueqing's tone, it seemed she even understood his relationship with Yu Shishir.
This is a hell-level Shura field. Wait a minute. When you mentioned the last gathering, when was that?
Lin Feng found the blind spot.
Yu Shishir should have only known he was the boss of Tian Dingxing after going to Bai Shui, right?
Since then, she has been supervising at Bai Shui and hasn't returned to Modu for any gathering.
Moreover, these days he has been with Song Shueqing. It was a few days after we met for the first time. Song Shueqing thought for a moment and said. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then realized. Right.
After he returned from Modu to Jiangnan, news about him donating 30 million to Green Shade charity exploded online just days later. Yu Shishir saw him donate in person, and through this, she could guess he was the boss of Tian Dingxing. In other words, before going to Bai Shui, Yu Shishir already knew his identity.
What? You don't know Yu Shishir? Song Shueqing teased. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I know her. I knew it.
Yu Shishir even boldly claimed she would snatch you away from Zhao Qingya. With her temper, she will definitely take the initiative to contact you.
Song Shueqing smiled slightly, clearly satisfied with Lin Feng's honest attitude. Ah.
Lin Feng blinked and admired Song Shueqing's judgment.
Alright, I didn't mean to blame you for saying this. I just wanted to say.
At this point, Song Shueqing hesitated for a moment, then said with a flushed face, "If you are interested in them, then go ahead and pursue them."
I won't blame you.
This time, Lin Feng was genuinely dumbfounded.
Wow, the most beautiful woman in Modu, Song Shueqing, the dream lover of countless rich men in Modu, actually encouraged him to pursue other women? He couldn't possibly be dreaming.
Actually, before meeting you, I had made up my mind to never get married. I didn't expect fate brought us together.
Sister really loves you.
I want to be with you every day, but I'm so much older than you. And Zhao Qingya, Yu Shishir, Lu Sisi, they are all beautiful. In a few years, sister will be old, and you will surely regret it.
So, sister is happy to just be your secret lover.
Song Shueqing's face was full of smiles, but Lin Feng could read a hint of sadness in her eyes. I was born when you weren't, you were born when I was already old. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Silly girl, how could I let you just be my lover? I want the whole world to know you are my Lin Feng's woman.
This is my vow to you.
He wouldn't give up on Song Shueqing, nor would he give up on Zhao Qingya, Yu Shishir, and Lu Sisi.
If possible, he wouldn't even want to give up on Su Man.
Heaven gave him a second chance at life, and it even bound him to the Zenith Star technology system, so he was going to live as freely as he could.
What does the age gap matter?
The system's shop has beauty-preserving pills, and as long as his system points are enough, he can make Song Shueqing stay youthful forever.
What's wrong with a monogamous relationship?
At worst, he would immigrate to a country where polygamy is allowed.
No matter what, he would give Song Shueqing a title, because this was a man's responsibility. Lin Feng.
Song Shueqing's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with spring water. Then, she passionately kissed Lin Feng's lips. After a long time, their lips parted, and Song Shueqing whispered next to Lin Feng's ear, "Haven't you always wanted to see your sister in a flight attendant uniform?" Lin Feng's breath instantly became hurried. "You mean? I'll go buy a set later, and those fishnet stockings you've been talking about."
Song Shueqing almost bit Lin Feng's ear as she spoke. At that moment, a wave of heat rose in Lin Feng's lower abdomen. What would Song Shueqing, with her full noblewoman aura, look like in a flight attendant uniform? What about wearing a flight attendant uniform with fishnet stockings? What a sight that would be.
The last time he completed a mission, he received the Descendants Wealth Card, which he hadn't used yet.
Isn't it just for today?
By the way, the 5% of shares can't go any lower, or everything your sister just said doesn't count. As soon as Song Xueqing finished speaking, Lin Feng was about to refuse, but unexpectedly, she once again sealed his lips with her red ones.
Chapter 126, Harvest, Resolution, Crisis.
After the bottoming out of Magic Core Technology shares, Song Xueqing proposed giving Lin Feng a portion of the shares.
At first, Song Xueqing wanted to split the shares equally with Lin Feng, meaning she was going to give him 27% of the shares.
Based on the current market value, that's 27 billion long country dollars, and if Magic Core Technology's market value truly rises to 3 trillion in the future, that would be a whopping 810 billion long country dollars.
Forget 810 billion, even 27 billion, who would willingly give that away for free?
But Song Xueqing was going to give it away because she knew how all this came about, and besides, she was already Lin Feng's.
What does giving him a little bit of shares matter? Even the top 10 richest people in Long Country would not be unmoved by shares worth 27 billion, right? Moreover, these shares had enormous potential for growth.
But Lin Feng stubbornly refused. In the end, Song Xueqing had to reduce the amount of shares she was giving away, finally setting a bottom line of 5%. If someone knew that they had a dispute over this, their jaws would drop in surprise. A long time passed before their lips parted.
Lin Feng smiled wryly. You threatened me with this, and if I don't agree, wouldn't I be a fool? Song Xueqing's eyes brightened. So you're saying you agree? Ma'am. Lin Feng shrugged.
The shares acquired by the shell company had not yet been distributed. After the distribution, Song Xueqing had 48% and Lin Feng had 10%. In this way, the Master of Magic Core task issued by the system was still incomplete. When Magic Core Technology's market value rises to 300 billion, the bet will be fulfilled, and after Song Zhengyuan transfers 20% of his shares to Song Xueqing for free, the task will be completed. By then, Song Xueqing's additional shares will reach 65%, and based on a market value of 300 billion, the added shares will be worth 195 billion. And Lin Feng's extra reward will be
19.5 billion.
If you also count the 5% of shares Song Xueqing gave him, plus the earnings from his 5% share purchase, his total earnings from this task will reach a staggering 44.5 billion.
How many billionaires in Long Country have a net worth above 44.5 billion?
But during this period, Lin Feng's gains were not limited to this. The annual production capacity of T1100 grade and T2000 grade carbon fiber was completely booked. T1100 grade carbon fiber is worth 1,500 yuan per kilogram, with an annual production capacity of 3,600 tons and an annual output value of 5.4 billion long country dollars.
T2000 grade carbon fiber is worth 15,000 yuan per kilogram, with
the annual production capacity is 3,600 tons, with an annual output value of 54 billion long country coins. Subtracting 2 orders of 360 tons from Lunka Institute, Lin Feng received a deposit of 16 billion.
Lin Feng's bank card balance reached an enormous 16.8 billion, and this is after buying the shares.
In addition, Lin Feng also spent 1 million in Magic City to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, completing the X-Alloy Series Task 3. He also spent 100 million to buy a villa as a love nest for himself and Song Xueqing, completing the Vibranium Series Task 1. Adding 5 billion to buy 5% of Magic Core Technology shares, half of the Lithography Machine Series Task 2, is also completed.
Harvest is full. Host, Lin Feng. Technology Pool, X-Alloy, 100 kg/24H. T1100 level carbon fiber, 10T/24H. T2000 level carbon fiber, 10T/24H. 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine, 2 units/year. Vibranium, 100 kg/24H. System points, 250,000. Battle power, 16,200, early master. Current skills, proficient in music theory, ultimate fighting technique. Current task, Lithography Machine Series Task 2.
Task reward, increase the production capacity of the 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine to 20 units/year, 10 million system points.
Task progress, spending amount 5 billion. By the way, you don't need to help with the loan thing, I can just sell some shares at that time. Song Xueqing suddenly said.
The loan of 500 billion from Long Country Bank has a term of 3 years.
After 3 years, won't Magic Core Technology's market value be crazy? Song Xueqing can easily pay it back by selling some shares. Truly, bare-handedly catching a wolf. Okay, you have the final say.
Lin Feng smiled and changed the subject. I'll go to the lab to handle something later, will you go home first? Song Xueqing nodded, her expression somewhat reluctant. After parting with Song Xueqing, Lin Feng first took out his phone to check the location of the tracker, at the Peninsula Hotel, Then he drove the Cullinan to a mall near the Peninsula Hotel. After parking the car, Lin Feng exited the mall, found a corner without people or surveillance, used his invisibility technique, and then swaggered into the Peninsula Hotel.
Li Xiao, you're heading back to Seaway so soon? I really can't bear to see you go.
In an executive suite bedroom, Li Changming was lying on the bed while a beautiful woman in an OL uniform was helping him rub his back.
Oomph, you're just reluctant to leave my money, right?
Li Changming snorted coldly, his tone mocking.
This beauty met him at a club in Magic City.
She looked dignified and noble but was very good at serving men. These days, Li Changming felt troubled, so he directly asked her to accompany him at the hotel, offering 100,000 a day. The OL beauty's expression changed slightly, then she smiled and said, "Oh, Li Xiao, what are you talking about?
Of course, I can't bear to part with you as a person.
Alright, I have applied for a private jet route, we'll head back to Seaway tonight.
If you perform well, I will give you some extra tips." Li Changming exhaled a breath, playing with his words. At his age, women's sweet words could no longer deceive him. The OL beauty's face lit up. "Rest assured, Li Xiao, I will definitely show you my skills. I guarantee you will be satisfied."
You should go take a shower first. Li Changming waved his hand, and after the OL beauty got off the bed, he half sat up and took out a blue pill to swallow. Not long after the OL beauty entered the bathroom, Li Changming found that his neck was being choked by an invisible hand. He wanted to struggle, but his whole body felt numb and weak like being electrocuted. He wanted to scream for help, but found he couldn't make a sound at all. All he could do was open his mouth wide to breathe, so he wouldn't suffocate. But at the moment he opened his mouth, a pill fell into his mouth and melted instantly. 3 seconds later, Li Changming had no breath left, dying with his eyes wide open.
Half an hour later, the OL beauty wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. Li Xiao, do. A piece of gossip exploded on the internet.
National goddess Su Man's endorsement crisis. It is rumored that 15 brands endorsed by Su Man have decided not to renew their contracts after they expire.
Chapter 127, Su Man's Counterattack.
This gossip was just the beginning, and soon some rumors related to Su Man were exposed by entertainment industry gossip big names. Insider News says, because Su Man terminated her contract with Shengtang Entertainment, all her music works will be taken down from Qiuqiu Music platform.
Big trouble. It is said that the lead actress for a major production is being replaced.
This drama has been in preparation for 5 years, with an investment of over 300 million and an all-star cast, originally set to star a top-tier female star, but she was replaced right before filming began. I also heard that the brands endorsed by Su Man are not renewing their contracts. It seems the brands believe Su Man's popularity will plummet sharply in the coming years, so they made this decision.
Hashtag National Goddess Endorsement Crisis Hashtag.
Hashtag National Goddess Falls from Grace Hashtag. Hashtag Su Man Resources Plummet Hashtag.
Quickly, related keywords appeared on Weibo's trending search list. Guess that the replaced lead actress is Su Man. Qiuqiu Music platform is taking down all of Su Man's works? Other music platform bosses must be waking up laughing in their dreams.
I think it's impossible. Su Man is a triple threat superstar, a national goddess. Anyone with common sense would renew with her.
Kid, you're still too young. The entertainment circle is about resources.
Without the giant ship of Shengtang Entertainment backing her up, Su Man's resources will surely decline. Without resources, her popularity will drop quickly.
The entertainment industry updates so fast, 2 to 3 years from now, who will even remember her? The person above has a point.
If I were on the brand management team, I would also make this choice.
With netizens heatedly discussing, the relevance of those keywords continued to rise.
Su Man's fans couldn't sit still and flocked to the official Weibo of the brands she endorsed, demanding clarifications. In the past, these brands would have responded promptly, but this time they surprisingly remained silent.
This further confirmed the truth of those comments. Soon after, the major blockbuster film announced its lead actress, and it wasn't Su Man.
In an instant, the signs of Su Man's plummeting resources became increasingly clear.
Did Zheng Xianqiu make her move?
In his luxurious car, Lin Feng watched the information on Weibo. A cold smile crept onto his lips. To create this much chaos in such a short time, and to bear a grudge against Su Man, there's no one but Zheng Xianqiu.
Want to use this method to suppress Su Man? Dream on. Lin Feng snorted coldly, took out his phone, and dialed Su Man's number. Hello, Su Man, have you seen the news online?
I have a counterattack plan, listen to me. A few minutes later, Lin Feng smiled and said, of course, this way you will definitely lose a huge amount of income in the short term, but I can sign a bet agreement with you.
Ha? No need to sign? You haven't heard me finish yet.
Alright, thank you for your trust, but I still want to say, if the plan fails, all your losses will be on me.
Go for it.
After ending the call with Su Man, Lin Feng muttered to himself, it's time to take over Mingmen Entertainment. During this time, he had been busy acquiring shares of Magic Core Technology and hadn't had time to meet with executives at Mingmen Entertainment.
Now that the matters of magic core technology had settled, the results of Zhao Qingya's investigation were also in. It was time to put the development of Mingmen Entertainment on the agenda.
When Lin Feng drove back to the love nest he shared with Song Xueqing, a piece of news exploded on the internet.
Su Man's studio. Recently, many rumors related to Ms. Su Man have appeared online.
Our studio hereby makes the following statement.
Ms. Su Man has not received any news from major brands about stopping contract renewals.
Out of mutual respect, Ms. Su Man is willing to renegotiate with major brands. If the brands feel that Ms. Su Man's endorsement value has declined, Ms. Su Man is willing to terminate the endorsement and will not hold the major brands liable for breach of contract. Ms. Su Man's new album is currently in intense preparation, and she has not received any news about the QQ music platform taking down all her music works. Once this statement was published, it immediately caused a huge sensation.
Wow, Su Man is really putting the pressure on. Awesome, as expected of the national goddess, this statement is truly bold. Su Man can't be that naive, right? If I were the brands, I definitely wouldn't like this statement.
While netizens were lively discussing, brands like AD and Gucci released a tweet in response, all agreeing to renegotiate with Su Man and end their contracts.
This backfired on Su Man, didn't it? 15 major brand endorsements, all terminated, and no penalty? That's a huge loss. I just did a rough estimate, and it should be around 300 million. Around 300 million? Wow, if I were Su Man, I would definitely regret it. Just as the troll army mocked, Su Man's studio posted another tweet, saw an interesting picture, sharing it. Below is a picture with only 2 lines of text. Today, you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you look up to me. A group of netizens? Wow, what does Su Man mean by this? I guess Su Man is trying to say, if you end the contract today, later, even if you beg me to endorse, there will be no chance. Wow, it seems Su Man is very confident about her star path. It's over. Is Su Man going crazy?
I declare here, within a year, Su Man will become irrelevant, and in 3 years, she will completely fade out of the entertainment industry.
Not long after this comment was posted, a top actress liked it.
Sharp-eyed netizens immediately took a screenshot and posted it on Twitter.
Wow, Su Xinyao actually liked this comment? Is Su Xinyao gloating? I have heard that Su Xinyao is jealous of Su Man's position in the entertainment industry. Now it's solid evidence.
While netizens were gossiping, Su Xinyao cancelled her like and posted a clarification tweet. I don't want to take up public resources, but still need to clarify, my account was hacked, and all actions before were not related to me.
This Su Xinyao is a bit interesting.
Sitting on the sofa scrolling through Twitter, Lin Feng smiled mockingly. In the memory of the original owner, Su Xinyao was also an artist under the Shangtang Entertainment. She had collaborated with Su Man many times, and in public, they appeared close like sisters. But as soon as Su Man had an issue, Su Xinyao revealed her true face. At this moment, Song Xueqing walked out of the bedroom in a flight attendant outfit and fishnet stockings. Beneath the fishnet stockings, the fair skin on Song Xueqing's long beautiful legs seemed to emit a pure and dazzling glow, making Lin Feng stare. Then, Song Xueqing playfully beckoned Lin Feng. The flight MKL 666 to the land of tenderness is about to take off. Mr. Lin, aren't you hurrying to board? As soon as she spoke, Lin Feng quickly dashed to Song Xueqing, lifted her up, kicked open the bedroom door, and boldly walked toward the bed.
Chapter 128, Display of Power. Hey, President Liu, do you have time tomorrow? I want to meet everyone.
If the artists are available, they should try to attend, so I can take the opportunity to get to know everyone.
Okay, tomorrow at 10 a.m., let's not miss each other. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, Song Xueqing, who was lying next to him, said reluctantly, are we leaving tomorrow?
Lin Feng smiled, little greedy cat, let's.
Don't you want to leave me? What do you think?
Song Xueqing rolled her eyes charmingly. Lin Feng kissed her and smiled, I'm not leaving for good.
Besides, I haven't seen you in a nurse's outfit yet. Crazy wolf. Song Xueqing's pretty face turned red, perhaps thinking of herself in a nurse's outfit, her breath became hot.
Lin Feng blinked, who was it just now that said I was very good?
No teasing me.
Song Xueqing quickly covered his mouth, pouted, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you.
Alright, I won't say anything. Lin Feng smiled, pointing at the flight attendant uniform on the floor, how about you put it on again? Song Xueqing bit her red lip and said with a flirtatious look, what are you going to do again?
Lin Feng nodded, exactly, that's right.
Song Xueqing?
When she came to her senses, her face instantly turned red, and she balled her fist lightly to punch Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng let her hit for a while before holding her hand and said, alright, no more jokes.
This time let's go to the balcony.
Song Xueqing nodded with a blushing face and then got off the bed, picked up the flight attendant uniform, and put it on in front of Lin Feng, allowing him to carry her toward the balcony. Lin Feng did not use the wealthy card this time, as he had already consumed too much these days and could not maximize the benefits. The next morning, after Lin Feng had eaten the heartfelt breakfast made by Song Xueqing, he got ready to head to the Magic City airport. Originally, Lin Feng planned to drive himself because Song Xueqing was too tired last night and almost couldn't get out of bed this morning. But Song Xueqing insisted on sending him off, and Lin Feng could only agree out of helplessness. At 9 a.m., a flight from the Magic City landed at Baishui Airport. After Lin Feng came out of the airport, he took a taxi to Mingmen Entertainment. Mingmen Entertainment, as a local entertainment company in Baishui, is located on the 18th floor of Baishui Mansion on the busiest street, Baishui Road. After Lin Feng arrived at Mingmen Entertainment, he took the elevator to the 18th floor. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by the receptionist. "Hello, sir. May I ask who you are looking for?" Lin Feng glanced at her name tag and smiled. "Fu Xiaowei, right? I am your new boss, Lin Feng." "Ah." Fu Xiaowei covered her mouth in surprise. You are our new boss?" The news about Mingmen Entertainment being acquired by Lin Feng had already spread throughout the company, and the previous boss Hanjin said that Lin Feng was a young handsome man. Fu Xiaowei didn't believe it before, but upon seeing Lin Feng, she discovered that Hanjin's words were not exaggerated at all. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, what's wrong?" "No, nothing. I'll go call Director Lu right now." Fu Xiaowei didn't dare doubt Lin Feng's identity and hurried to find Lu Qian. Lu Qian also met Lin Feng for the first time and called out in confusion, "Boss?" "Yes, I'm Lin Feng, you must be Director Lu Qian, right?" Lin Feng smiled. Upon hearing that voice, Lu Qian immediately knew it was really Lin Feng and warmly said, "Oh wow, boss, I've finally been waiting for you." After some small talk, Lin Feng was led by Lu Qian to the conference room. At this moment, there were already a dozen men and women waiting in the conference room. If there were fans present, they would notice that among them were 4 celebrities who often appeared on TV and variety shows. They were the 4 second-line artists of Mingmen Entertainment: Qi Wenba, Huang Dongshua, Shen Ruoshi, and Hu Feifei. In addition to these 4 second-line artists, there were 12 other men and women whose popularity was much lower, at least they looked unfamiliar to Lin Feng. These were the 3rd and 4th line artists of Mingmen Entertainment. After Lin Feng entered, the 4 second-line artists led by Huang Wenba only glanced at him and then turned their heads away. However, the 3rd and 4th line artists examined Lin Feng with curiosity and scrutiny for a while. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new boss, Director Lin Feng. Let's give a round of applause." As soon as Lu Qian's voice fell, the 3rd and 4th line artists began to applaud. But Qi Wenba and the 4 of them acted as if they didn't hear, sitting firmly in their chairs, looking at Lin Feng with some contempt and a hint of provocation. Lu Qian's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Wenba, Dongshua, Ruoshi, Feifei, what's going on?" Clap. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 4. Hu Feifei let out a snort and turned to say, "Ruoshi, do you think Su Man is stupid? She actually wore that kind of neck scarf." "Who knows, maybe she has water in her head," Shen Ruoshi mocked. Qi Wenba snorted coldly, "Isn't that right? Anyone with eyes can see she is dissing the brand, offending the big boss. Who will give her endorsement contracts in the future? Hey, Su Man is dumb for choosing the wrong boss. She will probably fade out of the entertainment industry from now on," Huang Dongshua said sarcastically. The faces of the 3rd tier and 4th tier artists changed. If at first Qi Wenba and the others not clapping could be explained as them being too excited to see the new boss, forgetting to clap. After Lu Qian's reminder, them not clapping and chatting away as if Lin Feng wasn't there meant they completely disregarded him. "Manager Lu, these 4 artists have quite the personality," Lin Feng said with a half smile. Lu Qian sighed, "There's nothing I can do. They are the stars of Mingmen Entertainment, and I've often suffered because of them. The boss will just have to get used to it over time." The 3rd tier and 4th tier artists were stunned at that moment. Wow, this is the boss. No matter how amazing Qi Wenba and the 4 are, they are just artists. How could they have the right to make the boss suffer? Even an artist like Su Man wouldn't dare to act like this, right? Lu Qian is also an old-timer in the entertainment industry, he must know the boundaries. It's hard to believe he would dare to say such a thing. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, playfully saying, "So, Manager Lu, you mean for me as the boss to just swallow my anger in front of them?" "Ahem, boss, Mingmen Entertainment's business is too small, with only a few artists who can offer something. If you can endure, then endure. Of course, if you really can't endure, then fire them all?" Lu Qian looked at Lin Feng without any fear, slightly mocking him as he spoke. Qi Wenba and the 4 of them curled their lips in a sneer, their eyes looking at Lin Feng with even more provocation. Chapter 129, The Bad Apple. Under the provocative gaze of Qi Wenba and others, Lin Feng walked slowly to the main seat and sat down, then tapped the table, laughing. "Do you want to anger me, so that I, in a fit of rage, fire you and pay you the penalty, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Wenba and the others' expressions changed slightly. The 3rd tier and 4th tier artists suddenly realized.
Oh wow, it's no wonder Chi Wenba and the others dared to treat the boss like this. Turns out they had this idea? Doesn't that mean they have already found their next opportunity? Lin Feng smiled mockingly and looked at Lu Qian, asking, by the way, Manager Lu, where are the other top executives? I haven't seen them? Aha, I fired them all, Lu Qian laughed out loud, saying playfully. As soon as those words were spoken, the faces of the third-tier and fourth-tier artists changed completely. What the heck, the vice president, the public relations director, the financial director, these top executives were all fired by Manager Lu? Plus, with Chi Wenba and these 4 second-tier artists already having secured their next opportunity. Isn't Mingmen Entertainment just an empty shell? Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, playfully saying, did you also give them compensation? Yes, I gave it according to the N+1 standard. Lu Qian sighed, they are all old-timers at Mingmen Entertainment. Although their working ability is lacking, the feelings we have are still there. The faces of the third-tier and fourth-tier artists changed again. Wow, Lu Qian not only fired the other top executives but also gave them N+1 compensation? He is really draining Mingmen Entertainment's resources. Lu Qian must have found his next opportunity as well. Lin Feng nodded, so Manager Lu also wants to be fired by me? This Lu Qian fell silent for a moment. He forced a bitter smile and said, I want to continue shining for the company, but if the boss wants to fire me, I won't complain, it's just... At this point, Lu Qian rubbed his thumb against his index finger and smiled, the compensation, the boss should give me something, right? Lin Feng sighed, actually, Mingmen Entertainment has a pretty good development prospect. Chi Wenba and the 4 second-tier artists laughed, their smiles dripping with sarcasm. Lu Qian showed a smirk, proudly glancing at the 3rd and 4th-tier artists. See, even after they did these outrageous things, Lin Feng still can't do without them. Then Lin Feng shifted his tone, however, if Mingmen Entertainment wants to develop, it must eliminate the bad apples. Lu Qian's face changed slightly. Boss, what do you mean? Are you saying that I, along with Wenba and the others, are bad apples? Boss, if you don't like us, just cut the nonsense and fire us directly. Why bother with these cryptic comments? Exactly, anyway, our breach of contract compensation isn't much, just 10 million each, that's just pocket change for the boss. Mingmen Entertainment will definitely become the top entertainment company in Long Country, and we small fries don't deserve to be here. Chi Wenba and the others also joined in the sarcastic mockery. Lin Feng shot a piercing look at Chi Wenba and the 4, that's right, Mingmen Entertainment will definitely become the top entertainment company in Long Country, and you really don't deserve to be here. Chi Wenba and the others were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Even Lu Qian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly lightened. The 3rd and 4th-tier artists exchanged glances, unsure whether to laugh or cry. From the top management to the leading stars, they were all rebelling, these small fries were quaking in fear in the middle. Lin Feng looked at the laughing crowd, the mockery in his eyes growing stronger. After a while, he suddenly spoke, 7 days ago, Zhang Xianqiu proactively contacted you all to poach you to Shangtang Entertainment. The laughter in the conference room came to an abrupt halt. Lu Qian, Chi Wenba and the others stared in shock at Lin Feng, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Damn it, they had all secretly contacted Zhang Xianqiu, how did Lin Feng know? Was there a mole among them? Lu Qian, Zhang Xianqiu gave you 10 million to fire Vice President Chen and promised you the position of Vice President at Shangtang Entertainment, am I right? Lin Feng looked at Lu Qian and coldly asked. Lu Qian's face turned pale, why you, how do you know? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and turned to Chi Wenba and the 4, Chi Wenba, Huang Dongshua, Shin Ruoshi, Hu Feifei, Zhang Xianqiu gave each of you 10 million to breach your contracts with Mingmen Entertainment, and then you can join Shangtang Entertainment. Is there any truth to this? Chi Wenba and the 4's faces changed dramatically. Knowing they had private contact with Zhang Xianqiu was one thing, but Lin Feng even knew how much Zhang Xianqiu gave them, this was outrageous. The 3rd and 4th-tier artists were also dumbfounded. Good grief, no wonder Lu Qian and Chi Wenba were so tough, they actually had support from Zhang Xianqiu in the background. Guess what, how many of your dirty secrets do you think I know? Lin Feng tapped the table, with a smirk that seemed neither happy nor sad. Cold sweat started pouring down Lu Qian and the others' foreheads. They had done so many shady things, if Lin Feng really knew. Hiss, they didn't dare to think. Lu Qian, you colluded with the financial director, forged contracts, manipulated accounts, embezzled funds, and committed tax evasion totaling 120 million. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Lu Qian's body swayed, and then his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng sneered, looking at Chi Wenba, you secretly met with a female fan, got her pregnant, then turned your back on her and forced her to get an abortion, is there any truth to this? Chi Wenba instantly turned pale with fear, why you, how do you know? Humph. Lin Feng sneered coldly and looked at Huang Dongshua, don't go to Shangtang Entertainment either, go to the rehab center instead, only there will your second half of life have any hope. Huang Dongshua was so scared he nearly wet himself.
The third and fourth tier artists gaped, nearly dropping their jaws to the floor. Damn, Huang Dongshua actually dared to touch that stuff? Does he want to die faster? Shen Ruoshi, you. Lin Feng just looked at Shen Ruoshi, who quickly begged for mercy. Boss, please don't say anymore, I was wrong, I won't leave, I really won't leave, you can make me do anything. Stop it, the main wife already knows about you, the little three, and soon she will come to tear you apart.
Mingmen Entertainment is too small to hold such a big Buddha like you.
As Lin Feng's words fell, Shen Ruoshi's face turned pale.
And you, Hu Fei Fei. I saw your photos from a certain banquet, and your public image is completely different.
Lin Feng turned to Hu Feifei and said with a teasing smile.
Gah!
Hu Feifei rolled her eyes and fainted directly.
The third and fourth tier artists? Damn, photos from a certain banquet? Isn't that just?
The male artists expressed they also wanted to see. The female artists said Lin Feng was too handsome, they wanted to have a deeper communication with him. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng turned around the situation after being mocked and ridiculed by Lu Qian, Shi Wenba, and others.
How could any female artist not love a handsome, clever, and powerful boss like him? Chapter 130, A Charming Woman. Boss.
I was wrong, I shouldn't have contacted Zhang Xianqiu privately, I shouldn't have been tempted by Zhang Xianqiu. Please, boss, for the huge contribution I made to Mingmen Entertainment, spare me this time.
Just let me go, and I will definitely work hard and contribute to Mingmen Entertainment.
Lu Qian crawled to Lin Feng's feet, kowtowing and begging for mercy, crying his heart out. Lin Feng looked at him disdainfully and mocked, I hate traitors the most.
If you have any regrets, wait until the police station to say them.
Lu Qian was nearly scared to death. No, boss, Mingmen Entertainment can't do without me. When Han Jin founded Mingmen Entertainment, he spent a lot of money to invite Lu Qian to become the general manager.
It can be said that the development of Mingmen Entertainment to its current scale is greatly related to Lu Qian. Can't do without you?
Lin Feng's lips curled up with a mocking smile as he took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Su Man, you can bring people in now.
Su Man? Could it be? Oh my, the boss wouldn't have dug up the diva Su Man too, right?
Su Man broke her contract with Shangtang Entertainment and joined Mingmen Entertainment, so Zhang Xianqiu deliberately targeted Mingmen.
My god, I understand now. After Su Man officially announced her contract termination with Shangtang Entertainment, she hadn't made any moves.
The third and fourth tier artists of Mingmen were still guessing where she would go, but didn't expect she would come to their company. Shi Wenba and others already knew about this when they contacted Zhang Xianqiu, so there was no surprise on their faces.
Soon, Su Man and Sun Jiuzhou walked into the conference room. Behind them were also several men and women dressed in formal attire. Boss, let me introduce you, this is Wei Yinping, who served as vice president at Shangtang Entertainment 3 years ago. This is Yan Jiarong, who was the public relations director at Shangtang Entertainment 5 years ago. With Su Man's introduction, everyone realized that these formally dressed individuals were all former executives of Shangtang Entertainment. Especially Wei Yinping, who was quite influential in the entertainment industry.
Several big-name stars from Shangtang Entertainment were packaged by her. The key point is, Wei Yinping is the same age as Su Man, a beautiful woman, and also single. Wow, so while Zhang Xianqiu was digging at Mingmen Entertainment's wall, Lin Feng was also digging at Shangtang Entertainment's wall from the other side? No, these people had already resigned from Shangtang Entertainment. Lin Feng's actions can't be called digging at the wall, but it's still enough to make people feel sick. Anyway, if others thought about it from Zhang Xianqiu's perspective, they would definitely be so angry that they would spit blood upon hearing this news. Lu Qian had already turned pale with horror. He had previously thought he still had some value, and that Lin Feng might let him off, but who would have thought that Lin Feng even invited Wei Yinping? This woman is a well-known powerhouse in the entertainment industry, much stronger than him. Thank you for trusting me, and welcome to Mingmen Entertainment. Lin Feng walked over and shook hands with each of these people. Before going to Modu, Lin Feng had already entrusted Zhao Qingya to investigate the specific situation of Mingmen Entertainment. At that time, he thought that if any artist had a bad private life, he would let them leave the company when he took over. After all, artists are public figures, and most of their audience are teenagers. Their values and character must be solid. But to his surprise, during the investigation, Zhao Qingya found out that Zhang Xianqiu and Lu Qian were secretly in contact with others. After learning this, Lin Feng asked Su Man to help him find suitable management talent.
And Su Man did not disappoint him, bringing Wei Yinping and others into Mingmen Entertainment.
When shaking hands with Wei Yinping, Lin Feng felt a scratch on his palm. When a man and a woman shake hands, if the woman scratches the man's palm with her fingers, the meaning behind it is quite deep. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he glanced deeply at Wei Yinping. According to Su Man, Wei Yinping is also 35 this year, has had a failed marriage, and has never had children. Wei Yinping wore light makeup, her features delicate and beautiful, with a flirtatious look in her eyes, and a smile that suggested spring. She was graceful and competent, yet carried an alluring charm that captivated men. She wore high heels, standing at 175 centimeters. Her body wrapped in a black professional outfit was enchanting, with long, beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings, without an ounce of excess fat. She wore 10 centimeters black pointed high heels, making her curves even more tempting. Her looks 90 plus, figure 90 plus, and aura 90 plus. Although she was still a bit behind Su-man, this kind of beauty is already rare to see. This is a woman with taste. These thoughts only flashed in Lin Feng's mind for a moment, and then he released Wei Yinping's small hand. Wei Yinping's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then she smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, we were all pushed out of Shangtang Entertainment by Zhang Xianqiu. After hearing from Su-man that you want to fight against him, we are all very excited." Lin Feng nodded, "Don't worry, within 3 years, Mingmen Entertainment will definitely surpass Shangtang Entertainment." Even though the artists present had already seen Lin Feng's methods, they still thought his words sounded a bit like bragging. Shangtang Entertainment is so powerful because it has a few big figures behind it, and the resources it possesses are simply not something a small entertainment company can have.
Su-man, the boss is indeed as you said, incredibly domineering. Wei Yinping glanced at Su-man, saying with a playful expression.
Su-man smiled, turned to look at Lin Feng, and happened to meet his gaze.
The national goddess blushed immediately, quickly lowering her head.
After seeing this, the playful expression on Wei Yinping's face grew even stronger.
Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat and turned to Lu Qian, saying, "Mr. Lu, do you still think Mingmen Entertainment can't do without you?" Lu Qian's face became bitter. "Boss. Alright, I've reported all your illegal activities to the police. Get ready to go to jail." Almost 5 seconds after Lin Feng's words, a team of police officers walked into the conference room.
These police officers had naturally been informed by Lin Feng in advance and were lying in wait in the Baishui building. After Lin Feng called Su-man, she had conveniently notified them.
Under Lin Feng's guidance, the police officers took Lu Qian away.
Then Lin Feng looked at Qi Wenba and the other 4, "I'm giving you all an opportunity.
Take the initiative to terminate the contract with the company, otherwise I will terminate it myself."
Qi Wenba was the first to jump out. Huang Dongshua, Hu Feifei, and Xin Ruoshi quickly followed, hastily expressing that they would also terminate the contract. Originally, Zhang Xianqiu had already transferred the termination fee into their accounts. They had foolishly thought to anger Lin Feng and force him to terminate the contract. This way, they would not only save 10 million in termination fees but also make a profit of 10 million.
Little did they know, their scheme backfired. At least you know how to be sensible. Lin Feng nodded and let the new HR director take them to handle the termination procedures.
Just then, the system's notification sound rang out.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully restructured Mingmen Entertainment, the sign-in reward has been unlocked.
Ding! Host, would you like to sign in immediately? Chapter 131, an amazing sign-in reward. Hearing the system notification, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Sign in. Sign in successful.
You have received a reward of 1 billion Longwa coins.
Sign in successful. You have received the Never Betray effect for all members of Mingmen Entertainment. Sign in successful. You have unlocked all literary works from Parallel World Earth. Sign in successful. You have unlocked the script library for Parallel World Earth's film and television. Sign in successful.
You have received the permanent effect of Zhou Dong's voice and singing skills. After hearing the first few rewards, Lin Feng felt delighted but did not get overly excited. However, when the last reward prompt came out, Lin Feng was so thrilled that he nearly jumped up. Wow, Zhou Dong's voice and singing skills permanent effect?
That's amazing.
In the parallel world of Longwa, Zhou Dong is an epic-making singer who has influenced 2 entire generations, the 80s and 90s.
Even among the 2000s generation, there are many fans of Zhou Dong.
When Lin Feng first crossed into this world, he thought that the absence of Zhou Dong was a great regret for this world. Although he had the music scores for all Zhou Dong songs, without Zhou Dong singing them, it just wasn't the same.
But now that he had received Zhou Dong's singing skills and voice from the system sign-in, could he not perfectly replicate all of Zhou Dong's songs? The music scene in Longwa would explode. As for the full unlock of literary works from Parallel World Earth. Not to mention, the works of the 2 martial arts masters Jin Yong and Gu Long could easily sustain half of the entertainment industry. However, this needs to be approached step by step. First publish the works of these 2 masters gradually, attracting a large number of book fans, and then proceed with film and television adaptations to maximize profits. If I publish on someone else's site, the copyright won't be mine. Should I start my own novel website?
Lin Feng stroked his chin and muttered to himself. And with the full unlock of the film and television script library, there are too many movies and TV shows with a rating above 9.0 on Douban. Just releasing a few would make those 3rd and 4th tier artists from Mingmen Entertainment famous. Of course, the premise is that these people's acting skills must be on point.
The never betray effect for all members of Mingmen Entertainment was something Lin Feng had anticipated.
With this effect, Lin Feng could cultivate his artists with peace of mind, without worrying about them backstabbing him after becoming popular.
Lastly, the cash reward of 1 billion no longer excited Lin Feng. To put it frankly, it's just 1 billion, what can you do with that? Director Yan, your public relations skills aren't rusty, right?
Lin Feng exited the system and looked at Yan Jiaron.
Yan Jiaron's expression became serious. Definitely not. Speak up, boss, what do you want me to do?
I have some dirt on those 4 artists who just left. I hope Director Yan can operate this and force them out of the entertainment industry. Lin Feng did not intentionally avoid others, stating it boldly. Yan Jiaron was first taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Don't worry, boss, I will handle this beautifully. The 3rd and 4th tier artists were suddenly shaken, their faces turning pale.
Wow, the new boss is ruthless. Shi Wenba and the others have voluntarily paid the breach of contract fees, and he still wants to go after them? Do you think I'm exterminating everyone?
Lin Feng glanced at the 3rd and 4th tier artists and asked playfully. Everyone quickly shook their heads in denial. I'm not doing this out of personal vendetta, I just don't want these scum to continue presenting false personas in public.
So I have the same request for you all. Since you've become artists, you must set an example, don't act one way in public and another behind the scenes. If I find out that you engage in shameful activities privately, I will be the first to expose you. If you think my demands are too strict and you can't meet them, you can leave Mingmen Entertainment right now, and I guarantee you won't face any penalty for breach of contract. Lin Feng scanned the 3rd and 4th tier artists, speaking with a strong warning tone. Su Man, Wei Yinping, and others never expected Lin Feng would say such words, leaving them stunned in place for a moment. They were all veterans of the entertainment industry and had never seen a boss like Lin Feng who demanded so much from his artists. But upon reflection, were Lin Feng's demands unreasonable? Not unreasonable. Because this is exactly what artists should do. Does no one want to leave? After waiting almost a minute and hearing no one speak, Lin Feng nodded contentedly. Great. Then let me congratulate you in advance, soon you will become stars famous across Longwa and even the world. Wei Yinping nudged Su Man with her shoulder, teasing quietly, the boss really knows how to paint a big picture. Su Man covered her mouth and smiled, it's not just painting a big picture. Oh? Wei Yinping looked at her curiously for a while, do you trust the boss that much? Su Man nodded firmly, yes, I trust him very much. Su Man. What? There's light in your eyes. Wei Yinping said with a strange expression. She entered Shengtang Entertainment around the same time as Su Man, so she had witnessed Su Man rise to the throne of stardom step by step. But over the years, she had never seen Su Man trust a man like this before, nor had she seen such brilliance in her eyes when she talked about him. Ah, what are you talking about? Su Man rolled her eyes at her, turning her head away. Wei Yinping? It was as if she could smell the sweet scent of romance in the air. In the following time, Lin Feng held a brief meeting with everyone. This year, I plan to acquire a literary website and create several super IPs belonging to Mingmen Entertainment. Also, I will produce an album for each singer under the company. As for film and television, within a month, I will come up with suitable scripts, giving all artists in the company a chance to act. You must hone your acting skills. For variety shows and public appearances, General Manager Wei can decide on her own, I won't interfere too much. Wei Yinping and the others looked completely confused. Wait, the blueprint the boss built is too grand, super IPs, new albums, and film and television projects? Mingmen Entertainment is too small, taking such big steps could lead to failure. Only Su Man believed that since Lin Feng had said it, he must have the confidence to achieve it. After the meeting, Lin Feng returned to the chairman's office, just about to sit down and play a game when there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who? Boss, it's me. Wei Yinping's voice rang out from outside the door. Come in. Lin Feng put down his phone and saw Wei Yinping gracefully push the door open and walk in. Boss, there's a Dreamshaw charity night on Blue Island tonight. Do you want to attend? Wei Yinping stood in front of the desk, smiling. Lin Feng raised his eyebrow. I don't need to attend, right? In his previous life on Earth, he had seen news about such charity nights online. A group of celebrities auctioning off their used personal items, with all proceeds donated to charity. It's quite a spectacle and meaningful, but he wasn't very interested. Wei Yinping smiled. The thing is, Su Man has already received an invitation, and she has put up 3 personal items for auction. Additionally, Su Xinyao is also participating, and she has already declared that she will overwhelm Su Man tonight to become the Dream Charity Queen. Chapter 132, Unrestrained Wei Yinping. Dream Charity Queen? Lin Feng was first taken aback, then he recalled the meaning of this title. The Dream Charity Night has been held for 12 years, and every time during group photos, there would be funny incidents caused by artists fighting for the center position.
3 years ago, in order to avoid similar incidents, the event organizers decided to use a charity ranking to determine standing positions for photos.
The so-called charity ranking is based on the total price of the personal items donated by the artists.
The artist who tops the list is crowned the dream charity queen or king. Lin Feng wondered, if a female artist wins, she is called a queen, but why can't a male artist be called a king or emperor?
Prince would work too, after all, isn't the queen's husband a prince?
This world is full of oppression towards men, when can we truly stand up?
If I remember correctly, Su-man has won the title of Dream Charity Queen for 2 consecutive times, right? Lin Feng asked. Wei Yinping nodded, that's right.
Su-man was the most likely to win the title of Dream Charity Queen this year as well, but...
Lin Feng smiled, I see.
She terminated her contract with Shangtang Entertainment, her resources have drastically reduced, and no one is supporting her. The boss is indeed clever, Wei Yinping giggled, then somewhat angrily said, after Su-man left, Su Xinyao became the #1 sister of Shangtang Entertainment. It's said that Zhang Xianqiu wants to elevate her to the throne. Now Su Xinyao is quite arrogant.
Before, she liked to comment on a post that belittled Su-man.
It can't be hacked, she's just trying to annoy Su-man on purpose. So tonight's Dream Charity Night is a direct confrontation between Su Xinyao and Su-man.
If Su-man loses, it will be a huge blow to her.
Su Xinyao is a rising star in recent years, and several of her starring dramas have performed well, making her very popular with investors.
Moreover, her appearance is indeed outstanding, she has looks, figure, and good singing skills. If Shangtang Entertainment fully supports her, she is very likely to replace Su-man's status as the queen.
Got it, Lin Feng nodded.
What do I need to prepare for my participation? I knew the boss wouldn't want Su-man to suffer, Wei Yinping said with a charming smile, taking out an invitation. This is the invitation to the Dream Charity Night. You just need to take it and go in with Su-man.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, about to get up to take it. Unexpectedly, Wei Yinping leaned down, slowly pushing the invitation toward him.
This desk is over a meter wide. For Wei Yinping to push the invitation to Lin Feng, she had to lean down hard.
If viewed from behind, one would notice how her bodycon skirt was tightly stretched, outlining a breathtaking curve. She pushed off with her left foot, her right leg raised behind her, the high heel shoe touching the skirt. The pose was extremely tempting. From the front, Lin Feng felt as if he was witnessing a classic scene of a pool beauty in another world bending down to take a shot. Plus, with Wei Yinping's white shirt having the top 2 buttons undone, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of red lace trim, and
the Mariana Trench. As soon as Wei Yinping pushed the invitation to him, Lin Feng sighed, today's sun is really strong. Put. Wei Yinping laughed out loud, then teased, are you going to say, today's sky is really white?
Lin Feng blinked and asked her, are you trying to seduce me? While speaking, he used his mind-reading ability on Wei Yinping.
Although he was confident, he hadn't reached the level of narcissism yet. Would Wei Yinping dare to shamelessly seduce him after just knowing him? There had to be some trick behind it.
Wei Yinping stared directly into his eyes.
Is that not allowed? Lin Feng? What a guy, I'm truly stunned.
Wei Yinping was really thinking about seducing him just now. This woman is too bold, I can barely handle it.
Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Su-man said outside, boss, are you there?
Wei Yinping quickly straightened up, adjusted her clothes, and restored her dignified expression.
Lin Feng looked at her with amusement and thought, trying to seduce me with this? What a timid person. But Wei Yinping shot him a charming glare back.
Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, then said, please come in. The door opened, and Su-man first glanced at Wei Yinping with a strange look, then walked in with elegant steps. Boss, I'm going to attend the Dreamshot Charity Night tonight.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Lin Feng nodded, there's nothing else.
Let's go together. Su-man was stunned for a moment, go together?
Yes. Lin Feng waved the invitation in front of Su-man and smiled, I'm accompanying you to the Dreamshot Charity Night. Su-man was surprised and covered her mouth with her hand, then turned to look at Wei Yinping.
Wei Yinping made a victory sign to her, I helped you ask the boss, is that enough loyalty? Su-man smiled slightly, actually, the boss doesn't have to go. I didn't plan to compete for anything.
For her, the title of Dreamshot Charity Queen was just a nominal title, whether she had it or not didn't matter. She cared more about whether she could leave behind a work that could last through generations. This was also the main reason she followed Lin Feng.
You don't want to compete, but I want to compete.
Lin Feng stood up and said with a smile, you are the #1 superstar of Mingmen Entertainment, from now on, whatever activities Mingmen Entertainment participates in, you must come first. A few minutes later, Lin Feng, Su-man, and Sun Jieja arrived at the underground parking lot, got into the luxury van, and headed towards Blue Island. Blue Island, along with Baishuwei, belongs to Dongshan Province.
It takes 4 hours to get there by highway. Boss, didn't President Wei do anything out of line in the office just now?
In the van, Su Man suddenly asked. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Sun Jejia laughed beside her. President Wei likes to tease young boys. Sister Su is worried you might get teased and is jealous.
Pooh, what are you talking about? Su Man shyly glared at her. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ah. Is President Wei's reputation that bad? No, that's not it. President Wei just likes to joke with young boys. Her private life is quite conservative. Besides, President Wei is quite unfortunate, she encountered. As Sun Jejia was about to say more, Su Man covered her mouth. Don't say that. Lin Feng sensed something was off. You previously mentioned that President Wei experienced an unfortunate marriage. Is there any inside story? Well, Su Man hesitated. Sun Jejia sighed. Sister Su, actually this isn't a secret in the circle. Even if you tell the boss, President Wei won't be angry. Su Man nodded inside. President Wei's previous husband was gay. She only found out after they got married. Lin Feng? Chapter 133, The Goddess's Jewelry. What a guy, deceived into marriage by a gay man. Wei Yinping is truly unfortunate. Lin Feng doesn't dislike gay people. After all, loving whomever is their freedom, and nobody has the right to interfere. But he absolutely despises and scorns the gay people who deceive others into marriage. Here's a good girl, marrying you in her prime. If you can't give her happiness, fine, but don't deny her even that kind of happiness and let her live as a widow. This is going too far. Wait, some people seem to enjoy both genders, right? With this thought, Lin Feng tentatively asked, is President Wei still, that? Su Man? Sun Jejia? What do you mean by that, boss? Can you please not ask questions that are so confusing? What I mean is she living as a widow or did she find out after that she was with a gay person? Lin Feng asked, not blushing and with a steady heart. We're all adults here, discussing this topic is fine, right? At that moment, Su Man blushed deeply. Sun Jejia sneered, boss, you were so nosy. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had always been kind in front of them, so Sun Jejia dared to speak like this to him. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. Why am I nosy? I'm just curious. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. Actually, it's not that I can't say it, Su Man sighed and then said with a flushed face, President Wei privately told me that she was suspicious because her husband always avoided sleeping with her. Later, based on the clues, she figured out that the person was indeed the case, and then she filed for divorce. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's good, at least she didn't suffer too much. Boss, you don't really have feelings for President Wei, do you? Sun Jejia asked suspiciously. Su Man perked up her ears, looking very curious. Lin Feng said on the surface, Jejia, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk recklessly, be careful I accuse you of defamation. Lin Feng thought to himself, such a charming woman, how could I not have feelings for her? It's good that you feel that way, otherwise Su Jia would be jealous. Sun Jejia teased. Su Man instantly turned red and raised her little fist to start hitting Sun Jejia. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Lin Feng? Goodness, Su Man wouldn't actually have feelings for her, right? If I had known, I should have used mind reading on her. After having lunch at the service area, back on the RV, Sun Jejia began to help Su Man put on makeup. After the makeup was done, Sun Jejia asked Lin Feng to sit in the front seat, then she pulled up a curtain in the middle and started to help Su Man change clothes. Given Su Man's status, such things should be done in a dressing room, but she had come to Baishui to cooperate with Lin Feng on short notice, that's why this patchwork method was used. Lin Feng was not bored enough to use his vision to sneak a look. She's a national goddess, respect should be given. When Su Man finished changing clothes, Sun Jejia pulled back the curtain. Tada, how is it, boss? Is Su Jia beautiful? Lin Feng glanced over and saw Su Man wearing a floor-length white silk gown. The upper part was only 2 pieces of fabric wrapped around Su Man's neck, barely covering the key areas, revealing just enough to spark imagination. Furthermore, Lin Feng noticed that to avoid embarrassment, Su Man likely wasn't wearing a bra. Of course, that kind of stick-on should have been applied, otherwise, there would be bumps. Although Lin Feng couldn't see the back, it was presumably an open-back design. The hem of the skirt was diagonally split, the highest point on the left side almost reached the middle of her thigh before slanting down to her right ankle. The long train trailed on the ground, more than a meter long. This long gown fit Su Man's figure perfectly, showcasing the national goddess's voluptuous silhouette, making Lin Feng feel heat rising in his lower abdomen. The national goddess wore a pair of crystal high heels, her delicate little toes fully visible, painted bright red nails, creating a unique beauty. To avoid revealing too much in front of Lin Feng, Su Man sat with her legs crossed, the curve of her thighs and perky backside arousing imagination. Beautiful, truly beautiful, Lin Feng exclaimed, nodding in admiration, then frowned, but there's a little too little fabric. Su Man's pretty face immediately turned 2 shades of red. Sun Jejia couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, you aren't getting jealous, are you? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What am I jealous of? I'm just worried Su Man might reveal something. Don't worry, boss, although the fabric is a bit sparse, nothing that shouldn't be exposed will be. Sun Jiajia said, half in consolation, half in jest. You little brat, always so improper.
Su-man playfully glared at her, her face turning even redder.
Then I can relax, Lin Feng smiled and then asked, are we going straight to the venue? Boss, don't you think Sister Su is lacking something?
Sun Jiajia said playfully. Lin Feng frowned, looked at Su-man for a while, and suddenly realized, jewelry? Having seen female stars attend events on TV, which one wasn't dripping in jewels? But Su-man was bare, without even a decent piece of jewelry. This was definitely not acceptable. Sun Jiajia snapped her fingers. Clever, let's first go to Cartier to pick up some jewelry, then head to the venue. Lin Feng was taken aback. Picking up jewelry on short notice? The jewelry artists wear to events is usually rented to avoid loss, so they typically pick it up on the day and return it right after, Su-man explained. Just then, a system notification sound went off. Ding, host, you have a new side mission. Mission, the goddess's jewelry. Mission objective, obtain the first kiss of the national goddess Su-man.
Mission reward, jewelry worth 1 billion dragon country coins, Star Moon Fairy Tale.
Note, this mission must be completed within 24 hours, exceeding the time will result in mission failure, with no penalties for failure.
Lin Feng? No way. System, are you mistaken? I haven't even developed that kind of relationship with Su-man. This way, it's very easy for me to commit a crime. Wait. Su-man's first kiss is still intact? Didn't she shoot kiss scenes before? Could it be, those kiss scenes were all staged? 2 hours later, the van arrived at the entrance of Blue Island Cartier. As soon as the three entered, they saw store manager Zhong Yuan talking face-to-face with Su Xinyao. At that moment, Sun Jiajia's expression changed slightly as she said anxiously, Sister Su, look at the necklace Su Xinyao is wearing, isn't it the one you booked? Su-man's face looked ugly as she nodded, that's right, it's the one I booked. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly playful. At this moment, Su Xinyao also saw Su-man, a smug smile appearing on her face as she sashayed over. Oh, I thought who it was, turns out it's Sister Su-man. So, Sister Su is here to book jewelry at Cartier too? Su-man smiled, yeah, isn't Sister Xinyao here for the same reason? Yes. Su Xinyao picked up the necklace on her chest, saying proudly, I booked this blue galaxy necklace worth 63 million, the treasure of Cartier's Dragon Country branch. I wonder which one Sister Su-man reserved. Su-man bit her lips lightly and didn't respond. Sun Jiajia's expression darkened as she looked at Zhong Yuan and asked, Manager Zhong, this necklace was obviously booked by us first, why did you rent it to someone else? Zhong Yuan chuckled nervously and explained, it's like this, our boss feels that Ms. Su Xinyao fits the Cartier brand image better, so he changed the decision on short notice. If Ms. Su is unhappy, we are willing to pay the penalty. Su Xinyao arrogantly tilted her chin at Su-man, her smugness becoming even more pronounced. Chapter 134, I have a family heirloom necklace. Hearing this, Lin Feng carefully examined Su Xinyao. She wore a white strapless evening gown, and just below her collarbone was a sharp rise. Lin Feng guessed it was an E-cup. At her waist, there was an astonishingly dramatic narrowing, calling it an A4 waist would not be an exaggeration. Below the waist, there was another astonishing expansion, her rear was remarkable. Under the skirt, a pair of long, slender legs stood out without stockings, dazzlingly white. On her feet were a pair of shiny sequin-pointed high heels by Ferragamo. Her figure was fantastic, both she and Su-man had their merits, but Su Xinyao's face bore obvious signs of cosmetic surgery. Though beautiful, she fell short compared to Su-man's all-natural beauty. So Lin Feng was curious about what kind of thoughts Zhong Yuan had when he said Su Xinyao fit the Cartier image better than Su-man. Manager Zhong, do you think Sister Su cares about the penalty? Sun Jiajia said discontentedly. Zhong Yuan smiled slightly, of course, Miss Su, being a queen of the entertainment industry, a mere 1 million penalty is indeed nothing to her. So I have a second solution here. Su-man's brows furrowed slightly, you speak. Our store also has a necklace similar to the Blue Star River. If Miss Su likes it, she can take it to use first. Zhong Yuan smiled. Sun Jiajia's brows knitted tightly, how much is the difference? It's about half the price. Zhong Yuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Sun Jiajia's face changed instantly, Manager Zhong, do you think Sister Su would wear a necklace that costs half as much as Su Xinyao's? Su Xinyao smirked with pride, then froze in place. Wait, why does that sound so strange? So, this lady is only worth over 60 million, right? Lin Feng silently gave a big thumbs up to Sun Jiajia, the beautiful manager's words were sharp enough to directly compare Su Xinyao to a necklace. Impressive. Zhong Yuan's expression turned stern as he said in a deep voice, Ms. Sun, this necklace is already the second most valuable item in our store. That's still not acceptable. Our Su-man will never endure such humiliation. Sun Jiajia's attitude was resolute. She wasn't making a big deal out of nothing.
In the entertainment industry, the competition among artists has reached a crazy level. If Su-man agreed to Zhong Yuan's terms, wearing a necklace worth half of the Blue Star River to the Dreamshot charity night, the next day, many articles would appear comparing Su-man to Su Xinyao. Things like Su-man being overshadowed by Su Xinyao, or Su-man facing a financial crisis. These articles may not be very damaging, but they are extremely insulting. So, Sun Jiajia would never allow such a situation to occur. Zhong Yuan wasn't angry, just calmly said, "Then we can only compensate Ms. Su with the breach of contract penalty."
Sister Su-man, it's still early. Why don't you take the penalty and look for other brands to see if you can find a necklace of even higher value than the Blue Star River?
Oh right, Manager Zhong, it seems there are no other brands with necklaces more valuable than the Blue Star River, right? Su Xinyao said with a sarcastic tone.
Zhong Yuan smiled proudly. Cartier is the #1 international jewelry brand.
At least in the Dragon Country, I haven't heard of a brand with a necklace more expensive than the Blue Star River.
Ah, is that so?
Su Xinyao covered her mouth, looking shocked. Then she sighed repeatedly and said, "Then I can only apologize to Sister Su-man.
This time, I have to win against you."
Seeing her how she was acting so smug, Sun Jiajia couldn't help but get angry. "Su Xinyao, don't go too far."
"Forget it, Jiajia, let's leave it at that."
Su-man pulled her gently, looking a bit dejected. Su Xinyao was clearly in cahoots with Zhong Yuan. Even when she booked the Blue Star River at Cartier, Zhong Yuan had informed Su Xinyao. This was clearly a trap aimed at her, and she had no way to turn the situation around. Continuing to argue would only be self-humiliating. Seeing Su-man concede, Su Xinyao couldn't help but smile with pride and mocked, "Oh, a well-known triple threat star can't even find a suitable necklace. So poor."
"Who says Su-man can't find a suitable necklace?"
Lin Feng, who had remained silent since entering the store, suddenly spoke up.
"Who are you?"
Su Xinyao looked at him in surprise.
"Who I am isn't important.
What's important is, certain people are so pleased with a necklace worth over 60 million, they must have never seen the world, right?" Lin Feng mocked.
Su Xinyao? Zhong Yuan? Goodness. This young man dressed in fila is too arrogant, not even looking at a necklace worth over 60 million? Sun Jiajia's eyes brightened. From the manager's tone, did he really have a necklace more precious than the Blue Star River? Even Su-man's face showed a hint of expectation. As everyone was filled with uncertainty, Lin Feng walked up to Su-man and, with a complex expression, said, "Su-man, can I kiss you?" Su-man? Sun Jiajia? Others? Wait, weren't we just talking about necklaces? How did it suddenly turn into a romance drama? What a hell of a twist. Su-man's face immediately turned as red as a big apple. What did you say?"
Lin Feng coughed lightly and smiled bitterly. "Well, I have a family heirloom necklace, very precious. My mom told me that this necklace is for my future daughter-in-law to wear." Su-man's heart instantly started to race like a deer.
Oh my god, is Lin Feng confessing to her? How sudden.
Sun Jiajia's small mouth opened wide as she looked left at Lin Feng and right at Su-man.
Is this a feeling of idle drama or what?
Zhong Yuan and Su Xinyao were nearly dumbfounded. Goodness, the family heirloom necklace is already crazy enough, and giving it to a future daughter-in-law is even more ridiculous.
So what on earth is this young man playing at? What is his relationship with Su-man?
I'm not trying to force you to marry me, it's just that if I can kiss you once, it'll give me something to say to my mom later. After saying this, Lin Feng felt completely drained. The task given by the system was too bizarre, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He really tried his best and just hoped Su-man wouldn't think of him as a shameless person.
Just as Lin Feng thought of this, he found his mouth blocked by a pair of soft lips. A sweet, fragrant breath instantly filled his mouth, and his nostrils were filled with the alluring scent of the national goddess.
Ah!
Sun Jiajia covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in surprise. Oh my god, Sister Su actually took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng? Zhong Yuan and Su Xinyao were also stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. What the heck, this is Su-man, the dream lover of countless men. How many people wished to taste her sweetness but couldn't, and yet she took the initiative to kiss a man?
Ding, congratulations to the host, the side quest Goddess's Jewelry is complete, rewards are being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host, the jewelry worth 1 billion Dragon Country coins, Star Moon Fairy Tale, has been deposited into the host's system backpack.
Chapter 135, Priceless Treasure.
The moment the system alert sounded, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief.
If he got kissed by Su-man and couldn't produce the Star Moon Fairy Tale, that would be disastrous.
Next, Lin Feng was about to wrap his arms around Su-man's waist. But just as his hand touched the national goddess's slender waist, Su-man suddenly took a step back, pulling away from him. Lin Feng instantly felt lost.
I just thought you were bragging.
I wanted to embarrass you in public, so I did that. Don't overthink it, Su-man said, avoiding his gaze, her face flushed. She had just impulsively kissed Lin Feng without thinking, and after the kiss, she realized she had been too reckless. Oh my god, that was her first kiss, how could she have so casually given it to Lin Feng? Maybe she was captivated by Lin Feng's talent, or perhaps drawn in by his looks. Well, Lin Feng's character isn't bad either. In any case, Su-man was flustered in her heart and could only use such a flimsy excuse to explain her actions. Lin Feng? Goodness, is the national goddess giving herself a way out? Although he hadn't spent much time with Su-man, he knew she was an understanding woman. If Su-man thought he was bragging, she would definitely find a way to refuse him, instead of trying to embarrass him. But for Su Xinyao and Zhong Yuan, who were unfamiliar with their relationship, doubts lingered. If you believe it, the goddess Su-man shouldn't use such a childish way to embarrass a man. If you don't believe it, you can't say Su-man likes this little man, right? Only Sun Jejia knew that Su-man was moved, otherwise, with her character, how would she take the initiative to kiss a man? After a moment, Su Xinyao exhaled a breath and sneered, alright, the show is over. Why don't you show us that family heirloom necklace of yours? Zhong Yuan coldly snorted. With a contemptuous face, he said, Ms. Su, you can't really believe that, can you? He might really have a family heirloom necklace, but it can never be more precious than the Blue Galaxy. In my more than 10 years in this field, I know where there are more precious jewelry collections than the Blue Galaxy, but this young man, I don't know him. So he is just creating a spectacle to fool Ms. Su into giving him a kiss. It's utterly shameless. Su-man is the dream goddess of countless men, and Zhong Yuan is one of many. Seeing his goddess voluntarily kiss another man, Zhong Yuan's mindset exploded. Don't speak too boldly, it's easy to get slapped in the face. Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Yuan, then took off his backpack, unzipped it, and reached inside. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan and the others were stunned. No way, he wouldn't have the so-called ancestral necklace in his bag, would he? If that's true, then the value of this necklace is unimaginable. While everyone was in a daze, Lin Feng took out an exquisite jewelry box from the backpack. Ha, don't tell me the ancestral necklace you mentioned is in there, Su Xinyao burst out laughing. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but laugh, so you mean, you carry a necklace more precious than the Blue Galaxy in your backpack? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, is that not okay? Okay, you're just too impressive, ha 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 ha. Sister Su-man, is this your new assistant? He's so funny, ha. Zhong Yuan and Su Xinyao laughed until tears almost streamed down their faces. Sun Jejia frowned, unable to help but feel cold sweat for Lin Feng. Even Su-man felt a bit anxious inside, thinking, Lin Feng wouldn't really make a fool of himself, would he? Amid Zhong Yuan and Su Xinyao's laughter, Lin Feng opened the jewelry box, revealing the Starry Moon fairy tale inside. This was a necklace made entirely of gemstones. At the bottom was a crescent-shaped ruby, the size of a baby's fist. The ruby was surrounded by 18 egg-sized pink gemstones, shining brilliantly like stars surrounding the moon. The chain was made up of 108 10-carat blue sapphires, linking together like a blue galaxy in the night sky. This necklace was like stars, like the moon, like a dream, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. At the moment they saw the necklace, Zhong Yuan and Su Xinyao's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by shock and disbelief. Oh my god! Sun Jejia exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. Even Su-man, used to grand occasions, covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide open, her breathing becoming a bit hurried. After a while, Zhong Yuan shook his head, impossible, this must be fake. It can't possibly be real. If diamond value is classified by color, rare red diamonds undoubtedly rank first. 10 years ago, a 25.59-carat red diamond was sold for $30 million, the highest price ever paid for a red diamond at auction. The largest ruby in history was on the Tamil ruby necklace, weighing 352 carats. That was the private possession of the Eagle Queen, worn during her coronation, and its value is incalculable. The ruby on Lin Feng's necklace looked to be over 100 carats, and also seemed to be of flawless quality. If it is real, its value is at least over $100 million. Those 18 20-carat pink diamonds are also quite valuable, estimating conservatively, at $5 million per piece. As for the 108 10-carat blue diamonds, it wouldn't be too much to calculate each at $1 million, right? Adding it all up, this necklace's value is at least $300 million. How could one carry a necklace worth over $300 million in a backpack? Is it real? You just need to take a look to find out. Lin Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, or do you mean to say that after more than 10 years in the business, you still can't tell a real gem from a fake? As soon as these words came out, Su-man and the others turned to look at Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan's face changed several times, and finally, he gritted his teeth, walked to the counter, put on white gloves, took out a magnifying glass, and returned to Lin Feng, carefully examining it. At this moment, Su-man and the others held their breath, afraid to make any noise that might disturb Zhong Yuan's inspection. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Yuan set down the magnifying glass and trembled as he said, "Oh my god, this is real. This is truly real, an invaluable treasure, this is an invaluable treasure." Having worked in the jewelry industry for many years, he had never seen such a highly valuable necklace up close. The excitement he felt was beyond words. Su Xinyao shivered, her face looking terrible as she asked, "Manager Zhong, even if it's an invaluable treasure, you should be able to estimate its value. Just tell us how much this necklace is worth." Su Man and Sun Jiejia also looked at Zhong Yuan with bright eyes, their anticipation palpable. Under the gaze of the three women, Zhong Yuan extended 3 fingers, at least 300 million.
300 million? Su Xinyao was taken aback, her face growing even uglier. That's as much as 5 blue rivers? Zhong Yuan gave her a strange look, I mean in US dollars. Su Xinyao? Sun Jiejia? Su Man? Chapter 136, The Star and Moon Fairy Tale. At that moment, Su Man and the others were completely stunned. 300 million Long Kingdom coins is already outrageous. 300 million US dollars? That's 2 billion Long Kingdom coins. Let alone Su Xinyao, even Su Man, who had worked hard in the entertainment industry for so many years, had never earned this much. Even Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Didn't the system say the Star and Moon Fairy Tale was worth 1 billion Long Kingdom coins? Why did it become 300 million US dollars in Zhong Yuan's mouth? Could it be the system was talking about the cost price? Lin Feng thought carefully and found there was indeed a possibility. The value of jewelry is often inflated, especially diamonds. Under the advertising and marketing slogans of diamond merchants like "Diamonds are forever," the prices of diamonds have far exceeded their actual worth. In fact, to put it simply, it's just a pretty stone. Sir, does this necklace have a name? Just as the crowd was confused, Zhong Yuan asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng nodded, yes, it's called Star and Moon Fairy Tale. Star and Moon Fairy Tale? Zhong Yuan paused for a moment, then exclaimed, what a beautiful name. It suits the necklace perfectly. Wow, Star and Moon Fairy Tale, what a lovely name. Sun Jiejia cupped her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. Su Man's beautiful eyes flashed, murmuring, Star and Moon Fairy Tale, that name is truly beautiful. Even Su Xinyao's eyes showed a hint of longing. Su Man, this necklace is for you. I hope you'll like it. Lin Feng handed the jewelry box to Su Man with a smile. Ah. Su Man's mouth opened slightly, looking completely bewildered. She thought Lin Feng just wanted her to wear it for an event, never imagining he wanted to give it to her. What? Su Xinyao let out a sharp scream, her stunning face, which had undergone plastic surgery, twisted in disbelief. A necklace worth 300 million US dollars was actually going to be given to Su Man? Her own Blue River, worth 6,300 Long Kingdom coins, was still rented. Compared to that, Su Man was practically rubbing it in her face. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, don't you like it? Su Man quickly shook her head, no, I really like it, but it's just. Then it's yours. Lin Feng asserted, forcefully putting the jewelry box in Su Man's hands, his tone leaving no room for argument. Su Man held the jewelry box, feeling a bit at a loss for what to do. Forget it, I'll help you put it on. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, casually taking the Star and Moon Fairy Tale and walking behind Su Man. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan's heart jumped to his throat, almost wanting to shout, could you please put on the gloves? Then he remembered that this necklace belonged to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was giving it to Su Man. Behind Su Man, Lin Feng discovered that the national goddess's back was truly beautiful. Her skin was as white and smooth as milk, a little more would be fat, a little less would be thin, and even up close, no flaws could be seen. The long dress hugged her graceful curves, creating a stunning arc at her buttocks, like a ripe peach. Hiss, I can't think about this anymore. Lin Feng quickly bit his tongue, forcing himself to take a deep breath, and began to help Su Man put on her necklace. Su Man's pretty face flushed, as she grabbed her hair with both hands, quietly cooperating with Lin Feng. One in front, one behind, the fairy and the golden boy. Wow, so romantic. Sun Jiejia cupped her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling with fan-like bubbles. Even Zhong Yuan admitted that in this moment, Lin Feng and Su Man indeed looked like a perfect pair. Su Xinyao, filled with jealousy, nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. Why was there a man giving Su Man a $300 million necklace, but she didn't have one? Why was this man so handsome? Who exactly was he? Alright, go check the mirror and see if it looks good. After helping Su Man put on the Starry Moon Fairy Tale necklace, Lin Feng sighed in relief and smiled. Su Man nodded and walked to the fitting mirror, swaying her body to take a look. The national goddess was already dazzling, wearing this Starry Moon Fairy Tale necklace, she shined even brighter, exuding luxury. After a moment, Su Man turned and stood in front of Lin Feng, eagerly asking, does it look good? Lin Feng lowered his head to take a glance, inhaled deeply, and said, one word, perfect. A crescent moon made of rubies, submerged in the Mariana Trench surrounded by stars, what a beautiful sight it was. If it were soaked with sweat, what could that sight turn into? Suman's pretty face flushed as she glanced at Sun Jia. Sun Jia nodded vigorously, Sister Su, even I am starting to envy you, you now look like a queen. Then she turned to Su Xinyao, hey, some people, wearing a necklace worth over 60 million, forget who they are. Look at Sister Su, wearing a $300 million necklace, she's still elegant and graceful. This round goes to Sister Su. Su Xinyao's expression changed, and she coldly laughed, it's just a necklace, one day I'll have one too. TSK, keep bragging. Sun Jia wanted to taunt more but was stopped in time by Su Man. Don't chase a poor criminal, when a dog bites, shouldn't a person just let it be? Su Xinyao snorted coldly and looked at Lin Feng, playfully asking, handsome, what do you do? Can I get to know you? Lin Feng almost instantly understood Su Xinyao's gaze, it was one of desire and greed. If he waved a finger now, he could easily get Su Xinyao's contact information. With a little more effort, having a deeper conversation with Su Xinyao would be a piece of cake. I am Su Man's new boss, Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhong Yuan's mouth twitched, he thought Lin Feng was just Su Man's assistant. Ah. Su Xinyao covered her mouth, you are Lin Feng? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, looks like Zheng Xianqiu has mentioned me to you. Yes, Zheng said that boss Lin is young yet so extravagant, I've admired you from afar for a long time, Su Xinyao said, throwing a flirty glance with deep meaning. Su Man instantly felt nervous. As a woman herself, she could sense Su Xinyao alluring intentions, fearing that Lin Feng might not be able to resist and could fall into Su Xinyao's arms. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, no, I'm not interested in that, our character levels are not on the same scale. Su Xinyao? Isn't Lin Feng insulting her character? At this moment, Lin Feng coldly said, also, I want to remind you, tonight's dream charity queen is still Su Man's. Even if Jesus comes, it won't change, I mean it. Lin Feng, you're just as arrogant as Zhang said. We'll see. Su Xinyao poked Lin Feng twice with her finger, then coldly snorted and turned to leave the Cardell store. At 7 p.m., in front of the Sailboat Grand Theater in Blue Island City, 2 reporters from the strategic partner Chocho Entertainment for the Dream Charity Night have already arrived. Hello, audience friends. I am Li Shan from Chocho Entertainment, I am Wei Ran. Right now, we are at the entrance of the Qingdao City Sailing Grand Theater, and as you can see, a long red carpet has been laid out here. We are about to enter the process of walking the red carpet for the Dream Charity Night. Which artist will stand out tonight? Let's check the predictions from netizens. Chapter 137, On the Red Carpet, Competing for Beauty. 3 days before the Dream Charity Night, Chocho Entertainment launched a voting activity online. The theme of the activity is to let netizens choose the artist they think is most likely to shine on the red carpet. Each netizen can only choose one male and one female artist, no more selections allowed. This is actually a test of the artist's popularity. Artists with higher popularity naturally receive more votes. Ladies first, let's take a look at the voting results for female artists. Wow, third place is Chen Jiar. She just entered the entertainment industry last year through a talent show, and she can gain such popularity in her second year, the future looks promising. At this point, Li Shan looked at Wei Ran, who do you think will get second place? I wouldn't dare to say, Wei Ran smiled wryly, you might as well just announce the result. This kind of provoking situation, if not handled well, could lead to being attacked by other fans online, he wasn't foolish. That's true, Li Shan smiled apologetically and then looked at her phone, second place is, the diva Su Man? My goodness, she used to always win first place in such voting events, right? Wei Ran nodded, that's right, this voting event has been held 3 times, and she has been first in the previous 2. It can only be said that competition in the entertainment industry is really fierce, Li Shan sighed and then said, let's take a look at which female artist is in first place. Wow, Su Xinyao, first place is Su Xinyao. Oh my gosh, Su Xinyao is really surprising. As soon as this voting result was announced, it immediately caused a huge stir online. Wow, sis is awesome. First place is well deserved. To get first place in a voting initiated by Chocho Entertainment shows that Sis's strength is recognized by everyone. Su Xinyao's fans praised her wildly in the comments. Su Man's fans were unhappy, Su Xinyao outshining Su Man? I really don't believe it. Whether it's looks or charm, Su Man completely crushes Su Xinyao, okay? This voting is manipulated and lacks credibility. As the 2 fan bases argued intensely online, artists began to arrive at the venue one after another. The number of viewers in the Chocho Entertainment live stream began to soar from the initial 2 million to 5 million. For a full half hour, millions of netizens watched a majority of the stars from the entertainment industry walk down this long red carpet. With a screen full of long legs and high beauty, some female artists even made revealing moves intentionally to gain attention. The viewers in front of the screen feasted their eyes.
When the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 10 million, Lishan exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, Su Xinyo has arrived. She looks so beautiful tonight." The camera shifted, and Su Xinyo, dressed in a strapless evening gown, stepped out of the chauffeur-driven car and slowly walked onto the red carpet. In an instant, the sound of flashing cameras filled the air.
Lishan, is there anything special about Su Xinyao's evening gown? Wei Ran asked.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be a high-fashion piece from Chanel, said to be 3 million for one set, Lishan said with envy.
Netizens in the live stream erupted. Wow, a piece of clothing costs 3 million? Poverty limits my imagination. Only this little fabric costs 3 million? The life of the rich is astonishing. While the netizens were shocked, Lishan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the dress is not the focus, the key is the necklace she's wearing. Oh my heavens, it's Cartier's Blue Galaxy." I know Cartier is the world's #1 jewelry brand, but what is the Blue Galaxy? Is there anything special about it? Wei Ran's hosting was quite on point.
There's nothing special, just worth 63 million Dragon Country coins. Li Shan's words fell, and the live stream's viewers exploded again.
Wow, a 63 million necklace? If it were in $100 bills, wouldn't it crush someone? Wow, this necklace that my sister is wearing must be the most expensive accessory of all the artists tonight, right?
No wonder she's recognized by netizens as the female artist most likely to shine on the red carpet. My sister truly deserves it. When Su Xinyo walked past the red carpet, Wei Ran smiled and said, "Lishan, most of the artists on the list have entered, right?"
Lishan nodded. "Yes, I just counted, indeed most artists have entered." "Hey, can you tell everyone which artists haven't arrived yet?" Wei Ran asked. "There aren't many left, just one."
Lishan smiled playfully. "Speaking of which, everyone should be able to guess who hasn't arrived yet, right?"
The viewers in the live stream began to uniformly type Su Man's name. "That's right, it's our diva Su Man."
Lishan smiled and said, "Recently, Su Man has encountered many things, I wonder if she can make it here on time." As soon as she finished speaking, a luxury minivan arrived at the red carpet. The car door opened, and the elegantly dressed Su Man stepped out from the car.
"Wow, the diva Su Man looks stunning tonight." Lishan first praised, then shifted the topic, "But this evening gown she's wearing seems to be worn for the second time, right?" "Yes, I remember she wore it once before." Wei Ran echoed.
"Let me tell you a fun fact. High-fashion outfits like this are generally only worn once by artists in public."
Lishan educated the viewers.
Wei Ran nodded, because artists have many major brand endorsements. Each time they participate in events, these brands provide them with clothing. Su Man should have recently terminated her contract with the major brand, so she couldn't get a new piece. Lishan sighed, lamenting, in this aspect, the artist's performance on the red carpet aligns quite well with the predictions by netizens.
As soon as this was said, Su Xinyao's fans in the livestream were all ecstatic. "Did you see? Even the host said my sister performed better than Su Man. Su Xinyao, you are the best."
Su Man's fans felt a bit wronged and a bit heartbroken.
"Su Man is so outstanding, why don't those big brands recognize her?"
When Su Man stepped onto the red carpet, Lishan noticed the Star Moon fairy tale necklace she was wearing and exclaimed, "Ah, the gems on this necklace are so big, it can't be fake, right?" Wei Ran was also startled. "It looks like it has to be over 100 carats, this is a ruby, so it's probably fake." "Ah, Su Man even wore a fake necklace to keep up appearances, she's really made a fool of herself."
"Diva? She's just a woman who loves vanity. No wonder those big brands terminated their contracts with Su Man. With this kind of character, should they keep her for the new year?" Just as many of Su Xinyao's fans were mocking Su Man, a Duke Noble sent a comment, "Who says that's fake?"
"It's real, I checked it myself, this necklace is worth more than $300 million. What's more important is that this necklace belongs to Su Man personally, not rented." The live stream exploded on the spot.
Chapter 138, Personal Belonging, Golden Thread Jade Clothes. "I can't believe my eyes, worth $300 million?
Someone tell me how much that is in Dragon Country coins. According to the current exchange rate, it's 1.93146 billion, rounded off it's about 1.9 billion.
Wow, the young people nowadays have inflated egos to the point where even 31.46 million doesn't impress them?
I swear, if the person above hadn't said that, I would have almost rounded it off too. The key is this necklace belongs to Su Man personally, not rented."
This sentence is the key. Yes, I heard that when these celebrities attend events, the jewelry they wear is usually rented, so is the necklace Su Xinyo is wearing rented?
Whether it's rented or not, Su Xinyo cannot compete with Su Man in this round. At the red carpet event, Lishan and Wei Ran also saw that barrage and were stunned on the spot.
Oh my, they just said that the necklace might be fake, and now a netizen is slapping them in the face? Could it be that Su Man hired a bunch of online commenters? At this moment, the director's angry roar suddenly came through their earpieces. "What are you two saying?"
"That necklace is real, hurry up and explain to the viewers in the live broadcast." They really wanted to ask the director why he was so sure the necklace was real. But with the live broadcast happening, they had no chance. Helpless, Li Shan could only laugh and say, "Alright, we were just joking with everyone earlier, the necklace is indeed real. I have reliable sources." Wei Ran also sighed, "I really didn't expect Suman to have such a rare and precious necklace. The aura of a diva is truly unmatched by ordinary people." With the stamp of approval from the two hosts, the news quickly spread across the internet as if it had wings. Soon, the hashtag Suman expensive necklace hashtag climbed to the top of the trending list on Weibo. After Suman walked the red carpet, the big screen next to the sailboat theater displayed the names of all the attending artists, each followed by the number 0. Li Shan's voice came through, "Alright, let's turn the camera to the big screen." As you can see, the names of all the attending artists are now on the big screen. Wei Ran said, "Yes, after the charity auction starts, the prices of the artists' personal items will be displayed here in real time. The one who ranks first will win the title of Charity Night Queen/Gentleman. Now, everyone can text the name of the artist they support to 123456789. Li Shan laughed, "If the artist you support wins the title of Charity Night Queen/Gentleman tonight, you'll have a chance to win a year-long VIP package for the whole family, plus a limited edition King of Glory skin." Inside the theater, Lin Feng, who had arrived earlier than Su Man, had already found his seat. Photography and filming were not allowed inside the Dreamshaw Charity Night venue, which Lin Feng guessed had to do with the powerful figures attending. After all, the celebrities only provided personal items, it was these big shots who were actually paying. Some of these big shots don't like to show their faces, so the organizers naturally didn't dare to let the media take photos or videos freely. A live broadcast? Forget it. So, after the auction, when the artists take the group photo, they will do everything they can to fight for the center position. Lin Feng, you really came. Just as Lin Feng sat down in his seat, a cold laugh came from afar. Lin Feng looked over and immediately saw the sneering Zhang Xianqiu, so he raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Zhang, long time no see."
I don't want to see you again."
Zhang Xianqiu sneered and slowly walked over to sit next to Lin Feng. "I heard from Xinyao that you want to make Su Man the Charity Night Queen again?" Lin Feng smiled playfully. "Yes, that's true." "What, Mr. Zhang, are you planning to challenge me directly?" Zhang Xianqiu gave a mysterious smile. "No." Outside, there were some embedded emerald jade pieces. Suman played the role of the goddess, wearing this set of lingerie, covered by a layer of thin gauze, dancing to a piece called The Goddess of the Luo River. Her dance was incredibly graceful, her enchanting figure partially concealed beneath the light fabric, attracting a large number of male fans to Suman. Although the box office for this production flopped and the online reviews were not high, the scenes of Suman dancing became a classic. Ding, host, you have a new side mission. Mission, any bragging must be fulfilled. Mission objective, help Suman become the queen of this year's Dream Charity Night. Mission reward, basic reward of 10 million, plus an additional reward of 100% of the amount spent. Note, the sum of the host's spending must not exceed the second place amount on the charity list, which is 100 million. Upon hearing the mission prompt, Lin Feng frowned immediately. This is going to be difficult. He definitely did not want Suman's worn lingerie to fall into someone else's hands, even if it had already been washed. So, Zhang Xianqiu did this, firstly to disgust Suman, and secondly to try to trick him. If he bought this lingerie at an exorbitant price, it would likely break the mission restrictions when he tried to help Suman secure first place. Then I'll play along with his plan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng made his decision. Soon, all the artists were in position, and the Dream Charity Night officially began. The guests gave opening speeches, and the two hosts spoke a few playful words as the first auction item was presented. It was a pen used by a mid-tier artist, starting at a price of 20,000 Dragon Country coins, which finally sold for 100,000. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere became more and more heated, and finally, the hostess brought out a highlight item. This item is provided by Miss Su Xinya. You might be familiar with this item. It is the golden threaded jade dress worn by the goddess of the Luo River in the fantasy drama Heavenly Realm. As the host finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the auditorium. "This is the surprise I prepared for you." Zhang Xianqiu smiled with pride. "Lin Feng, this is Suman's worn lingerie. You definitely wouldn't want it to be bought by another man and taken home, right?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "There shouldn't be anyone that bored, right? You don't believe it?" Zhang Xianqiu mocked with a smirk, scanning the gentlemen around and saying, "Then look at these gentlemen, their eyes are definitely glowing green." Lin Feng turned to take a look. Good gracious, Zhang Xianqiu really hit the nail on the head. If the lights went out, one might think the theater was filled with a pack of wolves. Chapter 139, Sky High Lingerie. What? How can Zhang Xianqiu do such a thing? In the front row of the theater, Suman's pretty face turned cold upon hearing the host's words. As a prop of the theater group, Suman had taken it for dry cleaning after performing that scene and returned it to the group. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xianqiu actually brought it out and auctioned it under Su Xinyao's name. Although she had dry cleaned the lingerie, just thinking about it being auctioned off made the national goddess feel as if she had swallowed a fly. It was utterly disgusting. Wow, Sister Suman, look at those men behind. When they heard this was the golden threaded jade dress you wore, their eyes lit up. Beside her, Su Xinyao exaggeratedly said.
Suman looked at her expressionlessly. What do you want to say?
Ah, well. Su Xinyao blinked, looking a bit wronged. I was just amazed at how charming Sister Suman is. By the way, judging by these men's expressions, they are definitely going to fiercely compete later.
Guest number 107 bids 1.1 million. Guest number 36 bids 1.2 million. In just 1 minute, the price of this golden silk dress set had skyrocketed to 3 million. Which guest receiving an invitation to the Dreamshaw charity night isn't a billionaire?
A mere 3 million really doesn't catch their attention. They even think they've scored a bargain buying the underwear worn by the national goddess for that price. So at this point, the bidding guests remained as enthusiastic as ever. 2 minutes later, the bidding price reached 10 million. At this price, the number of guests raising their paddles sharply decreased. Even if they weren't short on cash, they were eager to collect the underwear once worn by Suman. But let's be honest, it's just a piece of underwear, it might have even been washed. Spending 10 million could get you a meal with a top star. Continuing to bid felt somewhat not worth it. When it hit 12 million, only 2 guests remained in the competition. Zheng Xianxiu glanced at Lin Feng beside him, teasingly said, Lin Feng, if you don't make a move, this underwear will fall into another man's hands. Lin Feng shrugged, it's only 12 million, it doesn't ignite my interest in competing at all.
Is that so?
Zheng Xianxiu smirked and raised his paddle, 30 million.
Wow.
The theater suddenly erupted in gasps. It was just 12 million, and now it's jumped to 30 million, this is outrageous. Even the 2 remaining bidders were taken aback. When they saw Zheng Xianxiu calling out the price, their expressions turned strange.
My goodness.
This underwear was donated by Shangtang Entertainment, how could Zheng Xianxiu, the boss, buy it back for 30 million?
What on earth is going on? President Zhang from Shangtang Entertainment bids 30 million, is there a higher bid? The female host's excited face was turning a bit flushed.
Artists sitting in the front rows, hearing it was Zheng Xianxiu bidding, immediately exclaimed, as expected of President Zhang, such a generous bid.
Our boss truly puts in effort for charity. Oh, I'm so envious of Xinyao, having such a supportive boss behind her. Xinyao, when you become a queen, don't forget your sisters.
Hearing the flattery from surrounding artists, Su Xinyao's expression of pride grew stronger. Meanwhile, Su Man's face was gloomy, feeling quite annoyed inside.
I raised the price for you, why aren't you making a move?
Zheng Xianxiu looked at Lin Feng, mocking him.
Lin Feng smirked, are you really hoping I will bid? Zheng Xianxiu nodded, yes, I do hope you can contribute a bit more to charity. Of course, if you think this price is too high and don't want to bid, that's fine, I was just going to use this underwear as a gift. There's a real estate tycoon who's very interested in Su Man, if he gets this underwear, he would definitely be thrilled. Lin Feng seemed provoked, raising his paddle and shouting, 50 million. Hiss. The theater was filled with a gasping sound. Good lord, spending 30 million on a piece of underwear was already outrageous, and someone shouted 50 million? Guest number 10 bids 50 million, is there a higher bid? The female host's voice trembled with excitement. People quickly turned their heads to look, soon spotting Lin Feng holding the number 10 paddle. Wow, he's so handsome. And so young. Which big family's young master is he? I've never seen him before.
The artists whispered among themselves, crazily prying into Lin Feng's background. At this moment, Su Xinyao said sarcastically, his name is Lin Feng, Su Man's new boss. The 300 million value necklace Su Man is wearing was gifted by him, he is really special to Su Man.
What?
Hearing this, the artists were stunned, then looked at Su Man with strange expressions. A necklace worth 300 million given to Su Man, and now he's bidding 50 million for Su Man's worn underwear.
Could it be that Su Man and this man have a deep connection? Under the gaze of everyone's bizarre looks, Su Man's face turned red. Hiss. Some artists gasped in shock. Goodness, look at Su Man's shy appearance, did they really guess right? Lin Feng put down his bidding paddle, I'd bid 50 million, are you still in? Raging fury for a beauty, ha, I knew I was right about you.
Zheng Xianxiu gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, then raised his paddle and shouted, 100 million.
What? No way, President Zhang bids 100 million? My god, President Zhang must be crazy. Everyone present was stunned by this price. 100 million. Even underwear made of pure gold wouldn't fetch such a price. The female host was so excited she almost lost her breath. Zhang. President Zhang bids 100 million, is there any bid higher than President Zhang?
Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, murderous intent brewed rapidly in his heart. From the very beginning, he had seen through Zhang Xianxiu's plan, infuriate him and make him keep calling out high prices, ultimately acquiring this set of underwear at an astonishing price. He just didn't expect Zhang Xianqiu to have such a big appetite, not even satisfied with 50 million, but jumping straight to 100 million.
Since that's the case, he didn't have to follow any rules. Some things are not meant to be bought with money.
But, before that, he wanted Zhang Xianqiu to pay a painful price. With that in mind, Lin Feng raised his paddle, 150 million.
Chapter 140, The Prey Turns Out to Be Myself. What?
The guests were stunned by Lin Feng's shocking bid.
Goodness, it was barely moments after Zhang Xianqiu shouted 100 million, and Lin Feng already shouted 150 million? This is 150 million Dragon Country currency, not Zimbabwean currency. You could at least think for a few more seconds, right?
Adding 10 million by 10 million would make it more bearable.
We're all rich, why is the gap so big? Oh my god, Lin Feng, he actually bids 150 million?
Su Man was dumbfounded. It's just a set of underwear she wore, and it's been washed once. How could Lin Feng possibly be willing to spend so much money?
If he really wanted it, she could just give him a new set. What if Lin Feng didn't want it clean?
Thinking of this, the national goddess felt her heart race, and her beautiful face began to flush.
Beside her, Su Xinyao was so jealous she was about to go crazy. Why is Su Man's underwear so valuable? Why didn't any other man do this for her?
Other artists also felt that the development of the situation was absurd. If Lin Feng and Su Man were together, he shouldn't be bidding so fiercely for a piece of underwear.
After all, if he wanted similar items, wouldn't Su Man give them?
But if the two were not together, Lin Feng giving Su Man 300 million worth of jewelry was even more outrageous. The female host was completely stunned on stage. After a long pause, she finally shouted in a shaky voice, 150 million.
Guest number 10 bids 150 million. Is there a higher bid?
Swish. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Xianqiu.
At this price, currently, only the boss of Shangtang Entertainment could compete with Lin Feng, right? Ah, good, this is the Lin Feng I know. Zhang Xianqiu laughed heartily, then raised his paddle, 200 million.
The first time they met, Lin Feng had blocked the acquisition of Mingmen Entertainment with 1 billion, and then spent 200 million to help Su Man dissolve her contract. From this, one could see that Lin Feng was a wealthy, generous, and easily impulsive rich second generation.
Plus, Lin Feng's visible affection for Su Man.
Based on the above judgments, Zhang Xianqiu set up today's trap to severely trick Lin Feng. But he felt that 200 million was already close to Lin Feng's psychological price, so after this bid, he would not raise it again.
Tricking Lin Feng out of over 200 million is fine, let's consider it the price he paid for blocking Mingmen Entertainment.
Zhang Xianqiu pondered in his heart.
So fair. God, President Zhang bid 200 million, 200 million. Is there a higher bid than this?
The female host trembled with excitement, her eyes completely focused on Lin Feng.
Others also looked at Lin Feng, eagerly anticipating his next bid. Don't bid again, really don't bid again. Su Man clenched her hands tightly, quietly praying in her heart.
Under the eager gazes of everyone, Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand, which was holding the bidding paddle. Seeing this, Zhang Xianqiu wore a mocking smile on his face. Others unconsciously clenched their fists, waiting for Lin Feng to call out a higher price. Just before Lin Feng completely raised the paddle, he suddenly turned to Zhang Xianqiu. Do you think I am determined to have this set of underwear? Zhang Xianqiu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained composed and said, of course not, whether you want it or not has nothing to do with me, I just want to contribute a little to charity.
Oh, I see, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then put down the paddle and said, well, I give you the chance to contribute to charity, it's yours.
What? Zhang Xianqiu suddenly stood up, his expression extremely terrified. Other guests were also shocked that Lin Feng would suddenly give up, momentarily dumbfounded. Before, Lin Feng clearly showed he didn't want the set of underwear to fall into someone else's hands. How could he suddenly give up?
Lin Feng smirked with a hint of mockery. Do you think I am young and reckless, spending lavishly, just because you provoked me, I would stop at nothing to get this underwear?
Zhang Xianqiu, still in extreme shock, had no mind to respond. Unfortunately, I have seen through your plan, and I know your psychological bottom line completely. Lin Feng said coldly. With mind-reading skills in hand, Lin Feng knew exactly at what price Zhang Xianqiu wanted to escape. On the surface, he seemed determined to have this set of underwear and was madly raising the price. In reality, he was just grasping Zhang Xianqiu's psychological expectations. If Zhang Xianqiu wanted to trick him out of over 200 million, then he would return the favor and trick Zhang Xianqiu out of 200 million. As for this set of underwear, he naturally had other ways to obtain it. At this moment, Zhang Xianqiu finally came back to his senses and shouted angrily, so from the beginning, you were just putting on a show with me? It was like a hunter digging a trap to capture prey, but the hunter fell into the pit himself.
The prey was actually me? Lin Feng shrugged, what else? You think my money comes from the wind?
Zhang Xianqiu felt a mouthful of old blood blocking his throat, but he still asked unwillingly, this is Su Man's worn underwear, are you really going to watch it fall into another man's hands? Lin Feng shrugged again. I don't care, it's just a set of underwear.
I will give it to another man, don't you feel disgusted?
Zhang Xianxia was already somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. That's uncertain. Just then, the female host shouted, 200 million for the first time, 200 million for the second time, 200 million for the third time, sold.
Thank you, President Zhang, for your huge contribution to charity. Clap clap clap. The applause thundered like a storm.
Zhang Xianxiu felt a buzzing in his head, almost fainting.
Really contributing to charity? This is 200 million Dragon Country dollars, wouldn't it be nicer to buy a yacht with this money? Why should I contribute to others? The key point is that this set of underwear was donated by him. In essence, he spent 200 million to buy back his own stuff? This is crazy. In the front row, Suman let out a long sigh of relief. Outside, in front of the big screen. 5 minutes have passed, and there hasn't been any change on the leaderboard. Ah, it changed. The first place is now Su Xinyao. Let's see how much Su Xinyao's charity bid is. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. My god, 200 million, it's 200 million.
Li Shan was excited, her face blushing and her voice trembling. If I remember correctly, the previous record for the Dreamsa charity night was 110 million.
Wei Ran exhaled deeply and said.
Li Shan nodded, yes, now Su Xinyao has broken this record by herself and boosted it by a full 90 million.
Su Xinyao's popularity is simply terrifying.
The netizens in the livestream went crazy when they saw this number.
Su Xinyao, YYDS.
As expected of my sister, this performance is amazing.
Su Xinyao, you truly deserve the title of Dreamsa Charity Queen.
The fans of Su Xinyao were celebrating wildly in the livestream. On Weibo, the hashtags #Su Xinyao charity record breaking hashtag and hashtag Su Xinyao booked as charity queen hashtag quickly climbed the trending chart.
Chapter 141, 100% damage reflection. My god, Su Xinyao has raised a total of 200 million Dragon Country coins?
The charity queen, Su Xinyao truly deserves the title. My sister must have put forward something very important to exchange for 200 million in donations. Who can resist someone beautiful and kind-hearted like her? Seeing the 200 million raised by my sister, I suddenly teared up. It's over, the Dreamsa charity night is only halfway through, and there's already no suspense.
My sister is just too powerful.
If I remember correctly, the previous record was set by Su Man at 10,080,000, and my sister has raised this record by 20 times.
How impressive.
Being able to break the record of superstar Su Man already shows my sister's strength.
I believe my sister will become the next superstar. On Weibo, Su Xinyao fans were about to explode with excitement. On Jihu, someone asked, what do you think about Su Xinyao raising 200 million in donations? Does this mean Su Xinyao has replaced Su Man's position in the entertainment circle? This question quickly attracted many well-known respondents' answers.
I was there in person, just got off Weibo. Su Xinyao is really a very caring girl. She has given so much for the sake of charity, such a high-quality idol deserves greater development. Seriously, I'm in the industry, let me give a brief answer. Because Su Man has left Shangtang Entertainment, her resources and popularity will surely decline significantly. While Su Xinyao is the new number one at Shangtang, surpassing Su Man is just a matter of time. Tonight's Dreamsa charity night can be seen as Su Xinyao's symbolic event to fully surpass Su Man. Outside the Blue Island Sailing Grand Theater. Wow, Su Xinyao total donations have changed again, now it's 200 million and 200,000. Another auction has ended, and Su Xinyao total donations have reached 200 million and 300,000.
After Li Shan's exclamation, Wei Ran said, even though the last two increases were smaller, each increase is a brand new record.
Li Shan nodded, that's right, based on previous experiences, with Su Xinyao raising so much money, she has already locked in the title of Dreamsa Charity Queen. Yes, I personally hope that the more money the Dreamsa Charity Night raises, the better, but for other artists to surpass the achievements of Su Xinyao, it really is quite. As he was speaking, Wei Ran suddenly narrowed his eyes. The number behind Su Man has changed.
Is that 100 million?
Li Shan rubbed her eyes and carefully counted again before exclaiming, 100 million, it really is 100 million.
Su Man's donations have already reached 100 million.
Wei Ran sighed with a bitter smile, I admit I spoke too soon, maybe Su Man still has a chance to surpass Su Xinyao. Li Shan nodded, yes, after all, Su Man is a superstar with a huge fan base.
Wait, the number behind Su Man has changed again. 200 million. It's 200 million.
My god, I can't believe my eyes, just how long has it been, and Su Man's donations have reached 333 million? The tongue started to tie in knots.
As a professional host, such a situation is simply unimaginable.
However, the netizens in the live broadcast room did not blame Wei Ran at all, because they were also shocked by this scene. In just 1 minute, the numbers behind Suman jumped 3 times, directly going from 100 million to 300 million. Anyone would be caught off guard.
What exactly happened in the theater?
At this moment, the huge sailboat theater was silent. The 3 items donated by Suman were all snatched up by Lin Feng at a tidy 300 million. The oil painting Suman painted, with a starting price of 200,000, Lin Feng bid 100 million. The Patek Philippe watch with a starting price of 600,000, Lin Feng bid 100 million. The Cartier diamond bracelet with a starting price of 2 million, Lin Feng bid 100 million. He opened his mouth with 100 million, giving no chance for others to compete. With Zheng Xianxiu's lesson in mind, no one else dared to provoke Lin Feng into bidding higher. The female host also noticed this point, and a bid of 100 million was simply too high. Almost right after Lin Feng finished his bid, she counted to 3 and then dropped the hammer. This also resulted in the numbers behind Suman on the big screen jumping 3 times in 1 minute.
You really have put in a lot of effort to make Suman the charity queen of Dreamsha.
Zhang Xianxiu let out a heavy breath, his expression complicated as he said. Lin Feng shrugged, maybe spending 300 million is a big deal for you, but for me, it's just a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. If nothing unexpected happens, Suman will receive the title of charity queen of Dreamsha with a donation amount of 300 million, while Su Xinyao's 200 million and 200,000 is second. The money he spent did not exceed the second place's 100 million, mission accomplished, and the gentleman's money was returned in full, plus a basic reward of 10 million.
What a drop in the bucket.
Zheng Xianxiu's pupils constricted, then he sneered, I want to see how long you can remain so arrogant. At this moment, the information that Suman had raised 300 million in donations had spread across the internet. Hashtag Suman donation breaks records hashtag Suman charity night queen booked hashtag Suman wins again hashtag quickly climbed to the trending topics on Weibo.
Wow, Suman's raised donations have actually reached 300 million Dragon Country coins? The charity queen, Suman is truly deserving.
The queen must have taken something really important to exchange for 200 million in donations. Who can dislike such a beautiful and kind-hearted queen? If I remember correctly, the previous record was 200 million and 200,000 set by Su Xinyao. Has my dear sister raised this record by nearly 50%?
So amazing.
The fans of Suman, who had been extremely uncomfortable before, began to return the favor in kind.
Su Xinyao's fans? I can't believe this is the so-called 100% damage rebound, right? Spitting blood.
An hour later, the Dreamsha charity night ended, and Suman undoubtedly seized the title of charity queen of Dreamsha. When the group photo of artists with Suman in the center was posted online, the netizens praised her to the skies.
Am I being unreasonable when I say the national goddess shines above everyone?
I'm not targeting anyone, I'm just saying everyone present is an accessory.
Suman is undoubtedly the sister of the Dragon Country Entertainment Circle. I've said my piece, who agrees, who disagrees.
At the same time, several revelations emerged online. Exclusive news, the necklace worth 300 million that Suman wore was a gift from her new boss, Lin Feng. Reliable tip, Lin Feng, the lyricist and composer of Teenager, bought Mingmen Entertainment. Suman's termination with Shangtang Entertainment has a lot to do with Lin Feng.
Breaking news, Suman has joined Mingmen Entertainment, and her new boss is Lin Feng, the lyricist of Teenager.
According to insiders, the 3 auction items donated by Suman were all purchased by Lin Feng for 100 million each.
Lin Feng single-handedly sent the Queen Suman to the throne of charity queen of Dreamsha.
The emergence of these revelations made.
Chapter 142, The Locked Room Theft. Damn, is the genius Lin Feng really that rich? A $300 million necklace just given away? No way. First a $300 million necklace, then gifting 300 million Dragon Country dollars to the charity queen Ms. Mengsha?
Lin Feng's money must have come from the wind. Spending so much to support Suman, Lin Feng's relationship with her must be extraordinary.
Damn, is my goddess about to be taken by a pig?
The person upstairs is a bit off. If a man willing to spend this much on a woman is called a pig, what does that make you?
A pig fetus? Just check the Dragon Country rich list, there's no Lin Feng on it, so who exactly is Lin Feng? Pfft, the person upstairs is joking, real billionaires wouldn't appear on such lists. Rothschild, Rockefeller, Morgan. Do you see any heirs from these big families on any rich lists? Lin Feng? Again Lin Feng? Why has this name been trending lately? Is this name cursed?
Damn, this name really is cursed. I suspect this Lin Feng is the same person as the boss of Tianding Xing.
I think they're the same too, otherwise it's hard to explain why everyone named Lin Feng is so wealthy.
Do you remember, the official WeChat account of Tianding Xing personally supported Suman? Yes, I remember, and that Parking Maple Forest evening directly bought the $20 million album Youth, which also has the name Lin Feng.
So Lin Feng is the boss of Tianding Xing, the boss of Mingmen Entertainment, and also the lyricist of Youth. Damn, if this guess is correct, then Lin Feng is a god. No, wasn't it all over the internet that Lin Feng was pursuing Secretary Lu Cece? If he's now promoting Su Man, isn't he playing both sides?
Lin Feng and Su Man's matter hasn't been confirmed, saying he's playing both sides is a bit early. Under the discussions of countless netizens, the entry #LinFeng hashtag quickly topped the Weibo trending list. A large number of netizens even flooded the official WeChat of Tian Dingxing asking if the two Lin Fengs were the same person, but received no response. Meanwhile, Su Man's studio released an announcement. We are happy to inform you of good news. Su Man has signed with Ming Men Entertainment, becoming an artist under Ming Men Entertainment.
P.S. Su Man's new album will be available in half a month.
Ming Men Entertainment, thank you Su Man for trusting our company. We will do our best to create a more relaxed creative environment for Su Man, and create brilliance together. Soon, the entries #Su Man signs with Ming Men Entertainment hashtag and #Su Man's new album hashtag climbed to the Weibo trending list. Wow, in just one night, the goddess Su Man has topped the Weibo trending list several times.
Her popularity is unbeatable. Where are those who said Su Man would fall? Slapped in the face, right? Wow, Su Man is releasing a new album? I feel young again.
Looking forward to Su Man's new album creating more splendor.
Support Ming Men Entertainment. Amidst the online uproar, backstage at the Blue Island Sailing Theater. Damn, where are my underwear?
Zhang Xianqiu let out a sharp scream.
Others? Wow, Zhang is into that too? Explosive news.
I paid 200 million for that Jean Liu dress and it's gone.
Zhang Xianqiu shouted again.
It was only then that everyone noticed the exquisite box in Zhang Xianqiu's hand was empty.
Damn, what's going on? Isn't that exquisite box always in your hand?
Yeah, I saw it too. Zhang has held the box since receiving it. The guests backstage were all wealthy individuals who previously bid on artists' donations. After the charity night ended, they came backstage to pay and collect the items they bid on. Then a group of rich individuals went to the next room, holding drinks and snacks prepared by the hosts, gathering in small groups to chat. During this process, many people saw Zhang Xianqiu holding the exquisite box containing the Jean Liu dress the entire time.
Zhang Xianqiu opened the box and said, "The golden silk jade garment is missing? What the hell?"
Yes, the brocade box has been in my hands, but the things inside are really gone. Zhang Xianqiu grabbed his hair, looking like he doubted life itself. Although this set of underwear wasn't worth much, he had bought it for 200 million Dragon Country dollars.
Losing this set of underwear felt just like losing 200 million.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he turned to Lin Feng. Did you steal the golden silk jade garment? He clearly remembered that Lin Feng had stood next to him for a while and even touched the brocade box. Lin Feng was first stunned, then said playfully, "Mr. Zhang, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense.
If you keep saying this, I might have to sue you for defamation."
Cough, Mr. Zhang, this kind of thing should still be based on evidence.
Why don't you report it to the police and let them investigate? A wealthy acquaintance of Zhang Xianqiu reminded.
Right, call the police. Zhang Xianqiu's eyes brightened, then he shouted to the event staff, "Seal all exits.
No one is allowed in or out until the police arrive." 15 minutes later, the police arrived after receiving the news.
Lin Feng, if you stole my golden silk jade garment, it's best to return it before the police find out, or it will be embarrassing. Zhang Xianqiu leaned in close to Lin Feng, speaking coldly.
Lin Feng smiled playfully. "Mr. Zhang, are you really not afraid of me suing you for defamation?" "You?" Zhang Xianqiu was momentarily speechless, then coldly replied, "Fine, let's wait and see."
Since all the attendees were notable wealthy individuals, the police were very cautious in handling the case. They first sealed the scene, allowing no one in or out, then checked the surveillance, discovering that the brocade box had indeed been in Zhang Xianqiu's hands all along. More importantly, Zhang Xianqiu had opened the brocade box to show the guests the golden silk jade garment. After Zhang Xianqiu closed the brocade box, no one entered or exited the room until he noticed the golden silk jade garment was missing. In other words, if someone had stolen the golden silk jade garment, it definitely had to be on that person. Under Zhang Xianqiu's strong demand, the police decided to search all the guests. Strip search. Although the other guests were unhappy, they had no choice but to cooperate, otherwise, they would be suspected by Zhang Xianqiu of stealing the golden silk jade garment. Who knew, despite all the guests cooperating with the strip search, that set of golden silk jade garment was still nowhere to be found.
At that moment, Zhang Xianqiu lost all rationality.
Meanwhile, Xu Man, who returned to the hotel first, had finished her shower and changed into her pajamas.
"Sister Su, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?"
Sun Jejia, who shared the suite with Xu Man, asked curiously as she saw Xu Man rummaging through her suitcase. Xu Man's face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly said, Nothing, you go take a shower."
"Oh."
Sun Jejia was not suspicious, taking her change of clothes into the bathroom. Xu Man sighed in relief, then pulled out a set of black Victoria's Secret underwear from her suitcase.
I've worn this set twice, Lin Feng should like it, right?
But this underwear is already washed, if Lin Feng has specific requests. Thinking of this, Xu-Man glanced at a white underwear piece by the bedside. It was what she took off after her shower. After struggling for a long time, the national goddess picked up that piece of underwear and placed it together with the black Victoria's Secret in a small bag.
Then she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng. Boss, have you come to the hotel? I have something I want to discuss with you. Chapter 143, the national goddess delivers a gift late at night. How could it possibly be gone? This doesn't make sense.
Zhang Xianqiu gripped his hair, murmuring in confusion. The other guests exchanged glances in disbelief. To be honest, this matter was indeed quite strange. Clearly, the brocade box had been in Zhang Xianqiu's hands all along.
He had opened it for everyone to see before.
Suddenly, the golden silk dress disappeared without a trace, and crucially, the surveillance video showed no suspicious person entering or leaving this room. If there is one suspicious point, it is that Zhang Xianqiu said Lin Feng had touched the box with his finger. This can also be verified by the surveillance, but Lin Feng's finger was blocked by the brocade box, making it impossible for people to see exactly how his finger came into contact with the box. What can be confirmed is that Lin Feng's finger was separated from the box immediately, and at that moment, his hand was empty.
Moreover, when the police searched him earlier, it was proven that there was indeed no golden silk dress hidden on Lin Feng's person.
So where did the golden silk dress go?
It can't just disappear into thin air, can it?
I suddenly remember that this sailing theater was built on a graveyard.
At that moment, a wealthy local from Blue Island said in a deep voice.
Hiss.
Others couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Those who were timid even shivered, their faces slightly paling. Even some of the police showed hints of fear on their faces. As the saying goes, science ends where theology begins. Some things that cannot be explained by science really can only be attributed to gods and ghosts. Lin Feng secretly laughed. Where did the golden silk dress go?
Of course, it's in the system warehouse.
At the moment his finger touched the brocade box, he used the wall-passing technique. His finger entered the box, and the moment he touched the golden silk dress, he stored it in the system warehouse.
The gods didn't know, and the ghosts didn't notice.
He knew Zhang Xianqiu would suspect him, but everything must be based on evidence. Even if everyone knew he stole the golden silk dress, it would be useless without evidence. The search conducted by the police only proved his innocence.
Zhang, you spent 200 million on this thing. What's the point now that the money is spent and the item is gone? Isn't that frustrating?
If I were you, I would be so upset. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly said as everyone was lost in their thoughts.
Once these words came out, several guests couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Even those who didn't laugh looked like they were struggling to hold it in, their faces turning bright red. Zhang Xianqiu felt an old blood blockage in his throat, and a sense of resentment was rising up in his chest. Lin Feng smirked with a hint of sarcasm. All right, you've searched already, it's getting late, so if there's nothing else, I'm leaving.
Other guests also echoed in agreement. What could the police say?
Everyone present were social elites, forcibly keeping them would cause significant trouble.
With no other option, the lead officer had to let the guests leave and then took Zhang Xianqiu back to take a statement. After exiting the theater, Lin Feng noticed a WeChat message from Su Man. Feeling a stir in his heart, he quickly replied, "Sorry, just saw your message, I'll be back at the hotel in 20 minutes, are you asleep?"
After sending this message, Lin Feng hailed a cab to rush to the hotel.
In less than a minute, Lin Feng received Su Man's reply, "Not yet, wait for me to message you when you come back, can I come find you?" Lin Feng? No, it's already past midnight, what urgent matter does Su Man have to come to his room this late?
After a moment's thought, he replied, "Okay, wait for my message." 20 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the hotel suite and sent a WeChat message to Su Man. The check-in was handled by Sun Jejia, and since they were next door, it took less than 5 minutes for Lin Feng to hear the doorbell. At that moment, Su Man, dressed in a white qipao, stood at the door of Lin Feng's room, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, nervously glancing around. What the national goddess did not notice was that behind her, the peephole on the door had been replaced by a black camera. Click. Lin Feng opened the door and was stunned to see Su Man in full disguise. Is this really necessary? Su Man cast a charming glance at him. "Can't you let me in first?" Oh, please come in." Lin Feng quickly moved aside, swiftly closing the door after Su Man entered. At this moment, in the opposite room, a middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt and with a sharp face shouted excitedly, "Wow, I struck gold." He held a DSLR camera in his hands, and on the camera screen displayed the moment Su Man brushed past Lin Feng. Scrolling back, there were photos of Lin Feng returning to his room and Su Man walking through the corridor. Though Su Man was disguised in the photos, the clarity was too high for anyone familiar with her not to recognize her. More importantly, the woman next to Su Man, Sun Jejia, had no disguise at all. This was yet another solid evidence.
This man is Lin Feng, the boss of Mingmen Entertainment, right? He spent 2.3 billion on Su-man in one day, and I just need to nail him for a billion. Is that too much? Actually, 2 billion shouldn't be a problem either.
Perhaps imagining his future as a billionaire, the middle-aged man's face broke into laughter, forming wrinkles. In the opposite room, Su-man took off her mask and baseball cap, revealing her stunning beauty.
Do you always dress like this when you stay in hotels? Lin Feng teased.
Yeah, paparazzi are everywhere. To avoid trending online, I have to do this. Su-man's words carried a hint of helplessness and sadness. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Su-man, and he soon realized that the white cheapao she wore seemed to be the same outfit from their first meeting. She was also wearing the same white open-toed high heels from that night. It was meaningful that she came to his room in the middle of the night dressed like this.
Huh? What's that in your hand?
Lin Feng finally noticed the bag Su-man was holding and curiously asked.
Su-man's cheeks flushed, nothing.
After saying this, she walked over to the sofa, placing the bag next to her thigh. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and quickly used his special vision.
Then he saw Su-man. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be looking at what was in the bag? Why was he looking at Su-man instead? By the way, the moon is really big tonight.
Although the moonlight is bright and dazzling, the night is truly dark. Then Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the bag. Hiss, Lin Feng froze in place when he saw what was inside the bag.
Goodness, there was actually a set of black Victoria's Secret lingerie inside, along with a pair of white underwear? Su-man brought these things to his room in the middle of the night. What did she want to do? You can come sit here too.
Su-man patted the empty space beside her and smiled. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked over to sit next to Su-man.
Actually,
I washed that golden dress before I returned it to the production team. Su-man suddenly said.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So? Su-man bit her red lips, blushing deeply. Are you interested in the golden dress I wore? Ah, this. Lin Feng's mouth slightly opened, momentarily unsure of what to say. If he said he was interested, wouldn't that make him a creep? If he said he wasn't interested, he couldn't explain why he was competing with Zheng Xianxiu. Just say it, there's no one else here.
The national goddess blushed and whispered. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds.
I have a dream.
Next, please watch my magnificent performance.
Su-man? Wait, talking about the golden dress, how did it turn into a dream? This dream is,
Lin Feng hesitated to finish his sentence.
What?
Su-man blinked her sparkling eyes, looking curious.
It's to see you perform Luo Shenfu up close, wearing the golden dress.
Lin Feng's voice lowered to a whisper.
It felt as if he was extremely shy, which made Su-man laugh. Is this your dream? Yeah, isn't it silly?
Lin Feng shyly lowered his head, not daring to look into Su-man's eyes.
The young boy in his teenage years, this is probably how he behaves in front of the girl he likes, right? My acting skills have always been good.
Su-man's body trembled, her heart racing wildly. She was already 35 years old, living in the vast and fame-filled entertainment circle, making her reluctant and unwilling to stir up rumors. So all along, she kept a certain distance from men and remained cautious around those who tried to win her favor. This also led to the fact that she had never been in a relationship until now.
But her youthful heart was always stirred. What woman hasn't dreamed of a prince on a white horse?
Even the national goddess longs for a sweet romance. And Lin Feng's appearance reminded her of her own youthful days when her youth was at its peak.
Not silly at all.
Su-man's face wore a sweet smile as she comforted Lin Feng like an older sister.
Really?
Lin Feng mustered his courage to meet her gaze. The national goddess nodded emphatically. Really, I like that you have such dreams. As she spoke, a flush appeared on Su-man's face.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a look of nostalgia flashing across his face. Su-man, do you know? When I saw you wearing the golden dress dancing the Luo Shenfu in Tianji, I was thinking, how could there be such a perfect woman in the world?
Su-man's body trembled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion. Later, I secretly vowed to marry a woman as perfect as you in the future. Then have her wear the golden dress and dance the Luo Shenfu for me. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his expression serious.
Su-man couldn't help but laugh out loud, her charming demeanor sparkling with joy. So did you find her?
Lin Feng shook his head with annoyance. Where in the world is there a woman as perfect as you?
Isn't Lu Sisi?
Su-man tilted her head playfully. Lin Feng blinked in surprise.
What the heck, does everyone in the world know that I'm pursuing Lu Sisi? So I saved Lu Sisi's reputation but ended up digging my own grave?
Okay, I don't mind, you can continue, Su-man said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Feng looked confused.
What do you mean you don't mind? Is it that you don't have feelings for me or that you don't mind me playing both sides? He definitely couldn't ask this question out loud, he could only continue to improvise. Never mind, let's start over.
I didn't expect that fate brought me to know you, and tonight, seeing the golden dress being auctioned, I just got a little carried away and.
Su-man gasped, suddenly realizing, so you wanted to bid for the golden dress, to have me wear it and dance the Luo Shenfu for you? Lin Feng nodded, his face turning red. So, you are not interested in the underwear I wore? Su-man asked awkwardly.
Lin Feng blinked, staring at her in confusion.
Su-man's face flushed, secretly hiding the packaging behind her. Oh well, she thought Lin Feng was, this is embarrassing.
I didn't expect Zheng Xianqiu to be so ruthless, directly raising the price to 200 million. I could tell he was deliberately provoking me to bid high, so I just gave up. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked a bit frustrated, a mix of anger and disappointment crossing his features.
Su-man felt a twinge in her heart and quickly comforted him. It's okay, if you really want to see it, I can find someone to recreate a golden dress for you, and then.
As she said this, the national goddess gently bit her red lips, lowering her head shyly.
Ah, you mean you are willing to help me realize my dream?
Lin Feng asked, his breath quickening.
Su-man shyly nodded.
Lin Feng suddenly stood up. You, wait for me for a moment. After speaking, he hurriedly ran into the bedroom.
Su-man? Just as the national goddess looked completely bewildered.
Lin Feng quickly ran back, and in his hands he surprisingly held a set of golden silk jade clothing.
Ah, what is it?
Su-man also stood up in shock, her face showing disbelief. A 1-to-1 replica of the golden silk jade clothing.
Lin Feng smiled, showing his teeth. Preparing ahead for dreams is one of my principles. Su-man. Not that, this statement sounds quite reasonable, but why does she feel something is off? Can you put it on now and help me realize my dream?
Lin Feng walked in front of Su-man, nervously asking. Su-man gently bit her red lip, struggling for 2 or 3 seconds, and finally mustered the courage to pick up the golden silk jade clothing and walked into the bedroom. A few minutes later, dressed in the golden silk jade clothing, Su-man walked out of the bedroom in high heels. The sheer veil covered her body, her snow-white skin occasionally visible.
Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The national goddess walked up to Lin Feng, her face slightly flushed, and after spinning around, she asked, "Is this what you wanted?"
Lin Feng nodded, breathing heavily. "Yes, just like this, Su-man, you were so good to me." Su-man shyly lowered her head and said softly, "As long as you like it." After saying that, she was about to kick off her high heels. "No, keep them on, it feels better to dance like this." Lin Feng hurriedly stopped her. Su-man looked at him in surprise, then nodded, slowly starting to dance in front of Lin Feng. Her dance was graceful, the national goddess like a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens. The fragrant scent surrounded him. Lin Feng felt like he was in a heavenly palace. Just as the song was about to come to an end, Su-man suddenly twisted her foot and leaned back. "Ah!" the national goddess exclaimed, and the next moment found herself firmly embraced by strong arms. "Su-man, you're so beautiful." Looking at the beauty in his arms, Lin Feng said emotionally.
Su-man's face flushed, slowly closing her eyes.
Her eyelashes trembled softly. Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart and leaned down to kiss her red lips. Soon, a dark cloud covered the moon, as if holding the moon in the palm of his hand.
Another dark cloud invaded the night, the treetops dripping with dew.
"At this moment," Su-man said, "carry me to the bedroom." Lin Feng felt a surge of fire rising from his lower abdomen, and after picking up Su-man in his arms, he strode into the bedroom.
Chapter 145, Can you wear a qipao?
In the hotel, in the executive suite, inside the bedroom. By the big bed, clothes were scattered all over the floor. The golden silk jade clothing that Zhang Xianqiu had bought for 200 million lay quietly on the floor. Beside it was a thin layer of sheer cloth. Lin Feng stared at the bright plum blossom blooming on the bedsheet and fell silent.
After an unknown amount of time, Su-man rose and lay on Lin Feng's back, weakly saying, "What are you thinking?"
Lin Feng turned back and kissed her red lips, smiling. "I was thinking about how lucky I am to be with the goddess of countless men's dreams."
Su-man's face flushed. "Your words are so sweet." Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. "Is it because I ate imported candy?" "Imported candy?" Su-man was taken aback at first, and when she reacted, she immediately blushed, saying, "You are so silly."
Lin Feng smiled and wrapped his arms around her slim waist, asking, "Why me?" Su-man was puzzled. Lin Feng pointed at the plum blossom not far away. "You've kept the most precious thing for so many years, why give it to me?" Su-man blushed, looking down and saying, "Because
I like you."
Lin Feng did not expect the national goddess's answer to be so direct. For a moment he didn't know how to respond.
After a while, he smiled and said, "Then why do you like me? Should I speak honestly?"
Su-man tilted her head and asked.
"Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Since they were already this close, was there any point in lying? "Because you allow me soul resonance,"
Su-man said shyly.
"Lin Feng?"
I suspect the national goddess is being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Suman also knew this statement had multiple meanings, hurriedly explaining, I mean, the songs you write give me a feeling of soul resonance, and also, you treat me well. That song youth only made her eyes light up. Lin Feng was considered quite talented. But later, the 10 songs Lin Feng wrote each left her with a sense of shock and unreality. She couldn't imagine what kind of talent it took to create 10 such amazing songs. On top of that, Lin Feng had fallen out with Zheng Xianqiu for her sake, clashing hard with the Luo family, and gifted her a necklace worth $300 million. He even broke out 300 million Longhua coins at the Mengsha charity night, lifting her up to the throne of the Mengsha charity queen. Every single one of these events struck her heart, making her fondness for Lin Feng skyrocket. But with no experience in love, she had no idea how to confess her feelings to Lin Feng. It was the impulse in her heart that drove her to Lin Feng's room. And Lin Feng's embrace was the last straw that broke the camel's back, plunging her completely into his tenderness. So that's it. Lin Feng lifted her chin and said tenderly, I will always be good to you until I die. Suman's body shuddered, and she took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng. Not knowing how long it had passed, Lin Feng said, Can you wear a qipao? Ha? Suman was a bit confused. She couldn't understand why they were like this, yet he still wanted her to put on clothes. Wear a qipao, then put on high heels, and there is a mirror in front of the sink. Lin Feng whispered in her ear. The national goddess blinked, and then? Lin Feng chuckled, then you stand there and look at the mirror. Suman thought for 2 or 3 seconds before she realized what Lin Feng wanted to do, and then she raised her petite fist and playfully punched Lin Feng's chest. You were so bad. Ah, but Lin Feng blinked innocently and said, I just want to admire your stunning beauty, what's bad about that? Fine, you know how to talk. Suman playfully rolled her eyes at him, and then in front of Lin Feng, she slowly put on the qipao and high heels. Then they held hands and walked into the restroom. Outside the window, a thunderclap suddenly sounded, and a storm came again. At 5 a.m., Suman reluctantly said, Lin Feng, I should go back, or Jia Jia will find out. Lin Feng's lips twitched, you can hide it for a moment, but not forever, so why not just tell her directly? No way. Suman's face turned red as she whispered, I would be shy, let's wait for an opportunity. She had sneaked into the room in the middle of the night, and if Sun Jiajia found out, she wouldn't know how to tease her. Okay then. Lin Feng sighed and had to walk her out the door. What neither of them knew was that in the opposite room, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt had captured the scene with a DSLR camera. It's solid evidence now, this is definitely solid evidence, I'm going to get rich. The middle-aged man trembled with excitement as he looked at the photos in the camera. When Suman walked out earlier, her posture was clearly off. He knew exactly what that implied. What a national goddess, what a multimedia superstar, yet behind the scenes doesn't she just rely on her beauty to please men? As the middle-aged man cursed, a trace of jealousy flickered in his eyes. How could any man not have thoughts about such a beautiful woman like Suman? The middle-aged man watched Suman deliver herself to Lin Feng and felt frantic. After a while, he uploaded the photos to a cloud drive, straightened his clothes, and went to knock on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng thought it was Suman returning, quickly opened the door, and was stunned to see the middle-aged man. Who are you? Who I am isn't important, what's important is you are Lin Feng, right? The middle-aged man smiled arrogantly and said. Lin Feng? Goodness, how is this guy still so full of youthful energy in middle age? Don't be surprised, it's normal that I know who you are, that's just my ability. The middle-aged man smirked, so, not going to invite me in for a seat? Do you have a cat biscuit? Lin Feng cursed and slammed the door shut. Middle-aged man? What the heck? Everyone has something on him now, yet Lin Feng still dares to be so arrogant? After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man pressed the doorbell again. When Lin Feng impatiently opened the door, the middle-aged man said, I have something here, you should be interested. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what thing? As he spoke, he used his mind-reading ability on the middle-aged man. Had ha. The middle-aged man smirked proudly, showing Lin Feng a photo he had taken with a DSLR camera. Lin Feng's expression slightly changed, are you a paparazzo? The middle-aged man's face darkened, snorting coldly, you'd better show some respect, I'm a detective, do you understand? Now, can you invite me in to sit? Chapter 146, Greed devours more than it can swallow. Lin Feng's face changed several times, then he grinned and said, alright, come in. After saying that, he stepped aside to make way. The middle-aged man grinned smugly, walked in with his chest puffed out and his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the room, he sniffed, is this the scent of the diva Suman? It's really intoxicating. At these words, a cold gleam shot out of Lin Feng's eyes, and killing intent surged in his heart. How is it, the national goddess scent, isn't it nice? The middle-aged man sat down in front of the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked. Lin Feng's expression darkened, speak quickly if you have something to say, or get out if you're just babbling.
Oh, you're getting angry.
The middle-aged man laughed fearlessly, shaking his head. Alright, I won't say these things for now, considering we're talking business. Then he patted the sofa cushion inside. You rich people always stay in an executive suite even when you're at a hotel. You made me get one too, costing $8,800 for one night.
Shouldn't you reimburse me for this? Why should I reimburse you?
Lin Feng sat down opposite, speaking coldly.
The
middle-aged man's face darkened, sneering. Well, I'm not your employee, so you don't need to reimburse my lodging fees, but...
At this point, he picked up his DSLR camera and fiddled with it. These photos should be worth a lot to you, right? Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. You want to blackmail me? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Look at you, what are you saying? How could I dare to blackmail you?
You're the big boss, I'm just a social scum, with no parents, no wife, no kids, just a worthless life.
Lin Feng's pupils contracted. So this is a threat.
A lonely person has no attachments, no fear, and is willing to risk everything to bring down an emperor. That's what the middle-aged man was truly implying.
The middle-aged man shrugged. Whether this is a threat or not, you don't get to decide, it's up to the judge.
Lin Feng suddenly smiled. You're quite the expert. The middle-aged man waved his hand, laughing. Not really an expert, just dealt with a few celebrities like this, nothing to brag about, nothing to brag about.
At this point, he beckoned to Lin Feng. Got a cigarette? Let me try one.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, took out a pack of 95 Supreme from his coat pocket, and tossed it over. The middle-aged man took the cigarette, played with it for a while. Damn, being rich is good, this pack of cigarettes is worth my whole month's worth of cigarette money, damn. He then viciously tore open the package, took one out, lit it, and took a deep drag, a satisfied look appearing on his face.
Good cigarettes really taste good, damn good. The middle-aged man blew out a large puff of smoke and cursed.
Lin Feng frowned slightly. Are you done?
Hurry up and get to the point.
As he spoke, Lin Feng used his internal energy, and his voice crashed like thunder directly into the middle-aged man's eardrum, making his head buzz.
After a long while, the middle-aged man finally snapped out of his stunned state, looking at Lin Feng with fear and saying, Oh, didn't expect Mr. Lin to look like a delicate young man, but you've got some strength, no wonder you could tame Sue. Swish. Lin Feng got up and in one swift motion, he was in front of the middle-aged man, raising his hand to grab his neck. Are you going to talk business or not? If not, I'll throw you out. The middle-aged man didn't expect Lin Feng to be this fast, and...
By the time he realized it, Lin Feng had already grabbed his neck. In shock, he used both hands to pry it, but Lin Feng's grip was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Just when he was almost out of breath, he finally shouted, Okay, I'll talk, just let go of your hand. Lin Feng snorted coldly and then released his grip. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man coughed a few times and finally caught his breath, then gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. No wonder you are a rich man, your methods are ruthless. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, ready to throw him out. Stop. Do you want the negatives of those photos? The middle-aged man no longer dared to act tough and quickly got to the point. Only then did Lin Feng sit back on the sofa, cross his legs, and said, Name your price. It's fine for me to name a price, but I must first declare that these are artworks, and the price I set is entirely in line with their value, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Lin Feng curled his lips in mockery and said, Are you afraid I'll record this and then sue you for extortion? Of course you have to be cautious when doing business, the middle-aged man admitted, looking serious. The composition of these photos is absolutely brilliant, their value is not less than Su Man's title as the Queen of Charity. Lin Feng was first taken aback, then his expression turned strange. You mean, you want to sell these photos for 300 million? Just a few gossip photos, and this guy dares to ask for 300 million, has he gone crazy for money? Art is priceless, the middle-aged man shrugged and reminded, Alright, I've already uploaded these photos to the cloud, so even if you smash the camera now, it would be futile. Also, I've set a time post that will publish it at 8 a.m., so you don't have much time left. Before coming here, he had calculated all possible situations he might encounter. This is what it means to be prepared for battle. Lin Feng let out a breath and chuckled, just a few photos, I don't think releasing them will have any impact. Perhaps this won't affect you, but what about Su Man? The middle-aged man blew out a puff of smoke and mocked, Su Man has always built her image as a pure and innocent girl. If the public sees her entering your room late at night and not leaving until after 5 a.m., her image will collapse. Her fans will drop massively, and her commercial value will greatly decrease. How will you profit from her then? One Su Man's worth cannot be measured by 300 million long country coins, can it? Lin Feng nodded, you make a good point. Besides 300 million long country coins, do you have any other conditions? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart leaped with joy. Oh my, Lin Feng really is not short of money, he doesn't even negotiate. Cough, I definitely have other conditions. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, suppressing his excitement, and laughed, I am a fan of Su Man, so I want a chance to be alone with her, you know what I mean. After saying that, he winked at Lin Feng, his expression extremely lewd. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. You really are greedy.
A man lives for money and women, what's wrong with that?
The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Lin Feng nodded, exhaling a breath of stale air. I need to think about it. You can go back now.
The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and laughed. Want to think? That's fine, but you only have 2 hours to consider.
Of course, you could try calling the police. After all, I have nothing to lose, but I'm just afraid Su Man can't handle such a blow. After saying that, the middle-aged man laughed 3 times and got up to leave. At the moment the door closed, a chilling gleam burst from Lin Feng's eyes. Just a worthless life, huh?
Then you might as well go die.
With that, he took out shoe covers and white gloves from the system warehouse.
Chapter 147, A Terrifying Man. Masks, baseball caps, shoe covers, white gloves.
After fully disguising himself, Lin Feng used invisibility, walked through the wall out of the room, and then used wall walking to enter the room next door.
Consider? Consider my ass.
If it were me, I'd agree on the spot the moment I heard such generous terms. But that Lin Feng really is filthy rich. He didn't even try to bargain when he heard 300 million.
If I'd known, I should have asked for more back then.
After returning to the room, the middle-aged man in the floral shirt sat down on the couch and started complaining loudly.
How much more?
A voice suddenly came from behind the middle-aged man, making him quickly turn around in fright. Seeing Lin Feng fully disguised, the middle-aged man jumped up. How did you get in? Lin Feng shrugged. The door wasn't locked.
Impossible. I locked it after I came in, the middle-aged man shouted in fear.
He remembered clearly, he had locked the door after entering, even put on the chain lock. Lin Feng smiled playfully. So what, I walked through walls.
Middle-aged man? Compared to walking through walls, maybe it was more likely he actually forgot to lock the door? Or did Lin Feng pick the lock to get in?
No, if Lin Feng had picked the lock, he should have heard something.
Did he really forget to lock the door?
At that moment, his memory started getting fuzzy.
Pretty professional, huh? Even took out the peephole and replaced it with a camera.
Lin Feng sat down across from the man, smiling.
The middle-aged man exhaled heavily, sat back on the couch, crossed his legs, and said, Gotta be professional if you want to make a living in this line of work, right? So, you came here now, does that mean you've made up your mind? Even if Lin Feng picked the lock, so what? Was he gonna kill him?
He had a worthless life.
Lin Feng was a billionaire. Would a billionaire trade his life for his? So now, he wasn't scared at all.
Lin Feng curled his lips. Actually, if your asking price had been a bit lower, maybe I would have agreed. After all, this was my mistake, I could take it as paying for a lesson.
The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Lower price, how much lower?
Below $1 million, Lin Feng smiled.
Put. The middle-aged man laughed. $1 million? Who are you looking down on? Is $1 million too little for you?
Lin Feng asked with interest.
Of course it's too little. Can't even buy a plane or a yacht.
Even if I went to a club to find a young model, that'd only last a few rounds.
What am I supposed to do with $1 million?
The middle-aged man scoffed. Lin Feng twitched his lips, thinking to himself, this guy kind of has a point.
Then can I ask, how much do you have in savings right now? The middle-aged man curled his lips. What savings? I spend whatever I get.
I still owe over 10 grand on my credit card.
Lin Feng? Damn, a guy with not a single cent to his name, telling him $1 million isn't enough? Absolutely ridiculous. Enough, stop with the nonsense. Let me ask you one thing, 300 million, are you giving it or not? If not, get lost.
I'll make you and Su Man famous, that's it. The middle-aged man said impatiently.
Which cloud storage do you use? Lin Feng asked, ignoring the question. The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then got cautious. Why do you want to know? Oh, Xiandu Cloud. Lin Feng nodded. Under the power of mind reading, the middle-aged man's thoughts were laid bare. As soon as those words came out, the man's face changed dramatically. How do you trick me? Let's say I did. Lin Feng smiled, then asked, what's your cloud account and password? You think I'd tell you? The middle-aged man burst out laughing. What, you think I'm some dumbass? Account and password, that kind of thing, how could anyone just tell someone else? Especially to his business partner? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. Too bad, just now you recalled the account and password in your head. So, hello, dumbass. Middle-aged man? Did you just fucking call me a dumbass? If he hadn't already seen Lin Feng's scary strength and knew he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to punch him right now. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Oh right, do you have a solo photo of me? What do you mean? The middle-aged man was confused. Just want to play a game with you, Lin Feng smiled playfully. You can try posting my solo photo on Weibo. If you send it successfully, I'll give you 300 million. The middle-aged man felt a stir in his heart. What if I don't send it successfully? Lin Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile. You guess? I guess I'm thin, okay, you said it. As long as I successfully send your solo photo, you'll give me 300 million, plus a chance to be alone with Su Man. After speaking, the middle-aged man took out his phone, opened Weibo, edited a title, and sent out Lin Feng's solo photo that was on his phone. Then a look of triumph appeared on his face. See, your photo has been sent. Damn, blocked? As soon as the Weibo was sent out, the system prompted sensitive information, and it was directly blocked. The middle-aged man could hardly believe his eyes. Not believing in evil, the middle-aged man modified the title and tried to send it a few more times, but the result was still sensitive information, directly blocked. In the end, he simply sent Lin Feng's photo without a title. Who knew it would still be blocked? What is your relationship with Director Jia? The middle-aged man asked in horror. With this blocking speed, saying Lin Feng was the director's boss would make people believe it. Lin Feng shrugged. I forgot to tell you, my personal information is SSS level secret. Without my permission, Weibo wouldn't dare to let my photo appear on the platform. Yang Shui and Li Ming being taken away for questioning was something Ding Shen told him, and since then, he knew his personal information had been registered with SSS level encryption on major online platforms. The middle-aged man? What the hell is SSS level secret? Sounds really impressive. Just as he was bewildered, Lin Feng suddenly flashed in front of him and snatched his phone away. What are you going to do? The middle-aged man was terrified and reached out to grab it, but was pointed at by Lin Feng and instantly felt his whole body stiffen, unable to move. Acupuncture point? The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. Lin Feng shrugged. I just sealed your blood circulation with true energy. The Tai divine needle made him fully understand acupuncture points in the human body. With true energy as a needle, he could seal the main acupuncture points in the human body, achieving the effect of the acupuncture technique seen in martial arts films. This move is only effective against masters below the grandmaster level. Those above can break through the acupuncture points with their own true energy. Lin. Boss Lin, I was wrong, I shouldn't have threatened you. As long as you let me go, I'll delete all the photos of you and Su Man, okay? The middle-aged man was scared, really scared. First, Lin Feng's solo photo couldn't be sent out, then he was unable to move due to Lin Feng's acupuncture point technique. These events were far beyond his imagination, making him feel like he was not on the same dimension as Lin Feng. Moreover, he could see that Lin Feng was doing all this to make him slowly recognize reality, and then feel a sense of despair. This man is terrifying. Chapter 148, Now I'm driving a Rolls-Royce. If an apology were useful, why would we need police officers? Moreover, do you think deleting photos is something you need to do? Lin Feng sneered, deleting the scheduled Weibo post in front of the middle-aged man, then entered the phone's photo album and deleted all photos. Now smartphones are equipped with fingerprint and facial recognition, not to mention the middle-aged man had just taken his phone to send a Weibo post, and the phone hadn't even gone to sleep yet. Then, Lin Feng took out the DSLR and directly removed the storage card. Seeing this, the middle-aged man trembled in his heart, and bitterly said, Boss Lin, you've deleted the photos, you can at least unlock my acupuncture point, right? Lin Feng curled his lips with a mocking smile. Did you forget about the cloud storage? Right, there's also the cloud storage, but I have a habit of deleting the password every time I log out of the cloud. As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Are you threatening me again? No. Boss Lin, I'm not threatening you, I just want you to help me unlock the acupuncture point. Then I will personally operate to delete it, the middle-aged man said with a forced smile. Now, the photo he had uploaded to the cloud drive was his lifeline. In this regard, developing the habit of not saving passwords was indeed a brilliant move. Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. Are you going to talk about other conditions after I unlock your acupuncture points? Ah. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, forced a bitter smile, and said, Boss Lin is indeed a smart person, I can't hide anything from you. That's right, I have other requests, but this request is very simple. After Boss Lin leaves, I will delete the photos from the cloud drive. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What if I don't agree? The middle-aged man sighed. Well, Boss Lin, I know you won't dare to kill me, so why make things so embarrassing? After the initial fear, the middle-aged man figured things out. Lin Feng was a billionaire, and he was just a worthless life. Even if Lin Feng knew a little about acupuncture, so what? He couldn't possibly kill him, right? Since Lin Feng didn't dare to kill him, what was there to fear? Besides, I have a partner. If I don't send him a message before 8 a.m., he will log into the cloud drive and publish the photos online. So, Boss Lin, do you think you could release me first? As he said this, the middle-aged man returned to his calm demeanor. This is called staying calm when facing a big situation. Lin Feng sighed. Actually, I have given you 2 chances. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. What do you mean?
Lin Feng raised a finger. The first chance, when you demanded 300 million, I just wanted to send you to jail. But you insisted on adding a condition to be alone with Su Man. At that moment, I wanted to kill you. The second chance, just now, if you had really recognized your mistake and knelt down to beg for mercy, I might have softened my heart. But not only did you not beg for mercy, you threatened me with a non-existent partner, which only strengthened my resolve to kill you. With mind-reading skills in hand, Lin Feng knew whether the middle-aged man had a partner or not. However, the middle-aged man was indeed a talent. In this situation, he could come up with such a threat. What a pity he didn't do proper work. Kill me? The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then looked up and laughed out loud. You're a billionaire, and you have a beautiful woman like Su Man by your side. You would kill me? This is a lethal pill. After taking it, you will die within 5 seconds, and the autopsy will only conclude that you died of a heart attack. Lin Feng took out the lethal pill, smiling coldly. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Also, Lin Feng took out his phone, entered the account password in front of the middle-aged man, and logged into the cloud drive. Damn it, how do you know my cloud drive account password? The middle-aged man widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Feng pointed to his temple, because I can read your thoughts, you big fool. With that, he deleted all the photos from the cloud drive. The middle-aged man completely lost control. He could use acupuncture, but now he could read minds too? So, from the very beginning, his plan had fallen into Lin Feng's hands? Was Lin Feng a man or a ghost? Boss Lin, I'm wrong. I really am wrong. Please forgive me this time. I have an 80-year-old mother and a son who is crying for food. In a breakdown, the middle-aged man begged for mercy once again. Go to hell and repent. Lin Feng didn't wait for him to finish speaking, but reached out, grabbed his chin, and put the lethal pill into the middle-aged man's mouth. No! As the pill entered, the middle-aged man felt his strength being rapidly drained away. At this moment, fear and regret overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. When the middle-aged man died, Lin Feng placed him on the sofa, took the DSLR and the phone, and put them into the system's storage. Then, using his X-ray vision, he checked the room to confirm there were no recording or video devices. Only then did he use invisibility to disappear. He returned to his own suite through the wall. Early the next morning, a piece of news exploded online. Bad news. TSMC CEO Mr. Li Changming died of illness at his home on Seaway Island this morning. Seeing this news, Lin Feng almost thought he was hallucinating. Damn, didn't Li Changming die 2 days ago? But soon he understood the reason behind it. Li Changming's cause of death must be attributed to a heart attack, and at that time he was with a young model from the club, having swallowed a blue pill. These factors combined made for a perfect scandal. To cover up the truth, the Wei family must have brought Li Changming's body back to Seaway Island first before announcing his death. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Feng picked up and found it was a call from Song Xueqing, and he quickly answered. As he expected, Song Xueqing called him because she heard about Li Changming's death. The two exchanged sweet words for a while before reluctantly ending the call. Then Lin Feng sent a WeChat message to Su Man, but he received no reply for a long time. This little lazy pig, isn't she still in bed? Lin Feng chuckled to himself. Last night, the national goddess was exhausted until nearly 5 a.m. It was her first experience with such a thing, and she should still be catching up on sleep. Unlike Lin Feng, as a master-level expert, even after fighting all night, he was still full of energy. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lin Feng thought it was Su Man replying, so he quickly opened it, only to find someone in the high school group mentioning him. Ifei hung at everyone, I'm getting married tomorrow, all of you come to Bai Shui to join us. Class monitor Lu Changpeng, old Yu's wedding, I must attend. I've already prepared the wedding car team. Kong Yon, class monitor, what kind of car team are you arranging? Class monitor Lu Changpeng, a BMW 7 Series, all from our car friend group. When the time comes, a row of white BMW 7s, just ask if that's impressive. Kong Yon, class monitor V5. Ifei Han, thank you, class monitor, for helping with the car team, we'll drink until we drop. Class monitor Lu Changpeng, of course by the way, can our class flower come? Sun Ru at Ifei Han, if you want me to go, then I will shy slash. Class monitor Lu Changpeng, drooling slash I definitely want you to come. By the way, at Lin Feng, you should also come back in your used C4 to help with filming and such. Lin Feng, I sold that used C4 long ago, I'm driving a Rolls-Royce now. Class monitor Lu Changpeng? Chapter 149 Familiar Scent of Perfume. The classmates in the group were all dumbfounded. Good gracious, he sold his used Citroën C4 long ago and is now driving a Rolls-Royce? We are all high school classmates, who doesn't know each other? Last month Lin Feng was still showing off his used C4 on social media, and now he's driving a Rolls-Royce? This must be what they call bragging without needing taxes. Class monitor Lu Chengpeng, I feel like I see a group of cows flying in the sky.
Kong Yong, could it be Lin Feng blowing beneath? Class monitor Lu Chengpeng, correct answer, little smarty. Sun Ru at Lin Feng, you were never like this before.
Class monitor Lu Chengpeng, class flower, you don't understand this, people always change, but my feelings for you have never changed.
Sun Ru, shy slash. Kong Yong, together. 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 Other classmates who were brought back to life also started spamming together.
Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He indeed was not like this before, but Sun Ru was not like this before either. In high school, Sun Ru was very pure, like the girl next door. After entering university, they initially kept in touch, but gradually lost contact. Later, Lin Feng heard that Sun Ru was dating a rich second-generation boyfriend. Her clothing and style became much more open, and she often showed off on social media. As for Lu Chengpeng, he was the rich second generation in class, his dad handled projects, and he had once pursued Sun Ru madly in high school. Because Sun Ru was close to Lin Feng, he secretly envied Lin Feng and had conflicts with him a few times.
It seems like Sun Ru hasn't posted gifts from her boyfriend in a long time, right? Did they break up?
Looks like the spare tire Lu Chengpeng has a chance to turn official.
Sun Ru, enough already, stop joking with me. Class monitor Lu Chengpeng, at Sun Ru, these guys are too bad, let's chat privately later. Sun Ru, okay. Class monitor Lu Chengpeng at Lin Feng, since you say you have a Rolls Royce, then come over tomorrow and let us see. If you can't come, don't blame us for looking down on you. Ifei class monitor, Lin Feng is joking, let's just drop this. At Lin Feng, you did say you would come, don't ditch me. Lin Feng at Ifei don't worry, I will definitely be there on time. At class monitor Lu Chengpeng, just don't be surprised if your jaw drops. Class monitor Lu Chengpeng, hey, how come you've become so impressive after not seeing you for years? Alright, I'm waiting to be amazed. Next door. Sister Sue, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?
At 10:30 a.m., Suman finally woke up from her sleep, and Sun Jia felt that something was off with her and asked with concern.
No. I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well last night.
Suman's face flushed as she softly rejected.
Sun Jia raised an eyebrow, you didn't sleep that late last night. It's almost that time of the month.
Suman whispered. Sun Jia understood immediately, every woman has those few days each month. At noon, Suman, Lin Feng, and Sun Jia had lunch in the rooftop restaurant. When they returned to the suite door, Suman said, Jia, I need to discuss some music issues with the boss, you can head back first.
Oh, okay. Sun Jia didn't suspect anything and quickly left.
Lin Feng gave Suman a thumbs up, then opened the door under her playful gaze. At 10 p.m., a flight landed at Baishui Airport.
By the time Lin Feng walked out of the airport and got a taxi home, it was already 11 p.m. To surprise his parents, Lin Feng didn't tell them he was coming back. When he quietly entered the living room, he noticed the bathroom light was still on. Lin Feng instinctively thought his parents were awake, so he quickly went into the guest room, closed the door, and sighed in relief. Wait a minute, why does it feel like I'm sneaking into my own home?
Lin Feng chuckled at himself, then glanced at the bed, his expression suddenly changed. Why is the bedside lamp on, and what's this blanket doing here? In confusion, Lin Feng walked to the bedside and examined closely, realizing the blanket was made of good material and the room was filled with a scent of perfume.
This scent seems familiar, where have I smelled it before?
Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open from outside, and Yu Shishir walked in yawning, dressed in a bare onesie. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stop.
Chapter 150, The Unsendable Group Photo.
Wow, no wonder he found the perfume scent in the room familiar, it turns out to be from Yu Shishir.
So the person in the bathroom earlier was Yu Shishir? Now the question is, why is Yu Shishir spending the night in his bedroom?
Lin Feng's mind was filled with little question marks. After Yu Shishir came back to her senses, she almost gasped out loud.
Lin Feng quickly darted over and covered her mouth. Keep your voice down.
At this late hour, if Yu Shishir screamed, others might think he did something terrible to her.
And if he woke up his parents, wouldn't they give him an earful? Yu Shishir quickly nodded, signaling she wouldn't make a sound.
Lin Feng sighed in relief and let her go. Lin Feng, you sure know how to make things interesting, sneaking into my room at this hour. Yu Shishir looked Lin Feng up and down, her eyes playful.
Lin Feng twitched his mouth. Is this not my room? It used to be your room, now it's my room.
Yu Shishir giggled, nudging Lin Feng with her shoulder, and playfully asked, Hey, I ask you, do you have feelings for me?
Lin Feng opened his mouth.
Yo, are you shy now? Yu Shishir gave him a charming glare. I knew it, I am naturally beautiful, any man would have thoughts about me. After saying that, she walked to the bedside table, picked up her phone, and returned to Lin Feng's side.
Come on, let's take a picture together.
While speaking, Yu Shishir stretched out her hand to wrap around Lin Feng's neck.
Lin Feng? Click.
The scene froze, and in the photo, Yu Shishir's small head rested on Lin Feng's shoulder, her smile like a blooming flower, while Lin Feng wore a confused expression, creating a strong contrast.
Hee, let me send this to my social media.
Yu Shishir edited a line. After many days of waiting, I finally got a result. Just when I was about to turn into a stone waiting for my lover, the man I like came home.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. You can't be serious, right? What the hell is a stone waiting for a husband, and how did the man I like come home? We haven't even gotten started properly, and you dare to post this on social media? Of course I'm serious.
As she spoke, Yu Shishir was about to press the send button.
Huh, you're not going to stop me?
Yu Shishir glanced at Lin Feng, a bit surprised.
She deliberately edited that message in front of Lin Feng to test his reaction.
Lin Feng shrugged. Whatever, as long as you're happy.
See, I told you, you're interested in me.
Yu Shishir smiled proudly and pressed the send button.
Then. What? There's sensitive information, sending failed?
Yu Shishir looked at the red exclamation mark, confused. Lin Feng secretly chuckled. He was a person of SS's classified secrecy level.
Want to post a selfie with him on social media? Better ask if Xiaoma agrees first.
Yu Shishir refused to heed the warning and tried a few more times, but still failed.
Frustrated, she threw her phone onto the bed. Damn, what a broken detection system on WeChat. How is this sensitive?
Then Yu Shishir's beautiful eyes turned, and she snapped her fingers. Oh right, I can send it to Zhao Qingya. After saying that, she picked up her phone again and opened the chat with Zhao Qingya right in front of Lin Feng. Hello, are you sleeping?
Let me show you something good. Zhao Qingya?
Yu Shishir, hee, tada. Yu Shishir, picture.
Exclamation point.
WeChat Security Center, the image you just sent contains prohibited information, please check and resend.
Yu Shishir? I can't believe it. Miss Yu was infuriated at that moment. It's just a selfie with Lin Feng. Why is it sensitive? Zhao Qingya, going crazy again.
Yu Shishir.
Who's going crazy? Lin Feng is back, and I am in the bedroom with him. Zhao Qingya, so what you want to send is a photo of you and Lin Feng in the bedroom?
Yu Shishir, yes, exactly.
Zhao Qingya, then send it.
Yu Shishir, picture.
Exclamation point.
WeChat Security Center, the image you just sent contains prohibited information, please check and resend. Yu Shishir.
Lin Feng, what is going on? Why can't this photo be sent?
Yu Shishir looked at Lin Feng with red eyes, feeling wronged and almost crying.
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Because I'm too handsome? Chapter 151, it must be your pajamas that are the problem.
Yu Shishir had 3 black lines on her forehead and silently clenched her fists.
Ahem, it's probably your pajamas that are the problem.
Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Yu Shishir looked down at her pajamas. No way, that kind of picture can be sent privately, so it definitely isn't a problem with my pajamas.
Lin Feng?
Blind girl, you've discovered the essence.
My grandpa told me that some people's information is protected by the country and won't appear online. Yu Shishir's eyes brightened as she looked at Lin Feng and said, You are that kind of person, right?
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised.
Is that really true? No wonder he is the man I have my eye on.
Yu Shishir excitedly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's arm and shook it.
Ahem, Shishir, can you tell me why you are in the bedroom?
Once Yu Shishir's excitement died down, Lin Feng asked.
Oh, after Qingya left, my uncle and aunt felt sorry for me staying alone in a hotel, so they invited me to stay at home. Tonight is my first time spending the night in your bedroom. How unexpected that you came back. Is this fate?
Yu Shishir's eyes sparkled with little stars. Zhao Qingya had to leave Baishu yesterday due to sudden business, and Lin Feng knew about this too.
I see, Lin Feng nodded, then I'll sleep on the sofa. You should go to bed early. The next morning at 6:30.
At the entrance of Yifei Han's home, 2 young people stood at the door, smoking and chatting.
Kong Yong, I heard you've been doing pretty well these past 2 years. Lu Koan exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling. Kong Yong waved his hand. Hey, I just opened an online store.
After a whole year of hard work, I only made over 100,000.
You're the lucky one, holding a stable job without life pressure. Lu Koan smiled modestly. Working at the tax bureau is tough too. There's a lot to do, nothing like before. Kong Yong couldn't help but laugh and scold. Lu Koan, you're being humble. Who doesn't know your department makes good money? Come on, that's old news.
Speaking of which, our class monitor has been living the good life, not even going to work, driving a BMW to clubs every day.
As soon as Lu Koan finished speaking, a white BMW 740 Li drove over from afar.
Kong Yong's expression changed slightly. Hey, speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Whoa, is the woman in the passenger seat the class beauty? Lu Kuan opened his mouth wide, exclaiming in surprise.
Soon, the BMW 740 Li parked steadily, and class monitor Lu Changpeng walked out of the car with Sun Ru, hand in hand.
What are you two staring at? Why are your eyes so wide? Lu Changpeng waved his hand, jokingly scolding. Class monitor, are you with the class beauty now?
Kong Yong exhaled a puff of smoke, asking with a complicated expression.
Why not?
Lu Changpeng hugged Sun Ru into his arms, holding up 3 fingers. We were together last night, hee hee. Sun Ru buried her head shyly in Lu Changpeng's embrace.
Awesome. No wonder you're the class monitor. Kong Yong and Lu Kuan both gave thumbs up.
They were still teasing in the group yesterday morning, and now those two managed to get together last night.
Meihua San Nong. Indeed, the goddess of the poor, the spirit of the rich. Is that scoundrel Lin Feng still not here?
Lu Changpeng scanned around disdainfully.
Sun Yong mocked with a smile. He probably couldn't borrow a Rolls Royce, so he didn't dare to come. Hey, we are all classmates, why brag in the group chat? Now you're embarrassed, right? Lu Kuan shook his head and teased.
Thank goodness the class beauty didn't end up with Lin Feng back then, Kong Yong sighed. Sun Ru laughed dismissively. Come on, his family is so ordinary.
I never had any thoughts about him. Just as everyone was mocking Lin Feng, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over from afar. Chapter 152, No Morality Man.
Kong Yong had just exhaled a puff of smoke and was about to take another drag when he suddenly widened his eyes. Whoa, a Rolls-Royce.
What Rolls-Royce? Whoa, it really is a Rolls-Royce. Lu Kuan also stared in shock. Lu Changpeng furrowed his brow. Are you two playing a trick on me?
Beside him, Sun Ru covered her mouth and giggled, not taking their words seriously.
No, class monitor, look back, it really is a Rolls-Royce. Kong Yong pointed behind Lu Changpeng, exclaiming. We've known each other for how many years? I still don't know your act?
Lu Changpeng shook his head with a laugh, showing no intention of turning around. However, Sun Ru couldn't help but turn back in curiosity, her beautiful eyes opening wide in shock.
It really is a Rolls-Royce. Whoa, the person in the driver's seat looks somewhat familiar. Could it be Lin Feng? Whoa, I think it looks like Lin Feng too. Kong Yong and Lu Kuan exclaimed again in surprise.
I can't believe you guys are still playing.
Lu Changpeng scoffed, turning his head to say, a Rolls-Royce, huh? I need to see. Whoa, it really is a Rolls-Royce?
When he saw who was sitting in the driver's seat, his pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically.
Damn it, Lin Feng actually drove a Rolls-Royce here?
At that moment, the Rolls-Royce pulled up next to the BMW 740 Li and stopped steadily. Lin Feng pushed the door open and greeted them. Wow, everyone is here pretty early.
The room fell into an awkward silence. After a long pause, Lu Changpeng exhaled a puff of breath and said, this car must not be cheap to rent for a day, right?
As soon as he spoke, Kong Yong and the other two suddenly had a look of realization on their faces.
Yeah, what's wrong with a Rolls-Royce? It's not like they can't rent one. Besides, does anyone who has a Rolls-Royce Phantom even need to drive themselves? They all have professional drivers, right? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. You want to rent? What's the point of renting a car?
It's much better to drive my own, Lu Changpeng said, proudly showing off the key to his BMW 740 Li. Lin Feng, I really didn't expect you to become so vain. Sun Ru shook her head with a sigh, a mix of disappointment and disdain showing on her face.
Kong Yong also sighed. Hey, Lin Feng, why are you wasting that money? We are all classmates.
Even if you drove that second-hand C4 over, no one would laugh at you. Like me, I can't afford a luxury car, so I bought a Honda Accord.
Isn't it the same to drive it here?
As he spoke, he casually showed off the Honda car key hanging from his waist. I can't believe it, you all are doing great, with your BMW 740 Li and Honda Accord.
How am I supposed to feel, driving a domestic car? Lu Kuan couldn't help but jokingly curse, but there was a proud look on his face. Kong Yong rolled his eyes. Enough. You, who drive a fully loaded Hongqi HS7, have the nerve to say that? Trying to make fun of me on purpose?
The fully loaded Hongqi HS7 costs over 500,000 yuan, more than twice the price of his car.
Lu Kuan chuckled proudly. Hongqi is a domestic car, I didn't say anything wrong. Just then, the groom, Fei Han, walked out from the unit door. Kong Yong, Lu Kuan, why are you here?
I can't believe it, class monitor, class flower, Lin Feng, you finally made it.
I missed you guys so much. After some casual chatting, Lu Changpeng smiled and said, Fei Han, do you know what car Lin Feng drove here? Fei Han was first stunned, then exclaimed, no way, it can't be a Rolls-Royce, right? You got it right. Lu Changpeng snapped his fingers and pointed at the distant Rolls-Royce Phantom. See? That's the one Lin Feng drove here, isn't it impressive? Wow.
Yifei Hong gasped, looking Lin Feng up and down. Wow, Lin Feng, you really made it big. Back in high school, he was pretty close with Lin Feng, often playing basketball together after school. Now seeing Lin Feng's success, he felt a bit jealous, but more than that, he was genuinely happy for him. Lin Feng smiled, just luck, just luck.
This made Lu Changpeng laugh. You don't actually think that Phantom is Lin Feng's, do you? Yifei Han looked confused, isn't it? Definitely not, do you even have to ask?
Lu Changpeng sneered, he just rented it to show off.
Yifei Han's face instantly turned awkward. Lin Feng was so amused he couldn't help but laugh. What? Lu Changpeng, how can you be so sure this car is rented? Is it possible that you bought it? As soon as Lu Changpeng's words fell, Kong Yong and Lu Kuan both burst into laughter.
Even Sun Ru shook her head and smiled, her face filled with disdain.
Correct, this car is mine.
I spent 100 million Long Nation currency on it, Lin Feng said calmly.
There was a moment of silence in the room.
Then came another round of laughter. Lu Changpeng laughed until he was almost in tears. Once the laughter stopped, Lu Changpeng coldly said, so you're really going to keep this up, huh?
Fine, I'll call my friends now and have them turn around. Today's wedding pickup will be handled by you, how about that?
Yifei Hong's face changed dramatically. Please, class monitor, don't do that, I'm getting married today. According to the customs of Baitu, the wedding car team must set off at precisely 8:08 to welcome the bride. If Lu Changpeng turns the car team back, where is he supposed to find another team in such a short time? Lu Changpeng sneered, Fei Hong, don't say I'm not giving you face, this is all Lin Feng's doing today.
What grievances do you have? Just count it all on Lin Feng's head. Yifei Hong came from an ordinary family and had a very average relationship with Lu Changpeng during high school. Lu Changpeng only helped Yifei Hong contact the wedding car team to show off in front of their high school classmates. Since Lin Feng could show off better than him, he would let Lin Feng become the fool. As for how Yifei Hong would feel, he didn't care at all. After saying that, he directly took out his phone and began to contact the car club members. Hey, brother Han, tell the guys that we're not going to take this wedding today, they can go home, tomorrow I'll treat everyone to drinks.
Yifei Han's face turned pale instantly. Even Kong Yong and Lu Kuan thought Lu Changpeng's actions were a bit excessive. Getting married is a big deal, and what Lu Changpeng was doing was basically ruining Yifei Han's wedding. Lin Feng, you're the one who bought a Rolls Royce for 100 million, you surely know a lot of wealthy people.
There is still more than an hour until 8:08.
If you have the ability, bring over a luxury car team, otherwise, you're just a show-off. After hanging up, Lu Changpeng pointed at Lin Feng and sneered.
Lin Feng's killing intent was gathering.
Ding, host, you have a new side mission.
Mission, ruthless person.
Mission objective, use all means to make the ruthless Lu Changpeng pay a painful price. Mission reward, basic reward of 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins, plus an extra reward of 10 times the economic loss suffered by Lu Changpeng's family.
Chapter 153, Car God Summon.
Forget it, class leader, why affect Fei Han's wedding for such a person? Yeah, class leader, Lin Feng showing off is Lin Feng's business, it has nothing to do with Fei Han. You should let your car friends hurry over.
Kong Yong and Lu Kuan began to persuade him one after another. Yifei Han looked grateful.
Shut up, all of you. Lu Changpeng turned around and glared at them fiercely, shouting at the top of his lungs, the car team is called by me, if I want them to go back, then they go back.
What's it to you? Actually, when he was in high school, Lu Changpeng was not this arrogant and paranoid.
After entering society, Lu Changpeng realized that being wealthy means being respected, poor people have no right to be his friends.
His father is a billionaire, so what if Kong Yong, Lu Kuan, and Yifei Han were his high school classmates?
They are still poor. Since they are poor, they should have a poor person's awareness and not point fingers at him, the second-generation rich kid. It's just like in the movie Hello, Tree Man starring Bao Xiang, when people are of vastly different statuses, speaking to each other is no better than talking garbage. Kong Yong and Lu Kuan froze in place, their faces turning a bit ugly.
Yifei Han took a deep breath and smiled, class leader, look at me.
You shut up too.
Lu Changpeng sneered and pointed at Yifei Han's nose, saying, today I'm in a bad mood, it doesn't matter who speaks.
Yifei Han's expression collapsed, and his eyes instantly turned red. Frustration, anger, sadness, all kinds of emotions gathered in his heart, making him clench his fists uncontrollably.
Lu Changpeng was pleased. Fei Han, just like I said, if you need to blame someone, blame Lin Feng for showing off, just direct all your anger towards him.
As soon as he said this, Yifei Han turned to look at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, waiting for Yifei Han's next reaction.
Lu Changpeng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. If Lin Feng wanted to show off, then he would make Yifei Han resent Lin Feng.
This is called turning classmates against each other.
Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Yifei Han suddenly laughed. We haven't seen each other for a long time, we won't stop drinking until we're wasted.
Was this Lin Feng's fault? No. Then why should he hate Lin Feng? Good people shouldn't be led by the nose by bad ones. Lu Changpeng could hardly believe his ears. What the hell? Lin Feng made Yi Fei Hong have no wedding car team, yet Yi Fei Hong not only didn't hate Lin Feng, but also wanted to drink until they were wasted with him? What a lunatic.
Lin Feng laughed. Alright, we won't stop drinking until we're wasted, but before that, I want to help you have a lively wedding. With the words spoken, Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. Jin Xiao, are you awake?
A friend of mine is getting married, and I want to gather a supercar team.
Okay, then you help me contact the others, and I'll call Lu Xiao and Wei Xiao.
Lu Changping and others exchanged glances. What is this Qin Xiao, Lu Xiao, Wei Xiao? And gathering a supercar team? He really knows how to act.
Qin Xiao, Lu Xiao, Wei Xiao, these three are guys Lin Feng met while racing at Wuming Mountain. At that time, Lin Feng created a group at the mountaintop, and nearly 200 people joined. Qin Xiao, Lu Xiao, and Wei Xiao were among them.
Normally, it would be easier to add everyone in the group, but these rich kids have busy nightlife.
At this hour, they are probably still sleeping in, sending WeChat messages won't be very effective. So Lin Feng decided to call the three of them directly and have them notify each other. At this moment, in a 5-star hotel's executive suite.
Qin Xiao, why are you up? Can't you sleep a little longer?
On the big bed, a stunning young woman sat up, leaning on Qin Yuan's back, yawning as she spoke.
Sleep? What the hell, the car god summoned me.
With excitement on his face, Qin Yuan picked up the phone and made a call. Hello, De Gang, the car god summoned, you take your LaFerrari to this address. Hello, Xiangzi, the car god summoned, bring your Porsche 918 to this neighborhood.
De Fei, did you get your McLaren P1 back? The car god summoned.
At the same time, Wei Bin and Lu Yunlong were doing the same thing. In the Wuming Mountain supercar group.
What the hell?
I received a call from Qin Xiao early in the morning, saying the car god summoned us.
What the hell, I got a call too.
Looks like Qin Xiao isn't joking, I can finally see the car god again. Wei Xiao called me, told me to bring the best supercar over.
Lu Xiao too, my Koenigsegg Agera is finally going to get some use.
Qin Yuan, this is the first time the car god asked us for help. Come on guys, get the best supercars out, we must not disappoint the car god.
Don't worry, Qin Xiao, we'll make it happen.
Since it's the first time the car god summoned, we will definitely make it a splendid event.
Damn, won't my Lamborghini Huracan look too unimportant then?
No worries, having you behind with a camera guy is still good. At this moment, at Lin Feng's home. In a large letter shape, Yu Shishir was sleeping in, feeling the phone vibrating incessantly. Struggling, Yu Shishir picked up her phone, took a glance, and then sat up in shock.
What the hell, Lin Feng went to a classmate's wedding? Why didn't he invite me?
After complaining, Yu Shishir quickly got up, washed, put on makeup, and then ran out with her car keys. At 7:45, downstairs of Yi Fei Han's house, over 20 people gathered at the entrance. In addition to Lu Changping and the others, a few high school classmates arrived one after another, and Yi Fei Han's parents also came here. Class monitor, don't make things difficult for uncle and auntie, hurry, and get your car friends here. Changpeng, I'm begging you as an uncle, please bring your car friends, today is Fei Han's wedding day.
Changpeng, my aunt isn't well educated and can't express herself well, can you at least get your car friends here first? Everything else can be discussed.
Yi Fei Han's parents looked anxious, and if one looked closely, their eyes were red as if they had been crying. Seeing his parents in nearly a pleading position in front of Lu Changpeng, Yi Fei Han clenched his fists, the anger in his heart burning hotter. Lu Changpeng smiled proudly, Uncle, Auntie, it's not that I don't want to give you face, it's that Lin Feng is too awesome, he said he's bringing a supercar team.
A supercar team, isn't that better than my BMW 7 Series team?
Then he looked at Lin Feng and mocked, by the way, there's only 15 minutes left until 8 o'clock.
Where is the supercar team you mentioned? Hey, why do you always have to show off? Now look what's happened, you've delayed Fei Han's wedding.
If I were you, I'd just smash my head with a brick.
Just as he finished speaking, a roaring engine sound echoed from afar. Soon after, a black Pagani Huayra drove into the community. Chapter 154, Supercar Gathering. The roar of the supercar's engine was unmistakably distinct, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. When they saw that black Pagani Huayra, Kong Yang was the first to exclaim, Whoa, that's a Pagani Huayra? What's a Pagani Huayra? Is it very expensive? Sun Ru asked curiously.
Kong Yang exhaled heavily, his face serious as he said, very expensive, incredibly expensive, worth 48 million Dragon Kingdom dollars.
Sun Ru covered her mouth with her hand, my god, 48 million Dragon Kingdom dollars? That's $500 million. Lu Koan clicked his tongue, surprised, I can't believe.
I'm seeing a Pagani Huayra up close.
Vroom vroom. Another roar from an engine sounded from a distance. Then, a Lamborghini Veneno drove into the community. Lu Kuan's eyes widened, this is, a Lamborghini? The Bull? Kong Yang tossed his cigarette butt aside, this ain't no ordinary Lamborghini, it's the convertible version of the Veneno. Lu Kuan gasped, shocked, is that the limited edition convertible Veneno, only 9 in the world? Kong Young nodded, yeah, it's super expensive, I heard someone offered $1 billion to buy it. Damn, a supercar worth $1 billion? Others stood there dumbfounded. After the Lamborghini Veneno entered, 3 more supercars drove in. Kong Young blurted out, damn, it's a McLaren P1. One of the 3 sacred cars. Oh man, and there's a Porsche 918 coming. If a Ferrari LaFerrari comes too, no way, it's really the LaFerrari. Lu Kuan gripped his hair, his face in disbelief. Another high school classmate looked enviously, the Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 500 units globally. It's said to have skyrocketed to 50 million each. Even Lu Changpeng couldn't help but exclaim, wow, McLaren P1, Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, all 3 sacred cars are here. But this was just the beginning. Behind the 3 sacred cars, over a dozen supercars rolled in. Lamborghini Aventador, Ferrari 488, Porsche 911, Bentley Continental, Rolls-Royce Dawn, McLaren 720S. Even more terrifying, the roar of supercar engines kept echoing from outside the community. This commotion made all the residents of the community open their windows to look outside. What's going on? It's buzzing early in the morning, annoying, what the hell, so many supercars? My god, why are there so many supercars in our community? What's happening? Mom, look, there are so many supercars on the main road outside. Damn, there must be over 100 supercars parked outside, what's happening? Outside the unit door, Lu Changpeng and the others stared at the dozen or so supercars driving into the community, shocked into silence. At this moment, Kong Young asked, by the way, why are all these top supercars here? Could it be? As he spoke, he subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. The other's expressions suddenly turned strange. Earlier, Lin Feng had said he would gather a supercar team to escort Fei Han on his wedding day. At this time, Lu Changpeng smirked dismissively, humph, what are you thinking? The owners of these supercars are famous second generation in Shueishui City. What qualifications does Lin Feng have to invite them here? Just as his words fell, the dozen or so supercars lined up and zoomed towards them. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes blared as the supercars came to a steady stop 5 meters in front of the crowd. Then, several stylish young people got out of the supercars. Seeing the lead figure, Qin Yuan, Lu Changpeng's expression suddenly became serious. He quickly reached out his hand to greet, young Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Yuan didn't even look at him, striding straight to stand in front of Lin Feng with Lu Yunlong, Wei Bin, and others. Then they lined up and respectfully called out, young Master Lin. Lu Changpeng's mind buzzed at that moment, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen on the spot. Hiss. Kong Yong and the others gasped in shock, mouths agape and eyes wide, staring at Lin Feng. Wow, so it turns out these supercars were really called here by Lin Feng? A group of second-generation wealthy folks driving tens of millions in supercars, treating Lin Feng with such respect and calling him young Master Lin. How impressive must Lin Feng be? Young Master Qin, young Master Lu. Lin Feng nodded and greeted everyone one by one, then asked, was it just these 10 or so cars that came? As soon as he said this, Yifei Hang and the others broke out in a cold sweat for Lin Feng. Having 10 or so cars is already quite good, why does Lin Feng look unsatisfied? Isn't he afraid of offending them and having them turn around to leave? Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan quickly shook his head, definitely not, there are over 100 supercars outside. Yifei Hang? Kong Yong? Others? What? Did Qin Yuan just say there are more than 100 outside? Supercars? That's ridiculously exaggerated. Young Master Lin asked us for help, so we have to make it beautiful. Wei Bin said with a grin. Lu Yunlong agreed, young Master Lin, if you think over 100 is too few, we can rally more of our friends to bring some over. However, most of the supercars from Baishui are already here, and if we look for more, we have to go to a few neighboring cities, and time won't allow it. Lin Feng turned to Yifei Han, Fei Han, is over 100 supercars enough? Ha? Yifei Han was stunned and didn't even process what Lin Feng asked. The wedding convoy, is over 100 supercars enough? Lin Feng repeated with a smile. Enough, it's enough, Lin Feng, you. Yifei Han's face flushed with excitement, and he began to stutter. On the side, Yifei Han's parents also looked gratefully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder, alright, you don't need to say more, I understand. Today, you are the groom, you are the most important. Then he looked at Yifei Han's parents, uncle, auntie, these supercars all belong to my friends. Please arrange as you like, don't hold back. Qin Yuan and the others nodded vigorously, yes, uncle, auntie, don't treat us as outsiders. Just a car, feel free to use it, don't worry about the cost. Yeah, whatever car you want as the lead car, just take it, we won't say a word. Qin Yuan laughed, old Wei, are you stupid? Don't you see young Master Lin's limited edition Phantom is here? The lead car must be that.
Weibin was first taken aback, then slapped his forehead and said, my fault, I forgot about young Master Lin's 100 million luxury car.
Kong Yong and the others? What the hell, so Lin Feng wasn't boasting? That Rolls-Royce Phantom really cost him 100 million?
Lu Changpeng could no longer hold back his doubts, and walked over to ask, young Master Qin, Lin Feng is just an ordinary person, how could he afford 100 million luxury car?
Were you all tricked by him? Chapter 155, Let Go of That Boy. As Lu Changpeng's words fell, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Qin Yuan and the others looked at Lu Changpeng with the eyes of someone watching an idiot. Are you questioning young Master Lin? Lu Changpeng's face turned pale, quickly forcing a smile. Young Master Qin, I didn't mean that. I just worry that you might be duped. Qin Yuan chuckled, ha, young Master Lin would trick us? What do we have that young Master Lin could possibly trick us out of?
This guy must have a screw loose to even say such foolish things.
Weibin sneered, mocking him endlessly. The others also burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became cheerful.
Being called an idiot in front of so many classmates made Lu Changpeng feel quite embarrassed. But these people were all known as the wealthy young masters of Baishui. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only swallow it down.
Lin Xiao, this guy is not your friend, right? Lu Yulong looked at Lin Feng, asking in confusion.
Lin Feng shrugged, he's just a high school classmate, definitely not my friend. Qin Yuan and the others were clever, and upon hearing this, they understood that the relationship between Lin Feng and Lu Changpeng couldn't be very good. If their relationship was good, Lin Feng wouldn't say they weren't friends.
Dude, do you know Tian Dingxing Special Materials Company, Limited?
Qin Yuan said with a playful expression.
Lu Changpeng nodded, yeah, Tian Dingxing, a company that's really hot recently. Qin Yuan's expression turned serious, you know it, yet you still say Lin Xiao is an ordinary person?
What does Tian Dingxing have to do with Lin Feng? Lu Changpeng was about to say this when his expression suddenly changed. Qin Xiao, do you mean?
Lin Feng is the boss of Tian Dingxing? The other classmates also reacted quickly.
The boss of Tian Dingxing is named Lin Feng, and this name has appeared on the trending topics a few times. At that time, they had even made jokes about Lin Feng privately. That's right, Lin Xiao is the boss of Tian Dingxing.
Qin Yuan snorted coldly, mocking, do you still think Lin Xiao can't afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions?
At that moment, Lu Changpeng's mind buzzed, and he froze like he had been struck by lightning. Kong Yong and others also had shocked expressions that changed wildly. After it was revealed that they developed a 7nm EUV lithography machine, Tian Dingxing had been considered the #1 high-tech company in Longhua by many people, with endless potential. Some even predicted that once Tian Dingxing goes public, its market value could surpass 1 trillion Longhua currency. And Lin Feng would subsequently become the richest man in Longhua.
The richest man in Longhua, what kind of concept is that? Even if you count all the hundreds of supercars outside, to the richest man in Longhua, it's just a drop in the bucket. And the person who has a chance to become the richest man in Longhua is actually the ordinary Lin Feng in their eyes? This feeling is like someone telling you that the person you have lived with for many years is an alien. And what did they say to Lin Feng before? They said the car was rented by Lin Feng to show off.
They even flaunted their Honda Accord in Hongqi HS7 in front of Lin Feng.
Just thinking about it makes them feel embarrassed. Wow, Lin Feng, you're actually the boss of Tian Dingxing? That's so awesome.
Yi Feihong excitedly punched Lin Feng in the chest, shouting. Lin Feng smiled faintly, just luck, just luck.
The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Winning a lottery is called luck. You created 2 high-tech companies, and you still call it luck? That's entirely skill.
Lin Xiao is perfect everywhere, just too low-key.
Qin Yuan couldn't help but tease.
Yeah, too low-key that even his classmates didn't know he is the boss of Tian Dingxing.
Weibin echoed.
Lu Yulong laughed, not just that, now even netizens don't know what Lin Xiao looks like. If I were Lin Xiao, I would just publish a photo and let netizens drool.
Other rich second-generation students also added their compliments.
They praised Lin Feng not just for his driving skills, but more so because he developed the 7nm EUV lithography machine. This is a future business tycoon, they must get on good terms with Lin Feng before he completely skyrockets. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, alright, you guys, the main character today is not me, pay attention to your manners. Qin Yuan and others all gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. With Lin Feng's considerate character towards his friends, he is indeed a person worth befriending.
Lin Feng, after Fei Han's wedding, do you have time? I want to invite you to dinner.
At this moment, Sun Ru slowly walked in front of Lin Feng, speaking shyly yet timidly.
Lu Changpeng? What the heck, she was just calling him hubby last night, and now she wants to invite another man to dinner right in front of him? Lu Changpeng's forehead visibly sprouted a patch of green grass. Kong Yong and others exchanged glances. Good heavens, Sun Ru is bold enough.
Before, it was said that Lin Feng had an ordinary family background and that she had no interest in him at all.
Now that she knows Lin Feng is the boss of Tian Star, she's coming on strong, isn't she? There's no need for dinner, right?
Lin Feng smiled and directly declined Sun Ru's invitation. Sun Ru once said he was vain, but Lin Feng felt this description was more suitable for Sun Ru herself.
The once innocent class flower is no more, what remains is just a dirty shell of a soul. Lin Feng, are you angry with me? I actually.
Sun Ru pouted, trying to grab Lin Feng's hand.
Let go of that boy.
A loud voice shouted from a distance. Sun Ru was startled and quickly turned to look, seeing a beautiful woman in a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and white sneakers striding towards them. It was Yu Shishir. What a beautiful girl.
Kong Yong and the others were instantly captivated.
If Sun Ru's score was between 85 to 90, this long-legged beauty was definitely above 95.
They were not even in the same league.
Soon, Yu Shishir reached Lin Feng's side and wrapped her arm around his. Lin Feng, who is this woman, and why is she trying to steal my man in public? Lin Feng twitched his mouth. She is.
Who she is doesn't matter, what matters is that she's not as pretty as me. You definitely wouldn't like her.
Yu Shishir cut in directly. Kong Yong and the others couldn't help but gasp. This beauty was indeed a bit domineering, firing all her guns at Sun Ru right away.
Sun Ru was furious inside, but she feigned a pitiful look and said, Lin Feng, is this your girlfriend? She talks so fiercely, I'm a bit worried for you. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Wow, isn't this just the real-life version of pitying the brother? You sure? What was with the sudden stone face?
But soon, she smiled and said, but you're not as pretty as me, and your figure is worse too. Xin Yuan and the others nodded, not to mention anything else, just Yu Shishir's long legs were enough to crush Sun Ru.
Moreover, Yu Shishir had a pair of unmatched assets that were between D and E.
Sun Ru felt a mouthful of blood choke in her throat. I was Lin Feng's high school classmate.
Yu Shishir nodded, but you're not as pretty as me, your figure is worse, and you're definitely not as rich as me. Sun Ru's defenses broke down. How do you know I'm not as rich as you? My family is.
My grandpa is Yu Jingron, the chairman of UG Real Estate, with a fortune over 50 billion.
What does your family do?
Yu Shishir sneered proudly.
Sun Ru? Others?
Chapter 156, Self-Inflicted Wound. Sun Ru was stunned, Kong Yang and the others were also dumbfounded, and Lu Changpeng was so jealous he was about to go crazy.
UG Real Estate, this is a well-known real estate company in the Dragon Country. Yu Shishir is actually the granddaughter of the chairman of UG Real Estate? She is not only stunningly beautiful but also has a sizzling figure? The key point is that she is Lin Feng's girlfriend? Is all the good luck going to Lin Feng? Why is the gap between people so huge? What does your family do? Why are you silent?
Yu Shishir coldly snorted, pressing for an answer. Sun Ru's face turned red. After a long while, she silently turned around and walked away. Outclassed in looks, figure, and family background, she had no face to stay here any longer.
Sun Ru, wait for me.
Lu Changpeng, who was struggling to find an excuse to leave, saw this and wanted to chase after her.
But Lin Feng stepped aside to block his way, mocking, did I let you go?
With a swoosh, Xin Yuan and the others surrounded Lu Changpeng in the middle.
Lu Changpeng's face turned pale. Lin Feng, you. Xin Yuan raised his hand and gave Lu Changpeng a knock on the head. You think you're worthy to call him Lin Xiao? Call him Lin Xiao. Lu Changpeng's face changed slightly, grimacing. Lin Xiao, what do you want? What do I want?
Lin Feng laughed angrily. You almost ruined Fei Hong's wedding just now.
No apology and just want to walk away like this?
Lu Changpeng's expression changed several times before he finally turned around and walked in front of Yi Fei Hong, smiling awkwardly. Fei Hong, I was wrong just now, I almost ruined your wedding, I apologize. Yi Fei Hong looked at him with a blank face, his fists clenched tightly, anger burning in his chest. To see Lin Feng embarrassed, he didn't care about his feelings and made the wedding car team return.
Is this something a human can do? Fortunately, Lin Feng was amazing and really managed to gather a supercar team, but what if Lin Feng wasn't so amazing? He would become a laughingstock on his wedding day. More seriously, the bride might even break up with him because of this. Lu Changpeng was betting with his lifelong happiness. Why? Yes, the car team was found by Lu Changpeng, but he didn't beg Lu Changpeng for help. Lu Changpeng brought it up voluntarily. Otherwise, he could have spent some money to find a car team and wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. What made Yi Fei Hong even angrier was that his parents had almost begged Lu Changpeng to call the wedding car team back. If Lu Changpeng had any conscience, he shouldn't have refused. Fei Hong, don't just stand there, say something. Lu Changpeng's face stiffened, his tone somewhat displeased. In the past, Yi Fei Hong had no right to make him apologize, but now that Lu Changpeng had apologized, Yi Fei Hong was still acting arrogant? Once he got through today's difficulties, he would see how to deal with Yi Fei Hong.
Lu Chengping's attitude became the spark that ignited the anger in Yi Feihong's chest. He felt a loud bang in his head and raised his hand to slap Lu Chengping across the face. Slap. A crisp sound. The crowd fell silent. Kong Yong and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This was the socially prominent Lu Chengping. How dare Yi Feihong hit him? Lu Chengping was also stunned, holding his face in shock and standing there dazed. Then Yi Feihong pointed at his nose and shouted, "Lu Chengping, I've tolerated you for too long, from now on, we are done." Only then did Lu Chengping come to his senses, raised his fist, and swung it at Yi Feihong's face while cursing, "Damn, how dare you hit me, I." Bang! Lin Feng rushed out from the side and kicked Lu Chengping to the ground. "How dare you fight back?" Qin Yuan and the others also surrounded him, stomping down.
Ah! Don't hit me, everyone. I'm wrong. Big man, I really made a mistake, I won't dare anymore. Whoa, I was wrong, I want to go home. Mom!
Lu Chengping cried so much he was in tears, ending up calling for his mother.
The onlookers, including Kong Yong, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lu Chengping? Wait, you guys are my classmates.
Ensure to investigate him thoroughly.
It seems my family has a partnership with Dali Construction, I'll ask my dad about it later. If that's the case, we'll end the collaboration. Lu Yunlong sneered.
I'll mention it in the group now and let the business, tax, and fire departments follow up.
A second-generation rich kid laughed.
In Lin Fengjian's supercar group, all members were from wealthy families. They had connections with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Bureau, the Fire Department.
Some were even involved in real estate themselves. How could these second-generation elites play around with a company that just crossed the 1 billion mark? Lu Chengping's face turned pale instantly. "Ling Xiao, Qin Xiao, please don't do this, I beg you."
As he spoke, he was about to kneel and bow to Lin Feng and the others.
Unexpectedly, Lin Feng pulled him back and sneered. "What did you say when Yi Feihong told you not to do this? And what did you say when your uncle and aunt told you the same?"
I will say this, within a month, Dali Construction must disappear from Baishuwei. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not leaving others a way out. As his words fell, Lin Feng released his right hand. Lu Chengping collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, all strength drained from his body. Despair, regret, fear, all sorts of emotions drowned him. Meanwhile, Yi Feihong, Kong Yong, and the others showed no pity. To them, Lu Chengping's current fate was entirely
self-inflicted. Chapter 157, The Call of the Bridesmaid.
Just as Lu Chengping sat on the ground endlessly regretting, a group of people came out of the hallway.
Leading the way, a middle-aged man wearing a Master of Ceremonies badge shouted, "Mr. E, is the wedding car team ready? It's time to set off."
Behind him followed staff from the wedding company and relatives and friends of the Yi family. Yi Feihong looked at Lin Feng, received a nod from him, and smiled, "All set. The lead car is that Rolls-Royce Phantom, along with these supercars, they are all part of today's wedding car team."
Wow!
The wedding company's staff collectively gasped. They had been in the wedding business for years and had taken on several wealthy clients, but the wedding car team of Yi Feihong's family was completely on another level compared to others. More than a dozen supercars, some of which were global limited edition models worth tens of millions.
The Yi family seemed quite ordinary. Where did they get these supercars?
Yi's relatives were equally shocked, their eyes filled with confusion. "Wait, Mr. E, the price of these supercars is more expensive than the Phantom. How can the Phantom be the lead car?" the Master of Ceremonies asked, puzzled.
Yi Feihong's mouth twitched. "That Phantom is a limited edition, it costs 100 million. Master of Ceremonies? Others? Wayo. A limited edition Phantom worth 100 million? That's impressive. Wow. But, these supercars can't fit that many people, right?" the Master of Ceremonies said, somewhat awkwardly.
With just the wedding company staff alone, there were more than 10, plus, the groom's relatives and friends, there should be at least 20 or 30 people, right? A supercar can only fit one person, there's no way these more than a dozen supercars can fit everyone.
Well.
Yi Feihong's face turned red, somewhat embarrassed as he said, "It seems there are actually more than 100 supercars outside."
Master of Ceremonies. Others? Boss Lin, you're my idol. Really, I'm in awe of you right now.
In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, as soon as the Master of Ceremonies sat in the passenger seat, he started showering Lin Feng with praise. He just learned from Yi Feihong that all the supercar owners were Lin Feng's friends, and Lin Feng was actually the owner of the Tianxing. Lin Feng chatted with him casually while driving toward the community entrance. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the side mission Unjust Person is completed, and the task reward is being issued." "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have earned a basic reward of 10 million, plus an extra reward of 700 million Dragon Kingdom coins."
Lin Feng? Is this already done? It seems like Qin Yuan and the others haven't even made a move yet. Could it be that the system has already predicted that Lu Changping's family will face a loss of 70 million Dragon Kingdom coins?
After leaving the community, Lin Feng suddenly realized that both sides of the road were filled with supercars. Later, someone calculated that among the supercars present today, there were 20 cars worth over 10 million, 50 cars worth 5 to 10 million, and 47 cars worth under 5 million. 117 supercars, plus a limited edition Phantom, making a total of 118 cars. This convoy driving on the highway immediately became the center of attention. Many people took out their phones to capture the grand convoy of supercars and posted it online. Soon, #BaiShuwei Super Luxury Wedding Car Convoy # trended on Weibo. At the bride's house, in the bedroom. The bride, dressed in a stunning red outfit, sat cross-legged on the big bed, surrounded by friends decked out in fabulous attire.
Meng, do you have any quality single men among your husband's classmates? Introduce us, please. Yeah, among our dormitory of 8 sisters, only you have married. We are so envious. After taking a few pictures, the bridesmaids started teasing Zhang Meng.
Zhang Meng rolled her eyes. Come on you guys, aside from Lili and Ran, who among you doesn't have a boyfriend?
He, the more boyfriends, the better.
Exactly, we are going for quality over quantity. Just tell us, so we can set our targets and go for it.
Men like to talk about women when they gather, and women like to talk about men when they are together. And once women get going, there's really no place for men.
Fei Hang has a high school classmate who seems quite wealthy, drives a BMW 740Li, and helped arrange the wedding convoy. But he's all alone, you girls won't have enough to go around, Zhang Meng joked. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside, the groom has arrived, bride get ready.
Whoosh! The bridesmaids dropped the bride and rushed to the balcony, pulling open the curtains to look downstairs. After a moment, the bridesmaids cried out, Meng, you big liar.
He's not alone, there are over 100 people.
Zhang Meng?
After the bride was taken away, 6 bridesmaids in pink long dresses followed closely behind.
Get in my car, get in my car.
Northwest Xintian, a cloud, crows land amongst the phoenixes, where is the king, where are the subjects, who is coming to me, get in my car, get in my car.
Inside the Pagani Huayra, Qin Yuan began to chant the bridesmaids' summoning chant.
At that moment, Wei Bin poked his head out of the Lamborghini Veneno with a loudspeaker, yelling, come take a look, it's the globally limited 9 Lamborghini Veneno, don't miss it as you walk by. At that instant, Qin Yuan almost choked on his own blood. But Wei Bin's antics were just getting started. Lu Yunlong also pulled out a loudspeaker, shouting, one of the 3 divine cars, the Ferrari LaFerrari, in bright yellow, sure to turn heads, get in my car, you won't be at a loss or fooled.
Those in front, take it easy, there are only 6 bridesmaids. At least leave one for us. The brothers in the back became unhappy and cried out one after another. Lin Feng in the lead car? Suddenly feeling that being in the lead car seemed like a loss, what was going on?
At that moment, Yu Shishir poked her head out of the Bugatti Veyron, holding a loudspeaker, yelling, sisters, as long as you don't get in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, I have no issue with any other car. Lin Feng twitched his mouth, fine, I guess I'll just honestly stay in the lead car. At 2 p.m., after a hearty meal at the hotel, Lin Feng suddenly received a call from Wei Yinping. Boss, there's trouble. The Chi music platform wants to renegotiate the profit-sharing agreement for Su Man's music copyrights with us.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, what do they want to talk about?
Previously, the profit-sharing agreement between Su Man and Chi music platform was a 70-30 split, with Su Man getting 70. Now they want to change it to a 30-70 split. Su Man's situation is dire. Their attitude is firm, if we don't agree, they'll take down all of Su Man's music, Wei Yinping spoke with a serious tone.
Chapter 158, Termination of Contract. Are they at the company now?
Lin Feng's voice turned slightly cold.
Yes, does the boss want to speak to them in person?
They are quite arrogant, saying if we don't give a reply in half an hour, they'll leave, Wei Yinping replied with a smile. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, okay, I'll arrive in half an hour, you hold them off for now. Alright, looks like I need to bring out the ace up my sleeve, Wei Yinping said with a mysterious tone.
Lin Feng? He was really curious about what Wei Yinping's ace was, could it be a beauty trap?
After hanging up, Lin Feng raised his glass and stood up, saying, everyone, I have to head back to the company for a bit, let me toast to you all with this last drink. This was the banquet hall on the first floor of the hotel. Lin Feng had temporarily arranged 10 tables to thank Qin Yuan and the others for their help. All the expenses were on his bill, after all, he understood the situation of the Yi family and didn't want to burden them further. Not only that, just now in the group chat, he had sent out 20 red envelopes of 20,000 each as transportation fees for his brothers.
Clink.
Qin Yuan and the others also stood up, raising their glasses and shouting, thanks, young Master Lin.
After downing their drinks, Lin Feng smiled, you've all drunk a lot, make sure to call a designated driver on your way back, understood?
Got it. Don't worry, young Master Lin. Qin Yuan and the others replied with laughter. Alright, I'll take my leave first, you all drink slowly. Lin Feng put down his glass, waved goodbye to everyone, and just as he turned to leave, he felt his arm being pulled by Yu Shishir beside him.
I want to go too.
Young lady Yu pouted, her lips red, looking quite annoyed. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, I'm going to the company to work. I know, I want to go too, Yu Shishir replied, nodding earnestly. Qin Yuan and the others couldn't hold back their laughter, winking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Fine, let's head out first. As the two left the banquet hall, Qin Yuan and the others burst into laughter. Young Master Lin's luck with flowers is unbeatable. Only young Master Lin could have a beauty like Yu Shishir chasing after him. The shocking part is that even with Yu Shishir pursuing him, young Master Lin still looks unwilling. That's incredible. As the words fell, the banquet hall erupted in laughter once again. After exiting the hotel, Lin Feng helplessly said, Shishir, I'm really going to work at the company, you won't have anything to do with me. Yu Shishir puffed up her chest and coldly replied, who says I have nothing to do? Watching you not get taken away by other women is my biggest job. Lin Feng looked down and thought, your job is indeed quite big. Alright then, but once we get to the company, don't cause trouble. I have important matters to attend to. Lin Feng reminded Yu Shishir as he led her to the Rolls-Royce Phantom to get in the car. Hey, you drank quite a bit just now, don't you need to find a designated driver? Yu Shishir nervously reminded him. Just now Lin Feng reminded others to find a designated driver, so why didn't he need one now? Double standard. Lin Feng smiled slightly, alcohol is like water to me. As a master-level expert, even industrial alcohol wouldn't be a big deal, let alone pure grain alcohol? Just one circulate of true energy, and the alcohol would be expelled directly. Really? Yu Shishir frowned and leaned closer to Lin Feng, saying, open your mouth, let me smell. Lin Feng? What a surprise, is it now popular to use your nose to test for alcohol? Is this a human alcohol tester? Though helpless, Lin Feng still opened his mouth and exhaled. Yu Shishir sniffed and curiously remarked, there really is no smell of alcohol. Of course, I'm just. Lin Feng was about to boast a little, but Yu Shishir closed in with her lips. In the moment Yu Shishir sealed his lips, a sweet scent rushed straight into his mouth. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his whole body froze in place. After a moment, Yu Shishir released Lin Feng and wrinkled her brow, saying, strange, there really is no smell of alcohol. This is not scientific. Her taste buds have always been sensitive, yet she couldn't taste any alcohol in Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Alright. To confirm there was no taste of alcohol, she went straight for a strong kiss? And it was a French kiss. Yu Shishir was incredibly bold. Wow. Ah, my first kiss. Yu Shishir suddenly came to her senses, her face flushed as she punched Lin Feng lightly. You stole my first kiss, you have to take responsibility. Lin Feng? No, it was you. Are you planning to be a scoundrel and deny it? You heartless person, I will tell uncle and auntie. Yu Shishir took out her phone, ready to report to Li Yueru. Lin Feng was instantly panicked. Stop. I'll take responsibility, alright? Come to my bedroom tonight, I'll take full responsibility. You sure? No, why did she feel like she just got tricked? 20 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived downstairs at the White Water Building. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng took Yu Shishir into the Mingmen Entertainment. Boss, you finally made it. CEO Wei can hardly wait any longer. The receptionist, Fu Xiaowei, hurriedly greeted them and was instantly stunned when she saw Yu Shishir. She had seen many handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment circle, but few could match Yu Shishir in looks, figure, and temperament. So, this must be the boss's girlfriend, right? Lin Feng raised his eyebrow. Where are they now? In conference room 1, Fu Xiaowei replied. Lin Feng nodded and gave her a knowing look. Xiao Fu, this is Yu Shishir, my friend. Please take her to the lounge. Fu Xiaowei understood. Hello, miss you, please follow me. Yu Shishir knew that Lin Feng had important business to attend to, so she didn't act willfully and allowed Fu Xiaowei to lead her to the lounge. At this moment, inside conference room 1. Wei Yinping, wearing a black suit and black stockings, had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. Manager Guan, our boss will be here shortly. Please hold on a little longer. Across from her sat two people. One was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, named Guan Hui, the deputy director of Qiuqiu Music Platform. Next to him was a career-dressed beauty, his secretary, named Ai Yingying. Manager Wei, don't you understand the situation? Guan Hui sneered, mocking her. The fact that I'm here in person is already giving you face, and you want me to wait for your boss? Qiuqiu Music Platform holds over 50% of the market share, calling it an industry oligarch would not be an exaggeration. Its backing is the commercial empire of Penguin, which controls the traffic entrance, giving Guan Hui plenty of confidence. Wei Yinping felt anger in her heart, but still wore a smile. Of course, it is our utmost honor that manager Guan can take time out of his busy schedule to come. However, this matter can only be decided by our boss. Guan Hui slapped the table, his face full of impatience. Alright, manager Wei, let's be straightforward. Even if your boss comes, I'll still say the same thing. Suman's profit-sharing ratio with Qiuqiu music platform must be changed to 70-30. Also, Suman's new album release plan must be postponed. This month we need to focus on promoting the new album of the Korean girl group G Girls.
If you don't agree, we will terminate the contract. At the moment his words landed, a cold laugh came from the doorway. Terminate the contract if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of Penguin? Chapter 159, the first girl group in Asia.
Wei Yinping was first delighted, then shocked, and quickly turned to look, only to see Lin Feng striding in.
Boss, you. Wei Yinping rushed forward with an anxious expression.
This is Qiuqiu music platform, a colossal in the online music platform field of Longwa. Moreover, Penguin behind it has significant influence in the film and television industry as well.
Once offended them, how could Mingmen Entertainment still survive in the entertainment circle? You don't need to say anything, I've heard it all.
Lin Feng smiled slightly, sat down across from Guan Hui, and took out the 95 Supreme. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it without a care in the world.
How arrogant this scene looked in Guan Hui's eyes.
At that moment, he felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. But the beautiful secretary Ai Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement, shining like small stars.
So handsome and stylish, yet so domineering. Oh my god, he seems like the domineering CEO from a female-oriented novel. Manager Wei, is this your boss? Isn't he a bit too arrogant?
Guan Hui exhaled a puff of stale air and sneered.
Wei Yinping forced a smile, then quickly walked up to Lin Feng, bending down to ask, Boss, are you playing too big?
Lin Feng turned his head to glance at her.
Wow, the top two buttons of the beautiful CEO's shirt were actually unbuttoned again?
At that moment, Lin Feng felt somewhat dizzy and blurted out, it's indeed pretty big.
Probably an E?
Just by visual estimation, there could be some error, but Lin Feng had always been quite sharp in this area.
Wei Yinping?
When she realized where Lin Feng's gaze was, her delicate face blushed immediately, and she lightly scolded, Boss, we have guests here, be serious. Though she said this, she still maintained her bent posture, showing no intention to cover up.
On the other side, Guan Hui? Ai Yingying? Hold on.
Even though you two were speaking softly, the conference room is this small.
Our ears aren't deaf, we heard everything. So could you not play out your office romance in front of us? Guests? Where are the guests? I don't see anyone.
Lin Feng scanned the room and asked with confusion.
Wei Yinping's lips twitched, it's deputy manager Guan from Qiuqiu music platform and his secretary Miss Ai.
Only then did Lin Feng realize, well, if you hadn't introduced them, I would have thought they were robbers.
Guan Hui slammed the table and stood up. Lin Feng, what do you mean?
Even Ai Yingying felt that Lin Feng was being a tad too arrogant. They represented Qiuqiu music platform. Even if Zhang Xianqiu from Shangtang Entertainment were here, he would have to treat them politely.
But Lin Feng was acting as if they didn't exist, and then blatantly said they were robbers. Wasn't that a bit excessive?
Lin Feng blew out a puff of smoke and mocked, wanting to unilaterally change a 70-30 split to a 30-70 split. What else would you call that if not robbery?
Ha ha.
Guan Hui laughed and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Suman's contract was signed between Shangtang Entertainment and Qiuqiu music platform. Now that Suman has left Shangtang Entertainment, her contract with us has automatically expired.
We're just here to discuss a renewal with you.
If Manager Lin is dissatisfied with the profit split, maybe consider what might happen if we terminate our agreement.
Lin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. What consequences could there be?
Qiuqiu music platform occupies over 50% of the market share, with annual active users reaching an astounding 800 million, backed by two major social apps from Penguin driving traffic. If you terminate with us, it means Mingmen Entertainment singers will lose at least 800 million potential listeners, as well as the biggest traffic source in the Dragon Country from Penguin.
Can you bear such a huge loss?
As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hui pulled out a cigarette, leisurely lighting it.
In complete control. Lin Feng nodded, that sounds quite reasonable. Guan Hui instantly felt proud.
But who would have thought that Lin Feng immediately changed his tone, but in reality, it's utter nonsense.
What did you say? Guan Hui immediately stood up again. Wei Yinping felt a darkness in front of her eyes, suddenly regretting bringing Lin Feng here.
First, he called Guan Hui a robber, and now he's saying Guan Hui's words are nonsense. This would deeply offend Guan Hui.
Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said playfully, let me ask you, what attracts so many users to Qiuqiu music platform?
Guan Hui smiled proudly, of course, it's the massive music copyright of Qiuqiu music platform. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, that's right, it's based on copyright.
If you terminate with Suman, hasn't that lost Suman's entire music copyright? Ha ha, ha ha ha.
Guan Hui suddenly laughed wildly towards the sky. Even Ai Ying shook her head and smiled, her expression somewhat sarcastic. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly watching them show off. After stopping his laughter, Guan Hui said, "You are right, we have indeed lost all of Su Man's music copyrights, but, ha ha, I can't do it, Ying, let you explain it, ha ha ha." Ai Ying nodded and said expressionlessly, "Su Man's music copyrights are indeed valuable, but she does not yet have the strength to influence the number of users on the QQ music platform. In other words, even if Su Man goes to another music platform, our active users won't show a significant decline, after all, everyone is tired of her songs."
But Su Man is about to release a new album.
Lin Feng's mouth curled into a playful smile. "What's more important is that I am the lyricist and composer of all 10 songs in the new album. A singer indeed has a hard time influencing a music platform, but that's because the singer's influence is not enough. If it were Zhou Dong from a parallel world, he alone could bring a user growth of over 15% to a platform."
This isn't Lin Feng boasting but the words of those inside the industry.
And Lin Feng is someone who can replicate all of Zhou Dong's songs, plus bring all the classic songs from the parallel world into this world, a god.
Once he grasped these music copyrights, what is the platform? Guan Hui suddenly froze? So what?
Lin Feng shrugged, "So Su Man's new album is bound to sell well, and I am willing to give you an opportunity."
"What opportunity?" Guan Hui frowned slightly.
Lin Feng leaned forward, his tone undeniable. "Change the revenue sharing agreement to 1:9, you won, Su Man 9, otherwise, we will terminate the contract."
Guan Hui was stunned, Ai Ying was stunned, even Wei Yinping was dumbfounded.
Good heavens, even a 3:7 split was unacceptable to QQ Entertainment, let alone a 1:9 split.
So where did Lin Feng get the confidence to propose such a condition?
It seems President Lin still thinks of Su Man as once Asia's #1 female singer. Guan Hui let out a breath and sneered. "Unfortunately, times have changed. The current Asian music scene belongs to Korean singers. G-Girls are the #1 girl group in Asia. Their popularity in the Dragon country far exceeds that of Su Man. In 2 weeks, G-Girls will release their new album on the QQ music platform. If you're not convinced, let Su Man go to another platform and release songs with them. Let's see whose sales are higher."
Chapter 160. No one understands penguins better than me.
At the very moment Guan Hui's words landed, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
"Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, sales battle.
Task objective, help Su Man exceed G-Girl's new album sales by more than double 3 days after the release.
Task reward, basic reward of 100 million Dragon Country coins, additional reward of Su Man's total album sales *10. Note, ways of assistance do not include spending money to boost sales." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, whispering to himself, "This task is interesting. I can't spend money to boost sales, then I just need to put more effort into promotion."
"What, are you scared?"
Seeing Lin Feng silent, Guan Hui couldn't help but chuckle coldly.
"Scared?" Lin Feng's lips curled up, mocking, "The word scared has never existed in my dictionary." "Good, then let's terminate the contract, and let Su Man compete with G-Girls."
Guan Hui snorted coldly and stood up to leave. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, "Wait a minute." Guan Hui halted, mocking, "What, do you want to go back on your word?" No, I just think this is quite boring, let's spice things up a bit."
Lin Feng knocked on the table, his expression playful.
Guan Hui became interested, "What spice?"
Lin Feng blew out a smoke ring, smiling, "Very simple, both sides release new albums at the same time, and after 3 days, we will calculate the cumulative sales. If Su Man's new album sales exceed G-Girls, you will promote Su Man's new album on the homepage of QQ music platform for 7 consecutive days.
How? Guan Hui? Ai Ying? Wei Yinping? Goodness, let QQ music help their competitor with promotion? This idea is not too harmful, but it is extremely insulting.
But don't say, Guan Hui has the authority to make that call. Guan Hui let out a sigh, smiling sinisterly. "So if Su Man's album sales do not surpass G-Girls, what will you do?"
"Then I'll give you 100 million, in Longwood currency, how about that?"
Lin Feng said without hesitation.
Guan Hui was instantly a bit tempted.
Although he is the vice president of QQ Music, earning over 10 million a year, 100 million is still a significant temptation for him.
But, if others find out, that would be accepting a bribe.
100 million is too little, I want 200 million, and this money cannot go to me personally, it has to go to the company. Guan Hui thought for a moment and said.
As long as the money goes to the company, he can operate a bit, giving part to the president, keeping part for himself, and distributing a small part to the ones in the know.
Perfect. Lin Feng thought for a few seconds and nodded, okay, but we need to add a few more conditions.
After some discussion, both sides signed a gambling agreement.
Lin Feng's conditions were very simple. Fans can voluntarily boost sales, but neither side is allowed to personally promote the new album sales.
Otherwise, with Lin Feng's and QQ Music's financial power, wouldn't their new albums go towards several billion in sales? In the era of big data, this sort of thing is easy to check. After signing the gambling agreement, Guan Hui strode away.
Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, about to get up and head to the lounge to find Yu Shishir.
Unexpectedly, Wei Yinping suddenly raised her hand and pressed him back into the chair. "Boss, I have a few words I want to say to you."
Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he had known Wei Yinping for too short a time. He had never seen the beautiful president so serious.
Speaking of which, the beautiful president seems to be bending a bit low. Deep Mariana Trench.
Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Wei Yinping's pretty face flushed. She glared at him fiercely, then straightened up and said, "You were too impulsive just now." "No, it was not just impulse, it was childish like a little kid."
"Lin Feng? Why are you saying that about me?"
Speaking of which, he suddenly had a feeling of being scolded by a female teacher back in high school.
A teacher in a suit with black stockings from a Japanese movie. This remark was like a spark, instantly igniting Wei Yinping's anger. "Why, you ask why?"
Xiaoqiu Music, a giant music platform in Longguo worth $45 billion, behind it is the towering tree that is Penguin.
How deep are Penguin's roots in the Longguo entertainment circle? Even if you are not aware, you should have heard something, right?
I know Guan Hui's attitude makes you very unhappy, and I am not happy either, but who told them they are the strong side?
You can terminate the contract with them, but you cannot make an enemy of them. If you make enemies with them, how can Mingmen Entertainment develop?
Wei Yinping spoke as if she had a Gatling gun pointed at her mouth, pouring out these words.
Cooperating with the boss in front of outsiders is a subordinate's bottom line. Pointing out the boss's mistakes when no outsiders are present is a subordinate's responsibility.
Because of her character, she was once marginalized by Zhang Xianqiu from Shangtang Entertainment. But she does not regret it, because she truly cares for the company. Lin Feng knew this, so he was not angry. "Wei, you still do not have confidence in me." Wei Yinping was amused by his words. "It is precisely because I heard Su Man's evaluation of you that I believe you can lead Mingmen Entertainment to create miracles. That is why I came here. But your childish behavior today deeply makes me doubt whether my previous thoughts were too childish." Lin Feng shrugged. "So I said you still do not have confidence in me. If you did, you wouldn't think making an enemy of Penguin was such a big deal."
Wei Yinping? Goodness, not even thinking making an enemy of Penguin is a big deal. Is Lin Feng a bit too overconfident?
Lin Feng stood up and pressed Wei Yinping back into the chair. "I hope you understand, no one knows penguins better than I do." With the wise words of the knowledgeable king, the beautiful president was instantly shocked. Lin Feng leaned down, lifting Wei Yinping's chin and said, "Continuing to cooperate with penguins is handing your fate over to others.
If they get unhappy, they might cut off your traffic flow. What will you do then? You can't always please them, can you? So I want to build my own traffic empire and take fate into my own hands."
At this moment, Lin Feng's powerful presence appeared enormous in Wei Yinping's eyes, occupying her entire pupils, making her beautiful eyes seem dreamy.
After a moment, Wei Yinping exhaled a breath. "Your blueprint is indeed grand, but how do you plan to overcome the difficulties in front of you? First of all, I want to clarify that I was indeed impulsive just now. If the facts prove you are right, I am willing to accept punishment." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What punishment?" Wei Yinping threw a flirtatious glance, swayed her hips, and said shyly, "Spanking, is that okay?"
Lin Feng immediately felt a rush of warmth in his lower abdomen. After a moment, he exhaled a breath and turned to walk toward the door. "Get ready, we're going to Jiangnan."
Wei Yinping stood up in confusion. "What are we going to Jiangnan for?" "To acquire Xiaomi music."
As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked out of the conference room.
Wei Yinping's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes burst with a different kind of brilliance. Chapter 161 Full Acquisition.
Wei Yinping only realized now that Lin Feng had long been prepared to disconnect from Qiuqiu Music. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to say the words about acquiring Xiaomi Music. She thought Lin Feng was on the first level, she was on the second level, and Qiuqiu Music was on the third level, but in reality, Lin Feng was in the atmosphere.
Sure enough, a man like this is worth my flirtation.
Wei Yinping smiled charmingly and swayed her waist to chase after him. After coming out of the conference room, Lin Feng headed straight to the lounge and found Yu Shishir. Miss Yu was holding a large bag of potato chips, watching a cartoon with great interest.
"Wait a minute, isn't Yu Shishir 23 years old? Still watching cartoons? Looks like she still has a youthful heart." "Ahem, Shishir, I'm preparing to go to Jiangnan in a while, you first."
Before Lin Feng could finish, Yu Shishir wiped her mouth and said, "I want to go too." "Shishir, I'm going to talk business." Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. Yu Shishir was like a large dragging oil bottle that he couldn't shake off.
"So what, I can be your temporary secretary. Besides, didn't you want me to go to your bedroom tonight? If I don't follow you to Jiangnan, how can I go to your bedroom?"
Yu Shishir said with her hands on her hips, confidently.
"Lin Feng?"
What Yu Shishir said made so much sense, he found himself unable to counter. A few minutes later, Wei Yinping met Yu Shishir, and to Lin Feng's surprise, the two women actually knew each other. President Lin, I didn't expect you to know Miss Yu as well. Wei Yinping looked at Yu Shishir, a teasing tone in her voice. Nice job, Lin Feng, finding a beauty as president, your ambitions are not small. Yu Shishir looked at Wei Yinping with a bit of vigilance. This woman looked like a perfectly ripe peach, so tempting. Could this rascal Lin Feng even keep himself in check in front of such a woman? Lin Feng? Oh boy, is the arena of chaos belonging to me coming back again? Miss Yu, don't misunderstand, I'm a divorced woman, I pose no threat to you. Wei Yinping smiled. Yu Shishir rolled her eyes. Ha, men don't care if you've been divorced or not, they only care if you are beautiful or have a nice figure. Wei Yinping covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Yu. Yu Shishir? After a round of covert exchanges, the innocent Yu Shishir lost the battle. Half an hour later, Lin Feng drove a phantom with the two women to the airport, and they boarded the flight to Jiangnan. In first class, Lin Feng took out his phone. Connected to the airplane Wi-Fi, I created a group and added Wei Yinping, Yu Shishir, Qin Yuan, Wei Bin, and Lu Yunlong. After introducing each other, Lin Feng said, did everyone see the group name? Wei Bin, I saw it. Wealth group, is Lin Xiao going to make us rich? Flirt slash. Yu Shishir, the group name is so vulgar. I roll slash. Wei Yinping, so vulgar +1. Lu Yunlong, Miss Yu, you don't understand this, right? Lin Xiao has clearly understood the essence of life. Big grin slash. Yu Shishir, confused slash what essence? Lu Yunlong, be a vulgar person, greedy for wealth and beauty. Proud slash. Yu Shishir, hee, you really know how to flatter. Lu Yunlong. Wei Bin, I suspect Miss Yu is driving, but I have no evidence. Qin Yuan, no evidence +1. Yu Shishir, dagger slash. Yu Shishir, bomb slash. Yu Shishir, nonsense slash. Lin Feng, ahem, back to business, I plan to acquire Xiaomi Music, currently negotiating at a price of 10 billion. Participating in the acquisition are, I 5.1 billion, Moexayan Technology CEO Song Shuicheng 1 billion, Orange Pi Mobile CEO's daughter Zhao Qingya 1 billion, Suman 0.5 billion. The remaining 2.4 billion shares, I want my friends to be involved. First, let me give you my forecast for Xiaomi Music's future. Within 5 years, it will capture over 50% of the market share. I am more than 90% confident about this. You can invest or not, this will never affect our friendship. If you want to invest, please tell me the amount by noon tomorrow. After taking over Mingmen Entertainment, Lin Feng had always wanted to build his own entertainment empire. So during his time in the Magic City, Lin Feng had already started negotiations with Ali's entertainment department. After Xiaomi Music was acquired by Ali, its market position plummeted and is now on the brink of bankruptcy. With Qiu Music dominating the market, no company was willing to take over Xiaomi Music, which gave Lin Feng the opportunity to acquire it. After some negotiations, Lin Feng had brought the acquisition price down to 10 billion Longhua coins. With Lin Feng's financial resources, he could handle Xiaomi Music alone without pressure, but to defeat the giant penguin, his own strength was not enough. Qin Yuan, Yu Shishir, and others all had complex connections behind them. Bringing them onto his side would give him the initial strength to confront Penguin. Big shots like Xiao Ma, Lao Wang, Gatsby, and Barth must also give up a portion of their interests to find partners. The difference is, Lin Feng wanted to occupy an absolute dominant position. After seeing Lin Feng's words, Qin Yuan and the others were no longer calm. Wow, 50% market share in 5 years? Isn't that the next Qiu Music? Qiu Music currently has a market value of $45 billion. If they buy shares in Xiaomi Music now, wouldn't they have a 30 times return? Yu Shishir, damn, why did Zhao Qingya know about this before me? I'm not happy. Lin Feng, I roll slash are you in or not? Yu Shishir, I want to invest, I will also invest 1 billion, I will call my grandfather for money. Wei Yinping, I don't have that much money, but I have several properties in the Magic City, I will go to the bank for collateral, and borrow 200 million. Qin Yuan, Lin Xiao, I need time to think. Lu Yunlong, thinking +1. Wei Bin, thinking +2. Lin Feng, understood, just give me a response by noon. The next morning, the Qiu Music platform took down all of Suman's music. Soon, the term #Suman Music taken down hashtag climbed the Weibo trending search list. While netizens speculated wildly, Qiu Music's official Weibo released a statement, we regret to inform everyone that due to a failure to reach agreement on the profit-sharing ratio with Ms. Suman, we have to terminate the contract with Ms. Suman. As soon as this Weibo was released, a user claiming to be an insider jumped out. Insider news, it is said that the owner of Mingmen Entertainment wanted a 90-10 profit split with Qiu Music, and Qiu Music angrily terminated all cooperation with Mingmen Entertainment. Wow, the owner of Mingmen Entertainment is too greedy, right? Suman was cheated by Lin Feng. It's not just Su Man who suffered, all the artists of Mingmen Entertainment are in big trouble.
To offend Xiuqiu Music is to offend the giant penguin. Mingmen Entertainment might be facing removal from the Longwa entertainment scene. Fans of Mingmen Entertainment artists were outraged and rushed to angrily curse Lin Feng under Mingmen Entertainment's official Weibo. Soon, the hashtags #LinFengGreedy and #Mingmen Entertainment Pills topped the hot search list on Weibo. Amidst the online uproar, explosive news broke. Insider information: Ali has completed negotiations with Mingmen Entertainment, and Xiaomi Music has been wholly acquired by Mingmen Entertainment. Chapter 162 Dragon Operating System. Ding! Congratulations, host, Photolithography Machine Series Task 2 is complete, task rewards are being issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an upgrade of 7nm EUV photolithography machine capacity to 20 units/year and a reward of 10 million system points. As Lin Feng and Ali's president Gua Hansheng signed the acquisition agreement of Xiaomi Music, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Host, you have a new task. Task, Photolithography Machine Series Task 3. Task objective: accumulate consumption of 10 billion Longwei coins. Task reward: 1 unit of 3nm EUV photolithography machine, 2 units/year of 3nm EUV photolithography machine capacity, 10 million system points. Task: Dragon Operating System, Smart Mobile version. Task objective: accumulate consumption of 10 billion Longwei coins. Task reward: Dragon Operating System, Smart Mobile version, and source code, 10 million system points reward. Note 1, apps applied to the Anjua operating system can run on the Dragon operating system, Smart Mobile version, and the running speed will be enhanced by over 20%. Note 2, completing this task will unlock the Dragon operating system, computer version, task. Upon seeing these two tasks, a gleam of excitement burst in Lin Feng's eyes. 3nm EUV photolithography machine, this is a generation more advanced than Miles Company's EUV photolithography machine. If this task is completed, Longwa will leap ahead of other countries into the 3nm and even 1nm chip domain. The significance of this for Longwa's semiconductor field cannot be measured in mere money. The task of the Dragon operating system, Smart Mobile version, made Lin Feng ecstatic. Currently, there are only two mainstream smartphone operating systems in the world, Anjua and iPao. Unfortunately, both were developed by Eagle companies. If Eagle tightens its grip on mobile operating systems, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Moreover, computer operating systems relate to national security. For many years, official departments and some state-owned enterprises have been banned from using the Wei software operating system. But current domestic operating systems are somewhat difficult to use and not compatible with most software on the market.
This has led to the continued use of Wei software in civil society. If Eagle took advantage of this, the consequences would still be terrifying.
Now Lin Feng has the ability to reverse this situation. 7nm EUV photolithography machine is enough for now, having a domestic operating system is the pressing priority. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng made a decision.
Host, Lin Feng.
Technology pool, X-alloy, 100 kg/24H, T1100 carbon fiber, 10T/24H, T2000 carbon fiber, 10T/24H, 7nm EUV photolithography machine, 20 units/year, vibranium, 100 kg/24H.
System points, 10,250,000. Combat power, 16,200, initial stage of master. Current skills, mastery of music theory, ultimate fighting technique. Current task, Dragon operating system, Smart Mobile version. After checking his personal attributes, Lin Feng exited the system. President Gua, is your company's Youku video for sale? Gua Hansheng? Wei Yinping? You sure? Wow, he just bought Xiaomi Music and is already eyeing Youku video? Though Youku has struggled in recent years, its market value is still a giant $5.4 billion. How much money does Lin Feng have to dare to ask such a question? Gua Hansheng cleared his throat and said, Lin, Youku is a core project of Ali's big entertainment. Lin Feng nodded, I understand.
If you ever have the intention to sell Youku in the future, please contact me anytime.
After some friendly exchanges, Gua Hansheng sent them out of the Ali Entertainment headquarters building.
Boss, my entire fortune and life are all in your hands, so you must do a great job.
Wei Yinping originally wanted to get a loan from the bank, but there wasn't enough time.
It was Lin Feng who signed the mortgage loan agreement with her and lent her 200 million. So Lin Feng was not only her boss but also her big creditor. Lin Feng made an okay gesture. Don't worry, your boss is always reliable. Wei Yinping patted her chest. With your word, I can rest assured. The waves, that raging. Damn, this woman is seducing our Lin Feng again. Yu Shishir snorted coldly, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's. Lin Feng, my grandfather said that if I lose this 1 billion, I should find a rich in-law to get back a 1 billion dowry. Her arms shook, Little Bear's eyes rubbed against her. Lin Feng was feeling a mix of emotions inside. Ahem, being able to trade you for a 1 billion dowry is a good thing.
Yu Shishir's brows furrowed violently. Is it a good thing? Fine, then you give my grandfather 1 billion dowry and marry me.
In the wealth group, Qin Yuan and the others were also sending out similar comments. Each of them invested 400 million, and if this investment fails, they would have to face years of soul-searching from their families.
The pressure now fell entirely on Lin Feng. Online, the news that Mingmen Entertainment fully acquired Xiaomi Music immediately attracted countless ridicule from netizens. Whoa, isn't Xiaomi Music about to go bankrupt? Why is Mingmen Entertainment acquiring it?
Wow, a music platform on the verge of being forgotten reappearing like this, I never even dreamed of it.
Is the boss of Mingmen Entertainment out of his mind?
If he had this spare cash, he might as well make concessions with Qiuqiu Music.
Lin Feng isn't trying to use Xiaomi Music to compete with Qiuqiu Music, is he? Pfft, even Ali couldn't achieve that. How could the boss of an entertainment company do it? Stop joking. Just when netizens were firing at full blast, Mingmen Entertainment issued an announcement. Goddess at Suman's new album will premiere on Xiaomi Music in 12 days. Let's look forward to it together.
Not long after this Weibo post, Qiuqiu Music's official account also released a similar post. Asia's #1 girl group G-Girl's new album will be globally premiered on Qiuqiu Music in 12 days.
Let's look forward to G-Girls creating brilliance again.
Immediately after, music critic Qin Sheng posted, just received insider news, all 10 songs in Suman's new album are written and composed by Lin Feng.
This is truly astonishing news.
The quality of youth has already been heard by everyone, I won't elaborate further. If the 10 songs in Suman's new album are of the same quality as youth, then I think it might be better not to listen. The direct competition between Mingmen Entertainment and Qiuqiu Music has officially begun.
Chapter 163, Lin Feng, you are cheating.
The Korean girl group G-Girls consists of 9 beautiful members with fair skin and long legs. After debuting, they conquered countless listeners with their fiery dance and sweet voices. Their MVs even broke records on YouTube, referred to as the Light of Korea. During Suman's absence from the music scene for over 2 years, G-Girls swept major music awards across Asia, having no rivals. Thus, they are also known as Asia's #1 girl group. More importantly, 3 members of this girl group are from Longwa, which makes them incredibly popular there. In 2 years since their debut, 3 albums have sold over 100 million Longwa coins in Longwa. Therefore, when Qiuqiu Music posted this Weibo, it immediately ignited the entire internet, quickly surpassing the trending #Suman new album hashtag. 11 days later, Saturday, just 1 day before Suman's new album release. In the Qiuqiu Music vice president's office, Ai Yingying knocked on the door and walked in. Manager Guan, the total download count for Xiaomi Music over the past 11 days has been compiled.
Guan Hui quickly stood up and asked anxiously, "Oh? How much?"
Ai Yingying smiled, a total of 3.27 million.
3.27 million?
Ha, 3.27 million, ha ha ha. Guan Hui sat back in his boss chair, laughing heartily while slapping the table.
Last month, Xiaomi Music's monthly active users fell below 2 million.
Even if all of the new 3.27 million downloads are active users, its monthly active users barely exceed 5 million.
That's not even 1% of Qiuqiu Music. Moreover, many of these people are fans of other artists under Mingmen Entertainment. Suman's new album released on Xiaomi Music, and the sales are certainly not optimistic. As for competing with Qiuqiu Music on equal footing, that's just a dream.
On Weibo, the #, G-Girls new album hashtag has already surpassed 1 billion views, with more than 10 million discussions. #Suman new album hashtag only has 200 million views, with just 3 million discussions. The gap is too big.
Ai Yingying said with a grin.
Guan Hui smiled proudly. It's not just Weibo's popularity, on Jihu, Douban, and other platforms, G-Girls' popularity far exceeds Suman. Also, musicians like Qin Sheng, Chen Si, and Jiahe are tirelessly cheering for G-Girls.
More importantly,
Suman didn't participate in any variety shows, while G-Girls will have their recordings for Happy Camp and Happy Run airing tonight.
Ai Yingying nodded, so, this time we are surely winning. Ha ha ha, not just winning, it's practically a landslide victory.
Guan Hui took out a cigar, lit it, and puffed out a ring of smoke. I can't wait to see Lin Feng giving up.
In a girls' dormitory at a certain university, a stylish girl exclaimed excitedly, Xiaomo, look. Happy Camp released a preview, and G-Girls are really in this episode. Xiaomo's expression darkened, oh. The older sisters will definitely promote their new album on Happy Camp, I can't wait. The stylish girl rested her chin on her hands, looking thrilled. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo's expression grew even dimmer. At this moment, a roommate couldn't bear to watch any longer. Xiaoya, you know Xiaomo's idol is Suman. So what? I didn't say anything bad about Suman.
Xiaoya rolled her eyes, then sighed. Actually, Suman is pretty amazing. It's just that her boss isn't supportive enough, not even helping her fight for a variety show.
Yeah.
Xiao Mo sighed, feeling helpless. So far, only Mingmen Entertainment's official Weibo posted one Weibo for promotion. This definitely won't work. Xiaoya smiled, patting Xiao Mo on the shoulder. Alright Xiao Mo, don't be sad, as long as you fans are still supporting her, that's good enough. Besides, for these years, the Dragon Country music scene has been suppressed by the Korean music scene, so it's reasonable that Suman loses to G-Girls in a face-to-face competition.
Although this made Xiao Mo a bit unhappy, everything Xiaoya said was indeed true.
Around the year 2000 was the golden period for the Dragon Country music scene, where great songs came one after another. Back then, the Asian Music Awards were almost entirely claimed by Dragon Country singers. Later, with the involvement of capital, the idea of traffic is king took over, and the glorious days of the Dragon Country music scene became hard to revive. The Korean music scene began to rise, and it became difficult to see Dragon Country singers at the Asian Music Awards. Korean culture began to flow into the Dragon Country, with young idols becoming all the rage.
Many teenagers fell for Korean oppas and unis, pooling funds to support their rankings.
As a result, those who insulted the Dragon Country continued to profit there, and their fans still helped to cover up the mess afterwards.
It's frustrating.
If Suman can defeat G-Girls in this face-to-face competition. Just as this thought floated into Xiao Mo's mind, it was replaced by self-deprecation.
Mingmen Entertainment isn't even helping Suman promote, how could she possibly defeat the booming G-Girls?
At this moment, that roommate shouted, "Oh, I almost forgot. The Dragon Country TV station is going to broadcast the handover ceremony of the 7nm EUV lithography machine. Tianji Xing and MOXIN Technology are both private enterprises. A handover ceremony between two companies could actually stir up Dragon Country Satellite TV Channel 1 to broadcast live, which has never happened in the history of Dragon Country.
Yet no one felt there was anything wrong with this.
For these years, the 7nm EUV lithography machine has been a shackle around the neck of Dragon Country, allowing the entire nation to witness a historic moment of breaking free from these chains.
What's wrong with that? Xiao Mo snapped back to reality, excitedly saying, yes. Quickly open the computer, let's watch together. At the same time.
On the big screen outside the mall, in the ordinary three-person families, in little roadside restaurants, and in office cubicles. Countless people turned on their TVs, computers, and phones, entering the live broadcast interface of Dragon Country Satellite TV, waiting.
Good morning, dear viewers. I am Han Bingbing, frontline reporter of Dragon Country Satellite TV.
Next to me are Dr. Su Donghai, the project leader of the lithography machine at Zenith Star Technology Lab, and Miss Song Shueching, the chairwoman of Magic Core Technology.
Chairwoman Song, I heard that you specially prepared a celebration for today's handover ceremony, right?
Han Bingbing handed the microphone to Song Shueching. Before the screen, countless viewers were astonished by the breathtaking beauty of Song Shueching. Song Shueching nodded and smiled, saying, yes, we specifically invited Ms. Su Man, hoping her singing will open a new chapter for our company's development.
Countless viewers? Wait, isn't this the handover ceremony for the lithography machine? What does it mean to have Su Man come to sing? Guan Hui, also watching the live broadcast, instantly fell into a daze. After a while, he burst out a curse, damn it. Lin Foam, you're cheating. Chapter 164, once the prelude sounds, ignite the whole scene. Guan Hui was very clear about the significance of this live broadcast on Dragon Country Satellite TV Channel 1, saying it was the focus of the nation was no exaggeration. Plus, today was Saturday, many people were off work at home. Just 5 minutes ago, the number of viewers in the online broadcast room exceeded 50 million. The cable TV rating reached an astonishing 15%. In other words, out of 100 cable TV users, 15 were watching this live broadcast. Meanwhile, the average rating for Dragon Country's Variety King, Happy Base Camp, is just around 1%, and it has never exceeded 2%. Last year's Spring Festival Gala had a peak rating of only 27%. Guan Hui estimated that now 200 to 300 million people were watching this live broadcast, and at this moment, Song Shueching brought Su Man out and wanted her to sing. Guessing with his toes, Guan Hui could already guess that Su Man was going to sing songs from her new album. This level of promotion was more explosive than going on the Spring Festival Gala. After all, there were many artists on the Spring Festival Gala, while this live broadcast only had Su Man as one artist. Cheating, this is cheating. Lin Foam, you're shameless. Guan Hui slammed his desk in anger. Ah. Su Man. It's really Su Man. When Xiao Mo heard Song Shueching's words, she jumped up in surprise. Xiaoya was also wide-eyed in shock, saying, this is possible? Other roommates laughed. Just now Xiaoya said the Mingmen Entertainment boss was useless, didn't expect them to be so powerful, directly bringing Su Man to the EUV lithography machine handover site. No wonder it's rumored online that the bosses of Mingmen Entertainment and Zenith Star are the same person, now it's confirmed. Yeah, only the boss of Zenith Star could make Dragon Country Satellite TV Channel 1 make such a concession, right? Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Foam was pushing his own agenda, deliberately using this opportunity to promote Su Man's new album.
And it was difficult for Dragon Country's satellite TV channel 1, with its inherent authority, to promote an artist. At least people like Guang Hui and Zhang Xianxiu couldn't do that. But if it was Lin Feng, it would be different. Whether it was the mass production of high-quality carbon fiber or the successful research and development of the 7nm EUV lithography machine, both were feats that could be recorded in the history of Dragon Country, and helping to promote an artist was just a small matter. The 200 to 300 million viewers in front of the screen were all shocked by Lin Feng's bold move. After the shock, some questioned, some anticipated, and some waited for Su Man to make a fool of herself. Such a situation is indeed a great promotional opportunity, but if Su Man's upcoming performance fails, it would be a disaster. With the collapse of her reputation, the sales of her new album would surely be disappointing. Xin Shang was the first to post on Weibo, "It's absurd to let a pop singer perform at such an event. If Su Man sings a bland song like Youth next, the responsible person from Dragon Country TV Channel 1 will be nailed to the pillar of historical shame." Good-natured netizens quickly came to share and comment, faintly hinting at reaching the trending list on Weibo. Under the anticipation of countless netizens, the camera shifted to the lobby of the Magic Core Technology office building. The symphony orchestra, dressed in performance attire, was already in place. It's the Magic City Symphony Orchestra. And the famous symphony conductor Li Feng. The Magic City Symphony Orchestra has performed at the Dragon Country Great Hall, and Li Feng has even graced the cover of Time magazine. Oh my god, Su Man is really strong, she even got them to come. It's probably not Su Man's influence, it should be Lin Feng behind her. Su Man has someone behind her, I can see the picture. Wow, seeing the Magic City Symphony Orchestra instantly raised my expectations. I hope Su Man can be impressive and sing a song that dazzles us. I'm just afraid it will be a song of the same level as Youth. If so, it really won't be worthy of the Magic City Symphony Orchestra and Li Feng. In the online live broadcast room, over 50 million netizens flooded the comments, and the barrage almost covered the entire screen. At that moment, Su Man appeared in a long white dress. As soon as the national goddess appeared, howls filled the live room, and the screen was filled with the word goddess. Following that, the information about Su Man's upcoming song appeared on the screen. Magic City Beach, lyrics, Lin Feng, composition, Lin Feng, arrangement, Lin Feng, performer, Su Man. Magic City Beach? What kind of strange song name is that? Wow, Xin Shang was right, both the lyrics and music were by Lin Feng, even the arrangement. Does Lin Feng think he can dominate the music scene just by writing a song like Youth? Too arrogant. I have a feeling Su Man is going to let Lin Feng down terribly. As the netizens in the live room were discussing passionately, Li Feng waved his conductor's baton, and the prelude of Magic City Beach began to play. In an instant, there was a brief silence in the barrage of the live room. Soon after. Holy crap, what is this prelude doing? It's so exciting. Why is my scalp tingling suddenly? In just 17 seconds, the prelude, performed by the Magic City Symphony Orchestra, exploded the entire venue. Waves rolling. Boom boom boom. Waves flowing. Boom boom boom. The mighty rivers never rest. As Su Man sang the first 3 lines, nearly 100 million people across the country collectively held their breath, their eyes wide open. Then came. My god, Su Man is singing in Cantonese? Just these 3 short lines gave me goosebumps, do you know? Mom just asked me why I was watching the broadcast on my knees. Just now, a current surged from my tailbone all the way through my body. I'm numb. Numbed +1. Numbed +2. No one expected Su Man would sing a Cantonese song, and even fewer anticipated that Magic City Beach would be so stunning. As the national song of Dragon Country was performed in such a way, nearly 300 million viewers watching the live broadcast went crazy. Still willing to turn over thousands of waves, rising and falling in my heart. As the last note fell, the live room with over 50 million viewers fell into eerie silence. Seconds later, the barrage in the live room exploded. So beautiful. Do it again. I can't get enough. Su Man, forever. Goddess, is this song from your new album? At that moment, the camera switched to Han Bingbing. The beautiful host's face still bore a look of shock. Her solid professional skills allowed her to enter the state immediately. What a wonderful performance. Let us thank Su Man, thank Li Feng, and thank the Magic City Symphony Orchestra for bringing us this unforgettable auditory feast. Then Han Bingbing looked at Song Xueqing. Director Song, have you heard this song before? No, this is a song from Su Man's new album, and it's my first time hearing it. Song Xueqing exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled brightly, and I really can't get enough, so when I go home, I will download Xiaomi Music and buy Su Man's new album at 8 p.m. tomorrow. In the vice president's office at Qiuqiu Music, Wan Hui almost choked when he heard this. Damn, is this how you advertise? This is cheating. Chapter 165, New Album Human World. Viewers in the live broadcast room uniformly flooded the screen with 666.
Although everyone knew Song Shueching was slipping in a promo, they didn't expect her to be so bold. Even Han Bingbing blushed a bit and felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, next I have a question for Dr. Su Donghai. The camera turned to Su Donghai. Dr. Su, did you and your colleagues encounter many difficulties while developing the 7nm EUV lithography machine? How did you overcome these challenges? Han Bingbing asked. Upon hearing this question, all viewers imagined scenes of Su Haidong and his team facing difficulties and persistently overcoming them one by one. These images were so moving that some sensitive viewers already had tears in their eyes. Su Haidong's expression suddenly became a bit awkward. Actually, we didn't encounter too many difficulties. Ha? Han Bingbing was suddenly a bit dumbfounded. The audience in front of the screen was also stunned. 7nm EUV lithography machine, and countless people online said it was more difficult than a hydrogen bomb, yet Su Haidong said they didn't face too many challenges? Is this just showing off? It's like this, our research conditions are very adequate, and whenever we encounter technical difficulties, President Lin would send us emails for guidance. You could say that 90% of the credit for the successful development of the 7nm EUV lithography machine goes to President Lin. Su Haidong said with deep emotion. Han Bingbing. Countless viewers in front of the screen. Guan Hui. Wow, I can't believe it. So Lin Feng is not only the financial backer of the Zenith Technology Laboratory but also the key player in the laboratory's research? Actually, not just the 7nm EUV lithography machine, even the previously developed carbon fiber production line, President Lin also played over 90% of the role. At least among the people I know, I've never seen anyone like President Lin who has such profound knowledge in various fields of natural sciences. As he spoke, Su Donghai's face was filled with admiration and longing. Han Bingbing was completely speechless. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was going wild. If what Dr. Su said is true, then Lin Feng is really a genius. Isn't it said that Lin Feng is very young? It seems a bit exaggerated to have such accomplishments at such a young age. Wow, are intellectuals really this good at flattering now? Dr. Su's words make you want to call him an expert, even if you listen. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, I certainly don't believe it. Most viewers watching the live broadcast were skeptical of Su Donghai's words. Guan Hui slammed the table and cursed, "Damn, I believe you're lying, this Dr. Su is very cunning." Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Han Bingbing knew they couldn't continue this topic. How many EUV lithography machines can Zenith produce in a year? Is this question convenient for you to answer? Sure, of course it is. Su Donghai smiled and said to the camera, currently, the annual production capacity of the 7nm EUV lithography machine is 20 units. Our next step will be to continue cooperating with Magic Core Technology, prioritizing supply to Magic Core Technology. Han Bingbing's beautiful eyes lit up. May I ask, how many chips can a lithography machine produce in a year? Su Haidong replied, if it's a 7nm chip, one lithography machine can achieve an annual capacity of 180 million pieces. Last year, Orange Pi's phone shipments were 120 million units, which means one lithography machine can meet the chip demands of a phone manufacturer of that scale. After the Q&A session, it finally arrived at the handover segment of the lithography machine. In the ultra-clean workshop of Magic Chip Technology, people saw the 7nm EUV lithography machine covered with a red cloth. Su Donghai and Song Shueching stood on either side, grasping a corner of the red cloth, gently pulling it down. The massive EUV lithography machine was revealed to all the spectators. This is our own 7nm EUV lithography machine from Dragon Country. Let us wish Tycoon Technology and Magic Chip Technology will bring us more surprises in the future. As Han Bingbing's words fell, the live broadcast began to conclude, and the music of My Heart Will Go On played softly. The moment the prelude began, the live room exploded. Wow, what is this music? I've never heard it before. This prelude, it feels so intense. Once again, my scalp is tingling. I feel electrified all over. Just when people thought they were about to hear a complete song, the music suddenly stopped. The live broadcast room closed. A bunch of netizens exclaimed. This feeling is like an arrow on the string, only for the other person to suddenly say a relative has come to visit. It was just too frustrating. I can't believe it. I took my pants off just to hear this? Ah. Don't stop. I want to hear more. What is the name of this song? Where can I listen to it? Online begging. In the black screen live room, countless netizens commented wildly. At the same time, due to the positive news from the live broadcast, Dragon Country's stock market had risen to a market value of 200 billion, and the stocks of Magic Chip Technology, which had stabilized for 2 days, skyrocketed again. In just 10 minutes, it surged to 220 billion, hitting the trading limit directly. Industry insiders determined that in the coming days, Magic Chip Technology's stock price would face several limit increases.
Those who sold their stocks when Magic Chip Technology's price fell were regretting it deeply. Soon after, Mingmen Entertainment posted a Weibo update. The editor saw many people asking about the song played at the end of the live broadcast, sneakily telling everyone, this song is called My Heart Will Go On, and is also included in Suman's new album. P.S. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., Suman's brand new album Human World will have its global premiere on Xiaomi Music, so there's still time to download Xiaomi Music.
Wow, I knew this song was Suman's new song.
Magic City Beach, My Heart Will Go On, just based on these two songs, I'm definitely buying Suman's new album, even Jesus can't change my mind. Brothers, hurry up and download Xiaomi Music, go vu go vu go.
On the other hand, Qin Shang's Weibo post attracted a crowd of onlookers.
Qin critic, did your face get swollen? Wow, Suman hasn't even sung yet, and you say it's utterly ridiculous, who do you think you are? Dude, after listening to Magic City Beach, do you still think it's a pop song? The one nailed to the pillar of historical shame is you, right? Qin the great critic. Seeing these mockery-laden comments, Qin Shang, in a fit of rage, turned off the comments, then tweeted, the song Magic City Beach is clearly Suman's title track, the level of the other 9 songs must be far behind. If I'm wrong in my judgment, I'll perform a handstand while eating shit for everyone. Mingmen Entertainment promptly retweeted this Weibo and commented, looking forward to Qin Shang doing a handstand and eating shit. Taiyangxing Special Materials Company, Limited, and Taiyangxing Technology Laboratories official Weibo also retweeted and commented, brothers, quickly take screenshots and save them, don't let Qin Shang escape.
Qin Shang? Chapter 166, Toolman Chen Musho. Just when Qin Shang was being attacked and ridiculed by the 3 major official Weibo accounts. Hashtag Magic City Beach hashtag My Heart Will Go On hashtag Lin Feng is a tech tycoon hashtag Suman's new album hashtag Song Shueching is so beautiful hashtag and other topics climbed to Weibo's trending searches. For a moment, Suman's new album became a hot topic for everyone. The reading volume surged past 2 billion. In contrast, the popularity of hashtag G-Girl's new album hashtag was directly suppressed. Not only that, but in the daily download charts of major app stores, Xiaomi Music surged, and the number of downloads skyrocketed. By the evening, after the broadcasts of Happy Camp and Happy Run, G-Girls managed to regain some of their lost momentum, and relevant topics reappeared on Weibo's trending search list. Ah! The older sisters are so beautiful. Wow, this dance move, even as a woman, I'm nosebleeding just watching. The sisters' new song is so good, everyone come listen. To be fair, in music, K-pop singers are indeed over 10 years ahead of long country singers. The sisters are beautiful, their songs are sweet, and their professionalism is top-notch. No wonder they are Asia's #1 girl group. Ah! I am so looking forward to the sisters' new album being released tomorrow. To create a buzz, Chocho Music Platform also launched a special lottery event to boost the popularity of G-Girls. By midnight, the reading volume of hashtag G-Girl's new album hashtag had skyrocketed to over 3 billion, tying with hashtag Suman's new album hashtag. The next day, the battle for popularity continued. Just when both sides were at a stalemate, a video suddenly went viral online. In the video, the president of Long Institute, Chen Musho, was intently looking at his phone. At that moment, the filmer quietly approached him and saw that Suman's Magic City Beach was playing on his phone screen. Wow, Grandpa, I didn't expect you also liked Suman, a beautiful girl's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Chen Musho shivered, nearly dropping his phone to the ground. Once he regained his composure, he affectionately said, "You little girl, how did you walk so quietly?" "Hee hee, I just wanted to see what Grandpa was watching." Oh, this is Suman's live performance of Magic City Beach from yesterday. The song really never gets old. Even I, someone who never follows stars, am about to become her fan. The idea of an old grandpa chasing stars was already enough to become a hot topic, especially since this old man was the president of Long Institute. So, once this short video was posted on Douyin, it quickly went viral all over the internet. God, even President Chen is starting to follow stars? So cute. President of Long Institute is a fan of Suman? How did I suddenly feel proud about this? If even the president of Long Institute says a song is good, what magic does Magic City Beach really have? I can't take it anymore. I also want to buy Suman's new album. Originally, Suman was already riding a high from the popularity of yesterday's live broadcast, and with Chen Musho's endorsement, the hype reached new heights. What's more terrifying is that Chen Musho's students and old friends are spread all over the world. These big shots in the scientific community began to share and spread the trend of chasing Suman's new album. Upon hearing this news, Wan Hui nearly fainted. He could guess with his toes that this short video was definitely planned by Lin Feng. After all, Chen Musho had endorsed Tianding Star more than once. Having Long Country TV Channel 1 assist in the publicity was already outrageous, but did they really make President Chen a tool? This was sick, absolutely sick. Under Lin Feng's insane promotional efforts, by the moment Suman's new album was released, the downloads for Xiaomi Music, after the acquisition, had already surpassed 300 million.
In just 2 days, 300 million downloads. If this data got out, it would surely shock the industry.
At 7:55 p.m. in a girl's dormitory. Xiao Mo, could you play Suman's new album on speaker after you buy it? I want to hear My Heart Will Go On, but I also want to hear that song. The intro is so strong, I can't wait to hear the full song.
Looking at the other roommates gathered around, Xiao Mo proudly said, "Sure, no problem." On the other hand, Xiaoya looked a bit aggrieved. "Why don't you let me play it on speaker? G-Girl's new song is also very good." The other roommates exchanged smiles. Hee hee. First listen to Suman, then listen to G-Girls.
No bias towards anyone. As everyone waited with anticipation, 8 o'clock arrived. Xiao Mo quickly refreshed the page, and then
the Xiaomai music crashed. Xiao Mo tried to log in several more times, all ending in failure. But she was not only not frustrated, she was a bit happy. It must be too many people trying to log in.
Let's try again later.
On the other side, Xiaoya also encountered the crash of Qiuqiu Music, but after trying twice, she logged in successfully. The technology of Qiuqiu Music platform is indeed solid. Xiaoya smiled with pride, paid 30 yuan, bought G-Girl's new album, and then turned on the speaker. "Sisters, let's enjoy together." The others naturally would not refuse her kindness and started enjoying it together. It must be said that as Asia's #1 girl group, G-Girl's new song is indeed good, but compared to Magic City Beach, it lacks a resonant power. Just as they finished listening to the first song, Xiao Mo exclaimed, "I got in."
Wow. The other roommates all rushed to Xiao Mo's side. "Hurry, buy it, buy it." Xiao Mo quickly paid 30 yuan and bought Suman's new album. "Quick, play My Heart Will Go On."
The tone of her roommates was a bit excited and trembling, just like a foodie who got their long-desired dish and is about to eat.
With an excited heart and trembling hands, Xiao Mo pressed the yellow button of Xiaomai Music.
When the prelude started, everyone, including Xiao Mo, showed an expression of enjoyment. Even Xiaoya perked up her ears and listened earnestly. When the song ended, everyone was already in a trance. They never imagined that a person from Longwa could sing such beautiful and moving English songs.
After listening to this song, they felt like they had experienced a heart-wrenching love affair.
No one knew how long it had been when a roommate suggested, "Let's listen again." Xiao Mo shook her head. "I want to hear other songs." While speaking, she chose the title song of the new album Rinjian.
After the wind and rain, there may not be a beautiful rainbow.
It's not that a clear sky will have a rainbow.
So your innocent face doesn't mean you are naive.
If heaven and earth are worth praising,
it is because of you that it becomes bustling. The vastness of heaven and earth, the world is more hazy than you think. I can no longer deceive, I hope you can understand. As the song ended, the girls' dormitory fell silent, quiet enough to hear a needle drop. P.S. The 4th chapter is delivered. Seeking a wave of free reminders, free gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 167, All Explosive Hits.
If heaven and earth are worth praising, it is because of you that it becomes bustling.
Oh my god, these 2 lines of lyrics are so beautiful. This song is so good, I am completely mesmerized. I thought Magic City Beach and My Heart Will Go On were the best in this album, but I didn't expect Rinjian to be so good too. The key is that the lyrics, composition, and arrangement of these 3 songs are all by Lin Feng. He is so talented. A song Rinjian made Xiao Mo's roommates feel goosebumps all over. Even Xiaoya, the die-hard fan of G-Girls, showed a look of intoxication. Xiao Mo also didn't expect Suman's new album to be so powerful. Her excited face flushed red. After a while, a roommate urged, "Hurry, Xiao Mo, let's hear other songs." Yes, I also want to know if other songs are equally amazing. With 3 explosive songs released, the anticipation of the other roommates for this album had already skyrocketed. Well, let's listen to this song. Next stop, Diva. With eager anticipation and trembling hands, Xiao Mo pressed the yellow button on Xiaomai Music. Standing before the big round, carefully look at my path. As the prelude ended, the first 2 lines grabbed all their ears tightly. By the end of the song, Xiao Mo and her friends started to breathe more rapidly. Oh my god, this song, Next Stop, Diva, is yet another explosive hit? This is too crazy. Even if the remaining 6 songs are just mediocre, this 30 yuan was worth it. Yes, for explosive songs in one album, it's remarkable. My ears are about to get pregnant. With these 4 songs, I am satisfied, I'm not expecting anything more. Saying this, Xiao Mo clicked on Encounter. Hearing the winter's departure, I woke up in a certain year, a certain month. Ha. Hiss. Goodness, I can't believe it. This song Encounter starts off so beautifully. Once the song finished, Xiao Mo and the others were stunned again. This song was just as incredible as the first 4. 5 explosive songs now. In the following time, they listened to I Like You, Love Story, Bubble, Passing Years, and Your Smile. Each song was a feast for their ears. Every song brought them different shocks and emotions.
I can hardly believe my ears. In one album, 10 songs are of explosive quality. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. Oh no, I've already fallen in love with Lin Feng, what should I do? I'm really curious, what kind of amazing man can write 10 songs like this? There are rumors online that Lin Feng is very young and handsome. I now declare unilaterally that Lin Feng is my husband, nobody can compete with me. Come on, not long ago Lin Feng was rumored to be with Su Man, how do you think you compare with Su Man? Not just Su Man, he also chased after the beautiful secretary Lucisi, and that was all the buzz, right? Ah, such an outstanding guy, I wouldn't mind if he had a few more girlfriends. Hey, Xiaoya, how did you download Xiaomi Music? The roommates who were joking together suddenly noticed that Xiaoya was quiet on the side, and quickly went over to check, only to find she had actually downloaded Xiaomi Music. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, playing it on speaker is almost making my ears pregnant, what would it feel like if I wore my AKG headphones? Upon hearing this, the other roommates' breathing grew rapid. Right, how come they didn't think of that? Hey wait, aren't you a G-Girls fan? One roommate asked, puzzled. Xiaoya haughtily rolled her eyes, humph, what does that have to do with me listening to Su Man songs? Spending $30 for a long time of auditory enjoyment, totally worth it. The other roommates. Xiaoya makes so much sense that they couldn't argue back? I'm going to buy it too. Exactly, it's only $30, that's not even enough for a pound of pork. This electronic music album cannot be shared, it must be played using a purchased account. Other roommates quickly took out their phones, excitedly bought Su Man's album, and put on their headphones to savor it. In a rented room, a couple sat side by side on the bed. The girl wore headphones, looking completely absorbed. Honey, can you let me listen for a bit? The boy said, scratching his head anxiously. The girl pushed him aside, go play your game. What's the fun in that? I want to listen to Su Man's new album, the boy said, almost reaching out to grab it. The girl kicked him, then spent $30 to buy one, it's not that expensive. The boy's eyes lit up, right. You don't go buy just one ticket when we go to the movies together. With those words, the boy picked up his phone, bought Su Man's new album, and wore the headphones looking satisfied. Going to see a big movie can cost 50, 60, 70, or $80, so what's wrong with spending 30 on a magical album? Everyone has their own scale, some music, even spending $3 feels too much, but for some music, paying $30 is a steal. Especially in a situation where there haven't been high-quality albums in the music scene for years. Similar situations were repeating all over the country. In Jiangnan, at the Inrue Ziyue Villa. After acquiring Xiaomi Music, Lin Feng moved into this villa that had cost $88 million at the time. Wei Yinping and Yu Shishir naturally moved in too, but today, Yu Shishir's elder was celebrating a birthday. The young lady returned to the Magic City early in the morning. At this moment, Lin Feng sat on the sofa with his phone, looking somewhat serious. Opposite him, Wei Yinping, dressed in a professional outfit and black stockings, glanced at the time and nervously asked, have the sales data come out? In the wealth group, Qin Yuan and others were also inquiring about the first-hour sales data of Human. Just as Lin Feng was about to shake his head, his expression suddenly changed, it's out. How much? Wei Yinping stood up suddenly and walked over to Lin Feng, nervously asking. Whether the sales of Human would be strong was related to whether Xiaomi Music could have a good start after the acquisition, and whether the $2 billion she invested could be earned back. Although there had been overwhelming promotion online for Su Man's new album Human over the past 2 days, with Xiaomi Music's downloads exceeding 300 million, Wei Yinping was still extremely anxious until the sales data was released. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, holding up a hand to show 9. Wei Yinping was first stunned, then said excitedly, 90 million? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, wrong, it's 963.33 million. What? Wei Yinping was startled, then excitedly leaned over to hug Lin Feng, boss, you are truly amazing, I love you so much. At the same time, Mingmen Entertainment and Xiaomi Music announced the first-hour sales data of Human. The entire internet was stunned. Chapter 168, I bled for the company. Wow, no way, over 9 billion in the first hour of sales? Rounding it off, that's practically 10 billion. This data is too unreal, right? Fun fact, the record for electronic music album sales in long country history is 120 million. So you're telling me that Su Man's Human only took 1 hour to raise this record by 8 times? I heard yesterday that the album Human was super hot online, and seeing this sales figure makes me want to give it a listen. Soon, the hashtag first sales of Human 96333 million hashtag topped the trending list. For this data, some were shocked, while others expressed doubts. After all, the previous record was 120 million, and Human skyrocketed to 960 million in just 1 hour. The more you think about it, the more exaggerated it sounds. While countless netizens debated fiercely over this data, those who had listened to the entire album began to share their experiences. I'm telling you, the album Human is honestly the best album I've ever heard, no joke, every song is a bomb. Human is so good.
You thought I was talking about the song Human? I'm talking about the album Human.
Everyone who hasn't listened should hurry up, my ears are already pregnant. My husband plays games every night, but now even when I tell him to play, he won't go, he wants to steal my headphones, it drives me crazy. I think the real genius is Lin Feng, all 10 songs lyrics, composition, and arrangement are done by him.
Is his brain just full of notes?
Yes, Lin Feng is simply a remarkable man, so talented. Hashtag Lin Feng hashtag Suman new album hashtag Human hashtag so good hashtag quickly surged onto the trending list. However, this was just the beginning, as more and more listeners shared their thoughts on the album, all 10 song titles climbed the trending list.
Under Qin Shang's post dissing Human, countless netizens flocked in. Qin Shang, your mom is calling you home to eat poop.
Although I'm not a music critic, I believe Suman's 10 new songs are of high quality, so when will you perform eating poop? What a ridiculous so-called music critic, your level is unworthy of even carrying Lin Feng's shoes.
Qin Shang, go eat shit.
Just as netizens were having a blast roasting him, Qin Shang deleted the post and closed the comments. Soon, the hashtags hashtag Qin Shang eats poop hashtag and hashtag Qin Shang deletes post hashtag also topped the trending list. In the top 50 trending topics, 15 were all related to one incident, which was unprecedented in Weibo history.
And with the explosive popularity, the sales of Human skyrocketed once again. 2 hours later, its sales skyrocketed to 1.5 billion. This data, once released, shocked the entire internet again.
At this moment, in the office of the vice president of Chichio Music.
Guan Hui, are you an idiot? Why did you decide to terminate the contract with Suman? President Lu Jun thumped the desk, questioning angrily.
Lu, this is something you agreed to as well, Guan Hui said with grievance on his face. Lu Jun did not expect him to dare to talk back, instantly becoming furious. I only agreed to renegotiate the profit-sharing agreement with Suman, I did not say for you to terminate the contract with her.
Look, Suman's new album sold 1.5 billion Longwa coins in 2 hours, do you know what that means?
Before Guan Hui could respond, Lu Jun answered himself, this means we have lost nearly 1 billion in sales, and it also means we now have a strong competitor. If Chichio Music hadn't terminated the contract with Suman, that sales record would have been theirs. They would have also had their share of the sales. Because of Guan Hui's stupid decision, the profit sharing is gone, and the sales record has become a badge of honor for the opponent. What's worse, if Lin Feng takes this chance and helps the nearly buried Xiaomi Music Store, stealing Chichio Music's market share, Guan Hui will be the sinner of Chichio Music. On the other hand, the G-Girls' new album, which they had high hopes for, only made 30 million Longwa coins 2 hours after its release. In the past, this figure would have been quite good, but compared to Suman's 1.5 billion Longwa coins, this number was simply pathetic. Guan Hui let out a breath of frustration, arguing, Lu, you are being too harsh, Suman's new album is amazing, but in the end, it's just one album.
Those users can't possibly abandon Chichio Music's vast catalog for just one album, right? Why does Chichio Music dominate over 50% of the Longwa market? Because it owns 90% of the music copyrights in Longwa. If users want to hear the most complete songs, they have to come to Chichio Music. Whether it's music, games, videos, or even variety shows, as long as they hold the lead, even if they feed the users garbage, the users will have to swallow it with closed eyes. Because if users don't eat it, they will starve, they have no choice. So Guan Hui is not worried at all about Xiaomi Music posing a threat to Chichio Music. You should save this talk for General Manager Ma, Lu Jun said coldly. Guan Hui's expression changed slightly, is General Manager Ma coming?
Just as his voice fell, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and little Ma walked in with a dark expression.
General Manager Ma.
Guan Hui hurried up to greet him. Little Ma glared at him and said expressionlessly, the board of directors just held an emergency online meeting, and the decision has been made to terminate your employment. Go settle your salary with finance tomorrow, and then pack your things and leave.
What? Guan Hui's body shook, and he collapsed. No, General Manager Ma, I have bled for the company, I have shed tears for the company, even if there are no accomplishments, there should be some acknowledgement, please don't fire me. This is the board's resolution.
Little Ma said, and as soon as he finished speaking, a group of security guards rushed in, dragging him out of the office regardless of Guan Hui's struggles. Little Ma looked at Lu Jun. Lu, contact Lin Feng tomorrow and ask if he is willing to sell Xiaomi Music, I can give you the authority to offer up to 20 billion Longwa coins. Equity stakes are also an option, but we need to hold over 51% of the shares.
20 billion? Lu Jun's eyes widened. General Manager Ma, this price is too high.
There have been many single investments of over 20 billion, but Xiaomi Music is clearly not worth that money. Little Ma sneered, this price comes with conditions. At this moment, in the Silver Rue Ziyu Villa, in a bedroom on the second floor. Wei Yinping flushed as she placed her toy on the bed, then took a bath towel and walked into the bathroom, enjoying a nice shower. Just as she turned off the shower head and was about to use the towel to dry off the water droplets on her body. Suddenly, my foot slipped, and my body fell heavily to the ground. P.S. I made some changes in the previous chapter, you can take a look at it again later, but it's okay if you don't, it won't affect your reading much. Chapter 169, Boss, come save me. Wei Yinping cried out in pain, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Then she tried to stand up, but as she put weight on her right foot, a sharp pain shot through her. With a thud, Wei Yinping fell back to the ground. Oh no! My foot seems to be twisted. Wei Yinping grimaced in pain, cold sweat streaming down her face. After enduring the pain and trying again, she gave up on the idea of getting up. Damn it, the bathroom floor was already slippery after cleaning, and now with her right ankle twisted, there was no way she could get up. Do I really have to spend the night on the bathroom floor? No way. Wei Yinping howled in despair, then her beautiful eyes lit up. That's right, I can let Lin Feng come in to help me. But... After hesitating for a moment, Wei Yinping struggled to sit up, then stretched her arm, and after several attempts, she finally grabbed the towel hanging on the drying rack. Once she pulled down the towel and wrapped it around her body, the beautiful CEO let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Boss, I fell down. Come save me." In the next room, Lin Feng was half sitting on the bed chatting with Qin Yuan and others. Qin Yuan, Lin Xiao, 2 hours sold 1.5 billion. You're amazing. Weibin bought a company for 10 billion, and the first business brings in 1.5 billion. Lin Xiao, you're the most incredible business genius I've ever seen. Lu Yulon, damn, what a business genius. Can you stop being so materialistic? Lin Xiao is a musical genius. You sure, hee, you all really know how to flatter. Suddenly, the group fell silent. Then. You sure, Lin Feng, my grandpa praised you after knowing this. My judgment of men is indeed not wrong. Qin Yuan, miss you, you really are good at flattering. At that moment, a heavy thud suddenly came from next door. Lin Feng quickly perked up and listened carefully. Just when he thought it might be his imagination, another muffled sound followed. What is Wei Yinping doing? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, Wei Yinping's voice for help came through. This villa had excellent soundproofing, and Wei Yinping was in the bathroom, with layers of barriers between her and Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was a master-level warrior, nothing within 100 meters could escape his perception. It's too late, I'm going to sleep. You guys don't stay up too late. After sending this message, Lin Feng quickly got out of bed and went to the door of the next bedroom. He knocked on the door and shouted loudly, using his true energy, "President Wei, are you okay?" With the enhancement of true energy, Lin Feng's voice penetrated into the bathroom and reached Wei Yinping's ears. At that moment, the beautiful CEO joyfully shouted, "Boss, I slipped and can't get up. Hurry and save me." Lin Feng? Wow, the beautiful CEO is still young and she actually slipped. What a careless girl. In a hurry, Lin Feng grasped the doorknob and intended to force it open. But when he turned, the door unexpectedly opened. Lin Feng was stunned. What? The beautiful CEO didn't lock the door? Is she this trusting of me? A solitary man and woman in one room should have some sort of guard, right? But Wei Yinping didn't even lock the door. If he had some bad intentions, wouldn't it be? Lin Feng shook off his thoughts, pushed the door open, and quickly scanned the room. His pupils immediately contracted. What is? On the white bedsheet lay a red toy. President Wei, are you in the bathroom? Lin Feng struggled to pull his gaze back and asked. Yes, I'm in the bathroom. You hurry and help me up. Wei Yinping's voice came from inside. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, walked to the bathroom door, pushed the door open and stepped inside, and saw the beautiful CEO lying on the ground covered with a towel. Have you seen enough? Seeing Lin Feng staring at her, Wei Yinping's face turned slightly red, and she said shyly. Ahem. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his gaze and teased, CEO Wei, aren't you being too careless? You can even slip while taking a bath. Wei Yinping gave him a charming glare and lightly retorted, now that I'm like this, you still want to make fun of me? Bad guy. Lin Feng laughed heartily, what do you need me to do? Wei Yinping pondered for a moment, my ankle is sprained, I can't walk. How about? I hold onto the bath towel, and you carry me to bed? That works. Lin Feng nodded, bending down effortlessly to Princess carry her. When they reached the bedside, Wei Yinping realized she hadn't tidied her things, and a blush crept onto her face. Ahem, I didn't see anything. Lin Feng said, trying to appear casual but failing terribly. Chapter 170, Letting Go to Gain Control, a Surefire Strategy. Wei Yinping let out a light scoff, that's a curling iron. Oh, is it? But you have straight hair. Lin Feng said with a half smile. Wei Yinping felt so embarrassed she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I haven't started using it since I bought it. I see. Lin Feng didn't expose her, gently placing her on the bed. Just then, a system prompt sound rang out. Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, massage therapy. Task objective, use massage to help Wei Yinping heal her ankle sprain. Task reward, prosperous descendants card *1. Lin Feng? Good heavens, the system actually gave another task with a prospective descendants card as a reward? The two suddenly spoke at the same time. You go first. They said in unison again. Wei Yinping's lovely face turned red. Wow, I didn't expect us to be so in sync. Lin Feng smirked. You mean a meeting of minds? Dream on. Wei Yinping gave him a sultry glare. You have too many rumors, I can't share any mind with you. Lin Feng? Wow, the beautiful CEO is feeling jealous, huh? Alright, thank you for carrying me over. It's getting late, you should go rest. As before, when the two were about to break that layer of tension, Wei Yinping skillfully changed the topic. Lin Feng nodded, then said, your ankle is swollen badly. If you don't treat it in time, you still won't be able to walk by tomorrow morning. Wei Yinping, can you treat it? Lin Feng shrugged, yeah, it's a family skill. Wei Yinping rolled her eyes at him, that trick might work on little girls, but it won't work on me. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Wow, as expected of the beautiful CEO who always manages to retreat gracefully, getting her to ask for help with her injury is definitely not easy. Since you don't believe me, then I won't say more. You might as well spend the next few days in bed. Get some rest, good night. Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. Wei Yinping's expression changed several times. Just when Lin Feng reached the bedroom door, she gritted her teeth. Wait a minute. Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile, turning to ask, is there anything else? Letting go to gain control, a surefire strategy. You really can treat sprains? Wei Yinping lightly bit her red lip and asked. Lin Feng spread his hands. I told you it's a family skill. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Wei Yinping gave him a sultry glare. If I let you help treat it, how many days until it's healed? It'll definitely be good after just once. Lin Feng said naturally. In most cases, ankle sprains involve soft tissue bleeding. It's rare for bones to be hurt. And true energy has an excellent effect on removing bruising. Wei Yinping's eyes widened. Good heavens, this is an ankle sprain. Even if an NBA player twists their ankle during a game, they still need to rest for several days under the team doctor's care. Lin Feng actually claims he can cure it in one go? Previously, the handsome boss wouldn't be like a barefoot doctor wielding a cure-all flag, would he? After a while, the beautiful CEO let out a breath. For the sake that you've never let me down before, I'll believe you once. Lin Feng smiled playfully and squatted down to start treating her. True energy flowed through her skin into her ankle. Impact of bruises. Wei Yinping only felt a hot flow appearing from her ankle, quickly spreading to her limbs. After a long while, Lin Feng released his hands. Okay, try moving and see if it still hurts. Wei Yinping attempted to twist her right foot. Ha! The beautiful president's eyes sparkled with delight. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Chapter 171, Don't Take Advantage of Others' Misfortunes. Boss, you are amazing, it really got better in just one time. Wei Yinping was overjoyed. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Feng said, feeling smug. Looking at Lin Feng standing proudly, Wei Yinping both felt annoyed and amused. Aren't you tired talking with your back to me? Cough, it's quite late, I should get going. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Wei Yinping firmly grabbed his arm, both annoyed and amused. Am I some kind of monster that you are so scared of me? At this moment, Wei Yinping walked in front of him, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she asked, Hey, boss, can I ask you, do you have thoughts about me? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This question of yours is a bit dangerous. Cut it out, we are all adults, what can't we say? Wei Yinping gave him a charming look and then asked, Actually, you are my boss and also my biggest creditor. In this case, if you want to do something to me, the success rate should be quite high. So I'm very curious, why don't you try it, instead of being in such a hurry to leave? Being in the entertainment circle, the beautiful president had seen too many twisted situations. If it were someone else, like Zhang Xianxiu, he would definitely do something, even using force if necessary. But Lin Feng not only did nothing, but also wanted to turn around and leave. Is her charm not strong enough? Lin Feng? Wow, is the beautiful president hinting at something? Seeing he didn't speak, Wei Yinping suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, You can't possibly dislike women, right? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Who said that? I'm perfectly normal, okay? Then does that mean my charm is not strong enough? Wei Yinping tilted her head and asked. Enough, stop guessing wildly. I just don't want to take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Wei Yinping was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Feng had 3 black lines on his forehead. Is it that funny? No. Ha ha ha,
I just think my boss, you, are so cute. Wei Yinping laughed so hard her stomach began to hurt.
A man who is so strong in business, yet doesn't want to take advantage of his subordinate.
What a cute contrast.
Lin Feng had even more black lines on his forehead. I'm telling you, if you keep laughing like this, I'm going to get angry.
Okay, I won't laugh anymore.
Wei Yinping stopped laughing and stared at Lin Feng, saying nothing.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What kind of look is that?
Wei Yinping pondered for 2 seconds. I really want you to stay, but I don't want to be responsible for you.
Lin Feng?
What the heck,
not wanting to be responsible?
I'm the man here, okay?
So, if I'm not responsible for you, would you be willing to stay? Wei Yinping asked with her eyes sparkling.
Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. Woman, you are playing with fire. The next morning, Wei Yinping, half asleep, instinctively reached out to the side.
With nothing but air, the beautiful president jolted up. Lin Feng? No one answered. This guy said last night he wanted to marry me, yet he's nowhere to be seen this morning? Wei Yinping complained and put on a shirt before leaving the bedroom.
When she arrived on the second-floor corridor, she saw Lin Feng busy in the open kitchen, the aroma of breakfast wafting through the air.
Wow, the boss can cook, how handsome.
Wei Yinping rested her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with stars. Then she walked barefoot down the stairs, sneakily approaching Lin Feng from behind. With Lin Feng's hearing, he had already heard the beautiful president approaching, but he pretended not to have heard and continued frying eggs.
Yay, gotcha.
Wei Yinping suddenly hugged Lin Feng from behind, excitedly shouting.
Chapter 172, Sales reach 2 billion.
Lin Feng smiled gently. Just wait a little longer, breakfast will be ready soon. Yesterday he used the Wealth and Honor card and gained a full 2 billion.
Could you turn around and look at me at this moment? Wei Yinping acted cute.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and turned around.
Then he gasped in surprise. Goodness, the beautiful president was only wearing a shirt?
An hour later, Lin Feng stared at the egg stuck to the bottom of the pan, lost in thought.
How about, we just eat instant noodles? Wei Yinping said a bit shyly. Once the two finished breakfast, Wei Yinping's phone suddenly rang. Boss, it's a call from Lu Jun, the president of Chocho Music.
Wei Yinping glanced at the caller ID and said with a strange expression.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Answer it.
Wei Yinping answered the call cheerfully. Oh, President Lu, why did you think of calling this little nobody?
What? You want to meet our boss?
Lin Feng smirked and took the phone. Hello, I am Lin Feng.
Sure, I am in Jiangnan. If you want to talk to me face to face, then come over. Yinping, what do you think President Lu is looking for me to discuss?
Lin Feng put down the phone and said with interest.
Either to invest or to acquire, it's only these two things.
Wei Yinping lightly brushed her bangs back and smiled.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. You really know Lu Jun, huh?
Wei Yinping playfully rolled her eyes at him. I don't understand Lu Jun, I understand Penguin.
Lin Feng?
The beautiful president made a lot of sense, and he found himself unable to refute her.
At 2 p.m, in the office of the president of Xiaomi Music. Boss, the sales of Human World have already exceeded 2 billion, this number is really crazy.
Chen Sihao, the president of Xiaomi Music, had a flushed, excited face. This was a figure he could never have imagined. Worldwide, only some Western artists had album sales exceeding this number. Lin Feng smiled slightly. With the growing reputation, Human World has plenty of room for increased sales. It's like a movie that initially had no audience. After the premiere, word of mouth explodes, attracting more people to the theater. Once people watch the movie and share it with others, it pulls even more people into theaters. The Wandering Earth is a typical example. The situation with Human World is somewhat similar. Unlike movies, online music has no capacity limit and no venue requirements. With a phone, with the internet, one can pay online and buy and listen anytime, anywhere, which is much more convenient than watching a movie. The only thing to beware of is piracy. Chen Sihao nodded. Yes, although the sales growth rate has slowed down now, it is still quite impressive. However, breaking the world record is a bit difficult.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What is the current world record? $3.2 billion.
Wei Yinping said from the side. This record belonged to the legendary singer of the Bald Eagle, Mike Sin, who sold a total of 80 million albums, with each album priced at $40.
Lin Feng nodded. That's indeed quite high.
In a parallel world, the record for the highest album sales belonged to Michael Jackson, whose sixth album sold 106 million copies, with the same price of $40 per album. Just the sales of this single album has ticket sales that few films in the world can match. What's even more terrifying is that his total album sales exceeded 700 million. At that moment, Chen Sihao's secretary knocked and walked in. Boss, Mr. Chen, Ms. Wei, President Lu from Chocho Music has arrived. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Let him in.
Huh?
The beautiful secretary looked a bit confused.
The other party is the president of Chocho Music, shouldn't she go out to greet him? Chen Siheo shot her a glare. What are you ing for? Just do as the boss said. At first, he didn't have high hopes for Lin Feng to lead Xiaomi Music to glory. Who would have thought that Lin Feng used so many clever tricks to promote Human World, dazzling his eyes? Once the first hour sales data came out, he was already in complete admiration of Lin Feng. Oh. The beautiful secretary hurriedly left the office, and after a while, brought Lu Jun here. Chapter 173, Do I have to beg on my knees then? As Lu Jun entered, he quickly scanned the faces of Lin Feng and his two companions, then walked straight to Lin Feng. President Lin, I've long admired you. Lin Feng shook his hand, and after a round of pleasantries, got straight to the point. I wonder why Mr. Lu has come such a long way to talk to me? It's like this, our boss has great respect for President Lin's talent and wants to collaborate with you, Lu Jun said with a smile. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Little brother Ma wants to collaborate with me? How do you want to cooperate? Lu Jun smiled slightly. Acquire Xiaomi Music. Lin Feng glanced at Wei Yinping, responding with a smug little look. Lin Feng chuckled, sorry, Xiaomi Music is a core project of Mingmen Entertainment, and it is not for sale. Lu Jun had long guessed he would refuse, and didn't rush. President Lin, you don't need to refuse so quickly. Our penguin is always generous, and the price is negotiable. Lin Feng laughed. Does Mr. Lu think I would lack money? President Lin holds the Star of Heaven, so you naturally have no lack of money, but who would ever dislike having more money? Lu Jun replied with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Lu is right, but Xiaomi Music is the golden goose that lays golden eggs. Do you think I would do something as foolish as killing the goose for the egg? President Lin, you're exaggerating a bit, Lu Jun said with a stern look. An album of the quality of Human World is hard to come by. President Lin can't always rely on Longhua Satellite TV's Channel 1 and Chen Musho to help promote, right? Wei Yinping and Chen Siheo's expressions changed slightly. It must be said, Lu Jun's perspective on issues is very sharp. The reason Human World achieved such success is that Longhua had not produced such a high-quality album for many years, and Lin Feng's promotional methods were too powerful. These 2 points are hard to replicate. Without achieving these 2 points, it's almost impossible to get similar results. A hint of pride flashed in Lu Jun's eyes as he continued in a serious tone. However, our boss also understands President Lin's feelings for Xiaomi Music, so we can make concessions. Lin Feng was intrigued. What concessions? Lu Jun smiled slightly. Penguin can choose not to completely acquire Xiaomi Music, but we want at least 51% of the shares. There will be no changes to the personnel structure. However, we also have a condition, which is that all artists under President Lin must sign long-term contracts with Xiaomi Music, especially Su Man. Additionally, President Lin must write at least 20 songs each year, and this must be included in the contract. Lin Feng? I just bought Xiaomi Music with great difficulty and became the boss, and now I have to sell most of my shares and write 20 songs every year. Am I going to be begging on my knees? Chen Siheo? Wei Yinping? Begging on my knees, wow, the boss's description is really too vivid. Lu Jun frowned slightly. President Lin, if you put it that way, it sounds too harsh. We are cooperating. How many people want to work with Penguin but don't have this opportunity? Lin Feng chuckled in anger. I bought Xiaomi Music precisely because I don't want to cooperate with Penguin. Lu Jun's pupils dilated. If you don't cooperate with Penguin, you might not be able to make money. Wei Yinping and Chen Siheo's expressions changed. Not cooperating with Penguin means no money? This is a blatant threat. Lin Feng was also taken aback, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. In the flickering light, Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Mr. Lu, can you tell me how Penguin plans to make sure I don't make money? Chapter 174, Complete Blockade. He. Lu Jun chuckled, pulled up a chair to sit down, crossed his legs, and said, President Lin, do you know how many music copyrights Chocho Music owns? Lin Feng signaled Wei Yinping with his eyes, and the beautiful president immediately brought over an ashtray and placed it in front of him. After flicking the ashes, Lin Feng smiled. How many? Lu Jun proudly smiled. Let's just talk about Longhua's music copyrights. Chocho Music has bought 90%. How much does Xiaomi Music have? This determines that in user competition, you are not our match. The main income of the music platform comes from users subscribing to VIP. Why do users want to subscribe to Chocho Music's VIP? Because there are so many songs to listen to. Xiaomi Music has declined because there are too few songs to listen to, leading to user loss and decreased income, which resulted in not enough money to buy copyrights. A vicious cycle. Such matters cannot be turned around by just one album. According to Lu Jun's deduction, when the listening craze for Renshan passes, those users will gradually forget Xiaomi Music and return to Chocho Music's embrace. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging Lu Jun's statement. Lu Jun smiled proudly. Also, we have the giant tree of Tencent behind us. If we block Xiaomi Music's links on Chocho and WeChat. Or, to be more direct, we could set some keywords as sensitive words, blocking them directly. What do you think will happen? Wei Yinping's expression slightly changed.
The fact that Renshan can be this popular is greatly related to the spontaneous promotion by countless netizens.
Xiaoqiu and WeChat are the chat tools that netizens use the most.
Once what Lu Jun said becomes a reality, there will be nothing related to Xiaomi Music on Xiaoqiu or WeChat, which is equivalent to cutting off a major part of Xiaomi Music's traffic. Even worse, Tencent has investments in software like Jihu, Bilibili, and Huya, and if these platforms also take action to block Xiaomi's content, it will be even harder for Xiaomi to attract users.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This is unfair competition and suspected monopolization.
Lu Jun shrugged. Sorry, letting users choose between Tencent software and Xiaomi Music is what we call monopolization. Our company has a strong legal department, they should understand monopolization better than you.
Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. That's true. After all, it's the Tencent with the name of Beihai Pizza Hut. Lu Jun changed the subject. Of course, if General Lin is stubborn, we don't mind using the choice tactic once again. It's just about paying a fine. What Tencent lacks the least is money. Wei Yinping's expression changed again. If Tencent really uses this method, Xiaomi Music will lose a lot of customers in a short time.
After all, there are many music platforms, but there are only a few chat apps commonly used.
General Lin should now understand how hard it will be to make money without cooperating with Tencent, right?
At this point, Lu Jun took out a cigar from his coat pocket and confidently began to smoke. Wei Yinping and Chen Sihao looked at Lin Feng with serious expressions, not knowing how he would respond. As the atmosphere became almost frozen, Lin Feng smiled. I understand, but my legs are not good.
What do you mean? Lu Jun looked puzzled. Wei Yinping and Chen Sihao were also confused. My legs are not good, so I cannot kneel.
Lin Feng extinguished the cigar and stood up, saying, so I can only stand and still earn money.
Lu Jun did not expect Lin Feng to be so firm, momentarily stunned.
Wei Yinping's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Feng, overflowing with emotion. Even Chen Sihao was startled, his excited face turning red.
Listen, stand, and still earn money. These words were so domineering, truly a boss. So, is Mr. Lin determined to be an enemy of Tencent? Lu Jun exhaled a breath, asking coldly.
Lin Feng shrugged. Mr. Lu is mistaken. It is not that I want to be an enemy of Tencent, but rather, Tencent does not want me to stand and earn money.
Therefore, I must be their enemy. Alright, since that's the case, let's wait and see.
As soon as Lu Jun finished speaking, he stood up to leave.
Wait a minute.
Lin Feng suddenly called him back. Lu Jun's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he turned to ask, what, has General Lin changed his mind?
Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. No. I just want to ask CEO Lu when the betting agreement I signed with CEO Guan will be executed?
The sales of Human World have already exceeded 2 billion, while the new album of G-Girls has not even reached 100 million.
Even if 3 days have not passed, the outcome is already clear. Lu Jun's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. What betting agreement? I don't know anything about that. Also, I want to tell CEO Lin that Guan Hui has been fired. If you have any agreement with him, you can go find him privately. Goodbye.
As his words fell, Lu Jun slammed the door and left.
Ah. Lin Feng blinked and then looked at Wei Yinping. Are they just unable to play?
Yes, they really can't play.
Wei Yinping sneered, then worriedly said, Boss, if Penguin really starts to suppress us, do you have a plan?
Lin Feng smiled playfully. Of course, there is a plan, but it's not time to tell you yet. As long as the Dragon operating system, smart mobile version, is created and captures most of the market share in Dragon country, who is the boss does not need to be explained.
No matter how awesome your software is, doesn't it need an operating system to support it? By then, he will give Penguin a big surprise.
Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully taken over Xiaomi Music, and the sign-in reward has been activated.
Ding, host, do you want to sign in immediately? The system's prompt suddenly rang, and Lin Feng was overjoyed. Sign in. Sign in successful, you have received a reward of 5 billion Dragon coins. Sign in successful, you have received the special effect of never betraying for all senior executives of Xiaomi Music. Sign in successful, you have received 100% ownership of Tomato Literature. Lin Feng? Wow, this sign-in not only gave him 5 billion cash but also 100% ownership of a company? By the way, isn't Tomato Literature a website focused on free online literature? With this website, the works of bigwigs like Jin Yong and Gulong can meet readers in this world. Lin Feng stroked his chin and silently made plans. After Lu Jun left Xiaomi Music, he immediately reported the negotiation results to Xiao Magu. Xiao Magu was furious and immediately ordered a full platform ban on Xiaomi Music under Penguin. What the hell, why did the posts discussing Human World on Jihu disappear? By the way, the songs on Xiaomi can't be shared in the Qiuqiu group anymore? Just now I sent a link to a music critic on WeChat about Human World, and my friend said WeChat warned this link is risky.
All videos related to Human World on Bilibili have been removed.
Wow, is Penguin really going to completely ban Xiaomi music?
As more and more netizens discovered this issue, the hashtag Penguin ban Xiaomi successfully topped the trending search on Weibo.
Chapter 175, The 100 Million Lottery. What the hell, no way, Penguin has banned Xiaomi? No way.
The market share of Xiaomi is so low it doesn't pose a threat to Chocho Music, yet Penguin still bans them?
Wow, Penguin is getting bolder and bolder. If it weren't for life and work relying on WeChat, I'd really want to uninstall all Penguin software.
I feel the same way. I also think Penguin has gone too far, but I can't really live without their software.
Penguin has, over the years, extended its reach into every aspect of ordinary people's daily lives.
From food, clothing, housing, and transportation to spiritual entertainment, almost everything needed in life has Penguin's shadow behind it. If, during the 3Q war, Penguin still had a chance of being defeated, now it has become an unshakable giant. As more and more netizens learned of this matter and came to Weibo to denounce Penguin, the popularity of the term hashtag Penguin bans Xiaomi began to plummet. In less than 5 minutes, it dropped off the trending list.
Wow, just a moment ago I saw it at number 10 on the trending list, and now it's nowhere to be found?
They probably paid to remove it from trends. Indeed, money can do whatever it wants.
Nothing more to say, let's go support Suman again. Yes, the Penguin is banning us, so we support by voting with our feet.
You ban Xiaomi and withdraw the trending search with money, we will support Xiaomi in reverse, drive you crazy. Brothers, let's all get Xiaomi's membership.
In fact, most netizens have a simple sense of justice.
Over the years, the Penguin's reputation online has not been great. Plus, Lin Feng is a businessman who truly does practical things for the country, and Suman's Human World is indeed stunning. Upon learning that the Penguin had banned Xiaomi, the simple netizens quickly logged into Xiaomi to show their support for Xiaomi music through their actions. This is called the people's heart leaning. With the support of these righteous netizens, Suman's new album sales showed signs of skyrocketing again. At the same time, Mingmen Entertainment, Xiaomi Music, Tianxing Special Materials Company, Limited, and Tianxing Technology Laboratory all released the same tweet one after another. He is a genius in special materials, leading the mass production of high-grade carbon fiber. He is a big shot in the semiconductor field, leading researchers to break the lie that Longwei cannot develop a 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine. He is a musical genius, fully responsible for the lyrics, music, and arrangement of 10 songs in the diva Suman's new album.
He is, at Lin Feng.
After this period of operation, whether it is Mingmen Entertainment, Xiaomi Music, or Tianxing's 2 official accounts, they have attracted over 10 million fans. After the 4 official accounts released this tweet, it immediately caused a sensation across the internet. What the heck? What does this tweet mean? Is it what I think it means? Oh my gosh, did Lin Feng open a personal account? My god, I can hardly believe my eyes. I can't take it anymore, I want to be Lin Feng's first fan. Countless netizens clicked on the link of this tweet and entered Lin Feng's personal homepage. Lin Feng's personal introduction read, owner of Tianxing, owner of Mingmen Entertainment, major shareholder of Xiaomi Music, music creator. The representative works section shows, T1100 grade carbon fiber production line, T2000 grade carbon fiber production line, 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine, youth, human world. This introduction is super awesome. Wow, Lin Feng is so humble, I really like it. Lin Feng, I love you. Lin Feng, I'm your fan, please follow me back, please. In just 10 minutes, over 1 million netizens followed Lin Feng. And hashtag Lin Feng Open Weibo hashtag quickly climbed to the 10th spot on the trending searches. When the number of followers exceeded 2 million, Lin Feng finally posted his first tweet. Wow, I'm a bit shocked by everyone's enthusiasm. How about this, since it's my first meeting with everyone, I don't have anything to give, let's hold a lottery. All netizens who follow, retweet, and comment on this tweet have a chance to win a grand prize of 10,000 yuan, with 1,000 prizes available until the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. If before the deadline my followers exceed 100 million, the number of prizes will be directly multiplied by 10. The drawing will be held at 8 p.m. sharp the day after tomorrow, come follow me quickly. The comments under the tweet were filled with question marks. Wow, I'm just blown away. For the first meeting, nothing else to give, so just giving away money? Is there anyone good at math to tell me, if Lin Feng's followers exceed 100 million before the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m., how much will he be giving away? I just calculated in my head, seems like it's 100 million. 100 million? Poverty limits imagination. After a brief shock, the netizens went wild, frantically retweeting and commenting. Soon, hashtag Lin Feng Lottery 100 million hashtag topped the Weibo trending list. After that, there was no doubt about it, it was a blowout. Many big Vs have done a lottery after opening their Weibo, but most of the prizes aren't worth much. But for someone like Lin Feng, to draw 100 million at once is just unheard of. Even though this lottery has conditions, under the temptation of such a large prize, reaching over 100 million followers in 2 days is almost a certainty.
What shocked netizens even more was that some official accounts came over to join the fun. Dragon Country TV, the editor heard there's a big lottery here? Let's try our luck. Tuan, gentlemen love wealth, take it through proper ways, forwarding. Emperor Wei, I need to work a little harder to try to lift the skirt of the goddess of luck soon. Some insightful netizens noticed something was off.
According to Reason, official accounts shouldn't get involved in such matters, but these official accounts did, which is very intriguing. When combined with the matter of the penguin blocking Xiaomin, the truth was about to emerge. They were helping Lin Feng gain support.
Amazing.
Soon, the news about Lin Feng's lottery of 100 million spread to other platforms. Although the penguin quickly blocked relevant links, it could not stop people from discussing this matter in various groups. And Lin Feng's close connection with the world drove some people to buy the World album. By the night after tomorrow at 7:30, Lin Feng's Weibo followers exceeded 100 million.
By 8 o'clock, the sales of the World album reached 3.5 billion.
Ding, congratulations to the host, side mission sales battle completed, mission rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host, received a basic reward of 100 million Dragon Country coins, plus an additional reward of 3.5 billion. The sale of the lithography machine for 1 billion was received, using the Descendants Wealthy card received 2 billion, signing in for Xiaomin Music received 5 billion, plus this times 35.1 billion, Lin Feng's bank balance reached a staggering 56.42 billion. This is cash, not counting properties, stocks, and other assets. With a little more effort, Lin Feng could become a big boss with 100 billion in cash.
Chapter 176, Lin Feng released a song.
The results are out, here's the list given by the Weibo lottery secretary, everyone take a look.
If any winning friends have not received their rewards, please contact Weibo lottery secretary for confirmation. In 30 minutes, I will send everyone a special gift.
At 8 o'clock, the Weibo lottery secretary drew the lottery on time, and Lin Feng only received the winning list at 8:10. The IDs of 10,000 netizens were too many to screenshot, so Lin Feng directly uploaded it to a cloud drive for netizens to download.
100 million cash just like that? I won. A cash prize of 10,000.
I've never won such a big prize in my life.
I won too, the prize arrived in a second. Why didn't I win? What use are my hands now?
I didn't win either, so this lottery is just a gimmick. The list must be predetermined by Lin Feng, if you know.
The one upstairs is a bit crazy, this is an official Weibo draw, how can you tell me Lin Feng predetermined the list?
Some people are like this, they say it's predetermined if they don't get something, acting like they know better than anyone else, laughing my head off. I have to say, Lin's character is guaranteed, I trust Lin.
I trust Lin too. Am I the only one curious about what special gift Lin is going to give after half an hour? I'm curious too, it won't be a selfie, right? Wow, after you said that, my expectation shot up to the max, what the heck? Selfie.
Lin Feng has been famous for so long, but netizens still don't know what he looks like, the calls for a selfie were getting louder. Hashtag Lin Feng selfie hashtag and hashtag Lin Feng lottery hashtag quickly climbed to the trending search list. Lin Feng's followers welcomed another surge, reaching 120 million by 8:40. So far, only 3 individuals have over 300 million individual verified Weibo followers, and all 3 are top stars in the entertainment industry, many of which are inflated numbers. Like Lin Feng, breaking 100 million in just 2 days, and all are real followers, which is absolutely unique. Even more frightening is that Weibo's daily active users are 220 million. Because of Lin Feng, this number directly rose by 50%, reaching a massive 330 million. As a result, the total arranged a Weibo small secretary for Lin Feng, a one-on-one service. Ahem, there's really no need for a selfie, I'm afraid if my handsome photo is released, you won't be able to sleep well at night. Alright, let's get to the point. This special gift is actually a song, written, composed, arranged, and sung by me.
Because of the rush, the MV recording isn't very polished, so give it a listen. P.S. This is my first attempt, if you don't like it, please be gentle. Here's a video snippet. Does Mr. Lin mean he sang a song and even recorded an MV? Wow, does Mr. Lin want to step into the entertainment industry? Mr. Lin, it's fine if you write songs, but singing is unnecessary, right? What if it doesn't sound good? It could harm your image.
Some netizens rushed to comment before even listening.
But most netizens clicked to open the video right away.
The sound of birds chirping and cars approaching caught everyone's attention immediately.
Then, a third-tier male artist from Mingmen Entertainment, Zhou Wenxuan, appeared in a sports car on the screen.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4, looking at the stars in the sky.
Oh. Wow.
First-time listeners experienced a jolt at Jo Dong's unique voice, their blood racing. Riding the wind, drifting at the edge of the blue sky, a cloud falls right in front of me.
Once the main verse started, listeners were completely enchanted by this voice.
As the chorus kicked in, some girls couldn't help but scream.
Wow! Mr. Lin sings so beautifully. Ah, how can there be such a beautiful song? How can there be such a lovely voice? Ah! I feel like my ears are pregnant. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I've completely fallen for Mr. Lin, what should I do?
When Jo Dong's Starry Night was perfectly replicated by Lin Feng in this world, countless netizens went wild.
Mr. Lin, did you really sing this? It's so beautiful. Mr. Lin, do you have other songs? I want to hear more.
I've never heard this style of song before. Mr. Lin has opened a door to another world for me. 5 minutes later, the comments on this Weibo post exceeded 100,000, and like skyrocketed past 1 million. Hashtag Starry Night hashtag and hashtag Linfeng Voice hashtag instantly climbed to the top 2 on trending topics.
10 minutes later, Starry Night MV's views surpassed 10 million. Half an hour later, the MV view count topped 100 million. An hour later, views broke 1 billion.
The technical staff at Weibo were completely stunned. 1 hour of video view count over 1 billion, this had never happened before in Weibo's history, or even on any video platform worldwide. If they hadn't checked the data, they would have thought there was a server problem. If they thought about it, they would realize Starry Night MV was only 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. For many viewers, one listen was simply not enough. A large portion of netizens played it over and over, that's where the view count came from. Plus, Lin Feng's loyal fanbase was astonishingly huge, so reaching 1 billion views in 1 hour was a natural outcome. Meanwhile, the popularity of Starry Night spread to other platforms. In just 1 hour, Douban had 100,000 ratings, with a score of 9.5.
Zihu had the question, how do you evaluate Lin Feng's rendition of Starry Night, trending at number 1? Though it quickly dropped in popularity, it couldn't stop netizens from eagerly participating. Countless netizens were recommending Starry Night to friends and colleagues via apps, even without links.
On Douyin, some popular streamers played the Starry Night MV in their livestreams, and the viewership skyrocketed.
These actions helped Lin Feng attract a huge influx of traffic to Weibo.
2 hours after Starry Night was released, the view count surpassed 3 billion, and Lin Feng's fan count reached an astonishing 200 million. At this moment, Lin Feng posted another Weibo update. I'm so happy that everyone loves Starry Night.
Here, I want to announce 3 things. First, Starry Night is the title song of my first album J, which will be globally released on Xiaomu Music in half a month.
Second, Xiaomu Music will launch a support plan for original musicians. Any original musician who meets the conditions can release works on Xiaomi Music, enjoying an 82% share. Yes, you did not read it wrong, you take 80% and the platform takes 20%, and all operating expenses are covered by the platform. Third, I have a variety show planning project for a singer selection competition. The top 3 will have the opportunity to sign with Mingmen Entertainment, and I can create albums tailored for them. Television stations interested in hosting this variety show can contact Mingmen Entertainment's president Wei Yinping at
Chapter 177 People's Hearts. Oh my god, Starry Sky is actually the title song of an album? Wow, President Lin is going to release an album? Why does time pass so slowly? I want this half month to pass quickly. The netizens, completely conquered by Jay Chou's voice, are overjoyed. Goodness, sharing 28% with original musicians? President Lin is so generous.
Fun fact, Jocho Music and musicians share a ratio of 73%.
President Lin, what is the specific support plan for original musicians? Can you tell us?
Xiaomi Music just announced it. If you want to know the details of the support plan, you can check there. I just looked at the announcement. The total amount of this support plan is as high as 10 billion Long Kingdom coins. It's really impressive. Original musicians are also very excited. The Long Kingdom is not without good music, but in an environment where traffic is king, it is hard to focus on making music.
When you can't even have enough to eat, who has the energy for music?
And President Lin's support plan for original musicians provides great help and even subsidies from creative guidance, to recording songs, to online sales and promotion. As long as you have talent, eating enough is just the starting point. A bigger stage is waiting for you ahead.
This undoubtedly gives all unrecognized original musicians a strong boost. When is the singer selection program that President Lin mentioned starting? I want to participate.
Not for anything else, but because President Lin writes songs, the top 3 in this program are so precious. President Lin produces, it must be a high-quality product. Mingmen Entertainment is going to create stars.
Reality shows and selection programs are undoubtedly the best shortcut to debut, and some ambitious musicians have their expectations for this program raised to the max. And all major satellite TV staff who saw this Weibo quickly reported the news.
Lin Feng's recent explosive popularity is evident. Saying he is the ceiling of traffic is not an exaggeration.
If a selection variety show was produced in cooperation with him, wouldn't the ratings skyrocket? After receiving the news, the heads of major satellite TV stations took it very seriously and immediately contacted Wei Yinping, determined to seize the opportunity to collaborate with Lin Feng. On Weibo, hashtag Lin Feng new album hashtag support plan for original musicians and hashtag mysterious variety show hashtag quickly climbed to the trending list.
These three matters also sparked countless heated discussions among netizens on various online platforms.
Guan Hui, who had been following Lin Feng's movements, was stunned. He knew Weibo was a powerful tool for traffic, but he never thought someone could use Weibo to this extent.
200 million fans, and they are all active followers. What does this even mean?
When Lin Feng posts a Weibo, a seventh of the entire Long Kingdom can see it. It's almost reaching the scale of the Spring Festival Gala.
So, did the penguin block Xiaomi for nothing?
What sent chills down Guan Hui's spine was Lin Feng's last Weibo post. The explosive popularity of Starry Sky has already raised the audience's expectations. One can foresee that the release of the album J will definitely be a hit, and recreating the miracle of human world is also very likely. The support plan for original musicians is a game changer, possibly shaking the foundations of QQ music.
QQ music has become the industry leader thanks to a vast amount of music copyrights.
If these original musicians, under Lin Feng's support, produce numerous outstanding musical works, it will gradually attract users to Xiaomi music.
This is like the countryside surrounding the city, slowly eating away at your advantages.
The third point goes without saying, collaborating with traditional media for talent shows perfectly avoids the online space. Penguin can't intervene at all.
No, we can't just sit here and wait, we must make a counterattack. With this thought, Lu Jun dialed Xiaoma's phone.
Half an hour later, QQ Music urgently released a nested version of the original musician support plan, with a total support amount reaching 200 billion. What Lu Jun found puzzling was that after this announcement was posted, it sank like a stone, failing to generate much response at all.
After so many years, Penguin hasn't changed at all. In the Yinrue Ziyu villa, Lin Feng looked at the announcement released by QQ Music and couldn't help but sneer.
The history of Penguin's development, those who understand it well. This time, QQ Music also wanted to follow the old path. If the acquisition failed, they would shell out and then use their scale advantages to shut Xiaomi in a corner.
But Lu Jun overlooked one thing, which is the hearts of the people.
Those who continue to create original music in times of hunger are mostly people with passion. The conditions QQ Music offered were indeed more generous, but the conditions Lin Feng provided were not bad, and he had a better reputation.
In such a situation, did QQ Music think they could rely on an announcement to attract original musicians over? Dream on.
Boss, you are really amazing, you can come up with such a method.
Wei Yinping was increasingly admiring Lin Feng now.
In life, Lin Feng was witty and humorous, easy to win girls' hearts. At work, Lin Feng was both wise and brave, unmatched in might. In private moments, Lin Feng was bold and unmatched. This kind of man simply satisfied all her fantasies about a partner. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Feng smiled with pride, then asked, by the way, how are the Twitter and YouTube accounts prepared?
They're all set. At 10 o'clock, the staff will release them on time. Wei Yinping smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder, asking, do you think, can Su Man's 2 English songs become popular in Europe and America?
Lin Feng contemplated for a moment and smiled. I have confidence in Su Man, and even more confidence in myself. In the past, European and American culture was popular in Longwei. If you can make Longwei's culture popular in Europe and America, the image is too beautiful, I can't dare to think.
Wei Yinping's eyes sparkled, clearly filled with expectation. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. What is there to be afraid to think?
Longwei once stood at the pinnacle of the world, now we just need to sit back in our original position. With one hand in technology and the other in culture, with his help, Longwei will one day stand tall at the pinnacle of the world again.
Perhaps shocked by the blueprint painted by Lin Feng, the beautiful president's breathing became a bit rapid. Boss, if you are not waiting to see the data, should we go rest first?
I bought a beautiful set of underwear while shopping today, you will definitely like it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he turned around to lift Wei Yinping into his arms and quickly walked toward the second-floor bedroom. At 10:30 a.m. New York time, in a large house in the wealthy area of New York, a blonde beauty was scrolling through Twitter on her phone. Her name is Linda, a social media influencer with 10 million followers on Twitter, sharing music, food, and travel photos from around the world every day. Suddenly, she came across an MV uploaded by a new Twitter user. The beautiful cover caught her attention.
Out of curiosity, she clicked in.
When the prelude of My Heart Will Go On played, Linda felt a tingle run down her spine and exclaimed, OMG. A kind of unprecedented auditory shock pierced Linda's eardrum directly, reaching deep into her heart, making her involuntarily shout OMG.
When the prelude ended, Su Man's ethereal voice resonated. Linda was again grabbing her hair and shouting, oh, yes. Oh, yes.
She had listened to countless works by European and American musicians, and her ears had become incredibly picky.
However, Suman's song My Heart Will Go On still made her feel a sense of amazement. What amazed her even more was that in the MV, Suman was wearing a formal dress, looking like a goddess against the backdrop of the starry sky. When the song ended, she was still immersed in the melody, unable to extricate herself. After a while, Linda murmured, "So, people from the Dragon Country can create such beautiful and moving music." Then she picked up her phone, clicked the share button, and commented, "Hey, dears, I found a great piece of music, and I'm sharing it with you now. Trust me, this music is really amazing. Among all the music I've heard, this song can rank in the top 10 for its beauty." 10 minutes later, on a university basketball court, cheerleaders were sitting on the side, watching the school team practice. "Hey Lucy, look! Linda has posted a new update." "Oh, really? What beautiful photo did she share this time?" "Not a pretty photo, it's a song's MV called My Heart Will Go On." "Oh my god, this is a work from someone in the Dragon Country." "Someone from the Dragon Country? Lola, are you kidding me? When has Linda ever shared music from the Dragon Country?" The other cheerleaders looked at each other in confusion. Is there any good music from the Dragon Country? Sorry, as far as I remember, there isn't. Japan and Korea have indeed produced a few decent songs, but there's still a big gap compared to European and American music. In the world today, in the fields of art, Europe and America are the mainstream, whether it's music, movies, or fine arts. Hey sisters, I know what you're thinking, I think the same way, but Linda has a high opinion of this song. Are you sure you don't want to give it a listen? Lola interrupted everyone's conversation with a smile. After exchanging glances, the others shrugged in unison. Listening to it doesn't hurt, after all, it's just to pass the time. Okay, Lola smiled slightly and pressed the play button. Like Linda, when the prelude of My Heart Will Go On began, Lola and the others felt a tingle on their scalps. By the end of the song, they all wore expressions of bliss. Oh my god, this song is truly amazing. This is even an English song, and the accent is so pure. She's so beautiful, I think I'm falling in love with this woman. I apologize for my previous remarks, the Dragon Country also has wonderful musical works. Hey, sisters, don't you think such a music piece should be shared with more people? Yes, I'm sharing it right now. Exactly, good things should be shared. In Europe, the land of the white-headed eagle, similar things were happening in campuses, cafes, Western restaurants, and office buildings around the world. A few hours later, My Heart Will Go On climbed to the hot list on Twitter, with video views surpassing 10 million, skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. In the Dragon Country, the next morning, Wei Yinping boarded a flight to Baishui. She was returning to Mingmen Entertainment to meet with the staff of various satellite TV stations to select the most suitable partners. Yu Shishir had not returned since going back to the Magic City, and Lin Feng had become a lonely person again. I haven't seen the beautiful secretary for a long time. Should I go find her? Soon, Lin Feng dismissed this idea. He promised to release a new album within half a month, so he should first go to the recording studio of Shamai Music to record songs. Being home alone, Lin Feng also felt too lazy to cook, so he drove his Lamborghini and found a restaurant, planning to settle for a meal. After finding a seat by the window and placing his order, Lin Feng saw a stunning woman in a polka-dot long dress walk in. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Is that Teacher Han? Han Yun, a music professor at Jiangnan University. At 28 years old, with a height of 170 centimeters, she had a breathtaking face and a graceful figure, a top student from the Imperial Capital Music University. 6 years ago, Han Yun entered Jiang University to teach, quickly becoming a prominent figure at Jiang University, recognized as the beautiful representative of the school. If Han Yun were to participate in the campus beauty contest, no one would pose a threat to her. It is said that Han Yun comes from a musical family. Her grandparents and parents are big names in the classical music world, making it no exaggeration to say she comes from a scholarly background. More importantly, Han Yun has always been single, without even a boyfriend. As a result, many students and teachers at Jiang University view her as their dream lover, receiving numerous flowers and love letters in her office every day. When Lin Feng studied at Jiang University, he took Han Yun's elective class, and the scene was just like an event for chasing stars, with every class being fully packed. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Feng had little musical talent, so he didn't stand out, and he had few face-to-face interactions with Han Yun. Unexpectedly, over 2 years after graduation, he ran into her at this restaurant. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, Han Yun walked up to a table in the corner of the restaurant, where a young man wearing sunglasses was sitting. Are you Mr. Lin? I am Han Yun. Han Yun nervously greeted the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses looked at Han Yun for a moment, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, I am Lin Feng, Miss Han, please have a seat. Though they were more than 10 meters apart, and soft music played in the restaurant, Lin Feng's hearing was far beyond the ordinary, and he clearly heard what the man in sunglasses said. At that moment, Lin Feng was stunned. Goodness, just coming to the restaurant for a meal, he not only met Han Yun but also encountered someone with the same name as him?
What a damn fate. Han Yun was instantly excited. Mr. Lin, you really are as young as the rumors say. Did my appearance disappoint Miss Han? The man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face.
Han Yun's beautiful eyes lit up. Mr. Lin is very handsome.
I'm glad I didn't let Miss Han down. The man in sunglasses smiled proudly, then changed the subject. Miss Han mentioned in the private message that you are a music teacher at university? Han Yun nodded. Yes, I teach at Jian University.
Though it may not compare to Rennie or the Capital Music Academy, the music department of Jian University is still decent.
The man in sunglasses smiled confidently and asked, So, Miss Han, what do you think of the song Starry Sky that I sang? Lin Feng? Chapter 179, how do you know he is that Lin Feng? No. Damn it, the song Starry Sky you sang, isn't that the one I performed? So this guy is pretending to be me and trying to deceive? The lyrics of Starry Sky are unrestricted, and the melody is lazy and soothing. When I hear this song, I feel like I've entered the world of the music video. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's unique voice is truly captivating. When Han Yun spoke about this song, her eyes sparkled, showing how much she admired it. The man in sunglasses smiled modestly. This is just something I put together casually. Ah! Han Yun exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Mr. Lin means to say that your upcoming new album will have songs even better than Starry Sky?
She thought that since Starry Sky was the title song, it should be the best song on the entire album.
Of course. The man in sunglasses smiled playfully. You've heard Suman's album Human World, right?
Han Yun nodded vigorously. Yes, I have. That album is fantastic. Every song is wonderful. In fact, she was a fan of Suman and had noticed Lin Feng from the song Youth. As soon as Suman's new album Human World was released, she bought it and listened to it right away, finding Lin Feng to be astonishingly talented. Yesterday, she also paid close attention to Lin Feng, and after hearing the song Starry Sky, she was completely captivated by his talent.
So do you think my new album will be worse than Human World?
The man in sunglasses said proudly.
Ah. Right. Han Yun's beautiful eyes brightened, then she excitedly said, Does that mean that the album J will have 10 songs comparable to Starry Sky? The man in sunglasses nodded. That's for sure. I'm not boasting. I'm a genius among geniuses in music.
Other music producers in Dragon Country are just fighter jets and garbage compared to me.
Lin Feng? No. This sentence is just too arrogant, isn't it? The man in sunglasses is asking for trouble. The key is that teacher Han Yun is knowledgeable and reasonable. She should really dislike such an arrogant man, right? If because of the sunglasses man, teacher Han develops a dislike for him, he feels like wanting to kill the sunglasses man. Han Yun nodded vigorously. Yes, I completely agree with this statement. Lin Feng? No, teacher Han agreed just like that? So the goddess of dreams for all the male teachers and students in the school is a fan of me? Why do I suddenly feel elated? The man in sunglasses smiled proudly. I think Miss Han's vocal quality is quite nice. Are you interested in becoming a singer? Ah. Han Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Can I, really?
The man in sunglasses curled his lips. Of course, you are a music teacher, your musical quality definitely meets the mark. Your vocal quality is also excellent. I personally think you are not much worse than Su Man. Your appearance is also great. You are beautiful and have a good figure. You will definitely look fantastic on camera. As he said this, a hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the man in sunglasses. Being praised like this by an idol, Han Yun couldn't help but blush and lowered her head. The man in sunglasses smiled proudly and continued, The most important thing is, with me helping you write songs, even a pig can stand on the stage and receive the admiration of thousands. Lin Feng? Wow, he doesn't really have the ability to make a pig stand on stage and be admired by thousands. Han Yun suddenly looked up in surprise. Mr. Lin is willing to help me write songs? Since debuting, Lin Feng has written a total of 12 songs, and apart from Young, which received mixed reviews, the other 11 have almost all been praised.
If Lin Feng is really willing to help her write songs, then can she become famous overnight?
Of course, but I still don't know what characteristics Miss Han has. We need to communicate in depth to determine what type of songs to write for you. How about this, after we finish eating, you come with me to the hotel and sing a few of your best songs for me?
The man in sunglasses said in an unmistakable tone. Ah? Han Yun was taken aback and asked, Go to the hotel? The man in sunglasses frowned and said unhappily, Why, Miss Han, you don't trust me? No, I just think if you want to hear me sing, we can do that here.
Han Yun said softly.
The man in sunglasses snorted coldly, In such a noisy environment, how can I hear what characteristics you have?
Han Yun nodded and bit her rosy lip, Then we can find a quiet place.
The man in sunglasses waved his hand and interrupted her directly, Miss Han is worried that I might do something to you in the hotel, right?
That's ridiculous.
I am Lin Feng, I know beautiful women like Su Man, Song Shueching, Lu Sisi. Miss Han, how do you think you compare to them?
Han Yun opened her mouth and said with a gloomy face, They are all too outstanding.
Miss Han doesn't need to be modest, actually, you are also very outstanding.
The man in sunglasses smiled gently, then changed the topic. I mentioned them just to tell you, I have had many opportunities to be alone with them, but there have never been any rumors, and not for any other reason, just because I am a gentleman. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with this statement. Han Yun fell into deep thought. The man in sunglasses knew the time was right and retreated to advance. Forget it, since Miss Han doesn't trust me, let's pretend I didn't say anything before. After we finish eating, we'll go our separate ways and not contact each other.
Han Yun's expression changed slightly, showing some struggle. At that moment, a surprised voice came from afar. Teacher Han, you are also here for dinner?
Han Yun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome guy wearing Fila casual clothes walking toward her.
It was Lin Feng.
She felt like she had seen this handsome guy somewhere before.
But suddenly he couldn't remember, and couldn't help but frown and say, hello, do we know each other? The man in sunglasses changed his expression slightly, watching Lin Feng with a wary look.
Lin Feng stood before Han Yun and smiled. Teacher Han, I am Lin Feng from Class 04 of the 2019 Materials Department at Zhejiang University.
I have taken your music class. The man in sunglasses' expression shifted again. This person is also named Lin Feng?
Upon hearing that it was her student, Han Yun quickly stood up and smiled. Oh, it's Lin's student.
Hello. Is this a friend of Teacher Han?
Lin Feng asked the man in sunglasses, intrigued.
He is.
Han Yun hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the identity of the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses smiled arrogantly. Miss Han, you can tell him my identity, I don't mind. Han Yun breathed a sigh of relief and introduced, Lin's student, this is Lin Feng, the boss of Mingmen Entertainment, who wrote Human World and Starry Sky.
Lin's student must have heard of him before?
As soon as the words came out, the arrogance on the man in sunglasses' face grew stronger. Lin Feng curled his lips in a playful manner, stating, I've heard of him, but Teacher Han, how can you be sure he is that Lin Feng?
Chapter 180 I am Lin Feng. Ha?
Han Yun didn't expect Lin Feng to say something like this and was momentarily stunned.
The man in sunglasses' expression darkened. What do you mean? Are you doubting my identity?
Han Yun immediately became nervous. Mr. Lin, please don't be upset. Lin's student didn't mean that, he just... No, Teacher Han, I am doubting this person's identity, Lin Feng interrupted.
Ah? Han Yun was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Lin Feng would have such doubts. Did he know the Lin Feng who wrote Starry Sky? The man in sunglasses felt a bit flustered but pretended to be angry on the surface. Do you know what you are talking about?
Lin Feng smiled playfully. Until now, Lin Feng's photo has never been made public.
Isn't it normal for me to doubt you? Ha! The man in sunglasses immediately relaxed and laughed. Teacher Han, has your student been deceived before? He thought this Lin student had seen Lin Feng before, but it was just because he had never seen Lin Feng's photo that he doubted him? Han Yun didn't expect Lin Feng to give such a reason and felt a bit embarrassed. Teacher Han, can I ask how you got to know him? Lin Feng looked at Han Yun, his expression playful. In his impression, Han Yun was not naive and should not be easily deceived by common scams. Han Yun glanced at the man in sunglasses, not knowing whether to speak or not. The man in sunglasses shrugged. It's fine, you can surely tell him. Han Yun nodded and said, well, I followed Mr. Lin's Weibo. We got to know each other through private messages. Lin Feng. Teacher Han means he sent you a private message using Lin Feng's verified Weibo? Goodness, his account has never been hacked, this is unbelievable. Oh, that's not the case, Mr. Lin used a secondary account to message me, Han Yun smiled. My verified Weibo's private messages are closed, this is well known. As a public figure, I can't follow Miss Han, so it's normal for me to chat with her using a secondary account. The man in sunglasses added. Lin Feng sighed in relief and then puzzled, since it's not his verified account, how would Teacher Han trust that he is Lin Feng? The man in sunglasses smiled proudly. That's naturally because I presented evidence that was enough for Miss Han to trust me. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What evidence? The man in sunglasses looked at Han Yun, signaling for her to speak. Han Yun nodded and smiled. At that time, Mr. Lin told me that the special gift he would send out in 30 minutes was a song, and he would sing it himself. After a massive lottery of 100 million, Lin Feng said he would give everyone a special gift in 30 minutes. Many netizens left comments below the Weibo post, guessing what the gift was, including Han Yun. Then she received a private message from Lin Feng's secondary account. She had revealed the secret of the special gift in advance for her. Just imagine, if the sunglasses man was not Lin Feng, how did he know about this? Lin Feng? Oh my, no wonder Han Yun believed in the sunglasses man so much, it turns out like this. Now you understand how foolish your earlier doubts were, right? The sunglasses man smiled proudly, then mockingly said, I advise you to leave quickly, don't disturb me while I talk to Miss Han. He had been scamming for many years and had succeeded many times, but meeting a beauty like Han Yun was a first for him.
He had been itching with desire for a long time. How could he tolerate Lin Feng messing things up here?
Lin Feng laughed angrily. What if I don't leave?
What will you do? The sunglasses man frowned slightly and said coldly, I have developed a high-grade carbon fiber production line for the Dragon Country. I have developed an EUV lithography machine for the Dragon Country, breaking the blockade from Western countries.
Is this how you speak to someone who has contributed to the Dragon Country? Ha!
At this moment, the aura of someone in power was fully displayed on the sunglasses man. Han Yun turned pale and nervously gave Lin Feng a glance, hoping he would leave quickly to avoid really angering the sunglasses man. Lin Feng was just a college student who graduated 2 years ago, while the sunglasses man was a boss of a high-profile company with great prestige. If Lin Feng offended the sunglasses man, his future development would definitely be severely impacted. However, Lin Feng seemed to ignore Han Yun's hint and, with a smirk, said, Actually, you have also sent private messages to other users following Lin Feng's Weibo, right?
The sunglasses man's expression changed slightly. What do you mean?
Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, looking at Han Yun. Teacher Han, did you receive any texts predicting stock market trends before? As soon as he said this, the sunglasses man's face changed.
Ah. Han Yun was momentarily dazed by Lin Feng's sudden twist, but then she nodded. I have received them, what's up?
Lin Feng smiled playfully. These stock prediction texts are sent in bulk. The same stock is sent to 100,000 users predicting it will rise, and to another 100,000 users predicting it will fall. No matter whether the stock rises or falls, the scammer will initially gain the trust of 100,000 users. Then, the scammer will divide these 100,000 users into 2 groups and repeat the above operation. This way, one group of users will keep receiving the correct prediction texts, and these people will trust the scammer completely. At this point, Lin Feng looked at the sunglasses man. So you used this method to send private messages to many users, and Teacher Han just happened to receive the right message from your scam, am I right? Han Yun suddenly had an epiphany, looking at the sunglasses man with full skepticism. The sunglasses man was shaken inside, but he put on a disdainful expression. That's just your guess, you have no evidence to prove I did that. Forget it, since Lin Xuesheng has such doubts about me, I guess I need to provide some strong evidence to convince you. As he spoke, he picked up his briefcase and took out an ID card.
See this? My name, Lin Feng. The sunglasses man pointed to the name on the ID card and sneered.
The skepticism in Han Yun's eyes diminished a little.
Lin Feng's lips twitched. Is this it? Fake ID, who can't get one? Besides, there are many people in the Dragon Country with the same name.
That's right, just a name, it indeed cannot prove anything.
The sunglasses man shook his head and smiled, taking out his phone and opening the photo gallery, sneering, then what about this photo?
Lin Feng took a quick look and found that this photo was actually of the sunglasses man with Su Man. His expression suddenly turned strange.
Ah, is this a photo of you and Su Man?
Han Yun's eyes lit up, and the confusion in her eyes almost disappeared.
Not just that. The sunglasses man smiled proudly, pulling up more photos of him with Lu Cece. Song Xuecheng's group photo.
At this moment, Han Yun had completely dispelled her doubts in her heart.
Now, do you still think I'm lying?
The man in sunglasses looked at Lin Feng, pride mixed with a touch of smugness. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Originally, I wanted to interact with Teacher Han as an ordinary person. Forget it, no more pretending, I am Lin Feng, I reveal my identity.
The man in sunglasses? Han Yun? Chapter 181, Very Foolish and Very Innocent.
Han Yun was stunned, and the man in sunglasses was also stunned.
What does he mean by he is Lin Feng? Isn't he Lin Feng? Does it mean?
Just as the two were confused, Lin Feng took out his phone and opened his social media. Teacher Han, take a look.
Ah.
When Han Yun saw Lin Feng's social media homepage, she immediately covered her mouth in shock and disbelief.
Oh my god, isn't this Lin Feng's verified social media? So her student was the one who created Human World and Starry Sky, and completely conquered her ears? Her idol is actually my student? What a magical connection. The man in sunglasses' expression changed drastically, and he turned to run.
Lin Feng had already anticipated this. As soon as the man in sunglasses turned, he leaped forward and pressed down on his shoulder. The man in sunglasses felt a great force on his shoulder, causing his body to sink down suddenly, and his feet seemed to be rooted, unable to take a step forward. Lin Feng smirked playfully and said, "The police are about to arrive, why don't you sit down, have a cup of coffee, and think carefully about what to say when you get to the police station." Before coming here, Lin Feng had already called the police.
With their speed, they should be arriving soon, right? Hearing this, cold sweat dripped from the man in sunglasses' forehead. Lin.
Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding, I am your idol. No, you are my fan, oops, look at my mouth. The man in sunglasses slapped himself and then forced a bitter smile. Mr. Lin, I simply admire you too much, that's why I impersonated you. You see, I only met with Miss Han to chat, no scams for money or love, so the police don't need to waste their time, right?
Han Yun's face turned red, both shy and angry.
Yes, the man in sunglasses didn't scam her, but that was because Lin Feng exposed him in time. Without Lin Feng, who knows if she would have been scammed for money or love.
Many people think that such childish scams wouldn't fool anyone after seeing the news about telecom fraud.
But they still succeed repeatedly, and among the fooled are many highly educated individuals. Just like the man in sunglasses didn't have any solid proof to prove he was Lin Feng, but Han Yun instinctively believed him.
There is no other reason. Scammers understand human nature. The key is that being scammed is one thing, but then her idol encounters it. Lin Feng wouldn't think she is very foolish and innocent, right? The thought of this possibility made Han Yun feel so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. You indeed didn't scam teacher Han out of anything, but you have violated my right to reputation. Moreover, this shouldn't be your first scam, right? As he spoke, Lin Feng used mind reading on the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses' methods were too crafty. Phishing techniques, fake ID cards, and photoshopped pictures, these are things a first-time scammer could pull off?
The man in sunglasses' face changed slightly, and he swore, Mr. Lin, I assure you, this is truly my first time doing such a thing. If I have scammed anyone before, let me be struck by heavenly lightning and die a terrible death.
Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out of anger. You really aren't afraid this oath will take effect, huh?
The man in sunglasses awkwardly smiled. I have no guilty conscience, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door.
Alright, you are a 1,000-year-old fox, so stop playing tricks. Now tell me, how many people have you scammed in total? Lin Feng patted the man in sunglasses' shoulder and said coldly.
The man in sunglasses' expression was bitter. Mr. Lin, I really am a first-time scammer.
Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Oh, 16 people, huh? The man in sunglasses? No, why does Lin Feng know how many people he has scammed? Are you a wanted criminal? Lin Feng asked again. The man in sunglasses shook his head like a rattledrum. No way, if I were a wanted criminal, could I be eating here so boldly?
Lin Feng nodded. Oh, indeed a wanted criminal. Cold sweat dripped down the back of the man in sunglasses.
Why was Lin Feng so sure he was a wanted criminal? Was he bluffing him?
You've had plastic surgery, haven't you? Lin Feng examined the man's face closely, laughing. The man in sunglasses was just about to shake his head when Lin Feng continued, the surgery you had in Korea.
Big brother, what do you actually do? The man in sunglasses was completely confused. He was seriously doubting if Lin Feng was a cop chasing him. Do you have the right to ask me questions? Lin Feng slapped him lightly and continued asking, what's your name? The man in sunglasses pondered for 2 seconds. Yi Wentian. Han Yun? No, was the man in sunglasses serious? That name was so overbearing. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I asked for your real name, not your stage name. The man in sunglasses looked innocent. My real name is Yi Wentian.
While speaking, he pulled out his ID card, and the name on it was indeed Yi Wentian. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before suddenly shouting, Li Ergu. The man in sunglasses instinctively stood at attention and shouted, here. After shouting, the man in sunglasses felt like he was about to cry. Why did Lin Feng know his real name was Li Ergu? Why did he still have such an instinctive reaction after so many years? This damn conditioned reflex. Put. Han Yun suddenly burst out laughing, then realized it was too undignified, quickly covering her mouth and turning red in the face. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful teacher with amusement, then patted Li Ergu's shoulder, saying, alright, I understand your situation well enough, so reflect on it when you get to the station. The moment his voice fell, several uniformed police officers rushed into the restaurant. Officer, I reported the case. Lin Feng quickly greeted them. When the police arrived, he briefly introduced the situation. This person is Li Ergu, he's been in prison before. After being released, he committed crimes again and was wanted, sneaking into Korea for plastic surgery, which is why his appearance has changed a lot. The leading officer seemed a bit confused. How do you know all this? Lin Feng shrugged, that's my secret. The leading officer frowned, comrade, please cooperate with our investigation. Lin Feng sighed, took out his ID card, and handed it to him. You'll find out when you check. The leading officer took Lin Feng's ID with confusion and scanned it on the police device. The moment the red SSS flashed on the screen, the leading officer immediately stiffened and saluted Lin Feng. Sorry, sir, I didn't know you were. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. It's okay, you're just doing your job. Beside them, Han Yun was completely baffled, her curiosity nearly exploding. Why did Lin Feng know so much about the man in sunglasses, and why did the leading officer salute Lin Feng? She initially thought Lin Feng only had talent in music creation, but didn't expect he had such an unknown side. Soon, the police took Li Ergu away. Lin Feng turned to Han Yun, playfully saying, Teacher Han, are you hungry? Shall we eat something together? Han Yun's face lit up with joy, then she awkwardly asked, do you think I'm very silly and naive? Lin Feng shrugged. No, you're not like Ah Jiao.
Han Yun? Who is Ah Jiao? Han Yun asked with a confused expression.
Lin Feng then remembered that Han Yun didn't know this reference. His expression became odd. She was also an innocent girl who was deceived. This was something that happened in a parallel world Earth, which at the time swept through the Dragon Kingdom entertainment scene like a storm, known as the most famous scandal in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of this incident, many top artists entered a semi-retired state. Thinking back, Lin Feng felt a bit melancholic.
I see. Han Yun's expression darkened, then her pretty face flushed as she said, I'm already 26. It's not like I'm a girl anymore.
Lin Feng smiled playfully. In my eyes, Teacher Han is still a girl. This is not him deliberately flattering Han Yun. Even though the beautiful teacher is already 26, she maintains her appearance like a young girl. Her skin is as white as mutton fat jade, and her face shows few marks of aging. Her figure, although not as plump as Su Man or Song Shuetching, has the right softness here and the right slenderness there, exuding a unique charm. Han Yun felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and 2 blushes appeared on her charming face.
Teacher Han, you order first, and I'll post something on Weibo.
After speaking, Lin Feng took out his phone and began editing a Weibo post.
Once Han Yun finished ordering, Lin Feng put down his phone. The beautiful teacher couldn't help but ask, did you post it from a verified Weibo account? Lin Feng replied, putting down his phone, yes, you can take a look. Han Yun quickly took out her phone and entered Lin Feng's Weibo page.
Lin Feng, recently, I discovered someone was secretly contacting my fans in my name.
I solemnly declare, I will never use a so-called alternate account to connect with everyone. Please be cautious to avoid being deceived.
Upon seeing this, Han Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Lin.
If it weren't for you, I might really have been deceived by Li Ergu. Lin Feng smirked. Would Teacher Han really go to the hotel with him? Ah. Han Yun was first stunned, then blushingly asked, did you hear that all?
Lin Feng shrugged. I have very keen ears.
How embarrassing.
Han Yun wailed silently in her heart, then shook her head. It's very unlikely that I would go. Although she likes Lin Feng, she wouldn't break her own bottom line because of him.
Going to a hotel with a stranger man is one of her bottom lines. Lin Feng nodded and asked, does Teacher Han want to be a singer?
Even though Li Ergu's words had some tempting elements, Han Yun indeed deserved his praise. Beautiful on the outside, with a lovely voice, if given resources, it would be quite easy for her to become popular.
As teacher and student, the entertainment industry indeed needs a second Su Man to expand its territory.
Lin Feng wouldn't mind helping Han Yun fulfill her wish.
The premise is, Han Yun must first prove her own ability. Yes, that was my dream when I was young. Han Yun nodded, then frowned slightly, but my family opposes me entering the entertainment industry.
In the music world, there's a hierarchy of disdain. Simply put, classical music, jazz, rock, pop, rap. Han Yun's parents are all from the classical music circle and think that pursuing pop music is too lowly. Moreover, the entertainment industry is very chaotic. It's easy for a female artist without connections to go astray. Back in college, Han Yun signed up for a talent show, and just when she was about to enter the semifinals, her parents pulled her back. Lin Feng smiled gently. Family opinions are indeed very important, but your dreams are also very important.
In life, if you have a dream, you should pursue it. Of course, I can understand their worries. The entertainment world is a big dive at, and without certain abilities, it's easy to be tainted. Meanwhile, I happen to have the ability to protect the artists from my family.
Once she said this, the brightness sparkled in Han Yun's beautiful eyes.
If Teacher Han wants to become a singer, I recommend you participate in the variety show I'm planning. If you can make it into the top 3, it proves you have the talent to become a singer, and I will help you become a household name in Longwa. I'll give you time to think. When you've made your decision, you can call me.
At this point, Lin Feng took out a business card from his jacket pocket and pushed it towards Han Yun. Han Yun's expression changed several times before she finally gritted her teeth and picked up the business card. An hour later, the two finished their lunch.
Teacher Han, let me drive you back to school. It's been a while since I visited my alma mater. During their earlier conversation, Lin Feng learned that Han Yun took a taxi here, and this restaurant is an hour's drive from Jiang University.
Han Yun politely refused a few times, but ultimately could not resist Lin Feng's kindness, and had to leave the restaurant with him.
An hour later, the Lamborghini Gallardo arrived near Jiang University.
With just 200 meters to go to the university entrance, Han Yun said, Lin classmate, you can stop here. She knew how popular she was at Jiang University. If someone saw her riding a Lamborghini Gallardo back to school, who knows what rumors would spread.
All right.
Lin Feng guessed the beautiful teacher's concern, so he parked the car by the side of the road. I want to take a look at my alma mater. If Teacher Han minds, you can leave first.
Han Yun's delicate face turned red. Of course I don't mind. She just didn't want to be misunderstood as a gold digger. As for being rumored to be dating Lin Feng, she could laugh at that even in her dreams. Lin Feng smiled and, after getting out of the car, walked with Han Yun towards Zhang University.
A few minutes later, as the two entered the school, this handsome man and beautiful woman combination immediately attracted the attention of passers-by.
Look, it's Teacher Han. Who's the guy next to Teacher Han? He's so handsome. Oh no, Teacher Han isn't dating, is she? I can't breathe. My goddess has actually been taken?
Wow, this guy seems to be from our school, he looks a bit familiar.
I've remembered.
His name is Lin Feng, he's the campus heartthrob of the class of 2015 in the materials department. Gossip spreads fast, and soon many teachers and students knew that Han Yun had returned to school with a graduate. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Tomato Literature,
the operations editor, Pao Long, was holding a recommendation list just received from the chief editor, Jian Feng, and was in a daze. Boss, is this list wrong?
This book, The Legend of Condor Heroes, seems to have just opened not long ago. The data is pretty mediocre, and it's a martial arts genre.
How can it get a pop-up recommendation?
A pop-up recommendation means that when you open the Tomato Literature app, this novel automatically pops up. It is the best recommendation spot. Such recommendations are usually reserved for works with explosive data. Pao Long read the beginning of The Legend of Condor Heroes. The writing was pretty good, but the data was very average. Besides, the martial arts genre isn't very popular in today's world.
Chief editor Jian Feng rolled his eyes. Do you know who wrote this book? Pao Long was stunned for a moment. It's Parking Phone Lin Wan, what's wrong?
Jian Feng shrugged, nothing much, just that Parking Phone Lin Wan is our new boss.
Pao Long? Chapter 183, Famous Alumni. Pao Long was dumbfounded. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
No wonder a book with no achievements could get a pop-up recommendation. Turns out the author is the new boss.
The whole company belongs to them, and they can get a big recommendation just for writing a book. Is that excessive? Not excessive at all, okay? Pao Long exhaled a sigh of relief, cough, Boss, I want to reorganize what I just said. Jian Feng?
Before he could respond, Pao Long said, although The Legend of Condor Heroes has only been out for a few days and the data is average, readers who have read the book say it's good, and the follow-up reading rate is very high. And now retro styles are in vogue. Martial arts was a big hit back in the last century. It should be time to regain its former glory after so many years of silence. So, this book is truly deserving of a pop-up recommendation. I fully support it.
Jian Feng.
In the author group of a certain editor under Tomato Literature.
Wow, a new book just over 100,000 words got a pop-up recommendation. Is that true? Did you read it wrong?
I saw it too. The pop-up recommendation is indeed for a new book that is not even 100,000 words, and it's a martial arts genre.
Is the operations editor sick or something? Oh my gosh, I have 1 million words, with 300,000 in reading and hasn't got a pop-up recommendation. How has this new book with only 30,000 in reading gotten one? It's a shady game. There must be something shady in this.
Editor Qing Jing, ahem, just weekly letting everyone know, the author of The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Hero is the new boss of the company.
Damn, what's with the boss? Can the boss just cheat?
I said there was something shady.
This is too damn shady. Damn, the boss is a damn boss and still wants to fight for food with us poor authors? Don't they have any shame? Why do online writers write web novels? Is it for dreams, or for fame? It's possible some aim for fame, but most are just trying to make money.
Tomato Literature is a free website, and the income comes from advertising fees plus reader tips. There's only so much advertising fee to go around, and we're all sharing the same pot.
Now the boss wants to jump in and share with us, and in a cheating way? Who would be happy with that? Editor Qing Jing, ahem, the boss said this book has 0 manuscript fee.
This means he won't share the advertising fees with everyone, so it won't affect everyone's income.
Qing, can you just finish your sentence in one breath? I said, he is the boss and still has the face to fight for food with us authors? Today's goal is 20,000 words. If I don't finish, my editor will gain 10 pounds.jpg. I've pulled out my 40-meter long knife. Let's change Qing into a friendly soldier's outfit for a thick burial. Editor Qing Jing has a great relationship with the authors, and everyone has started to tease him. Editor Qing Jing, the boss also said, starting next month, Magic Core Technology, Famous Entertainment, Zenith Star Special Materials, and Shama Music will all advertise on our site. The advertising fees will increase exponentially. Damn. Qing, pick a bar or a club, it's up to you. I've always thought The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Hero was extraordinary. The person who can write this book must be handsome, graceful, and majestic. I said it. Tomato Literature is the fairest site in the industry. Where's the shady business? If even such an excellent book like The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Hero can't get a pop-up recommendation, that would be the biggest shady thing. Agreed +1. Agreed +2.
Editor Qingjing, hee hee, the way you guys are changing your stance is beautiful.
Making money, what's so shameful?
Just as the pop-up recommendations started, The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Hero suddenly uploaded all of its remaining word count and finished in half an hour. After that, this book topped the recommendation lists everywhere.
Damn, what kind of book is this? Why is it on every recommendation list? Is the Tomato app having a bug? From the introduction, this book is a traditional martial arts novel. Is anyone still writing this kind of genre? With the site promoting this novel so vigorously, it must be good, right?
With the strong promotion from Tomato Literature, countless readers discovered this book and clicked on it out of curiosity.
Damn, this writing style, not bad.
Wait, I've read several chapters and still can't tell who the main character is.
What kind of trash is this? What kind of novel is this?
The pacing is way too slow.
Goodness, is that Bao Shirua sick? She even saves Wan Yen Hong Lai? Abandoning the book.
Used to fast food literature, readers had a huge sense of discomfort when they first encountered The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Hero. Especially at the beginning, there were parts that frustrated many readers, quickly driving them away. But many others were drawn in by the writing and the atmosphere, patiently continuing to read. The more they read, the better it became. At this moment, in the campus of Jiangde, Lin Feng and Han Yun chatted all the way to the basketball court.
Teacher Han, I used to play basketball here all the time.
Lin Feng pointed at the basketball court, a look of nostalgia on his face. Han Yun covered her mouth and smiled. Lin, your basketball skills must be great, right?
Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds. Not that great, just above average, professional players can't compare to me. Han Yun?
Who can compare to the physical fitness of professional players?
Lin Feng's being a bit too humble.
At that moment, a young man who looked about 30 walked over, surrounded by several school leaders.
Vice Principal Wang, is that Teacher Han Yun?
The young man instantly spotted Han Yun with Lin Feng in the distance, his brows furrowing slightly.
Wang Jun's face changed slightly. It seems to be her. Didn't you say she was out on some business? The young man asked unhappily.
This Wang Jun's expression shifted several times, finally giving a bitter smile. Mr. Huang, Teacher Han did indeed take leave this morning. Perhaps she has finished her personal matters?
Huang Yi's face cleared up a bit. Who is that man?
He seems to be Lin Feng, a graduate from the Material Science Department of the class of 2019.
An administrator nearby said. Huang Yi raised an eyebrow. Does Director Fong know him?
I don't know him. I just saw someone in the workgroup say that Teacher Han was with him. Fong Zhongyan smiled as he said this.
Huang Yi nodded. This Lin Feng, does he have any background? Fong Zhongyan browsed through the workgroup. It seems he doesn't have much background, went straight to work in a grassroots enterprise after graduation. I see Huang Yi's gaze turn cold, then he said to Wang Jun, Principal Wang, Teacher Han doesn't accompany me, a famous alumnus, yet goes to accompany an ordinary graduate. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Secretary Liu, let's put the donation to Jiang University on hold for now.
Wang Jun's face changed slightly. Mr. Huang, don't get upset.
I'll go fetch Teacher Han right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to Han Yun's side and shouted, Teacher Han, what's going on? Why didn't you go to accompany Mr. Huang after coming back? Chapter 180 for the gap between alumni.
Han Yun was startled, and after looking back to see it was Wang Jun, she felt a bit guilty. Vice Principal Wang, I just got back to school. Wang Jun glared at her, his expression dark. Even if you just got back, you should tell me first, then go accompany Mr. Huang. Huang Yi is a 2012 graduate from the Computer Science Department, who developed a chat software called MoChat after entering society. This software focuses on social interaction between strangers, and once launched, it became immensely popular, helping countless young men and women pass the lonely nights. When MoChat became all the rage, there were even predictions that it would replace WeChat's dominance in the social media sector. Later, MoChat went public on Nasdaq, and Huang Yi rapidly became a billionaire. Jiang University, as one of the top 5 universities in Dragon Country, has produced many famous alumni, and Huang Yi is one of the outstanding ones. 1 year ago, Huang Yi was invited to attend Jiang University's centenary celebration, where he met Han Yun and was captivated by her. Since then, he has tried every means to get close to Han Yun. This time, Huang Yi came to Jiang University after hearing that the music department needed to replace a batch of music facilities, and he voluntarily offered to donate. Knowing Huang Yi's intentions, the university leaders arranged for Han Yun to host him, but unexpectedly, Han Yun asked for leave and left the school. It would be bad enough if she asked for leave, but upon returning, she was still wandering around the school with a man, letting Huang Yi run into them. What if Huang Yi got so angry that he cancelled the donation to Jiang University? What a huge loss that would be. On the side, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Teacher Han, who is Mr. Huang? Before Han Yun could speak, Wang Jun coldly huffed, You don't need to talk here, hurry and leave. Han Yun's expression changed slightly. Vice Principal Wang, this is Lin Feng. Wang Jun interrupted her directly. I know he is Lin Feng. I also know he is a graduate from the Material Science Department class of 2019. Then he looked at Lin Feng with dissatisfaction. Student Lin, you have graduated, you belong to society now.
If there's nothing important, you better not come back to Jiang University. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, playfully saying, it seems there's no school rule stating that graduates must have important matters to return to school, right?
Wang Jun didn't expect a graduate to dare speak to him like that, and for a moment he was left stunned. At this moment, Huang He approached with his people, first giving Lin Feng a cold glare, then smiling warmly at Han Yun. Teacher Han, you're back at school?
Han Yun secretly sighed, forcing a smile. Yes, Mr. Huang. I just came back. Huang He nodded. That's great, you can accompany me to check out the piano room of the music department. Let's see how many pianos need to be replaced. This Han Yun looked awkwardly at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled and said to Huang He, Teacher Han needs to walk around the campus with me now. I'm afraid she won't have time to go to the piano room with you.
Huang He's face immediately darkened.
Wang Jun was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly furious. Lin Feng.
Do you know who Huang is?
Ha? Lin Feng chuckled. What does who he is have to do with me? Wang Jun pointed at Lin Feng's nose, so furious he momentarily didn't know what to say.
Huang He's pupils constricted, his gaze toward Lin Feng was somewhat dangerous.
At that moment, Fang Zhongyan jumped out and said coldly, Huang is the founder of Mo Liao, a well-known alumnus of Jiang University.
He came here this time to donate to Jiang University.
You also graduated from Jiang University, and it's one thing not to contribute to your alma mater, but you even want to hinder Huang's donation to the school. What are you trying to do? Ding, host, you have a new side quest.
Quest, the gap between alumni.
Quest objective, donate 1 billion Dragon Country dollars to your alma mater. Quest reward, 67% shares of Mo Liao.
Lin Feng?
Wow, it seems like Mo Liao's market value is $3 billion, 67% of the shares means $2.01 billion.
Donating $1 billion to the school not only earns a good reputation but also gets a $2.01 billion reward? The key is to seize absolute control of Mo Liao from Huang He. This quest is interesting.
Seeing Lin Feng silent, Huang He thought he was scared and mocked. Student Lin, I heard from Director Fang that you have already graduated from Jiang University for 2 years, right? Lin Feng exited the system and said with a smile, that's right, I graduated in 2019.
Ah, being young is so good.
Huang He first sighed, then reminisced, I remember when I was your age, I had already started Mo Liao and secured $10 million in angel investment, and now so many years have passed.
Wang Jun nodded and smiled. Yes, when I heard Huang received the investment back then, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. Huang is young and promising, a pride of Jiang University.
Fang Zhongyan nodded in agreement, then looked at Lin Feng, similarly graduated from Jiang University for 2 years. Some people's gap from Huang is just too big. Lin Feng nodded, I completely agree with that.
Wang Jun. Fang Zhongyan? Huang He? Wait, weren't you so arrogant before? Why suddenly are you so timid?
After a brief silence, Fang Zhongyan said with a sneer, you seem to have a good self-awareness. Han Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but remind, Director Fang, actually, Lin Feng meant the gap between Huang and him is too large.
Fang Zhongyan? Didn't I just mean that? Wang Jun frantically nodded beside him, saying that Director Fang's earlier expression was indeed this meaning. No problem there.
Huang He shook his head and smiled, also feeling Han Yun was a bit slow to react, which was somewhat cute. Han Yun opened her mouth slightly, her expression strange. Actually, Lin Feng is the boss of Tianding Xing who has recently gone viral online.
Wang Jun. Fang Zhongyan? Huang He? Everyone present was left dumbfounded. After a while, Wang Jun cautiously asked, Teacher Han, you mean Lin Feng is the boss Lin Feng of Tianding Xing Special Materials Company, Limited? Han Yun nodded. The Lin Feng who developed the 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine? Fang Zhongyan exclaimed in surprise.
Han Yun shrugged, yes, Human World and Starry Sky are both his works.
Hiss.
Wang Jun and Fang Zhongyan both gasped, rushing in front of Lin Feng, bowing and extending their hands. Oh my, so you are the boss of Tianding Xing, my apologies. My goodness, I never thought the boss of Tianding Xing, who was famous throughout the Dragon Country, would be an alumnus of Jiang University. This is simply the highest honor of Jiang University. Other school leaders also rushed over, showering all kinds of praise. On the outskirts of the crowd, Huang He's face had already turned the color of liver.
Chapter 185, I donate 1 billion. Huang He was completely stunned. The boss of Tianxing, Lin Feng, turned out to be a young man who just graduated 2 years ago, and he was even Huang He's alumnus. If this is true, then his earlier boasting is just a slap to his own face. After 2 years of graduation, he only founded a social software called Mo Liao and received $10 million in angel investment. And Lin Feng?
T1100 level carbon fiber production line, T2000 level carbon fiber production line.
Just these two things, the technological content is thousands of times higher than Mo Liao.
The annual output value created is as high as 60 billion. As for the 7 nanometers EUV lithography machine, it is simply not on the same level as Mo Liao. There is no need to compare them at all. What makes people even more envious is that Lin Feng has astonishing talent in music. The song Human World, entirely written, composed, and arranged by him, has sales exceeding 4 billion.
This is already more than the total profit of Mo Liao from last year. A song Starry Sky has over 10 billion plays online. After just 2 days of verification on Weibo, his followers exceeded 200 million.
Every achievement Lin Feng has made is something that the vast majority of people in the world can only dream of achieving in their lifetime.
And he just dared to look down on Lin Feng? What a slap to his face. Teacher Han, you aren't joking with us, are you?
At this moment, Huang Yi's secretary, Lu Kai, asked in a deep voice.
Huang Yi's eyes lit up. Right.
If Han Yun said he is Lin Feng, then he is Lin Feng.
What if Han Yun was deceived?
Wang Jun, Fang Zhongyan, and other school leaders froze for a moment, looking at Lin Feng with strange expressions.
Yes, if this Lin Feng is not the same as the other Lin Feng, then they have been flattering him for nothing. Han Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Secretary Lu, do you really think I would joke about such things?
Lu Kai chuckled. Of course I know Teacher Han would never joke about this, but I just fear you might be deceived. Han Yun wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. It's wise to be cautious. Secretary Lu's vigilance is commendable. Lu Kai smiled modestly, feeling quite pleased with himself.
Director Fang just said that President Huang wants to donate to Zhejiang University. May I ask how much President Huang intends to donate?
Lin Feng looked at Fang Zhongyan and asked.
This.
Fang Zhongyan hesitated for a moment. 10 million. Lin Feng nodded. Oh, I will donate 1 billion.
Fang Zhongyan? Others? What? Did Lin Feng just say he would donate how much? 1 billion? In Dragon Country dollars? What is the donation account of the school?
Lin Feng asked straightforwardly.
Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Mr. Lin, are you serious?
The largest donation in Zhejiang University's history was $100 million. If Lin Feng really donates 1 billion, that would set a new record.
Lin Feng nodded. Of course I'm serious. Vice President Wang, could you kindly provide the donation account? Of course, it's no problem.
Wang Jun signaled to Fang Zhongyan.
Fang Zhongyan, being the director of the administrative office, is in charge of matters related to donations. Without hesitation, Fang Zhongyan quickly read out the account number.
Lin Feng pulled out his phone, logged into his mobile banking, and directly transferred 1 billion cash to this account.
After a while, Fang Zhongyan received a call from a subordinate, and he instantly knew why the call was coming in.
So, he switched to speakerphone right away. On the other end, a surprised voice exclaimed, Director Fang, just now the donation account suddenly received a donation of 1 billion Dragon Country dollars, and the payer is named Lin Feng.
Do you know who Lin Feng is? Hiss. Wang Jun and the other school leaders couldn't help but gasp. Even Han Yun's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lin Feng with amazement. Oh my god, he really donated 1 billion to the school? Then he must be the boss of Tian's Hixing, right? Who would donate 1 billion just to lie? Huang Yi's pupils contracted, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Just a moment ago, Fang Zhongyan mentioned that he wanted to donate 10 million to the school, and now. The next moment, Lin Feng donated 1 billion to the school without saying a word. This is clearly a slap in the face. The key is that he has no strength to resist. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the owner of Tian's Hixing who has been trending online. He is our alumnus, Lin Feng from the materials department of the class of 2015. When Fang Zhongyan said this, his face was filled with pride, as if he was the one who made the donation, causing Han Yun to chuckle. What? The person on the other end of the phone exclaimed, Director Fang, you can't be mistaken? I'm not mistaken at all. President Lin is right in front of me. Let's talk later, I need to attend to President Lin. With that, Fang Zhongyan hung up the phone.
Ding, congratulations to the host, side quest The Gap Between Alumni completed, rewards being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have acquired 67% shares of Mo Liao. As the system notification sounded, Lin Feng glanced at Huang Yi with amusement. Huang Yi's expression shifted, and he quickly lowered his head. President Lin, you are too generous. Donating 1 billion to the school at once, I don't even know how to thank you. Wang Jun rubbed his hands, his face flushed. President Lin, my earlier words were disrespectful. Please don't hold it against me, Fang Zhongyan chimed in with a forced smile. Their appearance was completely different from when they scolded Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng smirked and teased, there's a saying that ignorance is no crime.
If I fall out with you over such a matter, wouldn't that make me seem small-minded? Wang Jun and Feng Zhongyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Lin Feng is arguably the most famous alumnus to emerge from Jiang University. If they offended him, they would definitely face hard times.
At that moment, Huang Yi suddenly received a phone call. Hello? What? Someone has acquired 67% of Mo Liao's shares?
Upon hearing this, Wang Jun and the others all changed their expressions. Though Mo Liao's stock price has been on the decline in recent years, it still has a market value of $3 billion. Who is so rich to buy 67% of Mo Liao's shares in one go?
At this moment, Huang Yi's body trembled, and he suddenly looked at Lin Feng. Is it you? Wang Jun and the others? What does Huang Yi mean? What's going on with Lin Feng?
Lin Feng shrugged. That's right, I am now the largest shareholder of Mo Liao and have absolute control.
Huang, it's time for you to step down from the CEO position.
Huang Yi swayed and nearly collapsed to the ground. He was the founder of Mo Liao, it was like his child, his hard work. Lin Feng taking absolute control is like taking away the custody of a child. This was a bolt from the blue for Huang Yi. Wang Jun and the others also jolted in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, they looked at Han Yun with strange expressions. Acquiring 67% of the shares could not be completed in just a few minutes, which meant Lin Feng had been planning this for a long time. And before this, Huang Yi and Lin Feng should have had no conflict, so Lin Feng's actions could only be for Han Yun.
Han Yun? Chapter 186, Lin Feng, you are not human.
Han Yun couldn't understand why Wang Jun and the others were looking at her with such eyes, it felt strange. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "Oh right, I don't intend to make Mo Liao bigger for now. Mr. Huang, if you are smart enough, you should sell your shares now."
Huang Yi's face darkened. What do you mean? Well. Lin Feng spread his hands, surveying everyone before saying, I just don't want to help you make money, isn't that clear enough? Wang Jun and the others? Han Yun?
I buy 67% of the shares, but I won't lead the company to grow or strengthen, I just want to leave it as it is, playing around.
Is that what Lin Feng means?
Huang Yi felt as if a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. Absolute control is not something to be joked about, some major decisions would never pass without the nod of the absolute controlling shareholder.
In other words, it would be very simple for Lin Feng to ruin Mo Liao, he just needed to come up with bad ideas every day. Even if the people below knew that this wouldn't work. Absolutely, who made him the absolute controlling shareholder? After a moment, Huang Yi exhaled a deep breath, you have 67% of the shares. If Mo Liao goes bankrupt, you will lose more than I do.
Lin Feng shrugged, I don't care, this amount of money means nothing to me. This statement didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting.
I'm going all out against you. Huang Yi's face flushed red as he wanted to fight Lin Feng.
Luckily, Lu Kai pulled him back just in time. President Huang, don't get worked up.
As long as the Green Mountains are left, there's no worry about firewood.
At this point, even if Huang Yi wanted to fight Lin Feng, it didn't matter if he could win or lose, no one was willing to take over Huang Yi's shares.
If Lin Feng really decided to make a move and brought Mo Liao to bankruptcy, wouldn't Huang Yi's 20% shares all become worthless in his hands?
It would be better to acknowledge defeat now, sell the shares to Lin Feng, and secure what he can. Huang Yi took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down and said, what price do you want to buy my shares for?
Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Market price, do you think I want to pay extra for them?
He could indeed push for a lower price now, but he didn't want to go too far. After all, he and Huang Yi were alumni, and Han Yun and others were watching nearby.
Once he made things too absolute, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Huang Yi's fists tightened and then relaxed. After a moment he let out a deep breath. Deal. After the transaction, Huang Yi left Jiang University like a lost dog, accompanied by Lu Kai. Wang Jun and Feng Zhongyan exchanged glances, both seeing caution in each other's eyes. When Huang Yi came, he was the CEO of Mo Liao, a successful entrepreneur walking out of Jiang University, and now he left with nothing but cash.
Not only did he fail to win over Han Yun, but he even lost his damn company. And all of this was simply because he offended Lin Feng. Lin Feng was young, but he acted with shrewdness and ruthlessness, truly a person one could not afford to offend.
Old Wang, old Feng, which one of you is Lin's classmate? Please introduce me. Just then, a loud shout came from afar.
Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw President Zhang Honi of Jiang University coming over with a group of school leaders.
Wang Jun's expression changed slightly, and he hurried to greet him. President Zhang, what brings you here?
I heard that Lin's classmate returned to his alma mater, so I came to take a look, Zhang Honi said with a smile.
President Zhang, hello, I am Lin Feng.
Lin Feng had a very good impression of Zhang Honi and respected him.
Oh, I really didn't expect the CEO of Tian Dingxing to be an alumnus from our Jiang University. This is the best news I have heard all year. Zhang Honi shook Lin Feng's hand, excitedly saying. President Lin even donated 1 billion long country currency to our school. Wang Jun added from the side.
Zheng Hongyi nodded, yes, I came here because I heard about this matter.
After chit-chatting for a while, Zheng Hongyi smiled and said, Lin classmate, I want to promote your generous contribution to the school, what do you think? Every enrollment season, Jiang University would be overshadowed by Shuimu University and Daito University.
But now, Jiang University produced a person of exceptional talent, and if promoted well, Jiang University could shine during next year's enrollment season.
The power of role models is infinite. Lin Feng pondered for 2 seconds, as long as you don't publish my photo. I have no objections.
Zheng Hongyi paused, then said with a mischievous tone, I wanted to use Lin classmates' good looks as a selling point, to attract more female candidates to apply to Jiang University.
Others burst into laughter. Then Wang Jun teased, I guess Lin classmate is afraid of teacher Han getting jealous. Lin Feng? Han Yun?
Jiang University official Weibo, today, Jiang University Material Science Department's 15th level alumnus, Mr. Lin Feng, the CEO of Tianding Xing, returned to his alma mater, accompanied by school leaders to tour the campus.
After the tour, Mr. Lin donated 1 billion long country currency to support the research development of the school. From Mr. Lin, we see.
We fully recognize the tenacious and pioneering qualities of Jiang University students.
Mr. Lin's life trajectory fully confirms the words that Principal Zhang repeats at every orientation meeting. As long as you are willing to work hard, today you take pride in the school, and tomorrow the school takes pride in you. Seriously? Are you saying Lin Feng is really a 2015 undergraduate from Jiang University?
Wow, it said online that CEO Lin is very young, but I didn't expect him to be this young.
A 2015 undergraduate? So he's just in his early 20s this year? My God, achieving so much at just over 20 years old? CEO Lin, you are not human. Wow, back at my alma mater and making a donation of 1 billion right away? No wonder he is my idol. I am applying to Jiang University this year. I'm going to be alumni with CEO Lin? Damn, why didn't you say earlier that CEO Lin is from Jiang University? I wouldn't have bothered applying to Shuimu University. Shuimu University, feeling offended.
Because of Jiang University's official Weibo post, Lin Feng stirred up another wave of idol worship online. At the same time, another trending topic hashtag The Legend of Condor Heroes hashtag suddenly exploded on Weibo. I read this novel The Legend of Condor Heroes by Shi Hongshi in 8 hours, barely eating or drinking.
It's no exaggeration to say this is a masterpiece in online literature.
I used to think it would be hard for Long Country to produce another hit traditional martial arts novel, but The Legend of Condor Heroes showed me how childish that idea is.
I highly recommend The Legend of Condor Heroes. The writing, plot, and character development are all masterful. Eastern Evil, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, these nicknames, how did the author come up with them? Amazing. And the final Huashan sword debate got my blood boiling. By the way, the author's name is Ting Che Feng Lin Wan. Could it be that CEO Lin wrote it? Are you saying CEO Lin not only developed high-grade carbon fiber and a 7nm EUV lithography machine, wrote Human World and Starry Sky, but also wrote a nearly million-word martial arts novel? Stop messing around. Exactly, this isn't something a human could do. This author probably wants to ride on CEO Lin's coattails. Absolutely, if this novel really was written by CEO Lin, he is truly not human. Lin Feng, M.
I saw everyone discussing The Legend of Condor Heroes, so I have to admit that I wrote this book.
Am I going to be stripped of my humanity? Countless netizens? Chapter 187, The Dark War Heats Up. Wow, CEO Lin, what do you mean? Are you really the author of The Legend of Condor Heroes? Wife, come out and look at the sky. My God, CEO Lin, how do you usually manage your time? How can you do so many things at once? CEO Lin, a true master of time management. CEO Lin's talent flows like the endless Yangtze River, and like the Yellow River flooding uncontrollably. CEO Lin, you are really not human, you are a beast.
Lin Feng now has over 200 million fans. According to Lu Jun, his single Weibo post has the reach of a Spring Festival gala. So once this post was released, it immediately caused a stir online. Fans who had read The Legend of Condor Heroes came to pay their respects, and those who hadn't expressed their admiration for Lin Feng.
The hashtag Lin Feng is not human hashtag quickly climbed the trending list on Weibo. Some netizens who didn't understand the situation mistakenly thought that haters were deliberately attacking Lin Feng and were about to lash out, only to see saying it this way, CEO Lin really isn't human. Yeah, CEO Lin is a beast, analysis complete. But no beast is this powerful, right? I want to know if CEO Lin is also a beast in the... It's just a traditional martial arts novel, is it really that impressive? Is Lin Feng's team boosting it? You'd think Lin Feng was some kind of Confucian master, the way they're hyping it up. It's ridiculous. I just can't believe it. How good can an online novel be? Does it even have any literary value? However, the doubts about Lin Feng were few.
Most netizens, after learning that The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes was written by Lin Feng, flocked to the Tomato Literature website to read this so-called masterpiece.
The power of reputation is strong, especially under the influence of celebrity admiration.
Readers formed expectations based on preconceived notions, and the few so-called poison points at the beginning hardly deterred them.
As time went on, more and more readers finished the book and began a new wave of praise for The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes online. Not only ordinary netizens, but even some professors of Chinese studies surprisingly read the book and shared their thoughts on Weibo after finishing.
Wang Zhendong from Waterwood, this novel has a prominent historical background, diverse scenes, grand atmosphere, and a distinct heroic epic style, possessing significant literary value. Han Furan from Imperial Capital University, this book breaks the traditional martial arts novel mold of character subservience to plot, insisting on character-led storytelling, thus achieving a realm where the unusual is realistic.
Wow, Professor Wang from Waterwood University gave such a high evaluation to eagle shooting? Oh my, even Professor Han Furan from Imperial Capital University praised eagle shooting? What about those who criticized eagle shooting? Come and take a look, even the professors think it's good. Are you more knowledgeable than them or what? At first, I thought Lin was only gifted in scientific research. Then I found out he also had extraordinary talent in music. Later, I discovered that he had inhuman genius in literature too. Now the question is, what else can he not do? This speaks to my heart. At Lin Feng, can you tell us what else you can't do?
Soon, hashtag professors praise eagle shooting and hashtag what else can Lin Feng not do hashtag trended on Weibo.
On other platforms, including Zhihu and Douban, discussions about eagle shooting were also buzzing with activity. And this was all happening despite Penguin suppressing the heat.
Just as the entire internet was buzzing about eagle shooting, Lin Feng, who had been silent for 2 days, posted on Weibo. Seeing how much everyone loves eagle shooting, I feel quite proud in my heart. So, to give back, I plan to adapt eagle shooting into a TV series. This plan is already in preparation, and I believe it will meet everyone this year. Furthermore, I recently acquired Tomato Literature. Welcome to download the Tomato app for free reading of your favorite novels.
Dreaming web authors, come join us. If your creation is impressive, there's a chance it could be adapted into films, dramas, or animation by Mingmen Entertainment. P.S. The Eagle Shooting Fan Creation Contest is starting soon. Friends, come on down.
After seeing this post, the biggest reaction did not come from ordinary netizens but from Penguin's Xiaoma.
Damn it, when did Lin Feng acquire Tomato Literature? What is he planning? Xiaoma slammed the table, looking very grim.
In recent years, Penguin had been laying plans in the entertainment sector, launching many major IP film and television dramas in partnership with Qiuqiu Literature and Qiuqiu Media.
Penguin's talent shows successfully packaged some fresh faces who reap traffic.
If all goes well, in a few years, Penguin could become the dominant force in the entertainment field of Longhua. Who knew that suddenly, Lin Feng appeared and acquired Xiaomi Music to compete with Qiuqiu Music?
The talent show is still going on. If you want to hold a talent show, then hold it, but why buy Tomato Literature and adapt its novels into movies, TV shows, and animations? Is he planning to wage a full-scale war against Penguin in the entertainment field?
At this moment, Xiaoma's secretary comforted him, "Boss, you actually don't need to be so anxious. As long as Lin Feng can't create social apps like Qiuqiu or Weixin, he won't pose a threat to Penguin." Xiaoma coldly smiled, "Of course I know this. I just really dislike that he has the guts to challenge Penguin.
Why has Penguin developed into the giant it is today? It relies on the billion-level users of Qiuqiu and Weixin. With these users, Penguin can continuously earn income through games and entertainment.
Then, with this income, they can acquire and invest in potential companies, building the Penguin empire. Those like Lin Feng, who spend money to acquire related companies, may start off strong, but will inevitably fall short." After a while, Xiaoma let out a breath of frustration, intensify the suppression and create a few major news stories to release when Lin Feng drops his new album.
He wants heat, so I'll compete with him for heat.
Not long after Xiaoma's order, platforms like Zhihu and B-Station, where Penguin has shares, began deleting all posts related to Lin Feng. On Weibo, gossip about some top-tier celebrities also started appearing one after another.
The covert battle between Penguin and Lin Feng reached a boiling point. Chapter 188 Invitation to the Grammy Awards.
Under Penguin's powerful suppression, it has become very difficult to find information related to Lin Feng on platforms like Zhihu, B-Station, Weixin, and Qiuqiu. On Weibo, because of the emergence of gossip about some top stars, it has diverted a lot of attention, and all entries related to Lin Feng have fallen off the trending list. Penguin's thunderous strike once again proved who the true ruler of the network technology sector in Long Nation is.
At the same time, on Western networks. Oh, I love this song so much. I think it's the most beautiful music I have ever heard in my life. Hey guys, can someone tell me why such a beautiful song hasn't made it to the charts? It's simple, buddy. This music is from Long Nation, and Twitter won't allow any promotion of Long Nation's things to appear on the chart.
Yes, initially, this MV did make it to the Twitter trending chart and also the YouTube trending chart, but later the officials noticed it and reduced its visibility.
Oh. Shameless Twitter. Shameless YouTube. They are killing art.
After My Heart Will Go On was released, it quickly climbed to the trending lists on Twitter and YouTube, with its total views breaking 10 million in no time. Since then, Twitter and YouTube staff started monitoring this MV and forcibly used technical means to lower its visibility. 3 days later, its total views barely broke 200 million. This was still due to most netizens replaying it multiple times. Just as these netizens said, in the West, it's hard to see news promoting the good sides of Long Nation. Just like in some Hollywood blockbusters, any movie related to Long Nation always shows places in poor condition. In a parallel Earth, Tom Cruise starred in Mission Impossible, shooting in Magic City, which was heavily promoted as a gimmick in Long Nation. But once the film was released, people discovered that the filming location in Magic City was actually an old district, giving a feeling of being dirty, chaotic, and technologically backward. This is one of the 4 most developed cities in Long Nation, yet is presented to global audiences in such a manner.
They are truly wicked.
Just as netizens felt indignant that My Heart Will Go On did not receive the recognition it deserved.
The famous American Eagle star, known as Hollywood's sweetheart, Kristen Alba, reposted this MV and angrily commented, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, do you know? I am very angry right now. Art should have no borders, a beautiful piece of music should be the common treasure of all humanity. If the song My Heart Will Go On is buried because of damn PC culture, it would be a disaster. Listen to this song carefully, it can purify your dirty souls." Kristen Alba has starred in many Hollywood blockbusters, captivating a large number of fans with her sweet appearance and hot body. She has over 100 million fans on her personal Twitter. And she is known for always speaking her mind. Once this tweet was posted, it immediately caught the attention of her fans. "Oh, darling, what's wrong with you? Hey, Kristen, don't be mad, let me listen to this song first."
After listening to the song, almost all of Kristen Alba's fans were conquered by it. In an instant, nearly 100 million fans rushed to retweet the MV and strongly criticize Twitter and YouTube's shamelessness. With this momentum, more and more people learned about this matter and joined in criticizing Twitter and YouTube. Under such pressure, Twitter and YouTube held an emergency meeting almost at the same time to discuss countermeasures. In the end, they concluded that it was just an MV, even if they loosened the restrictions on it, it wouldn't make a big impact. So they lifted the restriction, and My Heart Will Go On quickly climbed to the top of the charts. For the first time, Western networks sparked a discussion about a piece of music from the Dragon Nation. Just as the song maintained its high popularity on Western networks, the Grammy official tweeted, at Famous Entertainment, "Hey guys, will you submit for the Grammy Song of the Year? Looking forward to your response." The Grammy official's tweet was like gasoline thrown onto a fire, causing the popularity of My Heart Will Go On to soar once again. Within a day, the MV's total views surpassed 3 billion, breaking records on Twitter and YouTube. News returned to the Dragon Nation, shocking the entire internet. Wow, the Grammy official invited Famous Entertainment, hoping that My Heart Will Go On will register for the next Grammy Song of the Year? Incredible! If I remember correctly, no singer from the Dragon Nation has ever been nominated for a Grammy Song of the Year. This is the first time. Oh my god, is this real? This is the Grammy Award, the highest temple in the music world. Is it true that Mr. Lin got the Grammy official's attention for writing his first English song? Amazing! Mr. Lin's songwriting skills have been recognized by the Grammy official. Now I want to see what the music critics have to say. A MV made by a Dragon Nation singer broke the total views record on Western networks? I can hardly believe my eyes. Since over 200 years ago, when the Dragon Nation fell behind the world's top powers, the people of the Dragon Nation have been longing for the country to become number one again. To be number one in the world, it relies not only on technology and military but also on culture. Once, the culture of the prosperous Tang dynasty swept the world, and countries came to pay tribute. How many people from various countries took pride in learning the culture of the prosperous Tang dynasty? Now, Hollywood movies and Western music have become the mainstream of world culture. Hollywood stars' fashion has become the object of imitation, and a pair of limited edition sneakers can fetch sky-high prices. Japanese comics, Marvel, and Korean stars dominate the Dragon Nation, influencing countless youths. Once a cultural exporting country, it has now become a cultural importing country, which deeply pains and frustrates the ambitious people of the Dragon Nation. Now, Lin Fong has emerged, and his music has achieved phenomenal success on Western networks. This is like a powerful shot of adrenaline injected into the hearts of all Dragon Nation people. Lin Fong, the light of the Dragon Nation. Mr. Lin, keep going.
Let's strive to spread the culture of the Dragon Nation worldwide. I hope one day I can see the culture of the Dragon Nation become the mainstream of world culture again. Mr. Lin, you must do your best. Countless netizens left messages under Lin Feng's Weibo, cheering him on in excitement. And the hashtag Linfeng the Light of Dragon Country hashtag quickly surpassed celebrity gossip, topping the trending searches. Brother Ma? Did I just waste my time trying to grab Lin Feng's popularity? Chapter 189. 3 years have passed. Brother Ma felt very gloomy, really gloomy. In order to undermine Lin Feng's new album, he purposely saved his biggest gossip as a trump card. But the news he released was also quite explosive, right? Look, a certain young star is rumored to be living with a female fan, isn't that gossip harsh enough? But how can people plan for things when fate has other ideas? My Heart Will Go On caught the attention of the Grammy officials. And this song broke Twitter and YouTube's short video playback records. The people of the Dragon Country are so eager to prove themselves in front of the world. That's why the capital celebrated when it became the host city for the Olympics. That's why Xiang Farren's victory in the Olympic 110-meter hurdles caused a national uproar. Suman's new song achieved great success on Western networks, though it can't compare to Xiang Farren breaking the world record. It's similar in some sense. In the face of this news, the gossip about the young star is utterly insignificant. How can it compare to expressing the pride of being from the Dragon Country? Kristen Alba. This woman is quite interesting. While online eating melons, Lin Feng figured out the reason for My Heart Will Go On being a hit in the West, so he went to check out Kristen Alba's profile. Well, mainly looking at her photo collections. I have to say, Western beauties have such hot figures, and Kristen Alba is among the best. What made Lin Feng even more unsettled was that Kristen Alba had an angelic face. No wonder she is called Hollywood's sweetheart. When I go to Hollywood in the future, I must have a deep conversation with this sweetheart. Lin Feng silently set a goal for himself. After several days of hard work, Lin Feng had finished recording all 10 songs in his new album, and once post-production was complete, it could go live on Xiaomu Music. I haven't seen my beautiful secretary for a long time. Let's invite her to dinner tonight. Lin Feng thought, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lu Cece. After Miss Yu returned to Magic City, she had been mysterious, not revealing what she was up to. Zhao Qingya seemed to have gone on a mission. Lin Feng hadn't heard from her in many days. Song Xueqing, Su Man, and Wei Yinping were all busy with their own affairs, and for a moment, Lin Feng felt like a solitary figure. Soon, Lin Feng received a reply from his beautiful secretary. Sorry, boss, I have an urgent family matter. I need to go back and handle it. Can you wait for me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, quickly dialing Lu Cece's number. To his surprise, as soon as the call connected, he heard Lu Cece crying. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, Don't panic, tell me what happened at home. My dad is about to pass away. Whoa. Lu Cece cried. Ding, host, you have a new task. Task, magical medicine. Task objective, use items from the system shop to treat Lu Cece's biological father. Task reward, prosperity card *1. Lin Feng? Oh man, did the system just issue another task to get a prosperity card? So, is the system suggesting he and Lu Cece are ready for something more? At this moment, Lu Cece cried, Boss, I need to catch the high-speed train, I have to hang up first. Wait. Lin Feng quickly said, I might have a way to save your dad, take me back to your hometown with you. In her sorrow, Lu Cece was momentarily stunned. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, no need to hesitate, time is of the essence. Let's each head to the train station and meet up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng left Xiaomu Music headquarters, driving his Lamborghini towards the train station at full speed. At the same time, at Tycoon's Hixing Special Materials Company, Lu Cece simply tidied up her things and left the office, driving the Ferrari 488 that Lin Feng had given her out of the company. Not long after she stepped out, a black Crown car followed closely behind her. Half an hour later, Lin Feng met Lu Cece in the high-speed train station parking lot. The beautiful secretary was dressed in a black suit, black stockings, and her eyes were a bit red and swollen. 2 streaks of tears traced her delicate face, making her look quite pitiful as she stood in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart and quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Cece, don't be sad just yet, I have a piece of ancestral medicine that should be able to save your dad. Lu Cece exclaimed, Aw? Boss, you aren't joking with me, are you? Lin Feng, both amused and exasperated, gently pinched the tip of her nose, saying, When have I ever joked with you? Lu Cece nodded but then frowned, saying, But my dad has kidney failure. Kidney failure is a terminal illness, and the only way to heal it is through a kidney transplant. She had never heard of anyone being cured just by taking medicine. Kidney failure can be cured too, you just need to believe me. On the way there, Lin Feng carefully searched through the system marketplace and found that some pills sold there could cure all terminal illnesses in the world. In fact, whether it is heart disease, cancer, AIDS, or kidney failure, they are all issues with the body's functions. As long as the body's functions are repaired, these diseases can be cured.
Under current medical conditions, there are no drugs capable of repairing body functions, which is why these diseases are called terminal illnesses. But for the system, it is simply a matter of a single pill. Just like when Lin Feng used the battle power pill to become a master-level expert, his bodily functions had long surpassed those of ordinary people, making him almost immune to all diseases. Even without the terminal illness curing pill, if Lin Feng gave enough battle power pills to Lu Cici's dad to make him a master, the kidney failure could also be cured. Lu Cici's beautiful eyes rekindled with hope, and she nodded vigorously. The boss had never disappointed her before, and he surely could this time too. The beautiful secretary's hometown was Weixian, Kunming City, in Dongshan Province, and it would only take 3.5 hours by high-speed train to reach there. At 4 in the afternoon, the two exited the train station and took a taxi, arriving outside Lu Cici's house half an hour later. After the hospital issued a critical illness notice, Lu Shixiang insisted on coming home, and the family couldn't persuade him otherwise, so they brought him back. As soon as Lu Cici got out of the car, she rushed toward the house, while Lin Feng stayed behind to pay the taxi fare. Just then, a young man came out from Lu Cici's front door, and as he was about to light a cigarette, he noticed Lu Cici rushing over. His eyes brightened, and he quickly approached her, saying, "Cici, you're finally back. Uncle is not doing well, let's hurry and have the wedding to cheer him up." Still paying the car fare, Lin Feng was stunned in place. Lu Cici's expression also changed. "Brother Su, what did you just say?" Su Shangming smirked, with a hint of mischief in his voice, saying, "Cici, have you forgotten our agreement? The 3-year deadline has arrived, and you should fulfill it. P.S. The update button has been revamped. Dear friends, please move your fingers and click the black urge button to support it." Chapter 190, The Suspicious Document. Lin Feng? What the heck, the 3-year deadline has arrived. Is this guy the legendary crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Lu Cici's face changed again. "Brother Su, you must be mistaken, our agreement was for 10 years. How could I be mistaken? It's written clearly in black and white. If you don't believe me, I can show you the document." As he finished speaking, Su Shangming took a folded piece of paper from his coat pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to Lu Cici. When Lu Cici took it and looked at it, her face instantly changed dramatically. "Why is it 3 years? See, I told you I wasn't mistaken." Su Shangming smiled triumphantly, pointing at the date on the document and saying, "Cici, 10 days ago, the deadline had already passed. I thought you were too busy with work, so I didn't disturb you. Now that Uncle Lu doesn't have much time left and you're back home, we might as well take this opportunity to get married and bring some joy to Uncle." At this moment, Lin Feng walked over and seized the paper from Lu Cici's hand to look it over. Su Shangming's expression changed, and he pointed at Lin Feng, asking, "Cici, who is he?" "He is my boss, Lin Feng." As soon as Lu Cici finished speaking, Su Shangming's face turned pale. He is the boss of Tianding Xing, Lin Feng?" The story of Lin Feng pursuing Lu Cici had long spread in her hometown. When Su Shangming first learned about it, he had flown into a rage and almost went to Jiangnan to find Lu Cici, only to be stopped by her father. Now that he saw Lin Feng, Su Shangming felt both shock and anger. "No wonder you accepted the job as the president's secretary." After reading the note, Lin Feng's expression became quite complicated. The note stated that Lu Cici borrowed 1 million from Su Shangming 3 years ago, with a monthly interest of 3%, which translates to an annual interest rate of 36%, definitely usury. If Lu Cici could not repay the loan within 3 years, she would have to marry Su Shangming. Based on Lin Feng's guess, Lu Cici probably borrowed this money to treat Lu Shixiang's illness. And Lu Cici, as an outstanding student from Shuimu University, took a job as a secretary right after graduating, presumably to repay the debt as soon as possible. But, a 3-year deadline is clearly unreasonable. At this moment, Lu Cici had just graduated. How could she repay such a huge sum with high interest? Moreover, Lu Cici had just mentioned that the initial agreement was for 10 years. But this note had both parties' handwritten signatures and fingerprints, and there were no signs of any alterations. What trickery is involved here? Lu Cici's expression darkened as she silently nodded. "You agreed on 10 years, right?" Lin Feng looked at Su Shangming and used mind-reading tactics on him. Su Shangming sneered, "You're the boss of Tianding Xing, yet you can't even recognize the word 3? Lin Feng nodded. "Oh, so it really is 10 years. Su Shangming? Boss, the document is in duplicate. "I have another copy at home," Lu Cici said from the side. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. "This is a small matter, what matters most now is to treat Uncle Lu." I'll take you inside." Lu Cici was initially at a loss, but seeing Lin Feng so calm, her anxious heart eased. She pulled Lin Feng and bypassed Su Shangming, walking into the main hall. Watching their backs, a cold light flickered in Su Shangming's eyes. Then, he took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Dad, Lu Cici brought Lin Feng home. Get some people over, today I must marry Lu Cici." Lu Cici's home was located in the outskirts of Wei County, in a rural area. Her house was an old-style courtyard.
Upon entering the gate, a large yard came into view. Currently, several middle-aged women stood in the yard, all neighbors of Lu Cici.
Upon seeing the two enter, these women greeted them while curiously sizing up Lin Feng, guessing his relationship with Lu Cici. Lu Cici had no mind to chat with them. After exchanging simple greetings, she pulled Lin Feng into the living room.
This young man can't possibly be Cici's boyfriend, right? Did you not see that they're holding hands? He must be her boyfriend. If he's Cici's boyfriend, what about Su Shangming?
The Su family is the local bully in Wei County. Bringing her boyfriend home at this time might bring trouble. While the ladies were gathered, gossiping, Su Shangming walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing this, the women immediately closed their mouths and greeted Su Shangming with obsequious smiles.
Su Shangming didn't even look at them and quickened his pace into the living room.
The women exchanged glances. Both saw excitement in each other's eyes, then quickly rushed in.
Cici, you finally came back. Your dad, he's about to.
In the east bedroom, Zhang Xiuying, who was sitting by the bed taking care of Lu Shiqiang, turned her head upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her daughter return, Zhang Xiuying quickly got up, tears rolling down her reddened eyes.
On the bed, Lu Shiqiang weakly opened his eyes. After finding Lu Cici, a faint smile appeared on his pale face.
Lu Cici, who had originally controlled her emotions, instantly broke down in tears. Seeing his daughter crying like a mess, Lu Shiqiang weakly opened his mouth and comforted, "Good daughter, don't cry, Dad is fine.
When Dad gets better, I will take you to fly kites."
Lin Feng's nose turned sour, and in that moment, his eyes turned red. Although he was not yet a father, imagining the situation made him think that he would also hate seeing his precious daughter cry in the future.
"Dad!" Lu Cici rushed to the bed and cried on Lu Shiqiang's body.
"Our lives are so bitter." Zhang Xiuying wailed, hugging her husband and daughter, crying loudly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked to the bed, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, I am Cici's boss, Lin Feng. I have a family heirloom medicine, and as long as Uncle takes it, he will get better." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, which contained the vitality pill he had purchased for 10,000 system points.
Zhang Xiuying, who was crying loudly, froze.
Lu Shiqiang, who was gently patting Lu Cici's back to comfort her, also froze. The others who followed in behind, including Su Shangming, were also stunned.
"Yes, Dad, Mom, my boss is amazing."
Whatever he says can become reality. Lu Cici wiped her tears and choked out.
"But..." Su Shangming burst out laughing. "Wait. Cici, are you silly? How can you believe such nonsense?
Your dad has kidney failure, which is an incurable disease."
No matter how awesome Lin Feng is, can he really cure an incurable disease? "Yeah, Cici, please don't be fooled. Cici, you have received higher education, how can you even believe such words?"
The ants who followed in chimed in one after another, seeming to genuinely advise, but there was a hint of ridicule in their words.
"Cici, your uncle can last for a day or half a day. If Lin Feng's medicine is poison, what if your uncle eats it and dies right away?"
"I think we should hurry to hold the wedding so that your uncle can fulfill a wish," Su Shangming continued to persuade.
"Yes, Cici, your dad definitely hopes to see you married before he passes."
"Shangming is right, you two should hurry and get married so your dad can leave in peace." As the ants echoed their agreement, Lin Feng uncorked the bottle and poured the pill into his palm, then went to the bed and opened Lu Shiqiang's mouth to feed it to him.
Su Shangming and the others? Chapter 191: The True Miracle Medicine.
Su Shangming was stunned, the ants were stunned, even Lu Shiqiang and his wife were stunned.
Wait, is there anyone who forces someone to take medicine without asking? Even if this pill is truly a so-called miracle medicine, shouldn't you at least ask for someone else's opinion first? What the hell? Lin Feng, are you trying to kill someone? After a brief moment of confusion, Su Shangming pulled out his phone and started recording. "Everyone, look. Lin Feng, the boss of Tianding Xing, is forcing someone to take medicine. Aunties, did you see just now? Lin Feng is giving medicine to Uncle Lu, right?"
He first filmed Lu Shiqiang for a while, then turned the camera to the ants behind him and asked.
The ants half opened their mouths. What did you just say he is?" "Su Shangming? The boss of Tianding Xing, Lin Feng." "What? He is Lin Feng? My goodness, my daughter is your fan. Oh my, I finally get to see what Boss Lin looks like. Boss Lin, can we take a picture together?"
The ants rushed to Lin Feng like starstruck fans, surrounding him for a picture. If this were in another place,